You possess the power to slay an immortal emperor with a single finger. Yet you spend your days as a free butcher for the neighborhood. Just when everyone assumes you're merely an ordinary man, they notice the characters slay immortals engraved on your kitchen knife. And even the firewood you use to boil water turns out to be a sacred-grade cultivation manual. All this is because, as a transmigrator, you must take on disciples to unlock your sealed cultivation. Yet, despite having reached the 1000th layer of chi refining, you haven't managed to recruit a single disciple. To make ends meet, you open a tavern. Daily sign-in rewards pile up until they fill your room, leaving you no choice but to use them as fuel for cooking, seeking some small comfort in the act. Then one day, the system's voice suddenly rings out, ding! A potential disciple meeting the requirements has been detected nearby. Host, please proceed to recruit them. Hearing the prompt, you immediately scan the crowd and quickly lock onto a young woman of 16 or 17, dressed in a blue gown with an ethereal aura. She draws many gazes, especially from men whose mouths nearly water at the sight, yet she seems indifferent to the attention, walking forward with quiet composure. You ask inwardly, system, is it her? Ding. Affirmative. Host, as soon as the words fade, the system panel appears before you. A glance reveals you're surprised. This woman, Lan Ling, is the reincarnation of a female emperor. Without hesitation, you step into her path. Lan Ling eyes you coldly and demands, why block my way? Clearing your throat, you say, ahem, young lady, I have an opportunity here. Would you be interested? Lan Ling inwardly scoffs. As a female emperor's reincarnation, what could possibly rival what she already possesses? To her, you're just another excuse to strike up a conversation. Still, she decides to humor you. Oh, an opportunity? What kind? She replies, eyes gleaming with anticipation. You say, I wish to take you as my disciple. Are you willing? To your dismay, Lan Ling sneers, a chi refining trash like you, daring to recruit me? No thanks, I'm here for the Wuji sect's entrance trials. With that, she sidesteps you and walks away. Watching her retreat, you sigh. Your first recruitment attempt has already failed. Suddenly, you smack your thigh in frustration. Damn it! Of course she wouldn't believe me, I'm just a chi refining cultivator. I should have shown off some treasures. After pondering all afternoon, you resolve to attend the Wuji sect's disciple recruitment ceremony the next day. If rejected again, you'll give up. 3 strikes and you're out. Early the next morning, you arrive at the Wuji sect's reception grounds, a vast plaza already crowded with hopefuls. Your gaze sweeps the crowd, and soon enough, you spot Lan Ling approaching her. You greet, we meet again. Young lady, recognizing you, she stiffens before her expression darkens. What? Still trying to recruit me? Indeed, you reply with a gentle smile. Becoming my disciple won't leave you at a disadvantage. Her face turns icy. I already told you, I don't need it, and you lack the qualifications. You are about to impress her with a cultivation manual, but her blatant insult stops you cold. If you refuse, so be it, you say flatly before turning away without another word. Watching you leave, Lan Ling smirks. In her mind, as a proud female emperor, who could possibly be worthy of being her master? Her interest in the Wuji sect is purely for its resources. On the way back, you were in a foul mood. Soon, you arrived at the tavern entrance. A 7 or 8-year-old girl hurried out to greet you. Her name was Yi Linglong. You had found her 2 years ago while hunting. The system had told you she would become your disciple in the future, though you couldn't officially take her as one yet. Seeing your gloomy expression, Yi Linglong cautiously asked, Brother Nan, what's wrong? You waved your hand dismissively and replied, it's nothing, just some minor troubles. Hearing this, she quickly ran inside to brew tea for you. Her eager demeanor made you chuckle, and soon, you forgot about your earlier unhappiness. While you were lounging on a chair outside the shop, basking in the sun, a pale-faced young man in black clothes reeking of alcohol approached and said, Boss, I'd like to buy some wine. Seeing his state, you were momentarily stunned and about to get up to serve him when the system's voice suddenly echoed in your mind. Ding! A candidate meeting the disciple requirements has been detected nearby. Host, please proceed to recruit them. Hearing this, you paused and eyed the young man suspiciously, thinking in surprise, another one so soon? Suppressing your excitement, you calmly filled his flask and handed it over. As the young man turned to leave after paying, you quickly called out, Wait, you seem like you have a connection with me. How about sitting down for a drink? The young man hesitated but ultimately didn't refuse. Drowning his sorrows in alcohol was all he could think of now. You shouted into the tavern, Linglong, bring out a table. Soon, Yi Linglong carried out a small table. Though not large, it was still heavy for a girl her age, yet she effortlessly lifted it with one hand, leaving the young man dumbfounded. To him, she appeared to be an ordinary little girl, making her strength utterly unbelievable. You, however, were used to it ever since taking her in. You'd noticed her astonishing strength. Once, You even saw her tossing a several hundred-pound rock around like a sandbag. Yi Linglong glanced at you curiously, then at the young man, and asked, "Brother Nan, aren't you drinking tea anymore?" You ruffled her hair and replied, "Not today, I'm in the mood for wine." Watching the affectionate exchange between you two, the young man felt a pang of bitterness and simply grabbed the wine jar, chugging without a word. You didn't stop him, quietly observing until his emotions settled slightly. Then, you asked, "Feeling any better?" The young man hastily wiped his face and said, "Sorry, boss, must have been embarrassing." You waved it off. "No worries, everyone has tough times, especially someone like you, all alone." As soon as these words were spoken, the black-clad youth instantly stood up, eyeing you with vigilance and demanding, "Who exactly are you?" It was no wonder he was so tense. His family had been wiped out recently, and he had only narrowly escaped death while training abroad. Now, he was being hunted by enemies across the world. The two of you were complete strangers, yet not only did you offer him drinks, but you also knew he was alone. Thinking of this, he swiftly drew his sword and pointed it at you. Seeing this, Yi Linglong quickly stepped in front of you and shouted, "Don't you dare bully my Nanji!" Unhurried, you said, "Gu Chen, born into a cultivation family, now wiped out." You laid bare his background, watching as his face grew paler. Then you added, "If I wanted to kill you, I would have done so long ago. Why wait until you've eaten and drunk your fill?" Gu Chen found your reasoning sound, but he still didn't lower his guard. "Then who are you? What do you want?" he asked. You cut straight to the point, "I want to take you as my disciple." Hearing this, Gu Chen stared at you in disbelief. He had already noticed your cultivation fluctuations and wondered what a mere chi condensation cultivator could teach him. Though you appeared calm on the surface, you were nervous inside, fearing he might turn and leave like Lan Ling had. After a moment of hesitation, Gu Chen finally asked, "What can you teach me?" He thought to himself, what if you truly had some hidden opportunity? Legends spoke of ancient experts suppressing their cultivation to hide among mortals. If your skills were strong enough, becoming your disciple might not be a bad idea. Just then, you suddenly changed the subject and said, "Give me that sword." Frowning, Gu Chen handed it over. You examined it briefly and remarked, "Pathetic." With a loud snap, you broke the sword in two with your bare hands. Gu Chen was stunned. This was a third-grade treasure weapon, and you had shattered it effortlessly. Dusting off the metal shards from your hands, you grinned and asked, "Now, are you willing to become my disciple?" Seeing him stammer, you cut him off. "I know what you want to say. If you become my disciple, your enemies will be mine." These words were the final straw. Gu Chen dropped to his knees and said, "Disciple Gu Chen pays respects to master. Ha ha ha, good disciple. Rise quickly." Watching this, you finally let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, the system notification chimed, "Ding, congratulations, host, on successfully taking a disciple. Cultivation restrictions lifted. Reward, 10,000 layers of chi condensation. Unlocked, truth-seeking eyes. Activated special constitution for disciple Gu Chen, indestructible Vajra body. Bonus overpowered skill, red light, green light." Hearing the system's announcement, you were stunned. Damn, 10,000 layers? That's insane. You marveled inwardly. The special constitution made sense, but the skill red light, green light left you baffled. Unable to resist, you asked, "Ding, system, what exactly is red light, green light?" The system replied, "Host, as long as you shout the command and remain still, you will enter a state where no attack can hit you." You were so shocked you nearly jumped in excitement, thinking, "System, you're too OP. This skill is practically invincible." Eagerly, you tried to coax the system into giving you more such skills, but no matter how much you called out, it remained silent. Frustrated, you grumbled internally and gave up. But the next moment, you suddenly felt a dull ache in your eyes, though it lasted only a blink. Seeing the various expressions on Yinan's face, Linglong, who was on the side, was used to it. Gu Chen, who was on the side, became a bit odd. "Master, what's wrong with you?" Gu Chen even put his palm in front of Yinan and shook it. It's fine. Just thought of something. You're the second disciple I've taken in, and there's nothing to send you, so go pick out some techniques and weapons yourself." Yinan hurriedly changed the topic. "This is your eldest senior sister, called Yi Linglong." Yinan then looked at Linglong on the side and said, "Linglong, take your senior sister to see." Gu Chen was still a bit excited when he heard Yinan say Gongfu weapon. Only, seeing the ordinary, couldn't be more ordinary house in front of him deflated him. Good things, as he perceived them, were carried on his person. Not to mention feats and weapons, randomly placed, in a house inhabited by mortals, is certainly not a good thing. But, he didn't think much of it, since he had already worshipped the master. He could only admit it. Oh, Hearing Yinan's words, Linglong was also reluctant and led Gu Chen inside, but she knew that this guy in front of her had just taken a sword and pointed it at her own Nan. Wait, I almost forgot. I'll teach you another secret. Yinan mysteriously came before Gu Chen. Please also command your master. Gu Chen also listened respectfully. In the future, if you meet someone who is unbeatable, just yell out, 1, 2, 3 wooden heads, and then just stand still. Yinan spoke the reverse skill over. Chapter 4 shocked Gu Chen. What the hell? The Gu Chen people were dumbfounded. He thought that Yinan was going to teach him real skills. And that's it? 1, 2, 3 woodies? At once, his face went black. He felt, this master teacher of his, was there something wrong? But, wouldn't dare say anything more. Still respectfully, he said, many thanks to master for granting the Dharma. Well, go pick out your feats and weapons. Yinan nodded with satisfaction. Once again, he returned to the recliner in front of the store. Then, Linglong led Gu Chen, the room where the feats were stored, only just walked inside the tavern. Gu Chen, seemingly without realizing it, glanced at the stovetop where the water was being boiled. Gu Chen's footsteps lurched as he arrived in front of the stove. Instead of paying attention to the stove, he looked at what was burning. It was a scroll, with fluorescent light flowing on it. This is, Gu Chen frowned, feeling that the scroll looked somewhat familiar, and slowly approached. It was only when he got closer that he saw why it looked familiar. This is the scroll that they, the cultivators, used to store their feats. And, the scroll that was currently burning, as well as the light that flowed from it, shocked him, because, techniques that have light flowing through them are not weak. Even his former family didn't have a scroll of this level. He used to, had the honor of seeing a king-level technique, none of which had light flowing through it. It's over. Finished. This, how can this burn? Gu Chen hurriedly pulled out the scroll underneath the boiling kettle, which was only half burned, directly with his hand. His hands were burned, but he doesn't care in the slightest. He hastily and carefully spread the scroll on a table. As for Linglong on the side, she looked at Gu Chen with a strange face. A waste. Gu Chen's face was an ugly one, but when he opened only half of the scroll, the others froze then. What did he see? He saw the 4-word saint-level feats. There seemed to be, at the back, the name of the feat. But, it's all burned. This is, a saint-level gong method. A saint-level gong method. What a pity. What a pity. Gu Chen sat on his butt on the ground. He's pale. It's pissed off. A holy level technique. Used to boil water? What kind of person? To come up with this kind of practice, saint-level technique, if it was in the outside world, it would have to set off a bloody storm. And, it's not always possible to grab it. He wanted to curse and even kill. But, after a long time, it was also just a sigh of relief that the feats were not his. The power of disposition, too, is not his. But, he's pissed off. He thought, it was Yinan who didn't know what he was talking about and had gotten a saint-level technique by chance. After all, how sublime and unheard of were saint-level feats. Every time one appears, it causes a killing. What are you doing? Linglong frowned at Gu Chen. It's nothing. Senior sister continued to lead the way. Gu Chen said breathlessly. Soon, the two came to the door of a room. It's right inside. Go in and pick it yourself. Linglong looked at Gu Chen. Oh. Gu Chen hung his head and answered. Having seen the previous saint-level feats, he had little interest in those feats Yinan had mentioned. Pulling open the door, Gu Chen walked in, and then, the next moment, a shriek sounded in the room. It sounded as if he had been frightened by something horrible. Linglong, who was just about to turn around and leave, directly stumbled in fear. Straight away, he pulled the door open and walked in with an angry look on his face. What are you screaming for? It's scaring people to death. Linglong ground her little tiger teeth and looked at the dazed Gu Chen. Where would Gu Chen hear Linglong's voice now? He was, now, shocked silly, looking at the merit laws piled into a small mountain in front of him. Others were dumbfounded. Most of them were emitting streams of light that simply lit up his dog's eyes. Puff, his legs were weak. He couldn't stand up, and he just sat on his butt. Hey, are you all right? Linglong frowned a little as she looked at the sweaty Gu Chen. Ha, no, nothing. Hearing Linglong's words, Gu Chen slowly, before turning his head stiffly. Senior sister, are these all from master? Gu Chen swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked at Linglong. Yeah, we boil water and cook with them. Linglong nodded seriously. What? Used to boil water for cooking? It was fine if he didn't ask, but once he did, Gu Chen's jaw dropped in shock. No wonder. Just now, he was outside, and he saw that water was being boiled with a sacred level technique. Turns out, that's often the case. What was in front of him simply overturned his 3 views. So many feats. Where did they all come from? He was also careful, opening the feats at his feet. 1, 2, 3, 10, and I don't know how many volumes I've read. There were even some feats in which the light was even greater than saint-level feats. He didn't dare to think what kind of feats those were. So, he carefully opened a roll. Emperor-level feats. There are still so many. Gu-chan's sweat was as if it was raining, and his hand, holding the merit law, was shivering. Only now did he realize how powerful Yinan was outside. Saint-level, emperor-level feats, all of which could be piled up into a mountain, were actually safe and sound, with no one coming to fight over them. He had just actually thought that Yinan was the one who didn't know what he was talking about. This is Yinan presses not to care. Even a great emperor doesn't have this kind of handiwork, right? At the same time, he was also glad that he had met Yinan and even worshipped his master. A wave of hope lifted in his heart as well. By relying on these feats, revenge is no longer a dream. Are you done picking? If you're done picking, I'll take you to choose your weapon. Linglong looked at Gu-chen and said. Hearing Linglong's words, Gu-chen reacted in a hurry. Choose at once. At the same time, he also looked forward to what level the weapon would be again. He didn't dare think about it now. Finally, he picked an emperor-level technique. He wasn't greedy and didn't take more. After all, you can't chew too much. After choosing, Gu-chen was ready to go out. He then saw that Linglong held another pile of scrolls and walked past him. The next moment, he knew what Linglong wanted to do. Hurriedly followed to stop it. These feats, you can't burn them. Senior sister, can you not burn it? Gu-chen hurriedly blocked Linglong. Why can't we burn? No burning. What do we drink? What do we eat? Are you stupid? Linglong gave Gu-chen a look without any good humor. Then, in Gu-chen's dumbfounded, with pained gaze, those merit scrolls were thrown into the middle of the fireplace. No way. I have to think of a way. If I keep losing like this, sooner or later I'll lose it all. In Gu-chen's heart, he was frantic. Soon, with anticipation, he made his way to another room. This is the room where the weapons are kept. 2 rooms that are next to each other. The door wasn't even locked. The door to the room opened. Sure enough, the moment I pulled the door open, Gu-chen was dumbfounded, his mouth wide open, just standing in the doorway, looking inside. So many treasures, Gu-chen stammered. Every treasure here was stimulating his nerves. In his mind, he even had a thought. Take everything with you. Without further hesitation, he stepped inside. What? You don't know how to choose? Then I'll help you choose. Just as he was swallowing his saliva, Yinan walked in. Master. Gu-chen hurriedly saluted. I don't think you're suited to using a sword either. Boxing is quite suitable for you, Yinan said while rummaging through the trash as if he were rummaging through trash. Good. Okay, master. Gu-chen nodded respectfully. He was, in fact, not very fond of swords. Mainly, the Gongfu in the family all favored the way of the sword. He had no choice but to use his sword. Found it. Soon, Yinan found a pair of transparent, ultra-thin gloves that looked like they were made of diamonds in the nooks and crannies. Extremely gorgeous. Chapter 5, Helping to Kill a Pig? Here you go. Yinan handed the gloves to Gu-chen. Seeing the light flowing above the gloves, Yinan gulped straight. He wondered what level of treasure it was. Those feats were also labeled, and when you opened the scroll, you could tell the level. But these magic treasures, one was more terrifying than the other. Many thanks, master. Gu-chen was excited and was about to reach out to receive it, but just reached out and caught it. Next moment, boom, Gu-chen's entire body directly came to a dog's mouth. How? Why is it so heavy? Gu-chen was a bit shocked as he lay on the ground. It's worthy of being a top-tier magic treasure. I forgot to tell you. You have to drop blood to recognize your master first, or else, it's very heavy, Yinan said with some embarrassment. A few moments later, Gu-chen dropped a drop of blood and quickly recognized it. He took the clear gloves, once again, in his hands. This time, there were no more conditions, but instead it was very light. Try it on. Yinan looked at Gu-chen. Okay, master. Gu-chen hurriedly put it on as well. After putting it on, Gu-chen was shocked. What a strong feeling. Master, I feel now that I can blow up everything. What are you thinking? It's just your illusion. Strength needs to be hard. You can't always rely on external objects. Yinan said. Disciple, I honor the teachings of my master. Gu-chen hurriedly put the gloves away. After the 3 of them finished dinner, Yinan arranged another room for Gu-chen. There were still quite a lot of rooms, which Yinan had prepared in advance, because he knew that after he had this apprentice system, there must be quite a few disciples in the future. So more rooms were prepared. What I didn't realize was that the wait was 3 years. He even wondered if there was something wrong with this system of his. The night was silent until the next morning. The earliest one to get up was Gu-chen. Seeing that Yinan and Linglong were still sleeping, he didn't disturb them. He made his way to the kitchen by himself, ready to fix breakfast. Being a cultivator and often practicing outside, there must be more or less a bit of craftsmanship in their hands. It didn't take long for the breakfast to be ready. Seeing that Yinan and Linglong hadn't gotten up yet, he was ready to go and call. The sun is up after all. But when he headed towards Yinan's room, he glanced absently at the doors of the other rooms. Originally, it was just a casual glance. Unexpectedly, Gu Chen's footsteps then stopped. He looked at the room next to the room of feats and weapons. The other room. There wasn't really anything to see. The reason he was curious, it's because the other rooms, they're all unlocked. But this room, however, is locked. With curiosity, he was ready to walk over and take a look. The sound of a door opening interrupted him. Phew, you got up so early? Yinan looked at Guchan in surprise. Hey, I wasn't preparing to call master teacher for breakfast. Guchan also looked at Yinan with a smile. You can still cook food? Then I'd like to try it. Hearing that Guchan also made breakfast surprised him even more. Hey, I'll go prepare the dishes. Guchen was also diligent and went to prepare them. Yinan directly went to Linglong's room and picked up Linglong, the little slacker, as well. Only, Linglong had a reluctant look on her face. She hadn't woken up naturally from her sleep yet. The three of them sat down at a table and just ate breakfast. Not bad, but there's still a lot of room for improvement in the craftsmanship. Yinan took a few bites and nodded. Thanks for the compliment, Master. Guchen was a bit flattered. Master, there's something I want to ask you. After thinking about it, Guchen still spoke up. You ask. Yinan ate while not caring. Last night I cultivated for a while, and I realized that my cultivation speed, compared to before, is many times faster. Guchen spoke about last night's cultivation in general. At the time, he was all shocked. He was still only a few days ago, when he was promoted to the spirit-gathering realm. Unexpectedly, just last night cultivated, an hour or so, and now they are all directly gathering the spirit of the third degree. He knew that at this rate, it was definitely not normal. He knew that cultivation was like drinking water and eating. You had to take it one sip at a time. A normal spirit-gathering realm cultivator, even if he went to hard training without sleep, it would still take a few months, right? It also has to be good talent. Some even longer. It's fine. Just don't worry about your cultivation. You are already gifted, and I've remodeled your physique. Now your cultivation speed is a little faster than before. Yinan could only say this. What? Remodeling? Guchen was startled. When did Yinan give him a makeover? How come he didn't feel it? At the same time, he was appalled at Yinan's power. No wonder he felt that his cultivation speed was so terrifying. Who would dare to believe it? Master, what realm are you strong in? Guchen naturally didn't believe that Yinan was in the Qi refining realm. Qi refining realm? What's wrong? Yinan responded in a salty manner. It's fine. Disciple is just curious to ask. Guchen smiled sarcastically. He definitely didn't believe in Yinan's words. The Qi refining realm can have this kind of tactic? Yinan didn't want to say, so he didn't dare to ask any more questions. Senior, after dinner, I want to go to the 10,000 Demon Mountain range to practice, Guchen said as he looked at Yinan. He hadn't forgotten that on his own, there was still a blood feud. It's not good to stay like this all the time. Good. Be careful yourself. Yinan nodded and didn't refuse. He naturally knew what was on Guchen's mind. He could, in fact, directly strike out and help Guchen take revenge. But it's better to deal with this kind of hatred on his own. If you don't handle it well, you'll be left with a knot in your stomach. Thank you, Master. Guchen thought Yinan wouldn't agree. Aha, come back early. Yinan nodded. The 10,000 Demon Mountain range was not that far away from Peng City, just about 100 miles. The main reason was that the 10,000 Demon Mountain range was too big. However, the powerful demonic beasts are all in the very center. After eating, Guchen still diligently washed the dishes before leaving. Looking at Guchen's distant back, Yinan nodded with satisfaction. He had thought that Guchen would ask him to help him take revenge. Didn't realize. Guchen didn't say a word about it. Hey Gu, is Minami at home? At that moment, a woman came to him. Auntie Wang, buying wine? Yinan looked at Auntie Wang with a smile. Yeah, I came to buy some wine. By the way, my family is killing a pig. Please help me to press the pig. Auntie Wang was very self-conscious, talking to Yinan. Yo, killing a pig? Okay. Yinan didn't refuse. After all, they were all neighbors, and when they first came to this world, these neighbors, to themselves, helped themselves a lot. Linglong, watch the store. I'm going out to help. Yinan gave Great Aunt Wang a good drink. He also specially changed into an old outfit and left after Auntie Wang. Oh, Linglong also just casually responded. And then, it's just lying directly on Yinan's recliner. There was a small book in his hand to look at. These were all rewarded by the system, and over the years, Yinan had relied on these books to pass the time. On the other hand, Gu Chen, who was covered in blood at this moment, was lying on his back by the river, drinking water. There was also a wolf-like demonic beast lying next to it. The blood on his body was none other than this demonic beast's. Raising your cultivation level like this is too slow. It seems there's still a need to go deeper, Chen said as he wiped the water stains at the corners of his mouth. From time to time, here and there, cultivators could be seen. All came here to hunt demonic beasts. Maybe with a bit of luck, we can even find some elixirs. All of these things could gain some spirit stones when they were taken and sold. Chapter 6 Bullying my brother Nan? I'll beat you to death. Spirit stones were also a good thing for cultivators to cultivate with, as well as the currency of this world. Spirit stones are categorized into top grade, middle grade and bottom grade. The higher the grade, the better the cultivation effect. Without hesitating, Chen picked up the sword in his hand and headed deeper into the mountain range. This sword was also his choice at the warehouse. After all, his cultivation level is too low now. The gloves were too anticlimactic for him to take them out and use them at will. Otherwise, with his current cultivation level, it was fine if he met a cultivator of the same realm as himself. If you meet those greedy and powerful cultivators, he's all alone, and he'll be in trouble then. Even so, this sword in his hand was extraordinary. It was a long black sword with, and some rusty spots. At a glance, it looks like it's made of ordinary steel, but it is chillingly sharp. From the one on the ground, the demonic beast that was broken in two by the sword, one could see the sharpness of the sword. That was why Chen had chosen it. This will cut down on a lot of the hassle. He was going to start practicing boxing after he returned this time. Not long after Chen had just left, two young boys and girls came here, a demonic beast of the spirit-gathering realm. The young man among them looked at the demonic beast corpse on the ground. Looks like there's an expert. This demonic beast was killed with a sword. The man continued to add, "Go away. There's nothing to see." At that moment, the woman rang out. If Yinan had seen it, he would have recognized it. It wasn't anyone else. It was the woman Yinan had failed to take on as an apprentice. Blue Spirit. Okay, senior sister. Hearing Blue Spirit's words, the male cultivator nodded respectfully. But, when he looked at the Blue Spirit, a hint of heat appeared in his eyes. But, it flickered away. A spirit-gathering realm at around 16 years old. At that time, the Blue Spirit examination even alarmed the patriarch. The patriarch also wanted to directly take on a disciple, but the Blue Spirit rejected him. Even so, the Wuji sect was still trying their best to cultivate it. Of the two of them, the man's cultivation level was the highest, but he was already in his 20s. Naturally, his status couldn't be compared to that of the Blue Spirit. They are also here for the experience, especially Blue Spirit. She knew that only in the midst of a battle could she quickly improve herself. Whoosh! The two air-breaking sounds also quickly disappeared into the depths of the mountain range, and the direction they went was exactly the direction Chen went. On the other hand, Yinan was at Auntie Wang's house, eating a big pot of rice. There were several others at the same time, all of whom had come to help kill the hogs. Linglong was also there, and she wouldn't let go of this opportunity to eat a big meal. A table full of people, talking and laughing. Xiaonan, you're not so young, why don't you find someone? Do you want me to introduce you to one? I think that girl from Old Man Chen's family is not bad. Auntie Wang looked at Yinan smilingly. Yinan, I think so. That girl of mine, seems to have a good impression of you. Even Old Man Chen, who had come to help from the side, was satisfied with Yinan. A few of you, just don't make fun of me. I'm now. I don't have that plan yet. Yinan was somewhat speechless at the question. No more. What if you really have an idea? Just tell Auntie me. I'll make the decision for you. Auntie Wang looked at Yinan seriously. The helpless Yinan could only nod his head. Linglong on the side Press simply did not give a damn about the crowd. He's holding the biggest bowl he's ever had, and he's gobbling it down. After a full meal, Yinan left with Linglong. Before leaving, Auntie Wang also forced Yinan to carry a few pieces of meat. Linglong on the side was happy because there's meat to eat in the next few days. Before, they don't get a meat meal for a couple days. Plus the tavern was not doing well and still didn't pick up until later in the day. What's going on? How did the breath get here and how did it get out of the city again? Just as Yinan was leisurely returning home, he then realized two men in black with bucket hats, sneaking around, hanging out in the street in front of his store. One of them, in his hand, also had a plate-like object with a jumbled pointer on it. Hey, what are you guys doing? Yinan shouted at the two with a frown. Upon hearing Yinan's words, both of them turned back to look at Yinan. He's been in contact with Chen. One of them, looking at the compass in his hand, pointed at Yinan. Upon hearing Chen's name, Yinan's eyes instantly narrowed. He suspected that these two were Chen's enemies, coming to kill him. Whoosh! No more bull ********. The other black-clothed man, who came to Yinan's side with extremely fast speed, directly put one hand on Yinan's shoulder. Kid, tell me, where is Chen? The man in black grabbed Yinan's shoulders without exerting any force, but the tone of voice in it was incomparably cold. You guys dare to bully my brother Nan. I'll beat you all to death. Seeing Yinan being bullied, Linglong on the side rolled up her sleeves and was ready to step forward. It's fine, Linglong. Yinan hurriedly stopped Linglong. After all, it was in the city, almost all ordinary people, and when the time came, bad influence. Seeing Yinan stopping himself, Linglong could only stop, but the puffy little face was still glaring fiercely at the two men in black. Both of you. I know Gu Chen is there. I'll take you there. Yinan still looked at the two with a calm face. Seeing a chi refining stage facing two of them at the spirit gathering realm and still being so calm, it made them surprised as well, but didn't care either. What waves could a refining stage make? Plus, this was a remote and barren area, a place where even slightly stronger chi refining stages were unwilling to come. The Wuji sect, on the other hand, is far away from here. Looking at the speech and demeanor, Yinan didn't look like someone from the Wuji sect either. Even if it was really someone from the Wuji sect couldn't stop anyone they wanted to kill. The forces behind them were not afraid of the Wuji sect. Humph, I count on you to be sensible, but you'd better not pull any tricks, otherwise. The tone of the man in black was dangerous. Good, I'll take you guys. Yinan nodded. Seeing Yinan, literally following the two towards the outside of the city, Linglong was a bit odd. Nan, come back early. I'll go back first. Good, go back and boil me some tea. Yinan also responded casually, watching the two men chatting as if nothing had happened. The two black-clothed men somewhat couldn't hold back. Cut the crap and go. Hearing the words of the two, Yinan did not hesitate and led the way in front, heading out of the city. Humph, still want to come back alive? Want to eat farts? The man in black who was escorting Yinan sneered in his heart. A few moments later, a group of 3 people came to the outskirts of the city. To be on the safe side, Yinan walked an extra distance. Seeing that he was far away from the town, Yinan stopped and looked at the two behind him and asked, "Are you here to kill Gu Chen? Oh, you knew all that? It seems your relationship isn't bad. You've been told about such things." The old man with a plate in his hand, his pale voice, rang out from within the bucket hat. "It seems you guys are still really Yinan's voice went cold. "So what if I am? What can you? Ha ha ha." Both of them laughed out loud. Very well. Yinan was still afraid of killing the wrong person. These people, in hindsight, deserve to die. Chapter 7 Third Order Treasure Pill. Without hesitating, Yinan directly stretched out a hand and slapped it toward the head of the nearest black-clothed man. Humph, spicy chicken. Seeing Yinan, a chi refinement realm, actually really make a move against himself, the man in black, his direct breath shook. Buzz, an aura shield then appeared on the black-clothed man's body, and he wanted to directly shock Yinan to death. Just as he fantasized, Yinan was splattered with blood. Bang! His head, like a watermelon, was directly smashed by Yinan's slap. The so-called aura shield was as good as none. Blood splattered directly, all over the black man next to him. Seeing the headless body of his companion, the other man in black shivered, slapping a spirit gathering realm to death. He knew that he had kicked the bucket. No longer hesitating, the man in black turned and ran. Humph, filled the cup and still want to run? Yinan snorted coldly. Directly, his big hand slapped out in the direction where the man in black escaped. Boom! The man in black, who hadn't gotten very far, a large hand of aura directly slapped on his body. Looking at the huge pit of several meters, Yinan withdrew his palm, muttering, not bad at all. Although it's only in the chi refining realm, the strength is not bad. If only I could fly, it would be even better. He still purposely controlled his strength, or it wouldn't be a few meters of pit. His purpose was to kill, not destroy the city. Hey, I don't know how my disciple is doing. I didn't expect. The enemies have found their way to me. Yinan put his hands behind his back and walked towards the city. On the other side of the conversation, at this time, Gu Chen had already hunted down quite a few demonic beasts. He had also harvested quite a few demonic pills, and after constant battles, his cultivation level had come to the 5th level of spirit gathering. He hadn't even cultivated this. It was just a breakthrough from the battle alone, worthy of being a master teacher. The means are simply unbelievable. Gu Chen felt his own aura, not forgetting to be shocked by Yinan's methods. I wonder if Master likes demonic beast meat. Bring some back, Gu Chen muttered as he looked around at the corpses of the demonic beasts again. Without giving it much thought, he hurriedly packed it up, cut some of the better meat and loaded it into the space ring. Just as Gu Chen was packing up his loot, a number of cultivators passed by him. What's going on here? Gu Chen looked around at the surrounding. Anxious cultivators. Brother, did something happen? Gu Chen asked as he hurriedly pulled a man who was in the chi refining realm. I heard that not far ahead, there is a third-order treasure medicine. We are all there to watch the fun. This man originally wanted to get angry, but, looking at Gu Chen covered in blood, he looked like a ruthless man, so he didn't dare to hide it. third-ranked treasure pill? Hearing this, Gu Chen's eyes also lit up. He had cultivated a lot faster. But, who would mind having more treasures? Not to mention, it's still a precious medicine that can enhance your cultivation. Without further ado, Gu Chen also headed towards where the crowd had gathered. It didn't take long for Gu Chen to have arrived at his destination. Gu Chen's eyes lit up when he saw a white flower halfway up a mountain. There were already quite a few people already gathered at the bottom of the hill, but then no one went up to pick them. Even Gu Chen did not act rashly, because, near this kind of elixir, there will be powerful demonic beasts guarding it. Most of those who were here were in the chi refining realm, and there were very few in the spirit gathering realm. Senior sister, should we make a move? A young male cultivator looked at a female cultivator and asked. These two were the blue spirit and the others. There's no rush. Let's first see what level demonic beast it is. Blue spirit's eyes narrowed and said. She had wanted to just come for a bit of practice, but she hadn't expected this. Her expression still calm, but inside, it was exciting. Although there was no shortage of third-ranked treasure pills, the Wuji sect had higher-ranked ones as well. But, this precious medicine in front of her was very important to her. Although, the third order is not insignificant. However, this ice attribute precious medicine was just what she needed. She had previously thought the Wuji clan would have it. The result, still disappointed, because spiritual medicines with attributes were too rare. What's more, it's for awakening a special physique. That's right, Blue Spirit was carrying a special physique. To be awakened, one needed some special herbs, and this current flower was one of them. By the looks of it, my chi in this life is even more extraordinary than the last. Blue was very proud of himself in his heart. She used to be, though, a great emperor. But, it's all put together on its own. All in all, not bad luck. But, there are no special bodies. In this life, she realized that she had also awakened a special physique. Maybe, in this life, I can impact that non-existent realm. The Blue Spirit was in a stirring mood. What a pretty girl. Gu Chen also noticed Blue Spirit not far away. It seemed to sense eyes sizing itself up. Lan Ling frowned slightly and looked at Gu Chen. Gu Chen saw Blue Spirit looking over, and Gu Chen threw a gentle smile. Seeing the aura emanating from Gu Chen, he was also at the spirit gathering realm. Blue Spirit was also slightly surprised, because Gu Chen's age, it seemed, was just about the same as hers. At this age, she was a bit surprised that she could reach this level. Of course, she's kind of a special case. The male cultivator on the side also noticed Blue Spirit's gaze, also looked over curiously. After seeing Gu Chen, he just narrowed his eyes, because he also sensed Gu Chen's realm. He instantly felt a little bad inside, because Gu Chen's age is too young. He was a little jealous inside. Lan Ling hadn't even looked at him like that. So what right did Gu Chen have? He was 25 years old, and he was still only at the spirit gathering realm, which was hard for him to accept. Senior sister, do you want me to teach that brat a lesson? He actually dares to stare at you. The male cultivator once again became gentle and looked towards Lan Ling. No need. I do find it quite interesting. If I can take him under my wing, maybe it'll still be a booster for me in the future. Blue Spirit directly said what was in her heart. Hearing Blue Spirit's words, the male cultivator's fists clenched. The Blue Spirit didn't even let him be a follower, and actually looked at this brat in front of him. For the abnormality of the male cultivator next to him, Blue Spirit also saw it in her eyes, but did not care. She did not know what the male cultivator beside her was thinking. In her opinion, it was just a jumped-up clown. If it wasn't for the fact that he was in the same sect and still needed this guy to help himself enlist resources, he wouldn't even have the qualifications to stand beside her. It's even possible that she would have gotten this guy killed a long time ago. Roar! Just when everyone was being stupid, a beastly roar resounded all around. Look! What's that? Someone had already exclaimed. Everyone looked towards the source of the roar. Upon seeing the one halfway up the mountain, a huge beast like an elephant, everyone was stunned. It was a massive tiger. What a powerful aura. No, I'll leave first. You guys take your time to fight it out yourselves. There was already someone beating a retreat. Very strong indeed. It looks like there's an 8th level of spirit gathering realm. Blue Spirit also narrowed her eyes slightly. Chapter 8, The Scramble for the Treasure Pill. She was only at the 5th level of spirit gathering. Soon, though, she returned to her natural self. A demonic beast of the 8th level of spirit gathering was still something she could kill. She was the reincarnation of a great emperor, not to mention the various means in her hands. Just by virtue of his battle sense, and the technique he cultivated, he was also able to kill this demonic beast. Just right. This guy's meat, looking sturdy, master should like it. On the side, Gu Chen was instead thinking about how to take the meat. But, he hadn't forgotten about the precious medicine next to the manticore. He's taking it with him. Roar! The The manticore roared once more at the crowd at the bottom of the hill. It seems to be the intention to drive these people away with their aura. This plant, which had long been on its radar and just recently bloomed, would not be allowed. Although there were some spirit-gathering realms in the vicinity, their realms were too low, and they didn't dare to grab them. Senior sister, I'll go help you take it down, the male cultivator on the side confidently said. He was still trying to figure out how to behave in front of Blue Spirit, and now the opportunity was delivered. The tiger was powerful, and he knew it. He was also a genius of the Wuji sect, and he was also able to cross the ranks. Previously, there was a strong person who was 2 weights higher than him who was defeated by himself. He was at the 7th level of spirit gathering, and he felt that he had won steadily. Then I'll be grateful to senior brother. Lan Ling gave an expressionless thank you. No, it's fine. It's all what senior brother is willing to do. Hearing Blue Spirit thank him, the male cultivator was thrilled. No more nonsense. Lifting the sword in his hand, with the passionate hot blood in his body, he directly killed towards the tiger. That look, it's like a shot in the arm. Why do I think this person looks so familiar? Someone looked at the male cultivator with some confusion. You don't even know about this? He's the genius of the Wuji sect. Someone responded. Hearing this, it dawned on everyone. Chen, who was on the side, didn't move either and just watched. Why do I feel that this guy can't be beaten? Chen's expression was a bit odd. Rumble, just as the crowd at the bottom of the hill so watched. Halfway up the mountain, the battle has been fought. The more the crowd looked at it, the weirder it became. Because that male cultivator, who was losing ground, already had many more injuries on his body. Even the male cultivator himself was confused. He's probably capable of going over the top. What's going on now? This giant tiger that could easily knock him back. Unforgivable. I'll fight you. The male cultivator was enraged because the Blue Spirit was still watching from the bottom of the mountain. Yet the next moment, screams rang out halfway up the mountain. Senior sister, save me. The male cultivator was a miserable one. Even his pants were torn into pieces by the giant tiger's sharp claws. Hearing the male cultivator's plea for help, Blue Spirit remained expressionless, pressing on to save the day. Everyone, in surprise, looked at Blue Spirit. Even Chen, who was frowning, looked at Blue Spirit. No one came forward to help either. This was the cruelty of the immortal cultivation world. Until the fighting stopped halfway up the mountain and the male cultivator's voice was gone, only the giant tiger in the mountain is left, feasting there. Hey, this is what happens when you lick a dog. A male cultivator next to Chen's side. Chen looked at Lan Ling again, and his frown deepened. He had just complimented the woman on how beautiful she was. Now, he looked again, but with disgust. One's own companions can be abandoned at will, even the corpse, do not receive a bit. Really cold-blooded. In response to the gazes from all around, Blue Spirit remained expressionless. In her opinion, these people were all ants. How could they be compared to a reincarnated great emperor like herself? Roar! Seemingly sensing the taste of human flesh, the tiger roared, straight into the crowd at the bottom of the hill. Everyone was in a state of shock, run around in a hurry. With the strength of this giant tiger, if I were to take a bite out of this, it's going to be bruised and battered. Everyone, fleeing, only 2 didn't leave. It was none other than Blue Spirit and Chen. Shu, both moved at the same time. It wasn't rushing towards that fierce tiger, but the precious medicine halfway up the mountain. What a speed! Seeing Chen's speed, Blue Spirit was also startled. But as the reincarnation of a great emperor, how could her means be inferior? Soon, both of them were showing their abilities, heading towards the precious medicine. The manticore, who was killing indiscriminately, also noticed the movements of the 2 Chen. Roar! Yelled, and didn't care about the meat. Run straight back quickly. Just as the hands of the 2 were about to touch the precious medicine, a huge figure appeared behind them. The 2 instantly withdrew their hands and directly turned back to defend themselves. Boom! The force scattered in all directions, stirring up a great deal of smoke and dust all around. Even some of the trees, they just collapsed. Roar! The giant tiger roared at the 2 again. Seeing this scene, the Blue Spirit was instantly far away. Seeing Blue Spirit retreat into the distance, Chen was also stunned. And then, his face turned grim. Blue Spirit is trying to reap the benefits of this. Seeing Chen's gloomy face, Blue Spirit was smiling disdainfully. Although she was only a teenager in this life, her mind was that of an old monster. With Chen's teenage mind, how could he compare to her? And Blue Spirit's idea was simple. She was just going to sit back and reap the benefits. She was going to wait for Chen and this fierce tiger to lose both of them. She'll come back to clean up the mess. Even if Chen lost the battle, when the time came, she would use the mutual rescue as a blackmail to make Chen submit to her. Between life and submission, she trusted Chen to choose. In her opinion, Chen's talent, although it couldn't be compared to herself, but as long as they are properly cultivated, they will still have some achievements in the future. Wouldn't it be great to work for yourself in the future? She even felt that she was the son of Qi, and even more so, she felt self-satisfied with her intelligence. Roar! The tiger pounced directly on Gu Chen. Gu Chen didn't have time to think about anything else. Meet them directly with a knife. Seeing the rusty black longsword in Gu Chen's hand, the tiger's eyes seemed to reveal a hint of humanized disdain. Chop! Gu Chen's blade tiger palm and collided. Ka-ching! There was no power clash. It was more like chopping vegetables. Looking at his tiger paw that was only half left, the giant tiger was also stunned. Roar! Then came the screams of the giant tiger. That sword. Blue Spirit was also shocked as she looked at Gu Chen. I should say looking at the sword in Gu Chen's hand. Roar! At this moment, the giant tiger was in pain. But, it was even angrier. He was going to skin Gu Chen and chew his bones again. The giant tiger seemed to also notice the sword in Gu Chen's hand. There was no more direct pouncing. Instead, he shot out quite a few rocks and smashed them at Gu Chen. It even shot some trees and smashed them against Gu Chen. Gu Chen kept dodging, flying rocks and trees. Every time the sword went down, all these flying things were like chopping vegetables, all turned into pieces. And Gu Chen's figure was still approaching. Seeing the ever-approaching Gu Chen, the mighty tiger also panicked. After slapping out a boulder, he directly turned back and bit into the precious medicine. This is ready to run away with the precious medicine. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Suffer. Gu Chen increased his speed and rushed towards the giant tiger. Sinful animal. How dare you? The blue spirit was also startled and rushed up to stop the giant tiger. Miso. In the blue spirit's hand, a blue sharp sword also appeared. The two men's simultaneous attacks came in the twinkling of an eye. The giant tiger even didn't react. Directly beheaded on the spot. Chapter 9: Blue Spirit's Encounter with Gu Chen. The movements of the two men didn't stop because of the fall of the giant tiger. Both of their hands, at the same time, grabbed towards that precious medicine. Miso. Blue Spirit slashed at Gu Chen with his sword. Gu Chen had long been on guard. Not being polite, he also met it with a sword. Dang! Without the slightest surprise, the sword in Blue Spirit's hand directly broke into two. Lanling was so shocked that she forgot about the sword in Gu Chen's hand for a moment. At the same time, she was also shocked. Her sword was a third-rank spirit sword. It was actually cut into two, just like that, by Gu Chen's sword. What level sword is that? Blue Spirit was horrified in his heart. As the sword in Gu Chen's hand looked too worn out, it was still rusty. Even her great emperor's eyesight didn't see it for a moment. The heart was horrified. But, the movement didn't stop. The moment the sword was cut off, Blue Spirit clenched one hand and blasted a fist towards Gu Chen's face. Gu Chen also cupped his fists to meet them. Boom! Fists collide. It was only a moment of stalemate before Blue Spirit flew out backwards. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out of Blue Spirit. She looked at Gu Chen in horror. She who had never been invincible at the same level was actually defeated by a single punch today. See, Blue Spirit who flew out backwards. Gu Chen was also startled. Am I this strong now? Gu Chen looked at his fist in shock. Actually, he didn't know that he was carrying a special physique, the Vajra Buster body. Before, he just felt that the cultivation speed was fast. Only now did he realize that his physical body seemed to be strong as well. Master is so terrifying. Gu Chen was shocked in his heart. He could only blame it all on Yinan's transformation of him. Damn it, I won't lose. I'm losing on top of my weapon. Lanling looked at Gu Chen angrily, which still had the previous appearance of being light and dusty. She blamed all the fault on top of her weapon. Gu Chen didn't even bother with Blue Spirit. Bending down, he plucked the precious medicine into his hands. Seeing the elixir in Gu Chen's hand, the Blue Spirit finally came to her senses. Put it down. That's mine. Blue Spirit hissed. Gu Chen still ignored her and directly turned around. I said, put it down for me. Blue Spirit stood up. Rustle. Her hair flowed and her face grew pale, but the aura on his body was skyrocketing. Feeling the powerful fluctuation of breath behind him, Gu Chen was also startled. Boom! Power spilled out in all directions, and Blue Spirit's aura came directly to the gathering of Yuan realm. It shouldn't be a small price for you to raise your strength so forcefully. Gu Chen frowned at Blue Spirit. So what? It is indeed a big price for you. But, it doesn't exist with me. As long as you put down the precious medicine and submit to me, today's matter will end here. The Blue Spirit remained condescending. This medicine was meant to be master of none. What do you mean it's yours? And, don't think I'm afraid of you just because you've elevated yourself to the Yuan gathering realm. Gu Chen was not afraid in the slightest. Humph, you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. In that case, let's give it a try. Blue Spirit's words had just fallen. Her figure, like a ghost, came before Gu Chen. A direct punch slammed out. She was prepared to beat Gu Chen into submission and then make him submit. She couldn't accept her failure. She wanted to suppress Gu Chen. Seeing the blue spirit smashing towards him, Gu Chen was not the least bit vain. This time he also became serious. It also slammed directly towards the blue spirit. Boom! And just a moment of stalemate. Blue spirit didn't accidentally fly backwards again. Put! Another mouthful of blood spurted out, and Gu Chen also took a few steps back. This is the aura of a special physique. This time blue spirit didn't get angry, but looked at Gu Chen in shock. Just as the fists clashed just now, she saw a golden stream of light appear on Gu Chen's fist. No wonder the current me is no match for you. Blue spirit then realized. Hearing blue spirit's shocked words, he also froze. Physique? You're saying I have a special physique? Gu Chen looked at blue spirit. Gu Chen was also aware of the special physique. As long as it was a special physique, none of them were powerful. He had just thought that it was Yinan who had transformed him. I didn't realize that I, myself, was actually harboring a special physique and didn't know it. Physique is also divided into 3, 6, 9 classes. Give you another chance? Submit to me and I will teach you how to utilize your special physique as well as completely awaken it. Blue spirit's mouth spilled blood, but, still thinking of suppressing Gu Chen. Gu Chen's special physique, even she hadn't seen it just now, was exactly what it was. But, she didn't care. In every era, there are special physiques that appear in some, but no matter how many physiques appeared, they could not shake the most primitive ones. People with special physiques are powerful, but, it's also only for those who don't have a special physique. Just like what she just said, there are 3, 6, 9 grades of special physique. Let's just say that her physique in this life, even in her last life, was one of the top, one of the oldest powerful physiques. So, it seemed to Blue Spirit that Gu Chen's physique, perhaps also a newly emerged physique, was not worth mentioning. No need, I already have a master. If you still want me to submit to you, you're trying to trap me in heartlessness. Gu Chen looked at Lan Ling with a look of contempt. Ridiculous, your master, in my opinion, is nothing more than a generalized person. Having me to guide you is better than finding anyone else, Blue Spirit said confidently. Finished? I'll leave first when I'm done. Gu Chen was already a bit impatient. Hearing Gu Chen's words, Lan Ling was a bit angry. You have to think clearly. The guidance you can get from me, that's your honor. Blue Spirit was still undeterred. Being able to get a subordinate with a special physique had only benefits and no disadvantages. Seeing that Gu Chen was about to leave with the precious medicine, he still didn't pay any attention to himself. Blue Spirit finally couldn't help himself. Said, "Can you give me the precious medicine? I need it badly." Can't. Gu Chen refused outright. What's your name? Blue Spirit also knew that it was not going to be possible to come back to that precious medicine. She could take Gu Chen even if she spent some more. But, it's not necessary for a medicine. This kind of medicine is rare, but it's not to that point of extinction. There are some special places that are still there. It was just delaying her, awakening her special physique. She wanted to memorize Gu Chen's name and then wait for her to awaken her special physique before she could suppress it. Gu Chen. Gu Chen didn't hide it either. Gu Chen? Lan Ling murmured. She hadn't heard of it. In her opinion, Gu Chen shouldn't be from those clans. The master mentioned by Gu Chen just now, she didn't put it in her eyes. It might be strong for her now, but, at her peak, it wasn't even worth mentioning. And she, sooner or later, she'll be back on top, even beyond. Roar! Just as the two were talking, a beastly roar rang out. There is great power in it. For a moment both men were unsteady on their feet. This is a demonic beast that far exceeds the Yuan gathering realm. How could it appear in the periphery? Lan Ling looked at the source of the sound in disbelief, and the sound of the beast roaring, still fast approaching. Could it be? Blue Spirit glanced at the corpse of the giant tiger on the side. No, you've beaten the little one, and here comes the old one? It seems like the one who came this time is quite fierce. Gu Chen also thought of the key point. Sure enough, a giant tiger, twice the size of the one they had just seen, appeared in front of them. The speed was so fast that Gu Chen didn't even have time for the two of them to leave. Seeing to the side, the tiger corpse that had been decapitated by the two Gu Chen, the giant tiger exuded a terrifying killing aura. Chapter 10, 1, 2, 3, Wooden Man. This, I'm afraid it's not going to be easy to handle this time. Gu Chen gulped and spoke. He is capable of fighting across levels, but crossing a few large realms, no matter how strong his physique was, he wouldn't be able to do it. Blue Spirit, who was on the side, also frowned deeply. She was slowly backing up on her feet as well. She was able to kill, but, that cost, it's too great. Whoosh! No more hesitation. Just turn and run. Gu Chen had seen this woman's heart once before. Naturally, we won't be left behind this time. Stay close to the Blue Spirit. But, the giant tiger wouldn't give them a chance. The speed was so fast that it caught up with them in an instant and stopped directly in front of them. Roar! The The giant tiger couldn't wait to tear these two humanoids apart to avenge his child. Boom! The giant tiger smashed towards the two with a powerful force. The might therein swept over tens of meters in a circle. Looking at the huge tiger's palm that was slapping towards him, Chen knew that he couldn't dodge it even if he was fast. Obviously, it was afraid that Chen and the others would escape, and they were directly prepared to destroy everything in a radius of tens of meters. Transported. Just when Chen was at a loss for words, the blue spirit on the side suddenly shouted. Her figure disappeared in an instant. It appeared directly dozens of meters away. The face that had just gotten quite a bit better was once again pale at this point. She directly utilized her secret method and directly disappeared. Sure enough, the current me is still too forced, Blue Spirit said bitterly. As for Chen, she didn't care at all. She was already at the limit of her ability to move her secret method to leave alone. If Chen didn't have the means to leave, then this was his life. Without hesitating, she quickly left while Chen diverted the attention of the giant tiger. Seeing one less person in an instant, the giant tiger was also furious. The breath was even more furious. But, the tiger's paw had fallen. One less is one less, and it'll shoot this one that's still around first. A powerful might came over his face, and even Chen's body kept becoming hunched over. Damn! Chen's eyes were covered in blood, and he used all of his strength to fight back hard. But, it won't help. Even the corners of his mouth were oozing blood. I can't die here. I haven't gotten my revenge yet, Chen hissed. But just when he was about to lose his grip, in his mind, Yinan's figure flickered. Asterisk. Let's go. It's death either way, Chen said hideously. Chen stopped fighting hard and let his hands drop. The very instant his hands were lowered, his mouth suddenly shouted, 1, 2, 3, woodmen, and his body didn't move. There is no power to resist. The tiger's palm fell instantly. Boom! Explosive sounds rang out. Chen gulped as he looked at the side, a grove of trees that had been blasted down to the ground. At this moment, the giant tiger was also stunned. Did it miss? But, not caring, he raised his tiger palm and slapped it again. In this moment, it saw clearly. Its tiger paw, when it was about to approach Chen, would automatically shift its direction. Even the power in the middle of the tiger's palm would bypass Chen. Hey I'm going to go. So hanged. Master didn't lie to me. Chen's heart was unusually shocked at this time. He had never heard that there was such an outrageous secret. Roar! Seeing both of his palms fall short, the giant tiger directly exerted its entire body, with all sorts of power, to attack Chen. Rumble! Explosions, blasts and cracks rang out continuously. A forest of trees kept collapsing. A few moments later, the giant tiger's tired legs and stomach shivered. It looked, angrily, at the intact human in front of it. It's pissed off. It's suffocating. How it couldn't hit this guy. Seeing the giant tiger that didn't continue to make a move, Chen let out a sigh of relief and said, "You're not going to fight? Not fighting. Then I'll leave." Having said that, Chen directly ran a few quick steps. Seeing Chen escape, the giant tiger directly called down another slap. 1, 2, 3, wooden man. Chen didn't move again. Boom! Another blast sounded. Another patch of trees collapsed next to Chen. Seeing that the giant tiger had no intention of letting himself go, Chen's face was an ugly one. He couldn't, by any chance, have been frozen here all this time. The giant tiger also seemed to know that there was nothing he could do to take Chen, so he could only stare at him and not make a move. This isn't going to be guarding me all the time, is it? Chen was a bit stifled. He had just thought that this secret that his master had taught himself was quite impressive. Now, he found a fatal flaw. Because there's no escape. Just like that, the tiger's eyes stared at the human eyes, and no one dared to sleep. One was afraid of dying, and the other was afraid of running away. And so it was that one man and one tiger glared at each other until the next day. A man and a tiger, both of whose eyes appeared heavily bloodshot. Chen, that was a hard one. What's wrong with you? It was your child that made a move on me first. Do I have to let it eat it? Chen said to the giant tiger with an ugly face. He wasn't sure if the guy could understand it. Anyway, he's holding it in his heart, so he's not going to spit it out. The point is, it's not like he killed it alone. Damn it, that dead woman. Wait for me. Chen was gritting his teeth when he thought of Lan Ling. Chen said a lot, but the giant tiger didn't react in the slightest. Damn it, put up a fight. Chen's heart was hardened and he directly ran a few quick steps. Boom! Seeing Chen run a few steps, the tiger's palm fell again. 1, 2, 3, wooden man, Chen shouted in a hurry. Sure enough, the tiger's paw was once again outrageously deflected. Seeing this scene, Chen felt as if there was something going on. He was so intimidated last night that he seemed to have forgotten about the move. Whoosh! Chen ran another distance. Boom! The tiger's palm continued to fall. 1, 2, 3, wooden man, Gu Chen shouted the slogan again, and then, in the midst of the giant tiger's furious attack, Gu Chen followed this method and took one step at a time towards the outside of the mountain range. There was no telling how long it had been before Gu Chen finally arrived at the edge of the mountain range. Seeing that he was finally going out, Gu Chen was so excited. The giant tiger that was right behind him, however, was getting more and more manic. No matter how much it attacked Gu Chen, it was to no avail. The most crucial thing was that it was about to go out of the mountain range, and the outside was not their demonic beast's chassis. Once they went out, when the time came, being hunted by some powerful cultivators, that would be the end of it. What? You still want to go out with me? Gu Chen looked at the giant tiger with a disdainful expression. Roar! The giant tiger looked at Gu Chen and roared with unwillingness. It seemed to be considering whether or not to rush out after it. Just as it was about to put up a fight with Gu Chen, a beastly roar came from the depths of the 10,000 demon mountain range. Upon hearing this voice, Gu Chen also narrowed his eyes slightly. This voice, which was not intimidating, but gave him an invisible sense of oppression. Hearing the sound of the beast's roar, the giant tiger could only retreat unwillingly. Only one step and 3 turns back, and by the looks of it, he still wanted to get Gu Chen killed. Seeing the giant tiger leave, Gu Chen didn't dare to stay long. Shoo! The figure also left quickly. Phew! Finally back. Several hours later, Gu Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the familiar town, not far away. Chapter 11, A Spooky Laugh. Soon, Gu Chen came to the door of the tavern. Yo, back? Yinan also saw Gu Chen. Yes, Master Teacher. I'm back. I also brought some demonic beast meat for Master Teacher, and I don't know if Master Teacher likes it or not. Gu Chen also responded respectfully. Hearing Gu Chen's words, Yinan's eyes lit up. That's fine. Master really didn't accept you for nothing. Before, he could only go and fight normal beasts. Demon beast meat, he hadn't eaten it yet. Once a teacher, always a father. This is all what a disciple should do. Gu Chen hurriedly responded to Yinan. Fine, fine, not bad. Bring out the meat in a hurry. Yinan had long heard that demonic beast meat was a good thing. Okay, master. Gu Chen hurriedly waved his hand, and among the spatial rings, a lot of meat instantly fell out. Claptrap dropped a whole bunch of them straight away. Wow, so much meat? Ling Long, who had just come out, was also shocked when she saw this scene, and then just laughed happily. Before, the meat from Auntie Wang is almost finished. Little Chinzi, good job. What kind of meat is all this? Linglong looked at Gu Chen with a big grin. This is tiger meat. Hearing Linglong's address, Gu Chen's face darkened. But it didn't count for anything. Ouch, tiger meat. Look at this meat, how sinewy. Yinan even poked the meat with his finger. Master, these meats, they're all the best parts one chose. Gu Chen hurriedly took over. Well, not bad. Know your stuff, just in time. This hot day, eating barbecue is the most enjoyable. Yinan had a face of excitement. Having said that, just start tending to the meat. Linglong and Gu Chen, who were on the side, were not idle and both helped out. Don't look at Linglong's smallness. In these 2 years, following Yinan, she had learned a lot. Mainly, this girl, she's hardworking enough. Linglong, go get the grill out. I'll get the ingredients, Yinan said as he looked at Linglong on the side. Oh, Linglong also obeyed and went to get the grill. For Yinan, who likes to eat barbecue, the ingredients are small things. It didn't take long to get the ingredients right. Linglong was also skillful and began to get the grill going. On the contrary, Gu Chen, who was on the side, looked a bit dumbfounded, because he's never seen any of these things before, and he doesn't know how to help. What are you looking at? Let me teach you. Linglong, who was on the side, couldn't look at it anymore and looked at Gu Chen without any goodwill. Being lectured by a 7 or 8-year-old girl, Gu Chen was also a bit speechless, even if it was his own senior sister. But, still, it was a serious learning experience. Linglong also taught very carefully how to cut the meat, how to thread the skewer, how big the fire. All were taught clearly. Gu Chen looked at Linglong with some surprise. These things, though, he learns them as soon as he can. But, looking at the girl in front of him, like a small adult, Gu Chen was still somewhat emotional. So understanding, Gu Chen thought in his heart. Regarding Linglong's situation, Yinan had told him about it before. Everything is ready. Soon, the aroma wafted out from above the grill. It smells so good. Linglong was drooling. Gu Chen, who was on the side, was also gulping. Looking at the reactions of the two men, Yinan was a little self-satisfied. With this craftsmanship of mine, if I were to open a barbecue stand on Earth, I'd definitely make a lot of money. Yinan said in his heart. As soon as they were roasted, Gu Chen and Linglong both feasted on them. But it basically went into Linglong's stomach. Gu Chen was a bit speechless. He could only eat a little bit of each roasted wave. But it didn't count. He was enjoying this. The previous home is gone. And now, he has a new family, and he must guard it. After a good meal and drink, a few people went to bed. Only Gu Chen was still cultivating on the bed. As time passed, his realm rose by leaps and bounds. From the previous 5th level of spirit gathering, he quickly came to the 8th level of spirit gathering. He didn't stop until the middle of the night, and he didn't continue to ascend any further. In his opinion, such an outrageous promotion was definitely not good, and it still needed time to sink in. Before, I forgot to ask the master, so I'll ask tomorrow. With this thought, Gu Chen prepared to fall asleep. Just as he lay down, he heard a strange voice. Could it be that I've been too tired these past few days? Gu Chen didn't care and rolled over, continuing to sleep. But the voices are becoming more and more pronounced. It went straight to his head. It was an eerie laugh. Upon hearing the laughter, Gu Chen was instantly covered in sweat. There was no pressure added to that voice, yet it made him feel incomparable fear. Even some evil thoughts arose in the mind. What is it? Gu Chen looked around the room in horror. Jia jia jia. The voices didn't stop and continued to ring around Gu Chen. This time the voice, which seemed to have a magical power, also made him lose control of his body. But, yet his consciousness was still there. He just couldn't control his body. See your body, step by step, toward the door of the room. Gu Chen's mouth wanted to scream for help, but he just, unable to make a sound. Now, Gu Chen panicked. He was truly afraid. Soon he was outside the door of the room. He got a good look at his body, the direction it was going. It was another room, or the locked one. Gu Chen was also shocked when he saw that room. He thought it was some terrifyingly strong person that had come to the tavern, or maybe the man who killed him is coming. But Yinan was powerful. He knew that those who want to kill him are just sending them to their deaths if they come. So, he suspected that an unearthly powerhouse had come to the tavern, and even hid it from Yinan. But what he didn't expect was that it was actually the same room that, before, was locked. And the voice, it's coming from this house. What the hell is in there? Gu Chen tried hard to fight for his control, but to no avail. Yinan, who was in the other room, was still sleeping on all fours, and grinning. It seems to be having indescribable dreams. And Linglong, who was in the other room, was now curled up under the quilt, trembling with fear. Other than Yinan, who was sleeping like a dead pig, Linglong and Gu Chen both heard that horrible scream. It seems to be too scared. Linglong directly got up and ran to Yinan's room. Brother Nan, something's wrong. Something's wrong. That horrible thing is laughing again. Linglong didn't care how soundly Yinan was sleeping. Directly tugging on Yinan's hand, he shook it. Yinan, who was having an erotic dream, was still shaken awake by Linglong's ruthlessness. Linglong? You're not sleeping in the middle of the night. What are you doing? Yinan was in a daze and looked at Linglong with dissatisfaction. Brother Nan, that damn thing is laughing again. Linglong looked at Yifeng with a pale face. Hearing Linglong's words, Yinan wiped his eyes. Only then did he see the pale, frightened Linglong. What's laughing again? Yinan also asked seriously, not even reacting for a moment. Brother Nan, it's the room you locked. Listen carefully, Linglong hurriedly reminded. What the hell? Yinan finally caught on and also instantly thought about it. So, he listened carefully now. The sound was small, but Yinan still heard it. Chapter 12, Jia 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 again. I'll bury you, at once. Yinan's face just darkened. Asterisk. So it's this dog, I thought. He thought he'd be honest after the beating he got last time. He still dares to disturb my spring. Good dream. Yinan was furious. He said so. Linglong is so obedient and understanding. How could it be? Waking yourself up in the middle of the night for no reason. Yinan no longer hesitated, rolled up his sleeves, and got up. Just after leaving the entrance of the room, Yinan was stunned. Apprentice, what are you doing? Yinan looked at Gu Chen oddly. It seemed that Yinan's words had some kind of magic power, and Gu Chen instantly regained his freedom. Seeing that his body had regained its freedom, Gu Chen hurriedly came to Yinan's side. Master, what exactly is locked up inside? It's too terrifying. I just lost control of my body. Gu Chen, his heart palpitating, recounted to Yinan what had just happened. What? What a beating! My disciple dares to make a move. Yinan was also furious when he heard this. Yinan hurried to the door, pulled out a key, and opened the door. The two of them, Linglong and Gu Chen, also quietly came to the door. They're afraid to go in. It was all that could be done. Standing in the doorway, cautiously, looking in, seemingly afraid of any abnormalities. Gu Chen even made it a point to keep Linglong behind him, one hand already resting on the spatial ring. At the slightest misstep, just reach for a weapon. After the door opened, Gu Chen saw a huge closet. The closet was also locked, and that closet, it seemed, was not simple. The whole room, nothing but this closet. The strange laughter from before. The sound was gone the moment Yinan appeared. Laugh again. You like to laugh, don't you? You like to laugh, don't you? Yinan did not unlock the door and directly put his foot. Roughly kept kicking on the closet. I don't know, either, what the closet is made of. Yinan's strength was great, but apart from the thud of his foot kicking onto it, there wasn't a single break. Both Gu Chen and Linglong were dumbfounded by this scene, especially Gu Chen, who had previously looked at the gentle and elegant master teacher, actually had such a side. It's too rough. What made him feel most shocked was that the thing locked inside seemed to be afraid of Yinan. Just let Yinan kick it, and didn't laugh anymore. It took a while to kick before Yinan would stop. Seems to be tired of kicking. Asterisk. In the middle of the night, can't you let people sleep? If you dare to go out in the middle of the night again and give me jia, I'll bury you, Yinan viciously said to the closet. Yinan was also helpless. This thing was also rewarded by the system. Alright, you guys go back to sleep. It's fine. Yinan once again looked at the two Gu Chen, and then locked the door again. Yinan was fine and went straight back to sleep. For a moment, Gu Chen didn't even look back. His mind was in turmoil and he could only return to his room woodenly. Linglong was still receptive, and the last time, she had already experienced it once, and it didn't take long for her to return to normal. Soon, sleep again. As for Yinan, he is asleep. Only, the look on his face, like he ate and gritted his teeth. Hands still wiggle every now and then, muttering dreamily, hammer you to death, you dog, and I don't know. Dreams something. The next day, early in the morning, Gu Chen woke up. He was still the first one to get up and make breakfast, as he had been before. Only, when he passed the locked room, he stayed away. After last night's scene, he was now getting chills just seeing that door. He wanted to ask Yinan last night what the hell was in there. In the end, I didn't ask. He knows. When it's time to know, Yinan will tell him. When breakfast was about to be ready, Yinan and Linglong both woke up, but none of them seemed to have slept much. Linglong, in particular, was still wearing 2 dark circles under her eyes. It was really last night that scared her. Gu Chen gave a cleanup, and on the table, there was a full breakfast. It's good to have an apprentice, Yinan muttered, just as several people were eating together. Yinan seemed to remember something, looking towards Gu Chen. I forgot to tell you yesterday, after you left, 2 men in black came to kill you, but I took care of them. Upon hearing Yinan's words, Gu Chen's hand movements lurched. Instantly, he became angry, but it was quickly suppressed. After all, Yinan was still there. He couldn't get angry in front of his master. Master, disciple has caused you trouble. Gu Chen was a little overjoyed. What's the point of talking about this? You're my disciple and you're going through that kind of thing. If I don't care about you, who does? Yinan said without caring. Hearing Yinan's words, Gu Chen, for a moment, choked a little. He didn't know how to take that, because, no matter what is said, it doesn't make sense. He would imprint all the good Yinan had done for him in his heart. By the way, Master, do I have a special physique? And, will there be any after effects if I cultivate too fast? Gu Chen slowed his mind and asked his doubts out. Well, you are carrying that what Vajra-dominant body, I forgot to tell you before. As for the cultivation aspect, you casually cultivate. There is no after effects. But, combat experience is the most important thing. It's not good to boost your strength one by one. Yinan also answered one by one. Getting Yinan's affirmation, he also let go of his heart. With a cultivation speed like his, the time for revenge would be fast. By the way, Master, I obtained a treasure medicine in the middle of the mountain range yesterday. Here you go. Gu Chen took out the 3rd-ranked treasure medicine he had gotten earlier and handed it to Yinan. No, keep it for yourself. These things are useless to me. Yinan shook his head. The system had told him a long time ago that only the cultivation rewarded by the system was useful. He didn't need to cultivate, nor did he need to take heavenly materials. Alright then. Gu Chen was also able to retract it sardonically. He also knew that Yinan definitely didn't need this 3rd-order medicinal herb. But, for the sake of a filial piety, he still has to ask. After the 3 of them finished eating, Gu Chen remained diligent in cleaning up the dishes. Linglong stood just in front of the locked door of the room, sticking her head in the air and swaying around, as if thinking about something. Seeing Linglong's bold behavior, Gu Chen's eyes also jumped. He had experienced it firsthand, and he didn't want to experience that horrible feeling a second time. Yinan continued to recline on the recliner in the doorway. From time to time during the period, people also came to buy wine, and it was also Gu Chen who greeted them. It's good to have an apprentice, finally you don't have to wash the dishes and greet the guests by yourself. Yinan looked at the busy Guchun with satisfaction. It's turning into afternoon. Just as Yinan was comfortably lying down, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Detected. A person who meets the host's requirements for apprenticeship has appeared nearby. Please go to the host to accept the apprentice. Again? Yinan's eyes also lit up when he heard the system's words. He sat up again and surveyed the street. But it's almost dark and there's no one on the streets. Yinan looked around. Other than some familiar residents, there were no other special people. System, you're not fooling me, are you? Where is my disciple? Yinan was suspicious in his heart. Chapter 13, Successful Apprenticeship Again. Come and beat me up. Just when he was doubting the system, boom! A pit was smashed directly in front of Yinan. Oops, what the hell? Yinan was startled. Hearing the noise, Linglong and Guchen both ran out. All three were dumbfounded when they saw the deep pit in the doorway. At this time in the deep pit, the woman, about 16 or 17 years old, lay badly injured inside. No wonder why I couldn't find anyone. So it fell from above? How come it's so miserable? Yinan said in his heart. Who is this person? Guchen also sized up the woman in the deep pit. Ahem. The woman coughed hard. Just as he looked up, he saw three heads coming together in front of him. What do you want? The woman was also startled. Picking up the sword in his hand, he stood up with difficulty. A wary face looked at several people, especially Guchen. She could feel Guchen's cultivation aura, the strongest of the three, and not weaker than herself. As for Yinan and Linglong, they were directly ignored by her. She was now severely injured and would definitely not be a match for Guchen. Apprentice, go and pour a cup of water. Yinan said to Guchen. Yes, master. Guchen also nodded. The woman was also shocked when she heard the conversation between the two. Did I look away? The woman looked at Yinan once again. Because a spirit gathering realm calling a chi refining realm master teacher surprised her. Don't be so vigilant, just be easygoing. Sit down. Yinan was very easygoing, moving a stool in front of the woman. Thanks a lot. The woman froze for a moment as well, but said thank you. The sword in his hand, however, was gripped tightly. In the world of cultivation, there was deceit everywhere, so she naturally couldn't be moved by Yinan's superficiality. Although she looked high and cold and rejected people, she still had basic manners. Girl, drink water. Guchen also brought out a cup of water at this time. Thanks a lot. The woman took the glass of water, though holding it in his hands. He did not drink it. Yinan also naturally saw this scene, and said to himself, this girl, not only is she high and cold, she's also vigilant. Didn't care though. Girl, how did you fall from the sky? Yinan asked the woman curiously. I was chased here. The tall and cold woman also knew that she would definitely not be able to hide it with this appearance. Chase and kill? Yinan froze, then he scanned the surroundings. There's no need to look. I got rid of them all. The tall, cold woman spoke again. Her name was Bai Ling, and she was originally the chief disciple of a large sect with an ice attribute spiritual root. But, persecuted by the daughter of the sect's patriarch, the body's ice attribute spirit root was forcibly transferred. Not only that, but she was expelled from the clan. She had lost her spiritual roots and had thought, at least her life was saved. What she didn't expect was that not long after she left the clan, the daughter of that clan sent people after her, fleeing all the way, and not knowing whether it's God's favor or not, she still got rid of the chase, but the injuries were too heavy to travel far, and only managed to subdue a refined Shi realm flying demonic beast with difficulty. As a result, flying over Pengchang, he fell down in a moment of trance because of his injuries. Oi, what a tragedy! Yinan sighed in his heart. White Spirit's message had appeared in front of him. Miss Bai, are you willing to worship me as your teacher? Yinan directly opened the door. Hearing this, Gu Chen, who was on the side, was shocked. He had felt that Yinan, before, was too good for this woman. Just met, poured water and offered a seat. So that's it. Linglong's eyes also lit up when she heard this. She had always been the only girl, and if 100 spirits became Yinan's disciple, that would be her senior sister. When the time comes, one will have company. Only Bai Ling had a big shock in her heart because Yinan had just called her Miss Bai. This was the first time she had met Yinan, and she hadn't even reported her surname yet. As for whether or not it was her killer, she vetoed it at the first opportunity. If you want to kill yourself, how can you talk so much, and carry your own seat and pour water? I'm asking you, willing to be my disciple? Yinan saw that Bai Ling didn't respond and asked again. For a moment, the high-strung woman didn't know how to answer. She hesitated, because Yinan was a chi-refining realm as far as breath was concerned. But just now, saying his surname in one breath, At a glance, it wasn't as simple as the chi refining realm. And there was also a spirit gathering realm disciple under her seat, which made her even more certain that the Yinan in front of her must be a hidden world powerhouse. Girl, my master is very powerful. If you were to worship him, you would definitely feel blessed. Gu Chen, who was at the side, also hurriedly explained. Seeing Gu Chen's performance, Yinan also nodded with satisfaction. The more he looked, the more he liked Gu Chen as his disciple. Good, I'm willing. After struggling for a moment, Bailing could only agree. After all, she didn't have anywhere to go right now. What's more, now that his cultivation is constantly regressing, maybe I'll become an invalid at some point. Leaving aside Yinan for a moment, Gu Chen's cultivation was a sort of protective umbrella for her, because Gu Chen's age was about the same as hers. It shocked her to be able to have around the 8th level of spirit gathering. What's more, if Yinan was really a hidden powerhouse, he would have earned it. So, no matter how you think about it, it's not a loss. Good. From now on, you'll be my third disciple, and this is your big sister and second senior brother. Yinan was very happy and introduced Linglong and Gu Chen. Bai Ling first performed the salute of worship before looking at Linglong and Gu Chen. Bai Ling greets eldest senior sister and second senior brother. Just looking at Linglong, she was a bit puzzled, because Linglong looked like an ordinary person, but was a big sister. Senior sister need not be polite. Gu Chen also waved his hand in a hurry. LOL. Senior sister doesn't need to be polite. Linglong looked like an adult. The three of them felt funny when they saw Linglong in this state, but didn't care either. In the world of cultivation, age doesn't mean anything. Linglong, take Bai Ling to find a room, Yinan said to Linglong. In fact, without even needing Yinan to remind her, Linglong had already gone and holding Bai Ling's hand. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting an apprentice, rewarded with 10,000 levels of chi cultivation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the heaven-defying skill, Golden Right Hand, and rewarding the disciple Bai Ling with a special spirit root, Shen Ice Spirit Root, and unlocking the heaven-defying skill, Come and Hit Me Ah! Ding! Due to the success of the host's second disciple intake, the cultivation speed of all disciples has increased, and the current cultivation speed is 300 times faster. A golden right hand? What the hell? When Yinan heard this from the system, he instantly, his face went black. Chapter 14, Cutting and Dicing, the ghostly Gu Chen. However, Yinan still raised his right hand and looked at it. System, this doesn't seem to have changed much, Yinan said in his heart. Please, host, gather your power on your right hand and you'll know it. Hearing the system's words, Yinan hurriedly converged his own power on his right hand. Sure enough, when he gathered his power above his right hand, then, became golden, as if it were made of gold. System what's the use of this golden right hand? Yinan asked somewhat oddly. Ding, the golden right hand that restrains all evil things. Yo, you're so hung up? Then what the hell is that white spirit's one? You come and hit me? Yinan felt that this system was not very decent. As for the 10,000 layers of chi refining cultivation that was rewarded again, he didn't even bother to ask, because it's a waste of time to ask. Ding, just yell, come and hit me, and it will 100%. The attack will bounce back to the initiator. So fierce? System, why don't you get me one too? Yinan was also a bit shocked, but his question was destined to go unanswered by the system. Humph, for the sake of the golden right hand, I won't scold you this time, Yinan muttered in his heart. In no time, Bai Ling came out after changing her clothes. Seeing Bai Ling after freshening up, both Yinan and Gu Chen's eyes lit up. Before, the clothes were blue, so I didn't see it. Right now, Bai Ling looked like a snow lotus on top of a 10,000-year-old iceberg. It's so holy and untouchable. How about you feel your body now? I just transformed your body, Yinan said as he looked at Bai Ling. Hearing Yinan's words, Bai Ling froze. She didn't understand what Yinan meant. Looking at the white spirit with some confusion, Gu Chen on the side couldn't wait any longer, because he knew that the body that had been transformed by Yinan must have something special about it as well. It's like his 1, 2, 3 woodies. You hurry up and try, Gu Chen hurriedly urged. He was curious to know what the secret function that Bai Ling had obtained was. Seeing that several people had allowed themselves to feel it, the white spirit sensed the body even though she was puzzled. What's going on? As soon as Bai Ling sensed it, she felt her body, which seemed to have become different. So, keep feeling it. In the next moment, she exclaimed out in shock, my spiritual root has recovered. It seems to be even stronger than the previous spirit root. There's also my cultivation level, which has stopped regressing. Sharon was terrified. Master, what's happening to me? Bai Ling looked at Yinan in shock. She knew that it must have something to do with Yinan. Didn't I just tell you? Your physique. I just remodeled it. Yinan explained. Transformation? Bai Ling's eyes widened. When had Yinan transformed his body? And, is the physique something that can just be remodeled? It's unheard of. She felt that she had, this time, definitely encountered a hidden world powerhouse. Many thanks, Master. 100 spirits knelt down excitedly. Don't keep kneeling. Hurry up. Yinan hurriedly helped Bai Ling up. And, I'll teach you one more secret. In the future, if you encounter a powerful enemy, you'll shout out, "Come and beat me up." Yinan continued to add, "What the hell?" Bai Ling was confused again, but she knew that Yinan definitely wouldn't talk nonsense. Since this is the secret, it must have some intent. Senior, can I spar with senior sister? Gu Chen had long been unable to hold back. He wanted to try out Bai Ling's secret. Which one it belonged to? Yes, Yinan also came to be interested. He hadn't seen this kind of oddball skill before. In his case it seemed so, and could only be described as odd. Good. Bai Ling also wanted to try it out with her newly restored body. Go, let's go to the backyard. Yinan led several people to the backyard. Only, as she passed by the locked room, Sharon took a curious look. Didn't care though. A few people came into the backyard. Alright, you guys start. Just show your secrets. Yinan said to the two. Yes, senior. Gu Chen was the first to pick up. Senior sister, let senior brother show you first. Feel free to attack me. Bai Ling was a little hesitant. Don't worry, you go ahead and attack him. I'll be watching from the side. Yinan also spoke up. Hearing Yinan's words, Bai Ling also nodded. She knew that with Yinan around, with the little power they had, they couldn't turn over any waves. Senior brother, I'm offended. Bai Ling's words just fell. Shoo! Bai Ling's figure was like a ghost as she rushed toward Gu Chen. She didn't use a weapon. She just raised her palm and attacked towards Yifeng. After all, it was one of her own. She didn't want to hurt Gu Chen. Seeing the attacking white spirit, Gu Chen instantly set up his horse stance and shouted the slogan, 1, 2, 3, wooden man. Hearing Gu Chen's words, Bai Ling froze, but still attacked. A palm was slapped out just as the palm approached Gu Chen. Bai Ling was ready to withdraw her power when she saw that Gu Chen still had no intention of resisting. But the next moment, boom! The palm that was close to Gu Chen was directly diverted without warning. Even the ground next to it was directly cracked all over. Sharon looked dumbfounded. Bai Ling's eyes narrowed as she directly slapped out another palm. Boom! This time it was still deflected. I should say, her grip and power were bizarrely shifted. What's going on here? Bai Ling looked at Gu Chen incredulously, somewhat skeptical as she looked at her palm. If anything, the first time it may have missed and missed. Then a second time. Never. Hey, senior sister, how is it? Isn't my move awesome? Gu Chen looked at Bai Ling with a smug expression. Even Yinan, who was on the side, was watching in wonder. Wow, can you still fight like this? Ling Long on the side also looked at Gu Chen with wide eyes. Senior sister, come let me try your secret technique. Gu Chen hurriedly looked at Bai Ling. Hearing Gu Chen's words, Bai Ling was also stunned. Yinan had but he also taught her a secret technique. It was just that secret that was really a little hard for her to tell. At least she was an iceberg beauty, so it was a bit difficult to make her shout out such a beaten slogan. Watching Bai Ling squirm a bit, Gu Chen was a bit puzzled. Senior sister, what's wrong with you? Get ready. I'm coming to attack you. Gu Chen made a stance to attack. By the way. Senior master, which category does senior sister's secret belong to? Gu Chen seemed to remember something and looked at Yinan curiously. Wouldn't you know if you tried? Remember, use more strength. Yinan smiled wryly at Gu Chen. Seeing Yinan's smile, Gu Chen always felt that something was wrong, but he didn't think about it that much. Let's begin. There's nothing to squirm about. Yinan looked at Bai Ling. Hearing that Yinan had spoken, she could only shout out her slogan in shame. Come on, come and hit me. Bai Ling shouted out such a sentence, instantly turning red in the face. Alright, Gu Chen didn't hesitate, directly slammed his fist at Bai Ling. He still listened to Yinan's words and used a bit more force this time. Boom! A figure directly flew backwards. Chapter 15, it's time to get out there. Gu Chen's miserable scream rang out. Just now, his fist strength had just gotten close to Bai Ling, but the power of the punches that were thrown out returned all the way back to his body straight away. Ouch! Ouch! It hurts! Gu Chen lay on the ground and wailed for a while. There was also a somewhat grudging glance at Yinan. Yinan acted as if he didn't see it. However, Gu Chen was still shocked. He knew which category the white spirit secret belonged to. That's the kind that bounces the attacker's damage, or all of it. What a pervert! Gu Chen was a little envious, because he can only take a beating, even though he can't be beaten. But white spirit can also rebound damage. At this moment, Bai Ling's person was frozen. He looked at Gu Chen, who had flown out, and her shock knew no bounds. What kind of heaven-defying secret technique is this? Bai Ling said incredulously. This kind of secret, don't say you've seen it, even if you've heard it, you've heard of it. So Bai Ling and Gu Chen both looked at Linglong at the same time, because Linglong is the big sister. Isn't there something special about her too? Gu Chen, in particular, hadn't even thought of this before. Linglong was a bit confused by the two of them. Alright, let's stop here. Linglong doesn't have the secret yet. Let's talk about it later. Yinan returned to the recliner in front of the house after saying that. Hearing Yinan's words, the few people dispersed. Senior sister, let me take you to pick out your techniques and weapons. Gu Chen got up and looked at Bai Ling. There seemed to be a hint of sultriness in his tone. Bai Ling didn't care. She was still in shock. Followed Gu Chen to a room. When she saw a room full of feats, she was stupid in person. Don't be shocked. These are all from Master's collection. So hurry up and choose. The weapons are right next door. Just go see for yourself later. Gu Chen left after saying that. The top techniques of the entire continent are all here, right? What exactly is Master Teacher? Bai Ling's hands were shivering as he held a scroll. Her current appearance was no different from the Gu Chen who had just arrived. After picking out an emperor law that suited her, she went back to the armory. After some shock, another white longsword was picked. Many thanks, Master. Bai Ling chose the items and once again came before Yinan and bowed again. What are you doing? Hurry up and get up. You're my disciple. These things were originally meant for you. Yinan helped Bai Ling up. Hearing Yinan's words, Bai Ling was touched. If it wasn't for Yinan, she wouldn't even talk about recovering her spiritual roots. Even her cultivation would have completely fallen off. And she would have died at some point. Master, I want to go out and train. I still have a great revenge yet to be avenged. Bai Ling said to Yinan again respectfully. A hint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Hey, okay, take care of yourself on the way. Right, Xiao Chen, give that flower to your senior sister. Yinan suddenly thought of something and said to Gu Chen. Flowers? Bai Ling was a bit confused. Okay, Master. Gu Chen also took out the precious medicine he had captured and handed it to Bai Ling. He would have kept it for himself. But this flower is more suitable for the white spirit. Seeing the ice-type treasure pill that was an extreme match for her, Bai Ling then reacted. Many thanks, Master. Many thanks, Senior Brother. Bai Ling was also quick to thank. Without a moment's notice, the white spirit slowly left. Seeing Bai Ling's back as she left, Gu Chen's face also sank. My revenge. And when should I take it? Gu Chen muttered to himself. With his current strength, he was not yet a match for those people. He had, though, the reverse heavenly secret given to him by his master. But you can only dodge attacks and you can't move. In time, others find out his shortcomings, directly by virtue of his physical body, without using his power, or use some special magic treasure to imprison him. By then, he'll be finished. Before, if not for that tiger's low IQ, otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to run away. Don't be anxious. Everything in this world has a cause and effect. It's just that the time hasn't come yet. Yinan also saw Gu Chen's thoughts. Yes, Master, it's my disciple's weak heart. Gu Chen hurriedly bowed and saluted. Seeing that Gu Chen was able to reflect in time, Yinan nodded with satisfaction. Hey, Sister Bai Ling is gone, and I'm the only one left again. Ling Long, who was on the side, didn't know where she took out a small recliner and muttered as she followed Yinan's example of lying on it. In his hand, he also had the decency to hold a cup of tea. Seeing Ling Long's appearance, Yinan just blanched. Another leisurely few days passed. Gu Chen's cultivation level had also arrived at the peak of the 9th level of spirit gathering. 200 times sounds fast, but every realm won heavens. It takes years to settle down. Gu Chen and the others were only in the midst of the years, and it was just a matter of reducing some time. The further back you go, the more horrible the time it takes. One morning, when Yinan saw the somewhat absent-minded Gu Chen, he asked in some confusion, Apprentice, you seem to have something on your mind? Still thinking about revenge? Senior, when I was just buying groceries, I inquired. There are a few big sects in Cloud City that have organized a competition for the younger generation. I want to go and take a look. Gu Chen still spilled the beans. Oh, a martial arts competition? That's a tournament for other clans. What are you going for? Can you participate? Yinan looked at Gu Chen. Disciple doesn't know either. Gu Chen was a bit despondent. He also wanted to compare himself with those geniuses. It wasn't that he wanted to join the sect. He just wanted to see how strong those geniuses were and wanted to compete to increase his strength in all aspects. Hey, and so be it. You go by yourself and be careful yourself. Yinan was somewhat helpless. Hearing Yinan's words, Gu Chen said with an excited expression, Thank you, Master. After eating breakfast, Gu Chen went out. Looking at Gu Chen's back, Yinan also said thoughtfully, I've come to this world, and it's been so long, should I go out and take a look as well? He hadn't been out since he crossed over. The only time I went out was a while ago, when I went to take on an apprentice myself, the most breathless of times, and rejected. However, this was something that Yinan had long since stopped caring about. In the past, he didn't dare to go out because he was not strong enough. Now, although he is still a chi refining realm, but he himself is a guy with more than 20,000 layers of chi refining. He also wanted to see to what extent his strength had reached and what level of powerhouse he could handle. Linglong, pack up, let's go out and have some fun too, Yinan said to Linglong on the recliner. Yinan actually wanted to go out with Gu Chen, but after thinking about it, it was better to give Gu Chen some personal space. Go out and play? Yeah. Linglong had a happy face when she heard Yinan's words. She had come to Yinan's place, and it had been 2 years, and Yinan didn't let her leave the city. It was a wonder she wasn't excited now that she could finally go out and play. Shoo! The speed was so fast that Yinan was speechless. Gu Chen left in the morning, and at noon, Yinan's siblings followed suit. Only, on Yinan's finger at this moment, there was an additional purple gold-colored ring. That was the space ring that the system had given him, with an unimaginably large amount of space. In order to be afraid of entering the thief, but also directly gongfa weapon, all the cultivation aspects of the things taken away. These things, for themselves, are hot chickens, but it's still a little bad to have them stolen by some people with bad intentions. At this moment, even on Linglong's finger, there was an additional silver-white ring. Naturally, it was also given to her by Yinan. For Yinan, why were there so many strange things? Linglong was used to it. The two also bought a cheap donkey cart in the neighborhood. Just like that, the two of them, one large and one small, headed far away from the city. Chapter 16 went out without looking at the calendar. But just as Yinan and the two of them, shortly after they left, an uninvited guest arrived in front of Yinan's house. It was a man in black, still wearing a black mask, also holding a compass in his hand. Is this where the two of them last disappeared? The masked man looked around. The other houses were fine. There were no fluctuations in spiritual energy, and they were all inhabited by mortals. Instead, it was the house where Yinan lived that caught his attention. After surveying Yinan's house for a while, and thinking that there should be no one inside, the black-clothed brute slowly walked towards the inside. Bang! Without saying a word, he slapped up the door to the locked room. Looking around at the plain interior, the man in black was a little puzzled. There were indeed spiritual energy fluctuations in this house, but they were all very weak. He took the rooms, one by one, and checked them all out, until he suddenly brought his attention to one locked room door. Without hesitation, he went straight up, and the door of the room was easily opened. Once inside, he saw an ordinary-looking closet. The man in black sensed that there was nothing out of the ordinary. He approached cautiously, knowing that a strong person who could kill two of his own spirit-gathering realm members must not be weak. Just as he was about to put his hand on the lock above the closet, a black aura emerged from inside the closet. Without warning, the man was also startled by the sudden scene. Before he could react, the black gas grew more and more, directly wrapping around his entire body. Jia. A strange laugh came from inside the closet. At this moment, the man in black, too, knew he had gotten himself into big trouble. However, no matter how much power he released, he could not shake away these swimming black chi, couldn't even make a sound, and his body was getting stiff. His eyes were filled with horror at this point. It was also a matter of moments before the man in black, unwillingly in the black mist, turned into dust. The man in black died, and the black aura retracted back into the closet once again. Even the door of the room that had been destroyed earlier was instantly closed. It's like nothing happened. All is calm again. And on the other side of the donkey cart, Yinan and Linglong were nibbling on hardened burritos. Pressing on, his own home, almost stolen. Brother Nan, this cake is a bit hard. Although Linglong said so on her lips, she ate it happily. She had begged and knew how precious food was. Even if the food is cold and hard, she will not waste it. Yinan could not be so mindful. Looking at the cake in his hand breathlessly, this cake is cold. How come it's so hard to eat? Having said that, just shoved the pie straight into the donkey's mouth. The donkey didn't mind and gave it a big bite. Hey, it's almost mealtime again. We have to find a place to eat. Hunting some wild game is fine. Yinan looked at the surroundings that had nothing but a road, and was somewhat stifled. When I left, I didn't think about it for a moment. And there's not much food at home to bring. Most of all, this was the first time he had really stepped out of Pengcheng, still unfamiliar with the outside world. The point is, he's still a roadie. At this point, they've come a long way. It's at least 100 miles from Pengcheng, but there were still no settlements or towns to be seen. Hey, Linglong, tonight it looks like we'll have to wind up sleeping. Yinan sighed as he looked at the somewhat already darkening sky. As long as Nan is there, anywhere is fine. Linglong was rather sweet. Yinan didn't care about Linglong's ass-kissing. Parking the donkey cart directly on the side of the road, he went to gather some more dry wood and built a fire on the spot. The sky quickly darkened, leaving only a heap of gunfires in the darkness. Gulp! Yinan, who was lying next to him and making an effort to sleep, suddenly got up and said, I really can't stand it anymore. I'm going to catch wild game. He had thought that he wouldn't be hungry when he fell asleep. As a result, it's not a good tummy. Linglong, just stay here. Brother will be right back. Yinan exhorted Linglong. He wasn't worried about Linglong's safety. This girl was powerful. Go go go. Linglong waved her hand casually, not even looking at Yinan, still sitting in front of the fire, reading a novel. It was all written by Yinan when he was bored. Linglong fell back to watching. After receiving Linglong's reply, Yinan directly left. With forests all around, it's not hard to find some game. After entering the forest and looking at the darkness around him, Yinan was not panicked, just in time to use the paranoia breaking pupil. Yinan's eyes glared, a golden light flashed from his eyes, and the darkness before him was no longer dark. Geez, I'll go, isn't this the thermal imaging from back on Earth? Yinan was a bit odd, but it's still a little different, because when he looked at the trees and plants in front of him, it was as if he just took them and disintegrated them, directly. Even every structure formed by these plants and trees, or whatever, he could see clearly, just decomposing things. He can't even read them. Ouch. This hang. Yinan was a bit shocked. Forget it, we'll study it slowly later. Let's take care of our stomachs first. The incoming hunger instantly pulled Yinan back to reality. After looking around for a while, there was no sign of the beast. According to common sense, inside this kind of forest, not to mention wild beasts, demonic beasts wouldn't be rare, right? What? I didn't look at the calendar when I went out today? You still have to go hungry on the first day out? After Yinan finished speaking, he really took out a small book and started flipping through it. It was all randomly gifted by the system when he signed in. I guess I'm also afraid that he'll be too bored. Oops, I told you, if I had known earlier, I would have gone out a day later. Yinan looked at today's date on the calendar and grimaced, because, on the page he turned to that belonged to today, it said, avoid going out. Just as he was about to hit the road and continue to starve, he then heard what appeared to be something that was running wildly towards him here, and there's a lot of movement. Could there be a demonic beast coming my way? Yinan's eyes instantly lit up. Hastily, he put away his little book and with excitement, waited right where he was. Roar! Sure enough, in the next moment, a wild boar the size of a cow came running wildly towards his side. Ouch! So fat? Yinan was drooling. The boar was also covered in wounds at this point, still drenched in blood. It seems to be being chased by something. But, where would Yinan think about that much right now? When he saw this boar demonic beast, all sorts of practices had passed through his mind. Seeing that there was a human with a weak cultivation breath, it still dared to block its way. The boar instantly accelerated. It was going to smash this human into pieces, getting closer and closer. The boar topped its huge tusks and rushed straight to Yinan. Yinan didn't hesitate and directly raised one palm, gathering power in his hand. A fancy free slap at the boar. Pop, and then there was no then. Looking at the boar on the ground, which was already dead beyond repair, Yinan had a smug look on his face. Just as Yinan was about to carry this boar away, whoosh, two figures arrived in front of Yinan at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 17, let's go. Brother will take you to rub a meal. It was a man and a woman, both 16 and 17 years old. Seeing the dead boar demonic beast in front of Yinan, the two men also froze. But, soon they were relieved. This demonic beast, although it was at the spirit gathering realm, it was already at the end of its strength and was quite injured, so it was only a matter of time before it died. They could tell Yinan's realm at a glance. The chi refining realm's aura fluctuations emanating from his body couldn't fool anyone. In their opinion, Yinan had just picked up a leak. Seeing the appearance of the two, Yinan was also stunned. It was followed by an immediate alert. This pig, which was his food for the past 2 days, he was afraid that these people would compete with him. Kid, this severely injured demonic beast is our target. It's not for you, a chi refining realm, to meddle in. The young man, somewhat disdainfully, looked at Yinan. Hearing the man's words, Yinan instantly blushed. Even if I'm seriously injured by you guys, then in the end, I'll still die in my hands. What? You guys want to be unreasonable? Yinan didn't have a good face either. Unbridled. The young man instantly became enraged when he heard Yinan's words. After saying that, he was going to move forward to give Yinan a little lesson. A rash of wind, stop, the woman chided. Xiang'er, this guy doesn't know the heights of heaven. Arashikage was stopped and had a look of displeasure on his face. When Yinan, who was on the side, heard Arashir Feng's words, he naturally wouldn't give a good face. With a beaten face, he said, come and beat me up if you don't want to. Arashika too, seeing that Yinan did not know how to advance or retreat, Arashika also frowned a little. She felt that Yinan, a chi-refining realm cultivator, dared to provoke the two of them, the spirit-gathering cultivators. She wondered how someone like Yinan had survived until now. Seeing Yinan's beaten look, Arashir Win's murderous aura overflowed. He was in the way of Arashika's scolding, so he could only endure it. This demonic beast, it is true that we seriously injured it, and we only want its fangs and demonic pills. We don't want the rest. Lan Xiang also didn't want to continue pulling with Yifeng. She also didn't have much goodwill towards Yinan, and in her opinion, people like Yinan would sooner or later die on top of their own arrogance. Unbeknownst to them, it is they who are the first to be arrogant. It's the feeling of superiority that comes from seeing someone weaker than yourself. Hearing Arashika's words, Yinan's eyes just lit up. He didn't need the demon pills or anything else. He just had his eye on the meat of this pig. Alright, you guys take it yourselves. Yinan casually waved his hand. Hearing Yinan's words, the two of them, Arashika, were a bit surprised and thought, Yinan still really dared to seek death. But, didn't care. Yinan was only in the chi-refining realm. How could he rob with them? I count on you to know what's good for you. Lan Feng looked at Yinan with a disdainful expression. Ouch, is not to your face. Yinan's violent temper, where would he tolerate? Rolled up his sleeves and was about to go forward, but his gaze, when he glanced at the boar, his face sank. Hey, don't you move my pig's hooves. You're unloading it all on me. It won't be fresh later. Yinan looked at Lanxiang speechlessly. Hearing Yinan's words, Arashika frowned a little, but didn't care about Yinan's words and continued dissecting. She said that she only wanted the fangs and inner elixir, but many important parts of the demonic beast's body were taken by her. Seeing this scene, Yinan looked at the two men with increasing irritation. It's just too much, taking your own flesh and cutting it into pieces, and there's some insatiable greed in talking. However, considering that the pig was indeed seriously injured by both of them, he could only endure it. Although the meat was cut into pieces, it didn't affect his ability to eat it. Alright, let's go. Arashika looked at the harvest in her hands with satisfaction. Good. Lan Feng nodded and glared at Yinan as he left. How could Yinan have the time to pay attention to these two people, keeping himself busy with the pork on the floor? He's the one who helped kill the pig. That's just a skill. It was unloaded by the woman just now anyway, so he simply took some of the good meat, a quick cleanup, load up on meat, and hit the road. It didn't take long to get back to the fire. Linglong, look what brother brought back. Yinan directly took the demonic beast meat and took it out. Seeing the meat on the ground, Linglong's eyes also lit up. Without waiting, Yinan directly set up the grill and directly roasted the meat. These are the things that he brought with him. In the piece of eating, Yinan was very much in the spotlight. It didn't take long for the aroma to spread. Although it was dark all around, it didn't affect the pleasure of the two eating meat in the slightest. A sip of wine and a mouthful of meat. How can I say it's a good time? The wine and the food were enough, and the two of them huffed and puffed where they were. Both of them brought their beds straight up. It couldn't be helped. He was a chi-refining realm, afraid of cold and hungry. Slept through the next day. Linglong had woken up long ago at this time. I've built a fire, and I'm reclining in a small recliner, with tea in one hand and a novel in the other. Seeing this scene, Yinan felt somewhat amused. After a quick breakfast, continued on the road in the donkey cart. It wasn't until almost noon that they finally saw a town. How hard it is to leave the house. Yinan sighed a little. Brother Nan, hurry up and find a place to eat. I'm starving. Linglong, who was on the side, was also a bit excited when she saw the town not far away. Yinan also felt good sense. Hurriedly into the city. Hurried to find a, specialized in guarding the incoming and outgoing vehicles of the stage. Directly paid a little money. The donkey cart parked. Then, Yinan and the two of them headed towards the city. Well, it's not bad, not as good as my world, but it also has a different flavor. Yinan looked around and suddenly remembered Earth. As for Linglong, after entering the city, she took a look here and there. She had stayed in the not-so-big Peng city before, and when she said it was a city, it was just like a bigger village. How could it be compared to a real city like this? In no time, Linglong's two little hands were full of delicious food. In the area of money, Yinan had never lost Linglong. It should be said that Linglong is basically the one who looks after the money in the house. Just as the two of them were strolling around, Yinan saw a particularly luxurious restaurant. The people coming in and out were all dressed in fancy clothes. Yinan could tell at a glance that it was a restaurant, and the plaque has a few big words written on it. Heavenly Fragrance House. Brother Nan, does this building have good food? Linglong all sniffed her little agaric nose. Not to mention Linglong, even Yinan could smell it, the fragrance coming from inside. Linglong by the looks of it, it should be very expensive in here. Yinan stroked his chin and said, "Ha, then don't go." Linglong was still very understanding when she heard Yinan's words. "How can that be? How can you back off when you come across food?" Yinan said with a straight face, "Go, brother will take you in for a meal." Then both of them stepped in as well. The clothes on the two men, not bad, after all, they are both from the system. The watchman did not stop. And Yinan's aura was also unusually dusty. Prerequisite: Yinan does not speak. The two came in easily. This restaurant, divided into 3 floors, the higher up you go, the less people there are. Looking at the filled first level, Yinan frowned a little because there were no seats left. Chapter 18. Is it okay to pay for meals with Kung Fu? Come on, let's go up there, Yinan said to Linglong. Upon arriving on the second floor, it was obvious that the number of people had directly decreased by half, but it's still a little noisy. Yinan continued up the stairs and soon arrived at the 3rd floor. Only, watching the two Yinan walk up towards the 3rd floor, whether it was the people on the 1st or 2nd floor, they all looked at Yinan and Linglong with some shock. "Brother Nan, why are they all looking at us like that?" Linglong was a bit puzzled. "Whatever, let's go up and find a place to eat first." Yinan didn't care about those people. Sure enough, after going upstairs, Yinan was the one whose eyes lit up. Upstairs at this time, there was only one table. It was very peaceful and the environment is very elegant. There was also a stage in front of it, on which there were several other women at the moment, playing and singing. Seeing Yinan and Linglong, the two who were having their meal, were stunned. All of them looked at the two Yinan with odd faces. There were just 2 people at a table, a middle-aged man, and a beautiful woman in a red dress around 20. Looking at their dress, as well as their temperament, their status should not be low. Only, at this moment, both of them were staring at Yinan in surprise. "Do you recognize this person?" The middle-aged man looked at the beautiful woman. He was the lord of this city, Yuan Lin. This city is named Yuan City. The beautiful woman, the owner of this heavenly fragrance mansion, Zhulan. "I thought you recognized it." Zhulan also looked at Yuan Lin. Now the two were even more interested. This 3rd floor, which usually didn't take in guests, was reserved for some of Yuan City's top figures, who were only qualified to come. "Now that's interesting, you're not going to say hello?" Yuan Lin teasingly looked at Zhulan. This is, after all, a customer of the Heavenly Fragrance House. And there were very few cultivators who didn't know about the Heavenly Fragrance House, because of the mysterious origins of the Heavenly Fragrance House, which is found in all major towns. Although Yinan was only in the chi refining realm, he was still a cultivator. They wondered if it was some family dude. Hearing Yuan Lin's words, Zhulan also gave a blank look. It seemed like Zhulan was quite a bit younger, but both of them were of the same generation, and even if they were the city lord of Yuan City, Yuan Lin did not dare to be arrogant. Seeing the woman coming toward her, Yinan didn't care. He estimated, this woman should be the owner of this restaurant. "Sir, I wonder, you are?" Zhulan twisted her enchanting body with flavor. "I'm here to eat." Hearing Zhulan's words, Yinan directly didn't even hesitate and directly spoke the big truth. Both of them froze at that statement. The corners of Yuran's mouth twitched, and he said, "I wonder which family's dude it is." The 3rd floor wasn't something you could come to just because you wanted to, and if you wanted to come, you had to make an appointment in advance, and you had to get her permission to do so. "Hurry up and serve the food." Yinan pressed on, not caring what Zhulan was thinking in her mind. Didn't even look at Yuran more than once. But, upon hearing Yinan's words, Yuan Lin, who was drinking, directly spewed out a mouthful of wine. At this time, Zhulan's face was also a bit unsightly, not to mention the rest. With such a beauty as her standing in front of her, Yinan didn't even look at her more than once. If it had been any other man, she would have been willing to die at her word. "Your Excellency, it's very expensive for us to eat on this 3rd floor." Zhulan suppressed the anger in her heart and maintained a professional smile to look at Yinan. "Expensive? How expensive?" Then, Yinan looked at Linglong again. "Linglong, how much money is left?" Hearing Yinan's words, Linglong touched her little head and also thought about it. It didn't seem to know how much was left, and with a direct wave of his small hand, 7 or 8 money bags appeared on the table. Seeing this scene, the two of them, Zhulan, were both slightly surprised, because very few cultivators in the chi refining realm could afford to buy a spatial ring, and Yinan both have fingers. But it was only a slight surprise. Space rings are not uncommon. The space ring in Linglong's hand was fine, but the purple golden space ring in Yinan's hand was something she had never seen before. before. The two didn't pay much attention to it other than it was nice to look at. Just as the two were thinking that, they were dumbfounded by the next scene, because they saw Linglong and Yinan counting the copper coins inside the money bag. Yiran couldn't look away, the corners of his mouth twitching. That, Your Excellency, when you come to eat with us, you need spirit stones, not the coins used by mortals, Zhulan said as she held back her frenzied expression. Ha, spirit stones? When Yinan and Linglong heard this, it was like the sky had collapsed. Do they have any spirit stones? Signing in every day, except for inexplicable things, is some feats of arms. Right, I've got kung fu. I don't know if it can cover the cost of the meal. Yinan thought so. It's a shame to come in and not eat a meal. I don't have any spirit stones. Is it okay for the merit to cover the cost of the meal? Yinan looked at Zhulan. Hearing this, Yiran couldn't hold back any longer and his face sank. But for Yinan's said gongfu, Zhulan was not interested at all. What's the point of a feat that you can take out to pay for your meals? In her opinion, Yinan was here to have a bully's dinner, and no one had dared to come to her place to have a bully's dinner since she opened the store. Just as she was about to kick Yinan out, a voice interrupted her thoughts. Ha ha ha, it's just a meal. I'm in a good mood today. My treat. At this time, Yuan Lin, who was on the side, walked over. Hearing Yuan Lin's words, Zhulan also looked at Yuan Lin in surprise. Yinan's eyes also lit up, but still shook his head seriously and said, how embarrassing that would be. I can't eat for nothing. I'd better give you a gongfu. Hey, little friend doesn't have to be like this. After saying that I'm treating you, naturally I don't need little friend's feats. Yuan Lin smiled. Obviously, he didn't expect much from Yinan's gong method either. Today was the day Yuan Lin had just become the city lord. So, I've come to celebrate at the Heavenly Fragrance House. He was usually loved by the people of the city as well. Just as Yuan Lin was saying this indifferently, whoosh, Yinan directly took out a scroll, which was a fourth-ranked technique. Although Yinan didn't care about these feats, in his opinion, a merit law of the fourth rank, in exchange for a meal, shouldn't be bad. Yinan, who had just taken out his gongfu, was just touched when he heard Yuan Lin's words. Really? How embarrassing then. When Yinan saw Yuan Lin's such firm words, Yinan could only prepare to take the gongfu back. Only, he didn't realize that Yuan Lin's eyes were glowing and breathing became rapid. They could see the extraordinary nature of this gongfu at a glance. Their senses are definitely not faked. Seeing that Yinan was about to withdraw his gongfu, Yuan Lin and Zhulan exclaimed out at the same time. Wait! Hearing the words of the two, Yinan froze. Puzzled, he looked at the two. What? Only, after seeing the two men's scorching gazes, Yinan understood. These feats were hot chickens to him, but to these people, that wasn't necessarily the case. I think that I should accept my little friend's return gift. It will show that we are destined to be together, Yuan Lin said righteously. Only, the hands that kept rubbing together were just short of snatching it from Yinan's hands. Chapter 19, Selling Feats. In my opinion otherwise, if the prince can come to our Heavenly Fragrance Mansion to come and eat, that's fate with our Heavenly Fragrance Mansion. For this meal, we should be the ones to treat him. Zhulan was not lagging behind in the slightest. The fourth order technique, for her, is nothing, but it can be taken to the auction. Surely it can be snatched up. How can it be a meal can be compared? It just so happened that under the banner of the Heavenly Fragrance House, there was an auction organization right in the middle of it. Yuan Lin could not think so. He himself had only cultivated a third-rank technique. Fourth rank, it could strengthen his battle power by a lot. Zolan Lu dwelling. You don't lack fourth order techniques. Why are you still robbing with me? Yuan Lin's face was a bit ugly, and he directly said what was on his mind. At this moment, his face, which still had the mildness from before, Zhulan acted as if she hadn't heard, still looking at Yinan with a smile on her face. Hey, there's no need to argue. One book per person. Hurry up and serve the food. It's all going to make my sister hungry. Yinan was a bit impatient, and pointed at Linglong who was watching from the side. Seeing Yinan pointing at herself, Linglong was speechless and said, obviously, she's the one who's starving, and she's still talking about me. Whoosh! Before the two could react, another fourth order technique appeared, appearing in Yinan's hands. Dump it straight to the two. Seeing the two fourth-rank techniques were casually given away, Yuan Lin and the two of them were both a bit confused. However, the joy in his heart was undiminished. At the same time, they were also curious as to which major power Yinan was a descendant of. With a fourth-rank technique that could be given away, Zhulan was also a bit shocked. Fourth-order techniques, although she did not lack them, but to give away two of them at random, she still could not afford to part with them. In this moment, a thought appeared in the minds of the two men. That is, Yinan is from some big power. Yinan's cultivation level made them a bit odd. Can you carry such an important thing around, even in the qi refining realm? The two looked around again, and they suspected that Yinan had a protector following him, but after looking around, it was doomed to be unproductive. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and serve the food. Seeing that the two were still looking around in a daze, Yinan was a bit dissatisfied. Good. Yiran was the first to react and hurriedly greeted down. Little friend, I wonder, can I sit down? Yuanlin carefully looked at Yinan. Sit anywhere. Yinan didn't care. Many thanks. Yuanlin hurriedly sat down, and Zhulan on the side also sat directly beside Yinan. In no time at all, the wine and food were served and the names were known to each other. Zhulan even poured the wine herself, and every now and then she deliberately rubbed against Yinan. Yinan didn't feel anything. Linglong, who was on the side, looked speechless. She was small but precocious. Yuanlin, who was on the side, also watched as the corners of his mouth twitched. I wonder, which power does Mr. Yi come from? Zhulan looked at Yinan with a smile. I have no power. It's just the two of us, brother and sister. By the way, I also have 2 disciples. Yinan responded as he took a large bite to eat and drink. Regarding Yinan's words, the two Zhulan didn't really believe them. As for the disciple, how powerful can a disciple in the qi refining realm be? A meal. That was a very satisfying meal for Yinan. Linglong, who was on the side, also touched her small belly with satisfaction. Seeing the way the two of them ate, no matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like the children of a big family. This made the two Yurans a bit puzzled. Could it be? Is it a fated person who has gained some chance? Yiran thought so in his heart, because it was not true that there were no such people of great fortune, but such people were too rare, not 1 in 10,000. She was more convinced that Yinan was backed by a strong person, or a powerful force, because Yinan was just a qi refining realm. How could he be that kind of person with great fortune? Genrin thought the same thing. I don't know if your excellency has any more feats? I can help Gunzi take it to the auction, and I'll only take 10%. How about it? Zhulan's words changed, looking at Yinan with 1,000 pampered eyes. Right, why didn't I think of that? Yinan slapped the table. He knew that those mortal coins were worthless in the eyes of a cultivator. Like this meal. Hearing Yinan's words, Zhulan thought, sure enough, there are more than these 2 feats on this little handsome boy. Little friend, you don't need to go to the auction. You name a price and I'll directly pay for it. Yuanlin, who was on the side, hurriedly said. Upon hearing Yuanlin's words, Zhulan's eyes instantly narrowed as he looked at Yuanlin unkindly. Where would Yuanlin care about Yiran now? Mr. Yi, don't listen to him. If you take it to the auction, it's going to be snapped up. Selling it like this would be a huge loss. Zhulan hurriedly stopped it. Hearing Zhulan's words, Yinan also nodded, feeling that Zhulan had a point. He was now short of spirit stones, and it would be more appropriate to take it to the auction. That's fine. I'll leave it to you to take it to the auction. Yinan took out another merit law. This time it was a 5th rank merit law. Yinan actually wanted to take some higher feats, but that would be unnecessary trouble. Moreover, the spirit stone sold for a 5th rank technique should be enough for him to spend for a while. If he really ran out, he could just sell another book at that time. He didn't lack feats anyway. Seeing this scene, both of them sucked in a breath of cool air. Yuanlin, who was on the side, wanted to open his mouth, but held his tongue. Yinan had already given him a copy of the book, and he still knew as a human being that he must not be insatiable. As for robbing, not to mention how Yinan's identity was, and he didn't care to do it either. Big deal. When the time comes, just dump your money and shoot it yourself. Little friend, I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. If there's anything you need, just look for me. I'll never be vague. After saying that, Yuanlin said seriously. Yes, Yinan didn't refuse, and from the conversation he just had, he also knew that this guy was the city lord of this city. It might come in handy later on. A few moments later, Yuanlin left. He now had to go back and hurry to prepare the spirit stones. He must buy the 5th rank technique Yinan had auctioned off, but at the same time, he was also ready to flatter Yinan. Cultivation aside, let's just say that Yinan could casually take out a 5th order technique for auction. His identity must not be simple. Even Yiran, who was on the side, thought the same thing. Her own status was actually a bit extraordinary, but it was all in the past. Hiccup. I'm full. Is Linglong full yet? Let's go when you're full. Yinan burped and asked Linglong again. He was going to go out and find a place to stay and then wait for the auction to start. He had directly handed over the technique to Zhulan anyway. As for whether or not Yiran would swallow it privately, Yinan didn't care in the slightest. Not to mention, these feats were hot chickens in his eyes. Even if it was misappropriated, his big deal would be to directly lift the heavenly fragrance house. Seeing the two Yinan, they were ready to leave. Zhulan hurriedly called out to Yinan, Mr. Yi, why don't you stay at our heavenly fragrance house? Absolutely guarantee your satisfaction. After saying that, she even threw a wink at Yinan. Hearing Zhu Lan's words, Yinan's eyes also lit up as he spoke. Does it come with food? Yuran, but still responded. Of course, Mr. Yi is a valued guest of our heavenly fragrance mansion. Just in time. There will be an auction tomorrow. That's gotta be strong. I'll stay at your place then. Yinan was still very satisfied with the food at the heavenly fragrance house. Linglong on the side was also happy. Obviously, she was also very satisfied with the food at Tianxianlu. So, Yuran directly arranged 2 deluxe rooms. Originally, the heavenly fragrance house did not stay overnight, but it couldn't be helped. Who made Yinan generous? Yinan and Linglong had 1 room each, and at that moment, Zhulan had already arrived at the auction house not far away. Just inside, Yuran was in a hurry for a meeting. Not long after, a group of people gathered in a luxurious private room. There are men and women, old and young. These people were all the executives of the auction, as well as the heavenly fragrance house. Chapter 20 Snacks to buy Linglong. It was also Yuran's inner circle, and there were others who were not particularly trusted, so they were not allowed to participate. Second Miss, I don't know what is so important that you are looking for us. At this moment an old man who was the most forward spoke. Everyone, today I have summoned you. That is because today, I have met someone who seems to be of extraordinary origin. Perhaps, it's an opportunity for us to turn around. Zhu Lan looked at the crowd solemnly. Hearing Yuran's words, the crowd was stunned. And then, the crowd's looks also became serious. Second Miss, what is that person? It was the same old man who had just spoken. He was the person Yuran trusted the most, and the group, the most prestigious. The name is Zhu Minghai. Actually, I don't know his identity either, but the generosity of this person's offer is the only thing I've seen in my life. Zhu Lan recounted everything that had happened before. He also directly took a few merit laws in his hand, took them out, and handed them to Zhu Minghai. Hearing Zhu Lan's words, he then opened the merit scroll in his hand. The more Zhu Minghai looked at it, the more shocked he became. These feats are not simple, they are all far beyond those of the same level now, Zhu Minghai said. After Zhu Minghai read it, he passed it on in turn. The crowd was also greatly shaken. That's why I say, this person's identity and origin is definitely not simple. Even my previous Zhu family could not be so generous. Zhu Lan responded. That's right, if this person really doesn't care about these techniques, then his background must be even bigger than the Shu family. It's really a chance for us to turn the tables. Zhu Minghai also came into the spirit. But, I'm a bit fretful now. How to get him to help us? Yuran frowned a little. Didn't you just say, a line of 2? Then we can take care of that little girl first. That little girl is his sister, and her status is definitely not ordinary. Zhu Minghai's eyes suddenly lit up. Hearing this, Yuran's eyes also glowed. Yeah, how could she forget about that little girl? Good, let's do it. You guys prepare for tomorrow's auction first. I'll go out and do my business first. Zhu Lan no longer hesitated and got up to leave. It wasn't really a big deal. She just went out to get snacks. Just something yummy, especially something that little girls like. Just from that previous meal, she could tell that the 2 Yinan siblings were just foodies. Yinan, she was too embarrassed to talk, but Linglong, she was so communicative. And, she had winked at Yinan so much, and Yinan acted as if she hadn't seen it. She even suspected that Yinan didn't like females. Zhu Lan brought 2 subordinates and bought quite a few famous snacks, and some things for girls to wear. She had, before, also seen Linglong in a small short skirt, as that kind of attire, she had never seen before, but it wasn't unusual. In the world of cultivation, there were all kinds of strange dresses. Then he bought his things and once again returned to the heavenly fragrance house, straight to Linglong's place. Yinan and Linglong lived next to each other. Don't look at Linglong as only 7 or 8 years old, but she is very independent. 1 person 1 room. She didn't count anything. Yuran, who came to Linglong's door, was ready to knock on the door and enter, but after seeing Yinan's room on the side, he hesitated and still knocked on Yinan's door first. Yinan opened the door and saw Zhu Lan with a nice smile, standing outside the door. It's you? What's the matter? Yinan looked at Zhu Lan. It's fine. I'm just here to give Mr. Yi and Miss Linglong some of our Yun City's specialty snacks. Zhu Lan looked at Yinan very gently. Oh, snack? You're quite thoughtful. Thanks a lot. Yinan naturally noticed the large bags held in the arms of the 2 subordinates behind Zhu Lan. At Zhu Lan's signal, one of the subordinates then put everything in his arms into Yinan's room. Seeing that Yinan seemed to be in a good mood, Yuran hesitated for a moment and decided that it was better to talk to Yinan. Playing mind games with a little girl still didn't seem right to her after thinking about it along the way. Seeing that Zhu Lan had no intention of leaving, Yinan was somewhat puzzled. Miss Zhu Lan, is there anything else? Mr. Yi, my daughter has a favor to ask. Zhu Lan bowed directly. Although she was a few years older than Yinan, the faces looked actually similar. It's just a fuller figure, not as contained as a teenage girl. Seeing that Julan was so solemn, Yinan also became interested. Don't stand outside, come in and chat. Yinan didn't resent it. After all, it's normal to be a little needy when people treat themselves to good food and drink. She was thrilled to see that Yinan actually didn't resent herself, but instead invited herself in for a chat. Julan hurriedly took the things from the subordinate behind him and hurriedly walked into Yinan's room. After some conversation, Yinan finally realized why Julan had sought his help. Julan was originally the second young lady of a major power, but Nay summoned the clan, as well as his own siblings targeted. The main reason that caused her to be expelled from the family was actually because of her poor cultivation talent. It's always been your own siblings, far behind. Her family did not want her family's first line to appear so weak, so the family expelled her while dumping her with a restaurant that didn't make much money, as well as an auction. That is, the restaurants and auctions in Cloud City now. Her mother, on the other hand, was long gone, and her father, with his many concubines, couldn't care less about her. Seeing the somewhat sad Julan, Yinan was also a bit saddened. He was also alone though, only accompanied by Linglong behind him. But, well, at least there's a system, and it's not that hard to live, and you don't have to defend yourself against anyone every day. What about what you say? I understand that, but I really don't have much power. I really only have a sister and 2 disciples, and this is your family's matter. It's not good for me, an outsider, to interfere. Yinan was a little embarrassed. After all, this girl, Yiran, is not a bad person. Hearing Yinan's words, Julan was also stunned. Seeing that Yinan didn't look like he was joking either, Julan was a little disappointed. In her opinion, Yinan was really the kind of person who got some chance by luck. Eating people's mouths is short. Yinan thought about it, but still looked at Julan and said, "You go next door to find my sister. She has something in her hand that should be able to help you." Upon hearing Yinan's words, Julan, who was in a depressed mood, was instantly in high spirits. Julan knew that even if Yinan was not a person from a major power, there must be a lot of techniques in his hands, and among them, there might be those techniques that the big powers are coveting. If you get some of them yourself and cultivate more power, you might actually be able to go back and get what's rightfully yours. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Julan got up and bowed. Yinan waved his hand and didn't say anything. Then Yiran took those gifts and went next door. The door was ajar, which made Yiran a little odd, because she had just noticed on her way here that the door was closed. But, not caring either, Yiran walked in. Just entering the door, he saw Linglong, lying on the soft bed, with 2 little feet constantly wiggling, and a book in his hand. Chapter 21, The Auction. Linglong's sister. Sister has brought you delicious food. Julan smiled coquettishly as she sat on the edge of Linglong's bed, and put everything on the bedside table. When she heard about food, Linglong just had her eyes glowing. Really? What kind of delicious food did you bring? Linglong looked at Yiran. They're all famous snacks, and I also bought you some nice clothes, Julan said while also opening one of the packages. Seeing what was in the middle of the package, Linglong's eyes instantly glowed. It wasn't polite, either, so he sat right down on the edge of the bed and ate it. As for the clothes, just put them aside. In her ring, she still had quite a few clothes, all given to her by Yinan. Seeing Linglong who wolfed down her food with a face of enjoyment, Julan was also a bit speechless, thinking, how come these 2 siblings, one can eat more than the other? That, Linglong's sister Julan was about to say something, but Linglong interrupted. I know what you're doing here. I just heard it all. Hearing Linglong's words, Julan was a little embarrassed, but he didn't continue to say anything else, so he quietly waited for Linglong to finish eating. Yiran was also thoughtful, handing out towels and water. After about half an hour, everything was eaten up by Linglong. Seeing that Linglong had finally finished eating, Julan was about to speak. Wait, I'll look for it. Linglong directly waved her small hand. Some messy things, all falling on the bed. Seeing the bed, Yiran was a little disappointed. There were no feet inside. It was all wood carvings. Anyway, it was all inexplicable. The feats are all with Yinan. Nu, here you go. Linglong directly handed Julan a piece of wood carving. It's a bald head and a wooden sculpture with a cape. These wooden carvings, all of which Yinan had placed in the warehouse. One day, Linglong thought that these wood carvings were very pretty, so she chose some. She had also thought, it's just ordinary wood carving. Ended up getting chased and bitten by a big dog at one point. In a fit of anger, Linglong directly pulled out a wooden sculpture and threw it out. I was going to smash the dog, but then the piece of wood carving, it turned into a man, a straight punch, and it sent the dog flying. Yinan took the wooden carving woodenly. She was a little disappointed. He had thought that Yinan had asked her to come to Linglong because he really had some kind of treasure. As a result, Linglong just gave her a wooden sculpture. Zhulan put away the wooden carving. She felt that she still hadn't done enough to satisfy Yinan. Seeing Linglong on the bed, cleaning up the mess, Yinan didn't have the heart to stay any longer, so he chatted a couple more times and left. The time went by quickly, and in a flash it was the next day. Early in the morning, Yinan and Linglong were taken to the auction by an underling. As for why Yinan didn't come to pick it up in person, it was because the auction was busy today and she was needed. Led by the subordinates, Yinan and Linglong arrived at the auction. At this time, the auction had already gathered quite a number of people, all entering the auction in an orderly manner. As for Yinan and the two of them, Zhulan had arranged it long beforehand. He was taken directly to the luxurious private room in the penthouse on the top floor. Yinan didn't want to buy anything, he just wanted to come and see the world. After all, he was always harboring himself in Pengchang, that little nook and cranny, a bit autistic. Soon, the auction began. Yinan, who was dazzled by the sight, marveled at the world of the rich. As the day wore on, it quickly came to an end. Ladies and gentlemen, the last lot of the day, and also the grand finale, a fifth-order technique. The starting price is 10,000 inferior spirit stones. Each increase shall not be less than 1,000 inferior spirit stones. Zhulan directly shouted. In the past, it was the people inside the auction who were running it. She was the one who personally hosted today, mainly to give Yinan enough face. The crowd also knew that to have Zhulan personally preside over it, today's grand finale must be extraordinary. I didn't expect it to actually be a fifth-order technique. At this moment, the whole room boiled over. I'll offer $20,000. A middle-aged man's voice in a private room directly shouted. Hearing this familiar voice, Yinan was a bit odd, but since the private rooms were all sealed by an array, those inside could see outside, while those outside could not see inside. It was no one else at this moment, but none other than City Lord Yuan Lin. But the crowd didn't care, although the status of those in the box certainly wasn't bad, but the auction is all about the highest bidder. For a while, the sound of raising the price kept ringing out. In a moment, it came to 30,000 lower-grade spirit stones. At this moment, in another private room, there were also 3 figures at this time, all excited at this time. Grand Elder, should we raise the price as well? 5th-ranked Feats Lanfeng looked at the elder in front with an eager face. Yes, it was the 3 from the Arashir family. Among them are Arashikage and Arashika. 30,000 lower-grade spirit stones already, not a small amount. The old man frowned and spoke. Moreover, there was also Yuan Lin who participated in the bidding. As one of the great powers of Cloud City, he could still hear the voice of the Cloud City Lord. Eldest elder, we can earn if the spirit stones are gone, but the fifth-order technique, it's not that easy to get. Lan Xiang on the side was also very anxious. Fine, the Grand Elder could only agree. 40,000 lower-grade spirit stones. The Grand Elder directly shouted out 40,000 in one gulp. He is trying to just crush everyone with this high price. Sure enough, his shouting had an effect. A lot of people on the stage, they all went straight to silence. Even some of the forces that were comparable to the Arashir family did not continue to raise their prices. It's already too high. 50,000. But at this very moment, Yuan Lin's voice directly shouted out. There seemed to be some gnashing of teeth mixed in with the voice. Hearing the number 50,000, there was a chorus of cold breaths from the stage. The fifth-order feats were extraordinary, but 50,000 was enough to buy it. Because some sects, if you give enough spirit stones, you can buy them too, only the price is too high. Upon hearing the figure of 50,000, several members of the Arashir family all had their mouths twitch. They knew it was time for them to stop. This Yuan Lin is crazy, isn't he? The Grand Elder of the Lan clan frowned a little. 50,000 lower-grade spirit stones was equal to the total income of their Lan family for several years. Only Yinan in the private room. It was a happy one. Straight away, he drank the tea in his cup in one gulp. Even the leaves, ahem, straight up almost choked to death. Linglong, who was on the side, glanced at Yinan in an unkind manner. She didn't really have any feelings about the auction. There were stools to sit on, in favor of the little recliners they brought with them. The hammer was finally tapped by Yuan Lin. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a black figure wearing a mask directly rushed towards the fifth-rank technique on the auction table. The crowd didn't react to the scene. Unbridled, the auction town guard, Yu Minghai, directly rushed towards the man in black, looking for death. The black-clothed masked man, disdainfully, directly slapped his palm towards Yu Minghai. Boom! Under the palm, Yu Minghai directly flew out backwards. Put! Yu Minghai directly sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Peak Yuan Gathering Realm. Yu Minghai was shocked. He was only at the 5th level of the Yuan Gathering Realm. How could he be this person's opponent? Chapter 22 Heavenly Grade Technique. Seeing the black-clothed men keep approaching, Zhu Lan's face instantly paled. Stump, keep backing up. She had only just entered the spirit-gathering realm. How could she be a match for a powerful person of the Yuan-gathering realm? Even Yuan Lin saw this scene and hastily stopped his steps forward. A strong person at the peak of the gathering Yuan realm was no match for him. He was also only at the 3rd level of Zhou Yuan, so he was definitely not an opponent. Only the 3 members of the Erisher family watched this scene with a smile on their faces. As long as this man in black took away this scroll of Gongfu, then Yuan Lin's threat to their Erisher family would diminish. They delight in it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How dare you rob my things? Isn't this cutting off my fortune? Only Yinan in the private room had an angry face. No more hesitation. Press your hand directly against the wall of the box in front of you. Then, one could vaguely see a palm, condensed by spiritual energy, passing through the box and heading towards the man in black. Just as the black-clothed man raised his palm, ready to slap Zhu Lan, boom! An invisible force descended directly on top of the black-clothed man's head. Ah! A scream rang out. The entire auction table, directly turned into pieces, also blew out a deep pit. The man instantly turned into a puddle of mud. The entire room was silent, and everyone looked at the field in shock. Even Yuan, who was standing at the edge, was sweating profusely. It was so close that even she was slapped straight to death. At the same time, she was also shaken inside. She hadn't expected that there were still strong people of this level present in this auction, slapping a peak-gathering realm powerhouse to death. But, she quickly calmed down. Everyone, today's auction ends here. Please also disperse. She was smart. She just wanted to use this mysterious person to make the forces jealous, lest in the future, there are still such people out there. Just as she thought, everyone at the auction now thought that the one who had just made a move was the auction's hidden powerhouse. It seems that this auction is not simple. Let's go first. The old man from the Erisher family also sighed. Thought I'd see a good show. The crowd laughed. Only Yuan Lin did not. He's still on good terms with Jade Yuan. There are some things about Yuan that are still somewhat known. Auctions don't have hidden powerhouses. Yuan Lin also hurriedly took the gongfu into his hands. Now instead of being more excited, he looked at Zhu Lan and asked, "This senior, is he still here? It's not clear. Those people who just went out, I paid close attention to them, and there was no one in particular." Zhu Lan was still a little shaken in her heart. Just now she wanted to invite out that lord, but she didn't know the purpose of the visitor. One can only be real and borrow the might of that powerful man. For the sake of insurance, Zhu Lan still gave the respectfully empty auction a salute. "Senior, I wonder if you're still there. Thank you for relieving me just now." "Ahem, it's fine, it's all minor." At this time, Yinan walked out from the private room. Upon seeing Yinan, Zhu Lan, a few people, all of them, had darkened faces. Zhu Lan had, before, also suspected if it was Yinan's hand, but sensing the energy fluctuations of the qi refining realm in Yinan's body, she was still a little disappointed, because Yinan's kind of aura didn't look like he was faking it. It seems that senior has already left. Zhu Lan had some regrets in her heart. Even Yuan Lin, who was on the sidelines, thought so. "Mr. Yi, the spirit stones will be delivered to you later." Zhu Lan looked at Yinan. "Okay, I'll go back first then." Yinan didn't care what the two Zhu Lan thought. Straight away, he pulled Linglong away. Zhu Lan rubbed her brow, feeling a little irritated in her heart, especially since today's emergent situation had made her not come back to her senses now. After delivering the spirit stones with Yuan Lin, they also left separately, especially Yuan. She had gotten quite a shock today and needed to get some rest. It wasn't until the next morning that Yinan's room door was knocked on. Yinan opened the door and saw Zhu Lan standing outside with a smile on her face. "So early? Delivering spirit stones to me?" Yinan looked at Yulan with an expectant face. Hearing Yinan's words, Zhu Lan just twitched her mouth. Still, he smiled and said, "Yes Sir Yi, just here to deliver the spirit stones to you." "Well, then hurry up and come in." Yinan hastily moved his body out of the way. Linglong, who heard the commotion next door, came over. The Yuan who came over wasn't empty-handed either, still brought some food. Yinan and Linglong, on the contrary, were not polite and chatted while eating. "Mr. Yi, all the spirit stones, they're all inside." Zhu Lan handed Yinan a spatial ring. "Good, thanks a lot." Yinan also took it in a hurry. "By the way, do you know how to get to Cloud City?" Yifeng decided that he'd better go and see Gu Chen. There wasn't much going on right now anyway. Cloud City? I wonder, what is Mr. Yi doing in Cloud City? Zhu Lan was a bit puzzled. I have an apprentice who's gone to Cloud City, and I want to go and take a look." Yinan was honest. "So that's how it is. It's a bit far from Cloud City, even by carriage. It would take days," Zhu Lan explained. This way." Yinan was a bit embarrassed. With that donkey cart of his, he didn't know how long it would take. However, The next moment, Yinan was the one whose eyes lit up. Right, I have spirit stones now, so I can buy a demonic beast mount or something. Yinan staggered in his heart. It seemed to have guessed Yinan's mind. Zhulan smiled daintily and said, Mr. Yi, my Tianxian Lu is some domesticated low-rank flying demonic beasts, so my slave will give Mr. Yi one for free. Ha, that's a good feeling. Thank you so much. Yinan looked at Zhulan with an excited expression. After saying that, he also directly took out a volume of gongfu directly from his spatial ring and handed it to Zhulan. Seeing this scene, Zhulan's eyes also lit up, nor did he refuse, and took it carefully. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Zhulan hurriedly thanked. She had thought that what Yinan had given her was a 4th or 5th ranked technique, but there was no disappointment. These feats, which could grow her future potential, could be cultivated on their own. What she lacked the most right now was feats and magic treasures, so out of curiosity, Yinan opened the gongfu, but the moment he opened it and saw the contents of the gongfu, Zhulan froze. Heavenly ranked feats. Zhulan's hands were shivering. That's amazing. She was however only using a 7th rank gongfu, or one that she had quietly cultivated on her own before she was expelled from the clan. She didn't even dare to expose it freely lest she be discovered. Her family also had the highest 8th ranked gongfu, and only one of them. Moreover, only the first family with outstanding talent can cultivate. Even she wasn't qualified to cultivate it either. When she saw the heavenly ranked technique Yinan handed over, Zhulan was terrified. Seeing how excited Zhulan was, Yinan could understand. Don't get excited, we've all eaten and are leaving, Yinan said to Zhulan. Thank you, Mr. Yi. In the future, if you need anything, you can come to my slave. Even if I die, I will never frown. Zhulan bowed to Yinan. She didn't know how to thank Yinan and only had this to say. Because of the heavenly ranked technique, it was too expensive. She further did not expect that the chances Yinan received were so rich. Put in the outside world are going to grab the head of the power method. Yinan so to give her? Oops, isn't it just a merit law? It's just a small matter. If there's another opportunity in the future, just treat me to a good meal. Yinan waved his hand carelessly. Mr. Yi, I think that in the future, it's better for you not to reveal these things freely, lest you be targeted. Zhulan decided to warn anyway. Okay. Yinan knew what Yulan meant and casually made a perfunctory remark. Are you kidding me? Robbing him? He can't wait. Chapter 23, I'll be gentle. Soon, under Zhulan's leadership, they arrived at a courtyard specialized in keeping demonic beasts. Seeing dozens of demonic beasts, Yinan's eyes glowed. I'll take this one. Yinan looked at an enlarged version of an eagle. Yes. Zhulan also hurriedly had someone bring out that flying demonic beast. Thanks. Yinan said thanks to Zhulan. Then, Yinan took Linglong and then rode onto the back of the giant eagle. Shu, Yinan's siblings, then left in a flying demonic beast. As for the donkey, it's cheap and dispensable. The two had just left when Yuan Lin hurriedly came to Zhulan's side. Hey, I wanted to say thank you, but I'm still late. Yuan Lin was a bit ashamed. You seem to be in a good mood? Yuan Lin looked at Yuran again. Not bad. Yuran covered his mouth with a smile and left too. She now had a heavenly ranked technique, and as long as she was given time, she would be able to break bread with the family. Bye-bye. At the same time, Yinan's figure was also engraved deeply in his heart. When she got her revenge, she'd go find Yinan. Even if she had to be a cow or a horse, she would be willing to do it. Ouch. The feeling of flying is awesome. Yinan, sitting on the back of the giant eagle, was exceptionally excited. This was the first time he had ever flown, although it was just riding a bird. Even Linglong was looking at the mountains and rivers below with a look of amazement. Brother Nan, when will we be able to fly? Linglong was a bit wistful. You'll probably be able to fly before too long. As for me, it's probably hard to. Yinan's heart was a bit clogged. He's at the 20,000th level of chi refining. Want to fly? Dream on. ********. Dog system. Yinan spat. The giant eagle was very fast, but it didn't fly for long before a beastly roar was heard. Roar! And the giant eagle carrying Yinan in flight became restless. Hey, what's going on? Don't you move. Yinan and Linglong were terrified, but where would the giant eagle listen? The sound of the beast roaring scared it directly, and no more flying, just turn around and head back. As for Yinan and Linglong, they were directly thrown down by it. Linglong, hold on to me. Yinan hurriedly hugged Linglong. Boom! Hundreds of meters up in the air and fell straight down. It directly smashed a crater in the ground. Ouch! It hurts. Yinan's face turned blue, but Linglong was pressed against his body and was in no condition. Brother Nan, did a wild beast scare that eagle just now? Linglong also frowned a little. Obviously, she's upset too. Go, let's find it and directly make it into a kebab. Yinan climbed up with a gray head, a face of indignation. Now it's good. There's no more ride. When will we get to Cloud City in these deserted mountains and forests? Fortunately, Yinan had given him a map earlier. Otherwise, with him being a roadie, he doesn't even know if he can walk out. On the other side, a line of people dressed in white and riding demonic beast mounts were laughing. Ha ha ha, senior brother, did you just see that? After being roared at by my mount, that bird ran away in fear, a teenager said to a youth leading the way. Senior brother, next time you mustn't do that. Just now I seem to have seen it. On the back of that flying demonic beast, it seems like someone fell off, Mubai said to the youth on the side. Okay, senior brother, the young man agreed with his mouth, but there was some disdain in his eyes. It seemed to him that his senior brother was being too careful, and he didn't see anyone anyway. And did Mubai not know that the youth's mind? Shaking his head, he didn't say much and moved on. They were from the Yuhua sect, one of the 4 major sects alongside the Wuji sect, and this time, they were going to participate in the 4 great sects, the younger generation's martial arts competition. Their elders, as well as the patriarch, had already taken the lead in leaving for the trip. It's just that they wanted them to go all the way through the experience and didn't take them with them. AI, it's so boring. I thought I could encounter some demonic beasts or bandits to rob them. If I had known, I would have followed the patriarch and the others. A playful young girl who was close to Mubai complained a little. Oh, then you will be satisfied. Just then, a voice rang out in front of them. Who? Mubai was the first to react and looked ahead. Even the others, too, looked away. They then saw 2 figures, a white dress out of the dust, a petite and cute. It was no one else but Yinan and Linglong. Only, the crowd lost interest when they saw that Yinan was only a chi refining realm. Friend, why are you blocking our way? Mubai looked at Yinan. Why? Was it the demonic beast under your seat that roared randomly just now? It caused me to fall from above. Yinan's face was unsightly. Hearing this, the crowd froze. Mubai was okay. The rest of them, they all laughed out loud, especially the youth who was the culprit. That was covering his stomach and laughing. Friend, it was my senior brother who was rude before. I hope you'll pardon me. After saying that, Mubai also threw Yinan a money bag. It's either spirit stones or money for mortals. This is because cultivators who have not reached the point of warding off the grain are in need of money from mortals. For example, eating. Of course spirit stones are fine. Only, no one's that extravagant. Snap. Yinan directly took the money bag and casually slapped it to the ground aside. I want him to apologize in person, and in addition, and then let out the demonic beast he's sitting on. She just scared away my demonic beast. And, if I were an ordinary person, I would have just fallen to my death. And you want to settle things with a bag of money? Yinan narrowed his eyes at the crowd. Yes, that's right. Linglong on the side also crossed her arms and looked at the crowd with great displeasure. Hearing Yinan's words, Mubai frowned and said, Friend, this is not good, is it? We are disciples of the Yuhua sect, and we are still in a hurry. Mubai revealed his identity to let Yinan know what to do. A chi refining realm. He didn't want to make a move against Yinan either. What do I care who you are? Do as I say, or, don't blame me for being impolite. Yinan didn't care at all. Senior brother, what's the point of talking to him so much? Just in time for me to practice. The playful woman on the side said to Mubai. This kind of little trash. How can we let senior sister come? Let senior brother let me teach him a lesson. The youth at the side clenched his fist and looked at Yinan with disdain. Good thing too. Remember, don't hurt anyone's life and fight quickly. Mubai also nodded. The corner of Yinan's mouth rose slightly when he heard the conversation of several people. Kid, I wanted to scare you just fine, but now I have to stick up and get beat up. Why bother? The young man mockingly looked at Yinan. Whoosh! The young man rushed toward Yinan at an extremely fast speed. Seeing that there was Yinan still didn't move and was still standing in place, the young man thought that he was the one who scared Yinan. Don't worry, I'll be lighter, the young man said disdainfully. Good, then I'll be lighter too. Yinan directly raised one of his palms and called out towards the young man. Pop! The young man flew straight backward, set directly into the mountain not far away. Chapter 24, Itchy Hands, Find a Place to Smoke. Ah! A miserable scream came out from inside the mountain. This scene looked silly to the rest of the others. At this moment, Mubai and the others all realized that there was something wrong with Yinan, slapping away a 5th level of the spirit gathering realm. No wonder Yinan dared to block their way. Your Excellency, it's excessive, Mubai shouted at Yinan. Excessive? I have even more excessive. Yinan directly waved his hand once again. In an instant, sand flew in the surroundings, and a vast spiritual energy swept through the surroundings. Mubai and the others, who couldn't resist at all, were directly weightless and couldn't even keep their balance. As Yinan's palms swung up and down from side to side, Mubai and the others, too, followed Yinan's palms and kept crashing into the surroundings. Ah! For a while, there were screams. Senior, please also stop. we know we're wrong. Mubai hurriedly begged for mercy. He didn't expect Yinan to look at a chi refining realm, but he didn't expect that he was actually a hidden powerhouse. Seeing that several people had been dropped on their faces, Yinan was satisfied and closed his hand. Whoosh! Then Yinan once again reached out and grabbed his hand, and the playful woman and the young man who had tried to teach himself a lesson earlier, as well as Mubai, came directly in front of Yinan. The rest of them, well, they all stood in place trembling, not daring to make a sound. Still want to teach me a lesson now? Yinan looked at the trio with swollen noses. Senior, you bully the small with the big. The saucy woman still wanted to retort, but her words were not finished yet. Boom! Yinan's body was shaken by the pressure. The ground beneath the three's feet directly exploded. Puff! 3 kneels rang out. The sight frightened the saucy woman. Elder, we were the ones who were rude first. Please don't forget about it. Mubai hurriedly looked for an opportunity to explain. If it wasn't for the fact that you don't have a killing heart, I would have yanked you guys long ago. Yinan looked at Mubai with disdain. Hearing Yinan say that he was ready to raise them, the saucy woman and the young man, that shivered straight through their bodies. Only Mubai was more calm, but also a bit scared. Are you guys going to Cloud City to participate in that whatever clan competition? Yinan had just heard what Mubai said. Senior, yes. Mubai also nodded his head in a hurry. Okay, it just so happens that I'm going too, so I'll join you guys. Yinan looked at the three. When the three of them heard this, their bodies shook. They were in tears, not expecting to encounter such a thing on the road. Alright senior, Mubai didn't dare to say anything more. Only then, let's see if their clan's senior management could deal with the Yinan in front of them. Only when he passed in front of the previous, most arrogant youth, Yinan slanted a glance at him. Pop! Without hesitation, Yinan slapped him across the face. The youth, directly slapped, stumbled and his face instantly turned into a pig's head. Even the bespectacled Mubai, and the saucy woman, had their eyes popped. Elder, why are you still hitting me? The young man was somewhat aggrieved. Where is the arrogance from before? Itchy hands, find a place to smoke. Without looking back, Yinan led Linglong towards the young man's mount. A big one and a small one, straight up on their asses. Seeing that even his mount was gone, the young man, even more aggrieved. There was nothing he could do but join the others and squeeze in. Then a group of people led Yinan slowly towards Cloud City. Along the way, the crowd didn't even dare to speak loudly, fearing that Yinan would slap them as well. But these mounts are still really fast. But, after all, it's a demonic beast that can't fly, so it still takes a bit of time. Soon it will be dark. The crowd didn't continue on their journey either. They all stopped to rest. Yinan didn't stay idle either. Directly taking out the grill, and the meat he had prepared before, he directly started grilling. The scene was a sight to behold. A few moments later, the scent overflowed, and even those demonic beast mounts were a bit restless. The crowd also gulped furiously, but didn't dare to ask Yinan for it. It would have all been eating their dry food. But when he saw the meat skewers on Yinan's grill, he immediately felt that the dry food in his hands didn't smell good anymore. Yinan roasted while Linglong feasted. Every now and then, the little eyes even glanced at Mubai and the others. Brother Nan, should we give them some? Linglong whispered in Yinan's ear. Yinan glanced at Mubai's group of people, but still dropped off some raw meat, as well as a few grills. Roast yourselves, Yinan said to the crowd. None of these guys are really bad, just a little fancy and a little superior. Otherwise, Yinan would have killed them all long ago. Hearing Yinan's words, Mubai and the others rushed forward to pick up these raw meats as well as the grill. Many thanks, senior. Mubai was still relatively polite. Yinan nodded and threw some more roasted meat condiments to the crowd. These spices they've never seen before, but it smells real good. Soon, a group of people started grilling meat. Although it was not roasted as well as Yinan, but with the spices, it was at least better than dry food. Soon, it's getting dark. With a wave of Yinan's big hand, a bed directly appeared. Even Linglong, who was on the side, was not an exception. Seeing the two Yinan operating, the crowd was somewhat speechless. If it wasn't for the fact that this was the old forest of Mori Mountain, they would definitely think that the two Yinan were here on vacation. But they were still shocked, because the ability to fit a bed at will, and so much meat, and these grills, it showed that the space of Yinan's two people's spatial rings must be very large. Even their patriarch didn't necessarily have a spatial ring with this much space. They've never seen it anyway. Senior, what kind of person is this one? The playful young girl who was eating roasted meat on one side looked at Yifeng, who was making the bed, with some curiosity. Her name was Mu Shui, and she and Mubai were both personal disciples of the Jade Flower Sect's patriarch, Jade Immortal. As for the other youth, he was just on good terms with the two. But it's also an elder's disciple. I don't know. This one shouldn't be from another clan. I've never seen it before. Maybe it's a strong person from out of town. Mubai was also a bit puzzled. But how do you look at it? He's only at the chi refining realm. the young man at the side said with a stifled expression. If word got out that he was beaten up by a chi refining realm, wouldn't that be a disgrace? Mubai also felt puzzled. He initially thought that Yinan had suppressed his cultivation, but, whether it was when he did it or now, he was radiating the aura of the refined Shi realm. It's not like suppressing cultivation. Don't think so much, maybe Master and the others can know. Mubai told the several people to stop thinking nonsense. Yinan didn't care what those people said. He had now made his bed, and lay down directly on it, and slept. Even Linglong, who was on the side, followed suit. The rest of them didn't have such a comfortable bed and could only meditate and cultivate on the spot. It was quiet all night and there were no further mishaps. Early the next morning, the rising sunlight shone onto Yinan's face. The helpless Yinan could only get up. Linglong, on the side, was still huffing and puffing. Yinan didn't wake her up either. Self-conscious, grabbed a toothbrush and a cup and went to brush my teeth. Cultivators actually have the nourishment of aura. The impurities in the body, with the higher the realm, will gradually disappear. There is no need to brush the teeth of these, but it was Yinan's habit, and the only way he could miss Earth anymore. So, he didn't want to leave it behind. He was so afraid of, one day, forgetting that he was still an Earthling. Chapter 25, Do you want to beat me up too? Regarding some of Yinan's strange maneuvers, although the contact time was short, Mubai and the others, too, were not surprised. When Linglong woke up, it was another cleanup. Then the crowd set off again. It wasn't until almost noon that they could vaguely see the shadow of the city. Soon a group of people arrived at Cloud City. Senior, we've arrived at Cloud City, so we'll leave first, Mubai said respectfully to Yinan. Good. Yinan nodded. After saying that, he took Linglong and prepared to leave. It was only when he walked up to the young man from before. Pop! Yinan let out another slap, calling out on the youth's face. The youth was on the verge of tears. Woof woof! At this time, there was a dog next to him that barked a few times at Yinan. Pop! Another slap went by and the dog flew right off. When the crowd saw this scene, the corners of their mouths twitched. Even Linglong, who was on the side, was holding her forehead with her small hand. This senior, still, it's really a talent. Mubai's mouth also twitched as he looked at Yinan in the distance. They were completely unable to connect Yinan's dusty appearance with his inner self. It's just too much of a difference. Yinan into the city's first thing naturally is to eat and drink, and then find a comfortable and luxurious restaurant to live down. And the other side. At this moment, Mubai and the others were all standing honestly with their heads lowered in the hall of a restaurant. Sitting on both sides were some elders, both male and female, and sitting in the first seat was a beautiful woman with a shapely figure, looking around 30 years old. Only, at this moment, the Jade Immortal, or those elders, looked at Mubai's faces that looked like pigs' heads one by one. Their faces were all a bit ugly. I intended to let you guys practice, but I didn't expect something like this to happen. It really disgraced the clan. One of the elders stood out. With an angry face, he looked at Mubai's group of people. Jade Fairy's face was a bit unpleasant as well though, but she didn't say anything. She just looked at Mubai and asked, Mubai, tell me, what happened? She knew that this disciple of hers would not initiate trouble. Master. Then Mubai told him all about it. After listening to Mubai's words, the crowd was in deep thought. If I didn't know that Mubai wouldn't lie, then they must think that it's a joke. A chi refining realm that could beat a genius like Mubai, who was at the 9th level of spirit gathering, into a pig's head? Rarely. After hearing these words, the young master who had been slapped a few times by Yinan actually did not say a word. Did you just say that he went into the city as well? Jade Fairy looked at Mubai again. Yes, master. Mubai nodded repeatedly. All right, you all go back to heal your wounds individually. Prepare for tomorrow's competition. And, don't tell anyone about today's incident, lest you lose face. Jade Immortal glared at the crowd. The others certainly won't talk nonsense, especially Mubai and his party. If this is told, do they still want to live? After saying that, Jade Fairy twisted her shapely figure and walked out of the restaurant. This restaurant is also a branch of Heavenly Fragrance House, but it has nothing to do with Zhulan. It's a branch of Zhulan's own family. It's also the best restaurant in the city. Yinan had noticed it before. After the previous contact with Zhulan, he was a little displeased with the style of doing things of the Heavenly Fragrance House's own family, so he didn't go in to live, just directly find a, slightly worse than Tianxian Lu restaurant. And at this moment, Yinan and Linglong were in their respective rooms. Hey, I don't know how to find that disciple of mine. Never mind. Anyway, the clan competition starts tomorrow, so I should be able to see him by then. Yinan muttered to himself. Just as he was thinking that, below the restaurant, came a graceful figure. It was no other than Jade Fairy. Yinan didn't hide himself, and he had a little girl with him. After the image described by Mubai and the others, she quickly found the restaurant. Let me see. What kind of person are you? Even my disciple dares to beat me up. Jade Fairy's beautiful eyes were raised. Without hesitation, he directly walked into the restaurant and quickly found the room Yinan was staying in. Along the way, the people at the tavern, they didn't notice her. Knock knock. Jade Fairy didn't just barge in, still knocked on the door because he didn't understand Yinan's strength and identity now. In case it's really something big, you'll be in trouble then. When he heard the knock on the door, Yinan was also stunned. Because it's almost dark, who's going to find him? I don't have any acquaintances here either. Yinan was a bit puzzled. If it's Linglong, that girl never knocks on the door and just comes in. Yinan opened the door to the room. Upon seeing the large beauty standing outside, Yinan was just stunned, and Jade Fairy was stunned. Because of Yinan's age, he was really too young. Although he had heard Mubai's description long ago, it was still a bit of a surprise to see it with his own eyes. You are? Yinan looked at Jade Fairy with some doubt. I am the sect leader of the Jade Flower sect, Jade Immortal. Jade Immortal did not hide anything. Yuhua sect? Yinan muttered, seeming to find it a bit familiar. The next moment he remembered. Oh, the Yuhua sect. Ha, you're here to avenge those disciples of yours? Yinan was a little excited. Because a clan's patriarch must not be weak. Maybe you can try to find out what level of opponent you can face. Right now, can I go in? Jade Fairy frowned at Yinan. No matter how one looked at it, it was like what Mubai had said. Yinan was a chi refining realm. Ha, it's okay. Yinan stepped aside, looking at the woman in his eyes who didn't make a direct move. Yinan was a little disappointed. The Jade Fairy was not polite and sat directly at the table in the room. After coming in, Jade Immortal's gaze was locked onto Yinan. Do you want to beat me up too? Yinan looked at Jade Fairy without any good humor. Jade Fairy, Your Excellency, you beat up a disciple of my clan. Is there nothing you want to explain? Jade Immortal looked at Yinan with an unfavorable face. Explain? Explain what? They were already in need of a beating. It's a good thing it was me they met. Otherwise, I guess they would have been raised long ago. If you don't like it, you can come and beat me up as well. Yinan pressed on. Don't you go too far. Jade Fairy finally couldn't help herself, seeing the Jade Immortal move to anger. Although Yinan had nothing on the surface, but the heart was happy. Come on and beat me up. That way I can test the waters. Yinan was excited in his heart. Seeing that Yinan didn't have the slightest bit of fear, Jade Immortal also narrowed her beautiful eyes. She didn't know where Yinan got the courage to face her, the lord of a clan, without the slightest bit of timidity. Who cares who you are? You have to lie down when you come to my territory. Jade Fairy muttered in her heart. She still decided to test Yinan, because she really didn't believe that a chi refining realm was really that powerful. She could feel the fluctuations in Yinan's aura, not like he was hiding his realm. Even if they were hidden, as long as they did it, they would definitely reveal their original realm. Just as she was thinking this, a burst of pressure pressed toward Yinan. Even the tables, chairs and benches throughout the room were shaking. Jade Fairy has the power under control. It didn't destroy the inside of the room. Chapter 26. Oops, I didn't get the power. Seeing that there was a mighty pressure coming towards him, Yinan instantly just had his eyes light up. Boom! Yinan was directly on fire. In his opinion, a generation of patriarchs must be very strong. He was bound to go all out. At this moment, Yinan became serious. He was ready to unleash the pressure of his body, unreservedly. Boom! But the moment he builds up his strength, Jade Fairy just blushed. At this moment, she didn't hold back and directly used all her strength. But the press is useless. Boom! She went straight to her knees. Not only that, Yinan was supposed to live on the second floor. At this moment, it instantly dropped to the first floor. The floor was directly shaken through. The powerful force prevented Jade Fairy from moving in the slightest, kneeling directly from the second floor to the first. Rumble. At this moment, the tavern just collapsed. Put. Jade Immortal directly sprayed out a mouthful of blood. The ground beneath his feet was kneed out of a crater. At his knees, there seemed to be blood spilling out. She didn't care about the dust on her body as she looked at Yinan in front of her with a shocked expression. Ahem, I haven't even started yet. Why is this happening? Yinan was also covered in gray. Only, he was a bit weak now because the whole restaurant is gone. That's a lot of money to lose. Asterisk. Who is it? So unethical? Some of the previous occupants of the tavern were already cursing. Fortunately, this restaurant is basically inhabited by cultivators. If it were ordinary people, if it were to smash it, what would happen? Right, Who did this to you? Stand out if you're capable. Yinan's eyes rolled and he shouted along. Only, not far from Yinan, there was a gray-headed little girl with a gritted face looking at Yinan. Brother Nan. Linglong angrily shouted towards Yinan, but also knew that this was not to be talked about. So he shouted, ha ha ha, didn't control it. Yinan hurriedly came to Linglong's side and whispered. Yinan looked again, at Jade Fairy, who was kneeling on the side. Hey, I thought you were strong, so weak? Yinan was somewhat disinterested. Jade Fairy. Yinan thought that the woman was very capable of fighting, so he directly mobilized all his power. Senior, the Jade Immortal was now, which still had the grace and splendor from before. She didn't even know what to say right now, her face full of shock and fear. She didn't think that she, a pioneer realm powerhouse, would even have the qualifications to resist. Yinan had suppressed her with his might alone. If she knew that Yinan had only just built up his strength and hadn't really made a move yet, he would have scared her to death. Alright, I see that you don't have any bad intentions. It's just for the sake of face, so I won't make things difficult for you. Yinan waved his hand. He's going to have to hurry up and leave now. He's scared that the owner of this store is going to come after him for the money, though the tavern had collapsed in an instant, and no one knew he had done it. But what if? That's why running is necessary. Only, when he came out of the ruins of the tavern, he's stupid. At a glance, it's full of houses that have fallen to the east. Even the ground was cracked to varying degrees. It's over. This time it's a big game. Yinan was a little panicked in his heart. He knew that he must have just confiscated his power to make his surroundings look like this. Just now, he only thought about sparring with Jade Fairy. He didn't know that he was so strong. If an innocent person died at his own hands, he would be guilty of a great offense. It's not a big town, but it's pretty crowded. To look at Cloud City from a high altitude, within the scope of the destruction, it was sinking a bit, but no one noticed it. It was just a sudden feeling, an earthquake for a split second, and nothing else happened except that some houses fell down. The main reason was that Yinan's power hadn't even begun to explode out yet. He had just begun to build up his strength when he lost weight and fell to the first floor. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Yinan hurriedly looked at the recent surrounding situation again and found that there were no casualties, just some houses collapsing a bit. It's okay. Nothing major has happened. Yinan finally let out a sigh of relief. The key thing was that there were quite a few cultivators in this town. What can we do about this? How much money do we have to pay for this? Yinan sat on his butt on a stone aside and looked at the collapsed houses around him. He could just walk away, but this kind of thing, he couldn't do. If he runs away now, he'll be left with a lump in his heart later. Just as he was thinking about finding a place to sell his feats, Jade Fairy's voice rang out. Elder, I can send someone to give them some money, so it will be fine. At this time, Jade Immortal, who was on the side, stood up with great difficulty. Hearing Jade Fairy's words, Yinan's eyes also lit up. Really? Not fooling me? Yinan hurriedly looked at Jade Fairy. Elder is joking. This amount of money, it's not worth mentioning. I hope that today you won't blame the late generation for being rude. Jade Immortal said in fear. If it were spirit stones, they would really have to shed some blood. But more mortal money would have taken care of it. Mortal money, to their Yuhua sect, was a number. Nothing. She, a strong person of the 5th level of the Pioneer Realm, was directly crushed. It was estimated that even if her clan's Solid Realm's old ancestor came, he would not necessarily be an opponent. It could be seen from the might Yinan had just exuded. Seeing how sincere Jade Fairy was, Yinan could only nod his head. This matter, after all, was caused by the Yuhua sect. He accepted it with a sense of peace. Alright then, I'll thank you in advance here. After saying that, Yinan was ready to leave with Linglong. Senior, Jade Immortal hurriedly thought about it, but still called out to Yinan. Anything else? Yinan looked at Jade Fairy. I wonder, is there something that Senior has come to Cloud City for? If there is a need, Senior may be able to help? With things as they were, Jade Immortal did not want to miss this opportunity. Yinan was probably on the same level as her own old ancestor, and she wanted to try to pull it together. Even if you can't pull it together, it's okay to get acquainted, and it's kind of disguised as some kind of relationship. This would make the other 3 great clans scrupulous. If Yinan was really drawn in, then the benefits would be needless to say. Hearing Jade Fairy's words, Yinan was also stunned. Right, how could I forget about you guys? I'm here to find my disciple. Have you ever heard of a teenager named Gu Chen? Yinan wasn't hopeful, but still wanted to ask. Gu Chen? Jade Fairy frowned for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and said, Senior, This time, in addition to the young generation competition, our 4 sects will be recruiting some additional new disciples again. I seem to have seen one named Chen inside the newcomer list. I just don't know if he's the disciple you're talking about. Hearing Jade Fairy's words, Yinan's eyes also lit up. He hadn't guessed wrong. He would be able to see Chen during the clan competition. Senior, now that the restaurant here is gone, why don't you stay at my side? Jade Immortal noticed Yinan's expression. I also know that I'm still really blind. Fine. Yinan had no choice but to do so. Hearing Yinan's promise, Jade Immortal was also overjoyed and hurriedly and respectfully led the way in front. Soon the 3 of them arrived at the Heavenly Fragrance House. Seeing the still undamaged Heavenly Fragrance building, Yinan was also a bit surprised. It's worthy of being a place of great power. Yinan was somewhat emotional. Don't you have 4 clans? Why is it that only one of you, the Yuhua sect, is here? Yinan looked at Yuxian with some curiosity. Back to senior. We came a day earlier for the purpose of practicing disciples. The rest of the clans will come directly tomorrow. Jade Immortal responded seriously. Chapter 27, The Clans Gather. Hearing this, Yinan nodded. He was just curious and asked randomly. Soon, Jade Fairy found Yinan a room next to his own. The rest of the elders and disciples were in their own rooms, not realizing that Yinan had also come over. If they knew that Yinan had also come, Mubai and the others, they would probably have to cover their faces. Jade Fairy arranged Yinan before returning to her room. After returning to her room, Jade Fairy directly crushed a jade slip. Master, I don't know what is it that I'm looking for disciple. Mubai, who had received the news, immediately came over. He didn't see the difference in his master. When Jade Fairy returned, she immediately changed her clothes and briefly healed her wounds. Go ask around. There's a young cultivator named Chen. He's also in this newcomer competition. If we can meet him, it's best to pull him into our Yuhua sect ahead of time, and we can promise him any conditions. Jade Immortal looked at Mubai seriously. Okay, master. Mubai didn't ask any more questions and directly turned around to leave. In fact, Mubai's heart was still very shaken. This was the first time that one's master had, for the first time, valued a newcomer so highly. I'd like to see what's so special about this newcomer. Although Mubai was more down to earth, he had the competitive spirit of a young man. He wanted to see what could be so special about someone who could be valued so highly by his master. In Jade Immortal's opinion, even if he couldn't pull Yinan, as long as he pulled Chen into the sect, it would be the same as Yinan entering the sect. Time passed and soon it was the next day. All the disciples and elders of the Yuhua sect were already downstairs waiting for Jade Immortal. They were also curious. Their own patriarch wasn't a bedwetter, and it seemed that cultivators of the Pioneer realm didn't need to sleep. Actually, they didn't know that it wasn't Jade Fairy who was bedridden. Instead, Yinan and Linglong stayed in bed. At this time, the Jade Fairy was not in her room at all. She had long ago come to stand in front of Yinan's door, waiting for Yinan to awaken. She didn't bother. Another half hour or so of waiting. The crowd downstairs was waiting, because the time for the clan competition is almost here. Only Jade Immortal, expressionless, stood in Yinan's doorway, still aloof. Before, she wouldn't be like this for a big event like a clan competition. But, Yinan's value far exceeded today's clan competition. The door to Yinan's room opened. Yinan, who had just opened the door, just froze. Sorry about that, slept a bit too much. Yinan looked at Jade Fairy with some embarrassment. He also knew that today was the martial competition ceremony of several great sects. A quick cleanup and waking up Linglong next door again. A few moments later, Yinan and Linglong, under the respectful leadership of Jade Fairy, arrived downstairs. Seeing the 2 Yinan following behind Jade Fairy, everyone from the Yuhua sect was stunned. Those elders were also a bit puzzled, not seeing each other for a night. This is a family of 3? Only the faces of those disciples were as ugly as if they had eaten, especially which teenager who had been smacked by Yinan several times in a row, covered his face directly. The elders wanted to ask Jade Fairy who the 2 Yinan were, but the Jade Immortal pressed on, didn't give them a chance to ask questions. Speaking directly, he said, "All right, let's go." When he finished speaking, he hastily stepped aside and respectfully said to Yinan, "Senior, please." Seeing this scene, the crowd was dumbfounded. Those disciples knew that Yinan was strong, but they didn't expect that even their own patriarch seemed to be no match. Forget it, I don't really like to draw attention to myself. Plus, it's your home turf today. I just came to watch the fun, Yinan said somewhat helplessly. Hearing Yinan's words, Jade Fairy could only walk at the front. She also knew that there were some strong people who didn't like to be in the limelight too much, and with that, the group set off in force. Along the way, look around at the houses that have collapsed and are already starting to be rebuilt. In these people's eyes, there was no sadness, and there seemed to be a smile. Yinan also nodded in satisfaction. He knew that Jade Fairy had really helped him with these troubles. Yinan was also right in his thinking. After returning yesterday, Jade Fairy took this matter and immediately arranged it. Seeing Yinan's satisfied expression, Jade Fairy was also a little happy in her heart. It would have been better to take down Yinan. It didn't take long for the group to arrive at a huge square under Jade Immortal's leadership. Around the square, there were 4 luxurious high-rise buildings respectively. At this time 3 of the tall buildings were filled with people, and the direction that Jade Fairy and the others went to was the attic that was still empty. Cloud City didn't have a city lord. It was all controlled by their 4 clans at the same time. To put it bluntly, it's just a convenient place for them to take disciples. In each of the remaining 3 attics, there was a majestic figure sitting at the very front. They were all men, and these 3 were the patriarchs of the remaining 3 clans. Only, they all seemed to be frowning and contemplating something right now. The face was still covered in gravity. Even the Yuhua sect and the others, who came the latest, came and they didn't even notice. My lord, please take the first seat. Jade Immortal hurriedly made way for the first seat. I said no, sit by yourself, Yinan explained. Hearing Yinan's words, Jade Immortal could only sit at the first seat. Only, seems a little fidgety. After all, Yinan, the big brother, was sitting right next to her. Dang, a gong sounded. It was only then that the several great sect patriarchs who were in deep thought came back to their senses from their thoughts. Sovereign Jade, why are you so late today? The majestic middle-aged man in the attic on the left side of the Yuhua sect looked at Jade Immortal with a smile. He was the sect master of the Sharp Knives sect. Yu Shan. Right, it's often Yuhua sect that is the most active. What's going on this time? And in the attic on the right, there was also a majestic middle-aged man who spoke up. He was the patriarch of the Cold Mountain sect, Cold Pool. Hearing the questions from the left and right clans, Jade Immortal was calm and said, there was a bit of a delay, and I've kept you all waiting. All 3 factions of forces were exchanging pleasantries. Only the Wuji sect leader opposite the Yuhua sect, Qin Wudao, did not speak. The remaining 2 clans were used to this scene. All knew that the Wuji sect and the Yuhua sect did not deal with each other. It's him? A blue-clothed, stunningly beautiful woman beside Qin Wudao spoke out in surprise. Linger, what's wrong? Qin Wudao looked at the blue-clothed woman beside him. It was no one else but the blue spirit who had refused Yinan's acceptance as his disciple. Patriarch, did you see the man in white next to Patriarch Jade? Lan Ling said to Qin Wudao. I noticed him a long time ago, a chi refining realm. What's so strange about that? Qin Wudao was a bit puzzled. Master has no idea. Blue Spirit told the story about Yinan wanting to take her as a disciple earlier. Oh, what the hell is this interesting? A chi refining realm that wants to take you as his disciple? Qin Wudao was also curious as he sized up Yinan. In fact, the Blue Spirit was also a bit puzzled. He didn't expect Yinan was actually from the Yuhua sect. But it was just a curiosity and didn't pay much attention to it. It was just a mole in the refined Shi realm. The remaining 2 clans both noticed Yinan. After all, someone who could sit next to Jade Fairy must have some relationship with her. However, when they felt Yinan's cultivation level, they lost interest. Even, there are a lot of people that are skeptical. Is Yinan a gigolo found by Jade Fairy? Because Yinan does look good. After all, in the immortal cultivation world, this kind of thing is not strange. Chapter 28, The Dazzling Guchen. Since all the people are here, let's recruit the disciples first. The competition will be put later. Qin Wudao spoke up. There was little objection from the crowd. Dang, the gong sounded again. Outside the square, there were already quite a few people standing. There were spectators and young people who had come to participate in the initiation. Soon, under the arrangement of the 4 clans, there were already a number of young men standing in the field. All are age-appropriate for testing, and among them was a young man in black. It was no one else but Guchen, just what he's brooding about now. Because, if he wanted to spar with these sect disciples, he had to enter the sect first. But, he only came to compete. He didn't want to join the clan. The match was just incidental. In fact, he wanted to come and beat up that woman, Blue Spirit, the previous revenge. Guchen still remembered it. After his inquiries, it was rumored that Blue Spirit would also come to the tournament. And so, he looked up and began to survey the 4 lofts. It seemed to be trying to think of some way to be able to muddle through. Just as he was sizing them up one by one, all of a sudden, Guchen just froze. Thought I was blind. Again, he hastily wiped his eyes with his sleeve. When he once again looked in the direction of the Yuhua sect, Guchen smiled, laughing a lot. Because he saw Yinan. Why is Senior here? Why are you still with the Yuhua sect? Guchen was somewhat elated. No longer hesitating, he directly ran to the enrollment office over at the Yuhua sect, and Yinan, who was in the pavilion of the Yuhua sect, also had his eyes light up. He also saw Guchen. Jade Fairy had been watching Yinan's every move. She was afraid that the hospitality would be poor and make Yinan dissatisfied. When she saw Yinan excitedly looking at the square, Jade Fairy also looked over curiously. Then, Jade Immortal then that a black-clothed teenager ran out of the Wuji sect's testing team. The direction of going was still the testing place of her Yuhua sect. Instantly she understood. This black-clothed teenager should be Yinan's disciple. Last night, she sent Mubai out to find Yinan's disciples, but the result was to no avail. It made her a little angry, but now, instead she smiled. But there were too many people coming and going. Other than the carefully focused Jade Immortal, none of the other clans had noticed Gu Chen's movements. But this testing of disciples will take some time. Patriarch Jade, do you know what happened with yesterday's tremor? I suspect there are strong outsiders who have come to the land of our 4 clans, Yushan said gruffly. Even the other 2 clans were listening with their ears perked up, because they all have some forces and eyes in Cloud City. They had received word of yesterday's appearance of the anomaly, and had made a special trip to see it this morning. That's what they had, before, been meditating on. The Jade Immortal who heard this, did not move and glanced at Yinan. Still, he blandly said, I'm not sure. It's not a big deal anyway. What if people are just passing through, passing by? Who has nothing to pass by and is doing demolition? Coldpool picked up the conversation somewhat breathlessly. The crowd was speechless at these words. Yeah, right. Who has nothing better to do than pass by and do demolition work? But there really wasn't much of a fuss either, and there hasn't been much movement since. In their opinion, it was probably that passing powerhouse who had gotten up to mischief. The main thing was that there were no injuries, and that was what put their several plans at ease. Fearing some vicious and powerful people that they were still unable to deal with. Only Yinan had his eyes on his nose and his nose on his heart, pretending as if nothing had happened. Just a few plans chatting. Shoo! A speed of light rushed into the sky. Everyone was looking in the direction of lightspeed. That was the talent stone for testing new disciples. Levels are categorized as red, orange, red, green, cyan, blue, and purple. And the speed of light that was now rushing through the sky was the color purple. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't sit still, especially the 4 major sects. It's him? I didn't expect. He actually escaped. Blue Spirit's eyes narrowed slightly as well. This anomaly was triggered by none other than Gu Chun. Seeing this speed of light, the patriarchs of the 4 major sects all stood up, especially Qin Wudao, who had also heard Blue Spirit's voice. Linger, you know him? Qin Wudao looked at Lan Ling. Yes, if it's possible, please also ask the patriarch to accept him at all costs. There are only benefits and no harm, Blue Spirit said seriously. She didn't say anything about the fact that Gu Chen was harboring a special physique, even her own physique. She hadn't told anyone. Gu Chen's physique was not enough to be feared in Blue Spirit's opinion. But bringing the Wuji sect to step into the ranks of the powerful was never just empty words. Once Gu Chen was included in the Wuji sect, then she would have more chances to take Gu Chen. Hearing Blue Spirit's words, Qin Wudao also frowned slightly. He also believed what Blue Spirit said. He knew what Blue Spirit was capable of, despite his young age. Insight, or mind, was something he had only seen in his life. I didn't enchant a special physique and it can be like this? Gu Chen was a bit tearful. He just wanted to join on the down low. He didn't expect. It's still so outrageous. Master's transformed physique is truly terrifying. Gu Chen sighed in admiration again in his heart. At this moment, Gu Chen became the center of attention. Purple color. How many years has it been since a disciple with purple talent appeared? Yushan shouted. Just as he shouted so, a figure, who had already jumped down from the tall building, headed straight for Gu Chen. Seeing this scene, Yushan froze and his voice ended abruptly. Then his face turned blue and he directly burst into a rage. Cold pool dog thief, how dare you not speak of martial virtues? Whoosh! After saying that, he no longer hesitated and also quickly jumped down from the tall building. Even Qin Wudao was quick to follow. Only Jade Fairy remained calm. Patriarch, let's hurry up and go too. If we're late, it'll be snatched away by the other sects. Some of the elders of the Yuhua sect were a little anxious when they saw the Yushin who hadn't made a move. What's the hurry? That youngster already has a master. How can he be snatched away? Jade Immortal's words directly calmed down the crowd. There's a master? Who is it? There were elders who were unsure. Ahem, his master is none other than me. So, don't worry guys, he won't join any other sects. At this moment, Yinan spoke up. Hearing Yinan's words, the crowd was shocked looking towards Yinan. Those disciples were okay, having been well educated by Yinan. Those elders were then a bit shocked, but decided to trust Jade Fairy. Those who could make Jade Fairy call them seniors were definitely not simple. It's just that they had also long since seen Yinan through, but it was a chi refining realm. The most outrageous thing is, a chi refining realm can also accept a disciple with purple talent? All of these elders were still unaware that Yinan had long ago demonstrated his strength in front of their disciples. It was just that Yinan had been present, and those disciples didn't dare to complain. So those elders, too, didn't know that Yinan was the one who beat up their disciples. Mubai and the others had seen Yinan's power. These elders, they were definitely no match. If we really do it, maybe I'll get slapped again. The most frightening thing was that, probably by then, even these elders would probably have to line up and let Yinan slap them one by one. Junior, are you willing to join my Cold Mountain sect? As long as you join, I'll accept you as a personal disciple. Coldpool was the first to rush to Gu Chen's side. Don't listen to him. As long as you join my Sharp Dagger sect, not only will I accept you as a personal disciple, but the techniques and treasures in the treasure trove will be at your disposal. At this time, Yu Shan also followed. As long as you join my Wuji sect, I'll give whatever they give, and directly establish you as the young sect master immediately. Xin Wudao was not willing to lag behind. He had originally wanted Blue Spirit to take over the Wuji sect, but, over time, he knew that the Blue Spirit was not a creature of the pool, and the district Wuji sect would definitely not be able to keep her. Keeping her in the Wuji sect had in turn restrained her. He had previously, privately tested Blue Spirit's talent as well, and burst the talent stone on the spot, and Gu Chen was even more appropriate, coming to the 9th level of spirit gathering at a young age, still with purple talent. Chapter 29, Am I mistaken? Hearing the words of the 3 patriarchs, Gu Chen was somewhat helpless. However, still, he said seriously, Seniors, I already have a master. Sorry. Hearing this, the 3 patriarchs were all stunned. Who is it? Dare to steal a disciple from us? Coldpool said with an ugly face. Gu Chen raised his head to look at the Yuhua sect's first pavilion. As Gu Chen's gaze looked away, the 3 patriarchs also looked away. And then, their faces were not pretty. No wonder. I told you that this, Yu Xian, why did she come so late? So it turns out that she had long jumped ahead of us. Coldpool's face was ironic. Hearing the words of the 3 patriarchs, Gu Chen was somewhat speechless. He was actually looking at Yinan, not realizing that. Let the other clans misunderstand. But, Gu Chen didn't explain anything. Gu Chen didn't care about the 3 patriarchs and walked straight to the Jade Immortal Sect's pavilion. The 3 patriarchs didn't give up and directly followed. After arriving at the pavilion, the 3 patriarchs all looked at Jade Immortal with unflattering faces. Just as Gu Chen was about to salute Yinan, Xin Wudao spoke up. Patriarch Jade, would it be possible for you to let him in our clan? The price is whatever you want, as long as I can do it. A purple talent that even the Blue Spirit praised. If he could take Gu Chen and pay some price, he could accept it. Patriarch Qin, he is not my disciple. His master is someone else. Jade Immortal responded nonchalantly. There was some impatience in his tone. Hearing this, Xin Wudao and the others frowned. Just forget it if you don't want it. Why bother making this kind of excuse? Xin Wudao's face also went cold. Patriarch Jade didn't lie to you. I'm his master. Yinan stepped forward at this time. Hearing Yinan's words, the 3 patriarchs were stunned, and then the face turned sour. A chi refining realm that could take in a genius of the 9th level of spirit gathering, or a purple talent? Just as they were thinking that, they then saw Gu Chen make a deep bow to Yinan and said, My disciple has met master. At this moment, the whole room was silent. Even the 3 of them, Xin Wudao, had ugly faces. Unexpectedly, what Yinan said was still true. Do you want to reconsider? You won't learn anything by following him. A chi refining realm, and it will only harm you. So why don't you throw yourself under my door? Xin Wudao felt that the opportunity had come. The rest of the 2 sect masters, too, were in a flurry of power. For a while, there was a lot of fighting. Those disciples who were looking at the face test were envious to the extreme. Seniors, I only have one master in this life, and I won't go under another. I hope you'll pardon me. Gu Chen still politely interrupted a few people. Hearing Gu Chen's words, all 3 of them gritted their teeth. But seeing how determined Gu Chen was, the 3 of them could only give up for the time being. And after they went down, they would slowly figure out what to do. He could only turn around and leave, and glared at Yinan as he left. Seeing Qin Wudao return with a frown, Lan Ling's face did not look good either. She had seen everything just now. What's more, he didn't expect that Gu Chen was actually the disciple of the person who wanted to take him as a disciple. Could it be? This person is different? Did I look away? Lan Ling narrowed her eyes and sized up Yinan. But no matter how you looked at it, it was still only a refined Shi realm. She had a remarkable mind and thought more. Unlike Qin Wudao and the others, she also knew that a genius like Gu Chen was definitely not stupid in the head, and could not possibly worship a Qi refining realm as a teacher for no reason. Blue Spirit shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Even if she looked away, so what? How can she compare to herself? With the passage of time, the recruitment of newcomers has been completed. Next was the competition between the talented disciples of the 4 great sects. Several large sects, all of them directly sent out their strongest geniuses to fight it out, which had been a custom for many years. The Yuhua sect had originally sent Mu Bai to the ring, but considering Yinan, it could only be ceded to Gu Chen. And Gu Chen's strength was also at the 9th level of spirit gathering, and was no weaker than Mu Bai. And everyone in the Yuhua sect wanted to see Gu Chen's strength. After all, Gu Chen was only in his teens, and he was able to hold his own with the top celestial pride of their 4 great sects. Go on. don't be ashamed. Yinan still encouraged Gu Chen. Don't worry, master. Gu Chen had a confident look on his face. Soon, 4 young men were on stage. All of them are the top geniuses of each clan. Among them was the Blue Spirit. Seeing Blue Spirit, Gu Chen just sank his face. Even Yinan was slightly surprised, but soon didn't care. The higher-ups of the several major sects did not expect that the Yuhua sect would actually send Gu Chen directly onto the field. Even Mubai didn't go on stage. How confident was he in Gu Chen? All of them were male except for Blue Spirit, who was a female. Of course, Blue Spirit didn't even put the remaining 2 in his eyes. Instead, he looked at Gu Chen. I didn't expect you to still be alive. I thought you died under the giant tiger. That's because this great master is powerful. Gu Chen gave Blue Spirit a disdainful look. Hearing Gu Chen's words like this, Lan Ling didn't care. Instead, he continued, the last time was unpleasant, but I still want you to think about it. Follow me and you will be extraordinary in the future. You won't be able to learn anything if you follow the Qi refining realm 1. Blue Spirit still wanted to take in Gu Chen. Che, do you not know how powerful my master is? And, I really don't like poisonous people like you. Gu Chen did not give face in the slightest. Powerful? If you knew my identity, you wouldn't think that your master is powerful. And, in that situation, saving your life is the most important thing. I don't feel that I'm venomous, Blue Spirit said with a proud face. Alright, I'm too lazy to brag with you. Gu Chen really didn't want to bother with this woman. A few moments later, the contest began. Leading the way was the Blue Spirit of the Wuji sect, competing with the top heavenly pride of the Cold Mountain sect. The remaining 3 great clans all knew that the Wuji sect had, some time ago, taken in a heavenly pride with great talent, just never seen it before. The remaining 3 clans didn't see it until Blue Spirit came on. As expected, Blue Spirit took down the Cold Mountain sect's genius in just a few moves. Although they were in the same realm, combat experience, or battlefield control, it simply crushed the geniuses of the Cold Mountain sect. This woman is extraordinary nah. Coldpool looked at Blue Spirit with a grave expression. The next match was between Gu Chen and the genius of the Sharp Dagger sect. The 2 didn't say much and rushed straight at each other. The genius of the Sharp Sword sect held a large sword. As for Gu Chen, he was bare-handed, and during this period of time, he had given up his blades and directly started practicing his fists. Seeing Gu Chen's bare hands, he greeted the opponent's greatsword. That sword was still a 3rd-ranked treasure weapon. Senior, doesn't your disciple use a magic treasure? The jade immortal on the high platform looked at Yinan with some concern. No need. You watch. Yinan didn't care at all. He was now discussing with Linglong, on the sidelines, what to eat in the evening. Seeing Yinan's demeanor, the crowd was speechless. Even the other clans were frowning slightly. They naturally didn't think that Gu Chen was a brainless person. Just when the crowd thought that Gu Chen's hand would be chopped off, dang! Gu Chen's fist directly collided with his opponent's large sword. There was no blood and flesh flying, only sparks flying. What? A fleshly body against a 3rd-ranked magic treasure? Coldpool directly stood up. The rest of them, no better, all stood up in shock. Chapter 30, The 3 Great Sects Who Can't Sit Still. No wonder. Senior isn't worried in the slightest. Jade Immortal carefully glanced at Yinan. He's gotten stronger again. Blue Spirit's eyes narrowed slightly as well. Qin Wudao's face was also gloomy. It would have been fine if Gu Chen had joined another sect. Having to join the Yuhua sect, which was in opposition to himself, made his fists clench. The more demonic Gu Chen became, the more he panicked. He was even thinking about whether he should take Gu Chen by surprise and kill him directly now, so as to avoid a long night's sleep. How in the world was this flesh body cultivated? Coldpool was a bit puzzled. Naturally, they hadn't thought that Gu Chen had a special physique, and the special physique was all out of reach for them. Only some very old texts are documented. In this acre of the southern domain, they seem to be high above the rest. But, in front of those really big powers, it's really nothing. It might be cultivating some special body cultivation techniques. Yushan was also pondering. The engagement continues. Gu Chen didn't get fancy and just took his fists hard. Gu Chen's Vidra Overlord physique was too strong, and as his cultivation increased, his physique would strengthen as well. The current him could even harden himself against 3rd-ranked magic treasures. Facing Gu Chen, who was empowered by the Vajra hegemony body, the youth across from him finally couldn't hold on and was defeated. After a few moments of rest, it was finally time for the final battle. Seeing Blue Spirit on the opposite side, Gu Chen's chi was high. He just wanted to avenge his previous mistake and beat this woman up. Seemingly seeing Gu Chen's intentions, Lan Ling, however, smiled faintly and said, "I admit defeat." At those words, the room fell silent. "Linger, what are you doing?" Qin Wudao looked directly at Lan Ling with a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. "Patriarch, I'm not his match, at least, not right now," Lan Ling explained carelessly. The current her was even in the same realm as Gu Chen, but Gu Chen had already awakened a special physique. She wasn't awakened right now, and in her normal state, she was definitely no match for Gu Chen. Tried it before, although she also had the means and was confident that she could win over Gu Chen, but she didn't want to be exposed. So many people were watching. As for winning or losing, it wasn't that important to her. Even Gu Chen was stunned at Blue Spirit's decision, not to mention the others. He didn't expect the woman to admit defeat straight away. It made him angry and upset. What I said before is still valid. Think about it. In the future, it's just that you won't have the chance to follow me if you want to. After saying these words, Blue Spirit turned around and left. For the Blue Spirit's words, Gu Chen treated them as farts and also rushed back to Yinan's side. Master, it's a pleasure. Gu Chen bowed to Yinan, who was whispering with Linglong. Ah, finished fighting? That's fine. I've decided to treat you guys to hot pot tonight. Yinan didn't care about the match at all, and was still pulling the wool over Linglong's eyes. In his opinion, Gu Chen was bound to win. Hearing Yinan's words, the crowd was speechless again. After half a day, you are still thinking about what to eat. Such an outrageous master. This is the first time they have seen it. The crowd was also a bit puzzled by Yinan's words about the hot pot, but it should be understandable that it was a kind of food. The tournament ended, and this time, the leader was naturally the Yuhua sect. The rest of the clans naturally left. In particular, the Cold Mountain sect and the Sharp Sword sect both left with heavy faces. This conference was a flop, and they had even begun to worry about the future. The Yuhua sect had Gu Chen, and the Wuji sect had Lan Ling, which made it difficult for their two sects to sit still. Previously, they were still trying to figure out how to pull Gu Chen into their camp, but now it looks like it's probably not going to happen. It's just that they're afraid that the next few days are going to be hard for them. As for Qin Wudao of the Wuji sect, he also left with a black face. Seeing that Yinan was about to leave with Gu Chen and Linglong, Jade Immortal hurriedly came to Yinan and said with a respectful salute, "Senior, can I invite you to have a seat at the sect? And also apologize for my clan's previous rudeness." Jade Immortal mainly didn't want to miss out on Yinan as a strong person. "Ha, apologize? It's fine. I didn't care a long time ago." Yinan waved his hand without caring and turned around. Hearing Yinan's words, Jade Fairy became anxious. She didn't expect Yinan to refuse so dryly. Looking at the departing backs of Yinan's trio, Jade Fairy stomped her feet anxiously. Seeing the scene of this little woman, Jade Immortal, the Yuhua sect and the others were shocked. When have they ever seen the patriarch like this? And Jade Fairy's mind was thinking of all sorts of ways to keep Yinan, just before she could think of a way. Yinan, who hadn't gone far, suddenly stopped. If I stay in a sect full of geniuses coming in and out, wouldn't it be much easier to collect disciples? Thinking of this, Yinan was like he had discovered some business opportunity. Okay, seeing as you're so sincere, I'll agree. Yinan turned to look at Jade Fairy. Seeing the contrast between Yinan's before and after, the crowd was speechless. Only Jade Immortal reacted in a hurry and hurriedly came to Yinan's side, respectfully saying, "Thank you for the honor of senior." Jade Fairy's face was now filled with a delight that she couldn't hide. If the old ancestor knew that I had brought a strong person not weaker than him to the sect, what would be the reaction? Jade Immortal thought this in her heart. Soon, a bird, even bigger than the one Yinan had been sitting on before, flew in front of the crowd. "Elder and I will go back first. You guys follow behind yourselves." Jade Immortal didn't care about the disciples and elders. Directly taking Yinan Situ and the three of them, he left on a flying mount. Seeing the direction in which his own patriarch had left, those disciples were fine, but those elders, their faces turned green. When they came, they were all together, and now they're just taking Yinan and the three of them, regardless of them. Actually, it wasn't that Yu Xian didn't care about them, she was afraid that Yinan would back out. Hurry up and bring Yinan back to the sect and stabilize Yinan's debauched heart first. She sort of realized that Yinan's biggest hobby was eating. The speed was so fast that he arrived at the sect in around 2 hours, which showed how eager Jade Immortal was. All the way, she was on tenterhooks, really afraid that Yinan would come and say, "I don't want to go." He had sort of seen Yinan's character, although his strength was strong and his temperament was out of this world. But there doesn't seem to be any knuckleheads. It was good that Yinan was still quite easygoing. In the cultivation world, there were too few people who were powerful and still so easygoing. Wow, so beautiful. Linglong's eyes were filled with little stars as she looked at the birds and flowers in front of her. A very imposing sect. Gu Chen was a bit better and didn't feel anything special. Well, it's good. That little shabby house of mine has no comparison. Yinan also nodded in satisfaction. It was kind of the best place he'd seen since he'd come to this world. "Senior, I have already prepared a place for you to stay. Please also follow me." Jade Immortal had already sent a message to the sect on the way. Yinan nodded and soon followed Jade Fairy to a place, a very high and large mountain peak. There's actually a waterfall up there, and some clean, and neat cabins. It's still surrounded by birds and flowers. It was like a fairyland on earth, more like a place where powerful people live in seclusion. Seeing Yinan's satisfied expression, Jade Fairy was also delighted in her heart. She knew that all of these reclusive powerhouses preferred a low-key and cozy environment, but there is still a need to scratch the surface. Jade Immortal looked at Yinan and respectfully said, "Is Senior still satisfied?" "Satisfied. Satisfied. This place is a thief's delight." Yinan also nodded repeatedly. Chapter 31 Shock. The closet actually followed me? Whoosh! Just as a few people were talking, a young figure quickly rushed up to the top of the mountain and came before Jade Immortal, respectfully handing out a spatial ring. Jade Fairy took the spatial ring and signaled the young man to step back. "Senior, this is all demonic beast meat. There are many types, and some other ingredients. If you have any other needs, feel free to find me." Jade Immortal hurriedly handed the spatial ring to Yinan. "Oops, why are you so polite?" Yinan hastily took the ring. Even Yinan hadn't expected the Jade Immortal to be so considerate in her hospitality, even preparing the ingredients. To do something for Senior, it's an honor for Junior. Jade Immortal was also quick to follow the trend. Just as she was chatting with Yinan, the summoning jade slip in her bosom suddenly lit up. Jade Immortal took out the jade slip and knew without looking that it was a message from his old ancestor. Seeing that Jade Fairy seemed to be up to something, Yinan looked at Yuxian and said, "If you have something to do, go get busy. I'll look for you if I need you." "Okay, then Senior will leave first." The Jade Immortal gave Yinan a respectful salute before quickly descending the mountain. After the Jade Fairy left, Yinan's trio began to look around. When had Linglong ever seen such a beautiful place? She was happy as a little bee, scurrying around. "Oh little Chen, you go pick a room too." Yinan looked at Guchen. "Okay master." Guchen was also obedient. Yinan naturally chose the middlemost house, which was also the largest. Linglong, simply live in a house with Yinan. Yinan didn't care. There were still a few rooms inside this house he had chosen. He couldn't live in it all by himself. As for that little shabby house in Pengcheng of his own, let's put it away for the time being. Just as Yinan was cleaning up the house, Gu Chen's panicked voice rang out. "What's going on?" Yinan was also startled by Gu Chen's voice. Linglong heard the sound and followed in a hurry. Just as he came over, he saw Gu Chen rolling and crawling right out of the room he had just chosen. "Little Chenzi, what are you doing?" Linglong frowned at Gu Chen. "Master, that closet came along too." Gu Chen shouted to Yinan with a pale face. "A closet? What closet?" Yinan was also stunned, didn't react to it. Only Linglong, who was on the side, was startled, and he knew what Gu Chen was talking about with the closet. "It's the cabinet that you locked when you were in Pengcheng." Gu Chen hurriedly reminded Yinan. "What the hell? Isn't that thing in Pengcheng? Did it come here by itself?" Yinan rolled up his sleeves and walked into the house that Gu Chen had chosen, which was also the closest house to Yinan. Linglong and Gu Chen, who were on the side, could only carefully follow at the end. It also kept a distance from Yinan. Sure enough, after walking in, Yinan saw a closet placed in the middle of the hall. Yinan surveyed it, and it was really the same cabinet he had locked. Only, this cabinet isn't as active as it was before. It's quite honest now. Looking quite honest, Yinan didn't care and turned to look at Gu Chen. "Oh disciple, pick a new house. I guess this dog wants to live in this room too." "Well, fine." Gu Chen could only admit his bad luck. It's just a blip on the radar. Yinan hadn't forgotten about making the hot pot. He came by the river below the falls. He had just noticed earlier that there were quite a few fish inside, not small in size, and it was probably prepared by Jade Immortal in advance as well. "Let's make hot pot fish tonight." Yinan rolled up his pants and went straight into the water to fish. Gu Chen, who had chosen a house, came out and saw Yinan catching fish in the river, also rushed into the water to help. As for Linglong, she was mindlessly just lying on her little recliner, reading a novel. When everything was ready, Yinan started the pot. Gu Chen, who was on the side, was also playing his hand. Just as the two were busy, two figures came to the peak. It wasn't anyone else. It was none other than Jade Fairy. Only, there was an additional immortal old man beside him. One didn't need to think about it to know that this was the old ancestor of the Yuhua sect. He had also heard what Jade Fairy had said and was curious to come and take a look. It was just that both of them were stunned when they saw the two Yinan who were tethered to their aprons and had a chef-like appearance. But, the old man wouldn't judge a book by its cover. And on the side, busy Yinan also saw the two Jade Immortals. "Fellow Daoist, I am the old ancestor of the Yuhua sect, Jade Easy Sun." Jade Easy Sun arched his hand at Yinan. "Elder." Jade Immortal also bowed respectfully. It was just Yinan's young face, which made Jade Escaped Sun a bit startled. There was also the chi refining realm aura on Yinan's body. But, on second thought, it's not like there aren't any secret ways to keep your face. Although he had heard Jade Fairy talk about it before, it was still a bit of a surprise to see it with his own eyes. Hello. Yinan also hurriedly arched his hand and said, "You guys came just in time. I'll treat you to a hot pot later." Good, then I'll be intruding. Uez also responded in a hurry. It's all a small matter. It's just a meal. You guys go out and sit for a while. The kitchen fumes are too big. Yinan also said thoughtfully to the two. This person is interesting, and his personality is not bad. Sitting in the courtyard, Uez, who was sitting by the stone table, smiled. Old ancestor, this senior, can you tell what kind of cultivation he is? Jade Immortal looked towards Jade Easy-san. No, I've just carefully probed. He's just a chi refining realm cultivator. Uez was also puzzled. What? Even you, old ancestor, can't tell? Jade Immortal Shell was shocked to the core. There's nothing curious. Some cultivators have some magic treasures or techniques to hide their cultivation, and there are also some cultivators who are too powerful that even I can't detect them. Uez analyzed. Hearing Jade Escape Sun's words, Jade Immortal's heart trembled as well. In old ancestor's opinion, which category does he belong to? At this moment, Jade Immortal's heart was pounding. She actually hoped that Yinan was the latter. If Yinan was even stronger than his own old ancestor, he would be a strong Earthshian realm practitioner. And this kind of powerhouse was hard to see. If their clan had an Earthshian realm powerhouse sitting in their clan, she didn't dare to think about it because the more she thought about it, the more excited she became. I know what you're thinking, but I think the former is probably higher because, how would a powerhouse of that level come to a small sect like ours? What's the figure? Jade Easy-sun interrupted Jade Fairy's fantasies. Hey! Also, Jade Fairy also sighed. She felt that her old ancestor had a point. The stronger the person, the higher the pursuit. Naturally they wouldn't come to a small sect like theirs. Just as the two men's thoughts were turning over, a voice interrupted them. Here come the dishes. Yinan hurriedly brought out a pot of hot pot fish. That's right, it's a tub. All of it he cooked and vacated in a tub. Seeing a large basin full of fish, both Uez and Yuxian were stunned. But, it is quite fragrant. It was only when she heard that dinner was served that Linglong came up. With outsiders around, she still knew enough not to get right up and start the meal. Gu Chen took some more dishes. Eat it while it's hot. It'll be tasteless if it gets cold, Yinan said to Uez and Yuxian. After some politeness, the two of them also picked up their bowls and chopsticks. Even though they have abstained from food, they can still eat. When they ate the fish in the basin, both of the Jade escapees were shocked, because the flavor is just great. Chapter 32, The Crisis of Tianxianlu. And on the other side of the city of Yuan, Tianxianlu, a number of people had already gathered inside by now. It's all about the heavy gunpowder. Zhu Ming, I've already been expelled from the family. Why don't you still let me go? Zhu Lan looked angrily at the young man sitting in front of him. Behind Xu Ming, there were still quite a few people standing, all from the Erisher family. Xu Ming had just arrived in Yuan City and directly approached the Lan family, which was how the Lan family came to know the background of the Heavenly Fragrance Mansion. They were all trying to curry favor with Xu Ming, and they even talked about the feats that Zhu Lan was auctioning off. There were still quite a few people lying around. All of them were those who were dead set on following Yuan, fainting and dying. And at Zhu Ming's feet, there was also a middle-aged man half-kneeling. It was no other than Yuan Lin. He was now spilling blood from the corners of his mouth and was covered in wounds. The technique he had captured at the auction, and the technique Yinan had given him, were being held in Zhu Ming's hands at the moment. Second sister, I won't make things difficult for you. Just tell me the source of this technique and I won't make things difficult for you. Xu Ming teasingly looked at Zhu Lan. Although it was only a 4th or 5th ranked technique, this rank is the top of its class. Those 4th and 5th ranked techniques that he used to come into contact with were now, in his opinion, hot chickens. And the fact that it could be put up for auction meant that the one who had taken out the merit law had a better one on him. When Yinan had gone upstairs to eat earlier, quite a few people had seen it, including people from the Erisher family. Fong Yuan's power, basically know the roots, can go up to the 3rd floor to eat. This period of time in addition to Yuan Lin is only that white-clothed teenager. Precisely on the 2nd day as well, there was actually a 5th order Gongfu auction, and it was hard not to let people suspect Yinan. You're dreaming. Zhu Lan clenched her lips and looked at Zhu Ming angrily. Second sister, don't think the family doesn't know what you're trying to do? Just in case, big brother let me take a look. And I didn't expect. It's really a windfall. Xu Ming seemed to have known what Zhu Lan was thinking. And, second sister, you should also have this kind of technique in your possession, right? Why don't you show it to your younger brother? The greed in Zhu Ming's eyes was not concealed in the slightest. One didn't need to think about it to know that there must be a better gong method in Zhu Lan's possession. Hearing Zhu Ming's words, Xu Lan's heart thumped. She had also just started cultivating that heaven stage technique, which was powerful, but she hadn't even cultivated it for a few days yet. As things stood, there was no way back for her to press on. Not to mention the Erisher family that wanted to curry favor with Xu Ming, the old man protecting the Dao behind Xu Ming. That was also a strong person at the peak of the gathering Yuan realm. I can give it to you, but you can't make things difficult for us in City Lord Yuan anymore. Zhu Lan had no choice but to do so in order to save his life. Just as Zhu Ming was about to retort, whoosh, a scroll appeared directly in Yuan's hand. It was precisely that heaven-grade technique. Seeing the scroll of feats in Zhu Lan's hand, the crowd's eyes narrowed, because they all felt that there seemed to be something unusual about this volume of Gongfu. Good, I promise you. Xu Ming didn't care and agreed painfully. I want you to swear or I don't believe you. Zhu Lan stared hard at Zhu Ming. Second sister, don't give an inch. It's just a gongfu. Do you really think I care that much? Zhu Ming was disdainful. It's just a verbal promise, but he has to take an oath? This is for cultivators in the cultivation realm. Once they make an oath, they are meditatively bound by the heavenly Tao. Once you break your vows, something bad can happen to you. I'm sure you'll agree. Zhu Lan pressed on without fear that Zhu Ming would refuse. Third Duke, I'll just go and grab it directly. The old man beside Zhu Ming spoke up. When he finished speaking, he was about to step forward. Seeing the old man approaching her, Zhu Lan hurriedly scolded, if you dare to rob me hard, I will destroy this technique. An unimpressive technique. Do you think I would care much? Xu Ming had a look of contempt on his face. This is a heaven-grade technique. Are you really not moved? Zhu Lan still showed his cards. She knew it was the only way to stay alive. Anyway, she had memorized the contents of the gongfu. Hearing Yuan's words, the entire room fell silent. Even Yuan Lin's body shook. No wonder this woman has been so happy all this time. What exactly is the identity of little friend Yi? Yuan Lin was shocked in his heart. This woman, I'm afraid she's lost her mind, right? Still a heavenly level gongfu? Would a feat of that level not appear in a place like this? The Erisher family's family head, too, muttered in a low voice. Even the people behind him, such as Erisher Xiang and Erisher Feng, felt that the family head had a point. Only Zhu Ming's face turned grave. He knew that this second sister of his would not make up such meaningless words at random, let alone in this situation. Okay, I promise. Xu Ming spoke up, even to the side. Xu Ming's protective old man also had a footstep and was somewhat surprised. Third Duke. Even the rest of the crowd was surprised as they looked at Zhu Ming. At this moment, the crowd's eyes flickered. Could it be that what Zhu Lan was holding was really a heavenly level technique? Xu Ming didn't pay any attention to the old man, but swore to the sky, as long as you really have a heavenly grade technique in your hands, I won't make things difficult for you, or else I'll have no good death. Second sister, I've made an oath, so I can hand it over, right? Zhu Ming added. At this time, Xu Ming's heart was also in a state of shock. If it was really a heavenly level technique, then he could make a lot of money this time. Even the family didn't have any heaven level feats, but there were still some drums in his heart, because how rare was a heaven grade technique? How could it appear in the hands of this waste of a second sister of his? Could it also be from that man in white? Xu Ming thought secretly in his heart. At the same time, he became more curious about Yinan. He couldn't wait to find Yinan now. It would be fine if he had a deep background. If Yinan had just gotten a great chance, then it would be an opportunity for him, or for the Xu family, to rise. Seeing that Zhu Ming had already made an oath, Zhu Lan didn't drag his feet and directly threw the gongfu to Zhu Ming. Zhu Ming reached out and caught it. Just as he was about to open it for inspection, Zhu Ming noticed the puzzled gazes of the Erisher family and the others. Don't look with your eyes. Xu Ming's protective old man let out a chortle. Upon hearing the old man's anger, the Erisher family and the others could only avert their gazes resentfully. When Xu Ming opened the gongfu, Xu Ming was the one whose pupils suddenly shrunk. The hands holding the merit law were trembling. Seeing Xu Ming's abnormality, the Tao Protector elder's heart trembled as well. He knew that this excited look on Xu Ming's face meant that this gong method was truly heavenly grade. Third Duke, should we kill these people? The Tao Protector elder came to Xu Ming's side and hastily reminded. Hearing the old man's words, Xu Ming also hurriedly calmed down, narrowing his eyes at the Erisher family and the others. There was killing intent revealed, but as if he thought of something, he pressed on. When they felt Xu Ming's killing intent, the Erisher family and the others, their hearts trembled. At this moment, they were certain that the technique in Xu Ming's hands was definitely heaven grade. Otherwise they wouldn't have gotten up to kill them. It's a murderous attempt to silence them. Mr. Zhu, we didn't see or hear anything today. Please don't worry, Mr. Zhu. At this time, the head of the Lan family stiffly saluted Zhu Ming. Yeah. The other Erisher family members chimed in. They also longed for advanced feats, but their lives were more important. Not to mention the power of the Zhu clan. The Tao protectors beside Zhu Ming right now could kill them all. Chapter 33, Magical Wood Carvings. Alright, since all of you have said so, let me see your sincerity. I'll go wait for you guys outside. After saying these words, Xu Ming and the old man headed for the front door. Hearing Xu Ming's words, the faces of all the people from the Lan family were ugly to the extreme. They also knew that this was Xu Ming's attempt to kill someone with a borrowed knife. It wasn't good for the family to spread the word about such things as self-mutilation. Otherwise, where would Yinan have survived until now? Xu Ming was trying to use their hands to kill Yulan, and then Xu Ming would use revenge as an excuse to kill them. In that case, Xu Ming would not only get rid of a big problem in his heart, but he would also reap the reputation of being sentimental and righteous. The main purpose was actually the matter of the heavenly grade feats, which could not be exposed. From the killing intent that Xu Ming had just exuded, one could guess. The people of the Erisher family at this moment were sweating profusely, not knowing how to respond. Now I don't know how much I regret that I shouldn't have gotten involved just to flatter the Erisher family. Even Yuan Lin and Zhu Lan's faces changed as they also thought of this. Zhu Ming, you said you'd let us go, but you made a heavenly oath. Zhu Lan looked at Zhu Ming's back with an ugly face. Hearing Zhu Lan's hissing, Zhu Ming stopped. It's true that I won't make things difficult for you guys, but it's not like I'm the one making things difficult for you guys right now. They have nothing to do with me. Hearing Zhu Ming's shameless words, Zhu Lan and Yuan Lin both turned pale. By the way, as long as you guys perform well, maybe I'll take you guys under my wing. Zhu Ming shouted this again to the Erisher family and the others. Hearing Zhu Ming's words, the Erisher family and the others were all stunned. Father, don't hesitate. We still have a chance if we do it. If we don't do it, it's 9 deaths in 1 life. On the side, Erisher Phone looked at the Erisher family head, who was also their father. Arashika, who was on the side, also nodded. The head of the Erisher family, obviously, knew this as well. They had no choice but this choice to listen to Xu Ming. When Xu Ming approached their Erisher family, they were doomed to hide. If Xu Ming reneged at that time, although the Erisher family couldn't be saved, he still had some hope of desperately sending out Erisher Xiang and Erisher Feng. Miss Xu Lan, I'm sorry. The Erisher family patriarch narrowed his eyes at Xu Lan. You go first, I'll break your back. The severely injured Yuan Lin stopped in front of Xu Lan. No way. Big deal. We'll fight them. Xu Lan was adamant that she wouldn't leave. There was no way she would abandon Yuan Lin and it would be difficult to escape. Yuan Lin, if before, I would have scorned you for a few moments, but now that you're seriously injured, you won't be able to stop me. The Erisher family head looked at Yuan Lin with disdain. Yuan Lin naturally knew that he couldn't stop the Erisher family and the others in his current state. But, in order to survive, even if the chances are slim, you have to fight. Go on, kill them. The Erisher family growled. The crowd behind them rushed directly towards Zhu Lan and Yuan Lin. Humph, even if I'm seriously injured, I'm still not comparable to you trash. Yuan Lin's body shook. He directly met the rushing Erisher family crowd. For a while, the entire interior of the Heavenly Fragrance building was filled with explosions. Sure enough, the crowd of powerful people from the Erisher family did not fail to take down Yuan Lin for a while, and seemed to be slightly defeated. Most of the strongest members of the Erisher family were at the Spirit Gathering Realm, and there weren't even a few at the first level of the Yuan Gathering Realm. However, with his own strength of the 3rd level of Yuan Gathering, coupled with the strong gungfu given to him by Yinan, he was not the least bit afraid of this group of people even though he was seriously injured. And Xu Ming, who was holding his hands in the doorway, watching the scene, said with some surprise, "This gong method is really strong." 3rd Duke, it seems that the fellow who gave them the gungfu was bound to have more treasures on him. The old Dao protector on the side also said, "When we go back, we'll tell the family about this. Let the family decide." A chi refining realm actually has so many treasures on his body. Interesting. Xu Ming was also interested, seeing that his own family's strongest person actually couldn't take down the 2 Yuan Lin people for a while. The Erisher family head also directly joined the fight. He was the strongest, and was also a strong person at the 2nd level of the gathering of Yuan, and was only a little weaker than Yuan Lin. The addition of the Erisher family head had caused the pressure on Yuan Lin and Zhu Lan to skyrocket. It didn't take long for both to fall to the ground. Seeing Yuan Lin and Zhu Lan, who had fallen to the ground with serious injuries, there was no hesitation. The Erisher family head directly took out a long knife and took the lead in slashing towards Zhu Lan. It seems, I can't hide today. Zhu Lan closed her eyes in despair. She hated herself for being so weak, and he hated the family for being so heartless. But just as the long knife was about to slash at Yinan, dang! A golden light shield rose from Zhu Lan's body, directly blocking the blade. Seeing that his blade was blocked, the Erisher family head was also stunned. But before he could react, the golden curtain of light shook. Boom! He jolted out like a cannonball, directly crashing through the entire restaurant on the spot. Seeing this scene, the people of the Erisher family were also stunned. Even the 2 Xu Ming, who had been leisurely watching the show at the beginning, were squinting at a small person, who was glowing with golden light, that was in front of Zhu Lan. It should be described as a wood carving that puts on light. What's that? Xu Ming and the 2 of them were also shocked. They didn't expect that Julan still had this kind of treasure on him. See the wooden sculpture floating in front of you. Yuan Lin didn't know, but Yuran knew it well. This is. Yuran was more shocked than anyone else. She was beginning to think that Linglong was just casually perfuming her. Little did she realize that it was this wooden sculpture that saved her life at the critical moment. But just as the crowd was surveying this marvelous wooden sculpture, an even more incredible scene took place. Because the wood carvings are getting bigger. It soon became a bald man, wearing a cape, and with a dull gaze. The two of them, Zhu Ming, stared wide-eyed at the figure standing in front of Julan. They had never seen it before. This kind of magic weapon that could turn from a wooden sculpture into a person. It was just that none of them detected any scent of the man standing in front of Yuran. It was like a dead thing, with no life fluctuations or cultivation aura. At this moment, the people of the Arisher family who were closest to each other were all quickly moving away from Julan and the others. Just now, the head of his own family had been shaken away by a single blow. This man who had suddenly appeared must be very powerful. Where did you get that treasure? Yuan Lin was also shocked as he looked at Julan. It's Linglong who gave it to me. Julan looked at the dull bald man in front of him and responded woodenly. When he heard Julan's words, Yuan Lin just had a twinkle in his eye. He naturally knew who Linglong was, the little girl who was with Yinan. He didn't expect that in addition to Yinan, just the little girls around him were all so incredible. His eyes, at first, were on Yinan, and he didn't even pay attention to Linglong. Hey, I was careless, I should have known. Yuan Lin was pounding his chest. What are you waiting for? Why don't you go on? Take them down, and I'll make sure you're all safe from each other. Xu Ming glanced in the direction of the Arisher family head who had been knocked away. Yes, the Arisher family head also walked in helplessly. That strike just now only sent him flying, and he didn't suffer any serious injuries. And you guys, together. Xu Ming looked away from the rest of the Arisher family away from Zhu Lan again. Chapter 34, The Wooden Sculpture is Great. Hearing Xu Ming's words, the Lan family's crowd could only harden their heads and charge up again. The goal of their path was clear, and that was Yuran. As long as they killed Yuran, this would all be over. For the wooden sculpture that suddenly turned into a human being, they were also shocked, and this was the first time they had encountered such a situation, which was simply unheard of. But there is no choice but to take a gamble. After all, the wood carving is just a magic treasure. Just take Zhu Lan. But if you offend the Zhu family, it's a death sentence. Seeing the murderous crowd, Zhu Lan also shouted eagerly to the bald-cloaked man. Quickly stop them. In fact, he didn't need to be reminded by Yuran to see the crowd rushing over. The bald-cloaked man moved. Whoosh! He instantly arrived in front of an Arisher family powerhouse and slammed his fist out. Boom! The powerful force directly killed that Arisher family powerhouse with a single punch. Not only that, a powerful wave of air directly knocked out half of the entire restaurant. The whole room was silent. Fonger, Xianger, you guys run. It was still the Arisher family head who reacted the fastest. Directly grabbed the two men with one hand and threw them out of the restaurant. Father, the two siblings who had been thrown out were also shocked. They hadn't even reacted before they were thrown out. But there was no hesitation to leave quickly either. But the bald-cloaked man, after killing the first one, the figure just weaved through the crowd, the remnants flashing continuously. On his fist, there was no power fluctuation. It looked like an ordinary punch. But, with every punch slammed out, one burst open. Whether you were in the spirit gathering realm or the Yuan gathering realm, it made no difference. In just a few breaths, the entire Arisher family's strongest men, except for the Arisher siblings who ran away, they all died under the merciless iron fist. Third Duke, we have to leave as well. The old man beside Zhu Ming was also startled and hurriedly led Zhu Ming to flee. But, how can they be as fast as the bald-cloaked man guy? Whoosh! The bald-cloaked man instantly appeared in front of the two, and without hesitation, he directly slammed his fist out. No good. The old man was alarmed. There was no time to think about it more and tossed Zhu Ming aside. Directly gathering the strength of his entire body, he hastily received this punch hard. Boom! A no-frills punch. The airwave raised a large amount of dust, and this restaurant, at this moment, all collapsed. The powerful force directly plowed hundreds of meters of furrows, and the old man's figure had disappeared. There was only a large mist of blood emanating from the air. Seeing this scene, Xu Ming was directly stunned, but before he could take a breath, he then saw the bald-cloaked man, already charging at him. Zhu Lan was still in shock, but at this time, she also finally reacted. Hurriedly, he uttered, "Stop!" Hearing Yuran's words, the bald-cloaked man instantly stopped his figure. Miso, the bald-cloaked man then turned into a wooden statue once again, then flew to Yuran. Yuran carefully took the wooden carving in his hands, only now on top of it, there was a slight crack. Seeing the cracks on it, Zhu Lan was also puzzled, only the shock in his eyes. It did not dissipate for a long time. Yuan Lin on the side was no better. Zhu Lan put away the wooden sculpture and looked towards the scared pissed Zhu Ming who was paralyzed on the ground. No, don't kill me, I'll return everything to you. Xu Ming hurriedly rolled and crawled to Zhulan's face. At the same time, he also handed over all those feats that he had robbed earlier. Humph, hot chicken. Yuan Lin went up and directly gave Xu Ming a kick before snatching the gongfu. Xu Ming had only just stepped into the Yuan realm, and compared to Yuan Lin, he was still quite a bit behind. Not to mention that in Yuan's hands, there was still that powerful wood carving. Before, he was so arrogant because of the protector of the Tao. Now that his protector had been hammered to death, how could he still be arrogant? You are heartless, but I can't be unrighteous. For the sake of you and I being siblings, I won't kill you this time. But, just this once, next time I won't stay my hand. Go back and tell those people in the family, and my good big brother, don't think about killing me again, or don't blame me for dying with you. Zhulan looked at Xu Ming viciously. There was also a hint of helplessness in his tone. What? You're letting him go? Ha, if you can't bear it, I'll kill him. When he heard Zhulan's words, Yuan Lin at the side was offended. Hearing Yuan Lin's words, Xu Ming kowtowed repeatedly. Don't worry, I'll never come back to trouble you guys again, and I'll even persuade the people of the family so that they won't make things difficult for you anymore. Forget it, let's spare him this time. It's fine to let him carry a message. Zhulan hurriedly stopped Yuan Lin. Aren't you afraid that he won't stop being a thief? Continue to come and kill us? Yuan Lin still didn't want to let go. Do you think we can still stay in Yuan City, even if we kill him? What's the point? Zhulan continued. Hey, it's just. Hearing Zhulan's words, Yuan Lin could only give up. Because, Yuan is right. Whether they killed Xu Ming or not, the Shu family would not let them go. And Yuan knew better the pissiness of those in his own family. The reason why she asked Xu Ming to bring the message was to give the family some chance. She didn't want to make things worse. Although it was difficult to cope with the Zhu family in a short period of time on her own, possessing a heaven-grade technique didn't mean that she wouldn't be able to do the same in the future. When Xu Ming heard that the two Zhulan had agreed for him to leave, he no longer hesitated and hurriedly rolled and crawled away. Only, after turning to leave, the malice and anger and greed in Xu Ming's eyes were not concealed at all. Hey, we should also leave. This place is not suitable for us to stay. Zhulan looked at the heavenly fragrance mansion, which was already in ruins, and let out a long sigh. Good, it's just as well that I'm ready to go out and practice. Yuan Lin didn't have any lingering feelings. Just as Yuan Lin was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and looked at Zhulan and asked, Do you know where those two went? Zhulan naturally knew who Yuan Lin was asking. I don't know, mister. You didn't tell me and I didn't dare to ask. Zhulan was still truthful. AI, it's a pity, I reckon. That one isn't some chi refining realm cultivator, nor is he getting any chance. It might just be that a certain great power is passing by this place, and we are too low in cultivation to see through it. Yuan Lin also sighed long and hard. Yinan's figure had become taller in both of their hearts. What the hell are you? Can I still find you? Yuan clutched the wooden sculpture in his hand, a little dazed. Yinan's figure constantly surfaced in her mind. A few moments later, the two separated and left. After all, the path of cultivation has its own destiny, and Yuan's goal was clear now. The first thing was to improve his strength and stop being a fish. The second was that she was going to find Yinan. Chapter 35, Haters come to the door again. On the other hand, the Yuhua sect. Achoo! Oops, who's fine with thinking about me every day? Yinan, who was sunbathing on a recliner, touched his somewhat itchy nose. Although they had just arrived not long ago, Yinan's siblings were quite cozy. Green hills and green water, and no one to disturb them yet. And the Jade Immortal had long ago given orders not to allow anyone to approach Yinan's peak. As for Chen, he went out to practice again. Yinan did not care about him, so he went with him. Just as Yinan was lying down, the Yuhua sect has already had an unexpected visitor. Yuhua sect. In the middle of the sect hall, at this moment, Jade Fairy's face was ugly. Your Chu family, looking for someone to find us here? How ridiculous. Jade Immortal addressed the two men in black seated below. A middle-aged man, an old man. Patriarch Yu, our Chu family doesn't want to make enemies with your clan either. We just suspect that the person we're chasing after has blended into the Yuhua sect. We just want to find out about this person. The middle-aged man in black explained. Oh, are you guys so sure? What is that person's name? Jade Fairy wanted to see if the person was really in her clan. The southern domain was huge, and the territory under the jurisdiction of their four great sects was naturally limited. And these two men in black were from outside their jurisdiction. Regarding the Chu family, Jade Immortal also had an understanding that it was just about the same as the Yuhua sect, and she wasn't afraid of it. His name is Chen, and the compass in my hand doesn't lie. So I found your clan. The black-clothed middle-aged man didn't hide anything. When she heard the name Chen, Jade Fairy's heart thumped. Isn't this the senior's disciple? There was something odd in Jade Immortal's heart, although he thought so in his heart. On the surface, he still calmly said, I have not heard of it. Please go back. Patriarch Jade, could you allow us to search? The black-robed middle-aged man, too, had a pale face. He knew that Jade Fairy was just hiding it. Oomph, don't give me an inch. Search, don't think this is your own home. Jade Immortal was also furious when she heard the middle-aged man in black. Patriarch you, if you're harboring the person we're looking for like this, aren't you afraid of offending our Chu family? The middle-aged man in black was still undeterred. Humph, your Chu family is strong, but this is in the Yuhua sect, understand? Jade Immortal's tone was icy cold. Hearing Jade Fairy's threatening words, the black-clothed middle-aged man also turned pale. It seems, a good talk is out of the question, so we'll have to do it another way. At this moment, the black-clothed old man who had been sitting on the side and hadn't said anything opened his mouth. Seeing that the old man had spoken, Jade Fairy's eyes narrowed. She had noticed before. There was if anything, a dangerous aura. Jade Fairy didn't care. After all, this was in the Yuhua sect, and with her own ancestor, as well as Yinan, she felt safe. And hearing that the old man had spoken, the middle-aged black-robed man at the side also gave a respectful salute and said, "Second Elder." The old man didn't pay attention to the middle-aged man, but instead looked at Jade Immortal and said expressionlessly, "Patriarch Jade, let's formally introduce ourselves. My name is Chu Mix, the second elder of the Chu family. I still hope you'll give me face." Saying wow, he also gave off his own cultivation aura, completely. 5th level of the Valley Rescue Realm? Jade Fairy was shocked. This cultivation level, it was actually the same as hers. And, this old man is still only the second elder. Seeing the expression on Jade Immortal's face, Chu Mix also smiled faintly and said smugly, "Patriarch Jade, is this face you are willing to give?" It wasn't that he didn't want to do it the hard way, but mainly because Jade Immortal was right. This was in the Yuhua sect, and most of all, the Yuhua sect still had the Solid Realm's old ancestors still alive. But after sending 2 groups of people to kill Gu Chen, they both failed. This made the Chu family uneasy in their hearts, because the reasoning of cutting the grass without removing the roots is clear to them. So, this time he came in person, no longer giving Gu Chen a chance. "I just didn't expect to find the Yuhua sect all the way. When did your Chu family have a character like you exist? I remember that your Chu family, only the head of your Chu family has reached the Valley Preaching Realm, right?" Jade Immortal's face was grave. She had been to the Chu family, and she indeed had no impression of this old man. Otherwise, recognized it just now. Truth be told, our Chu family, we have gotten some great people to look at us, so we have gotten some opportunities. Chu Mix did not hide it. He just wanted to give Jade Fairy a warning, a downward spiral. Hearing this, Jade Fairy was relieved. At the same time, the pressure on the heart deepens quite a bit. After thinking for a moment, he still said, "I can't be the master of this. I still have to consult the old ancestor before doing so." "Good." Chu Mix nodded. Without hesitation, the Jade Immortal took out the summoning Jade Slip, and at this time, Jade escapees had already arrived at the southern peak. This was also the name Yinan had given to this mountain peak. Seeing that Yu Zhanzi, who had left not long ago, had come back, Yinan just froze. "Didn't you just go back after dinner?" "Ahem." Suddenly, I remembered that there's something I want to ask fellow Taoist Yi about. Yuez was also a bit embarrassed. "Oh, so, what's the matter?" Yinan also asked curiously. Just as Jade Prosperity was about to speak, his Jade brief lit up. "Do you need me to recuse myself?" Yinan also noticed. "No need. Since you, Taoist friend, have come to live in our Jade Flower sect, you are naturally a part of the Jade Flower sect. There is nothing you cannot listen to." Yuez was quite smart. Hearing Jade Escape's son's words, Yinan didn't care about anything. He was indeed living in the Yuhua sect now, and it didn't matter to him whether he was considered a part of the Yuhua sect or not. Seeing that Yinan didn't retort, Yu Zhanzi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although he hadn't seen Yinan strike, he was certainly not weaker than himself. It was natural that more of this kind of strong person would be better. Yuez connected to the Jade Slip, and before Yuez could ask a question, immediately, the voice of Jade Immortal came out. "Old ancestor." The Jade Immortal on the other side glanced at the 2 Chu Mixers, and calmly explained the matter to Jade Progenitor. But in her mind, she was uneasy. The current Chu family was definitely difficult to deal with, and what worried her the most was the big shot that the Chu family was talking about. When Jade Immortal recounted these things, she didn't realize that Yinan was also beside Jade Escapees. Hearing Jade Immortal's words, Jade Escape Z fell into silence and looked at Yinan with a shocked and uncertain expression. At this moment, Yinan was also listening in awe. "Bring them here," Yinan directly shouted to Jade Jane. Hearing in the Jade simplicity, Yinan's voice came. The Jade Immortal was also stunned, but she didn't say anything and directly led the 2 of them out of the main hall. What a pain in the ass. It's endless. Yinan's face didn't look good either. From the words of the Jade Fairy just now, He could hear who these people were, that they were Gu Chen's enemies. Moreover, Gu Chen had only just gone out for a few hours, and this came to the door. It was just that Yinan didn't know that someone had gone looking for him before. Only, being inside the closet, it's taken care of. Fellow Daoist Yi, how are you going to handle this? The Chu family can't be easy to deal with. Ha! Uez looked at Yinan with a gloomy expression. If they are obedient and retreat obediently, let them live for a while longer so that my disciple can take revenge personally. If they are not obedient, I don't mind getting them killed first. Yinan also had a cold light on his face. Chapter 36, The Arrogant Chu Family. Hearing Yinan's words, Yu Zhanzi muttered straight in his heart. Once something happened, he, the Yuhua sect, would definitely be implicated. However, things had already happened in their own clan, and staying out of it was no longer possible. The two Chu mixers were not afraid of what Jade Immortal would do to them, and once something happened to them, the Chu family would know about it. They trusted the Yuhua sect and knew the importance of lightness. In no time, the two Chu mixers were brought to the South Peak by the Jade Immortal. Senior, I've brought the person. Jade Immortal bowed respectfully to Yinan. The two Chu mixers also saw Yinan. On the side, they recognized Jade Escape. What surprised them was that the Jade Immortal actually saluted a Chi refining realm first, which surprised them, but they didn't think much of it. You are the ones who killed my disciple's entire clan. Yinan looked at the two Chu mixers expressionlessly. Hearing Yinan's words, both Chu mixers' eyes narrowed. No wonder. I told you that the people that my Chu family sent out have all gone missing, so it was your Yuhua sect that did it. Chu Mix looked at Jade Immortal and Jade Easy Sun with a blue face. With the two previous spirit gathering realms, perhaps Gu Chen would still have a chance to kill them back, but the strongest person of the gathering realm sent behind them was not something Gu Chen could handle. But the results are also gone. Although Yinan said that he was Gu Chen's master, the two Chu mixers didn't believe it at all. What could a Chi refining realm turn up? It was directly determined that it was the Yuhua sect that was up to no good, and that this was a play put on by the Yuhua sect to get a Chi refining realm to take the fall. And it was quite certain that the current Gu Chen had definitely joined the Yuhua sect, especially when they saw Uez. The two Chu mixers' faces were unpleasant. They felt that this was the Jade Immortal not being prepared to let them go, and brought them here so that Jade escapees could take a shot at them. Upon hearing Chu Mixed Dao's words, both Jade Immortal and Jade Easy Sun were stunned. They didn't think that they could get laid just by watching a play, but the two also knew that there was no use in explaining it now, no matter how. Seeing that several people did not speak, Chu Mix was even more certain of his guess. With an angry face, he looked at Uez and Yu Xian. What? I've uncovered it? Want to silence them? Just in case I tell you, if something happens to us, my Chu family will definitely investigate you. As for Yinan, a Chi refining realm, directly ignored. Hearing these words, both Jade Immortal and Jade Easy Sun's faces darkened. Good lord, they didn't say a word. What are you putting aside for brainstorming? Alright, stop beeping here and get the hell out of here. Yinan couldn't even look down anymore and decided to leave it to his own disciple to resolve. Hearing Yinan's words, Chu Mix's face sank. Angrily, he looked at Jade Escape and Jade Immortal. Are the people of your clan so unqualified? If it wasn't for the presence of Uez, he would have slapped Yinan to death long ago. Alright, hurry up and get the hell out of here. Hearing Yinan's words, Jade Escape's son was also relieved, so he rushed to shoo people away as well, lest Yinan change his mind. Hearing Uez's words, Chu Mix was not happy. With an angry face, he looked at Uez. I know that you are stronger than me, but my Chu clan is not something that your Yuhua sect can casually offend right now. If you Gu Chen hand it over, and then let me personally kill this unqualified brat, this matter will be settled. Otherwise, when I go back, then it won't end well. Chu Mix didn't put words in his mouth, and he couldn't leave if he pissed off Uez, but the basic threats and undertones are still there. Hearing Chu Mix's words of not knowing how to die, both Jade Immortal and Jade Escape's son's eyes jumped. Sure enough, both of them knew it was over when they saw Yinan's expression. Seeing Yinan looking at himself with an icy face, Chu Mix didn't care in the slightest and said, "What are you looking at? An ant like you is also qualified to look at me?" Chu Mix had long ago taken in the expressions of the two Jade escapees. He thought that it was his words that had calmed the two Jade escapees. At this moment, the two Chu Mixers felt refreshed. The stifled feeling from before had all but dissipated. Seeing the incomparably arrogant two people, Yinan's face also darkened, and there was no longer any need to continue the conversation. Since you don't want to roll, then go to hell. Yinan slowly raised one hand. Seeing Yinan's actions, Both Chu mixers had a disdainful look on their faces. A chi refining realm wasn't even enough to tickle them. Only the Jade Immortal and Jade Easy Sun on the side were greatly shocked, especially Jade Escape, who directly went up to block it. This would be a big deal if he killed the two Chu mixers. Just as he had just taken a few steps, Yinan directly pressed his palm down towards the two Chu mixers. The two Chu mixers, who were indifferent at first, suddenly felt that above their heads, there was a heavy pressure coming towards them, and the pressure was getting heavier. So they looked up. It's a shock if you don't look at it. A huge Dao Aura palm was covering down towards himself. Not good. Chu Mix and the two of them didn't have time to think about that much, gathering their own strength to prepare to resist. Boom! As the palms fell, the power gathered by the two Chu mixers was like overrating a tree. Even Uez, who was ready to stop Yinan, was shocked by the powerful force and flew directly backwards. Old ancestor. The Jade Immortal was also startled and rushed forward. The force was used again. Yinan was a little embarrassed. Just now he was too angry and didn't confiscate his strength. Smoke and dust dispersed. Originally stood Chu Mixed two people's place, where there are still silhouettes. The whole mountain peak directly less than a small half. Seeing this scene, the Jade Immortal was shocked even for the second time. There was no one more shocked than Jade Escape. If he'd been any faster just now, he might have just lost it too. So strong. This is definitely the earthly Xian realm. I was ignorantly thinking before that this one was at most similar to me. Uez said bitterly. Earth Xian realm. I couldn't reach it even after years of hard cultivation, and I was never able to comprehend the power of heaven and earth, and it actually let me see one with my own eyes. Uez's eyes changed as he looked at Yinan once again. It was shock, disbelief and excitement. Shocked by Yinan's power, he wondered why a strong person like Yinan would come to his own small sect. Excited. There was actually such a great god that lived in his clan. Most notably, as long as he was instructed by Yinan, he would also have the opportunity to touch the earthly Xian realm. Only by truly stepping into the heaven and earth Xian realm would one be considered truly strong. As long as one comprehended the heaven and earth Xian realm, one would be able to step into the legendary mortal transformation realm. A strong person who had reached that realm would be able to travel between heaven and earth and step into the air. Hearing Jade Escape's son's words, Jade Immortal was also startled. She had thought that Yinan was only a solid realm powerhouse as well. Unexpectedly, it's already an earthly Xian realm powerhouse. She had guessed before, but didn't dare to be sure because that kind of strong person was too hard to see. Until this moment, she had never seen it. Uez was already at the peak of the solid realm, but he didn't expect that he wouldn't even be able to block the aftermath of Yinan's palm. Gu, are you alright? Yinan also hurriedly came to Jade Escape Z and reached out to help. When he had just struck out, he had noticed Jade Prosperity. Only at that time, the power had already struck out and couldn't be retracted. Luckily, Uez is fine, or else he would have sinned. Chapter 37. A bunch of heavenly grade techniques shocked Jade Immortal and Jade Easy Sun. Seeing Yinan personally come to help himself, how could Yu Zhanzi dare? Transporting his strength, he hurriedly stood up and bowed to Yinan. Senior is unharmed. Even the Jade Immortal on the side bowed. The immortal cultivation world is honored by strength, and whoever is strong is a senior. And this is a clear distinction. How come you've become so polite? Yinan was somewhat helpless. The only one who was more calm was Linglong, who was reading a novel not far away. It's because my juniors had no eyes before. They actually thought that seniors were in the same realm as me. I hope that seniors will forgive me. Uez bent his waist even lower. Hearing Uez's words, Yinan's face was also darkened. He was just a chi refining realm. Gross of people in the same realm. But he was kind of a special case and didn't overcount anything. Alright, in the future, you guys, don't be like this. Be easygoing, or else I'll move. Yinan deliberately said with a stern face. Hearing Yinan's words, both of the Jade Escapees' hearts trembled. Yes, Senior has a point. It's us who are restrained. After Uez finished speaking, he hurriedly straightened his body and once again returned to his previous appearance. He was really afraid that Yinan would leave. This was a strong Earth Xian realm practitioner. If Yinan left in dissatisfaction because of some of his habits, it would be a big loss. He had been walking on thin ice all his life, and Yinan, who was both powerful and approachable, was really the first time he had seen it. Is your injury really okay? Yinan was still a bit uneasy. No, it's fine. It's really fine. Uez also responded in a hurry. When he finished, he moved his body with a big grin. Seeing this scene, Yinan finally put his heart down. I don't have anything good, so I'll just give you guys some feats to compensate for the compensation. Before the two Jade Escapees could say anything, Yinan just waved his hand. Whoosh! A pile of merit scrolls appeared right in front of the two of them in Jade Escape. Seeing at least dozens of merit scrolls in front of them, both of them sucked in a breath of cool air. Senior, this, UEZ didn't even know what to say. No need to thank me. You guys see if it fits. If not, I'll give you some again. Yinan hurriedly interrupted. Seeing Yinan's expression that could not be refused, Jade Escapees and Jade Immortals could only crouch down, picking up a book each and carefully looking at it. It was better not to look at this, but at first glance both of them had their pupils shrinking. Heavenly level techniques? Jade Fairy didn't hold her breath and was the first to shout out. Jade Escape, who was on the side, hurriedly crushed a jade slip. The jade brief shattered, and a curtain of light rose directly from the southern peak. This was the Great Formation, and every building or mountain peak in the sect had a similar formation. Perhaps feeling a bit out of place, Jade Fairy hurriedly covered her red lips and also looked around cautiously. Only, the hand holding the gongfu was trembling. Jade Escape, who was on the side, was no better. Seeing the two of them being so cautious, Yinan was somewhat speechless. Just these feats, he used to use them for firewood alright. Elder, senior, this is too valuable. Uez shivered as he spoke. Yuhua sect, the strongest is only the 8th order of merit. Celestial level feats, that was something they didn't dare to think about. It's fine, keep it, and these on the ground. You all take a look to see if they fit. Tell me if they don't. Yinan waved his hand without caring. When he finished, he sat down in the recliner once again to bask in the sun. Just seeing the heaven-level technique in his hand, how could you Zhanzi have the heart to look at other techniques? It's like getting a priceless treasure and clutching it in your hand for dear life, even forgetting that what Jade Immortal had in her hands was also a heaven-grade technique. Only Jade Immortal. Somewhat stunned, she looked at the large pile of feats on the ground. With apprehension, he once again carefully picked up a scroll, but when she opened it, her pupils shrank again. So pick up roll after roll. Shocked at first, and now sweating profusely, his hands were shaking before, and now his legs were shaking. Directly, he simply sat paralyzed on the ground, looking at these feats on the ground in shock. Heavenly grade, all heavenly grade techniques. Jade Fairy covered her small heart and murmured in a low voice. Jade Easy's son, who was on the side, didn't even notice Jade Fairy's condition, still obsessively looking at the heaven grade technique in his hand. Old ancestor, Jade Fairy shouted several times in succession. It was only after hearing Jade Fairy shout several times that Jade Escapees came back to his senses. By the way, Jade Fairy, are you holding a heaven grade technique as well? Quickly show it to me. It was only then that Jade Immortal realized it afterward. Hearing his old ancestor's words, Jade Immortal was speechless. Still, he said to Yuzongzi, old ancestor, take a look at the other feats on the ground. Seeing Jade Fairy sitting on the ground, coupled with Jade Fairy's sweaty expression, Jade Escape's son's eyes also jumped. He trembled as he looked at the other feats on the floor. He had just been attracted by the heaven grade technique in his hand, and for a moment, he had forgotten about the technique on the ground. It wasn't that he hadn't noticed, it was mainly because the gongfu in his hand was too profound and too powerful. It was like there was some kind of magic that kept him at bay. It didn't come back until now. Uez tremblingly picked up a volume of the gongfu. Then with apprehension, he opened it. The moment he opened it, he was shocked all over again. And then, pick up volume after volume of the Taoist Kung Fu. Every time he picked up a scroll of merit law, he gulped and flushed. Oh my god, it's all heavenly level techniques. Uez looked at them one by one in succession, and could no longer use shock to describe his mood at this moment. How about it? Does it fit? Yinan looked at the two men without any good humor. Suitable, too suitable. Thank you, senior. Uez directly kowtowed to Yinan on the spot. What are you doing? It just fits. Put it away. Yinan couldn't stop it even if he wanted to. Uez was also fast, and quickly collected them all. He also looked around South Peak warily. Old ancestor, don't worry, I've just seen it all. There's no one, Jade Immortal also said in a hurry. Hearing Jade Fairy's words, Jade Escape's son was also relieved. If these feats were placed in the outside world, they would have to be snatched up, not to mention the dozens of volumes. If the word got out, it would still turn his Yuhua sect upside down? Senior's great favor. The Jade Flower sect, cannot thank you enough. Uez gave another big salute. Oops, didn't I say so? Don't be like this. I live in your house, eat your food, and I just injured you by mistake. So it's normal to give something. Yinan waved his hand impatiently. Yes. Senior, I'll go take care of things first and come back later to greet senior. Uez hurriedly bowed. Yinan also knew what Zhanzi wanted to do and said unconcernedly, it's fine. You go and get busy. Seeing the two who were about to leave, Yinan shouted again in a hurry and said somewhat awkwardly, can you Restore this mountain peak to its original state. That strike just now had directly slapped away a small half of the mountain peak, which was really uncomfortable to live in. Don't worry, senior. I'll go arrange for someone right here and get it right for senior, Uez said with a serious face. At this moment, he was red-faced, as if he had been beaten up. Chapter 38, Beast Tide. Jade Escape and Jade Fairy quickly left. They're having a clan meeting now. Celestial level feats. Ah, a whole lot of them. Ha ha ha. It's time for my sect to rise. God has eyes. While rushing towards the sect's main hall, Uez laughed maniacally. The Jade Immortal on the side, at this time, was in a similar mood. If she hadn't been a female and more reserved, she would have had to roar wildly a few times. Soon, quite a few people had gathered in the Yuhua sect's main hall. All of them were the backbone of the clan, along with most of the elders who weren't allowed to come and participate. Because, for Jade Escape and Jade Fairy, this time it was too big. Non-clan core cannot participate. Seeing Uez and Yuxian sitting in the high seat with a serious face, the elders sitting below were all a bit puzzled. Elder Ancestor, Patriarch, I wonder what you have summoned us for. One of the elders spoke up. Today, I have a big event to announce. All of you are the backbone of the Yuhua sect, so, I still hope that you all will keep today's matter a secret. Uez seriously looked at the elders below. Seeing that Jade Escape's son was so serious and even came out to preside in person, they also felt that the matter was extraordinary. Please also rest assured, Patriarch, Elder Ancestor, that we will not backstab the clan even if we lay down our lives. The elders collectively spoke out. Upon hearing the words of the elders, Uez also nodded in satisfaction. Seeing that the atmosphere was also almost brewing, Jade Escape's son extended a palm. Whoosh! A scroll of feats appeared right in front of Zhanzi. The crowd was a bit puzzled when they saw the Gongfu scroll floating in Uez's hands. Old Ancestor, what is this? Someone had already asked in a hurry. This is a Gong method. Uez looked at the crowd in a serious manner. Hearing that it was a merit law, the crowd was speechless. Old Ancestor, isn't it just one merit law? Who doesn't have two on us? One of the elders was straightforward. Seeing the faces of the crowd, Uez did not sell himself short. Continuing, he said, what if this is a heavenly grade technique? At these words, the room fell silent. Seeing that Uez did not look like he was joking, the crowd all sat up in shock. Even breathing became rapid. This merit law, I will leave it to you to cultivate. Remember, non-essential. Don't expose it. Uez directly threw the merit law in his hand. To the crowd, it wasn't that Uez couldn't part with it. It was just that if he took it all out at once, it would definitely cause a stir. Once the news leaked out and there were treasures but no strength, it would be over by then. A heaven-level technique was also enough for these elders to cultivate. One of the elders caught the merit law and opened it in a hurry. The rest of the elders all came together. At this moment, the entire hall was filled with the sound of cold air being sucked backwards. Elder Ancestor, how did you obtain this technique? These elders were still a bit puzzled. Heaven-level technique? That's not a cabbage. It's not something that can be encountered casually. Don't ask about these. From today onwards, give up your previous cultivation techniques and all cultivate this heaven-level technique. This is an opportunity for our Yuhua sect to rise. Uez did not tell the crowd the origin of the merit law. Hearing Jade Escape's son's words, the crowd was also very understanding and did not ask more questions. Soon, the crowd in the great hall dispersed. All the elders, after exiting the main hall, quickly gathered in another main hall. All of them are studying that heaven-level technique. As for Yinan, he is still lying down. There were still quite a few people working around, all arranged by Jade Immortal to help repair the mountain. A few days passed. Linglong, let's go out and have some fun. Yinan looked around at the people coming and going. The mountain that hadn't been repaired yet was rather noisy these days. It's okay. Linglong was indifferent, saying go. Then the two of them went down the hill. This time, I went out and got a wagon, mainly because it was laid back. Soon Yinan and Linglong, once again, arrived at Cloud City. After not being down for a few days, surely the first thing you'll do is go down to the restaurant. Looking at the table full of delicious food, Yinan and Linglong were not polite and directly started eating. Looking at the nearby diners, with a look of contempt, Yinan's two people's eating was just too ugly. Ding! Temporary mission triggered. Please host immediately go to the 10,000 Demons mountain range to stop the beast tide. Rewarded with the weapon phaseless. Yinan, who was in the middle of eating, suddenly heard the system get a sound. Beast tide? 10,000 demon mountain range? Yinan recited in his heart. Linglong, hurry up and eat. After eating brother take you to fight monsters. After saying that Yinan ate faster, trying not to waste food. Hearing Yinan's words, Linglong was just speechless, but her eating action was accelerated. After a windfall, Yinan set off with Linglong. In the 10,000 demon mountain range, quite a few demonic beasts had already gathered at this time. There were strong and weak, and they all seemed to be violent, as if they were about to break out of the mountain range at any moment. What's going on here? The cultivators who had been practicing in the mountain range were fleeing the mountain range in a steady stream. Some didn't make it and were directly torn to pieces by the demonic beasts. Brother Nan, what's going on? Linglong looked at the hastily fleeing crowd in disbelief. They had arrived at the outskirts of the mountain range. I don't know the specifics. I won't know until I go in and take a look. Although the system told Yinan that it was a beast tide, the system did not specify. But beast tides are rarely seen, and every time one occurs there is a reason for it. Seeing Yinan and Linglong, who still dared to go inside the mountain range, the crowd that fled outward were also very surprised, but it didn't matter. Other people's lives and deaths had nothing to do with them. Of course, there were also some stronger ones that came out and didn't leave, also wanting to see what was going on. The change in the 10,000 demon mountain range appeared so suddenly that even the four great sects didn't receive the news at first, and with these cultivators who fled out, the riots in the 10,000 demon mountain range spread around. Even Pengchang, where Yinan lived, the people inside, all moved away. After all, Peng City was too close to the 10,000 demon mountain range. The news spread quickly and was soon known by the four major sects. Brother Nan, when you say you're taking me to fight monsters, it wouldn't be the demonic beasts in here, would it? Linglong looked at Yinan somewhat speechlessly. Sort of. Yinan smiled sarcastically. However, just as the two of them were chatting, a spirit-gathering realm demonic beast pounced towards Yinan. Those who were watching the show thought that Yinan would be torn apart by the demonic beasts. After all, Yinan was only in the chi refining realm. As a result, when they saw the pouncing demonic beasts, Yinan and Linglong were both relatively calm, just as the crowd was a bit puzzled. The next moment, they were dumbfounded. Pop! Yinan directly slapped at the head of this demonic beast, killing it on the spot. Even its head exploded. Yinan, somewhat disgusted, wiped his hands on a stone on the side. However, seeing the demonic beast corpse on the ground, Yinan didn't waste it and directly cut the meat on the spot. This is all good stuff. You can go back and cook a hot pot. There was no one else for the crowd to see Yinan operate like this. However, Yinan ignored these people, and after packing up, he continued to go deeper. It was a slap in the face of a demonic beast all the way. As Yinan and the two of them went deeper, they gradually could no longer see the cultivators. It was all demonic beasts. Right after Yinan entered the depths of the mountain range, another group of people came from the periphery. Chapter 39, Gu Chen's Anger. It was the people from the four major clans. This time, however, the atmosphere between the people was a bit subtle. I guess it's because of the previous tournament. What the hell is going on here? Jade Fairy stared, looking at the rampaging demonic beasts everywhere. No one answered her words because no one knew what was going on. Elder Jade, you guys are here too? Right at this moment, a youthful figure arrived beside Jade Immortal. After seeing the visitor, Jade Fairy was just stunned. So it's you. I wonder where Senior Yi is going. Jade Immortal looked kindly at Gu Chen. Master? Isn't Master Teacher in the sect? Gu Chen was a bit puzzled. He had been practicing all over the place for the past few days, and when he heard that there was a disturbance in the 10,000 demon mountain range, he came over to take a look. Senior Yi is not in the sect. When I left the sect, I went to look for him and didn't see Senior Yi. Jade Fairy thought Gu Chen knew. When she received the news of the 10,000 demon mountain range, and the demonic beasts rioting, she and Jade Escape went to look for Yinan at the first opportunity. Turns out there's no one in sight. So, Jade Fairy could only bring someone to take a look. As for UEZ, he still had to sit in the sect. I don't know about that. I guess Master Teacher went out to play. When Gu Chen thought about it, Yinan only had two hobbies, gluttony and playfulness. Jade Fairy thought about it as well. Senior, should we go in and see what's going on? Gu Chen looked to Jade Immortal. To probe the situation, we can only go in and take a look. It's just that. You're not strong enough yet. Why don't you just stay outside? Jade Fairy didn't want Gu Chen to take any risks. If anything happened to Gu Chen and Yinan blamed it, she couldn't afford it. Don't worry, Elder Jade. I have the means to protect myself. And I also want to go in and try out the results of my cultivation during this period of time. Gu Chen gritted his teeth, but he still remembered the giant tiger that tried to slap him to death earlier. This time, I went in, just to see if I could come across it. It's okay. Then you have to stay close to me at all times. there are many dangers inside. Jade Fairy thought about it and could only nod her head. After all, Gu Chen was Yinan's disciple, and the life-preserving means on his body might. It was even stronger than her life-preserving means. Good. Gu Chen also nodded. Gentlemen, everyone has seen the situation. The only way to know the specifics is to go in. If we don't go in and find out what's going on, once a beast tide occurs, the consequences will be unimaginable. Jade Immortal looked at the other 4 clans again. This time, the crowd didn't object to anything. After all, Jade Immortal was right. In the event of a beast tide, their 4 clans would also be implicated. Good, then let's go in and take a look. Yushan was the first to speak, and Blue Spirit of the Wuji sect was among them. Only, her gaze had been paying attention to Gu Chen. That girl, it seems that she seems to have thoughts about you. Jade Fairy looked at Gu Chen playfully. By Jade Fairy's remark, Gu Chen's face stiffened. Still, he explained, Elder Jade is joking. She just has ulterior motives. It's not what Elder thinks. Oh, there's still this? The Jade Immortal was also a bit surprised upon hearing this. She knew that Blue Spirit was not simple. In such a short period of time, she was able to call the shots in the Wuji sect, so she was bound to have real skills. The rest of the people hadn't heard those words of the Blue Spirit trying to subdue Gu Chen earlier. Then the people of the 4 clans slowly stepped towards the inside of the 10,000 demon mountain range. Those who were watching, the cultivators with a bit of strength, seeing that the people from the 4 clans had all gone in, they followed suit. The people of the 4 clans didn't care. After all, there were quite a few dangers inside the 10,000 demon mountain range. These loose cultivators were not very strong, but they were a force to be reckoned with. But they hadn't entered for a long time before those berserk demonic beasts rushed towards them. All at once, the pandemonium began. Both these demonic beast corpses and demon pills could be exchanged for spirit stones, especially those scattered cultivators. Although it was a bit risky, with the 4 great sects around, their bottom line was a bit bigger. These demonic beasts were no small gain for them. What a powerful girl. Jade Immortal narrowed her eyes at Blue Spirit, who was slaying with a long sword without losing her elegance. The others also noticed Blue Spirit, especially the Cold Mountain sect and the Sharp Sword sect. That was a heart of envy and jealousy. Only Qin Wudao of the Wuji sect, that's a red face. He knew that even if the Blue Spirit was not in the Wuji sect in the future, with Blue Spirit's cultivation talent, in the future, his own Wuji sect would surely be able to gain great benefits as well. Bang! Gu Chen punched out a demonic beast and even glanced at Blue Spirit. Both he and Blue Spirit were at the 9th level of spirit gathering, and he was sure he could easily defeat the Blue Spirit himself. But those perverted tactics of the Blue Spirit made Gu Chen a bit wary. The crowd didn't pay much attention to Gu Chen's performance, because Gu Chen was basically a physical fight, covered in blood, but he wasn't as dazzling as Blue Spirit. Of course, Blue Spirit had been paying attention to Gu Chen. In her opinion, of all the people present, only Gu Chen could enter her eyes. On the other side, Yinan and Linglong were squatting on a boulder, roasting demonic beast meat. There were also a large number of demonic beast corpses that had fallen around, as well as many demonic beasts, all of which were staring at Yinan and the 2 of them with a deadly stare around them. None of them seemed to dare charge up again, and could only bare their teeth around them. Even the previous riots seemed to have quieted down quite a bit. It smells so good. Linglong smelled the roasted meat on the grill. It was a treat. That's a must. Don't even look at who baked it. Yinan didn't forget to boast a bit. The Gu Chen and the others outside, on the other hand, were not so relaxed. The deeper they went, the more powerful the demonic beasts became, and demonic beasts of the Gathering of Yuan realm had already begun to appear. However, these demonic beasts of the Gathering realm were all dealt with by the various clans, or elders. Some loose cultivators, also do not dare to go deeper, are gradually withdrawn from the mountain range. After all, their own dog life is the most important. As time passed, there were more and more demonic beasts at the Gathering realm. However, they were all demonic beasts of 1 or 2 levels of Zhou Yuan. Stay close to me, Jade Immortal kept urging Gu Chen while killing demonic beasts. Don't worry, senior. I'm a very capable fighter, Gu Chen excitedly said as he punched out a spirit-gathering demon beast, especially when he thought of the Chu family that had exterminated his own family. The more ruthless Gu Chen's strikes became. It seemed to be treating these demonic beasts as if they were members of the Chu family, and none of these spirit-gathering demonic beasts could block his punch. But just as he was massacring, a demonic beast of the 1st level of Gathering Yuan rushed towards him. Seeing this scene, Jade Immortal was also startled and instantly came to Gu Chen's side, about to dispose of the demonic beast. However, before she could react, Gu Chen took the lead and charged towards the demonic beast. This scene was a frightening one for Jade Fairy. She also hurriedly followed. She didn't dare to let anything happen to Gu Chen. Ah! Gu Chen roared and slammed his fist out. Boom! That gathering demon beast was directly smashed out. Before anyone could be shocked, Gu Chen instantly accelerated, shoo, directly rushing towards that demonic beast. Another punch came out, and the demonic beast had just stabilized itself, and before it could react, it saw a fist appear in front of it. Boom! That Gathering Realm demonic beast had its head directly blown off. Chapter 40, Crisis in the Air. It was a scene that not many people noticed. After all, the scene was too chaotic, all killing each other. There was no time to pay attention to others. But the major patriarchs in Blue Spirit and the others saw it. This, Jade Fairy also stopped in shock. She hadn't expected that even a demonic beast of 1 or 2 levels of Zhou Yuan could be killed by Gu Chen's 2 punches. It was fine if it was a small realm difference, but this was a big realm crossing. Yushan and Coldpool were both looking at Gu Chen with slightly narrowed eyes, not knowing what to think. Only Qin Wudao didn't hide the killing intent in his eyes as he clenched his fists and cackled. That's barely worthy of being my follower. The corners of Blue Spirit's mouth curled up as she thought this in her heart. This son cannot be kept. Qin Wudao's gaze became dangerous as he looked at Gu Chen. The main reason was that the Wuji sect and the Yuhua sect had once had a grudge, and it wasn't small. Once a genius like Gu Chen rose up, how could there be a position for the Wuji sect? Although the Wuji sect had the Blue Spirit, he didn't dare to gamble. He had always been cautious in his actions. There was no need to leave behind any consequences. Everyone hadn't expected that Gu Chen would actually be able to fight beyond the Great Realm, and this really shocked them. A Great Realm is a hurdle, not so easy to cross. Putting away her shock, Yuxian hurriedly came to Gu Chen's side and said, "Are you alright?" "It's fine." Gu Chen shook his head, throwing away some of the thoughts inside his mind. He crouched down to harvest the good meat from the demonic beast. He hadn't forgotten his master's penchant for delicious food. Roar! Just then, a beastly roar came from the depths. Hearing this beast roar, the crowd felt a pain in their eardrums. This is a demonic beast of the Pioneer Realm. Jade Fairy was shocked. What to do? Do we still have to go in? I feel it's too dangerous. Yushan directly beat a retreat, although they were also at the Reshant Valley realm. But this wasn't even the deepest part of the 10,000 Demon Mountain range, and the beast roar of a Pioneer Valley realm demonic beast had actually appeared. Just as soon as his words fell, whoosh, dozens more demonic beasts of varying sizes came to their surroundings. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces were ugly. It looks like it's impossible to leave. Yushan's face was ugly. It wasn't that these demonic beasts were so strong, but they weren't weak either. They were all above the 5th level of Gathering Yuan. There was no threat to the sect lords of the sects, but those elders, it was a different story. There were clan elders who were not yet at the 5th level of Yuan Gathering, and although there were also those who exceeded the 5th level of Yuan Gathering, they were after all a minority. You can't run around this time. Stay close to me, Jade Fairy said to Gu Chen gruffly. Good. Gu Chen nodded gruffly as well. A head or two is fine. He can still put up a good fight, but with so many demonic beasts above the 5th level of Zhou Yuan, he had the heart to do nothing. The most crucial thing was that his Vajra hegemony body, which had yet to be fully awakened, granted limited power. Everyone gather together and come to my side, Jade Immortal said to some of the elders of the Yuhua sect. Those elders didn't hesitate and all came to Jade Fairy's side. Roar! That beastly roar from earlier in the depths resounded once again. After hearing this beast roar, all the demonic beasts once again swarmed up. It seems, all these demonic beasts were brought by that beast roar from the depths. Jade Fairy quickly thought of this. However, although these demonic beasts were strong, with the presence of the major patriarchs, for a time, these demonic beasts of the Gathering Realm were still not enough to be looked at. But the crowd did not relax. There are still demonic beasts in the depths of the Pioneer Realm, and these demonic beasts seem to have a bit of intelligence. Knowing the power of the several Jade Immortal patriarchs, the latter didn't attack Jade Immortal and the others anymore, and instead began to kill those scattered cultivators or make a move on those elders. For a moment, there was no defense, and there were screams. There were also those demonic beasts from before. It was like they were desperate to rush towards the crowd. Soon, the crowd that had gathered together was directly dispersed, and those who were dispersed became the targets of those powerful demonic beasts. In the face of this scene, the Jade Immortal's several great patriarchs, too, were helpless. There were really too many demonic beasts to kill. Jade Fairy couldn't care less right now. She could only do her best to protect Gu Chen. No, we must combine our efforts to find out that Pioneer Realm demonic beast and kill it, or else there's no end to it. Coldpool's voice rang in the ears of the crowd. Jade Fairy also knew that these demonic beasts were also crazy because they had received orders from the one in the depths. Good. It can only be so. Qin Wudao also snapped. It seems to fulfill them. Roar. Another beastly roar resounded. It seemed like the voices were getting closer. For a moment, large swaths of trees, all began to shake. It's coming! Jade Fairy locked onto a direction on full alert. The rest of the major patriarchs were also staring with their full attention. Miso. At this moment, in the hands of all the major patriarchs, a weaponized magic treasure appeared. In Jade Fairy's hand was a long sword. A demonic beast of the Pioneer realm was enough to make them pay attention. Roar! Suddenly, several figures arrived not far from the Jade Immortal crowd with great speed. There were 4 figures in total, all of which were demonic beasts of varying sizes. Some are huge, some are the size of a wolf, but the aura emanating from his body was chilling to the crowd. Seeing this scene, the crowd was shocked. For Pioneer Realm demonic beasts, and they thought there was only one. They all knew that the depths of the 10,000 Demon Mountain range were dangerous. I didn't expect the demonic beasts inside were actually so terrifying. The moment, the faces of the 4 great sects patriarchs were extremely ugly. Roar! Just when they thought there were only 4, another beast roar rang out. Now, even the 4 sect masters couldn't sit still. With 4 heads, one of them could still handle it. There seems to be another head now. Big trouble. Jade Immortal wasn't calm anymore either. Roar! Just as the crowd was still in shock, a figure quickly appeared on a huge rock not far from them. It was a giant tiger, with a murderous aura overflowing from its body. Looking at the surrounding crowd with pale faces, the fluctuation of breath in his body seemed to be quite a bit stronger than them. The patriarchs. Ka-ching! At this moment, all 4 patriarchs stopped hesitating and directly crushed a jade slip. The situation had gone beyond their expectations, and the only way was to let the old ancestors of their various clans come. I hope old ancestor can make it. Jade Immortal's heart sank a little, and the giant tiger that came out last just came out. It just cruised around with a murderous spirit. It smelled the human scent that had killed its offspring before, and at the sight of the giant tiger's figure, Chen was the one whose eyes jumped. Good lord, what a foe! It was just that what Chen hadn't expected was that this giant tiger was actually a demonic beast of the Pioneer realm. And it doesn't seem to be an ordinary Pioneer realm, thanks to the fact that he just wanted to take revenge. Now it seems it's a bit difficult. The blue spirit, who was not far away, also noticed the giant tiger. Soon, the ferocious gaze of the giant tiger locked onto Chen and Lan Ling. Roar! No more hesitations. The enemy is not a man of the world. The giant tiger roared and charged directly towards Chen and Lan Ling. Chapter 41, Sound Battle. Not good. Jade Fairy hurriedly raised her sword and was about to step forward to help. Even the remaining 3 great patriarchs were quick to strike. Whoosh! But in the very next moment, the remaining 4 Pioneer Realm demonic beasts, branching out, stopped the 4 Jade Immortals. Seeing this scene, the 4 Jade Immortals had ugly faces. With the extra giant tiger, just those elders of theirs couldn't deal with it at all. But the giant tiger that ran wildly, pressed on without caring about the others, and rushed straight towards the nearest blue spirit. Noticing this scene, everyone froze. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Put up a fight. Chen's face was also unsightly. Whoosh! In the next moment, a pair of crystalline gloves appeared attached to his hands. It couldn't be helped, although, right now, he could only utilize a sliver of the power of these gloves, but the material was solid. The crowd also noticed the change in Chen's hands, but their eyesight was limited. The aura emanating from the gloves was also limited. So, the crowd was also just a little surprised. Only Blue Spirit, who was not far away, narrowed her eyes for a moment, but didn't think much of it. It just felt like the boxing gloves on Chen's hands gave her a hint of a strange feeling. There are quite a few treasures in this guy's hands. The Blue Spirit was also a bit surprised. At the present time, her strength was limited, and even with her strong insight, she was unable to sense Dharma treasure levels that exceeded her strength. Unless she was allowed to get her hands on it herself, perhaps she would know. If it were any other cultivator, even if they got a heaven-defying treasure, they wouldn't have the fortune to digest it and would only feel lucky to have gotten something good. And there are some treasures that look like crap, but are actually quite extraordinary. The giant tiger had already pounced, and there was no time for her to think too much. The Jade Immortal and Qin Wudao, who wanted to stop the giant tiger, but there was nothing they could do, because there were already 2 Pioneer Realm demonic beasts that pounced towards them. Damn it! Qin Wudao was in a rage. To him, Lan Ling was the future of his Wuji sect. Even if all of these elders died, nothing could happen to Lan Ling. You find a way to stall for a while, and when I kill this sinful animal, I'll come and help you. Jade Fairy also shouted loudly to Chen in a hurry. She couldn't be distracted by the demonic beasts of the Pioneer Realm. She knew that on Chen, there must be quite a bit of self-preservation. Seeing the tiger's paw that slapped down towards him, Blue Spirit didn't hide anymore. Transport! Blue Spirit's voice came out. Whoosh! Her figure just instantly appeared beside Chen. seeing the blue spirit who suddenly appeared by his side. Gu Chen was also stunned. Then his face went sour. What do you mean? Still want to wreak havoc? The rest of them were also stunned when they saw blue spirits maneuver. What kind of stance is this? Yu Shan was startled. Even Qin Wudao was startled. He himself had never seen this kind of stance before. However, there wasn't that much time to think more. Dealing with the demonic beast in front of him was more important. Go back and ask afterward, and all will be clear. You've seen it too, haven't you? The sovereigns are all being held back, and you're the only one in here who has the ability to work with me and maybe have a chance to kill it. The blue spirit rarely became serious. As for those elders, they were all struggling to protect themselves at this time. As the giant tiger made a move on the two of them, the demonic beasts around them scattered. It seems it wants to kill us with its own hands for revenge. Blue spirit continued to add, who am I to work with you? Gu Chen didn't have any good feelings towards blue spirit. At this moment, all the people were killing each other, and the only thing none of them understood was why one of the strongest demonic beasts was striking out against two of the spirit-gathering realm. And it seems the killing intent is still strong, but just as the two of them were talking, the giant tiger once again pounced over with a powerful force. Boom! A large portion of the mountains and trees collapsed, and even Gu Chen and Lan Ling were rushed backwards by the aftermath of this strike. Rumble! Both of them broke a number of trees before they forced themselves to stop. Fortunately, both of them were not ordinary geniuses and only suffered some superficial injuries. Most of all, they reacted quickly and retreated to the edge of the attack the moment the giant tiger smashed down. But, even so, it still made the two men's blood turn over. Still really think, I'm not afraid of you. Gu Chen was also stifled, directly took the lead. Seeing this scene, Blue Spirit also froze, but he didn't lag behind, and with his long sword in hand, he hurriedly followed. The only way to kill this demonic beast was to take the initiative to attack, or else one could only be passively beaten. As an empress, she was well aware of this. Seeing the two who were charging towards him, the giant tiger also became more and more furious. It wants to take these two tiger killers and break them into pieces. Eat my fist. Gu Chen was directly on fire and slammed his fist out. Ice Seal. Blue Spirit also passed by with a sword chi. Her sword chi was faster than Gu Chen's, directly freezing the limbs of the giant tiger that was running wildly. But it didn't help. The giant tiger hissed. Roar! With a forceful tug, a tiger's paw was ripped from the ice. Just as it was about to shatter all the ice, Gu Chen had already arrived in front of it. With no other choice, it could only raise its only tiger paw and slap it towards Gu Chen. Boom! Fists and palms clashed with a pop. Powerful energy overflowed in all directions, and the trees around the one man and one tiger collapsed in large quantities, with debris splashing and smoke rising in all directions. But in a split second, a figure flew backwards from the smoke and dust. It smashed directly onto a boulder next to the blue spirit. Put! Gu Chen directly spat out a mouthful of blood. So strong. For the first time, Gu Chen experienced the power of the pioneer realm. However, the look in his eyes, grew more and more excited. On the other hand, the giant tiger on the other side also retreated back and forth, and the trees behind it were all crushed quite a bit by its retrogressing body. One of its tiger paws, still trembling and shaking, was still dripping with blood, but compared to Gu Chen, it clearly had the upper hand with this strike. But it was the pioneer realm. And it didn't know how much it had crushed Gu Chen in terms of realm. Everyone noticed this scene. Even the blue spirit at the side was viciously shocked. However, her gaze soon fell on Gu Chen's gloves. She was sure that most of the power to repel the manticore came from these gloves. Otherwise, Gu Chen, a ninth level of the spirit-gathering realm, could make a pioneer realm demonic beast break its defense? And this giant tiger wasn't even a normal pioneer realm. Although, there was a boost from her just now sword in there, making this giant tiger not exert its full strength. As far as her previous life was concerned, she would have had to fight for everything she had to make it this far. Of course, this life is an exception. Incredible! What kind of treasure is that? Even Jade Immortal, who was always mindful of Gu Chen's well-being, was staring in disbelief. The gazes of the people from the other three clans who looked at Gu Chen became grave. There were even some who became greedy when they saw the crystalline gloves on Gu Chen's hands. Only Qin Wudao's killing heart was getting heavier and heavier. This boxing glove of yours, what level of magic treasure is it? Lan Ling looked at Gu Chen curiously. You guess? Gu Chen grinned and didn't answer. Hearing Gu Chen's words, Lan Ling frowned, but didn't force herself. What treasure has she not seen before? Even the Emperor's soldier? She had one. Only, it's left behind somewhere and needs to be retrieved when you have the chance to do so yourself. And, in her opinion, as long as she suppressed Gu Chen and became her subordinate, when the time came, Gu Chen's secrets were clear to her. Chapter 42, Weird Black Beads. How could the giant tiger bear it when it saw that the two were still chatting and ignoring it? Roar! The giant tiger roared and charged at the two Gu Chen once again. Seeing the giant tiger that was carrying a powerful force and charging towards him once again, Gu Chen and Lan Ling also rushed to welcome them. This time, the giant tiger, too, seemed to know that the gloves in Gu Chen's hands could cause damage to it. So this time, there was no rampage like just now, and each strike avoided Gu Chen's fists. It was this that caused it to not be able to utilize its full strength. As the giant tiger was unable to utilize its strength, Gu Chen and Blue Spirit, too, used all their means, and for a while, both sides were actually fighting back and forth. This is a true demon. The rest of the crowd, while dealing with the rest of the demonic beasts, also glanced at Gu Chen's side from time to time, seeing two of the spirit gathering realm, actually fighting with a pioneer realm demonic beast, fighting back and forth. How could they not be shocked? Worthy of being Senior Ye's disciple, just, this blue spirit. Jade Immortal also narrowed her eyes. There was even killing intent emanating as well, wondering if he should also find an opportunity to kill Blue Spirit. And the other side, Yinan held a toothpick in his mouth and brought Linglong to the deepest part. The surrounding demonic beasts then followed Yinan all the way, but they all dared to approach him. There were also demonic beasts that tried to tear Yinan apart in the middle of the journey, but they all became corpses. Soon, a large and a small group of 2 people arrived in front of a huge mountain. This mountain is like a hornet's nest with holes everywhere. From time to time, one could still see demonic beasts coming and going, and after getting close to this place, Yinan noticed that the demonic beasts that followed him seemed to have become even more furious. And there's still a hint of black air flowing around his body. Previously outside, he hadn't seen any black aura on these demonic beasts. Could it related to this mountain? Yinan was somewhat puzzled. Go, let's go in and take a look. Yinan pulled Linglong and then found a hole and walked in. Just after entering, Yinan saw demonic beasts rushing towards him. Boom! Yinan directly slapped his face. One of the caves directly collapsed, and as for the demonic beasts, they were gone on the spot. But there were still quite a few demonic beasts rushing in, even those demonic beasts that had followed Yinan before. At this moment, all seemed to have lost their minds. With red eyes, he rushed toward Yinan. It seems, it's really this mountain. What's inside? Yinan was getting more and more curious, but the movement in his hands didn't stop. Yinan raised a hand. Pounds of aura gathered high in the sky. At this moment, high in the sky, a large hand of aura instantly condensed, resembling a mountain. Boom! The large hand of aura pressed down. The large number of demonic beasts that rushed towards Yinan, no matter what level they were all gone under this strike. Yinan clapped his hands and slowly said, "Finally, we can be quiet for a while." The interior of the mountain was full of 4-way traffic, turning Yinan's face black. Even Linglong, who was on the side, was touching her little head, a little confused, because it's been a long time since they turned, and they're back where they started. Brother Nan, I'm a bit dizzy. Linglong touched her small head, a little puzzled. Asterisk 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 asterisk. No more spinning. I'll just shoot it to pieces. Yinan took Linglong and simply walked out, looking at the large mountain in front of him and then looking at his hands. Yinan was a bit stunned, because he also didn't know if he could slap this big mountain with his current strength. Whatever, just try it and see. Yinan raised both palms. This time, Yinan had used his full strength. Soon, on the left and right sides of the large mountain, 2 huge aura hands appeared. Then, Yinan clasped his hands together. Boom! The mountain trembled continuously. 2 large hands of aura slapped hard on it. For a moment, the earth trembled as debris flew. Looks like, gotta make an effort. Yinan also appeared to have a somewhat strained expression, so teeth were clenched and all the strength was used. Boom! The big mountain finally couldn't carry it and was directly flattened. Phew! This power is not bad. Yinan was a little shocked. This mountain wasn't small. It was half the size of Cloud City, and it was directly smashed by him. This time, he also had an idea of his current strength. Wow! Brother Nan, you're so powerful. Linglong, who was on the side, was also looking at the large mountain that had disappeared in front of her, and was somewhat shocked. Hey, that's a must. You don't look at who your brother Nan is. Yinan was a bit smug. Ah, Nan. Then who are you? Linglong looked at Yinan with a crooked little head. Yinan was a bit speechless. He was just casually getting high on his mouth. Miso. Just as the two of them were chatting, a bead the size of a baby's fist that emitted black light appeared in the center of the disappearing mountain. Brother Nan, what is that? Linglong and Yinan also noticed it. I don't know. Let's go take a look. Soon, the two arrived in front of the black beads. Wow, it's so pretty. Nan, can you give it to me? Linglong looked at the bead emitting black light, her eyes glowing. Nice to look at is nice to look at, but how do I feel? This thing isn't something good. Yinan rubbed his chin and sized it up. Shoo! But in the very next moment, the bead directly flew away. The sudden scene caused both Linglong and Yinan to be stunned. Nan, quickly catch it, it's running away. Linglong was the first to react. It was an anxious one. Want to run? Come down to me. With a wave of Yinan's hand, a large hand of aura, he grabbed it. However, In the next moment, the black bead shook, and countless black mists went toward Yinan's aura hand. Countless skeletons could also be seen among them wandering in the black mist, and they were also gnawing towards Yinan's aura hand. In no time, the large hand formed by Yinan's aura was eaten clean. Brother Nan, this bead is so powerful. Linglong looked astonished, not at all not feeling how terrifying the bead was. Whoosh! And after the black bead finished eating Yinan's aura hand, it had no intention of staying and turned around to continue flying towards the distance. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Filled the cup and still want to run? Yinan directly bent his legs and then jumped. Boom! The ground under his feet instantly exploded, and Yinan straightened up and flew towards the black beads. Although I can't fly, I can jump. You can't escape me. Yinan grinned. Seeing Yinan, who was closely chasing after him, the black beads flew even faster. But where would Yinan let him go? Every time he landed, he blew a deep crater, and instantly jumped again. Seeing that it seemed unable to shake off Yinan, the black bead once again released a large amount of black mist, devouring it towards Yinan. Still coming with this move? Just in time to try my lord's golden right hand. In a flash, Yinan's right hand turned golden. Yinan swung his right hand in front of him, and just as those black mists came into contact with Yinan's right hand, it was as if they had seen the most terrifying thing and hastily shrunk back. So amazing? It was the first time Yinan had used his right hand's ability. Looking at the black bead that was still fleeing, Yinan would not give it another chance. Whoosh! Yinan directly increased his speed to the extreme. In an instant, Yinan appeared in front of the black beads, directly stretching out his own right hand. He grabbed towards the black bead. The bead didn't seem to react either, and it directly crashed into Yinan's hand. Yinan directly grabbed it in his hand. The black beads then just struggled for a few moments before they immediately quieted down and stopped moving. It also no longer emits black gas. Yinan surveyed the beads in his hand. Miso! A golden light flashed across Yinan's eyes. In this bead, how come there's still a heart? Yinan was a little puzzled. He had just used his delusion-breaking pupil to study the bead thoroughly. Inside the black bead was lying a scaled-down version of a black heart, and the black mist was emanating from above the heart. Not much use or threat to him though. Soon, Yinan took the black beads and returned to Linglong's side. Nu, here you go. Yinan still handed the black bead to Linglong. But, this thing is probably not a good thing. Do you really want it? Yinan still reminded. Aren't there still you, Brother Nan? Linglong all but smiled playfully. That's right, with me around, it can't make waves. Yinan was receptive to Linglong's words. Chapter 43, 1, 2, 3 wooden heads, shocking the crowd. On the other hand, Gu Chen and the others on the other side were still fighting bitterly. The people of the various clans at this time were all suffering heavy losses. Even Gu Chen and Lan Ling were suffering from many injuries at this point. The giant tiger was also covered in wounds, but they were all superficial. The only good news in the arena was probably only the sect masters. They had already suppressed those pioneer realm demonic beasts, and it was only a matter of time before they overcame them. Hold on a little longer, I'll be able to cut it down soon. Jade Fairy shouted to Gu Chen as she fought. Don't mind me, don't get distracted. Senior, Gu Chen also responded in a hurry. Seeing that the giant tiger was barely more than a superficial wound, Blue Spirit also beat a retreat. She could kill, but there was no need to overdraw herself when she could run. Are you trying to run away again? Gu Chen had long since noticed Blue Spirit's look. Being poked and prodded by Gu Chen's words, Lan Ling didn't have much of a reaction. In her mind, this sort of thing was normal. We can't kill it now, and it can't kill us, but if we wear it out, we'll definitely be the ones to suffer. Its strength is at least at the 5th level of the Pioneer Realm. If it was 1 or 2 heavens, we could still kill it with our combined efforts. Blue Spirit spoke out the analysis he had to make. Can't you boost your power? Why don't you use it? Gu Chen looked at Blue Spirit without any good humor. He naturally knew the strength of the giant tiger, if it wasn't for the fact that the giant tiger was afraid of his gloves and couldn't exert his full strength. Otherwise, they would have been defeated by now. That comes with a price, and I don't want to waste it on something like this, Blue Spirit immediately retorted. And on Qin Wudao's side, the battle was raging. Miso, a beam of light in the distance, rapidly approaching him. The crowd noticed the scene, but it was so fast that the crowd didn't see it. Boom! The beam of light arrived in an instant, and that beam of light carried a powerful force that directly pierced the Pyrrhic realm demonic beast in front of Qin Wudao. On the spot, it was nailed directly on top of a boulder. It was only then that the crowd could see that it was a lance. It was only because it was too fast and appeared too suddenly that they didn't see it clearly. Whoosh! Soon, on the branch of a huge tree not far from the crowd, stood a stout old man. Upon seeing this figure, other than Qin Wudao, the gazes of the rest of the clan stared. Old ancestor. Qin Wudao hurriedly bowed and saluted. That's right, he was none other than the old ancestor of the Wuji sect, Qin Wudu, and Qin Wudao was surnamed after him. Qin Wuda didn't care about Qin Wudao, but instead looked at Lan Ling and said, "Come over here, the blue spirit saw that Qin Wuda had arrived, and the blue spirit quickly withdrew. As for why Qin Wuda didn't directly kill all the Pioneer Realm demonic beasts, the 4 great sects had gotten people, and it was clear as day. The 4 great sects were all hooking up, and whoever died or lived had nothing to do with themselves. Seeing the departing blue spirit, Gu Chen's face also sank, but nothing was said, and he understood that. And when the giant tiger saw the departing blue spirit, he didn't go after it. It also seemed to sense Qin Wuda's power, and so, it locked its gaze on Gu Chen. With the departure of the blue spirit, Gu Chen was no longer a match for this giant tiger. His gloves would indeed pose a threat to the giant tiger, but this giant tiger was too strong for him and very agile, making it hard to hit. Roar! The giant tiger roared and ran directly at Gu Chen. Seeing this scene, Jade Immortal's face turned pale and said, "This old undead, why hasn't he come yet?" She rarely cursed, and this was the first time. Achoo! And in the swiftly arriving Yu Zhanzi, he directly sneezed. Could I still be sick? Boom! Jade Immortal directly forced away the Pioneer Realm demonic beast in front of him with a sword. In the next moment, she no longer hesitated and headed directly towards Gu Chen's direction. Gu Chen couldn't die. If Gu Chen died, the entire Yuhua sect would face extinction. She had seen Yinan's power with her own eyes. Miso, Jade Fairy directly threw the sword in her hand, directly at the giant tiger. Quickly dodge! Jade Fairy shouted urgently to Gu Chen. If this giant tiger pounced, Gu Chen would surely die. Qin Wudao and the others were happy to see it, and even had a smile on their lips. As long as Gu Chen died, their Wuji sect would have one less huge hidden threat. Only Blue Spirit narrowed her eyes at Gu Chen. She did know that Gu Chen had escaped from this giant tiger last time. The Gu Chen of that time was even weaker, and she didn't believe that Gu Chen could escape from a demonic beast of this level. Let me see what secrets you have. Lan Ling just stared so intently at Gu Chen, afraid of missing something. Seeing the sword flying towards him, Giant Tiger backhanded him. Boom! Jade Immortal's sword flew straight out backwards. Seeing this scene, Jade Fairy's heart went cold. It's over. However, she still had her fingers crossed, because Gu Chen was Yinan's disciple, so she should have the means to save her life. Gu Chen also heard Jade Immortal's words, but looking at the might of the giant tiger, he didn't give a damn about escaping. Roar! The giant tiger's murderous aura overflowed, and the powerful force on its body overflowed in all directions as it charged across, and wherever it passed, trees collapsed in large numbers. It was going to tear Gu Chen apart. In an instant, the giant tiger arrived in front of Gu Chen. At this moment, the sounds of belligerence all around seemed to have stopped. All stared at Gu Chen. Even those demonic beasts were subdued by the killing intent on the giant tiger. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is the only way. Gu Chen's face was ugly. Then to the crowd's strange gazes, Gu Chen shouted out this phrase, 1, 2, 3, wooden. As soon as those words fell, the giant tiger pounced with a powerful force. Rumble. The powerful force drowned Gu Chen. Everything in a radius of nearly 100 meters was torn apart. Even the Jade Immortal, who had just approached, was shaken by the blow and fell back, the chi and blood in his body surging. But she didn't care, and charged off into the smoke once more. She now only hoped that Gu Chen really did have the means to save his life, or else, she didn't dare to think about it. Even her face now became pale. It was frightening. Seeing this scene, Qin Wudao and the other clans were relieved. It was too terrifying for a demon like Gu Chen to grow up. Only the blue spirit, staring intently into the smoke. She didn't believe that someone with great fortune like Gu Chen, who carried a special physique, would die just like that. But not before the smoke cleared. The crowd then heard a loud popping sound coming from the smoke. There was also a sound of an angry tiger whistle. Noticing this scene, Jade Fairy stopped her figure in a hurry, and relieved at the same time. She couldn't see inside though, but for now, it seemed that Gu Chen should still be alive, as could be heard from the giant tiger's slamming objects and angry voice. But she was still anxious. After all, Gu Chen was only at the spirit gathering realm. Ka-ching! The Jade Immortal crushed another jade slip, and before crushing it, he angrily cursed, "Old undead, if you don't come again, you'll wait to regret it." After crushing the jade slip, he was ready to rush into the smoke once again. But just as he stepped out, Gu Chen's voice rang out, "Don't come any closer." Hearing Gu Chen's voice, the stone in Yu Xian's heart finally fell. At the same time, he also listened to Gu Chen's words and stopped coming closer. Sure enough, this guy doesn't die that easily. Blue Spirit narrowed his eyes and looked into the smoke. Even Qin Wuda's eyes narrowed slightly. Then with a big wave of his hand, the smoke cleared. When the crowd saw the scene inside, they were dumbfounded. At the same time, there was also disbelief and shock in his eyes. At this moment, Gu Chen was standing still, and the giant tiger next to him was still desperately smashing Gu Chen. But no matter how much force was used, Gu Chen remained standing properly in place. This, Qin Wuda, who was originally calm, was also shocked. He could clearly see every strike of the giant tiger, but the moment he got close to Chen, the power seemed to be diverted. This is impossible. How could this happen? Blue Spirit's eyes widened. In her previous life, she had traveled across the world, and she had never seen this kind of outrageous situation before. Could it be he has some sort of incredible secret treasure on him? Shin Wudao also narrowed his eyes at Chen. It could never be a secret treasure. Only the Blue Spirit knew that in her heart. She had seen countless treasures, but had never heard of them. Secret treasures that could divert attacks. And Emperor's soldiers could never do that. And she had also sensed Chen, and there was no aura of a secret treasure. Even Jade Fairy was wide-eyed. However, they were soon relieved, and with their limited knowledge, they felt that there was a powerful secret treasure present in Chen's body. Chapter 44 Competition for Chen's secret. There was no one more suffocating than the current giant tiger. It was the same when it encountered Chen some time ago. No matter how much it attacked, it couldn't hurt Chen, and this one did, too, making it incredibly angry. Why is it so hard to get revenge? Rumble. The giant tiger's attack, which was still continuing, was still unable to injure Chen. He doesn't seem to be able to move. Shin Wudao noticed the key point and narrowed his eyes at Chen. It should be. And he shouted something earlier. The phrase 1, 2, 3, wooden man. Could it be that this phrase is the secret to his current state? Shin Wudao also frowned. Although he suspected that Chen had a secret treasure on him, he didn't sense that there was a secret treasure aura on him either. The point was, in that situation just now, Chen didn't have the chance to use the secret treasure either. The scene that just appeared in was too shocking. So, at the first moment, everyone thought of the secret treasure. Now that I looked closely, there was no sign of the secret treasure at all. And what kind of secret treasure must be used and must not be moved? Only the Blue Spirit, in her heart, kept chanting, 1, 2, 3 woodchucks, 1, 2, 3 woodchucks. After reciting it, the Blue Spirit also looked at his own body, and there was no special change. What's going on? Lanling was a bit puzzled and once again turned her stern gaze toward Chen. Seems like he wishes he could see something. This secret technique was too terrifying, and the only thing she wasn't sure of now was how strong of an attack it could withstand. If there were no limits, she could hardly think. At this moment, everyone turned their gazes toward Chen, all naked greed. Regardless of whether Chen was carrying a secret treasure or a heaven-defying secret method, it was a huge temptation to them. Seeing everyone's undisguised greedy gaze, Jade Fairy just stuttered inside. Kid, what's the secret technique of yours? If you tell me, I can save your life. So many people are watching, and it's not a solution for you to stay motionless like this, right? Shin Wudao said in a kindly manner. When they heard Shin Wuda's words, the people present, all of them, showed displeasure, but due to Shin Wuda's strength, they didn't dare to say anything more. All of them began to complain about their clan's old ancestor, who hadn't arrived by now. You can't tell him. Jade Fairy didn't care that much and directly shouted at Chen. Once the Wuji sect knew about this secret method, the Wuji sect would be even more difficult to deal with. You're looking for death. Shin Wudao slapped out a palm. The powerful force headed towards Jade Fairy. Jade Immortal clenched her teeth and directly operated her heaven grade technique, also slashing out with her sword. Boom! Shin Wuda's power dissipated, and the Jade Immortal fell back. Put! Jade Immortal directly sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Although Shin Wudao hadn't used his full strength, it was still a solid realm strike, not something that the Pioneer realm could casually block. And Jade Fairy was only slightly injured. Your Gong method. Shin Wudao narrowed his eyes at Jade Fairy. It seems, your Yuhua sect has gained a lot more secrets during this period of time. Shin Wudao added again. Looking into the eyes of Yu Xian and Chen, the greed was even greater. He didn't see, though, what level the technique the Jade Immortal was using was, but to be able to receive one of his slaps and only be injured, that alone could not be ignored. The rest of the patriarchs of the two clans were also looking at each other. Unconsciously, this Yuhua sect, which was their equal, seemed to be somewhat unreadable. Shin Wudao didn't ask about the Jade Immortal's technique again. In his opinion, the secrets on Chen were more important. After all, secret treasures or secret techniques that could divert attacks were astounding. If he got it, then the Wuji sect would directly be able to rule over the remaining 3 great sects. The rest of the sects had naturally thought of this scene, but they could only be anxious. Hearing Shin Wuda's words, Chen said with a look of contempt, "Just you deserve it?" But just as he got so excited, his figure suddenly moved. In the next moment, the giant tiger directly slapped down again. 1, 2, 3 woodies. Chen hurriedly kept still. Boom! There was another huge crater next to Gu Chen. The scene became more real to the crowd. That 1-2-3 woodchuck is exactly the secret, but they've had people try it and it doesn't really work. Even Qin Wudao had tried. Could it be there's still something close? After trying it to no avail, the eyes of the crowd were once again united on Gu Chen. Take you down and I'm still afraid you won't say anything? Qin Wuda moved, directly grabbing towards Gu Chen. Seeing this scene, Jade Fairy wanted to go and help, but the chi and blood churning inside her body made her helpless. You dare! Right at this moment, an old voice suddenly resounded all around. Whoosh! In the very next moment, an old man's figure appeared in front of Gu Chen. It was none other than the rushing Jade escapees, nor was he polite with Qin Wuda, directly slamming his fist out towards him. Boom! The two strong forces collided. This strike far exceeded the power displayed by the giant tiger. Shall we say, there's no comparison at all. Hundreds of meters in a circle were overflowing with energy. All the rest of the people from all the sects, as long as they couldn't carry it, all fled from the attack. The nearest giant tiger bore the brunt of it. It was directly crushed by the two raging forces. Only Gu Chen was still standing in place. The moment both forces approached him, they were both directly diverted, leaving only the tattered surroundings. Seeing this scene, although Gu Chen didn't dare to move, he swallowed his saliva. If it weren't for Master Teacher's secret technique, I might have been finished with this strike. Gu Chen was a bit thankful in his heart. Seeing the intact Gu Chen, the crowd sucked in another breath of cool air. Qin Wuda, even more wildly gulp. He this blow, but did not stay hands. There is also the power of the Jade escape Z added. Gu Chen is still unharmed. This secret method, I'll take it. Qin Wuda didn't hide it anymore. Yu Zhanzi, who had been a bit embarrassed at first, had just been so sudden that he had forgotten that Gu Chen was still around, and directly slammed his fist on it. Seeing her own old ancestor arrive, Jade Immortal was also relieved, but after hearing Qin Wuda's naked words, he, Yu once again became furious. Qin Wuda, I advise you not to get any ideas. Be careful of getting into trouble. Yu also warned. Upon hearing Yu warning, Qin Wuda said in disbelief, let's see whose fist is harder then. Rumble. At this moment, Qin Wuda and Jade Escape Sun's silhouettes were like a trail of stumps as they continuously traveled through the forest. Everywhere we passed, there was debris. Under each strike, wild energy spilled out in all directions. The people from the four clans smacked their lips as they watched. Worthy of being at the level of an old ancestor, someone exclaimed. At the same time, they were also quickly moving away from the two who were engaged in battle. If this gets caught in the wave, you'll be crippled if not killed. But it was during the period when the two were fighting. Two more people had appeared and headed straight for Gu Chen. These are also two old men. Seeing the two who suddenly appeared on either side of him, Gu Chen was also stunned. Then before Gu Chen could react, one person grabbed Gu Chen's shoulder with one hand. The people of the four sects also noticed this scene. The two of them were Cold Mountain Sect's old ancestor Cold Sky, and Sharp Dagger Sect's old ancestor Yubuchuan. What? You want to compete with me? Yubuchuan looked at Cold Sky. You're really shameless. Cold Mountain naturally wouldn't give face. The force with which the two men grabbed Gu Chen's shoulders was also getting heavier, and with added power. Neither seemed willing to give up on Gu Chen, but the moment the two added their power, the two men's hands, as if they were uncontrollable, were directly and forcefully diverted from Gu Chen's body, momentarily confiscating the force. The two old ancestors directly came to a dog-eat-dirt. This scene looked strange to the crowd. The most shocked belonged to the parties involved, Cold Heaven and Yubuchuan. They had just watched Gu Chen's weirdness from the shadows as well, just without revealing it, and now that they were in personal contact, they were even more amazed. However, they immediately got up and once again, one of them grabbed Gu Chen's shoulders on one side. This time, they didn't add power, and they didn't even dare to exert themselves, and Gu Chen didn't dare to move. The giant tiger was dead, but four more fiercer ones came. He was powerless. Chapter 45. The secret method is 1, 2, 3, a wooden man. As for Jade Escape and Qin Wuda, they also saw the two who had just appeared. Two old peasants. How dare you snatch from me? Qin Wuda hurriedly withdrew from the battle and directly raised his own lance, killing towards Cold Heaven and Yubuchuan. Even Yu was quick to follow. He didn't do it for any other reason than to take Gu Chen away. Rumble. The four were instantly on their feet. The crowd of people watching the battle stood even farther away. Those patriarchs also hurriedly moved away. There was only one exception, Gu Chen. He stood in the center of the battlefield. At first, Yu was really afraid of hurting Gu Chen, but when he saw the countless attacks falling on him, Gu Chen was simply fine. At this moment, Yu was also relieved. Bursting with the strongest power, he mixed in with a few people to kill. In the beginning, it's all smash. However, Qin Wuda's words caused the atmosphere of the several people to become subtle. How about we three clans join forces and do away with this old piker? Yu first, but don't forget, that brat is a member of the Jade Flower sect. Qin Wuda looked towards Cold Heaven and Yubuchuan. When these words came out, Jade Escape's son's face turned blue. Cold Heaven and Yubuchuan, too, looked at Yuez with slightly narrowed eyes. At this moment, the three reached a consensus, directly bombarded Jade Escape's son furiously. As for Jade Escape, the pressure was also soaring, but there was no choice but to utilize the heavenly grade techniques that he had been cultivating during this period of time. He was a sword cultivator, and the heaven grade technique he cultivated complemented the Tao of the sword. Before, he didn't use it during the chaotic battle because he didn't want to be exposed. Not anymore. If you don't use it, you lose. Miso. Yuez directly drew out a sword and directly battled the three. Each of Yuez's swords were powerful and extremely tricky, and even the swordsmanship was much higher than before. For a moment, Jade Escape's son was actually only slightly behind. This scene caused the hearts of the people watching the battle to tremble. Old Piker, it looks like you've also obtained amazing feats. Qin Wuda's face was ugly. The faces of Cold Heaven and Yubuchuan were no better. All four of them were about the same strength. But now, breaks the balance. Obviously, Jade Escape and Jade Immortal, as well as a Gu Chen had all obtained a marvelous chance. It could be seen from the gongfu used by Yuez. Relying on a single gongfu, he was able to almost draw with the three of them, showing the high level of the gongfu. Before, they only wanted to cooperate to repel the Yuhua sect, but now they were truly wanting to exterminate the Yuhua sect. As long as they divided the Yuhua sect, their three sects were bound to go up a level. Even the people of the Yuhua sect outside who were watching the battle at this time felt the greedy gazes of the remaining three sects. Seeing this scene, Jade Fairy's heart sank as well. Take them. Qin Wudao still spoke up, shouting directly to the crowd. That was like a trigger. The people from the three great sects collectively killed towards Jade Fairy and the others. There was no other way, but Jade Fairy could only go out on a limb. He also similarly operated a heaven grade technique and directly battled with the three great sect masters. Luckily, Jade Immortal had outstanding talent, and was blessed with heaven-level feats. For a while, he actually fought the three of them. This made the remaining three clans even more desperate to obtain the Yuhua sect's chance. The Cold Mountain sect and the Sharp Dagger sect had originally had no grudges with the Yuhua sect before, but in front of chance, the others were nothing. And, once the Yuhua sect grows, it will be a threat to several of their sects. They did it for another reason. That is, if the Yuhua sect was really taken down by the Wuji sect, their sect would be even more in danger. Because the Wuji sect was notoriously overbearing. Whether it's the Wuji sect or the Yuhua sect, they can't watch the rise. For a time, the demonic beasts, all the great sects, all mixed together. And just as everyone was in the heat of battle, they didn't notice Blue Spirit's movements. I can help you leave, but you have to promise me one condition. Blue Spirit used the secret method of voice transmission and said to Gu Chen in the distance. This kind of secret method of voice transmission was not something that ordinary people could have. Of course, when one's strength reaches a certain level, they don't need the secret method of transmitting sound and can do so at will. Hearing the Blue Spirit's voice, ringing in his own head, Gu Chen, who was still in the center of the battlefield, was also shocked. He didn't expect this woman, Blue Spirit, to be so extraordinary. It seems that when we go back, we'll have to ask our master for one of these techniques. Gu Chen thought so in his heart. He thought this in his mind, but still responded. What conditions? He is now the target of the crowd's rivalry. As long as he left, no one would be able to stop Jade Fairy and Jade Escapees. There would be no point in continuing this fight. After I save you and leave, you have to tell me the secret method for your current state. How about it? The Blue Spirit continued to transmit his voice. Yes, Gu Chen agreed without even thinking. Hearing Gu Chen being so forthcoming, Blue Spirit was also stunned. And then there was a slight frown. She felt that Gu Chen's promise was too easy. It's better for you to make a heavenly Tao oath. Or else, what if you lie to me? The Blue Spirit was still a bit uneasy. Good. Gu Chen still didn't hesitate and directly made the heavenly Tao oath. This made Blue Spirit frown more and more as he watched. She always had a feeling something was wrong. Blue Spirit shook his head and smiled when he thought about it. Since Gu Chen had already made a heavenly Tao oath, he wouldn't dare to lie. Otherwise, the heavenly Tao backfires down. That's not something a cultivator can withstand. And then no more hesitation. Blue Spirit found the right moment and clenched her hands together. Transportation. With these words, the Blue Spirit's figure instantly disappeared. And then, Gu Chen hadn't reacted yet. His figure also instantly disappeared. No one noticed all this that the Blue Spirit was doing, as the crowd was fighting for the chance to kill each other. It was just that the four great old ancestors who were in the middle of a fierce battle would glance at Gu Chen from time to time, just for fear that Gu Chen would run away. But just as they turned back again, where was Gu Chen's figure? Ran away. People are running away. Cold Sun yelled, quickly pulling away. With this cry, the crowd that was in the middle of a fierce battle all froze. Then they all stopped fighting and looked in Gu Chen's direction. Where was Gu Chen's silhouette? Ha ha ha. Old me won't play with you guys anymore. Seeing the fleeing Gu Chen, Jade Prosperity quickly left with Jade Fairy while the several old ancestors froze. The elders that the Yuhua sect brought with them this time were all basically dead. However, they were all ordinary elders, not core elders. Of course, the remaining 3 clans also suffered a lot of losses. Seeing the faraway Jade escape and Jade immortal, the people of the 3 clans didn't go after them. Let's not talk about whether we can catch up or not, and even if we do, we may not be able to kill them. The fact that he didn't kill Jade escapees even after such a long fierce battle just now was enough to show that. It seems, our 3 clans will have to go back and discuss this. This Yuhua clan can't stay. Shinwuda looked towards Cold Mountain and Yubuchuan on the side. That's right, we've already made a deadly enemy in this matter, so we can only exterminate the Yuhua sect. Once they digest those opportunities, we'll be in big trouble, Yubuchuan said with a serious face. The crowd could only nod at that. This time, the 3 of their clans actually stood on the same line. An alliance of this kind, unprecedented, and at a great distance from the battlefield. 2 figures appeared. It was no one else but Gu Chen and Lan Ling. At this moment, Lan Ling's face was extremely pale. She had used the secret method several times in a row, causing her to suffer a huge backlash. But, she's still high and mighty, except for the fact that she's extremely pale. The rest of it doesn't show up. Instead, he looked at Gu Chen, his eyes narrowing slightly as he said, "You can tell me the secret technique you use now." Secret method? The secret method is just 1, 2, 3 woodchucks. I've shouted it before. Gu Chen looked at Blue Spirit oddly. Hearing Gu Chen's words, Lan Ling's eyes became dangerous. However, thinking that Gu Chen had made a heavenly oath, he could only patiently explain, "I tried it before, and there wasn't any reaction." "Then I don't know. Anyway, I told you that it's too dangerous here, so I'll leave first." After saying that, Gu Chen turned around and was about to leave. Seeing Gu Chen turn around and about to leave, Lan Ling's face turned ugly as she chided. "Stop right there." Chapter 46 Weapons Without Phases. Miso. A sword instantly appeared in Blue Spirit's hand and stopped directly in front of Gu Chen. "Is there something wrong with you, woman? I've told you everything, and you still don't die?" Gu Chen didn't look good either. If it wasn't for the fact that he saw that this woman, indeed, helped him out, he wouldn't have even looked at Blue Spirit more than once. "But I tried it a long time ago, and it didn't work at all." Blue Spirit still blushed, regarding Lan Ling's inability to use her own secret techniques. In fact, Gu Chen had long been as clear as a mirror in his heart, because his body had been transformed by Yinan. This secret was naturally something only he could use, but he certainly couldn't say it, lest these guys go after their master. Hearing Blue Spirit's words, Gu Chen could only helplessly say in order to hurry up and leave this place of wrongdoing, "If you don't believe me, just come and slash my sword and you'll know." Good. Blue Spirit didn't refuse either. She was just in time to see if Gu Chen had lied or if she had missed something. "Come on." Gu Chen stood in place and hooked his finger at Blue Spirit. Blue Spirit didn't hesitate and directly raised his sword to slash. 1, 2, 3 wooden heads. Gu Chen shouted absent-mindedly. It seemed that Blue Spirit was holding her breath in her heart. This sword, she didn't hold back. Zip zip zip. Sure enough, the next moment, some of the trees next to Gu Chen's, or the ground, were frozen in frost, and Gu Chen was still standing intact. This time Blue Spirit saw it clearly. Her sword, when it was about to get close to Gu Chen, was directly diverted. Even the power of frost in it was diverted out. She tried to focus her power, but with that kind of shifting power, she was powerless to resist and could only watch as her attack was deflected. How could this happen? The shock this time was far more drastic than what she had seen before. "Finished trying? Then I'm leaving." Gu Chen glanced at Lan Ling without any good humor, then turned to leave. Only Blue Spirit was left in place looking at his sword. Stunned, she really couldn't understand why such things happened in this world. Then instantly thinking of something, he turned to look at Gu Chen and shouted, "How did you get this ability?" She didn't believe that Gu Chen was born with it, nor did she believe that there would be a special physique like this. Guess. After saying that, Gu Chen moved away at an extremely fast speed. Seeing the distant Gu Chen, Lan Ling didn't go after him. She knew, even if he continued to press, Gu Chen wouldn't say anything, and Gu Chen didn't dare to lie to her. After all, making the heavenly Dao vow. As for Yinan's relationship at this level, she wouldn't even think about a chi refining realm. She felt that Gu Chen should have gotten some sort of great chance that even she had never heard of in her previous life. Even opportunities so big that they moved even her. Other things aside, what Gu Chen had just demonstrated was heaven-defying enough. you won't be able to escape me. Sooner or later I'll take you down. After saying that, Blue Spirit also turned around and left. There was no rush in this kind of thing, she could only take it slowly. The Jade escapees and Jade immortals, who had already exited the 10,000 Demons mountain range, were both in a state of afterthought. Old ancestor, will Gu Chen be alright? Jade immortal was still a little worried. I don't think so. The means of escape just now was probably given by Senior Yi. Even I didn't notice it. Yuez hurriedly shook his head. Hearing Jade Escape's words, Jade Fairy finally breathed a sigh of relief. We'd better return to the clan first. Those Qin Wuda fellows won't stop. We have to go back quickly to make preparations. Yuez added in a hurry. How about we ask Senior Yi to make a move? Jade Immortal still voiced her thoughts. May not. Not to mention when Senior will be back. Even if we are in the sect, we can't trouble Senior. And I'm sure Senior won't just sit back and do nothing. Yuez hurriedly interrupted Jade Immortal's thoughts. Yinan taking the initiative to make a move and them asking Yinan to make a move were two completely different things. At the same time, both of them were also a little bit happy in their hearts. Luckily, they had met Yinan, who had even moved to the Yuhua sect. If they didn't have Yinan sitting in on them, it would really be difficult for them to face this time. Just like that, the two of them quickly went far away while discussing the relevant matters. On the other hand, Yinan and Linglong, who were on the other side, had long since come out. The 10,000 Demons mountain range was still quite large, and Yinan hadn't stumbled upon the great battle from before. At this time, he and Linglong, who had already returned to Cloud City, were in the middle of a restaurant. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the quest. The weapons without phases have been issued. Upon hearing the system's voice, Yinan, who was eating high, was stunned. This is still the system. It's a separate reward for the mission. Miso. Yinan spread out one hand. He took out the bonus weapon. Just when he took it out, Yinan froze. Even Linglong, who was eating deliciously, looked over curiously. Nan, what is this? It's so pretty. Yinan didn't answer, but curiously asked the system in his mind. System, is this the weapon you're talking about? Why do I feel like it's not very reliable? In Yinan's hand at this moment, there was a ball of golden light, the size of a baby's fist, lying in his hand. Ding! The name of this weapon is phaseless. It can change its form at will according to the host's mind. Hearing the system's words, Yinan instantly became interested. And then, his mind moved. Miso. Sure enough, the golden mass of light instantly turned into a chicken leg. Ouch! It's really okay? Yinan's eyes were also glowing. Seeing the golden mass of light in Yinan's hand, which suddenly turned into a chicken leg, Linglong curiously asked again, Brother Nan, what the hell is this? Ha! It's a weapon. The kind that can change form at will. Yinan only came back to his senses when he heard Linglong's voice. Then why did you turn into a chicken leg? Linglong looked at Yinan curiously. Yinan, can he say that it is his own mouth? It's just that it was so silent in his heart. After a good meal and drink, the two of them rode in the previous carriage and leisurely headed towards the Yuhua sect. Just a few hours later, Yinan and Linglong returned to the southern peak. Seeing the already repaired south peak, which seemed to have expanded a bit, Yinan was still quite satisfied. This is a big project. If not for the Yuhua sect or all cultivators, if some ordinary craftsman, pressure cannot repair. Having just returned, Yinan was directly lying down on a recliner in the courtyard. Ah, another beautiful day. Yinan, that was a treat. Linglong, on the other side, didn't know where to take out a small stove and a small teapot, where she was boiling tea. Whoosh! Just as Yinan was enjoying himself, a figure appeared at the entrance of Yinan's courtyard. It's you. Come in and sit. Yinan was quite casual. The one who came was no one else but Jade Easy's son. He had been keeping an eye on the movements on the southern peak. As soon as Yinan returned, they immediately came over. As for the Jade Immortal, preparations were being made for matters to prepare for the next siege by the three clans. Senior, you're back? Yuez hurriedly stepped forward and said respectfully with a smile. Chapter 47 Big Deal Being a Little Brother. Well, went out for a spin. Did you come to see me for something? Yinan looked at Yuez. It's fine. Just came to see if Senior has anything he needs. Yuez thought about it, but he still didn't dare to ask Yinan to help. There's nothing missing right now. Yinan thought about what wasn't missing. The two of them chatted for a while longer before Jade Easy left. Yuez had disguised himself well, and Yinan didn't see anything out of the ordinary. Mainly, Yinan only had food and drink in his eyes, and he didn't bother to guess what other people were thinking. As night fell, Yinan and Linglong both went back to their rooms to sleep, and in Linglong's room, on the table next to the pillows, a black bead that slowly rose into the air. A time of black light, and Linglong did not even notice this scene. Still sleeping soundly, and the whole house, it was filled with black mist. Even the bead, it turned into black mist. The black heart was left alone suspended in midair. But the next moment, all the black mist in the room was gathering towards that black heart. Soon, a tall humanoid black shadow coalesced with the black heart at the center. There were arms and legs, no five senses, but on his head was a unicorn horn coalesced by black mist. The shape is very peculiar. At this moment, it did not have any extra movements, just quietly looking at the sleeping Linglong. A moment later, only then did it turn to look in the direction of Yinan's room. Just what kind of god is that guy? There's also the aura displayed on his body that makes me not even dare to approach. A hoarse and eerie voice came out from the tall black shadow. The reason it didn't strike immediately was that it was afraid of Yinan. Otherwise, it would have been lifted a long time ago, when Yinan had grabbed it before. He just couldn't move even if he wanted to. Whoosh! The tall black shadow transformed into black mist and slipped out directly through the doorway. When it came to the outside of the house, it once again coalesced into its human form. It had been asleep for too long, and just when it was ready to see what place it was in, it suddenly noticed a locked door to a room. Strange, why do I feel that there is a hint of the same kind of aura inside? The tall black shadow's voice carried a hint of surprise, so it went over with curiosity. Whoosh! It still turned into black mist and went straight inside the locked room. Once inside, he saw a closet sitting in the middle of the room. What's this? The dark figure then peered around the closet, just as it was about to go up and unlock. A laugh even weirder than it sounded. Jia jia jia. An eerie laugh was heard coming from inside the closet. The humanoid black mist also had a lurch in its figure, and it was as if space had frozen for a moment. Whoosh! Then the humanoid black mist just exploded back. Without any further hesitation, he directly turned into black mist and fled towards the outside. It was too terrifying. Just this eerie laughter made it almost collapse in its form. Even his own black heart seemed to be about to shatter at any moment. It knew it had invoked the great terror. But just as it was about to flee, the black mist that he had dispersed into was directly coalesced by an invisible force. Forcibly, in a flash, it coalesced into a human form once again, but the whole body was unable to move. Whoosh! Another, even purer, black mist spread out from the middle of the closet, then directly in front of the humanoid black mist. It also coalesced into a humanoid black shadow. After the black mist was molded, it wasn't very tall, only about 1 meter 5. There was no comparison at all to the black shadows that the black beads illuminated. It's like the difference between a tall man and a little lowly. The black beads illuminated a figure with a fury. It gave the impression of being an evil cultivator, or devil, who had done all the bad things, and the silhouette that came out of the closet, though it was likewise formed of black mist, and even laced with a different aura. But no matter which aura it was all very evil, yet it gave off a feeling of, well, supremacy. This is the biggest gap between the two, and at this moment, the tall black shadow that couldn't move aside seemed to be trembling. It was fearful. It just came to see it with curiosity, and now it can't go back. It was also blamed on its overconfidence, thinking that it was strong enough to face any unexpected situation. Jia jia jia. The dark shadow that came out of the closet came to life and poked around the tall dark shadow. Look here and there. The tall, dark figure was so scared that he didn't know what to do. Duh, my lord, I have no intention to disturb. Please spare my life. The black shadow finally couldn't carry the oppressive feeling of the smaller black shadow. Hearing the tall black shadow's words, the smaller black shadow froze. At this moment, the tall black shadow's confinement instantly unraveled. After being relieved, the tall black shadow did not immediately escape, and directly bent his legs at the smaller black shadow. Puff, my lord, I really know I'm wrong. Seeing that the smaller black shadow didn't say anything, the taller black shadow directly knelt down in fear, and instead of answering, the smaller dark figure just cocked his head and looked at the taller figure. If it hadn't all been formed by the black mist, you would have been able to see the tall black figure sweating, or cold. After a while, seemingly bored, the small black shadow once again turned into a black fog, drilling into the closet. Seeing that the smaller black shadow had no intention of killing himself, the taller black shadow hurriedly got up and directly transformed into black mist, directly rushing out of the room. After coming out, the tall dark figure was ready to flee immediately. It was just too scary here. That human, and the one just inside the closet, were not something it could mess with. What the hell is this place? Could it be that I've come to a horrible forbidden place? The tall black shadow was terrified afterward. It even didn't expect that even though it wasn't as good as it once was, it still wasn't weak, and as a result, it had just woken up and suffered blow after blow. No, I can't just leave, and this one doesn't mean to kill me. Why don't I stay? Maybe there's still a windfall. If I really can't, I'll be a little brother to the one just now. I'm not at a disadvantage with this level of powerhouse. I'm on my knees anyway. The tall black shadow was also open-minded, hastily interrupting the idea of fleeing. This is the law of the immortal world, where the strong are stronger and the weak can only submit. As for Yinan, it was just very jealous, but when confronted by the smaller dark figure, it was cold from head to toe, and that was true fear. Thinking of this, it turned into a black mist and went straight back to Linglong's room. Looking at the sleeping Linglong, the tall black shadow remained undisturbed and once again transformed into a black bead, lying quietly on a side table. It was almost noon the next day before Yinan and Linglong slowly got up. They had no feelings at all about last night's events, and they all slept like dead pigs, just as they just left the room. Yinan and Linglong were both stunned, and then people were dumbfounded. Chapter 48, 3-Sect Siege. ********. Who did this? Yinan breathlessly looked at the disappearing peak, all gone except for a few houses around him. Brother Nan, there seems to be a fight outside. Linglong also looked outside with a confused expression. Hearing Linglong's words, Yinan then noticed that the entire Yuhua sect had been beaten to a pulp. The reason why these houses he lived in were still there was thanks to the fact that when the mountain was being repaired before, Jade Escape had put the best defense spell formation of the Wuji sect on the south peak, which could also isolate the sound. Just because he was afraid of disturbing Yinan, this was also the reason why Yinan and Linglong, who were still sleeping soundly, were fighting feverishly outside. Master, you're awake? Chen came back early in the morning, only to encounter this not long after his return. He had been guarding the southern peak, not allowing anyone to go in and disturb Yinan. Oh disciple, what's going on here? Yinan looked at Chen. Chen hurriedly came to Yinan's side and said, Master, it's the other 3 great sects calling. Then he told what had happened in the 10,000 Demon Mountain range before. Hearing Chen's words, Yinan just had a cold look in his eyes. Damn, even if you disturb my sleep, how dare you make a move on you? Yinan rolled up his sleeves and was ready to go in a dry fight. But before he could take a few steps, a few people came to the south peak. Yo, there's still a leak here? These people were all disciples of the remaining 3 clans. Now that the Yuhua sect was gradually falling behind, all of the elders were dealing with those higher-ups from the remaining 3 sects. They, the disciples, also took the opportunity to scavenge resources from all over the Yuhua sect. You seek death. Chen roared angrily and charged straight up. These disciples, all of whom were at the spirit-gathering realm, how could they be Chen's opponents? Ah! A scream rang out as these people were finished off by Chen with a few punches. It was their fault for not seeing it just now and rushing up. Yinan didn't care about these people and directly leapt forward. Boom! The ground under his feet exploded, heading directly towards the center of the Yuhua sect. At this time, the center of the Yuhua sect had become dilapidated. There were also large bodies on the ground, all from the 4 clans. However, it was obvious that these core elders of the Yuhua sect were quite a bit stronger than the remaining 3 sect elders, and in addition to being injured to varying degrees, none of them had died in battle. They were all elders who had cultivated heaven-level techniques. Seeing these elders of the Yuhua sect, their battle power had risen greatly from before. The remaining 3 sect masters and the old ancestors were all a bit shocked. At the same time, the face became ugly. Without realizing it, the Yuhua sect had already become so powerful. What kind of chance did it get? If it wasn't for the experience of the 10,000 Demon Mountain range this time, their 3 clans would still be kept in the dark by the Yuhua clan. If they continue to give the Yuhua sect time, how could there be a place for the 3 of them? Kill them for me. As long as we get their chance, it's our 3 sects' chance to rise. Shinwuda looked at Jade Escape's son and the others with a greedy face. The people of the remaining 3 clans were even more like they were pumped with chicken blood. They also knew that the Yuhua sect had been given a great opportunity. Just getting a piece of the pie would be a creation. It could be seen from the battle prowess of those elders of the Yuhua sect. With the same realm and a pair of 3, it was actually a tie, showing the horror of chance. Kill, charge. For a while, the shouts of killing shook the sky. Seeing this scene, Jade Escape's son and the others, all of them were blue in the face. Old ancestor, if this goes on, we won't be able to hold out sooner or later. Why don't we go find Senior Yi? Jade Immortal eagerly looked at Jade Easy's son. Uez was also in a difficult situation. Can't hesitate, old ancestor. Jade Immortal continued to urge. The elders on the side were all puzzled listening to the words of the 2 pairs. When did their Yuhua sect have a senior surnamed Yi? Ha ha ha. Today, your Yuhua sect will be annihilated, and it's useless to find anyone to come. Qin Wuda laughed madly. Good, you go find Senior Yi. Uez could only grit his teeth and nod his head. The sect had already reached the point of life and death, and it was not up to him to continue considering it. Hearing Jade Escape's son's words, Jade Fairy was overjoyed. Just as she was about to go find Yinan, a voice reached the field. No need to look. I'm coming. Yinan's voice was the first to come before the people arrived. Senior Yi. Hearing Yinan's voice, Jade Escapees and Jade Immortals were overjoyed. Ha ha ha. You guys are dead. Uezi excitedly looked towards Qinwuda's crowd. Hearing Yu Zhanzi's words, as well as Yu Zhanzi's excited appearance did not look like a fake, the rest of the 3 sects executives all suddenly became serious. Although Qinwuda had just said that it was useless for anyone to come, this is nothing more than a common battlefield phrase, designed to undermine the confidence of the enemy. However, he wasn't stupid. In case the Yuhua sect really had preparations ahead of time and had invited an outside powerhouse to sit in on the scene, it might be possible. Boom! Just as the crowd floated around, a figure leapt down from the heights. It smashed a crater directly in the face of the crowd. Ahem! The force was used too much again. Yinan sucked in a few mouthfuls of ash on the spot. When they saw that it was Yinan, except for Jade escapees and Jade immortals, all the rest of them were stunned. And then there was laughter. Ha ha ha! Old pimp Jade, he can't be your bottom card, can he? Shin Wuda looked at Jade escaped son with a look of contempt. Yinan's realm fluctuations were obvious to everyone present. It was just a chi refining realm, and it still made them fearful for a while. Everyone in the hostile group was upset at the thought. Jade Escape didn't pay any attention to Shin Wuda's taunts, but instead looked at Yinan and respectfully said, "Senior, it's all my fault for causing you trouble." The Jade Immortal was also in a hurry to bow, seeing that his old man and the patriarch had saluted. The rest of the Yuhua sect elders, although a little puzzled, could only follow suit. They believed in their own patriarch and elder ancestor. Seeing the respectful attitude of the Yuhua sect's crowd towards Yinan, the remaining three clans were all speechless for a while, especially the eyes of Shin Wuda and the other higher-ups, who looked at the people of the Yuhua sect, became even more contemptuous. It seems that over the years, you've gone back more and more, and thanks to me treating you as a rival all this time, now it seems that I've really overestimated you. Shin Wuda grew more and more disdainful. As soon as I came, you started beeping and blabbering. What's with all the nonsense? Yinan looked at Shin Wuda with a displeased face. Humph, you, a waste of the chi refining realm, dare to talk to me like that? If it weren't for the fact that you're this brat's master, I'd really want to kill you on the spot. Shin Wuda looked at Yinan angrily, and glanced at Gu Chen as he said so. What's it got to do with me? Gu Chen was a bit puzzled. Humph, if it wasn't for Linger saying that she couldn't hurt you and would take you back, do you think you guys are qualified to converse with me for so long? Shin Wuda didn't hide anything and spoke directly. Regarding the spirit child in Shin Wuda's mouth, Gu Chen also instantly understood. So Gu Chen made his rounds, and sure enough, he didn't see Blue Spirit. He had thought that this time, when the three clans were besieging the Yuhua clan, Blue Spirit would also come. She's still not dead set on my secret. Gu Chen was somewhat speechless. Chapter 49, A Knife That Turns? Regarding what Shin Wuda said about Linger, Yinan could roughly guess it, but he wasn't interested in paying attention to such things. He now just wants to be a salted fish in good peace and quiet, and when he doesn't move, someone will come to find him in trouble. And the southern peak has been repaired once. It was estimated that the mountain peaks would have to be changed this time, and it was estimated that repairing it would be a bit of a struggle, which made Yinan very dissatisfied. I don't want to kill anyone. If you guys are sensible, leave what you have on you and get lost. Yinan impatiently looked at the people of the three clans. Hearing Yinan's words, the crowd gasped and laughed. They came to exterminate the clan and were threatened by a chi refining realm? And to rob them? Alright, don't talk nonsense with them. It's better to hurry up and exterminate the Yuhua sect, lest the night grows long. Yubuchun hurriedly interrupted Shin Wuda, who was still going to talk nonsense. Hearing Yubu-kun's words, Shin Wuda could only shut up. Kill for me. Yubu-kun shouted and took the lead in charging out. Humph, unconscionable. Yinan saw the charging Yubu-kun and didn't intend to talk nonsense. Yinan directly stretched out his palm and swept it toward Yubu-kun with a slap. Yubu-kun, who had still just taken a few steps, felt himself locked by a powerful force. He turned his head as he looked to the side. He saw a palm formed by an invisible force, slapping horizontally towards himself. Seeing this scene, Yubuchun's face changed drastically. Hurriedly, he transported all his strength to resist. But how strong was Yinan's power? Could it be resisted by Yubu-kun? Rumble. Hall after hall was directly slapped to pieces by Yinan, and Yubu-kun, who was in the center of the power core, could hear the screams at first. By the end of the day, it was straight up silent. Holy, the power was used again. Yinan looked at the collapsed hall and was also a little embarrassed. The whole place was silent. Even the Sharp Dagger sect disciples or elders forgot to rummage through the ruins to find their old ancestors for a while. As for Shin Wuda and these higher-ups, the expressions on their faces as they looked at Yinan changed from disdain in the beginning to shock now, and fear spread in every heart. Just now that slap was a real feast for the eyes. Even an old ancestor of the solid realm couldn't block a single palm. And, looking at Yinan's appearance, it was still very relaxed. It was like he didn't use any strength at all. Shin Wuda didn't care and turned to run. Seeing Shin Wuda run away, the rest of the people from the several clans, how could they dare to stay? A slap that could kill a solid realm could also slap them to death. Damn it, why does the Yuhua sect have this kind of strong person sitting there? I should have thought of it earlier. The chances of the people of the Yuhua sect should have been given by this person as well. While running, Shin Wuda still had some regrets, but it was too late for that now. He had to run. As for the elder disciples of the Wuji sect, he didn't care. As long as he lived, the Wuji sect would not fall. see the people who are scattering in all directions. The Yuhua sect was also greatly shaken, especially those Yuhua sect elders. Only now did they realize that there was still such a great god in their clan. Is this the power of the Earth-Xian realm? Yuez looked at the place that had been slapped into ruins by Yinan with shock. The rooming house was fine, and it took some time for him to do it, but there were still some hills in it, and even the ground was scraped. That kind of power, he couldn't do it. I just told you to get lost. You didn't, and now you want to leave? No way. Yinan disdainfully looked at those who were scattered and fled. All of you squat down. I'm afraid of injuring you by mistake. Seemingly thinking of something, Yinan looked at Jade Escape and the others again. Only after hearing Yinan's words did the crowd come back from their shock, but there was no hesitation. They just all squatted together. For insurance purposes, Jade Escape also got right down on the ground. Some of the male elders were okay with following suit. They had just seen Yinan's power, and they were really afraid of being affected. But Jade Fairy and those female elders were a bit embarrassed. In the end, there was no getting down, only squatting as much as possible. Okay, start working. Yinan rubbed his hands together. Miso, a golden ball of light appeared in his hand. With Yinan's mind moving, the mass of light rapidly morphed and grew larger and larger. In an instant, it turned into a several meters wide and 100 meters long great sword. The moment they saw the giant blade appear, no matter if it was the people of the Yuhua sect or the people of the three sects who were fleeing, their eyes jumped. I'll let you guys run. Yinan swung his greatsword and swung it around. For a moment, there were continuous screams, and no matter if it was a mountain, a rock, a person, or a building, they were all like tofu, shattering at the slightest touch. Seeing this scene of carnage, the crowd of the Yuhua sect was shocked. Although this kind of thing was nothing in the immortal cultivation world, but they were also seeing this kind of scene for the first time, and that was still somewhat shocking. Taking another look at Yinan, who was raising his sword and swinging it about, the awe in their eyes deepened. Luckily, this senior has come to my clan. Otherwise, thinking of this, Jade Escape's son just had a tremble in his heart. Jade Fairy was no better. Seeing the long knives slashing indiscriminately without discrimination, the three great sect heads, as well as Yu Buchuan and Qin Wuda, who were running away, were all shocked. They didn't have time to think about where Yinan had pulled out such a long knife from now. The only thought they had now was to survive. However, no matter how fast or far they fled, Yinan's sword, it seemed, could follow and grow longer, which made them angry and afraid. At this moment, everyone in the three clans was regretting why they had come to destroy the Yuhua clan. It's all because chance has blinded my eyes. Yu Bu-kun ran away while voicing his regret, but just as he was spitting so much, the long knife had already come to his side. Seeing this scene, he directly slumped to the ground, knowing that, with him being unable to fight against this sword, but just as he was lying down like that, the long blade suddenly paused as it floated past his head. Originally, he thought, Yu Buchuan who had dodged a bullet, but in the next moment, he saw a scene that he could not comprehend. The knife took a direct turn. But Yu Bu-kun didn't even react and was directly poked to death by the tip of the knife. He died not realizing that there were such outrageous knives in the world that could actually turn corners. Seeing the stabbed Yu Bu-kun, Qin Wuda, who was not far away, also gulped furiously, looking at the large long blade that was as flexible as a snake. Yinan also nodded his head in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. However, in the eyes of the Yuhua sect's crowd, it was a different scene. Rumble. There were explosions and screams everywhere. Even the major patriarchs were unable to escape their fate, and they all turned into corpses under the crazy great long blade. There was no one more stifled than Qin Wudao, who was previously thinking that as long as he took down the Yuhua sect, coupled with the genius that was Blue Spirit, the Wuji sect would surely rise and slowly eat away at the remaining two sects. But at this moment, he will not rest in peace until he dies. His life ended so hastily that Yinan didn't even notice him until he died. As time passed, the people of the three clans were all killed, and the distant Qin Wuda stopped running. Punt, kneeling directly on the ground, he continuously kowtowed towards Yinan. His mouth also kept begging for mercy. My lord, it's my fault, please spare my life. I would like to serve you as my lord. I'll give you all of the Wuji sect. Yinan didn't even bother and directly prepared to slash down. Chapter 50, all three clans destroyed. Senior, please stop. Just as Yinan was about to end Qin Wuda's life, Jade Escape spoke up from the side. Hearing Yu Zhanzi's words, Yinan looked at Yu Zhanzi in disbelief. What? You still want to spare him? Don't dare. I want to ask Senior to hand him over to me so that I can finish him off myself. Yu Ez hurriedly explained. Oh, Yinan was a bit surprised. Whatever, then I'll leave first. Then he put away his knife and was ready to leave. It wasn't that Yinan wasn't worried that Jade escapees would lose. Let's not talk about the fact that the current Qin Wuda had no intention of fighting in the early days. Even at his peak, he was no match for Jade Prosperity, who possessed heaven-level techniques. Just a few steps in, Yinan seemed to remember something. Somewhat speechless, he looked at Jade Fairy. Just don't stay here. Hurry up and take me to find a place to live again. Ha, well, okay, senior. Hearing Yinan's words, the Jade Immortal on the side almost didn't react. Soon, led by the Jade Immortal, Yinan left. Only after seeing Yinan leave did Jade Escape's son look toward Qin Wuda in the distance. Hey, you and I have been opposing each other for many years. I never thought it would end like this. Uez sighed helplessly. Seeing that Yinan wasn't even interested in killing him made Qin Wuda furious. Still, he slowly stood up. Knowing that this was also Jade Escape's way of making his walk a bit more dignified, he knew that his battle was unavoidable. There was no escape. Just, his heart was still a bit unwilling. Since he couldn't escape, it wouldn't be unpleasant to have a painful battle. Yinan was not interested in the battle between the two men at all. He had come to another mountain peak under the guidance of the Jade Immortal. It's just not as nice of a setting as the previous peaks, but it's not even a problem to spend some time on it. It seemed to see Yinan's thoughts. Jade Immortal quickly said, "Don't worry, senior. I will soon send people to remodel the mountain peak. Then I'll trouble you." Yinan still responded politely, "No trouble, no trouble. It's all what the junior should do." Jade Immortal hurriedly waved her hand. How would she dare to accept Yinan's thanks? Looking at the peak that still needed time to be repaired, Yinan could only return to the previous southern peak first. It was in disrepair, but still habitable for the time being. I just don't know when it might go down. As time passed, it was soon evening again. Just as Yinan was enjoying the moon on the recliner in front of the entrance, Jade Easy's son came. Are things all taken care of? Yinan looked at Jade Easy's son. This time, it's fortunate that Senior was there. Otherwise I would have become a sinner of the Yuhua sect. If it wasn't for Yinan's earlier comment about being easygoing, he would have directly kowtowed to Yinan right now. It's all trivial. The main thing is that those guys went too far and actually demolished the place where I live. It's really intolerable. Yinan was still a bit upset when he thought about it. Right, the remaining 3 clans, what are you going to do with them? Yinan continued to add, the strongest of the people of the 3 clans had been killed by him, and now they were all in no man's land. Senior, I've already had Jade Immortal go over and take care of it. From now on, there will only be my Jade Hua sect. Uez had a look of emotion on his face, and at this time, the great sect has been chaotic. Those remnants of the people are by the people of the Yuhua sect slaughtered, and on top of a mountain far away from the Wuji sect. Blue Spirit was just so expressionless, watching the events unfold. To her, the Wuji sect was a stepping stone. It was just that even she didn't expect the 3 clans to besiege the Yuhua clan and still have all of them killed back. What exactly happened in the Yuhua sect? Lan Ling was a bit puzzled. As for the resources of the Wuji sect, they were all taken away by her, leaving only things that were useless to her. Looking at the spatial ring in her hand, Blue Spirit turned to leave. A few more days passed, and Yinan's reselected mountain peak had already been arranged by the Jade Immortal. It was even wider and more beautiful than the previous peak, and the houses were built, or otherwise, in accordance with the previous southern peak. Looking at the mountain peak with birds and flowers, Yinan was still quite satisfied. With a heart, it seems like you didn't put in a lot of effort. Yinan looked at Jade Fairy on the side. It's my honor to do something for Senior. Jade Immortal was good at talking. Yinan had been immune to the ass-kissing of the two, Jade Escapees and Jade Immortals, for some time now. But, in terms of communication, it's quite a bit more easygoing and not as restrained as it was before. In particular, Jade Fairy had been running to Yinan's place all the time during this period of time when she had something to do. Mainly, now that the Yuhua sect was alone, there was no former constraints, as well as a state of constant vigilance against the remaining 3 sects. This made Jade Fairy a lot more relaxed, and the things in her hands were basically left to the people below her. Gu Chen and Linglong also moved over in a hurry. Only a few people had just walked up to the door of the house. Dang! The crowd then heard the sound of something seemingly hitting the ground inside a house next to Yinan's house. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Yinan, Gu Chen and Linglong, all of their faces darkened. It didn't take much guessing to realize that it was that crappy closet following me again. What is this sound? Instead, the Jade Fairy on the side frowned. She thought that the clan had cut corners and had something down, and if it left a bad impression on Yinan, it would be a big deal. He said he was going to go up and check it out, but just as she took a step, a small hand pulled her back. Feeling the soft, boneless little hands, Jade Immortal's footsteps lurched. Sister Yuxian, you'd better not go. It's old and scary inside. The one who pulled Yuxian back was no one else but Linglong. It's fine. Sister is not afraid. Jade Fairy was delighted to hear Linglong's address. However, she didn't listen to Linglong's words. Just think, Linglong is joking with her yet. Seeing the Jade Fairy seemed unimpressed, Yinan, who had a dark face on the side, also spoke up, "You'd better listen to her, or else, you'll leave a shadow on your life." Yinan was not joking about this, it was the first time he saw it that he was scared enough. And then there's Linglong in the back, who's still sick for most of the month. Chen might be better, but he was also scared enough. Hearing Yinan's words, Yuxian then noticed the black-faced Chen and Yinan. Okay, elder. For a while, Jade Fairy was also a bit confused, but Yinan had spoken, so naturally she couldn't go back and check. It was just that Jade Immortal was slightly curious as to what Yinan meant by this, and the name of the peak is still called South Peak. Just as Yinan's few people were moving, thousands of miles away from the Yuhua sect, in a restaurant in a huge city, a high-cooled young girl, holding a wine cup, looked out at a magnificent and extremely extensive building in the center of the city. Ling sect. I'm back again. Bai Ling looked at the center of the city with an expressionless face. The tone was calm, with no hint of anger. Raising his glass, he took a drink and rose to leave slowly. Chapter 51, The Suffocating Black Flame Demon Lord. What an out-of-this-world woman. Right after Bai Ling left, a woman sitting not far away looked at the direction Bai Ling had left in surprise. But it was only a moment of surprise, and then he lowered his head again and continued to caress the small wooden carving that was somewhat broken in his hand. I don't know if you're here or not, Yinan muttered. She felt that Yinan should have just passed by her place, and it was definitely impossible for a place like that to have a strong person of Yinan's level. So, without realizing it, she found her way here. Even his own vendetta has been put aside for the time being. She wanted to find Yinan and then try to stay by his side by all means. Being by the side of a strong person like Yinan worked better than going anywhere to train. It was just that she didn't know that the Bai Ling who had just left was Yinan's disciple. And in the center of the city, in a large hall of the Ling sect, a bald middle-aged man and a young girl sat opposite each other, with a chessboard between them. The young girl's white clothes were as snowy as an iceberg beauty, and the middle-aged bald man was slightly majestic. He was none other than the Ling sect's patriarch, Bing Tai. Xianer, how is your cultivation going now? And, how is your spirit root fusion going? Bing Tai looked towards Bing Xian with concern. Father, don't worry, I've already fused a part of it, and it's only a matter of time before it's fully fused. Bing Xian was very confident. Ha ha ha. Good, worthy of being my Bing Tai's daughter. Bing Tai was also satisfied. However, on second thought, there was some concern. Xianer, just that Bai Ling, up to now, has not been found. It seemed to know what Bing Tai wanted to say. Bing Xian hurriedly interrupted and proudly said, Father, you're overthinking it. Even if you didn't kill her, you're still an invalid with no cultivation, so it's nothing to worry about. That's right, maybe I was overthinking it. Bing Tai also thought it made sense. Without a heaven-defying chance, it was much harder to restore one's cultivation. It was even more of a fool's errand to want to restore the spiritual roots. Things like spiritual roots are all brought about innately, and once they are lost, unless an immortal is alive, it's bull ********. However, the hunt must continue. After all, as long as she exists, she is a thorn in my heart, even if she's already an invalid. Bing Xian's words turned, her eyes filled with a stern killing intent. Don't worry, for father, I have long since dispatched additional manpower down there. Bing Tai naturally understood this. Unbeknownst to the two, the white spirit, whom they disdained, had taken the initiative to come to them. The conversation turns, and we return to the Yuhua sect. Hey, I don't know what happened to my third disciple, Yinan mumbled as he lay on a recliner, basking in the sun. Senior, don't worry, senior sister's strength is still quite good, and with your secret techniques, senior elder, there shouldn't be any danger. Chen, who was at the side, hurriedly took over the conversation. Chen still holding a hoe in his hand, opening up the wasteland aside. The main thing is that Yinan wants to grow some vegetables or something by himself, and he can't afford to eat demonic beast meat every day. And Chen became the labor force. However, Chen did work hard without a single complaint. If it wasn't for Yinan, he would probably be too dead to die right now. Let's not even talk about letting him farm, or letting him cut his own throat on the spot. Sure, provided he has to get his revenge first. As for Linglong, her biggest hobby was to boil water for Yinan, while playing with the black beads in her hand. She always felt that there was something wrong with this bead. Somehow, because she's been going to bed the last few nights with the feeling that there's something staring at her in the room, mainly because she didn't have anything extra in her room either, just this black bead. As for the materials for boiling water, they are still the same techniques. During this period of time, Chen had sort of looked away, and the person was numb, seeing Linglong unconcernedly taking those scrolls and throwing them into the fire. Although Chen was heartbroken, he could only grit his teeth and pass. It was fortunate that Jade Fairy and the others weren't around at this time, or else they would have been given another scare. Hearing Chen's words, Yinan also nodded. feeling that his worries were, indeed, a bit redundant. Soon the night fell, and the day of the pendulum swung away. The three of them also cultivated and slept. Just, at this moment, Linglong did not sleep. She sat on the bed, still surveying the black beads in her hand. "Hello, Black Pearl, can you understand me? Is it you who is staring at me at night?" Linglong frowned with a small frown and shouted to the black bead in her hand, because before, the bead could not only fly, it could also spray black mist. So, in Linglong's opinion, it was this black bead that was up to no good. After all, she had followed Yinan for several years. What strange and weird things had she not seen before? There are a ton of them almost every day. Sure enough, hearing Linglong's words, the black beads shook symbolically. "Cluck, you can really understand me?" Linglong was like discovering a new continent, her eyes glowing as she looked at the black beads. "How about, I'll give you a name? How about it? If you don't say anything, it's a yes." Linglong came up with this sentence out of the blue. Black beads. If it hadn't been afraid of the big scary guy inside the closet, it would have just opened its mouth and objected. Only, the black beads could only keep shaking, in order to show their displeasure. See the black beads keep shaking. Linglong's eyes also lit up. "You agree? Then you'll be called Little Black from now on." Black beads. At this moment, the black bead also stopped shaking and directly resigned itself to its fate. "I am the Black Flame Demon Monarch. Becoming a plaything in the hands of others is just a matter of course, but also giving me such a name, which is clearly the name of a dog, okay?" The Black Flame Demon Monarch could only hiss in his heart. Linglong couldn't care less about what the Black Flame Demon Lord had in mind. Straight away, with his own little hand, he raised the black bead and shouted, "Little Black, fly one for me and see." The stifled Black Flame Demon Monarch could only fly around the room. After all, one has to keep one's head down under a short roof. In his opinion, whether it was Yinan or Chen, or this little girl in front of him, all of them were related to the big brother inside the closet. So, he's going to endure. And so what followed was the Black Flame Demon Lord's moment of suffocation. Linglong let him fly around one moment and let it spray black mist the next. It's not actually a black mist, it's a flame that looks like a black mist. The main reason was that the previous Yinan didn't have much eyesight. In addition to being strong, his insight still stopped at Peng City's acreage, and he only knew some skinny things about the immortal cultivation world. It was not until she was tired of playing that Linglong slowly fell asleep. Only the Black Flame Demon Monarch, who was a toolman, returned to the side table lifelessly. With the passage of time, it soon came to late night, and Chen, who was cultivating with his eyes closed, suddenly just opened his eyes, because he seemed to sense a powerful and unfamiliar aura that was approaching the southern peak. Chapter 52. The Chu clan's strongest man kills again. Chen no longer hesitated and hurriedly got up and came outside. He wanted to go and inform Yinan, but after thinking about it for a while, he still didn't bother Yinan and thought he'd take a look first. Sure enough, he had just come outside when he saw two black-robed men wearing masks, constantly approaching Nanfeng. Chen, who was originally just a little curious, but when he saw the black man's costume, his body just trembled with that anger. At a glance, he could tell that the attire of the two figures was the exact same as the Chu clan that had exterminated his entire clan. The two black-clothed men who were rapidly approaching also noticed Chen. "This brat is really here. Chu Mix and the others really had an accident here," one of the black-clothed men said with a murderous aura. "You go for a quick battle, I'll stop you easy." After the other man in black finished speaking, he headed towards the Yuhua sect's main hall. When the man in black saw Chen, he already didn't want to talk nonsense and directly slapped his palm at Chen with a powerful might. Seeing the aura of the man in black, Chen had no desire to resist, because the auras on the two black-clothed men were not weaker than Jade Escape. This is a solid realm powerhouse. Chen was shocked. She didn't expect that the Chu family had sent all the strongest people of the solid realm in order to kill him, and it's still too. However, he was a bit puzzled. He had investigated the Chu family very clearly. Remember that besides the Chu family's old ancestor who was in the solid realm, there was no second one. Thinking so, Chen hurriedly shouted, "1, 2, 3, woodmen!" Boom! A palm fell. The ground instantly slapped out a deep crater, and smoke and dust rose in all directions. "Ha, actually not dead yet?" An old voice came out from the black-clothed man's mouth. There was still some shock in his tone. Despite the smoke and dust, the man in black kept an eye on Chen's scent. Apparently, Chen's breath hadn't weakened a bit, and in the main hall of the Yuhua sect, Yuizi also sensed two powerful auras that came to his sect. Even the Jade Immortal, who was still cultivating, sensed it, then hurriedly got up and came towards the main hall. But just as Yuizi was about to get up to find out what was going on, a black-robed man with a masked face came to the main hall. Who are you? Uez narrowed his eyes at the black-robed man, and the might on his body. 2. Rose, don't get angry, and don't make a move. There's no point in you and I engaging in a battle, and we might even have to destroy this great hall of yours, thanks to just you. After the black-robed masked man came in, he directly sat his butt on a chair in the great hall. You still haven't answered me. Who are you and what are you doing here in my Yuhua sect? Uez continued to press the question. There's no harm in telling you. I'm a member of the Chu family. I'm only here for Chen. Deal with him and we'll leave. The man in black said without thinking. For the two people that Chu mixed before, the man in black didn't mention it in the slightest. Hearing the words of the man in black, Uez's heart sank, and at the same time, he was shocked. How did the Chu family appear so many strong people now? It was a bit unusual. It seems, you're not the only one who came. Uez also heard the meaning in the black-robed man's words. It was obvious that the man in black in front of him was here to stop him. However, Uez calmed down instead. To kill Chen? Yinan is still here. Isn't that looking for death? Seeing that Yu Zhanzi, who had been extremely vigilant at the beginning, had now become unusually calm and wasn't even worried about Chen's well-being, it made him a bit puzzled. You don't seem to care if Chen lives or dies? He's at least a disciple of your Yuhua sect now. The black-robed man looked towards Uez. The reason why their two solid realms had come was that killing Chen was one thing, but they also had to destroy the Yuhua sect, his Chu family's people, but they died in the Yuhua sect. It was impossible not to hold a grudge. It was just that right now. He was alone and unsure about killing Jade Escape's son, and he still had to wait for his companions to kill Chen before they could join together to surround Jade Escape's son. This saves time and effort. Upon hearing the words of the man in black, Yu Zhanzi laughed. Ha ha ha. You'd better worry about yourselves first. Listening to your Uez's words, the black-robed man's voice also sank. What do you mean? The black-robed man knew that a strong person like Jade Escape would not be able to say such words in such a situation. Unless, the Yuhua sect had prepared for this, even if their two solid realms joined forces. Thinking of this, the man in black instantly got up and was about to go and join his companion, because this calm attitude of Jade Escape's son made him uneasy in his heart, and this uneasiness also grew stronger. Come when you want, leave when you want to? Uez snorted. Whoosh! Uez's figure was like a ghost, stopping in front of the man in black. Not only that, the sect's elders, as well as the Jade Immortals had all come to the main hall. Old ancestor, what's going on? Jade Immortal was the first to arrive. This guy wants to kill Chen. Uez was brief and clear. What? Upon hearing Jade Escape's son's words, Jade Immortal and the elders, all of them looked at the man in black oddly. They had seen Yinan's power, slapping a solid realm. These elders, in the eyes of the man in black, were no different from ants and couldn't stop him at all. But there was Jade Easy's son, and the strength is not weaker than him. Coupled with the gazes of these people, the look in his heart was even more disturbing. Do you, the Yuhua sect, really want to make an enemy of my Chu family? The man in black opened his mouth and threatened. He didn't want to drag this out. He had to hurry and join his companions so that he might have a chance to kill Chen and kill his way out of the Yuhua sect. But now he was stopped instead. My Yuhua sect has never wanted to be an enemy of your Chu family, but your Chu family has come to intrude on my Yuhua sect 3 times. Do you really think that this is your Chu family's backyard? Uez did not give the slightest bit of face. In fact, he was now worried in his heart. The current Chu family, with so many powerful people appearing, had also offended the Yuhua sect, but if he had to be a dog to please the Chu family in order to survive, he would rather die. Good, very good. When I return, I'll be bringing people to level your Yuhua sect. The man in black also stopped pretending and threatened to destroy the Yuhua sect. You still want to go back? In that case, I'll give you a ride first. With the matter at hand, Jade Escape's son made a direct move. Rumble. The two of them went straight to work, and the surrounding houses, at this moment, kept collapsing. In an instant, all the clan elders, all of them, moved away. But the crowd still blocked the exits, fearing that the man in black would escape, no matter if it was the clan battle or the battle in the southern peak. Yinan and Linglong were sleeping like dead pigs, especially Yinan. His entire bed was wrapped in some black mist, isolating all sound. This was also the reason why Yinan couldn't hear the outside world. And all this black mist, it's coming from inside the closet. What a peculiar secret. The Black Flame Demon Monarch watched as deep pits continued to appear around Chen, but Chen was just fine. It shocked him a bit. He had never seen such a heaven-defying secret in his entire life. Could it be? It was also imparted by that big brother? The Black Flame Demon Monarch was a bit startled. If he had once had the secret, he would not have ended up in such a situation. Chapter 53, Go, get him. Damn it, how could this happen? At this point, the black-clothed man who kept attacking Gu-chun was already panting. No matter how much he attacked Gu-chun, he just couldn't hurt him in the slightest. He was a bit flustered now, not that he was afraid of death, it was because of the Chu family. He also knew now that Gu-chen must have obtained some sort of heaven-defying chance. As for Gu-chen's cultivation, he had also come to the Yuan gathering realm, and this speed of cultivation, coupled with the secret technique of blocking all attacks, frightened him. At the same time, the greed in his eyes also increased. If he could obtain this kind of secret, all of their Chu family members cultivated, and his heart raced at the thought of it. Even the greed at this point outweighed the fear within him. Gu-chen, as long as you hand over the secret, our Chu family will let you go. How about it? The man in black spoke. He really couldn't do anything about Gu-chen. Ha ha ha. When you say that, do you believe it yourself? Gu-chen looked at the man in black angrily. Hearing Gu-chen's words, the man in black's face also sank. He also knew it was too childish of him to say that. How can the revenge for the extermination of the clan be settled? Since you're stubborn, I'll just have to kill the others on this mountain peak. The black-robed man's eyes were ruthless. He was going to take these people and make Gu-chen compromise. He also had some investigations into Gu-chen and the Yuhua sect. It was also known that Gu-chen had a master of the qi refining realm. Hearing the words of the man in black, Gu-chen froze. Good lord, killing the others on this southern peak? He's just one of the weakest, alright. Regardless of whether it was Yinan or that terrifying closet, it was all capable of crushing a solid realm with a single finger. Alright, even his own bratty senior sister, who looked useless, was just as uncomplicated in Gu-chen's opinion. Not to mention Linglong itself, just smashing it with a magic treasure would kill the black-clothed man in front of him. Seeing that Gu-chen had no intention of stopping himself, the black-clothed man seemed a bit puzzled as well. Shouldn't they get down on their knees and beg for forgiveness and then follow them honestly? But the man in black didn't think about that much, and directly took out a large knife, and with a strong killing intent, he was ready to go to the courtyard where Yinan lived and go on a killing spree. There's a good show to watch, but this guy is a bit crazy. The black beads that the black flame demon monarch had turned into just floated in the window and watched. But just as he was excited and ready to watch the show, an eerie voice reached his ears. Go on, get him. Upon hearing this voice, the black flame demon monarch, who had transformed into a black bead, was shivering in fear. Big brother? The black flame demon monarch hurriedly transformed into a tall black shadow and directly knelt down. The eerie voice was silent for a moment, then continued, Go, get him. In his voice, there seemed to be a hint of impatience. The black flame demon lord naturally heard the impatience of the voice. Yes, I'll go and get him killed. The black flame demon lord nodded like garlic. It's mostly the inside of the closet, and I don't want to move again. It had moved 3 times, and if the south peak was destroyed by this man in black again, it would have to move again. Just as the black-clothed man raised his large sword and arrived at the house not far from Yinan, whoosh, a large amount of black mist, I should say black flames, continuously emerged from Linglong's room. For a time, the entire southern peak was shrouded in black flames. Seeing this scene, Gu-chen just had a twitch in his eye. He hadn't seen the black flame demon monarch before and thought that it was something inside the closet that had struck out. And the black-robed man who was holding up the large sword stopped in his tracks in a hurry. What is this thing? The man in black exclaimed. Because these black flames were constantly coming right at him. Boom! The black-clothed man also panicked a bit, as one blade light after another slashed on top of the black flames, but it didn't do any good. Those blade lights were, in an instant, swallowed up by the black flames. Not a single storm was stirred up. Seeing this scene, the man in black completely panicked. Even the mask fell off in fear. This was an old man, but his face at this moment was covered in cold sweat, and he no longer had that rampant look he had before. Get the hell out of my way! Seeing the black flames that were getting closer and closer, the old man in black could only chop and hiss at the same time, but it still didn't help. Soon, the black-clothed old man was wrapped in black flames. A miserable scream resounded throughout the entire Yuhua sect. It also lasted only a few breaths. The black flames dispersed, and only a pile of ashes remained where the black-clothed old man stood before. Phew! A gust of wind blew by and even the pile of ash was gone. Seeing this scene, Gu-chen swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He finally realized now that what was inside the closet before was probably just trying to play with him. If not for the fact that he was Yinan's disciple, he would probably have been gotten killed long ago. What the hell is a master? What exactly is in that closet? Gu-chen was a bit curious. In fact, he didn't know that it was just the black beads that Linglong often played with, and it wasn't something out of the closet at all. The jade escapee and the man in black, who were in the middle of a fierce battle, also heard that miserable scream. Ha ha ha. It seems that what's his name? Your companion is dead beyond death. Uez sneered as he looked at the black-robed man in front of him. At this time, the black-robed man, his mood was also unusually heavy, and his body seemed to have a slight tremor. "Let me go and I'll give you whatever you want," the black shadow spoke. He had no idea what his companion had encountered, but one thing was certain. The Yuhua sect definitely had secrets, and probably had the same presence of foreign powerhouses as his Chu family. He didn't want to die here, so he gave in. "If I kill you, everything on your body is mine. Why would I release you?" Jade Prosperity Z also had a fierce look on his face. Since they were already feuding with the Chu family, they could only go for broke. Plus with Yinan around, there was still a chance to defeat the Chu family. Upon hearing Yuez's words, the black-robed man also knew that the Yuhua sect had no intention of letting him leave. "So bite your teeth hard." With a direct slap towards his chest, a large amount of blood flowed out of the black-clothed man's chest. Within moments, the blood that flowed out dyed the body red. This was the method of blood sacrifice, which could briefly enhance one's strength and speed by several times. The Yuhua sect were all squinting at the black-clothed man's actions, all a little puzzled. Did he know he had no hope of escaping and simply cut himself? Not right. Yuez hurriedly saw the change in the black-robed man's body, because the aura on the man in black was skyrocketing, raising several times in a moment. Just as Yuez was preparing to fight bitterly, the man in black, however, directly turned into a red light and fled towards the distance. The speed was so fast that it was like flying. Seeing this speed, everyone in the Yuhua sect was shocked. Although the man in black's strength had skyrocketed, he had no intention of continuing the engagement, because there was no point. If there really was an alien powerhouse, he wouldn't necessarily be a match. He could only evacuate first and bring the news here back to the family. "Old ancestor, what should we do? Once he goes back, our Yuhua sect situation will be even more dangerous." Jade Immortal's eyes were also gloomy, but the speed displayed by the man in black was such that, at least for a brief period of time, Yuez could not catch up. Just as Yuez was thinking about countermeasures, whoosh, a large amount of black flames that floated past their heads. The direction that went was the same direction that the man in black had fled. "Old ancestor, what is this?" The Jade Immortal was shocked, and even the surrounding elders were so frightened that they backed away. Chapter 54. This girl is so pretty. Just as the crowd was alert and ready to respond, the black flames swept directly over their heads, heading in the direction the black-clothed man had fled. The black-clothed man who was quickly fleeing also noticed the black flames chasing behind him. There was no hesitation, and the speed was directly increased to the limit. He had a feeling that if he stopped, he would surely die. He now suspected that his companion was also killed by this black flame. Damn it, what the hell is this? How could there be such a thing in a place like this? The black-clothed man ran while breaking into pieces. This black inflammation was precisely what the Black Inferno Demon Lord had manifested, and the Black Flame Demon Lord didn't seem to want to procrastinate. It was better to hurry up and finish the mission, or else, when he goes back, he still doesn't know what will happen to him by the big brother inside the closet. Thinking of this, the Black Flame Demon Monarch's illusory black mist instantly skyrocketed in speed. Directly toward the black man loomed. "Damn it, I'll fight you." The man in black also seemed like it was useless to run like that himself. He's just as fast as he is, and that's just running on the ground. However, the Black Flame Demon Lord's illusion of black flames was flying. Rumble. The black-clothed man used all his means, and no matter what kind of attack, he was unable to cause damage to Black Flame. All of the attacks were swallowed up the moment they were struck. What kind of monster is this? The man in black was afraid, trying to fight his way out, but all of his efforts were like an ant trying to shake a tree to no avail. In just a few breaths, the man in black was swallowed by the black flames and directly turned into flying ash. After killing the man in black, the Black Flame Demon Lord was ready to go back. It just stopped as it floated over the heads of the Yuhua sect's crowd. At this moment, the crowd of the Yuhua sect didn't dare to breathe, because a large amount of black flames were surrounding them. It seemed they would be devoured if they made the slightest movement. At this moment, everyone was sweating profusely, not daring to say a word, all quietly looking at Black Flame, who was in the process of transforming into a human form. The Black Flame Demon Monarch, who had completely transformed into a humanoid black shadow, quietly surveyed the crowd of the Yuhua sect, not to mention the other elders. Even the ever-steady Jade Immortal and Jade Easy Sun were terrified. Legs and stomachs are shaking. They didn't expect that this black flames was so bizarre that it could actually transform at will. The strength was even more terrifying. Killing the solid realm was like killing a chicken. Unable to bear the oppression of the Black Flame Demon Monarch, Yuez hurriedly bowed down and respectfully said, Senior, I don't know, do you have any orders for visiting the little clan?" The rest of the elders, too, bowed in succession. Some of them were so shocked that they didn't stand still and sat on their asses. What a beautiful sister. The Black Flame Demon Monarch didn't care about Jade Escape's words, but instead looked at Jade Immortal on the side. After saying these words, the Black Flame Demon Lord slowly approached Jade Immortal. Seeing this scene, Jade Fairy turned pale with fear. I wanted to back up, but it was like my body was immobilized and I couldn't move. The Jade escapees on the side were also startled and hurriedly blocked in front of Jade Fairy. Continuing, he said, Senior, if there's anything you need, Senior can be of service. In order to divert his attention, Uez could only lick his smile and make a bow. Seeing Uez's actions, the Black Flame Demon Monarch didn't care. Oi, it's a pity. If you weren't related to that family bit, I really wanted to take you in, the Black Flame Demon Lord sighed. During this period of time, he had noticed that Jade Fairy was always looking for Yinan to go play. If he hadn't been afraid of Yinan and the big guy inside the closet, he would have collected the Jade Immortal a few days ago. Hearing the Black Flame Demon Monarch's words, both Jade Immortal and Jade Easy Sun's hearts trembled. At the same time, his heart was shocked. Who was the one that the Black Flame Demon Monarch was talking about? Is he still related to the Jade Immortal? Thinking about it, neither Jade Fairy nor Jade Easy Sun could think of any big brother they were related to. The only one who could be called a big brother was Yinan, who had recently come to the Yuhua sect. Thinking of this, both Jade Immortal and Jade Prosperity Z's hearts jumped. Jade Fairy wanted to ask, but she was afraid that the black shadow transformed by the black flames in front of her eyes would make another move on herself, so she could only endure it. However, after thinking about it, Yu Zhanzi, who was on the side, decided to ask, Elder, Senior, the one you are talking about, is it Senior Yi who lives in the southern peak? Uez was apprehensive in his heart. I'm really afraid that the black shadow in front of him will, in a moment of displeasure, directly shoot him to death. Hearing the Black Flame Demon Lord's words, Jade Immortal was so frightened that she shrank back again. At this moment, how could she still have the appearance of the head of a clan? In front of such a strong man, it was simply a little girl who needed protection. But at the same time, the shock in the hearts of the crowd knew no bounds. They didn't expect that the black shadow in front of them was really sent by Yinan to relieve him. Elder, Senior, then we are our own people. He. Uez hastened to get close. This Senior Yi, what kind of person is he? Such a strong person can be used for himself. Could it be a Tianxian realm powerhouse? Uez added in his heart. To be able to kill a late solid realm powerhouse in seconds, the black shadow in front of him was at least at the earthly Xian realm. Thinking of this, Yu Zhanzi's heart was thrilled. Not only was there an Earth Xian realm powerhouse in his sect, there was also a suspected Heaven Xian realm powerhouse in attendance. Hearing Uez's words of closeness, the Black Flame Demon Lord didn't care. Instead, he asked, which side of the territory is this? The main reason he stopped was to inquire where he was located. As for the Jade Fairy, I'd like to take a look at her as well. Upon hearing the Black Flame Demon Lord's words, Yu Zhanzi was also stunned. However, it didn't care, and still gave the Black Flame Demon Lord a full account. Southland? How did I get here? Headache. The Black Flame Demon Lord was somewhat troubled. Hey, forget it. I'm leaving. After the Black Flame Demon Monarch finished speaking, he once again transformed into black flames and headed towards the southern peak. Seeing the direction that the Black Flame Demon Monarch had gone, they were then certain that the Black Flame Demon Monarch had really come from Yinan's place. After the Black Flame Demon Lord left, everyone was paralyzed. Jade Cynthia barely even stood still. She was almost scared to death just now, if it wasn't for the fact that Black Flame Demon Monarch was Yinan's man. Not only would she not be able to protect herself, she would not even be able to protect the Yuhua sect. Jade Fairy, are you alright? Jade Escape's son hurriedly came to the pale-faced Jade Fairy and said with concern, Old ancestor, I am fine. It's just that the senior just now. Jade Immortal still wanted to ask something. Uez hurriedly interrupted. Unspeakable. This kind of strong person is not for us to discuss. Upon hearing Jade Escape's son's words, Jade Immortal then realized after the fact and shut up in a hurry. But, despite the shock, this is also considered a chance for our Yuhua sect. Uez was so excited. Seemingly thinking of something again, Uez laughed out loud again. Ha ha ha. Screw the Chu family, we have Elder Yi here. Sooner or later we'll bulldoze his Chu family flat. The Jade Immortal and the elders, when they heard Jade Escape's son's words, were all speechless. Chapter 55, Big Brother, spare your life. However, Jade Escape's son's words were kind of rough. Yinan was even more powerful than they had previously predicted. After having a good time, Yu Zhanzi seemed to think of something and turned his head to look at Jade Fairy again, constantly glancing over Yu Xian, nodding one moment, then shaking his head the next. It was uncomfortable to be looked at by Uez. Jade Immortal looked at Jade Easy Sun in confusion. Old ancestor, what's wrong? You, go to Senior Ye's place more often to have fun when you're not doing anything, and just leave the matters of the clan to the people under you. And you, with these clothes, wear less, don't always be tightly fenced. Otherwise, how can Senior Yi look at you? Uez was like a person who had been there before, and said bitterly to Yu Xian. Hearing Jade Escape's son's words, Jade Fairy's face turned red with a swish. Old ancestor, What are you talking about? Jade Immortal glared at Jade Progenitor without any good humor. After saying that, Jade Fairy fled the scene in a hurry. Jade Immortal Witch, what I said is true. You have to think about it. This is a chance that can't be found. Watching the Jade Immortal leave, Jade Easy Sun even shouted. It was fine if he didn't shout, but when he did, the crowd of elders on the sidelines were all speechless as they listened. Jade Fairy rushed back to her quarters. Bang! Directly closing the door, she sat down on the edge of the bed in a hurry, and with a pair of jade hands, she continuously stroked her reddened cheeks. The way it looks now, it's alive and well as a clueless teenager. Old ancestor is not immodest at all. Jade Fairy spat in an ungraceful manner. The words are there, but the body is honest. Jade Fairy got up and went to the side of the room, in front of a closet. Upon opening the closet, it contained a lot of costumes. It was basically the same as what was worn on the body, except for one piece, which was hanging on the very inside and seemed to have been hanging there for a long time. It was a red bodice, very different from the others. I don't know if Senior Yi likes it or not. Jade Fairy fumbled with the red dress in her hand. After thinking about it, I decided to give it a try. A few moments later, seeing herself in the bronze mirror still made Yu Xian a little uncomfortable, but there was more satisfaction in his eyes. At this moment, the Jade Immortal was no longer the majestic patriarch from before. Now it was more like a sultry vixen. Sexy dress, a pair of big white legs hidden, should be convex, should be curved. Just go out there now and you can seduce a large group of men to death. And on top of the southern peak, the Black Flame Demon Monarch who had just landed on the ground hurriedly made a respectful salute to the room where the closet resided. Big brother, my mission is accomplished. Those two fellows, I've got them all dead. Then, the next moment, boom! The Black Flame Demon Monarch had just finished speaking when he was directly shaken out by an invisible force. It fell straight out of a deep pit. This scene was so sudden that strong as the Black Flame Demon Monarch didn't even react and flew out directly. This strike almost caused the heart of the Black Flame Demon Monarch to directly explode. But, he didn't care about his injuries. Quickly and in quick succession, he climbed to his feet. Puff! The Black Flame Demon Lord directly knelt. Big brother, I was wrong. Spare my life. The Black Flame Demon Monarch's entire black shadow shivered. He didn't know why the closet mobile had taken a shot at him, but whatever it is, it's right to admit you're wrong and beg for forgiveness anyway. However, the kneeling Black Flame Demon Monarch waited for a long time without receiving an answer. Nor did he strike at him again, so it was almost dawn when we waited again. Now, the Black Flame Demon Lord was a bit flustered. He didn't dare to just get up. It would be the death of the closet bigwigs if they were displeased. But just as he was thinking that, a weird voice reached his ears. Why are you still kneeling? Looking for death? Yes. Hearing that the closet bigwig had spoken, the Black Flame Demon Monarch was as if he had been pardoned. Whoosh! The Black Flame Demon Monarch once again transformed into a black bead and flew back to Linglong's room. The Black Flame Demon Lord who had just returned froze, because Linglong, at this moment, was sitting on the edge of the bed, staring straight at him. Black Inferno Demon, it's so late, where did you go? Linglong asked as she stared at the bead that the Black Flame Demon Monarch had visualized. Hearing Linglong's words, the Black Flame Demon Lord didn't know how to reply anymore. He wouldn't dare reveal his voice or show his figure without the closet bigwig's consent. There was no way around it. The Black Flame Demon Monarch could only keep shaking. Seeing the black bead that kept shaking, Linglong grabbed it in her hand. Following Yinan's example, he stroked his small chin and surveyed the black beads. Hey, it would be good if you could talk. Shaking so much every day. What if it breaks? Linglong looked at it for half a day and held back this sentence. Hearing Linglong's words, the Black Flame Demon Lord was speechless. It wasn't long before it was light. Yinan didn't know what was wrong with him today, but he got up very early. Just getting up and opening the door, he was dumbfounded again. What the hell? It's okay to come and tear down my home again? Yinan's face was ugly, looking at a large pit in front of the house. Upon hearing Yinan's voice, the only two guys in the South Peak who were aware of the situation were honestly lying down as if they hadn't heard it. Hearing Yinan's voice, Linglong and Chen also walked out. Linglong was also shocked when she saw the large pits all over the yard. By the way, Linglong, hey, did you hear anything last night? How did these pits come about? Yinan looked at Linglong. Because he slept pretty well last night and didn't hear anything out of the ordinary. I didn't hear anything? Linglong stroked her little head, also a little curious. What about you, my disciple? Have you heard anything? Yinan looked at Chen again. Heard some of it, but the sound quickly disappeared. Chen thought about it, but still didn't say it. This was, after all, his own matter, and he didn't want to make things difficult for Yinan. And the inside of the closet didn't seem to want Yinan to know, so he simply didn't say anything. In fact, the inside of the closet is simply not wanting to move, but also just casually help Yinan to isolate the sound. The main thing is that I am afraid to put Yinan out without a light hand, and the mountain peak is gone again. Hearing the words of the two, Yinan's face became even more ugly. Someone came into his yard to dig a hole and he didn't even know it. What if this gives him a cut? Although his current strength was okay, Yinan was still very clear about the truth that there were people outside of people and a sky outside of heaven. It seems that in the future, when we sleep, we'll have to make some preparations to do so. Yinan's face darkened as he said. And so, next, Yinan picked up the hoe and began to fill the pit. Gu Chen, went back to the kitchen to make breakfast. Everything was still so harmonious, and last night's events were as if they had never happened. It wasn't until noon that Yinan filled the pit. Asterisk. If I find out who did this, I'll definitely go and tear down his home as well. Yinan's face was ugly as he looked at the stitched potholes. Just as Yinan was whining so much, two figures arrived at the southern peak. It was none other than Jade Fairy and Jade Easy's son. They actually wanted to come early in the morning, but considering Yinan's love of sleeping, he could only wait until noon. Chapter 56, The Jade Fairy Who Stayed at the Southern Peak. Yo, you guys are here? Yinan saw the two Jade Immortals from a long distance away. It was just Yinan's eyes that glazed over when he saw Jade Fairy. I go. This is so good looking? Why didn't I see it before? Yinan was all stunned. Yuizi and Yuxian also noticed Yinan's gaze. Jade Prosperity was happy to see it. If Jade Immortal climbed onto Yinan, in the future, they, the Yuhua sect, would be able to go farther. Only Yu Xian, with a swish, blushed again, but, still trying to remain as calm as possible. But, the thumping heartbeat was hard to hide. Yinan also noticed that Jade Fairy seemed a bit embarrassed and hurriedly turned his head. Ahem. I don't know what the two of you are looking for me for? Yinan pretended to be a superior person and said. However, Yinan was originally dressed in white and out of the dust, so he did look like an immortal and high-minded person. Just a little bit of a broken mouth. Senior, we've come to thank you. Yuizi was even more in awe of Yinan. Jade Immortal also saluted in a hurry. Ha, thank me? Thank me for what? It's just a few techniques. You've already thanked me, so you don't need to thank me anymore. Yinan thought that it was because of those merit laws that he had given earlier. Hearing Yinan's words, Jade Escape and Jade Immortal were both stunned. What does Senior Yi mean by this? There was some confusion in Yuizi's heart. Jade Immortal and Jade Escapees both looked at each other. They were both puzzled. They were here to thank last night Yinan for helping them out last night, but Yinan pulled on the feats. Just as the two were pondering, Gu Chen's voice came out. Senior, it's time for lunch. Okay, right away, Yinan answered, then looked at Jade Escapees and Jade Immortals and said, do you guys want to eat some together? Yinan invited them, and they wouldn't dare to refuse. Then I'll bother Senior. Jade Escape and Jade Immortal bowed again. A few people have not even entered the door yet. They saw Linglong has already served a big bowl of rice, and has long been sitting on the recliner in the courtyard to eat it. Seeing this scene, the corner of Yinan's mouth twitched. Soon several people were eating around a table. Yuizi and Yuxian, from time to time, could still see Gu Chen making eyes at himself. The two were also quick to understand. Regarding last night's incident, Jade Escape didn't mention it again. Only Yinan glanced at Jade Fairy from time to time as he ate. It was really because today's Yuxian was so beautiful, especially those long legs. Although Yinan had traveled over, his true age was in his 20s. It's also a bloodthirsty youth. Plus it's been years since I've seen such a sexy beauty. I'd be sorry if I didn't look twice more. Seeing this scene, Yuizi's smile grew even wider. At the same time then, Yuizi carefully surveyed his surroundings, because he's looking for the dark figure from last night, but it was destined to be fruitless. Only Yu Xian, who was on the side, had her head lowered, burying her head in dry rice, her cheeks scarlet. As for Gu Chen, he just pretended he didn't see anything and ate the rice in his bowl. Elder, I see that you, here in the southern peak, don't have anyone to help with the housekeeping, so why don't I'll let Yuxian stay? It can still take care of Linglong, and little brother Gu Chen's cultivation can't be delayed, Yuizi said in a hurry. Yuizi even changed his name to Gu Chen to little brother. It was a line he'd thought about several times before he'd arrived, just to keep Yuxian behind. Jade Fairy on the side didn't object to anything, still burying her head in dry rice. On the contrary, Gu Chen, who was on the side, just frowned and was about to retort. Yinan's impassioned voice then rang out. That's a good sentiment. Yinan didn't even think about it and directly shouted out, without the slightest hint of being a senior high-ranking person. Gu Chen, who had wanted to say something, could only shut up speechlessly. Yinan had agreed, so he naturally couldn't go against it. Linglong, who was eating in the courtyard, did have her eyes light up. In this South Peak, she was the only girl, and if Yuxian stayed in the South Peak every day, she would have a companion. seemingly noticing that his reaction was a bit inappropriate. Yinan still awkwardly said, "That. Then what? What about the matter of the sect? Is Miss Yuxian willing to stay in the southern peak?" After saying that, Yinan even looked at Jade Fairy in embarrassment. As a result, just as his words fell, before Jade Escaped Sun could speak, Jade Immortal was the first to speak. "I'm willing, Uez." After saying this, Yuxian went back to burying her head in dry rice. On the side, Jade Escaped Sun also froze for a moment. He didn't expect that Jade Immortal was even more aggressive than him. Still, he responded in a hurry. "Senior, I will send someone else to take charge of the sect's affairs. In fact, the current Yuhua sect, there isn't much going on." That's fine. I'll go and choose a room for later. Yinan was a positive one. After all, I've been single for so many years, so maybe I'll get out of it sometime. Much. Thank you, senior. Jade Fairy responded with a reddened face. Yuezi's heart was bursting with joy. There's no need to choose. Sister Yuxian will live with me directly. Linglong, who was carrying a large bowl, walked in at this time. Hearing Linglong's words, everyone was stunned. Well, it's a bit reasonable. Yinan also felt that Linglong was right. The two girls weren't that boring when they were living together. Miss Yuxian, what do you think? If it doesn't work, I'll find you a new room. Yinan looked at Yuxian again. It's fine, senior. I'm willing to live with Sister Linglong. Jade Fairy couldn't wait to live with Linglong. Just stay with Linglong and then play nice with Linglong. By then, there was still more to learn about Yinan, and even, with Linglong's help, maybe, she could go further with Yinan in the future. A strong man like Yinan with a dusty temperament, strong strength, and so approachable, that girl would not be moved? Hearing Jade Fairy's words, Yinan also nodded without stopping. Only Linglong, who was on the side, was a little bit excited that she wouldn't be so bored at night in the future. After a good meal and drink, Jade Fairy stayed behind and Jade Easy Sun left. Above the southern peak, it was still so peaceful, and on the other side, an isolated street. A dozen youths with long swords were surrounding a young girl who was as high and cold as ice. It was no one else but Bai Ling. Looking around at the crowd surrounding him, Bai Ling's body was boiling with murderous intent, and even the air around his body became cold. "Humph, your Iceling sex news is really fast. I haven't been here long and you were able to find me." Bai Ling smiled disdainfully. "Humph, you rebel. You actually dare to come back. It's just right to arrest you and go back to ask for credit." A youth in the lead spoke up. This group of them were all disciples of the Iceling sect. After discovering Bai Ling's trail, he immediately rushed over. It was mainly because Bai Ling wasn't hiding. Otherwise, these people wouldn't have found her so easily. Chapter 57, The Hard-Working Raggedy Old Taoist. "Just with you guys?" Bai Ling smiled disdainfully. "What? You're still so mad even after you've been wasted? Even if you have some cultivation, I think. It's just like that, right?" The leading youth was also disdainful. The white spirit root was taken away. Its foundation was destroyed. Its cultivation stagnated, and it was very difficult for it to advance further. In the past, they didn't dare to do anything to Bai Ling. Not anymore. They're going to take the white spirit back for credit. "Senior brother, this was once the proud daughter of heaven. After we catch her later, should we let the brothers have some fun?" Right at this moment, a lewd disciple came before the leading youth. Hearing these words, the leading youth was also stunned before he started sizing up Bai Ling. Just now, he was so eager to seek credit that he didn't notice this. Now that he looked at it, Bai Ling was convex in the front and curvy in the back, so she was really an unrivaled beauty. In an instant, everyone's gazes, all of them, became lustful, wanting to eat Bai Ling dry. Seeing these gazes, Bai Ling's killing intent skyrocketed even more. How could she have been blind in the first place and actually joined this kind of sect? "Take her," the leading youth shouted. When everyone heard this, they rushed towards Bai Ling as if they were hungry wolves. Bai Ling didn't say anything and rushed up. She was going to kill all of these scum. Not one of them. "Me-so." Bai Ling took out a chilling white longsword in a flash. It was also chosen by Bai Ling at Yinan's warehouse and named Cold Light. Dang it. The clashing sounds of weapons kept ringing out. But any weapon that came into contact with the cold light would be instantly frozen. Then, it simply shattered into ice slag. What kind of magic treasure is this? And, your cultivation, didn't you break your foundation? It's actually reached the Yuan gathering realm. Someone among them exclaimed in shock. They were all some of the spirit gathering realm and chi refining realm. How could they be a match for the Yuan gathering realm? However, Bai Ling didn't pay any attention to these words. At this moment, she only wanted to kill all these people, just as collecting some interest in advance. Hurry, run. There were already people who were afraid and turned to flee. However, would Bai Ling give them a chance? A scream followed. White Spirit held a cold light and slaughtered everyone as if they were chopping melons and cutting vegetables. At this moment, Bai Ling was covered in blood, and she was probably too angry just now, not even blocking these jets of blood. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, Bai Ling said icily, Bing Xian, wait for me, Miso. After saying that, Bai Ling collected her sword and left, and not long after the white spirit had just left, a scruffy-looking old Taoist man, picking his nose, walked over. Ouch, what a ferocious girl. After saying that, he looked at the ground again, at the corpses of the Iceling sex people. So many space rings, can't be wasted, just cheap for me. Hey, while saying that, the scruffy old Taoist, he directly searched. That pickup was a joy. After picking it up, he just sat down on his butt and started counting the money. Why are you so poor? Happy for nothing, the scruffy old Taoist cursed. It seemed as if he thought of something, and suddenly his eyes just lit up. That girl just now seems to have a grudge against the Iceling sect. Should I follow him over to pick up some bargains? The scruffy old Taoist thought about it, but still shook his head and said, forget it, that girl's talent is good, but if she wants to go against the Iceling sect, it's still far from enough. I'd better go digging graves honestly. AI. The scruffy old man seemed helpless and shook the empty wine pot on his waist again, saying with some sadness, hey, when will we be able to live a good life? We can't afford to drink wine. After whining, the scruffy old man slowly left. The direction of departure was still the same direction that Bai Ling had gone. At this time, Bai Ling did not leave, and remained in this city, and also found a restaurant, and also changed her clothes. What about this city? It was called Iceling City, and it was also under the jurisdiction of the Iceling sect. Although Bai Ling's hatred was strong, she was not a hot-headed person, and she still had a self-awareness of herself. She was not afraid of the disciples of the Iceling sect. If the Iceling sect's senior management killed her, she would be in trouble. With the secret given by Yinan, she wasn't much afraid. The main thing was that her own real strength was just that, and her secret skill didn't kill people, only passive counterattacks, and that was what she was struggling with. She mainly had another purpose, which was to kill those disciples of the Iceling sect, or some of the weaker elders. Not only would this be a way to train himself, but it would also make the people of the Iceling sect feel panicked. And at this moment, in a large hall of the Iceling sect, Bing Tai was meditating and cultivating. Slowly, he opened his eyes. Strange, during this time, why do I always feel distracted? Incoming, Bing Tai shouted again. A moment later, a burly sect elder entered the main hall. Patriarch, I don't know what I'm ordering. That elder slowly bowed. Ice Yuan, the things I explained to you, how is it going? Bing Tai looked at Bing Yuan. Patriarch, I've made all the arrangements, and for the time being, there is no news coming back, so I guess there will be news coming back soon. Bing Yuan respectfully said, you are in charge of this matter. Be quick and don't leave any woes. Bing Tai was still serious. Hearing Bing Tai's words, Bing Yuan was not surprised. What threat was there to a disciple whose spiritual root had been taken and whose foundation had been ruined? But, the appearance is still there. Don't worry, Patriarch, I'll deal with this matter strictly. Only after hearing Bing Yuan's words did Bing Tai slowly nod his head. Seemingly thinking of something else, Bing Tai looked at Bing Yuan again. What is Xianer doing? Patriarch, young patriarch is strolling through the garden with young Dong. Bing Yuan hurriedly responded. Well, the Dong family is strong and powerful, and there is even a heavenly Xian realm powerhouse in attendance. If we can tie the knot with the Dong family, then my Iceling sect will definitely be able to move to the next level. Bing Tai's face was filled with a look of yearning, and in the middle of a back garden of the Iceling sect, in a small forest, two indescribable voices were coming from the room. There was Bing Xian's panting and a male voice like a wild beast. Some of the subordinates nearby, especially some of the maids, were so red-faced that they could only all bury their heads. It took a few hours for the sound to stop. Soon, Bing Xian and a handsome white-clothed teenager walked out from the grove. The two pressed on, not caring about the reactions of those underlings nearby. Young Dong, you'll have to help your slave more in the future. Bing Xian snuggled into the teenager's arms, which still had the coldness and ruthlessness from before. Now it was like a weak girl waiting for someone to love her. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, Sister Xian, with me, Dong Ming, in the future, the affairs of the Bing Ling sect will be the affairs of my Dong family. As Dong Ming said that, he pinched Bing Xian's indescribable place with another hard hand. Aya, you're so bad. Young Dong, you're hurting me. Bing Xian daintily punched Dong Ming's chest, twice. Seeing Bing Xian in this state, Dong Ming's evil fire surged up again. Directly picking up Bing Xian, he went to the grove again. Soon, in the middle of the grove, another blush-inducing sound came out. The main reason why Bing Xian did this was because the Iceling root that she had obtained herself was not considered to be much of a rarity. Being able to reach the Tianxian realm was already the limit, unable to impact higher levels. But, getting the support of the Dong clan, which has a heavenly Xian realm powerhouse in its midst, that's a different story. At least in terms of resources, he didn't have to worry about it, and he could also make the Iceling sect even stronger. The stronger the cultivator, the better his talent, the more resources he had and the more precious they were. So, For the sake of becoming powerful herself, the district's skin was not worth mentioning in Bing Xian's eyes. On the other side, Bai Ling was drenched in blood and stood in the middle of a ruin with a cold light in her hand. There were also a number of corpses lying around, and they were all dressed in basically the same way. These people were all disciples of the Iceling sect, and this was already the second batch today. This place was a tavern before, but now it's in ruins, and there was no other figure in the vicinity except for an industrious, scruffy old man, who had all run away as soon as the engagement had begun. Even the owner had rolled up and run away, and Bai Ling couldn't find anyone even if she wanted compensation. At this moment, Bai Ling wasn't in a hurry to leave. She just stared at the scruffy old Taoist, and the scruffy old Taoist acted as if he hadn't seen Bai Ling, still acting like a diligent little bee, packing up the belongings on the ground. Who are you? Sharon spoke anyway. Bai Ling didn't make a move because she couldn't sense the cultivation of this scruffy old Taoist. So, it's better to ask and inquire. Chapter 58. Not even your pants? Hearing Bai Ling's words, the scruffy old Taoist didn't even look up, still excitedly picking up the belongings on the ground, but still responded, I'm just a lousy old man picking up a little drinking money. Hearing the scruffy old Taoist's words, Bai Ling frowned. It was obvious that this scruffy old man didn't want to say where he came from. However, Bai Ling didn't force herself to ask anything, as long as it wasn't against her. She didn't care. Putting away her sword, Bai Ling turned around and was about to leave, but when a step was taken, the scruffy old man's voice came through. Ah girl, do you have a grudge against the Iceling sect? Upon hearing the scruffy old man's voice, Bai Ling stopped in her tracks and turned her head to look at the scruffy old man. So what if it is? Hey, although the Iceling sect isn't considered a big sect, it's not something that the current you can mess with. Hey, I see that you're not bad in terms of talent, so why don't you wait for a few decades, and when you're strong, wouldn't it be better to come back for revenge? It's not good for you to be so high profile. The scruffy old Taoist admired Bai Ling. I can't wait for decades. Bai Ling, however, shook her head. For what it's worth, the scruffy old man isn't exactly evil. Hey, you're so young and impetuous. Aren't you getting yourself killed for nothing? How about you worship me as your teacher? I'll take you to dig. Ahem. For treasures? How about I teach you everything I know? The scruffy old Taoist looked at Bai Ling with an expectant face. Hearing these off-key words from the scruffy old Taoist, Bai Ling was somewhat speechless. She always felt that there was something wrong with what the scruffy old Taoist said about panning for treasure, but didn't think much about it, but instead cupped his fists and said, thanks a lot, but I already have a master. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. After saying that, Bai Ling turned around and left. Hearing Bai Ling's words of refusal, the scruffy old Taoist was not disappointed. In his eyes, not only was Bai Ling's talent strong, but especially the sword in Bai Ling's hand. Who was he? He was a generation of grave-digging maniacs, and with one glance, he could tell that the sword in Bai Ling's hand was extraordinary. This kind of 16 or 17-year-old girl, acting in such a high-profile manner, has this kind of treasure in her hands? Only if there was a powerful force behind them, or a certain strong person backing them up, would they dare to be so unscrupulous? Just, in such a barren land, what level of powerhouse or force would it be? The scruffy old man was a bit puzzled, shaking his head. He couldn't think clearly enough. Grinning once again with a mouthful of yellow teeth, he continued to pick up the belongings on the ground with a grin, and such a big commotion soon startled some of the Iceling sect members in the city. Seemingly sensing that someone was approaching, the scruffy old man's hand movements accelerated even more. In no time, the belongings of those who died in the Iceling sect were all scavenged. Even the pants on some of the bodies were gone. The stuff isn't worth much, but it's a lot of it. So yeah, old Dirt was satisfied this time. At least he was able to exchange a bit of good wine. Whoosh! In the next moment, the scruffy old Taoist directly left at the speed of light. It wasn't long after the scruffy old man left. A figure came quickly like a cannonball. Boom! Even the ground smashed out a crater. It was no one else but Bing Yuan. In just a moment, behind Bing Yuan, 6 or 7 other people from the Iceling sect quickly appeared as well. Looking at their clothing, they should be some elders as well. However, the identity should be much worse than Bing Yuan. It was just that when the crowd saw the bodies of the Iceling sect disciples all over the ground, they all turned pale. Killing their disciples was not enough, but they were all stripped bare, not leaving a single pair of pants. Asshole! Simply too deceitful. Bing Yuan spoke out angrily. Due to being too excited, the strong aura on his body erupted, causing the remaining few elders on the side to retreat back and forth. They were originally discussing things with the people of the Dong family, in the middle of the city. On his way back to return, he heard the commotion over here and rushed over. What I didn't expect was to see this scene. You guys personally go and investigate for me, no matter who, or what force, dares to move on Tai Yang's head. I will slaughter them all. Bing Yuan said angrily to the several elders beside him. Yes, we'll go and investigate. The rest of the elders were also startled by Bing Yuan's anger, so they hurriedly dispersed to investigate. At this time, Bai Ling had already left the city. She knew that this time, the matter had gotten so big that it would definitely alarm the Iceling sect. Simply get out of town yourself just in case. The main thing is that I'm still afraid of moving and implicating innocents. And then there will be another large area of ruins. Although this kind of thing is common in the immortal cultivation world, some evil cultivators can even go as far as slaughtering a city in order to fulfill their own selfish desires. But she, Bai Ling, hated this type of person the most, and Bing Yuan was in the same place, waiting for several hours until those elders returned. Well, have you found it yet? Bing Yuan looked at the several elders with cold eyes. Back to Elder Ice Yuan. We notified the forces in the city as fast as we could, and we went looking for it, but nothing was found. One of the elders said apprehensively, "Humph, a bunch of trash." Bing Yuan didn't give the slightest bit of face. When we first came here, these corpses weren't even cold. It's obvious that the people didn't go far, but you guys couldn't find them? What's the point of having you guys? After saying that, he directly slapped at the elder who spoke. Bang! Before that elder could react, his head was directly blown off on the spot. The blood directly splattered the several elders next to him. The sudden scene caused several elders to not dare to breathe, just standing there with his head down and his body shaking like a sieve. And Bing Yuan didn't continue to kill. He's mostly just setting a precedent to get these guys to do their jobs more efficiently. As for something like killing an elder, according to his position in the Iceling sect, no one dared to tell him what to do except for the top few in the sect. You are limited to finding out the murderer within a day, or else. Humph. After saying that, Bing Yuan waved his sleeve and left. The several elders were also furious in their hearts at Bing Yuan's rudeness and violence, but it couldn't be helped. Bing Yuan was stronger than all of them, and it wasn't just a normal strength, so they could only endure it. This is the cruelty of the immortal cultivation world, but as angry as the heart was, it still needed to survive. So a few elders, too, left with some forces and started searching. For a time, the entire Iceling city was in a frenzy. Any cultivator who felt bad about it, all of them were captured. If you dare to resist, you will be executed on the spot. Here, the Iceling sect was the sky. No one dared to disobey, and most people were honestly under investigation. Only a few individuals from outside the country, thinking that they have some strength, tried to resist, and the result was predictable. And among the victims was a familiar figure. It wasn't anyone else. It was none other than Zhu Lan, who had come to find Yinan. She was in the middle of staying in her room at the tavern when she was inexplicably called out. But, in order to stay out of trouble, there was no choice but to compromise and accept the investigation. Soon, a middle-aged male elder, who was leading the group, arrived in front of Zhu Lan. In his hand was also the entry record of the tavern. Yinan? From out of town? This elder recklessly sized up Zhu Lan's body. Though it may seem like a pretense to be investigating, it was just his eyes that kept staring around at Yiran's chest and arse. It's just about as close as you can get to putting the word color on your brain. Noticing the middle-aged man's lustful gaze, Zhu Lan frowned, but didn't say anything more. After all, she's too low in strength to put up with it. Chapter 59, Small Wooden Sculpture, Re-emergence of God's Power. But just when Yiran thought that this elder would leave after checking. However, the next words that the elder uttered made her furious. I think there is a suspicion of you. Please come with me to investigate. Although the words were said this way, the lechery in this middle-aged elder's eyes became even more intense. Zhu Lan did not know what the middle-aged elder on this side was thinking. It's trying to find an excuse to take her away and do something meticulous. How could she obey? The middle-aged elder, on the other hand, also noticed the disgust and anger in Zhu Lan's eyes, but it was like he didn't see it. There was still sarcasm and disdain in his eyes. That's like saying, "What can you do? You know what I want and you have to go." Even the rest of the people who were also being investigated looked at Yiran with pity. The main thing was that Yiran was so good-looking. That body and face really weren't comparable to ordinary women. There are so many people. Why are you only taking me away? Zhu Lan didn't suppress the anger in his heart and still asked knowingly. Hearing this, the middle-aged elder laughed out loud and said, "Ha ha ha, where did you come up with so much nonsense? If you're told to come with me, you have to come with me." The middle-aged man became more and more reckless. He had just been angry at Bing Yuan, and now it was just the right time to take away Zhu Lan to vent his anger. Hearing the middle-aged elder's words, Zhu Lan also panicked a bit. Both hands, even, had squeezed the wooden sculpture viciously. Seeing Zhu Lan's panicked expression, the middle-aged elder became even more excited. "Ha ha ha, little ones, take her away from me, and when old me lets out the fire, I'll let you guys have a taste of it too." The middle-aged elder also said to some of the little brothers around him. Hearing the middle-aged elder's words, those junior disciples naturally had to offer their attentions. Not only can you get on the side of the Iceling sect's elder, but you can also have a beauty to enjoy. So why not? Soon, Yinan was surrounded by a group of people. If you guys keep this up, don't blame me for not being polite, Zhu Lan said with an ugly face. I advise you to be honest. Don't let us get rough. If you are obedient and serve us well, you might be able to live a life. Otherwise, the middle-aged man threatened disdainfully. After saying that, the crowd swarmed up, seemingly wanting to put Yinan on the spot. Just as the crowd pounced, the wooden carved figurine in Zhu Lan's hand directly emitted a dazzling golden light. Boom! At this moment, all the people who pounced were all shaken out. In an instant, the entire area around the restaurant was filled with human-shaped holes. It's all these people flying backwards and smashing out. What is it? The middle-aged elder naturally saw the glowing object. It was the carved wooden figurine that Zhu Lan had been holding tightly in his hands. The rest of the others, etc., also took this opportunity to all flee. But before the middle-aged elder could continue to survey the wooden sculpture, that wooden sculpture floating in the air, in the next moment, directly into a man with a cape, a bald head and a dull gaze. The middle-aged elder was shocked beyond words. The rigid wooden sculpture emitted a golden light that shook back those people. He knew that it must be a supreme treasure. What I didn't realize was that it was unheard of to become human. The bald cloaked man, on the other hand, didn't immediately launch an attack, but instantly came in front of Zhu Lan and protected him. Originally, I was just trying to kill the fire, but I didn't expect. I really met a big fish, the middle-aged man said gruffly. Although the words were addressed to Yinan, his gaze, however, remained locked on the bald-cloaked man that the wooden sculpture had visualized. In his senses, the bald-cloaked man was a dead weight. However, he could understand. After all, it was a treasure becoming. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, who would have believed it if he had said it? At this point, the middle-aged man couldn't make up his mind. Decisively taking out a jade slip, he directly crushed it. Seeing the middle-aged man crush a jade slip, Zhu Lan was also a bit anxious to get out of here, so he gave a direct order to the bald-cloaked man. Kill him. Hearing Zhu Lan's words, the bald-cloaked man finally raised his head and looked at the middle-aged elder. Seeing the bald-cloaked man looking at himself, the middle-aged elder's eyes also narrowed. Whoosh! The bald-cloaked man moved. The body continuously moved sideways from left to right, appearing countless residual shadows, and the speed was so fast that the middle-aged elder, who was at the peak of the gathering Yuan realm, was unable to lock onto the real body. The middle-aged elder didn't care and directly took out a machete, directly slashing towards the remnants that were rapidly approaching towards him. Rumble! The blade cheese scattered in all directions. For a while, the restaurant was in turmoil and was already beginning to collapse, but it was such a furious blade chi that just couldn't cut the bald-cloaked man. Just a breath or two after he kept swinging his sword, a plain, unadorned, auraless fist came before him. Seeing the fist that suddenly appeared in front of him, the middle-aged elder was shocked. Raise your knife straight back to defense. Boom! A punch is thrown. A miserable scream, accompanied by the whistling of the wind, flew directly backwards. Same time, you can still hear the crisp sound of the knife shattering. Rumble! After smashing out of the restaurant, it collapsed several houses in succession. At this moment, the middle-aged man, like a dead dog, was lying in the middle of a deep pit 100 meters away. There was also a huge bloody hole in his chest. Apparently it's already less air in and more air out. Even after seeing this scene for the second time, Yinan still couldn't help but feel shocked. Another perception of Yinan's power was refreshed. Her desire to find Yinan now became even more urgent. What happened? And under a tree outside of the city, Bai Ling, who was wearing a bucket hat, also heard the loud ringing sound in the city. Obviously, it was caused by a fight. And it's not small. In Iceling City, there was the Iceling sect in town, but no one dared to make a casual move, unless one is particularly confident in oneself or the forces behind one. Thinking about this, Bai Ling also became interested. Whoosh! Leaping straight up, he headed towards the place where the sound of the explosion in the city had come from. White Spirit wasn't the only one rushing to his destination at the same time. An Ice Yuan. He had just rushed over immediately after receiving the middle-aged man's summons. I'd like to see just who dares to move the earth on the head of a Teiyukai. Ding Yuan ran wildly while still making angry noises. Naturally, there were also some cultivators in the city who liked to watch. At this moment, a bit of cultivation, rushed to the accident site. It wasn't their fault. It was mainly because the bald-cloaked man had made too much noise to try and hide it. Yinan understood this better. After saying that, he was going to retrieve the wooden sculpture and prepare to leave. But the next moment, a silhouette with a bucket hat on its head came to a roof 100 meters away and just stared at Zhu Lan. It's her? Bai Ling was also a bit surprised. Because, earlier, in the middle of a restaurant, she had noticed Zhu Lan. It was just that at that time, All her thoughts were above the Iceling sect and she didn't pay any attention to it. It seems that it was me who looked away. And who is this bald man? Bai Ling turned her gaze to the bald cloaked man again. She left after paying her respects and didn't stay long, and didn't know that Yinan had wood carvings of these contraptions. But the more she looked, the more Bai Ling frowned. Because she couldn't sense any scent of the bald cloaked man either. And Yinan also noticed Bai Ling, but she didn't think much about it, because one look at Bai Ling's clothes, she didn't look like someone from the Iceling sect, and she thought that she should have just come when she heard the commotion. Almost simultaneously, a burly figure, like a cannonball, landed on top of a house. Boom! The house, in a moment, collapsed. The one who came was no other than Bing Yuan. Chapter 60, The Power of a Punch. Whoosh! At this moment, a lot of spectators also came around, densely packed, and White Spirit, who was the first to come over, naturally caught Bing Yuan's attention, but didn't care, and he couldn't have imagined. The White Spirit wearing a bucket hat not far away was the person the Iceling sect had been trying to hunt down. Bai Ling didn't make any extra movements either, and was still calm, still standing in place and watching the show. Seeing the Iceling sect elder who was lying not far away in the middle of a deep pit, already dead beyond death, Bing Yuan's face was ugly and he looked angrily at Zhulan and the bald-cloaked man in front of Zhulan. "You're the ones who killed the elders of my Iceling sect," Ice Yuan said in a murderous manner. The previous elders also did not tell him the specifics, for the bald-cloaked man is a piece of supreme treasure become. Bing Yuan also do not know. Hearing Bing Yuan's words, Zhulan also knew that it was useless to explain. "If she wants to make a move on me, I can only kill him." Zhulan also responded boldly. She didn't know what strength the lanky man in front of her was, but it looked like it was stronger than the elder from before. She also didn't know if this little wooden sculpture could beat Bing Yuan. "But it's done, so we have to fight. If he wants to make a move, it's fine for you to obediently wait for death. How dare you resist?" Hearing Zhulan's reply, Bing Yuan angrily rebuked out. Hearing Bing Yuan's words, both Zhulan and the spectators were contemptuous in their hearts, but they didn't dare to show it. The Iceling sect wasn't something they could mess with. Only Bai Ling under the bucket hat had an unusually cold face, and in a distant corner, a scruffy old Taoist who was drinking from a wine pot said with a disdainful expression, "This Iceling sect is really wild." Naturally, he also noticed the bald-cloaked man who stood motionless in front of Yinan. Strange, looking like a human, but perception is not a human. "There's something interesting." The scruffy old Taoist was a bit surprised. "It seems that your Iceling sect is really shameful, to actually be able to say such words." Zhulan also came to a temper. "We can't leave anyway, so what's the point of being polite? Humph, give me death." Bing Yuan didn't care about Zhulan's words at all. Boom! A powerful aura erupted, and Ice Yuan Kupon's entire body exuded the aura of the Pioneer Valley realm, and it had already reached the Pioneer Valley 5th realm. Everyone was shocked by the aura on Bing Yuan's body, and they all retreated quite far away. At this time, Zhulan's heart was also in a state of confusion. She looked again at the bald-cloaked man in front of her. "Please," Yinan said this to the bald-cloaked man in front of him. Bing Yuan, whose breath had completely erupted, killed directly towards Zhulan. The speed and power was appalling. "Should we save this girl?" The scruffy old Taoist in the corner was a bit hesitant. It wasn't that he was overflowing with a motherly heart. It was mainly because of the Iceling sect's way of doing things that he really didn't like. "Hey, forget it. Go and dig up the Iceling sect clean later, just as a way to take out the anger for this girl child." In the end, the scruffy old man still didn't make a move. Seeing Bing Yuan who rushed over, Zhulan's heart instantly lifted, and the bald-cloaked man was finally moving. Straight away, he raised his flat, unassuming fist and slammed it out. Seeing the bald-cloaked man's movements, Bing Yuan smiled disdainfully. It also directly raised its huge fist to spar. Boom! A popping sound passed. A figure flew backwards, directly and viciously smashing out 100 meters away. Everywhere it passed, buildings collapsed. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cool air. So strong. Bai Ling's eyes also stared slightly. So powerful? Even the scruffy old Taoist was looking up. That's right, the one who flew out backwards was none other than Bing Yuan. Damn it! Bing Yuan stood up from the rubble with great difficulty. At this moment, Bing Yuan no longer had the arrogance he had before. With shock in his eyes, his arm directly exploded under one strike. Looking at the left arm that had disappeared, Bing Yuan was angry and afraid. "Other than my Iceling sect, how could such a strong person appear in the city?" Iceling stared at the bald-cloaked man dead in the face. Zhulan was also stunned. She was worried before that the little wooden sculpture wasn't an opponent. For a hit like that, that's crushing. Just where exactly is that person from? Yinan's figure flashed through Zhulan's mind once again. Whoosh! And a jade slip instantly appeared in the hands of Bing Yuan in the distance, just as he was about to crush it and call for backup. A scene that shocked everyone appeared. That bald man directly began to emit golden light. Next moment, just when Bing Yuan thought the bald-cloaked man was going to continue to make a move on him, the bald-cloaked man directly turned into a small wooden statue and fell straight to the ground. Seeing this scene, Zhu Lan's heart thumped. Zhu Lan hurriedly picked up the wooden sculpture, and seeing the almost shattered wooden sculpture, Zhu Lan knew that it had reached its limit and could not be used anymore, even though the wooden carving was about to break. Yinan carefully put it away in his arms for fear of losing it, and focusing only on his own wood carving, he didn't see a single greedy eye outside. This is the moment. Cootie, it's all clear. The bald-cloaked man from before was not a person, but a supreme treasure becoming. Only, it seems to be temporarily unavailable for some reason. In the eyes of the others, this was that Zhu Lan's cultivation was too weak to be able to manage it for a long time. A magic treasure that can turn into a human. How is that possible? Bai Ling was also stunned. However, she soon calmed down. Yinan gave her the secret, and how was it not against the odds? The heavens and the earth are so big that anything of any kind can happen. Oops, what a treasure. I've dug graves all my life, but I've never seen this kind of treasure before. The scruffy old Taoist in the corner, his eyes were glowing. No wonder he hadn't detected anger from the bald-cloaked man before. They're even starting to spin in place, itching to go up and grab them now. As long as this girl child doesn't die today, I'll go and snub over. The scruffy old Taoist could only think this way. At this time, if we want to say who has the most shocking heart and the most greed, there is no one more than Bing Yuan. Ha ha ha. I said, why do I feel that this bald breath is strange? It turns out to be a supreme treasure. Now you. It seems that you can't support this treasure. Bing Yuan laughed madly, and even the summoning jade slip was put away. Not only would he want to take this opportunity for himself, but he would also kill Yinan himself. Now that Zhu Lan couldn't use the supreme treasure, he could abuse Zhu Lan at will with even one hand. Looking at Bing Yuan, who was approaching with a hideous smile, Zhu Lan was truly frightened this time and fell back. Seeing the scared and pale Zhu Lan, Bing Yuan became even more excited. It didn't even quickly step forward to kill Yinan, but slowly approached. He liked the feeling of fear in his prey. Just when Zhu Lan was unable to retreat, a silhouette with a bucket hat blocked in front of Zhu Lan. Miso. Instantly cold light appeared in Bai Ling's hand, pointing straight at Bing Yuan. Seeing the figure blocking his way, Yinan also somewhat had doubts. Yinan thought that the man had also come to rob his wooden sculpture. Just looking at Bai Ling didn't make a move on herself. Instead, her sword pointed at Bing Yuan. This made Zhu Lan even more puzzled. She had just come here and hadn't made any acquaintances. Chapter 61, If you don't like it, come and beat me up. Bai Ling's appearance also caused Bing Yuan to stop in his tracks in a hurry. It was only when he saw Bai Ling's cultivation that Bing Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that some other powerful person had appeared. It wasn't his fault. It was mainly because the small wooden statue's previous blow had cast a considerable shadow on him. Who are you? Also here to snatch the chance? I advise you not to go against my Iceling sect. Ice Yuan learned his lesson this time, not immediately making a move, but warning first. I have no interest in that whatsoever supreme treasure. I'm simply looking at your Iceling sect with displeasure, Bai Ling said in an icy tone. Hearing Bai Ling's voice, Bing Yuan frowned, because he thought the voice was so familiar, but, for a moment, it didn't come to mind. What a big mouth. I don't want to cause more trouble today. Get the hell out of my way. Bing Yuan angrily scolded Bai Ling. What if I don't? Bai Ling was not the least bit afraid. You are seeking death. Where had Bing Yuan received this kind of provocation? But Bai Ling's next words made Bing Yuan's face turn blue. I'm just looking for death. If you don't like it, come beat me up. Bai Ling was still provoking. Hearing this, not only the scruffy old Taoist, but also the spectators, were stunned. Even Zhu Lan looked at Bai Ling with surprised eyes. She also didn't expect that the white spirit, who had just been so murderous, actually had such a beaten-up side. Hearing this, where could Bing Yuan hold back? He wanted to break Bai Ling into pieces. When had he been looked down upon so much since he had been cultivating? You die for me. Bing Yuan directly raised his right fist and slammed it directly towards Bai Ling with a powerful force. Seeing the fist that was getting closer and closer while Bai Ling didn't move at all, it took everyone by surprise. Only the scruffy old man recognized Bai Ling. This girl's origin shouldn't be simple, so it's just time to see what tactics are available. The scruffy old Taoist watched the scene with interest, and when Zhu Lan saw that Bai Ling had no defense, he was also startled and was about to go forward and pull Bai Ling to run. But how could her speed be as fast as that of the pioneer realm? A powerful punch came out and smashed directly onto the white spirit's head. For a moment, smoke and dust rose in all directions, and houses collapsed all around. This was Ice Yuan's anger-laden punch, which did not hold back in the slightest, even though he was seriously injured and did not have peak strength. But it should not be underestimated. Boom! Just when everyone thought that Bai Ling would die under this punch, a figure flew out directly from the smoke like a cannonball. It was accompanied by a scream. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw the silhouette. Who else but Bing Yuan? This time, Ice Yuan flew even farther than last time, directly plowed furrows of more than 100 meters, and in the deep pit at the end of the gully, Bing Yuan was lying in it covered in blood. The only arm, which could still be seen, was grotesquely deformed, and the legs were no better. Guess it's not much different than breaking. Although his injuries were severe, Bing Yuan was not dead and was still conscious. It was thanks to the fact that he wasn't at his peak, or else if he was struck by his own peak, he would be almost dead if not dead. He understood exactly what had just happened. Just as he was about to smash his fist out of the white spirit's head, a powerful invisible force directly swallowed up all the power from his punch. Not only that, but it bounced right back. Without reacting for a moment, he flew straight out. How? I don't believe it. Bing Yuan, whose body was difficult to move, hissed as he lay in the deep pit. The previous wooden sculpture that turned into a human being was outrageous enough. Didn't realize this kind of outrageous thing can happen to him twice a day. Both times he nearly lost his life, and he couldn't take it. Due to the smoke and dust just now, those watching did not witness what really happened. It was just a suspicion that Bai Ling, like Zhu Lan, had a supreme treasure on her. At this moment, everyone's eyes were red. A supreme treasure that could strike the pioneer realm into serious injury. That was a great opportunity. That bizarre scene just now. What the hell is going on? The scruffy old Taoist in the corner had just seen it clearly. At this time, the eyes he looked at Bai Ling with also became grave. No longer the cheeky look he had before. The previous supreme treasure that could turn into a human being was also the first time he had seen it, but after all, it was a supreme treasure, so he could still barely accept it. However, in that scene just now, Bai Ling was able to strike Bing Yuan into serious injury without any action. Even with the strength and eyesight of old dirt Taoist, he was unable to comprehend it. As for the sight of the Zhu Lan well, are looking silly, she thought that the wood carving in her hand was even unique. I didn't realize that the woman in the bucket hat in front of him was so incredible as well. This secret technique of masters, so strong? Bai Ling was also a bit shocked, but it quickly calmed down. She had more important things to do right now. That is, while the current Bing Yuan is seriously injured, directly get him killed. Saying so, Bai Ling picked up the sword in her hand and walked towards Bing Yuan. As they watched Bai Ling's movements, the surrounding spectators, their eyes flickered. They all knew what Bai Ling was up to. Some were even wondering if they should help Bing Yuan while they were at it, so that they could evening out the Iceling sect. There were also some cultivators whose thoughts were even simpler, waiting for Bai Ling to kill Bing Yuan. They then made a direct move to snatch the supreme treasure in Bai Ling's hands. Even the sword in Bai Ling's hand had a chilling light, with hints of cold air traveling through it. The crowd hadn't noticed the sword in Bai Ling's hand before, but now that they took a look at it, they were all red-eyed. Those who aren't afraid of death, come and try. Bai Ling's voice filled with a murderous aura resounded all around. What do you want to do? At this time, Bing Yuan also panicked. At this time, he was paralyzed in all his limbs except for a mouth that worked. Do what? Kill you? Of course, Bai Ling said in a cold voice. I have no grudge against you. Big deal. That woman, take it away yourself. Otherwise, my Iceling sect will not let you go. Bing Yuan could only rely on his instincts to move backward while looking at Bai Ling in fear. Bai Ling didn't bother with any more nonsense and directly sent a sword light over. Ka-ching! Ah! Bing Yuan instantly cried out in pain. One of his legs was directly chopped off. Bai Ling didn't kill Bing Yuan right away. She wanted to inflict the pain she had suffered on the people of the Iceling sect. Click! Click! A few more sword lights went down. At this moment, Bing Yuan directly became a human stick. Ah! Kill me! Kill me! Bing Yuan couldn't bear such pain and humiliation anymore, and directly asked Bai Ling to kill himself. Seeing White Spirit's cruel tactics, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Some of the people who wanted to hit on Bai Ling's idea had simply given up. Of course, then there are those who have iron heads and think they can be rich and famous. Bai Ling ignored Bing Yuan's wailing as she held her sword and slowly came to crouch in front of Bing Yuan. At this moment, Bing Yuan's fear had come to an extreme. He hated himself for being too greedy before, and now he didn't even have the chance to crush the transmission jade slip. Chapter 62, you want to see it? Just don't show it to you. And Bai Ling, who was squatting in front of Bing Yuan, said icily, You just said that you have no grudges against me, so I'll let you see right now whether we have grudges or not. After saying that, Bai Ling carefully pulled back the light veil on her bucket hat, revealing a hint of her face. Other people couldn't see it, but Bing Yuan could see it clearly. At the same time, his pupils shrank. He now finally knew why he had felt that Bai Ling's voice was somewhat familiar before. It turned out to be the person he, the ice-cold sect, had been chasing. It's you? How could you? You're wasted. Bing Yuan's teeth were bared. Not only that, he also made a strong attempt to take out the summoning jade slip. He wanted to tell the clan that the current Bai Ling had not only regained her cultivation, but she was even weirder. The consequences would be unimaginable if they were not put to death in advance. But his movements, in Bai Ling's eyes, were nothing more than a dying struggle. Without any further hesitation, Bai Ling directly went down with a sword. Put. A large head rolled to the side. Even so, Bing Yuan's eyes were still glazed over in death. It was really unwilling for him to be killed by a gathering realm just like that as a pioneer realm. Seeing that Bai Ling had really decapitated Bing Yuan, those who were watching, all of their eyes flickered. Ha ha ha, the supreme treasure is mine. Right at this moment, a figure in the crowd directly rushed towards Zhulan. Seek death. Bai Ling's face turned cold. Miso, a sword light went off, decapitating that fellow on the spot. It was just a spirit gathering realm, but it was stronger than Zhulan. And this scene is like a beginning. Everyone's gazes were unkindly directed at Bai Ling and Zhulan. Before, they were afraid of the Iceling sect, but now they were not afraid and only wanted to kill and seize the treasure. There were quite a few people in here at the gathering realm. What to do? Zhulan hurriedly came to Bai Ling's side. Without the wooden sculpture, she is nothing. She has not yet taken revenge, has not found Yinan, do not want to be accounted for here. What else can we do? Just kill our way out. Bai Ling didn't panic in the slightest. Hearing Bai Ling's words, Zhulan was shocked. How can he kill his way out with so many cultivators? Just as the two were about to kill their way out, boom! A force exploded in the middle of the field with little power, but it was smoky. For a moment, the field was a mess, and there were coughs and choking everywhere. But what they didn't know was that a ghostly figure was weaving in and out of the crowd without attracting the slightest bit of attention. The scruffy old Taoist directly grabbed Bai Ling and Zhulan and quickly left directly. Even Bai Ling and Zhulan didn't react before they felt their wrists being forcefully grabbed by a huge force. When the smoke cleared, where were Bai Ling and Zhulan's figures? Damn it, let them get away, someone uttered angrily. Although they said so, their movements were not slow. All of them dispersed to look for Bai Ling and Zhulan. As for the scruffy old Taoist, he had already brought the two women to a forest outside the city. Ouch, I'm exhausted. Master Tao. The scruffy old Taoist sat on his but on the ground without any image. Why did you save us? Bai Ling recognized the scruffy old Taoist on the way. Only Zhulan on the side looked at the scruffy old Taoist with some curiosity. Hey, seeing that you guys are easy on the eyes. The scruffy old Taoist turned his words around and looked at Zhulan again. So, can I meet your treasure? The two women were instantly on guard as soon as the scruffy old Taoist said this. Hey, don't be so vigilant. I'm just curious to take a look. At least I've saved you guys, right? Ragged old Taoist looked at the vigilant two women in a bad mood. I don't have any treasures, only this sword. You want to see it? Bai Ling looked at the scruffy old man with an expressionless face. Want to see? Want to see? The scruffy old Taoist rubbed his hands straight together, staring straight at the cold light in Bai Ling's hands. I'll just choose not to show you. Bai Ling currently didn't know what this scruffy old man's intentions were. Old dirt. Having run into the scruffy old Taoist twice in a row, Bai Ling didn't think it was that coincidental. The scruffy old Taoist, who was originally full of smiles, was instantly fixed after hearing Bai Ling's words. Zhulan, who was at the side, was also speechless when she heard Bai Ling's words. At this time, Bai Ling's bucket hat had already been removed. Zhulan didn't expect that such a cold woman would actually be able to do this kind of operation. The helpless, scruffy old Taoist could only turn his pitiful gaze toward Zhulan. Zhulan had no choice but to prepare to show the wooden sculpture to Old Man Dirt. After all, Old Man Dirt had saved them. That was a fact. And the wood carvings are so broken and useless. The only reason she stayed was to spare a thought. Seeing Zhulan's movements, Bai Ling hurriedly stopped him. You can't show him, who knows what he has in mind. Hearing Bai Ling's words, the scruffy old Taoist's face was as ugly as if he had eaten. I say, you girl child, why are you so? It's fine if you don't show me, but you're stopping people from showing me? The scruffy old Taoist looked at Bai Ling with a displeased face. You should be very strong, right? Still hiding your cultivation? Why don't you just grab it? Still trying to fool us? Bai Ling spoke directly from her heart. Hearing Bai Ling's words, the scruffy old Taoist was a bit surprised. Still, he gave Bai Ling a glance and said, Master Dao, I don't do this kind of killing and crossing over. Infinite Heavenly Father, sinning and sinning. After saying that, the scruffy old Taoist even recited it in a decent manner. Don't worry, he wouldn't be chatting with us if he really wanted to make a move against us. And this treasure of mine, it was already useless just now, Zhu Lan still explained to Bai Ling. Hearing Zhu Lan's words, Bai Ling could only get out of the way, and she naturally understood this. Senior, here you go. Zhu Lan directly handed the small wooden sculpture to the sloppy old Taoist. In fact, Bai Ling was also very curious. Looking at the carved wooden figurine that Bai Ling handed over, the scruffy old Taoist carefully received the small wooden sculpture. Is that such a gadget? The scruffy old Taoist frowned as he surveyed it. He had seen a lot of treasures, but this trinket in front of him was clearly ordinary wood, but he had seen the scene before with his own eyes. Could it be? Is it because I don't have enough eyesight? Haven't seen the mystery yet? The scruffy old Taoist said in his heart. Even the white spirit thought the same thing, if not for the fact that she had also seen it with her own eyes before. It was really impossible to connect the bald man, who was incredibly powerful before, with this wooden sculpture. And the wood carving does look like the bald, cloaked man. Where did you get this wood carving? Bai Ling asked directly. It was a bit presumptuous to ask, but she was curious. However, Zhu Lan didn't hide it either. It was gifted to me by a senior I met by chance. Senpai, do you know how strong he is? What's it like? Can we still find him? Quickly tell me. The scruffy old Taoist was a lot more interested. Chapter 63, Fooled. Ha! Hearing the words of the scruffy old Taoist, Zhu Lan was a bit hesitant. In fact, Bai Ling also wanted to know just how strong someone who could possess such a thing was. Hey, you don't want to say it even if you don't want to say it. I won't make it difficult for you. Let's say that Master Dao I saved you for nothing, the sloppy Taoist seemed to say with sadness. Hearing the words of the scruffy old Taoist, the two women were speechless again. You call that not embarrassing? Hearing the words of the scruffy old Taoist, Zhu Lan also knew that he was at a disadvantage, and could only nod his head and say, his surname is Yi. He seems to be a chi refining realm. Right, there's a little girl beside him. Zhu Lan can only say so, too carefully. She does not want to say more. Defense is not a good idea. What if this scruffy old man went to trouble Yinan? Hearing Zhu Lan's words, the scruffy old Taoist's face darkened again. Refining realm? Surname Yi? And a little girl? It's ing out there. He can catch it in a heartbeat alright. The scruffy old Taoist felt that this was Yinan snubbing him. Only Bai Ling, who was on the side, but her eyes lit up. According to Zhu Lan's description, wasn't this properly the standard of his own master, Yinan? But just as she was thinking that, the scruffy old Taoist's vigilant voice rang out. What kind of person? Upon hearing the words of the scruffy old Taoist, both women's faces changed drastically, and they hurriedly looked behind them. Only it remained calm behind him. Not even a bird. As if thinking of something, the two women looked at each other and hurriedly turned back. After turning back, both women were dumbfounded. Where's the scruffy old man left? See, you've been tricked, haven't you? I told you that old man wasn't a good person. Bai Ling looked at Zhu Lan without a good look. Zhu Lan's face was also ironic at this time. Often walk by the river, but today I was pecked by a hawk. Although the wooden carving had lost its usefulness, that's Yinan's thing. At least it's a token. So it's just been snubbed away? Seeing Yinan, whose face was not very nice, Bai Ling still consoled. Take care in the future. It was naturally impossible for them to go to the scruffy old Taoist to ask for the wooden sculpture back. As far as their strength was concerned, it was probably not enough. A moment later, Zhu Lan took a deep breath and slowly said, I'm grateful to the girl for saving me this time. I'm of low strength and I don't know how to repay you, so just accept my spatial ring. Bai Ling was instead surprised and looked at Zhu Lan. However, Bai Ling didn't take Zhu Lan's spatial ring. Instead, he asked curiously, you're looking for me. Why are you looking for the senior who gave you the wooden sculpture? Sharon almost said something. Mainly, she wasn't sure of Yiran's purpose right now, but it shouldn't be a bad person to get something from his master. Bai Ling was also shocked in her heart at this time. Her master teacher actually had such a treasure in his hands that she didn't even know about, and she could just give it away. She had wondered earlier which high-ranking person would have this kind of handiwork. If it had happened to her master, she would have been able to accept it. Before, that senior helped me, and this time, if it wasn't for the little wooden sculpture, I guess I would have died long ago. I want to worship under senior and repay him properly. Zhu Lan had a longing face. Hearing Zhu Lan's words, Bai Ling was a bit odd. Girl, take this space ring, I have to go. Zhu Lan added, no need, keep it for yourself. I saved you because I have a grudge against the Iceling sect. Bai Ling refused in a hurry. Yinan was a bit surprised. Her things were not great, but inside was also her collection over the years. A cultivator would not refuse a bargain for nothing, right? Of course. The exception was the gongfu given by Yinan. How about I take you somewhere in a while? Bai Ling looked at Zhu Lan with interest. She decided, after dealing with the matters of the Iceling sect, she would bring Zhu Lan to meet Yinan. If what Yiran said was true, then it would be considered helping Yiran. If Zhu Lan had lied to her, with Zhu Lan's strength, not to mention Yinan, she would have been able to take it easily. Hearing Bai Ling's words, Zhu Lan was a bit puzzled. Bai Ling could also see Zhu Lan's doubts, so she continued to speak. If you trust me, you definitely won't be disappointed. Of course, if you don't want to, forget it. Hearing Bai Ling's words, Zhu Lan's doubts intensified. However, she didn't think much about it. The white spirit was stronger than her, and if she wanted to be unfavorable to her, she wouldn't have bent over backwards so much, not to mention that she wouldn't have stepped in to save her. Anyway, she had nowhere to go now, and looking for Yinan was a blind cat's chance, relying purely on luck. Okay, I'll find a small town nearby to stay in, and you can come find me then. Zhu Lan was also fairly decisive. Iceling City, she can't go in, but there are quite a few small towns around that would be nice to stay in. Hearing that Zhu Lan had agreed, Bai Ling wasn't surprised. Good, then I'll leave first, I have things to attend to, Bai Ling said to Zhu Lan and turned to leave. And in Iceling City, it was now blowing up. Looking at the ground, the ice yuan that had been dismantled in several pieces, Bing Tai's face was ugly. Father, have you found the murderer? Bing Xian, who was on the side, spoke up. Next to her stood two figures, a young teenager and an old man in fancy clothes. It was Ming Dong and his protector. At this moment, Dong Ming was also looking at the corpses on the ground with interest. Didn't find it. I grabbed some of the cultivators who were there and asked them all, saying that two young female cultivators did it, and there's no other information. Bing Tai's face was gloomy. Hearing Bing Tai's words, Bing Xian also frowned deeply. Only Dong Ming's eyes on the side just lit up, because he heard two young female cultivators. Uncle, do you need my help? Dong Ming looked at Bing Tai. If it wasn't for Bing Xian, Bing Tai wouldn't have the qualifications to make him call him uncle anymore. Hearing Dong Ming's words, Bing Tai hastily put away his gloomy face. Changing to a kindly look, he said, I won't trouble young Dong with this little matter. I'll personally catch those Xiao Zhaos. Hearing Bing Tai's words, Dong Ming pretended as if nothing had happened and said, in that case, then I won't intervene. It's just that. Please also inform me after uncle catches the murderer. I also want to see who dares to touch your Iceling sex people. Bing Tai didn't notice Dong Ming's thoughts, so he arched his hand and said, ha ha ha, that's natural. Only Bing Xian on the side glanced at Dong Ming, but she didn't say anything. What kind of goods Dong Ming was? During this period of time, she had felt it out clearly. As long as it helps her be strong, she'll pretend she didn't see it. And in the middle of Iceling City, an abandoned and dilapidated hut, a scruffy old man was fumbling with a small wooden carving in his hand. Hey, I've been looking at it for so long, how come I still don't see any difference? The scruffy old Taoist was a bit confused, whether it was him inputting spiritual energy or using the various secrets he knew. Some inexplicable means had been tried, but it's no use at all. Is this thing broken? It shouldn't be. The scruffy old Taoist suspiciously looked at the cracks on top of the small wooden sculpture. He knew that although some treasures were powerful, they were also disposable. But this wood carving is not comparable to those treasures, but it can turn into a human being, and how can a treasure of this caliber just say it's broken? Anyway, he doesn't believe it. Chapter 64, Grave Robbery. And at this time, Bai Ling, after some disguises, sneaked into the city once again, and the purpose was clear, heading directly to the location of the Iceling sect. She was going to turn the Iceling sect upside down, and just before she was in front of the Iceling sect's mountain gate, she was wondering how to get in. She then saw a sneaky figure on the other side of the mountain gate, working on something. Bai Ling looked a little frowned because that silhouette looked familiar. Out of curiosity, Bai Ling cautiously approached. After getting closer, Bai Ling just blanched. If it's not old dirt, who else is it? At this time, the scruffy old Taoist was still puffing and digging a hole. It was only after a few breaths that the scruffy old Taoist noticed Bai Ling and was also stunned. Then it turned a little awkward and said, girl, you're here too. Ha, humph, you're really shameless, even cheating women of their things. Where are the things? Bai Ling stretched out her hand to look at the scruffy old Taoist. What is it? The scruffy old man pretended to know nothing. Then he hastily changed the topic again. Girl, why don't we cooperate? How about a 1-9 split? 1 for you and 9 for me? Hearing the words of the scruffy old Taoist, Bai Ling was instantly speechless. She naturally knew what the scruffy old Taoist wanted. I'll be willing if I'm 9 and you're 1. Otherwise it's a no-brainer, Bai Ling said disdainfully. In fact, the scruffy old Taoist didn't really want to give Bai Ling a share. It's not nothing to give 10% when you mainly want to divert attention. After all, the background behind Bai Ling, certainly not simple, is for the sake of good karma. 30%, no more. The scruffy old Taoist spoke again. Yes, Bai Ling agreed without even thinking. Old dirt. Careless. The scruffy old Taoist's face was dark. Actually, Bai Ling had only come to cause some chaos for the Iceling sect. Those Iceling sect executives. The current her couldn't kill them, let alone take away the Iceling sect's treasures. However, well, looking at such a hard-working dirt old Taoist, Bai Ling thought of a plan. That would be to pull down the scruffy old man. She knew that the guy must be very strong, and she could still gain benefits. What couldn't she do? You keep digging. Bai Ling smiled, looking at the scruffy old Taoist whose face was pitch black. The scruffy old man could only continue to whimper and dig. Seeing the incredibly skillful, scruffy old man digging a hole, Bai Ling said breathlessly, "You haven't done this kind of thing too often, have you? How is that possible? Do I look like that kind of person to you? I'm just not used to the practices of the Iceling sect and want to teach them a little lesson," the scruffy old Taoist said righteously. Hearing the words of the scruffy old Taoist, Bai Ling didn't believe them. And so it was, with the tireless efforts of old dirt. I don't know how long or how deep it was dug. In Bai Ling's opinion, it had been at least half a day. Eventually, as night fell, the two finally dug through. I should say, dirt finally dug through. Sharon is just watching with her hands clasped all over the place. Coming to the ground, Bai Ling was just confused. Where are you digging to here? Bai Ling looked around at the several magnificent tombs all around. Although she had never been to this place, Bai Ling had at least spent time in the Iceling sect. At least it was certain that it was still in the Iceling sect. Thinking of a certain possibility, Bai Ling just had a dark face and said, "You're not digging into the Iceling sect's graveyard, are you?" Bai Ling thought that the scruffy old Taoist was going directly to the Iceling sect's treasure trove. It turned out to be grave robbing. How unethical must it be? Right, if you don't come here, where are you going? The scruffy old Taoist glanced at Bai Ling without a good look. After saying that, the scruffy old Taoist started working on his own. That's a thrill. Bai Ling didn't say anything else. It was the Iceling sect anyway, so if she dug, she also hastened to get on board. Damn, so poor? The scruffy old Taoist dug several graves in a row, accompanied by rags. Bai Ling didn't care about any treasures. She was purely here to cause trouble. All the graves, big and small, were pried up and the tombstones smashed. What a relief. Bai Ling revealed a small smile. There's nothing good here. Let's go to the treasure trove and take a look. Bai Ling looked towards the scruffy old man. Yeah, why did I forget about this? Hey, digging graves for a long time has become a habit. The scruffy old Taoist lamented. Bai Ling, soon, the scruffy old Taoist, like a gopher, the skillfulness of the maneuver, the swiftness of the speed. Soon, they came to the underground of the Iceling sect's treasure trove. It won't be discovered, right? Usually these clan treasuries have formations, Bai Ling reminded. Che, do you think I've been mixing for nothing for so many years? As far as the Iceling sect's formations are concerned, I haven't put them in my eyes. The scruffy old Taoist smiled disdainfully. With that, he took out a black compass in his hand. Bai Ling looked at the black compass with some disgust. It was all rusty and dirty, like it had been taken out of a cesspool. However, the scruffy old Taoist was so fond of it that he carefully held it in his hand as if it was his beloved thing. Then the scruffy old Taoist pinched his finger with one hand and the pointer on top of the black compass turned rapidly. Bai Ling couldn't read it anyway, so she thought the compass was spinning blindly. Found it. A moment later, the scruffy old Taoist's excited voice rang out. The needle of the black compass at this moment was pointing in one direction. No longer hesitating, the scruffy old man took his own large shovel and went straight down with it. Ka-ching! The shovel went down as if something had broken. The sound was small, but Bai Ling heard it and said with some confusion, "What sound? All the formations in the world actually have breaks. As long as you find out the breaks, then, even the strongest formations will not be able to withstand a single blow," the scruffy old Taoist explained. Hearing the words of the scruffy old Taoist, Bai Ling then reacted. "This thing of yours, you wouldn't have dug it from digging a grave as well, right?" Bai Ling looked curiously at the black compass in the scruffy old Taoist's hand. Noticing Bai Ling's gaze, the scruffy old Taoist vigilantly put it away in a hurry. "Che, I don't care about your dirty rags." Bai Ling glanced at the scruffy old Taoist without any good humor. Soon, the two pried the weak ground away and came above it. Seeing the wide array of treasures, the scruffy old Taoist was thrilled. Only Bai Ling had a disinterested look on her face. These things, in this side of the territory, were quite okay, but compared to the collection of his master, Yinan, it was nothing. Aren't you excited? Aren't you excited? The scruffy old Taoist also noticed the calm Bai Ling. Just these rags, what am I excited about? Bai Ling blankly glanced at the scruffy old Taoist without any good humor. Sure enough, this girl is not simple. The scruffy old Taoist thought this in his heart. But, the two men were not slow in their movements when they said that. No one minds if the treasure is bad. Chapter 65, Treasure Trove Gone? Angry Bing Tai. There seems to be something moving inside. At this moment, the voice of a guard at the entrance rang out. Hearing this, the other guards, too, listened carefully. But all the guards listened carefully for a while, but they didn't hear anything. Are you hallucinating? I told you to be more restrained in general, but you just don't listen. One person did not have the good sense to see the one guard who had just spoken. Their Iceling sect's treasure trove. How strict the guards are. How can they let people break in at will? Could it really be that I'm hallucinating? The guard who had spoken earlier touched his brain with some uncertainty. Keep your voice down. It was almost discovered. The scruffy old Taoist glared at Bai Ling without a good look. Bai Ling was also a bit embarrassed. It was also her first time doing this kind of thing. She didn't have much experience. Whoosh. Then, with the two of them scavenging hard, the Iceling sect's treasure trove was ransacked. Let's go. Let's go. The scruffy old Taoist hurriedly urged. Bai Ling also hurriedly followed, and then the two of them returned the same way. When the two came out, the scruffy old Taoist let out a symbolic breath of relief. Next, Iceling sect will be fun. The scruffy old Taoist smiled and hemmed. Bai Ling also nodded with a smile on her face. Why don't? Let's go drink while we watch. Bai Ling looked toward the scruffy old man. Hearing this, old dirt Taoist just had his eyes light up. Yeah, but it'll have to be your treat. You've taken advantage of a lot of benefits this time. The scruffy old Taoist looked at Bai Ling. Okay. Bai Ling didn't refuse, and didn't look for the scruffy old Taoist to ask for the wooden sculpture back, because she had heard Yinan say before that this wooden sculpture was useless. Only the scruffy old man didn't believe it, and remained as a treasure. Soon enough, the two of them were once again in the middle of the city, finding one of the highest restaurants and drinking while waiting for events to unfold. Although he couldn't see the entirety of the Iceling sect, he could still see a rough idea. And in the Iceling sect, there was a line of people walking towards the treasure trove at this moment. It was Bing Tai and the others. Young Dong, some time ago, I obtained a very peculiar supreme treasure in a secret place, and I see that it matches you very well. Bing Tai looked smilingly at Dong Ming on the side. Ha ha ha, uncle is polite. A mere treasure. How can it be compared to the relationship between our two families? Dong Ming also responded without a care in the world. Ha ha ha. That's right. Bing Tai was waiting for just such a sentence. As long as they got on board with the Dong family, the status of the Iceling sect would rise straight up. There was Bing Xian following on the side, but, all along the way, she was held in Dong Ming's arms, and didn't say anything except to keep her little woman smile all the time. Open the door. Soon, a few people arrived in front of the treasury's main door, and Bing Tai said to the guards guarding the door. Yes, those guards also opened the gate in a hurry. Young Dong, please. Bing Tai reached out to Dong Ming. Dong Ming was not polite and took the lead. He was also interested in the Iceling sect's treasure trove, in case there was really something good. Just got into the treasure trove of Dong's. The next moment, the smile on his face was fixed. Then there was the grimace. Seeing Dong Ming, who had entered the treasury in front of him and was standing still, Bing Tai also looked self-satisfied and said, It seems that all my collections have subdued the Dong family's great young man. Father, something's not right. At this time, Bing Xian seemed to have noticed something and reminded Bing Tai. Wrong? How is it wrong? Bing Tai was a bit puzzled and hadn't reacted yet, but before he could continue anything, Dong Ming's angry voice then came out. Is this the treasure trove you were talking about? Seeing Dong Ming get angry, Bing Tai also finally reacted. Something seemed to come to mind, and there was a thump in his heart. Not caring about the fuming Dong Ming anymore, he directly bypassed Dong Ming and walked into the treasure trove. Seeing the treasure trove that was empty, as if it were a locust transit, the Bing Tai were dumbfounded. However, in the next moment, Bing Tai's furious voice resounded throughout the Iceling sect. Who is it? Which one is the one with 1,000 knives? Dong Ming had thought that Bing Tai was playing tricks on him at first, but now that he saw Bing Tai like this, Dong Ming's face was odd. Bing Xian's face on the side didn't look too good either. After scanning the area, Bing Tai finally locked a corner of the treasury. Everyone walked up. Asshole, the tunnels have hit the treasure vault. What are those guards doing for food? Bing Tai's face was as ugly as it could be. Those guards at the entrance at this time also noticed the situation of the treasure vault. All of them were kneeling on the ground trembling, not daring to say a word. No wonder they had someone say earlier that there was movement in there. If I had known, I would have come in and looked around. Now it's over. Sure enough, in the next moment, Bing Tai's angry eyes looked at the guards. Can someone tell me what's going on? And how are you guys guarding the door? Bing Tai's eyes were wide with rage. Patriarch, before, we heard what seemed to be some movement, but, when they said this, they didn't dare to say any more. Whoosh! Bing Tai's ghostly figure arrived in front of the guard who had spoken. With a direct hand, he picked up the guard. Then why didn't you inform me? Why didn't you come in to check? The more he thought about it, the angrier Bing Tai became. Bang! With a direct slap, Bing Tai killed the guard on the spot. The other guards, too, were all slapped to death by the angry Bing Tai. Father, what should we do now? I suspect that it should be the two women who killed Elder Bing Yuan before who did it. Bing Xian's brain turned faster and was not as angry. Fine. Immediately pass down the order. Everyone in the clan, give me a citywide search. Don't let go of the outside of the city as well. Bing Tai was also moved to true anger at this time. The treasures left behind by several generations of the clan were reduced to nothing in this instant. How could he be willing? He now only wanted to break the person who had ransacked his treasury into pieces, and even that was not enough to quell the anger in his heart. Young Dong, let Xianer accompany you. I have something I must attend to. Bing Tai arched his hand at Dong Ming, and without even waiting for Dong Ming's response, he directly turned around and left, killing my clan's disciples, then killing me my clan's elders, and now ransacking my clan's treasure trove. This time, even if it's the ends of the earth, you'll have to die. While going to gather his manpower, Bing Tai spoke out angrily. It's really curious. If those two women really did it, that would be really interesting, and I really can't wait to find you guys. And in Dong Ming's heart, he was even more interested in the two women he had mentioned before, even licked the corners of his mouth. A young woman? Who could it be? Bing Xian also pondered in her mind. Thousands of miles in a radius. It was their Iceling sect's world. Who would dare to go against them? And it's still a woman. Thinking of this, Bing Xian seemed to think of something, and then hastily shook her head again and said in her heart, impossible, that is already ruined. It is impossible to turn over again. Maybe it died long ago. Chapter 66, Kill Straight Up. It's important to see your master. Xianer, what's wrong with you? Dong Ming noticed Bing Xian's strange appearance. Nothing, just thinking of some past events. Bing Xian told the story. It wasn't like it was a secret in the Iceling sect. Everyone knew. Only, skipped over the matter of her plundering Bai Ling's spiritual roots. Oh, there's such a thing? Interesting. Dong Ming was also a bit curious as he listened. All he was curious about was whether or not Bai Ling was pretty to look at, but he didn't think about the rest. And at this time, the Iceling sect was already in an uproar. Everyone, in a big way, was searching for the two women who had killed Bing Yuan earlier. Even the city was in an uproar. As long as it's a female cultivator, she'll be targeted. So some of the weaker ones, upon learning this news, all left towards the outside of the city. Because there's no shortage of muckraking colorists. It wasn't. There were several horny male cultivators standing in front of Bai Ling right now. Ha ha ha. There's a good show to watch. The scruffy old Taoist on the side, while drinking, watched the show. He's my protectors. If you guys want to arrest me, you'll have to ask him. Bai Ling directly threw the pot at the scruffy old Taoist. The moment Bai Ling's words came out, the scruffy old Taoist was speechless. You guys don't listen to her. We're just having a drink together. The scruffy old Taoist hurriedly waved his hand. But those who hit on Bai Ling's idea, those people, how could they believe the words of the scruffy old Taoist? What do you care? Let's kill the old man who's in the way first. Then we'll kidnap the... One of them spoke up. Hearing these people's words, the scruffy old Taoist's face was ugly. Whoosh! In the next moment, the scruffy old Taoist directly took Bai Ling and left the place like a ghost. The rest of them didn't react. The Iceling sect's blockade of the city was completely useless to the scruffy old Taoist. Soon, the two were once again outside the city. Humph! You make a mess yourself. I'll leave first. Just coming out. The scruffy old Taoist directly turned around and was about to leave. Wait, aren't you curious about my identity? Bai Ling shouted at the scruffy old Taoist with a single word. Even if I was curious, you wouldn't tell me. The scruffy old Taoist turned to look at Bai Ling. How about, I'll take you to see my master? Bai Ling said with a raised eyebrow. Sure enough, there are strong people behind you. The scruffy old Taoist finally got his answer. But then, as if he thought of something, he looked at Bai Ling warily. Why are you bringing me to see your master? I haven't offended you. Don't hit on me. You should also be eager to see the person behind me, right? I'm even willing to take you here. And you're still nagging. Bai Ling didn't have the good sense to say. She also felt that this ragged old Taoist was not simple. If she brought it back to show her master, she might even be able to take in ragged old Taoist. The main thing is that old dirt isn't exactly bad at heart. At least so far, this scruffy old Taoist hadn't killed anyone either, except for being a bit shameless and liking to cheat people out of things, and digging up people's graves. Most of all, the old dirt road has helped her a lot, and it is also considered to give the old dirt road a chance. As for whether to catch it or not, it depends on his own destiny. As for whether it would bring trouble to Yinan, this was something that Bai Ling directly ignored. Yinan had to be powerful, although she had never seen it, but just those treasures and the wood carvings she had seen before were extraordinary things, and they could still be given away casually. This showed that Yinan was incredibly confident in his own power and didn't even need these supreme treasures to protect him. Well, want to think about it? Bai Ling looked at the scruffy old Taoist who was frowning and contemplating. In fact, the current ragged old Taoist was torn in his heart. He's strong, but he's not invincible. There are many stronger than him. What if I go and can't come back? But if you don't go, you may lose an opportunity. From the sword in Bai Ling's hand, as well as the bizarre techniques he had seen before, he could tell how powerful the person behind Bai Ling was, and it certainly wasn't something he could compare to. Thinking about this, the scruffy old Taoist paced back and forth, not knowing how to choose. Bai Ling was amused to see this scene, so he added, "The woman's wooden sculpture from before was also a gift from my master." The moment Bai Ling's words came out, the scruffy old Taoist directly stopped his pace, looking at Bai Ling with a shocked face. "Are you serious? Didn't lie to me?" The scruffy old Taoist hurried to Bai Ling's side. "Do you think I have to lie to you? This is one of the reasons why I never asked you for a wood carving again." Bai Ling didn't care. The scruffy old Taoist became even more anxious, and after a few more breaths of thought, he clenched his teeth and said, "Fine, I'll go with you, not for any other reason. Wood carving that kind of treasure is really appalling, that high person can give away. It means there is still in the hand." Thinking about this, the scruffy old Taoist got excited. If he got a treasure like that, his life would be worth it. "But I have a request. Before that, you have to help me destroy the Iceling sect together," Bai Ling added. Speaking of which, Bai Ling wasn't sure if Old Dirt Road would help her. After all, Old Taoist Dirt had said before that he didn't kill, and according to rumors, some monks and Taoist priests did not kill either. It was only when Bai Ling thought so that the scruffy old Taoist's decisive words caused her to stumble. "Good, no problem." The scruffy old Taoist didn't hesitate in the slightest and directly agreed. "Didn't you say before that you don't kill?" Bai Ling asked anyway. "No, Master Dao, that was me getting rid of demons, not killing people. What the Iceling sect has done has been heinous. I'm doing the right thing for heaven," the scruffy old Taoist righteously said. Seeing the serious expression on the scruffy old Taoist's face, if it had been a different person, he would have really been fooled. Bai Ling helplessly held her forehead and said, "Since that's the case, then I'll set off. Should I just kill up there, or what? It's important to see your master. Just kill them directly." The scruffy old Taoist casually waved his hand and said. Seeing the scruffy old Taoist, Bai Ling's eyes just lit up. To be able to say something like directly killing up there, it showed that the strength of the scruffy old man far exceeded that of the Iceling sect. "Good, it's all about revenge anyway. Before I wanted to take my time, but now it's better to just destroy it." Bai Ling also had a cold light in her eyes. Just like that, the two of them strutted towards the Iceling sect. Instead of exposing themselves directly in the city, they arrived directly in front of the Iceling sect's mountain gate. "Iceling clan, Bing Xian, Bing Tai, I've come for revenge." Bai Ling's voice traveled directly to the Iceling clan, and Bing Tai and the group of elders who were still in the main hall, still anxious about the proceedings, were all stunned when they heard this voice. That voice. This is that. Bing Xian, who was staying with Dong Ming at this moment, instantly heard Bai Ling's voice. At this moment, Bing Xian's face was covered with a murderous aura, and she directly walked out quickly. "Interesting, let me see if it's a big beauty now." After saying that, Dong Ming also followed. Chapter 67, What's the best gift to bring? Whoosh! At this moment, thousands of disciples and dozens of elders surrounded Bai Ling and the scruffy old Taoist. "It's you? I didn't expect. You're still alive. It looks like. You even got a chance to recover all your cultivation. But so what? You're still an ant in my eyes." Bing Tai was the first to arrive, looking at Bai Ling with a murderous aura. Not to mention him, everyone didn't expect that Bai Ling would actually be able to repair her roots and regain her cultivation. "That's shocking to you? Your clan's disciples and elders, as well as your clan's treasure trove, were all done by the two of us, angry or not." Bai Ling released another big bomb. At those words, the room fell silent. As for the scruffy old Taoist, it didn't matter at all. He was standing right next to Bai Ling picking his nose. "So it's you. You deserve to die." Bing Tai was so enraged that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood in anger. "Aren't you very angry? Come beat me up if you don't want to." Bai Ling continued to taunt. "Come die for me." At this moment, Bing Tai didn't even look like the head of a clan. Now that anger had overtaken her, she wanted to slap Bai Ling to death. Boom! Bing Tai's powerful aura erupted, directly carrying incomparable might as he rushed towards Bai Ling at an extremely fast speed. And the scruffy old man, who was about to step forward to help, but Bai Ling softly interrupted. "No need. You'll do it later." Hearing Bai Ling's words, the scruffy old Taoist suspiciously stopped his advance. He knew it was spooky on the white spirit, and he was just in time to see it again. Bing Tai's attack instantly arrived at Bai Ling's face. Just when Bing Tai thought that the white spirit would be shattered by his slap, his palm, which carried incomparable might, stopped right in front of Bai Ling, and the power with which one struck this blow was instantly swallowed up by some kind of power, before Bing Tai could react. Boom! Bing Tai was like a cannonball, flying straight out. It smashed directly into the large hall 100 meters away. Rumble! At this moment, the entire hall directly exploded on the spot. The room was quiet again. Even the scruffy old Taoist on the side, looking at the Bing Tai that flew out, his eyes jumped. Luckily, he hadn't made a move on Bai Ling before, or else, he probably would have ended up in a similar situation. He turned his head to Bai Ling again. You, how did you do it? He had just stared at it with wide eyes, just like that, but he still didn't see anything. You'll know when you meet my master teacher. Bai Ling smiled wryly. So, should I bring a gift or something? It's not good to just go over there. The ragged old Taoist was a bit flustered. At this moment, his awe for Bai Ling's master was even deeper. Never a dime a dozen. He'd broken the mold today and wanted to bring a gift. My master teacher. It seems like he likes to eat gourmet food. Bai Ling also thought it made sense that she should bring some gifts after not going back for so long. Come to think of it, it was also known that Yinan liked food. Gourmet food? The scruffy old Taoist was in trouble now. From what I've seen so far, if Master White Spirit is so terrifying, the delicacies he eats must not be simple either. Where to get this? The scruffy old Taoist sat directly on his but on the ground thinking, and in the middle of the ruins of the Great Hall, Bing Tai was lying in a deep pit covered in injuries. Many of the injuries on his body were deep and visible. This, impossible, how could this happen? Bing Tai acted as if he didn't feel the pain in his body, still recalling the scene just now. No matter how much he tried to remember, he couldn't figure out what the problem was. Father, Bing Xian and Dong Ming, who had just rushed over, also happened to see the scene. Bing Xian hurriedly went to help Bing Tai up, and also took out quite a few healing pills and stuffed them into Bing Tai's mouth. When the elixir went down, Bing Tai's injuries actually got a lot better. Even his breath smoothed out a lot. These pills were all given to Bing Xian by Dong Ming, and at that moment, Dong Ming was also squinting in Bai Ling's direction. There was amazement, greed, and curiosity in his eyes. He had seen that strike clearly just now. Young lord, I think that young girl should have some sort of rebound attack supreme treasure on her, and this kind of supreme treasure is extremely rare. The Dao Protector Elder beside Dong Ming spoke up. Oh, then can Elder Wang restrain her? Seemingly thinking of something else, Dong Ming added, can't hurt her, just take her down. That young girl alone is fine. Young lord, did you see that scruffy old man? Even I can't see through his cultivation. Elder Wang did not immediately strike, but hesitated. Oh, it was only when he heard Elder Wang's words that Dong Ming noticed the scruffy old man. They had all ignored the scruffy old Taoist before, but when they heard Elder Wang's words, Dong Ming also frowned. Elder Wang was a strong Earth Xian realm practitioner, but he couldn't even see through it. This made Dong Ming feel a little bad in his heart. The current Bai Ling was far beyond Bing Xian in terms of temperament and appearance and stature. Dong Ming didn't want to let go of such a special thing. He just didn't notice that Bing Xian, who was on the side, glared at him fiercely. Then he turned his gaze, again, to the elegantly tempered Bai Ling, his eyes filled with resentment and murderous intent. She would not allow Bai Ling to surpass her in any way. All the good things the White Spirit has should be hers. This time, she was going to waste the White Spirit once again, and she was going to take away the secrets from the White Spirit so that she could become powerful once again. Young Dong, can you please step in and catch this person? Bing Xian didn't dare to rush forward, so she could only turn to Dong Ming for help. She had seen clearly what happened to Bing Tai before. She also felt that Bai Ling had a supreme treasure protecting her body. Good. Dong Ming thought about it or said to Elder Wang who was at the side. Elder Wang, you go and try. Just catch her. Elder Wang could only nod after thinking about it. Whoosh! Elder Wang came directly to a place not far from Bai Ling. Who are you? Bai Ling looked towards Elder Wang because she had never seen Elder Wang before when she was in the Iceling sect. He is a member of the Dong family of the Imperial Dynasty. You, why don't you just go and die properly? Before Elder Wang could speak, Bing Xian walked up. The tone of his voice was full of resentment and hatred. It was as if Bai Ling had annihilated her entire family, not realizing that it was caused by her own jealousy. I haven't gotten my revenge yet. How can I die before you? Bai Ling responded icily as well. Bai Ling said this on her lips, but in her heart, she was thinking all the time about the Dong family of the Imperial City, and which power it was. She was too young. Her insights were limited, and her exposure to forces or people was too small. Only the scruffy old Taoist on the side had his eyes narrowed, cautiously whispering in Bai Ling's ear. He said, the Dong family is not to be messed with, but there is a heavenly Xian realm powerhouse in the town, and then above that is the royal family. For 10,000 miles around, it is all under the control of the Imperial Dynasty. I've heard of it before. It seems like it's called something like the Celestial Apocalypse Imperial Dynasty, Bai Ling said with some uncertainty as her thoughts turned over. That's right, in the Heavenly Qi Dynasty, their Dong family, aside from the royal family, is the top of the line. The scruffy old Taoist continued to explain. He's in a bit of a pickle now and wants to back out. But to think, he had promised Bai Ling that if he met Master Bai Ling and was valued, by then, he'll be able to take down even a dynasty. Master Bai Ling's power, in his opinion, far exceeded the realm of Heavenly Xian. Was it not for the Dong family to mess with? Thinking of this, the scruffy old Taoist could only take a gamble, his heart very determined. Chapter 68, Jealous Bing Xian. Hearing the scruffy old Taoist's words, Bai Ling also frowned. She hadn't realized the forces were so intricate. I also don't know if it will cause trouble for Master. Bai Ling had some worries in her heart. As for Bai Ling's words, Bing Xian snorted. You think, with your strength, you can escape today? If I were you, I wouldn't have come to die so soon. You're really stupid. Bing Xian's taunt pulled Bai Ling back to reality. Humph, then let's see who dies and who lives today. A cold light flashed in Bai Ling's hand, killing aura overflowing. I'll trouble you with the others. I'll kill Bing Xian this first. Bai Ling added to the scruffy old Taoist on the side. Don't worry about going. Just these little caramels. I really don't have my eyes on them. The scruffy old Taoist remained indifferent. Seeing Bai Ling, who wanted to make a move on herself, Bing Xian also came under fire. The white spirit, whom she also wanted to kill directly here, naturally wouldn't back down. She wanted to prove to everyone that she was even better than Bai Ling. Don't move, all of you. Let me kill her with my own hands. Bing Xian said to the people of the surrounding Iceling sect. Humph, it's fine for all of you to come together, and if you don't like it, you can all come and beat me up. Bai Ling now sort of understood. Changing a word or two doesn't seem to have much of an impact as long as the meaning of the slogan remains the same. So, she simply went ahead and shouted to everyone around her first. Arrogant. A glaive also appeared in Bing Xian's hand as she quickly rushed towards Bai Ling. In an instant, the two exchanged blows, and instead of ignoring Bai Ling and Bing Xian, Elder Wang looked at Old Dirt and said, "Let me meet you." Yes, the scruffy old Taoist was still smiling. Whoosh! Wang Lao's figure instantly disappeared in place, heading straight for the scruffy old man. Next moment, Wang Lao appeared directly behind the dirt old Taoist and directly made a whip kick that seemed to explode the dirt old Taoist's head with a kick, and the scruffy old Taoist acted as if he didn't see it, still standing in the same place. The corner of Wang Lao's mouth curled up. It seems that you are no better than that. Without hesitation, Wang Lao viciously kicked over, but something that shocked him happened. His foot went straight through the scruffy old man's figure. How is that possible? Elder Wang was shocked. Are you looking for me? The scruffy old man sounded behind him. In a flash, Wang Lao was creeped out. What he had just kicked was actually just a residual shadow, but not before he returned to defense. A dirty hand grabbed the back of his neck straight away. Boom! The scruffy old Taoist directly slammed Wang Lao hard on the ground. There was no holding back with this strike. Smoke and dust rose in all directions, and Wang Lao was sprawled in a pit on the ground with his head covered in blood. Heaven! Heavenly Xian Realm Powerhouse. Elder Wang's weak voice came out from the pit. No wonder he couldn't sense the cultivation of the scruffy old Taoist before, and didn't think much about it at the time. After all, how could a strong person of that level appear in such a place? Boom! Bai Ling repelled Bing Xian with his sword and also gave the scruffy old Taoist a surprised look. So this old man is so strong. At this moment, Bing Xian's face was extremely ugly as she looked at the sword in her hand that had broken in two. Looking at the cold light in Bai Ling's hand again, Bing Xian became jealous. Just a few moves and a few strokes ago, she had actually lost the battle, and her sword was cut off. Seeing the half-dead Wang Lao in the deep pit, Dong Ming in the distance also had his pupils shrink before his eyes were filled with rage. Tianxian Realm. How could such a strong person appear in this place? Dong Ming was a bit puzzled, but still high-minded. Tianxian Realm Powerhouse only. It's not like his family doesn't have one. Senior, if you're laying your hands on my Dong family's people like this, aren't you afraid of offending my Dong family? Dong Ming slowly stepped forward. The tone of his voice was still full of arrogance. Are you blind? Can't you see that you guys hit me first? Did I just stand there and let him hit me? The scruffy old Taoist didn't give the slightest bit of face. He was offended anyway, so he gave it a go. You. Dong Ming was so angry that he was actually speechless. You what you? All of you listen to me. If anyone dares to move, I'll destroy them first. The scruffy old Taoist stepped out with one foot, and a powerful aura filled the air in all directions, causing the crowd to retreat. Girl, you continue. Seeing that the field was subdued by himself, the scruffy old Taoist looked at Bai Ling again. Bai Ling also nodded and without hesitation, killed Bing Xian once again. At this time, Dong Ming did not dare to say anything else. His family is strong, but distant water cannot put out the fire awe. With just his strength at the gathering realm, he wasn't enough for old Dirt Taoist to beat him. One could only grimace while pondering something. Seeing the strength of the scruffy old Taoist, Bing Xian and Bing Tai's hearts sank as well. But no matter what, the current Bing Xian was also becoming crazy. She wanted to kill Bai Ling. So what if you've recovered your cultivation? So what if you have a supreme treasure? You still have to be hard on your own strength. Bing Xian, who had fallen into a disadvantage, still felt that it was because Bai Ling was using a better magic treasure than her. Zip zip zip. As soon as Bing Xian's words fell, a cold aura rose from her body. Even the people around them seemed unable to resist the cold aura emanating from Bing Xian's body. Seeing this scene, Bai Ling's eyes killed even more. Seeing Bai Ling's appearance, Bing Xian taunted, how about it? So what if you've recovered your cultivation? How can you be a match for me who possesses an ice spirit root? By the way, this is still thanks to you. Ha ha ha. Seeing Bing Xian, whose aura had improved quite a bit, the crowd of the Bingling sect also breathed a sigh of relief. They were all intimidated by the scruffy old man and didn't dare to mess around. But the duel of the younger generation, even the scruffy old Taoist couldn't intervene at will. Could he? That would only affect Bai Ling's Taoist heart. And naturally, old Dirt Taoist knew this as well, and he also noticed that Bing Xian's aura was now far beyond Bai Ling's. What? You won't let that old Taoist make a move on me? Bing Xian continued to taunt Bai Ling. She was actually worried about the ragged old Taoist making a move, and she did so in order to provoke Bai Ling. Humph, I don't need anyone else's help to kill you. Ice spirit root? It's just an inferior product, and I'm glad you took it away. Bai Ling still had a calm expression. Hearing Bai Ling's words, the crowd was a bit puzzled. What do you mean? Bing Xian also looked at Bai Ling with slightly narrowed eyes. She always had a feeling that something bad was going to happen. Humph, then let's show you what it means to be a true ice spirit root. Bai Ling snorted. Zip zip zip. In the next moment, a chill that was even colder and more piercing than Bing Xian filled the surroundings. Some of the Iceling sect disciples who were close were instantly frozen. In just an instant, the cold aura emitted by Bai Ling suppressed the cold aura emitted by Bing Xian to death. It was like a mouse seeing a cat, unexpectedly shrinking back into Bing Xian's body continuously. At this time, Bai Ling's aura was also changing. It was like a goddess who mastered ice and snow, giving people a feeling of supremacy. What a strong spirit root! What kind of spirit root is this? The scruffy old Taoist also exclaimed in shock, and Dong Ming, who was on the side, looked at Bai Ling with an even greedier gaze. Now that he compared Bai Ling to Bing Xian was completely a village girl. Only a woman like Bai Ling could be worthy of himself. He had to find a way to get Bai Ling into his hands. How? How could it be? Your spiritual root has already been dug up by me. How can you still remake it? And it's also stronger than before. Bing Xian hissed. Even Bing Tai's body was trembling at this moment. As of right now, if Bai Ling doesn't die today, his Iceling sect will die in the future. Chapter 69, The Iceling Sect in Great Chaos. Hearing Bing Xian's hysterical words, Bai Ling mocked. There are a lot of people and things in this world that you can't imagine, and people like you won't understand. Zip zip zip. The white spirit didn't want to continue to dilly-dally, and a large amount of icy cold aura pressed toward Bing Xian in an overwhelming manner. Xianer, with his injuries, Bing Tai came straight to Bing Xian. Whoosh! At the same time, deep within the Iceling sect, another pale figure appeared. He was none other than the old ancestor of the Iceling sect. Looking at its aura, it was estimated to be in the top ranks of the earthly Xian realm, but it didn't reach the Tian Xian realm. In a flash, Bing Xian was saved by Bing Tai. Old ancestor, kill her, kill this person. I will also dig her spirit root once more. At this moment, Bing Xian had no trace of her previous high-cooled appearance, totally like a shrew. And this old man who appeared did not heed Bing Xian's hiss. Instead, he looked at the scruffy old man. Senior, I wonder, can this matter be settled? He just had to take care of this scruffy old man and everything would be fine. What? People's juniors are fighting well. What's wrong with you guys coming to intervene? Then the scruffy old Taoist turned his words around. It's not impossible to be kind. Just let the white girl get her revenge. Senior, it's excessive, isn't it? Bing Tai and Bing Xian are the faces of our clan. What they did before was wrong. But, isn't Bai Ling fine now? The leading elder frowned. Hearing the old man's words, the scruffy old Taoist was all but speechless. He thought he was already shameless, but he didn't realize that there were such shameless ones. Only Bai Ling. The cold light in her eyes is getting stronger and stronger. Only now did she realize that this Iceling sect was a bottomless sect. What? You don't dare to fight me? Wimped out? Where's your previous arrogance? Bai Ling looked towards Bing Xian, who was hiding behind Bing Tai, with a disdainful expression. Hearing such naked words from Bai Ling, Bing Xian's eyes were wide with anger, but she was unable to refute them. In the battle just now, she was crushed. She couldn't accept it, but it was true. Junior, don't be wild. Even if you are strangely gifted, a genius who hasn't grown up is nothing. The Iceling sect's old ancestor spoke. If it wasn't for the fact that he was in the way of the scruffy old Taoist, he would have suppressed the white spirit a long time ago. What? You're not convinced? Come beat me if you don't submit. Bai Ling was not the least bit afraid of the old man's threat. Hearing Bai Ling's words, the old man instantly stirred with anger. Old ancestor mustn't. This white spirit has a supreme treasure beside him that can rebound attacks. Don't be impulsive, Bing Tai hurriedly advised. The old man didn't mean to do anything either. He was just a bit angry. At the same time, he also blared at Bing Tai, as if saying why he didn't cut off the roots in the first place, causing him to awaken from his seclusion. Seeing his old ancestor's stern eyes, Bing Tai was also a regret. In the first place, he should have gone after Bai Ling himself, and there wouldn't have been what happened later. Seeing the old man angrily reprimanding Bai Ling, the scruffy old Taoist didn't have the good sense to say, "Don't beep and beep, how's it going? Have you considered it yet? Senior, you are stronger than me, but this is in the Iceling sect. Even if you are a Tianxian realm powerhouse, coupled with my sect's grand formation, the big deal is that the fish will die." The tone of the old man's words were filled with threats. What a joke, asking him to hand over Bing Tai and Bing Xian. If this was handed over, he would become a laughingstock of the Iceling sect in the future. What's more, Bing Xian still had a chance to become a heavenly Xian realm powerhouse, so how could she possibly hand it over? It's true that the upper beam isn't straight and the lower beam is crooked. Since there's no way to talk about it, let's not talk about it. The scruffy old Taoist didn't have the heart to stay any longer. He still had to go see Bai Ling's master. Boom! The scruffy old Taoist's aura shook as the aura of the Tianxian realm swept in all directions. Seeing this scene, the old man also knew that the talk had fallen apart. Open the clan formation. The old man yelled. Miso! A white curtain of light enveloped the entire Iceling sect. From this moment on, all the Iceling sect elders all returned to their positions. From the white light curtain, a white light shot out, like a chain that ran through all the elders' bodies. The chains, then, were all connected above the old man's body again. For a moment, the old man's aura skyrocketed. Seemingly feeling that it wasn't enough, he took out another jade bottle, pouring out a red elixir. The old man directly swallowed it. Boom! The old man's aura instantly skyrocketed, directly breaking through the threshold of the earthly Xian realm to the heavenly Xian realm. If you back off now, I'll pretend that today's incident didn't happen. The old man looked at the scruffy old Taoist. But, Bai Ling has to stay. She is a rebel of my walking sect. We have the right to dispose of her. The old man glanced at Bai Ling and added. He was incomparably powerful now. He was not afraid even of Old Dirt Road, and even felt that he could still behead Old Dirt Road. But, it's just that it's a bit of a big price to pay, especially for that red elixir just now. It was something he had gotten by chance and was exceptionally valuable, and he didn't expect to use it up just like that. But it didn't matter. As long as they took down Bai Ling, it was worth it. The scruffy old man narrowed his eyes at the old man whose strong aura was overflowing, and the scruffy old man frowned. Bing Tai, take Xianer and leave, and come back after this matter has settled down. The old man still said to Bing Tai for insurance purposes, I'm not leaving, I'm going to kill this. Bing Xian was still hissing. Bing Tai also knew the seriousness of the matter. It was no joke when heavenly Xian realm powerhouses engaged in battle, directly forcefully taking Bing Xian. Seeing Bing Xian's father and daughter leave, Bai Ling didn't go after them, because Bing Tai's speed was too fast for her current strength to catch up. He had wanted to kill Bing Xian first before, but it had resulted in a lot of accidents. But it didn't matter. After this incident, Bing Xian must have an unstable Dao. If she wanted to clear her heart, Bing Xian would definitely come back for her. With her cultivation speed and Xian Ice Spirit Root, Bai Ling was very confident. Dong Ming, who was in the crowd, also left quietly. He now had to immediately return to the clan and inform the clan of what happened here, especially Bai Ling, the Ice Special Spirit Root, and one that far exceeded Bing Xian's. The reason he had come to the Iceling sect was because of Bing Xian. There were too few people with special physiques, and he just wanted to transfer Bing Xian's spirit root to his body. This kind of thing was not uncommon in the immortal cultivation world, and there were some special means to strip it away. At this point, Bing Xian didn't even know that Dong Ming was actually hitting on her as well. Now after seeing Bai Ling, the greed in Dong Ming's eyes increased even more. Bai Ling the person or the spirit root? He wanted both. As for Wang Lao, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, he simply ignored it and directly left. Miso. At this time, above the old man's head, a large fist print had gathered towards the sloppy old man and smashed it. The scruffy old man wasn't as idle as he was before, and this time it was worth taking him seriously. The sloppy old Taoist also slammed his fist out directly. As the two fists collided, energy spilled out in all directions, and the surrounding halls collapsed. The white spirit also hurriedly left the battle range and came to watch the battle from afar. Luckily, brought this old man with me. Otherwise, it's a bit troublesome. Bai Ling was a bit thankful. Chapter 70, The Defeated Iceling Sect. Rumble. One strong energy after another overflowed in all directions, and the hearts of the people watching the battle from afar trembled. Worthy of being a Tianxian realm powerhouse, Bai Ling was somewhat yearning. At this time, the scruffy old Taoist in the center of the battlefield also didn't know where to take out a piece of floating dust. It was like a sharp sword in his hand, with strong power emanating from each strike. The old ancestor of the Iceling sect, on the other hand, was no better. His current power was also immensely powerful, not weaker than Old Dirt Road in the slightest. As of now, the two are considered equal. No one can hold anyone. However, the scruffy old man was a lot more subdued. He was a solid Tianxian realm powerhouse, while the Iceling sect's old ancestor had only utilized the sect's grand formation in pills to ascend, which had a time limit. Increase the power. Sure enough, the Iceling sect's elder ancestor knew this as well, and continued to roar to the elders behind him. Yes, these elders were all out of their depth as well. If someone who didn't know the situation saw it, they would have thought that the scruffy old man was the aggressor. It took nearly half an hour of fighting before the Iceling sect's old ancestor's power slowly declined. Even the old ancestor of the Iceling sect did not expect that this scruffy old man was so extraordinary that he could not take him down for so long. You're not worthy just by virtue of you? Master Dao, I'm at the 3rd level of the Tianxian realm, and you're barely at this level with your external power, and you still want to take me down? The scruffy old Taoist laughed disdainfully. In fact, Old Man Dirt was shocked as well. At first, he thought that even if the Iceling sect's old ancestor borrowed external power, he would at most be in the 1st level of the Tianxian realm, but he didn't expect that he would be directly approaching the 3rd level. It should be the eccentricity of that elixir, the scruffy old Taoist said in his heart, seeing the Iceling sect's old ancestor's breath constantly slipping. The scruffy old Taoist didn't want to keep pestering and was ready to strike a fatal blow. Alright, Master Dao, I don't want to play with you guys anymore. The scruffy old Taoist pointed toward the sky with a floating dust in his hand. Miso. At this point, the floating dust was more like a large brush-like, and, with the floating dust in the hands of the scruffy old man as the center, a huge pen shadow tens of meters long was formed. Die and come. The scruffy old Taoist held a huge pen shadow and directly stabbed straight towards the Iceling sect's group of executives. Defense. The Iceling sect's old ancestor also panicked and directly shouted to the crowd. At this moment, the top management of the Iceling sect all clenched their hands in seals. Miso, miso, miso. The white protective light curtain from before just kept shrinking. In just a flash, the protective light screen directly turned into a blinding light shield, protecting in front of the Iceling sect ancestor congregation's senior management. Boom! Spears and shields collided, adding to the already tattered surroundings. Click, 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 click. It didn't last long as cracks continued to appear on the light shield. Damn, why is this happening? The Iceling elder ancestor was very upset in his heart. He had thought that he would be able to defeat old Taoist Dirt by relying on the power of the sect protector formation and that elixir. As a result, he didn't expect that the scruffy old Taoist wasn't a normal Tianxian realm, but also had extremely old-fashioned combat experience that was far superior to his. Boom! The light shield instantly shattered. Huge brushstrokes, all the way through. Ah! A scream rang out. At this moment, those higher-ups of the Iceling sect died and were crippled. Even the old ancestor of the Iceling sect was kneeling on both knees, spitting blood from his mouth, and it was difficult to get up again, but there was still resentment in his eyes. Seeing that the battle was over, Bai Ling then stepped forward. As for those disciples of the Iceling sect, seeing that their own ancestors were defeated, how could they dare to stay? Straight away they all scurried away. Bai Ling didn't care about these people. There were good and bad people in every sect. Her main enemies were just the core people like Bing Xian. How was it? Girl, I'm awesome, right? The sloppy old Taoist started to become immodest again. Well, it's pretty strong. Bai Ling considered this time to be the first time she recognized the ragged old Taoist. When the scruffy old Taoist heard Bai Ling's words, his heart was in a state of bliss. But then looking at the miserably defeated Iceling sect ancestor, these high-ranking people asked, how are they going to be dealt with? This matter started because of you after all. There were even already elders who were already begging for mercy. But how would Bai Ling care about crocodile tears? Directly stepping forward and taking out a cold light. Kaboom! As soon as the blade fell, those half-dead Iceling sect elders, all of them were too dead to die. Even the old ancestor of the Iceling sect wanted to say something, but Bai Ling didn't give him a chance and directly drank his hatred on the spot. Till death do us part. Bai Ling wouldn't even bowl asterisk anything with these people. Between her and the Iceling sect, there was only undying hatred, no other words. Looking at the Iceling sect, which had fallen into disrepair and was empty, Bai Ling was somewhat emotional. Girl, there's something that I have to remind you of. The scruffy old Taoist seemed to suddenly think of something. What is it? Bai Ling was a bit puzzled. It's the Dong family. They were just at war and forgot about it for a while. The scruffy old Taoist was still a little worried. The Dong family? It's a nuisance, but there's no harm in it. If the Dong family doesn't know how to back down, I'll go as far as to ask my master to take action. Bai Ling wasn't much afraid. Although she didn't know how strong Yinan was, it shouldn't be difficult to deal with the Dong family. Well, that's true. It's because I was overly concerned. The ragged old Taoist's eyes also lit up. Hey, now, it's time for you to take me to see your master? The scruffy old Taoist added. Okay, we can leave now. Bai Ling said to leave. On the other side, on a mountain peak, Bing Tai's father and daughter, looking at the collapsed Iceling sect, were in a rage. Bing Tai also took out the summoning jade slips and didn't know how many pieces he had crushed, but he still didn't get a response from his clan's senior management. At this moment, Bing Tai's heart was cold. They hadn't run far just now, just to take a look, but the result was unacceptable to them. Bai Ling, I must kill you. Bing Xian squeezed these words out from between her teeth. Alright, we have to leave here as well. Bing Tai directly left with Bing Xian. The clan couldn't go back, and who knew if Bai Ling and the others would kill back. And Bai Ling brought the scruffy old man and found Zhu Lan in the middle of a small town. After seeing the scruffy old Taoist, Zhu Lan's face instantly darkened. Give me back my things. And, why are you here? After saying that, Yinan turned his puzzled eyes to Bai Ling. He's going to meet someone with me, and it just so happens to be the same way, Bai Ling explained. But, doesn't explain much. Hearing Zhu Lan's words, the scruffy old Taoist was a bit embarrassed and could only reluctantly return the wooden carving to Zhu Lan. The main reason was that he was going to meet Master Bai Ling, and if he was still occupying Zhu Lan's things, he was afraid of giving Master Bai Ling a bad impression. Yinan took the wooden carving as if it were a treasure, and once again placed it carefully in his arms. Then a group of 3 people, just like that, went to meet Yinan. After all, the road was a bit far, and a few people had bought a flying demonic beast mount, and even so, it would take a bit of time to get back. Chapter 71 Black Shadow's True Body. Non-mainstream? Only the scruffy old man along the way was a little flustered. It's been a couple days of walking around just hoping to see some rare ingredients, such as spiritual medicine or demonic beasts and so on. More or less is also a token of appreciation. Better than going empty-handed. He also had quite a few treasures in his possession, but those treasures were a bit unappetizing compared to the sword in Bai Ling's hand. Bai Ling's master would definitely not want it, and Yinan was a little curious as to what the scruffy old man was looking for along the way. Didn't ask though. And on the other side, inside the Yuhua sect, Yinan during this period of time did nothing but eat and drink, and then lay down his body. Hey, system, is there any mission? Or go find an apprentice or something? I'm too bored all day. Yinan lay on the recliner and helplessly spat. Linglong, on the other hand, didn't have that much on her mind, and she felt that life was pretty good right now. Only, often, from time to time, he talks to himself with the black beads. Chen had also refined his cultivation quite a bit during this period of time, and had already arrived at the 3rd level of the Gathering Yuan realm. This period of time of washing and cooking had calmed Chen's state of mind, and he was no longer as eager as before. The Jade Fairy, who lived in the South Peak, wanted to share some of it with Chen, but Chen simply wouldn't allow it, and wrapped it all up by himself. With no choice but to take Linglong's job, Jade Fairy had no choice but to take Linglong's job. Every day, making tea for Yinan, washing fruits and whatnot became the main task of Yuxian's day. Sir, why don't I accompany you out for a stroll? Jade Immortal had already changed her senior to Gungzi after this period of contact with Yinan. Where to play? Play all around. Yinan was speechless. Jade Fairy didn't know what to say, because Yinan was right. Just as Yinan was thinking this way, the system got a voice from his brain. Ding! Detecting that a person who fits the host's requirements for accepting an apprentice is on the way from 100 miles away. Please accept an apprentice as soon as possible. Hearing what the system had to say, Yinan stood up in a mischievous manner. Oops! Finally come to life. Yinan's heart was a comfortable one. Is it on its way? Could it be that someone knows how powerful I am and wants to come and worship me? My mighty name has become famous all over the world? Yinan said to himself in his heart. System. Yinan waited for most of the day and didn't see anyone come. It wasn't until very late that Yinan helplessly went inside to sleep. What's going on? In the morning it was said to be 100 miles away, and it's already dark. Why haven't we arrived yet? Could it be lost? Thinking of this, Yinan nodded seriously and said, it should be. Then we'll wait tomorrow. After Yinan fell asleep, a bizarre voice, once again, sounded, Jia Jia Jia. Apart from Yinan, who was sleeping like a dead pig, both Yu Xian and Chen could be cultivating and heard it at the first opportunity. Damn, it's happening again. Chen didn't cultivate anymore, and directly covered the quilt to sleep, and the unknown Jade Fairy could just be shocked. What kind of sound is this? Why does it give people a palpitating feeling? Jade Immortal stared. Just as she was about to check out where the sound was coming from, a small hand pulled Jade Fairy right back. Linglong, aren't you asleep? Jade Fairy looked at Linglong. Linglong didn't explain anything, but whispered to Yu Xian. Sister Yu Xian, hurry up and go to bed. Don't go and look. It's scary. Hearing Linglong's words, Jade Fairy was puzzled. After all, this kind of weird sound, appearing in her own clan, as the head of a clan, not checking it out would make her heart uneasy. But Linglong's words made her hesitate again. Although Linglong was small, she had followed Yinan around and had definitely seen a lot. She said it was scary, so it must have been scary. And at the door of the locked room, a dark mist filled the room. A black silhouette gradually formed. The black shadow directly went straight through the door of the room and carefully came to Yinan's warehouse. The warehouses here were all the things Yinan had gotten from signing in during this time. There's a little bit of everything, even even quite a few things from Earth. The black clothes came to the door of the room, and seemed to have carefully glanced at the room Yinan was staying in. Soon the dark figure was looking at some clothing, so Black Shadow excitedly put on these clothes. Once the clothes were on, the dark shadow gradually became a person, no longer in dark shadow form. Red and blue hair, a circus clown's face, a big straight black suit, and a pair of huge leather shoes that were extremely out of character for him. If Yinan saw it, wasn't this the non-mainstream of his former Earth? Cry too, cry too. The dark figure dragged his large, mismatched leather shoes to the mirror and struck a few self-confessedly handsome poses, probably too excited. For a moment he laughed out loud again. GGG. Not bad, not bad. This voice directly frightened Gu Chen and Linglong, as well as Yu Xian's heart. Even the black beads that the black flame demon lord had turned into on the table next to Linglong trembled. Holy, what happened to this big brother again? The black flame demon lord's heart was bitter, and in Yinan's room, on Yinan's bedside, a string of bells rang incessantly, directly waking him up from his dream. What? Yinan directly forced it on. It was a little confusing at first, except when he saw the bell ringing incessantly above his bed. Yinan was immediately energized. After what happened before, he suspected that some thieves had come to his southern peak, so some preparations were made, and that was this bell, which was also a treasure rewarded by the system. He put one in his room and one for the warehouse. Whenever someone breaks into the warehouse, his bell here rings. Asterisk. What's the end of it? This time I want to see which dog it is. Yinan rolled up his sleeves and headed for the warehouse, and the dark figure took some more treasures, and being satisfied, was ready to leave. But just as he reached the door, it was pushed open by Yinan. A moment of opening the door, then a wide-eyed stare. Upon seeing the culprit, Yinan just blanched. The black shadow also looked up at Yinan, who was a few heads taller than himself. Yet the next moment, the black shadow turned to Yinan and just laughed strangely, louder than before. Jia. Seeing this scene, Yinan's face was even darker. Raising one hand, it was a direct slap. Pop. The dark figure was then slapped right into the dirt. Jia. I'll let you jia. Yinan kicked the black shadow figure a few more times viciously. After the fight, he just dragged one of Black Shadow's ankles and headed for Black Shadow's room. Bang! After going in, Yinan directly opened the cabinet and threw it in again. If you dare to run around again, see if I dare to bury you. Yinan was speechless. Chapter 72. A disciple at the door? Yinan closed the door and walked out. Just that face, not so good. He thought it was a burglar, but the one he didn't expect was actually an insider. Especially the black shadow that was dressed in a dress that looked really spicy to Yinan. Shaking his head, Yinan hurriedly went back to catch up on his sleep. Gu Chen and Jade Fairy, who were in the rest of the room, were also a bit puzzled that there was actually no sound just now. There seemed to be shouting as well as fighting. Linglong, I seem to have heard Gongzi's voice. Jade Fairy looked at Linglong and asked anyway. The sound of the tussle just now seemed to be Yinan's voice. He. Sister Yu Xian, hurry up and go to sleep. It's fine. Linglong smiled playfully at Yu Xian. It's okay? Jade Fairy was a bit puzzled, but Linglong didn't say anything, so Jade Fairy didn't have the heart to ask. Since Linglong said it was fine, then it must be fine. The Jade Immortal was very trusting of Yinan and Linglong. On the other hand, Gu Chen, who was curled up under the covers, was also relieved. It seems that Master has already taken care of it. Just now, Gu Chen had heard it more clearly. That was the sound of Yinan's tussle just now, and without thinking, Gu Chen knew what Yinan was fighting. Only the black flame demon lord on the table next to Linglong was shocked in his heart. It was just leaning against the window, dividing a sliver of black flame to go out, when he saw a scene that he would never forget. What did he see? He saw Yinan violently beating that big brother, who didn't even dare to fight back. Can't mess with In the futures go around that guy a bit. The him in the black flame demon monarch's mind was naturally Yinan. Without the dark shadows to toss and turn, several people fell back into a deep sleep. Until early the next morning, it was still Gu Chen who got up early to make breakfast. The ones who got up the latest were still Yinan and Linglong. Just after opening the bedroom door, Yinan saw Jade Fairy standing in the doorway. It looks like it's been standing for a long time. Why are you standing at my door? Yinan looked at Jade Fairy suspiciously. My lord, there are people who want to see you, and one of them says that he is your disciple. Jade Immortal received a report from the higher-ups of the sect early in the morning. It said that someone had come to the Yuhua sect to look for someone, and their strength was not weak, especially one of the scruffy old Taoists. At first, I thought that someone had invaded the Yuhua sect again, but Bai Ling's three were still polite and didn't clash. Hearing Jade Fairy's explanation, Yinan was also stunned. Apprentice? Isn't it a very pretty young girl? Yinan looked at Jade Fairy. Yes, They 2 young girls and a scruffy old man. Jade Fairy was a bit puzzled. Could it really be the Duke's disciple? Jade Fairy said in her heart. After all, when Yinan collected the white spirit, no one saw it except Linglong and Gu Chen. Oops, looks like it's really that 3rd disciple of mine who has returned. Yinan was still very happy. After all, he hadn't seen this disciple of his in a long time. For the other 2, Yinan didn't care. Who didn't have 1 or 2 friends? So, then what? You let them come over, Yinan hurriedly said to Jade Fairy. Yinan himself went to wash up in a hurry. Just as he was about to wash up, the system had to sound once again. Detected. A suitable person for the host to take on an apprentice has appeared in the vicinity. Please go and take on an apprentice immediately. Could it be one of the 2 that Bai Ling brought back? Yinan was somewhat excited, because after being in the clan for so long, the system didn't even prompt. All indications were that there was no other possibility but the white spirit and the 2 she had brought back. Plus, the system had reminded them once in advance yesterday, and at that time, maybe, it was exactly when Bai Ling's few people arrived. So much for thinking right. Soon, the 3 Bai Ling were brought to the southern peak by the Jade Immortal. My lord, the person has been brought. Jade Immortal came before Yinan. At this time, Yinan, who hadn't finished brushing his teeth yet, had a mouth full of foam. What? That fast? Yinan had underestimated Jade Fairy's ability to do things. Just a short while later, the people were brought in. Yinan gave Jade Fairy a look without any good humor, before he looked up at the 3 Bai Ling people. Seeing Yinan, who had a mouth full of foam, the 3 Bai Ling people were all stunned. This is this girl's master? How come I don't feel like it's quite the same? The scruffy old Taoist also muttered in his heart. Yinan's current appearance and the Qi refining realm's breath fluctuation made it hard for the scruffy old Taoist not to be suspicious. What kind of man does that? Not much more was said though. He decided it would be better to see. Only Bai Ling could tell Yinan at a glance. Disciple Bai Ling greets master. Bai Ling hurriedly knelt down and bowed. What are you doing? Just met and you're kneeling down? Yinan, who had a mouth full of foam, hurriedly ran over to help Bai Ling up. Senior. At this moment, Zhu Lan, who was on the side, was also covered in excitement. She now realized what White Spirit's intention was when she said to her that she would definitely not regret coming. Yinan, whom he had been searching for, was actually here. When he heard Zhu Lan's voice, Yinan hurriedly looked at Zhu Lan. Why are you here too? Senior, I've come to thank you. If it wasn't for you, I would have long since passed away. Zhu Lan also directly knelt down. What's all this for? Not moving is kneeling. Yinan hurriedly helped Zhu Lan up again. What's wrong? Yinan looked at Yuan. Hearing Yinan's words, Zhu Lan told everything she had encountered. After Yinan heard this, he realized why Zhu Lan was so excited to see him. Seeing the several people chatting so happily, the scruffy old Taoist on the side was somewhat speechless. All 3 of Yinan ignored him. Yinan had also noticed the abnormality of the scruffy old Taoist a long time ago. Only, Yinan was a bit disgusted. It's just so dirty all over. At first Yinan thought that the disciple the system was talking about was Zhu Lan. A glance at the direct system panel directly rendered Yinan speechless. After all this time, it's this scruffy old man, a lousy old man who was older than him by I don't know how much. As his disciple? It's exciting to think about, but it's just a disciple, not a wife. So it's okay to be a little older and uglier. We'll talk later. I have more important things to do right now. Yinan looked toward Bai Ling and Zhu Lan. Something more important? Master, do you want me to help? Bai Ling was quite knowledgeable. No need. Yinan shook his head, then looked at the sloppy old Taoist again, just sizing him up. For a while, the scruffy old Taoist's scalp was numb from the look, and it seemed that all over his body, he was being looked at by Yinan. Seeing that Yinan was actually interested in the scruffy old man, Bai Ling was also ready to rush forward to explain. But before Bai Ling could say anything, Yinan took the lead and asked the scruffy old Taoist, "What's your name? What are you doing here?" Although Yinan already knew the information about the scruffy old man, it didn't stop him from asking again. Just wanted to see if old Dirk was honest. Tum Bachin, have come to seek Elder's chance. Without knowing why, the scruffy old Taoist just directly explained all of his name and his intentions. Curtin Bachin always felt that this Qi refining realm in front of him gave him a kind of oppressive force if nothing else. That kind of feeling, straight to the heart, so that he did not dare to lie. Chapter 73, Third Successful Disciple Acceptance. Hearing Tum Bachin's words, Yinan also nodded in satisfaction and said to himself, still quite honest, Elder, I heard that you like food. This is a demonic beast that I carefully selected on the way. Please smile. Tum Bachin was a diligent one. For the brief contact he just had, he wouldn't dare doubt Nans again. The young man in front of him with a mouth full of foam was absolutely terrifying in strength. That's how Tomb Northstar felt. Well, you're quite filial. Yinan looked at Tomb Bachin with satisfaction. Hearing Yinan's words, Tomb Bachin froze, but he didn't dare say anything more. Yinan also just looked young. In his opinion, did not know how old, just too high cultivation. The appearance did not change much. For Yinan's chi refining realm's aura, in Tomb Bachin's opinion, it was Yinan who was pretending. Still, there was still some minor resentment in the back of my mind. However, Yinan's next sentence made the crowd just flabbergasted, especially Tomb Bachin. Are you willing to be my disciple? Yinan looked at Mu Bachin expressionlessly. Ha! Tomb Bachin froze, thinking he had heard wrong. Senior, you're taking him as your disciple? Bai Ling also looked at Yinan incredulously. After Gu Chen heard this, he also walked out from the kitchen. At this moment, everyone was looking oddly at Tomb Bachin. I've brought back a disciple for master? Bai Ling was a bit dazed as if he was dreaming. Hearing Bai Ling's question, Yinan said in a good-natured manner, naturally, when has master ever lied to you? Hearing Yinan's words of certainty, Tomb Bachin's people were dumbfounded, and more than that, they were pleasantly surprised. He wasn't as vigilant as Bai Ling and Gu Chen had been before. Puff! Tomb Bachin directly knelt down, and the silky smoothness of his movements made a few people look at him. Yinan had thought that it would also take a bit of effort like before. Seeing so consciously Tomb Bachin, Yinan was also relieved. It just saved him a lot of effort. Disciple Tomb Bachin, greetings to master. Tomb Bachin directly kowtowed several times in a row. Tomb Bachin didn't have so many preoccupations. At a glance Yinan was stronger than him, and there was no shame in worshipping someone who was stronger than himself as a teacher. What's more, one was originally here to seek opportunities. Now that he had worshipped the master and was better able to speak, Tomb Bachin couldn't wait to be happy. Alright, get up. Yinan hurriedly helped Tomb Bachin up. Actually, Yinan was still a bit disgusted, mainly because Tomb Bachin was too sloppy. He really wouldn't have taken it if he hadn't been chosen by the system. Linglong, you take this little senior brother of yours to choose a few feats of magic and treasures or something. Yinan looked at Linglong again. Linglong on one side was a bit odd and looked at Tomb Bachin. You come with me. Seeing a 7 or 8-year-old senior sister, Tomb Bachin was a bit odd, but he still honestly said, many thanks senior sister. I'm your big senior sister. He's your second senior brother. Linglong led the way while explaining Bai Ling and Gu Chen to Tomb Bachin. After hearing Linglong's words, Tomb Bachin was stunned and looked at Linglong incredulously. He didn't expect that Linglong, such a small child, was actually a senior sister. It was something he hadn't expected, but he didn't ask anything more. There must be something special about being able to worship under Yinan. It's inside. Go in and choose yourself. Linglong pointed out to Tomb Bachin, the room where the feats and magic treasures were stored. Alright, many thanks to senior sister for leading the way. Tomb Bachin still bowed to Linglong. Cultivation world, between masters and disciples, regardless of age, only on seniority. Just as Tomb Bachin was about to enter the room and choose a merit treasure, Linglong suddenly remembered something and looked at Tomb Bachin with a serious face. When you go in, don't scream. It's noisy. Grave Northstar. Screaming? Why would I scream indiscriminately? Tomb Bachin was a bit puzzled in his heart. Only after seeing Linglong leave did Tomb Bachin slowly walk into the room where the gongfu was placed. But Tomb Bachin, who had just entered, instantly froze. Tomb Bachin directly covered his own mouth. He now knew why Linglong told him not to scream after he came in. So many merit laws? Tomb Bachin looked at the scrolls of merit laws piled into a small mountain in the room, and his person went numb. He's never seen so many in his life. No longer hesitating, he hurriedly flipped through those merit laws that emitted streams of light. As for those that didn't have streams of light, he didn't even bother to look at them. With so many feats in front of us, surely we must look at the best. When Tomb Bachin opened the first volume, his mind was instantly like a bolt from the blue. Emperor-level technique. Tomb Bachin's hands were trembling. He raised his eyes and looked around the room again. There are quite a few other such scrolls similar to the one in your own hand. Holy, what kind of place am I coming to? Tomb Bachin couldn't believe what he was seeing. But the next moment, he laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Chance the chance that belongs to me I, Tomb Bachin, didn't expect to have such a day ha ha ha. Linglong, who had just gone out to lie on a small recliner, instantly blackened her face. Well, this time it's not shock, it's turned into ecstasy. Linglong held her small forehead, somewhat helpless. Bai Ling and Gu Chen were used to it, they had experienced it before. Only Yuxian and Zhulan were a bit puzzled. In the usual Yinan's warehouse, without Yinan's permission, Yuxian didn't dare to go. Yuran, there's even less chance. On the contrary, it was Yinan who was still slightly enjoying himself. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting an apprentice, rewarding 10,000 levels of chi refining and unlocking the counterintuitive skill, flying legs. Ding! And reward disciple Tomb Bachin's counterintuitive skill, in the face of a blistering cackle. As long as you shout out the slogan, no matter how fast the other party is, you can maintain a certain distance, and will also increase the distance as the realm improves. The greater the distance. The current distance is 10 meters. Ding! Due to the host's success in accepting disciples for the third time, the cultivation speed of all disciples has been increased and is currently 400 times faster. Hearing what the system had to say, Yinan's face turned blue. Not for anything else, he mostly saw what Scud could do, that is to run so fast that one can be equal to one's corresponding powerhouse. The premise was that he still couldn't fly, he could only run. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Dog system, why don't you just let me fly? Why don't you go run for us sake? Yinan in his heart was just outputting a beating to the system. That angry, so angry that Yinan directly sat on his recliner with one butt. Seeing to Yinan's face, several people were a bit puzzled. Master, what's wrong? Bai Ling was the first to speak, looking at Yinan in confusion. Hey, nothing, just some. Yinan naturally couldn't possibly tell the things that his system had gotten into. Seeing that Yinan didn't want to say anything, Bai Ling's few people didn't dare to ask more. Only Chen was still shuttling back and forth between the room where the magic treasures were stored, and the room where the feats were stored. It was a thrill. It felt like I couldn't choose anything. I wanted to take it all. The graves he had dug all his life were not as good as the 9 cows and 1 hare here in Yinan. Under the entanglement, then there was this extremely unbalanced state of his heart. Chapter 74, Zhulan's Chance. By the way, disciple how did you know that I came to the Yuhua sect? You shouldn't know, right? Yinan looked toward Bai Ling and Zhulan. Senior, I also inquired all the way here. Otherwise I really wouldn't have been able to find it. Bai Ling was somewhat speechless. They still came to Cloud City before they inquired about it, and no one paid attention to Yinan, but Chen had seen a lot of people at the 4-sect competition. This caused both Bai Ling and Zhulan to be a bit surprised. I didn't expect Yinan to actually come to the local clan and be so laid back. It looked like the treatment was pretty good. Senior, are you joining the Yuhua sect? Bai Ling asked, the doubt in his heart. No, I'm just temporarily living in the Yuhua sect. Yinan shook his head, and Chen, who was in the kitchen, frowned and looked at Chen, who was still in the midst of excitement, somewhat speechless, so he dropped his hand and went to the warehouse door. Senior brother have you chosen yet? First said not to be greedy for more. Chen looked at Chen with a smile. It was a smile, but with more than a hint of warning. He was the second senior brother, and Linglong was too young. He had to give these junior siblings, set up the right concepts, and do a good job of taking the lead. Hearing Chen's words was like a pot of cold water poured over his head. Also, how can I be greedy for more? It wouldn't be good if this leaves a bad impression on Master. Chen was also quick to sober up, just got too excited and fell over. Understood second senior brother. Chen was sensible and gave Chen a slight bow. So Chen picked out only an imperial law and a magic treasure, but instead of losing his heart, he was happy. Empyrean law. He had never seen it in his life, let alone possessed it. If this is thrown out, it will surely set off a catastrophe of great proportions. Seeing that Chen was still relatively obedient, Chen nodded in satisfaction. Senior, it's time for breakfast. Chen then shouted to Yinan again. Hearing Chen shout, Linglong was the fastest. The crowd was used to it. Only the Jade Immortal, with her eyes looking towards Yinan's warehouse, was curious as to what was inside. Come on, eat something together, Yinan said to Zhulan and Bai Ling. Soon a group of people all came to the table in the courtyard. Yinan wanted to say something, but could only endure it. Bai Ling, who was sitting next to Zhulan, seemed to see what Zhulan was thinking, but didn't say much. Bai Ling knew that Yinan liked to eat, so she could only finish the meal and personally help Zhulan herself. Along the way she and Yinan were on pretty good terms and sorta became friends. This breakfast didn't last long, and only after finishing his meal did Yinan look at Zhulan. Having just listened to those narrated by Zhulan, Yinan knew what Zhulan had come to find himself for. However, it was quite good that Zhulan knew what she was doing and didn't talk about things at the dinner table, which still made Yinan quite satisfied. Seeing Yinan looking at herself, Zhulan was a bit at a loss for words. Just as Bai Ling was about to speak for Zhulan, Yinan spoke up. What did you come to see me about? Tell me. Hearing Yinan's words, Zhulan was a little embarrassed. She didn't expect Yinan to have seen it long ago, and so, Yinan seemed to have made up his mind and stood up. Puff. Then he directly knelt to Yinan. Senior, I want to worship you as my master and repay your favor. After saying that, Zhulan wanted to kowtow, but the next moment, an invisible, soft force lifted her up, and she couldn't keep her head down. You didn't just come to me to repay a favor, did you? And I can't accept you as my disciple either. Yinan directly picked it out. Hearing Yinan's words, Zhulan just shuddered. Still, It was to be expected. She was that talented. Senior, it's true that I'm repaying the favor, but I also want to learn something from you, so I can have a chance to take revenge later. Zhu didn't hide it either. It can't be helped. The Tao cannot be lightly transmitted. This is the iron law of the cultivation world. Yinan shook his head and directly came to a recliner on the side. But, seeing as you're a friend of my third disciple, how about I give you another piece of wood carving, as well as a volume of techniques and a magic treasure? Yinan looked at Zhu. He could actually just go and help Zhu destroy the Zhu family, but there was no need for that, and he and Yinan had only met on one side. Hearing Yinan's words, Zhu had no extra recourse but to give a grateful salute. Many thanks, Senior. Linglong, go fetch him the Gongfu treasures. Yinan shouted to Linglong, who was on a small recliner on one side. Little Morn, do you hear me? Hurry up and get it out. Linglong Head's eyes didn't even open, lying in the sun. Crowd. Yinan's mouth also twitched. Chen was also speechless, so he could only go to the warehouse to pick it out himself. Zhu didn't have a special physique. He was a normal cultivator. Chen chose whatever feat suited her. When she saw the warehouse that Chen had gone into, Jade Fairy was just shocked. She realized now that it was where Yinan kept his treasures. Yinan is so powerful that the treasures inside. It made Yusen's breath catch, but the fluttering in his heart was soon suppressed. Not to mention Yinan, that black shadow from before would be able to wipe out the Yuhua sect. It seems that we can only try to please Gengzi as much as possible. Jade Fairy wasn't disappointed. After all, the proximity of the water is the first thing to get the moon. A moment later, Chen walked out. Seeing the scroll in Chen's hand with light flowing through it, as well as an ancient longsword, it was impossible to see what was so special about the sword. The others didn't really react. Only Jade Immortal was somewhat curious about what level of weapon and technique this was. Zhu eyes also lit up. This volume of Gongfu seemed to be quite a bit better than the one Yinan had given her before. Here you go. Chen handed something to Zhu. Many thanks, Senior. Zhu didn't open the Gongfu to check it out and immediately put it away. After all, checking it out now would be a distrust of Yinan. Seeing that Zhu directly put it away, Jade Fairy was a bit disappointed. She also wanted to see what kind of Gongfu it was. Here, drink this. It will change your qualifications. Yinan took out another jade bottle and handed it to Zhu, which was also rewarded by the system. Seeing the jade bottle in Yinan's hand, Zhu's hands were shaking with excitement. This was even more exciting than the feat she had just gotten. Changing qualifications. That's her biggest hurdle. Many thanks, Senior. Zhu didn't know what to say and directly gave another knee. Yinan was also a bit speechless, but he didn't bother. Receiving the jade bottle in Yinan's hand, Zhu put it away as if it was a treasure. Well, this matter is over, so you should also go and get ready, right? Yinan continued. Hearing Yinan's words, Zhu also knew that this was Yinan expelling his guests. Then, I'll bid farewell to Senior. After I take my revenge, I'll come back to thank you for your kindness, and I'll have no complaints even if I work as an ox or a horse. After saying that, Zhu turned around and prepared to leave. Yinan didn't care, and directly closed his eyes and started lying down. Chapter 75. Don't you ever take a shower? Miss Bai. See you later. Zhu hugged Bai Ling again. Wait, I'll accompany you. Bai Ling hurriedly called out to Zhu. Hearing Bai Ling's words, Zhu was also stunned. It's no need. I'll just take my own time. Zhu shook her head. After saying that, he also carefully looked at Yinan, who was still lying in the sun with his eyes closed. Not only her, but even Bai Ling, Chen and the others were also cautiously glancing at the unresponsive Yinan. Don't worry, we're friends now. Isn't it proper to help out between friends? This way we can also have a care. Bai Ling's eyes also glowed when she saw Yinan's lack of reaction. So, alright. Zhu's eyes also lit up when she saw that Yinan didn't stop it. She was much safer on her own with the white spirit around. If something really happened, Yinan wouldn't leave Bai Ling alone, and might even take care of her in passing as well. Wait for me, Bai Ling said and ran to Linglong, who was also sunscreened. Bai Ling squatted down and touched Linglong's small hand with both hands smilingly. Eldest sister, give me a small wooden sculpture. Nuwa. Linglong was flattered and opened her eyes, directly taking out 2 wooden carvings and handing them to Bai Ling. Thank you, eldest sister. Bai Ling got up and stroked La Ling's little head. Linglong didn't resist. She knew that she, the eldest sister, was going to go out and get busy again, so she didn't say anything. Bai Ling once again returned to Zhu. Here's one for you. Bai Ling handed Zhu a wooden sculpture. Thank you. Zhu glanced at Yinan again, and it was obvious that this thank you was addressed to Yinan. Without Yinan's acquiescence, she couldn't get it. Let's go. Bai Ling directly pulled the somewhat reluctant Zhu away. It was not until the 2 figures disappeared that Yinan slowly opened his eyes. Senior, didn't you say you wouldn't help? Chen walked up at this time somewhat puzzled. I didn't help. The one who helped was your senior sister. What does it have to do with me? Yinan gave Gu Chen a blank look. Gu Chen, only Jade Immortal and Taming, who were on the side, looked thoughtful in their eyes. What are you worried about? You hurry over here and I'll teach you a secret technique. Yinan looked at the unkempt Taming without any good humor. Hearing Yinan's voice, Taming hurriedly got up. With a flattering face, he rubbed his hands together and came before Yinan, respectfully saying, He. I don't know what secrets master teacher is teaching my disciple. Attach your ears and come here. Yinan directly told Taming all about the secret uses. At first it was fine, but gradually, Taming's face darkened. This is the secret? Sure, it's not you playing tricks on me, master. Taming was somewhat speechless in his heart. On the contrary, it was Gu Chen, who was on the side, who was a bit eager to try. Calm down. His secret is not your kind. Yinan glanced at Gu Chen. Hearing Yinan's words, Gu Chen was a bit embarrassed, but in his eyes, the battle intent remained. Yinan was also lazy and directly continued to lie down. Only Taming was a bit puzzled. Listening to Yinan's words, it seemed that these elder sisters and brothers of his, all had such a secret, as if it was still true. Is there such a secret in this world? Unheard of. Taming thought so in his heart. Senior, I want to go out for a walk. Taming looked at Yinan again. The truth is that with this place, too many treasures, he looked at it really cannot help. It is simply torture. As you wish. Yinan was simple and clear. Getting Yinan's consent, Taming was instantly relieved. He thought that Yinan would not allow him to leave, so he smiled and hemmed again and headed for Linglong. He had seen Bai Ling's movements clearly before. Wood carving. This is the biggest reason why he came here. What he did not expect is that he actually got a greater creation. Linglong, who was sunbathing with her eyes closed, suddenly frowned, because her little nose picked up a sour odor. Linglong curiously opened her eyes and saw Taming who was coming towards her. Linglong instantly stretched out her small hand and said, Stop. Taming was stunned by Linglong's shout, but he still stopped. Eldest sister, what's wrong? Taming was uncertain. Don't you even take a bath? Linglong looked at Taming without any good humor. At this moment, Yu Xian and Gu Chen, even Yinan could not hold it in and almost laughed out loud. Before, they were saving face for Taming, but Linglong wasn't so mindful. Hearing Linglong's words, Taming was also a bit embarrassed. Big, senior sister, there's something I want to tell you. Taming's old face blushed. Alright, just stand there and say it. Linglong immediately stopped Taming. I want a wooden sculpture. Taming could only stand a few meters away and shout. Whoosh! As soon as Taming's words fell, a small wooden sculpture was thrown over by Linglong. Here you go, hurry up. Linglong waved her small hand impatiently. Alright, picking up the small wooden sculpture, Taming jumped up and left. Seeing that Taming had left, Linglong's small face was suffocating red, having just been holding her breath. It's only now that I'm taking a few big breaths. And Jade Fairy, who was on the side, was also curious. Why do all these disciples of Yinan want these wood carvings? She just felt it. It's just an ordinary wood carving. Of course, this was just her senses. Yinan was so powerful. What was in his hands was definitely not as simple as what he saw. Yinan is a typical example. She also wanted to ask Linglong for one, but she wasn't Yinan's disciple and didn't dare to ask. I don't know. Why doesn't this Chu family come looking for trouble anymore? It's still a bit boring. Yinan muttered in a low voice. However, Gu Chen didn't hear it because he went to prepare lunch. On the other side, the two women stopped to rest in a mountainous area. It was no one else but Bai Ling and Julan. Sister Julan, let's see what kind of gong method master teacher gave you. Bai Ling directly changed her words. Julan was older than her. Calling her sister was nothing. Okay, Sister Bai Ling. Julan also nodded. She was also curious about what kind of gongfu weapon Yinan had given her. Whoosh! Julan took out the gongfu and the ancient sharp sword. Yiran was the first to open the gongfu. However, just at the moment of opening the gong method, it seemed that the space around the two women was somewhat distorted, but it was only for a moment. The two women didn't feel much. When it was fully opened, both women were stunned. What shocked Bai Ling wasn't the feats, but she also didn't expect Yinan would give Julan a merit law of this level. Emperor level? The Geranians were dumbfounded. If it wasn't for Bai Ling on the side holding her up, Julan would have just sat down on the ground. Sister Bai Ling, just where exactly is Senior? Under the blankness of her brain, Julan subconsciously asked. Just after reacting, Yiran regretted it. However, Bai Ling didn't care, but thought seriously. I don't know. Master has always been at the cultivation level of the Qi refining realm, and I can't tell. Chapter 76, Yiran's Metamorphosis. As for the sword, it didn't feel like much to look at, and Bai Ling and Julan couldn't see anything either. Sister Julan, drink the medicine that can change your qualifications that Master gave you. Let's see the effect. Bai Ling reminded again. Hearing Bai Ling's words, Julan became even more expectant. If Yinan was able to give an emperor-level technique, then this medicinal liquid must be extraordinary as well. Taking out the jade bottle, Julan's hands were trembling, because, next thing you know, her life could change. Seeing Julan's appearance, Bai Ling felt some emotion and empathy. She was also very desperate when she was stripped of her spiritual roots and her foundation was ruined. Luckily, God didn't give up on her and let her meet Yinan. Without further hesitation, Yinan uncorked the bottle and drank it down. The moment she drank the medicinal liquid, Yinan felt uncomfortable all over. Even the body began to emit white smoke, unbearably hot. Inside her, it was like her blood was turning over and boiling. Although it was hard, Yinan felt his mind becoming clearer and clearer. Quickly sit down and digest this medicinal liquid. Bai Ling also knew that this was the medicinal effect working. As for the abnormalities in Julan's body, in Bai Ling's opinion, they were all normal phenomena. Hearing Bai's words, Julan also reacted in a hurry and immediately meditated to carry out the refining of the medicinal liquid. As hard as this process was, she didn't grunt and had nothing but joy in her heart. Just as Julan began to refine, the vision regenerated. The sky suddenly dimmed. The entire sky was roaring with lightning. However, these lightning bolts didn't look like normal lightning bolts, but some ghostly colored thunder, like chains coming from the nine hells. Not only that, a phoenix covered in medieval fire gradually formed above Julan's head, constantly hovering above his head. All these visions made Bai Ling's face look horrified. What exactly is the medicinal liquid that Master Teacher gave to Sister Julan? Bai Ling couldn't believe it. As for the Yuhua sect, Yinan and Jade Fairy and the others had noticed the vision in the sky. This is, Jade Immortal's face was puzzled. Her strength was limited and she couldn't see anything, not to mention the Jade Immortal. Even the Jade escapees in the Jade Flower sect's main hall had a puzzled look on their faces. Only Yinan indifferently looked toward the sky and said, "It seems, the effect is not bad." At the same time, somewhere, in a magnificent palace, within a large hall, a meditating crone instantly opened her eyes. This is, the scent of the 9 underworld phoenix. The old woman's body trembled. It was agitated. Whoosh! In the next moment, several majestic figures appeared in front of the crone, both male and female. Greetings to the Supreme Elder. Several figures slowly bowed to the old woman. Unbelievable. It has been tens of thousands of years since this kind of physique has appeared. I didn't expect it to appear today. The old crone spoke to herself as if she hadn't heard the salute of several people. Hearing the old crone's words to herself, the several figures below also had puzzlement and shock in their eyes. They had just sensed it as well, which was why they had quickly come to have an audience with the crone. Stygian read. The crone finally spoke. Taishang Elder, please command. One of them, dressed in green clothes, a majestic beautiful woman, responded respectfully. You personally go and invite that one back. Remember, it's to invite, not to be forceful. No matter what conditions she comes up with, you have to agree. She is the hope of our 9 Spectres clan. You, understand? The old crone looked sternly at Hei Hong. Hei Hong understands. Hei Hong bowed slightly, then turned to leave. Supreme Elder, this matter, will the other forces also notice? The majestic man in the lead of them looked at the old crone worriedly. It shouldn't be. This kind of physique appears and can only be detected by our 9 Spectres clan. The old woman hesitated for a moment, but still said, but, what you said is also reasonable. Not afraid of 10,000, just afraid of the unexpected. You pay more attention. Understood. Whoever dares to hit that person's idea, I will definitely make him splatter his blood over 3,000 Li. The majestic man leading the group said with a fierce look on his face. And on the other side, at this point, Yinan had reached the final stage, and the vision in the sky disappeared. Ka-ching! Just as Yinan was about to end his absorption, it was like something shattered inside Yinan. And then the next moment, Julan's realm, from the realm of spirit gathering at the beginning, came directly to the realm of Yuan gathering the elements 1, 2, 5 times. It directly came to the second level of the pioneer realm before stopping. This, not to mention Julan, even Bai Ling was stunned. Finally, Julan finally couldn't hold back, a line of clear tears running down her cheeks. All these years, she seemed to be in the limelight, but the grievances in her heart were unspeakable. Until this moment, it was all released. Congratulations, Sister Julan. Now you've got a realm that surpasses mine. Bai Ling smiled. She didn't envy it. As far as her cultivation speed was concerned, the pioneer realm was also very fast. Sister Bai Ling, if it wasn't for Senior, I wouldn't have been able to get rid of the shackles. Julan's eyes became even more reverent towards Yinan. The only regret was not being able to become Yinan's disciple. But the next moment, the loss in her eyes disappeared. I will definitely strive to follow Bai Senior's side. This is my goal in the future. Zhulan secretly swore in his heart. Let's go to the Zhu family, Zhulan said to Bai Ling with a cold look in his eyes. Bai Ling didn't say anything, just nodded and left with Zhulan. It was just that the two of them didn't know that the commotion made by Zhulan had alarmed the attention of many forces around them. Even forces thousands of miles away took notice. There are forces that don't know what that means. But this kind of vision, it's definitely not simple. It won't appear out of nowhere. Of course there are some individual forces that are stronger and just generally understood. There were also some reclusive old monsters that knew even better. What this meant, the heavens will be in chaos. This life is destined to be extraordinary. Thousands of miles away, on a mountain, in front of a simple wooden house, an immortal old man smiled. Master, what does this mean? If it's any more extraordinary, can it be as powerful as you? A 17 or 18-year-old teenager next to the old man said in disbelief. What do you know? You're still too young. The only thing you have to do now is to grab the strength. Otherwise, even for the teacher, I'm afraid that by then, the old man was still smiling, as if he was joking. The teenager was still a bit confused and could only nod half-heartedly. Well, it's time for us to go out for a walk. The old man slowly got up. When the sidewalked-out teenager heard this, his eyes just lit up. He's been on this mountain all these years, and has long wanted to see the outside world. Just as the teenager was thinking that, he then felt himself being lifted up by a soft force. The old man took one step, and space emitted a ripple. Whoosh! Then, it directly turned into a stream of light and flew into the distance. Chapter 77, Geese pulling out hairs, not leaving a single hair behind. In a flash, several more days passed. At this moment, in the middle of the Chu family's hall, there were already quite a few people seated, but the one sitting in the first seat was not someone from the Chu family. Instead, it was an extremely bewitching man who was even still embracing left and right. With the middle of the hall, the serious Chu family crowd was out of place, but for this demonic man's behavior, the Chu family's crowd could only laugh and agree. Only the Chu family head had a somewhat stiff smile on his face, because one of the women that the gorgeous man was embracing left and right was none other than his wife. The most crucial thing was that her lady wasn't uncomfortable at all. Instead, she was very cooperative and happy with the demonic man. Well, everyone's here, right? Let's get down to business then, the demonic man said carelessly. My lord, the people are all ready. When will we travel to exterminate the Yuhua sect? Chu family head Chu Tian respectfully said, for the madam who was constantly making winks at him. Chu Tian just had the corners of his mouth twitching. Asterisk 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 asterisk. When this one leaves, see if I don't get you killed. Chu Tian could only be so pissed off in his heart. Good, since everyone is here, let's set off. The demonic man directly got up. When he got up, he didn't forget to pick Lady Chu Tian's chin and said, Beauty, when I come back from destroying the Yuhua sect, I'll pamper you. Good, I'll wait for your excellency's triumphant return. Lady Chu Tian also responded with a delicate voice. Chu Tian was unable to listen to it anymore, and directly went out and waited. The heart was so angry that the head was green. The rest of the Chu family elders were all giving Chu Tian odd glances from time to time. Noticing these looks, Chu Tian's heart became even harder. On the surface, however, the majestic state of the head of the family was maintained. In Chu Tian's opinion, as long as he was able to improve his strength and make the Chu family go further, a woman was just a woman. So don't want it. Chu Tian's current strength had all come to the earthly Shin realm, and the rest of the elders were all clear of the solid realm. As for the demonic man, everyone calls him Demon Mistress, a Tianxian realm powerhouse. Depart, Chu Tian shouted, and the Chu family's group of powerful people set off in great numbers. Only some weaker elders and clansmen were left behind, but, even so, the forces around them did not dare to act rashly. Their Chu family had sent several waves of people to the Yuhua sect in succession, one stronger than the other, but they hadn't returned each time. This made Chu Tian very upset, and even Demon Charm felt that she couldn't hang on to her face. So, this time, Demon Charm was prepared to take matters into her own hands and completely crush the Yuhua sect. Just a few hours after the demonic charm left, the two figures also arrived at the Zhu family's sphere of influence. It was none other than Bai Ling and Zhulan. At this moment, the two women were on top of a very high mountain peak. You can basically see roughly where the Zhu family is. Sister Zhulan, is this the Zhu family you're talking about? Why do I feel dead? Bai Ling looked at the Zhu family, which didn't seem to have many people in it, and was a bit puzzled. At this time, Zhulan was also puzzled. In the past, the Zhu family was full of people coming and going, with strict guards. What's going on today? There don't seem to be many people. I don't know what's going on. It wasn't like this before. Let's get closer to explore, Yinan said to Bai Ling. Just like that, the two of them quietly approached the Zhu family. And in the underground of the Zhu family, at this time, there is an industrious and scruffy old man, who is puffing and digging a hole. Who else but Northstar? He had also heard before that Zhu Lan and Bai Ling would be coming to the Shu family, so he came early. In Tomb Baichen's opinion, the Shu family was being targeted by the White Spirit and would have to be destroyed sooner or later, so he had come early to collect the treasures. As for Bai Ling and Zhu Lan, their faces were unsightly at this moment, looking at one of the Zhu family members lying on the ground in front of them. This was a fallen Zhu family member they had just captured. Not very strong, but the two White Spirit girls had gotten a message from this Shu family. That's all the strongest members of the Shu family, all going to the Yuhua sect. They gave it a miss. That's right, not only was it the Chu family, even the Shu family had set off, heading to the Yuhua sect to ask for someone. After many inquiries, the Shu family had heard that Zhu Lan was in contact with a person named Yinan, who was at the Yuhua sect. For what Jumming said, the wooden sculpture could turn into a human and killed his protector? In the view of the Zhu clan's strongest members, it was bull *******, and they all thought that it was the Yuhua sect that had made the move. In a fit of anger, he even directly confined Zhu Ming. Sister Bai Ling, what can we do about this? Zhu Lan was a bit at a loss for words. Zhu Lan didn't expect that because of himself. He had actually brought such trouble to the Yuhua sect. Sister Zhu Lan, don't worry, the Yuhua sect has my master teacher in charge, and the Zhu family can't turn over any waves. Bai Ling hurriedly comforted Zhu Lan. But, Zhu Lan also knew that Yinan's mighty strong, and the Zhu family definitely couldn't do anything about Yinan. But because of her, she had added so much trouble to Yinan, which made her heart feel bad. What she was actually most worried about was adding some bad impression to Yinan because of these things. This made it much more difficult for her to contact Yinan in the future. It didn't matter to herself. If she harmed Bai Ling, she would die without forgiving herself. Sister Zhu Lan, things have already happened, so don't think too much about it. Take advantage of the fact that the Shu family's experts are all gone right now. You should hurry up and go kill all the people who bullied you, Bai Ling said with a solemn face. Hearing Bai Ling's words, Zhu Lan's face also changed. Now was indeed a good time for her to strike. Without further words, the two women slowly sneaked into the Chu family, and in the middle of the Chu family's burial mound, Tomb Baichen, while digging a grave, joyfully collected rags. It's better to have a sense of accomplishment when you get it with your own hands. I really can't digest those treasures of my master, Tomb Baichen muttered with a smile. In no time, the ancestral graves of the Shu family were all pried up by Tomb Baichen. Everything inside, even if it's worth a single coin, is looted. After digging the grave, Tomb Baichen went straight to the Zhu clan's treasure trove again, still skillfully maneuvering. After arriving at the Zhu clan's treasury, then there was a scavenging. Some of the bricks that looked like they could be worth something were just pried up. It's a real goose and a gander. And at that moment, Bai Ling and Zhu Lan, too, rushed to the Zhu family, quietly at first. No one has noticed yet. I didn't expect. There were still elders not weaker than the pioneer realm guarding inside, and they actually found them. Humph, you guys really know how to pick the right time. I didn't expect you to find your way back. That elder looked at Zhu Lan with a murderous aura. Humph, you guys tried to kill me by all means. Since you guys are heartless, then don't let me disown all 6 of you. Zhu Lan also angrily rebuked that elder with red eyes. Boom! Zhu Lan's breath erupted, and his cultivation of the 2nd level of the pioneer realm was completely exposed. What? Your cultivation? This? How is it possible? After sensing Zhu Lan's cultivation level, that elder man was dumbfounded. How long has it been? The mediocrely talented Zhu Lan has now actually become a pioneer realm powerhouse. Chapter 78, Home Stolen. Nothing is impossible. Are you guys now regretting not getting rid of me earlier? Zhu Lan looked at this elder in front of him and mocked. That's right. In the beginning, it was the patriarch who thought of a trace of kinship towards you, so you could only survive until now. The old man was angry while also having some regrets in his heart. He regretted that he shouldn't have expelled Yinan in the first place, but it's too late to say anything now. Humph, you thought that you broke through the pioneer realm and took advantage of the absence of the strongest members of the clan? The current you does surprise me, but it's not enough. The old man returned to his thoughts and looked at Zhu Lan with disdain. It's in the Zhu family now. Even if your strength has increased greatly, it's not that easy to chew on, the old man added. Then try. After saying that, Zhu Lan was the one whose aura exploded. The strong aura of the Pioneer Valley realm caused the surrounding Zhu family members who had surrounded him to all retreat back and forth. So powerful. Even Zhu Lan himself was astonished. This was the first time she had experienced this level of power yet. Even Bai Ling, who was on the side, was slightly shocked. This power. It was several times more powerful than her 9th level of the Origin Gathering realm. But, she felt that she could fight with the Xian Ice Spirit Root. Seeing that Zhu Lan made a move, that elder was no different, directly exploding his aura to confront Zhu Lan. Sister Bai Ling, the rest of the people are in your hands. I'll leave this old thing to me. Zhu Lan looked toward Bai Ling. Okay, No problem, leave it to me. Bai Ling was also filled with a murderous aura. She knew that none of the people in this Shu family were any good, so killing them was just as good as killing them. After that incident, Bai Ling hated this type of people the most. The experts of the clan had all left, leaving only the old man a strong man. The rest of the Zhu family members who rushed up were no match for Bai Ling. It was basically one sword at a time, and when it came to killing, Bai Ling was not soft at all. It was like facing one's enemy, even if it was one of Yuran's clansmen. I also wonder if it was Yuran, who hadn't yet adapted to the current power of the realm. He was actually just fighting the old man to a draw, but the power of each strike was making the old man's heart tremble, and was actually several times more powerful than him. If it wasn't for the fact that he had quite a bit more combat experience than Yuran, he would have already fallen. He didn't dare to pick up Yuran's power and could only rely on dexterity to defuse it. And Zhu Lan also found herself in a situation where she directly promoted 2 realms in a row, and before she even had time to go and adapt, she directly came to seek out the Zhu family. For a while, Zhu Lan couldn't do anything about the old man, and Tum Beichen, who was about to leave after already scavenging the treasures, had his ears twitched. There seems to be a fight outside? Tum Beichen also hurriedly put away his treasures and quietly came outside. Seeing the Zhu family, which was already in a mess, Tum Beichen was a bit puzzled. It was only after seeing Bai Ling and Zhu Lan, who were killing it big time, that he understood. It looks like they won't be able to take down the Zhu family for a while. Do you want me to go and help? Tum Beichen pondered, and while Bai Ling was fighting, he accidentally glanced at Tum Beichen, who was hiding in a corner, and then just froze. However, in the next moment, Bai Ling's mouth smiled. Senior brother, why are you still hiding? Quickly go help sister Zhu Lan. Bai Ling wasn't afraid that Zhu Lan wouldn't be able to beat him, but mainly because she didn't want the night to be too long, so she hurriedly exterminated the Zhu family, and she still had to go back to help Yinan. Although Yinan was not afraid of the Zhu family, as a disciple, he definitely had to go back to help, even if it was just to make up the numbers. Holy, I hit it so well that you could see it. Senior sister? Tum Beichen was still considering whether or not to help, but he was discovered. But that's okay. Seeing an old man suddenly appear, a portion of the Zhu family directly rushed towards Tum Beichen. One didn't need to look to know that the old man who had just come out was in league with the White Spirit. Bai Ling and the others are not easy to deal with, but an old man is still a handful? Seeing the Zhu family members rushing towards him, Tum Beichen glanced at them with disdain. With a direct wave of his hand, the strong force formed a wave of air that just swept out. Those Zhu family members who rushed over were directly lifted out before they could react. Some were directly killed on the spot under the strike. Smoke billowed up and everyone was confused. Upon reacting, all of them retreated farther. Even Zhu Lan and the old man of the Zhu clan, who were fighting, were instantly stunned and even stopped fighting. When she saw Tum Beichen's Zhu Lan, her eyes instantly just lit up. Only the face of the Zhu clan's old man was unusually ugly, and there was still fear spreading in his heart. That random strike just now had actually, it made it impossible for him to rise up against it. At this point, the Zhu clan's old man no longer wanted to continue fighting. The moment Tum Beichen appeared, he was ready to run. No longer hesitating, the Zhu clan's old man quickly fled. Want to run? Tum Beichen smiled disdainfully, directly stretching out his own hands covered in dirt and grime. He grabbed in the direction where the old man from the Zhu clan had fled. The Zhu clan's old man, who was running away, felt that the debris and dirt around him, as if pulled by something, gathered towards him. Whoosh! The rubble and dirt were growing, already covering the old man's surroundings, and it soon gathered into a small mountain-like mass, trapping him within it. Elder, spare my life. At this moment, the Zhu clan's old man, which still had his previous spiritedness, was directly scared to the point that his legs were soft. Hey, in terms of burying people, when I say second, no one dares to say first. Mo Beichen simply ignored the old man's pleas for mercy, straight up with both hands. Boom! The broken rocks and dirt around the old man merged instantly. The old man then didn't even let out a miserable scream, and was directly drowned to death in the middle of the small mountain. A moment later, Tum Beichen withdrew his palm and looked at an additional mound-like hill in the distance. Tum Beichen nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. At this moment, the surrounding Zhu family members looked at Tum Beichen as if they were seeing the devil. Directly they all threw away their armor and all fled far away from the Zhu family. Don't let them escape. Bai Ling knew the truth that if you don't get rid of the grass, it will grow again in the spring. Don't worry, they can't run away. Tum Beichen hemmed and hawed. Then once again, he raised his own hands and kept waving them. Rumble! One strong aura after another struck out from Tum Beichen's hands. At this moment, the entire Zhu family, no matter if it was a person or a building, would explode when touched. At this moment, miserable screams, cries for help, resounded continuously. Yinan just quietly watched the scene unfold. She actually didn't want to be like this. Even if the family expelled her, she still had compassion in her heart and didn't want to completely turn her back on the Zhu family. However, After being hunted down again and again, Yinan gave up. In the eyes of these people, there is only profit in themselves. So what's the harm in destroying this kind of family? Maybe. Still did a good thing. And in an attic, a young man was struggling to fend off the beams that kept smashing down, as well as the bricks and tiles. He is none other than the imprisoned Zhu Ming, but it was still impotent. Not only was the Great Hall collapsing, but even the surrounding mountains and rocks were rolling down. It also didn't take long for Zhu Ming to exhaust his strength and was eventually smashed alive. Chapter 79. I'm a good fighter. The main reason why Taming went straight for the slaughter was because he didn't want Zhulan to do it himself. After all is said and done, these are Yiran's people. It was not until the roaring stopped that Taming stopped his hands. Finish fighting and call it a day. I'll leave first. Taming said to the two Bai Ling girls. You're not going back to sea? Help out? Bai Ling looked at Taming. What's the point of going back? I'm too lazy to run around. Just these little caramels aren't enough for a slap from master. It's useless for me to go back. Taming gave Bai Ling a look without any good humor. Hearing Taming's words, Bai Ling was just speechless. Forget it, I don't care about you. I'm going back first. Bai Ling was also too lazy to bother with Taming and directly turned around with Zhulan to leave. Seeing the silhouettes of the two women leaving, Taming shook his head and said, it's superfluous. Soon, Taming also left, leaving only the Zhu family in ruins. At this moment, the Zhu family's crowd of powerful people did not know that their home had been stolen, still rushing in the direction of the Yuhua sect. At this time, the Zhu family's crowd had already arrived at Cloud City. Patriarch, I always feel something is wrong in my heart. At this time, an elder came to the Zhu clan patriarch who was leading the way, somewhat alarmed. You feel that way too? I thought I was the only one who had it. Zhu Kong was a bit surprised. Yeah, we have that feeling too. At this moment, a group of elders behind them all came to Zhu Kang's side, and they were all talking at once. Hearing all the elders saying the same thing, Zhu Kong frowned a little. One or two is fine. All of them, it means something is really going on. But as far as he could tell, he couldn't think of anything going on. As for the Zhu family, as long as they weren't dead, no one should dare to mess around with the forces surrounding the square circle. Strange, what the hell is going on? Zhu Kong frowned and thought. Just as the Zhu family members were racking their brains, a voice interrupted their thoughts. Are you Zhu Kong of the Zhu family? Zhu Tian frowned at the Zhu Kong crowd. Although the Zhu family was not as powerful as the Zhu family, it was still considered a family that could be in the eye of the beholder. Seeing the vast group of people from the Zhu clan, Zhu Kang's crowd was also startled. Zhu Kong also recognized Zhu Tian's crowd at a glance. As for the demonic charm that led the way, the Zhu family hadn't seen it before, but to be able to stand in front of Zhu Tian meant that it was also a deep status. Zhu Kong greets all the lords. Zhu Kong didn't dare to be slow and directly bowed respectfully. The rest of the Zhu family elders followed suit. Aha! What are you guys doing here? Zhu Tian looked at Zhu Kang's crowd. My lord, we are here. Zhu Kong didn't hide anything and directly told everything. Hearing Zhu Kang's words, Zhu Tian's crowd was also stunned. Ha 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 ha, good. It's just as well that both of our families have exterminated the Yuhua sect together. Zhu Tian just laughed maniacally a few times. As for demon charm, he didn't care at all and didn't say a word. Then, the two clans set off towards the Yuhua sect in great numbers once again. The movements of the Zhu and Chu families, however, had just arrived in Cloud City and were learned of by the Yuhua sect's higher-ups. In the first instance, Yuez arrived at the southern peak, not even bothering to hold the sect assembly. The Chu family and the Zhu family joining forces was not something that he, the Yuhua sect, could fight against. One could only come to Yinan for help. However, Yinan had no feeling at all about the upcoming storm, and he continued to lie down normally. Senior. Just as Yinan was lying comfortably, Jade Easy-san's urgent voice sounded. Upon hearing Yuez's voice, Yinan slowly opened his eyes and looked at Yuez in puzzlement. What's wrong with you again? Elder, the Chu family has come to our door. Not only that, even the Chu family has come. Yuez was in a hurry. If you're here, you're here. But the next moment, Yinan reacted. What the hell? The Chu family has come to the door? The Jade Immortal on the side was also taken aback. That Chu family is that power again. Ha! Yinan suddenly wondered. Elder, it's that Chu family of Miss Shulan. The Jade Immortal on the side was the one who spoke up. Oh, so it's that Chu family. But, why did they come to the Yuhua sect if they didn't go looking for Shulan? Yinan was a bit puzzled. He remembered that he hadn't messed with the Zhu family. I reckon it's because of Miss Yuran. Jade Fairy spelled out her general guess. In that case, that's possible. Yinan stroked his chin and nodded. Just seeing Gu Chen, who was still busy in the kitchen, Yinan was a bit surprised. He had thought that Gu Chen would have abnormal mood swings when he heard about the Chu family, as he had before. As a result, Gu Chen acted as if he hadn't heard it, tidying up the dishes in the kitchen. In fact, it wasn't that Gu Chen didn't have fluctuations within his heart, but mainly in front of Yinan. he couldn't afford to have an attack. Coupled with this period of time to meditate and nourish his chi, his heart was not as restless as it was before. Hatred, just report it. There is no need to deliberately show it. Oh little Chen, come out. Don't be busy. The time for your revenge has come. Yinan shouted to Gu Chen, who was busy working. Okay, master. Gu Chen also tidied up and hurriedly walked out. Jade Immortal and Jade Easy Sun, who were on the side, were a bit puzzled, because, from Yinan's words, Gu Chen seemed to have a story. Little Chenzi, do you need my help? Ling Long, who was on a small recliner on the side, came with such a rare remark. This, Gu Chen was a bit surprised. Not only Gu Chen, Yu Xian and Yu Zhanzi, even Yinan looked at Linglong with some surprise, because, apart from Yinan, no one had even seen Linglong make a move. Why are you guys looking at me like that? I'm a very capable fighter. Linglong swung her small fist. Not to mention, Linglong's words were so decisive. Jade Immortal and Jade Escape Sun, as well as Gu Chen, were all a bit shocked and uncertain. Not to mention, they really did believe it a bit. The main thing was that the people around Yinan didn't seem to be simple. Hey, whatever, you take Linglong with you, just clean up those small caramels as an experience. Those big caramels, I'll clean them up. Yinan casually waved his hand. Upon hearing Yinan's words, both Jade Immortal and Jade Prosperity Z's eyelids jumped. The strength of the Chu family, which currently appeared to be a bit of a mutation, might have the presence of an Earthshian realm powerhouse, but in Yinan's eyes, it's little Karami and big Karami. At the same time, their hearts were relieved. The fact that Yinan dared to say this showed that Yinan had the confidence to deal with it. Thus, under the leadership of Uez, a group of elders as well as Yu Xian and Gu Chen and Linglong set off. Yinan continue to lie corpse, really is Uez cannot beat. He then shot. Mainly, in the past, I heard Gu Chen say that the Chu family wasn't strong, and the strongest seemed to be only a solid realm powerhouse. If that was the case, Jade Escape would be enough to deal with it. Yinan, however, did not know that in the locked room, in the cracks of the closet, channels of black gas once again filled out. Chapter 80 Battle of the Guardian Clan. I'm going to beat you all to death. The black aura once again coalesced into a man, still with the same red and blue hairstyle, as well as the black suit, and the completely mismatched huge leather shoes, and the clown's face. This time he didn't laugh strangely anymore, but carefully looked at Yinan, who was lying on the recliner outside. No longer hesitating, he quietly walked out the other side. Let's call him the Joker for now. The clown came out and looked at the blazing sun in the sky with some excitement. Grinning, he seemed about to burst out laughing again. It seemed to think of something and immediately covered her mouth again. Little Bead, go out and hang out with this big handsome guy. The clowns didn't open his mouth, but his voice carried. Hearing the clown's words, the Black Flame Demon Monarch in Linglong's pocket just shuddered. Big brother, can I not go? The Black Flame Demon Monarch was also tactful, directly transmitting his voice to the clown. Joker directly tilted his head in the direction of the Black Flame Demon Lord. Just one word almost caused the Black Flame Demon Lord to die on the spot. I'll go. The Black Flame Demon Lord's trembling voice rang out. The clown had just given him a feeling that there was no substantial intimidation though, but he just felt that he was about to die. The kind that too many tits couldn't stop. Big brother, now that the Yuhua sect is about to be besieged, can we wait until things are finished? I still have to protect this little girl's safety. The Black Flame Demon Lord added helplessly. It's hard for him. It's just too hard for him. It's just a bunch of little trash. Why are they so troublesome? The clown was a bit impatient. After saying that, the clown's figure slowly headed in the direction of Linglong and the others, and walking and dancing and posing at the same time. There was also a pink mirror in her hand, and she was looking at it while making hand gestures. If Yinan saw it, he would have to hit hard again. It is really hot eyes. On the other hand, at this time, in front of the Yuhua sect's mountain gate, people from the Yuhua sect had already gathered. Regardless of whether they were disciples or elders, all of them were like enemies. Not long after they gathered, outside the mountain gate, a group of hordes of people came in front of the Yuhua sect's mountain gate. It was none other than the Chu family and the Chu family crowd. Jade Escape Sun, don't come back. Well, Chu Tian looked at Jade Escape Sun and teased. What? Chu Tian, you even dare to hit my Yuhua sect now? Uez naturally did not lose his temper. Ridiculous, you really think my Chu family is still the Chu family of old? Killing my Chu family's people 3 times and accepting my clan's enemies. Do you really think that I don't have anger? Chu Tian gritted his teeth and said, many deeds do not lead to death. You killed someone's entire clan, and you want to kill them all. This kind of bandit behavior, everyone will be executed. Uez was also in a temper. That's just it. I didn't come here to waste words with you. Anyway, your Yuhua sect will be destroyed today. Chu Tian coldly laughed. That's right, You guys are still harboring my clan's rebels. It's really hateful. Shu Kang also jumped out in a hurry, his face filled with righteous indignation. The Chu clan had only come this time to ask the Yuhua sect for someone, but they hadn't expected to run into the Chu clan who was coming to exterminate the Yuhua sect, so it was simply a matter of hugging the Chu family's thighs and having a big vote. Otherwise, relying on his Yu family, he really didn't have the backbone to exterminate the Yuhua sect. As for Gu Chen, he still didn't say a word, but his fists were clenched to death. Chu Tian had long seen Gu Chen, only to directly ignore it. Today, in his opinion, everyone in the Yuhua sect was bound to die, and not a single one would be left behind. Chu family, right? I also know what you're here for, but my Jade Flower sect isn't some cat or dog that can just run wild. Yuez was also coming to a temper, directly comparing the Zhu family to a cat or a dog. When the Zhu family heard such words, they naturally became enraged. Let's see how long you can still be arrogant. At this time, the Shu family, that is the bottom awe. As long as the Yuhua sect was destroyed, although the Chu family was there, they couldn't share anything, even if it was just a bit of soup. It would be enough for his Zhu family to go further. Let's try it then. I'll exterminate both of your families today. With Yinan as his backer, Jade Escape Sun's bottom was full of energy. What a big mouth. At this moment, a voice rang out from the crowd. Hearing this voice, the Chu family and the Zhu family's crowd all hurriedly made a path. Hearing this voice, all the people of the Yuhua sect looked towards the figure that walked out. It was no other than Demon Mistress. Upon seeing this person, Jade Easy frowned, because he couldn't sense the demon charm's aura, and it gave him a very dangerous feeling. Who are you? Yuez looked at the demonic charm. Who am I? You're not qualified to know yet. The Chu family are all my people now. I'm only here to exterminate your Yuhua sect. Just suffer your deaths properly and don't ask much about the rest. Demon Phantom didn't even look at the Yuez crowd in the eyes. Kill for me, Chu Tian roared. Chu Tian had long wanted to make a move, but he just didn't have the permission of the demon charm. Now that he heard the words of the demonic charm, Chu Tian directly waved his hand, and regardless of whether it was the Chu family members or the Zhu family members, they all rushed into the mountain gate of the Yuhua sect. Kill for me. Jade Escaped Sun also raised his arm. At this moment, the Great War started. There were shouts and splashes of blood everywhere, and Chu Tian ran directly towards Yuez. Those elders were the ones who directly killed Gu Chen. Only, they were all stopped by the elders of the Yuhua sect. During this period of time, with Yinan's gong method, all the elders had seen their realms soar, but compared to the Chu family's clear solid realm, it still pulled down a bit, but it can be topped for a while. Gu Chen was like chicken blood at this moment. When they saw the Chu family, they killed them indiscriminately. Those Chu family disciples who came over, or those disciples of the Chu family, were no match for Gu Chen. The one who got the most attention belonged to Linglong, because no one gave up about her, or even said that no one would have the desire to take a shot at her. Seeing that no one around them made a move towards themselves, Linglong's face went black, clenching her small fists and pouting. She looked around angrily. You guys dare to look down on me? I'm going to beat you all to death. After saying that, Linglong took out a small black hammer from her spatial ring, and there were golden lines flowing on it. After Linglong finished speaking, she cupped the hammer handle with both hands and raised it directly above her head. Just in the next moment, the hammer in Linglong's hand instantly skyrocketed. Miso miso miso. The hammer emitted a gurgling buzzing sound, and in a matter of moments, it turned into a giant hammer of more than 10 meters. Those people from the Chu and Zhu clans who were leaning closest instantly saw the scene and were shocked beyond words, but Linglong was in a rage. Would she give them a chance to continue to fret? Smash you all to death, Linglong uttered angrily. Boom! The giant hammer fell, smashing down a large number of people on the spot. A huge hammer-shaped crater directly formed on the ground. Some smashed to death on the spot. There was a loud ringing sound that spread throughout the entire battlefield. Upon seeing Linglong's masterpiece, Gu Chen and the others' eyes jumped. They knew Linglong was definitely not that simple. It's just that this giant hammer, it doesn't go with Linglong at all. It's not a simple hammer at first glance, and for that size, it must be heavy. How Linglong had picked it up with such a small body was what they were wondering, because there was no cultivation fluctuation on Linglong. Chapter 81, Invincible Combination. Linglong's terrifying. Even the Chu family and the Zhu family crowd looked dumbfounded. Take her down for me, Chu Tian shouted to some elders. The Shu clan and the others reacted quickly and rushed up as well. Little cute. All of them could tell that this little girl was a bit odd. This sledgehammer alone was not simple. Maybe it was still a supreme treasure. At this moment, Linglong didn't care what these people were thinking. She was very angry now. Seeing those rushing elders, Linglong directly swung her sledgehammer and directly smashed over. There was still disdain in the eyes of some of the elders who were close by. In their opinion, Linglong was extraordinary, but the main yes should be due to this weapon. The ones who were smashed to death by Linglong before were disciples of their two sects with mediocre cultivation, but they're different. Seeing the huge black and gold hammer that was smashing towards him, some of the headstrong elders directly received it hard. Boom! The giant hammer fell, the powerful force directly on the spot, smashing those elders with iron heads into meat cakes. Seeing this scene, the rest of the people's jaws dropped in shock, but the fighting didn't stop, and some people died on the spot just because they were so distracted. Senior sister, I'll come to your aid. Gu Chen saw Linglong being surrounded and directly rushed up. At this moment, Linglong's tiny body was like a god of war. There was no spiritual energy emanating from each strike, but each fall of the hammer was incomparably strong. Those elders could only attack from afar with their arts. Seeing those spells rushing towards Linglong, Gu Chen's face changed drastically, directly instantly boosting his speed. He quickly blocked in front of Linglong, tightly shielding Linglong behind him. 1, 2, 3 woodies. As soon as Gu Chen's slogan came out, he stood still. Seeing that Gu Chen was so unafraid of death, those elders who launched the attack, especially the Chu clan, were filled with excitement. In the midst of this kind of melee, it would take them a while to kill Gu Chen, but since Gu Chen had sought death on his own, it saved them a lot of time. As long as Gu Chen died, they would have no more worries. Rumble! A powerful spell struck Gu Chen, but the next moment, they were dumbfounded. The moment an attack approached Gu Chen, it shifted directly to the sides. Not only that, some of the Zhu family members or Chu family members in the surroundings were all affected by these attacks, and some of them directly died. How is that possible? An elder exclaimed in shock. Such a strange situation was unheard of for them, but while they were still shocked, a huge hammer fell directly on their bodies. Boom! With another blow, some elders didn't react and became meat cakes again on the spot. Little Chinzi, good job. Linglong looked at Gu Chen with satisfaction. If Gu Chen hadn't just blocked those attacks for her, she wouldn't have been able to resist. Senior sister, go ahead and make your move. I'll be your shield. Gu Chen then simply stood around Linglong. As long as there was a spell attack coming, Gu Chen directly shouted out slogans to protect Linglong, and Linglong just lifted the sledgehammer and slayed. Cluck cluck cluck. Linglong, that was a good fight. It came out laughing. Strange to say, a child that young should be terrified of such a scene, let alone seeing blood. But Linglong was as if she had long been accustomed to it, and hammered people, not soft at all. At this moment, Gu Chen and Linglong's cooperation was like an unbeatable combination. Interesting, these two don't look like they have a lot of secrets on them. It's necessary to bring these two little guys back to study them. On a tree, Demon Phantom just watched the battle below. He didn't do anything right away. It was like he liked to watch this kind of killing. Mainly, he had also discovered Gu Chen and Linglong, two unusually eccentric guys. It made his interest soar, and he even felt that this visit had not been in vain. Luckily, I caught up. Bai Ling looked at the Yuhua sect, which had stood as a pot of porridge, and Bai Ling's face was icy cold. Whoosh! Bai Ling and Zhu Lan also directly entered the battle. The two women who joined the battlefield were also of great battle power. The demonic charm in the tree that was watching this was even more bright-eyed. What a pretty girl! Take her along later. The demonic charm licked the corners of his mouth. With Bai Ling and Zhu Lan joining them, Gu Chen and Linglong were under less pressure, and seeing Zhu Lan's appearance, as well as the cultivation of the pioneer realm, this caused the people of the Zhu family to be shocked, especially those behind the scenes who had been assassinating Yinan before. And Zhu Lan's goal was also clear, directly killing the people of the Zhu family. After seeing Zhu Lan's cultivation, the one who was most shocked was Zhu Kong, and Yinan directly ignored Zhu Kongtian, because, when Yinan was hunted down several times before, this was something that Zhu Kong had tacitly agreed to. If Zhu Kong wanted to stop it, he could have, but Zhu Kong didn't. That's what made Yiran's heart the most desperate. His own father, who had acquiesced in someone else coming to kill his own daughter. At this moment, Zhu Lan's body was covered in spectral-colored flames, and even the attacks he struck out carried a hint of spectral-colored flames. Whether it's a person or a flower or a tree, even a rock, it will instantly turn into ashes. Although those elders were above Zhu Lan in strength, Zhu Lan's flames made them incredibly afraid and they all dodged away. It's Murphy. The demonic chimera in the tree narrowed its eyes slightly, as if it had thought of some kind of possibility. Just as the demonic chimera's thoughts were turning over, an extreme cold aura radiated out in all directions. Anyone who was close to Bai Ling's surroundings, as long as they were in the same realm, would instantly be frozen into ice sticks. This was still the effect of the white spirit's astringency. After all, there were still quite a few people from the Yuhua sect present, and if she had her ice power on full blast, her own people would be injured as well. The current Xian ice spirit route, Bai Ling hadn't mastered much yet. Even those of the Pioneer Realm's powerhouses were also rushing to avoid those cold auras. The cold aura emanating from Bai Ling made them all feel dangerous. What's going on here? How could two geniuses with special body types appear in a place like this? Demon Charm's face changed. Special physiques were extremely rare, and some people could not meet one in their entire lives. Even he himself had seen it on top of some ancient books. What was even more unexpected was that he had actually encountered two geniuses carrying special physiques in this barren land, which was simply unbelievable. At this moment, the demon charmer no longer had the mood of watching the show before, even began to worry. This kind of special physique genius, in the outside that is to break the head to fight for, and he actually offended two of them at the same time, which caused a chill to rise in his heart, and at the same time, a killing chance suddenly rose in his heart. Now that they have been offended, they can only be obliterated. Otherwise, once Bai Ling and Zhulan grew up, he would surely die. He had learned on top of all those ancient books how powerful people with special physiques were, invincible in the same realm, and also able to cross the realm. Thinking of this, the demon phantom no longer hesitated and directly struck out in person, ready to directly decapitate Bai Ling and Zhulan, and had no intention of taking the two women away. Whoosh! The demonic figure was like a ghost, rapidly approaching Bai Ling and the others. Chapter 82. Am I handsome? Not good. Uez, who had been keeping an eye on the demon charmer, instantly changed his face drastically. Uez quickly detached himself from Chu Tian and headed straight for Bai Ling and the others. He was already losing ground against the Earthshian realm's Chu Tian, and now another person appeared who he couldn't even see through, causing the pressure in his heart to skyrocket. Why hasn't Senior made a move yet? Uez's heart was a bitter one. With you also want to stop me? Looking at the charging Uez, the demon phantom directly slapped out a palm. Boom! The Uez, who had just rushed in, flew directly backwards, and was not an enemy at all. Just you still want to save people? Think about yourself first. Chu Tian looked at Uez, who flew out backwards and directly rushed up. Go to hell! The hideous demonic beauty slapped her palm directly towards Bai Ling. The scene just now was also noticed by the white spirit crowd. Sister Bai Ling, be careful! Zhulan shouted sharply. Bai Ling was quick to react as well. At this point, she didn't care what she was embarrassed about, and directly shouted, "Come and hit me." The words were heard throughout the room. Both froze for a moment, confused. Is this woman out of her mind? That's what everyone is thinking at the moment. Even the demon charmer, too, was stunned. Immediately though, he came back to his senses and didn't really care about anything. Boom! Demon Phantom lands a palm strike. It was only when the palm force came to Bai Ling's face that the Demon Phantom felt that something was wrong, because it was as if one's power had been absorbed by some force, but still he was puzzled. A very familiar and powerful force came towards his arm. Boom! The force bounced back down. Demon Mistress flew straight backward. The entire person, next to the ground, was rubbed 100 meters away. Luckily, he didn't use his full strength to kill a gathering Yuan realm. As a Tianxian realm, he could destroy it with a casual strike. Even so, the force of the rebound still caused one of his arms to be drenched in blood, and even the clothing on his arm became shreds. Even Chu Tian, who was rushing towards Uez, stopped in his tracks and looked at this scene incredulously. What's going on here? The demonic charm's eyes narrowed into slits. The shock in his heart was far more shocking than on the surface. Sister Bai Ling, are you alright? Zhulan also rushed to Bai Ling's side, looking up and down. They had all scared Zhulan just now, but they were also shocked by this operation of Bai Ling's. What? You don't like it? If you're not convinced, keep coming to beat me up. Bai Ling provoked as she looked at the demonic charm that was staring deathly. Looking at her. Relying on some protective treasures is all. How can you still try to bluff me? Die! The demon phantom once again quickly rushed towards Bai Ling. Seeing this scene, Bai Ling directly protected Zhulan, who was next to her, behind her. Although the demon phantom said this on his lips, he didn't dare to be careless in his heart, and this time he was just ready to test it again. Boom! Another palm was slapped out, and this time the power was clearly not as great as before. Sure enough, his blow bounced back again. Demon Mistress forced back again. What's going on? Why didn't I feel the fluctuation of the magic treasure? The Demon Mistress stared at the white spirit dead in the face. Bai Ling also knew that this was the demon phantom testing the waters, but didn't care. It wasn't like there were any restrictions on Yinan's secret that he had passed down to her, so feel free to use it. Could it be that this is what makes a special physique special? The demon phantom was a bit stunned and uncertain. He also had a half understanding of the special physique. What are you waiting for? Kill them all? Demon Mistress looked towards those, all looking at their dazed Zhu and Chu family members. It was only when they heard the demonic charms chiding that those people reacted. I don't believe you have this kind of tactic as well. The demonic charm looked at Zhulan again. He's going to try this Yuan. If it's as creepy. Seeing the demonic charm's gaze, Bai Ling and the others just had their hearts sink. Whoosh! The speed of the demon phantom's speed caused Bai Ling and the others to be horrified in their hearts. Gu Chen, in particular, couldn't even help if he wanted to. Once he left, Linglong would be left unprotected, whereas the White Spirit's realm was limited. The speed above it just couldn't be compared at all. As for the Black Flame Demon King in Linglong's pocket, he only cares about Linglong's life and death, and the others have nothing to do with him. Seeing the demonic charm rushing towards her, Zhulan naturally wouldn't sit back and wait for death. Zip, zip, zip. At this moment, Zhulan's body was filled with ethereal-colored flames. Seeing these flames, the demon phantom that was still charging up immediately stopped his figure. At this moment, the demonic charm's face became ugly. The flames on Yuran's body gave him a somewhat dangerous feeling. It made him, well, stop the thought of doing it. If I can't kill you guys, I still can't kill them? Demon Phantom directly rushed towards the Yuhua sect's crowd. As long as he used these people as a threat, he believed that Bai Ling and the others would compromise. In an instant, miserable screams continued to ring out. The Demon Phantom was like a killing machine, slaughtering the people of this Yuhua sect. This scene made the eyes of the people of the Yuhua sect crack in anger. Ha ha ha. Painful. Demon Phantom slapped a Yuhua sect disciple in front of him to death. Bai Ling and the others also rushed forward to stop them, but the difference in strength and speed was too great. The point was that Demon Charm didn't fight with Bai Ling and the others because there was no point. He couldn't hurt Bai Ling and the others. He also didn't bother with Gu Chen and Linglong. In his opinion, Gu Chen was equally bizarre. Just as he continued to prepare to kill, Demon Phantom saw an even stranger figure in front of him, walking towards him. This was a small man of about 1 meter 5, dressed in a spicy outfit, with a mirror in his hand, looking left and right, and constantly striking various poses. Everyone had never seen anyone dress so oddly, except, of course, for the Black Flame Demon Lord in Linglong pocket. Oh my, why is Big Brother here? Should I make a move to help? Demon Flame Demon Monarch, that's trembling. Even Guchen Linglong and the others who were fighting on one side looked at the clown oddly. Mostly, this guy is so different, it's hard not to want to pay attention. None of them had ever seen the clown's real body, so naturally they didn't know that it was the one they had previously, the owner of the strange laughter that they had avoided. Soon, the clown bounced over to the demonic charm. GGG. Am I handsome? Joker asked while looking in the mirror. Linglong and Guchen, who had felt strange before, froze in the next moment. The movements of his hands stopped. Linglong, in particular, immediately put away the giant hammer and directly ran away in a puff of smoke. The kind that doesn't even fight when greeted. The clown's strange scream just now was fresh in Linglong's mind. She had to go back and tell Nan that the scary guy had run out. When Guchen saw Linglong directly slipping away, the corners of his mouth also twitched, and he also quickly came to Bai Ling's side. Senior sister, come with me, hurry and get out of here. What happened to second senior brother? Bai Ling was a bit puzzled. Leave it alone and hurry up. Guchen that was all too lazy to explain. Seeing how serious Guchen was, Bai Ling could only take Zhulan with her. Hearing the clown's words, Demon Charmer's face immediately scrunched up, and she shouted with a look of disgust, "Get the hell out of my way, you ugly bastard." Chapter 83, Call Me Pretty Boy. Soon after, several people made a quick exit. Before leaving, Guchen didn't forget to shout, "All the people of the Yuhua sect, all evacuate." Hearing Guchen's words, the crowd of the Yuhua sect was stunned. Only Yuizi reacted the fastest. Could it be that Senior is going to make a move? Thinking of this, Yu Zhanzi was just thrilled in his heart. He just couldn't hold on any longer. Everyone from the Yuhua sect, withdraw. As soon as Jade Escape Sun's words came out, all the people of the Jade Flower sect all withdrew towards the inside of the sect. They hadn't wanted to fight for a long time. The difference in strength was a bit big, and a lot of people had already died. Still want to run? The Chu family and the Zhu family's crowd were also a bit puzzled by this scene, but it didn't matter. The current Yuhua sect was already at a disadvantage, and it was only a matter of time before it was destroyed. Open the sect protector formation. Uez roared. A curtain of light then wrapped the entire Yuhua sect. As for Chu Tian and the others, they happened to be stopped outside the light curtain. Let's see how long you guys can hide. Give it to me. Shu Kang also felt that this was the Yuhua sect's dying struggle. Rumble. In an instant, the Yuhua sect's grand formation began to be attacked. As of now, it seems that this big formation won't last long. Why hasn't Senior made a move yet? Uez looked in the direction of the southern peak, a little anxious, and the clown in front of the demonic charm. After hearing the words of the demonic charm, Joker's entire movement was a lurch, speaking so stiffly as he looked at the demonic charm. Even the space around them seemed to have frozen. Big brother, I'm coming. This kid can't talk. I'll get him for you. You're so handsome. It's him who has no vision. Just then, a black bead ran next to the clown. The Black Flame Demon Lord had just quietly run out of the lingering pocket. It's headed straight for the Joker's side. Just when he came over, he heard the words of the Demon Charmer. and he was instantly shivering in fear. After hearing the Black Flame Demon Lord's words, the clown then revealed a smile. Only, clown-like face with a slightly creepy smile. The gaping maw, which looked like it was painted or real, was a little scary anyway. It's just that the demon phantom was now a little bit alarmed, and her heart was a little bit fuzzy, especially since the black beads uttered words about getting him killed. The point was that after the black beads said this, the demonic charm was all over the place. Moreover, black beads that could talk were unheard of in the world of magic treasures, and he had never seen them even in ancient books. It was more like, he had seen some ancient books in the past, which said that some strong people who were powerful to a certain extent, even if they died, would leave their souls to be stored inside the magic treasures, and would revive when they had the chance. Thinking about it, he already regretted coming here, but before the demonic charm could speak, the clown's voice then rang out. I told you, this big handsome guy is so handsome, it's you who don't have the vision. Joker glanced at the demonic charm. Boom! With just one glance, the demon phantom chakra flew straight out, directly crashing on top of a large mountain. At the same time, the clown held out a hand. Rubbing, that mountain was split in two in an instant, and the demon phantom slammed right into the mountain. Then the Joker did it again with one hand. Boom! The whole mountain closed again. The demon mistress acted as if she had never been here before, and this scene was seen by all. All the sounds of swallowing resounded. Run! And I don't know who shouted. At this moment, the people of the Zhu family and the people of the Chu family all fled in all directions. The Tianxian realm was killed in seconds, so what's the point of playing? Even Zhu Kong and Chu Tian and the other higher-ups fled in a hurry. Damn it, how could this Yu Hua sect have such a strong person? Chu Tian fled in panic while still having fear spreading in his heart. Even the Yu Hua sect and the others were gulping furiously. The sight of the clowns became warlike. When did such a great god come to their Yu Hua sect? It's hard to believe. What's so special about his Yu Hua sect? First it was Yinan, then that bizarre black flame, and now there was a person with such strange clothing. Why are so many bigwigs heading for his Yu Hua sect? Jade Escape and Jade Immortal both looked at each other, both a bit puzzled. Seeing the incomparably powerful stance of the clown, the Black Flame Demon Monarch, who was scared to the side, was a straight shivering awe, although killing a heavenly Xian realm was something he could only do with ease. But, the most crucial thing was that as powerful as he was, he couldn't even detect the Joker's cultivation. There was also the feeling that he had been given before, and the Black Flame Demon Lord felt that the Joker could hold him down with one finger if he wanted to. Big brother, the Black Flame Demon Monarch cautiously shouted. Hearing the Black Flame Demon Monarch's voice, Joker glanced at the Black Flame Demon Monarch. It was with this glance that the bead that the Black Flame Demon Monarch had manifested directly exploded. Not only that, the black shadow that had instantly coalesced into a black shadow also flew out directly backwards. On the spot, it smashed quite a few Yuhua sect halls. Call me pretty boy, okay? Pretty boy. Joker's hoarse voice shouted to the Black Flame Demon Lord who flew out. It's big, pretty boy. The bitter voice of the Black Flame Demon Monarch once again came out from the ruins. Seeing this scene, the people of the Yuhua sect were terrified. They had all seen the power of Black Flame with their own eyes. It was such a strong man who was actually defenseless in the hands of a clown. Nonetheless, Jade Escapees and Jade Immortals led the people of the Jade China sect to the clown. Puff, without hesitation, all knelt down. Many thanks for your help, my lord. Uez was the first to speak. When he heard the Yuhua sect's crowd address him, the clown just frowned. Seeing that the clown's face did not look right, Uez also reacted extremely quickly. Thanks for your help, pretty boy. Uez hurriedly changed his words. The others chimed in, although the people of the Yuhua sect didn't know what pretty boy meant. But, this big brother in front of them can just like it. Hearing the crowd address themselves, the clown was so excited that he didn't hold back for a moment, and actually spun around in place, in what he thought was a very dashing manner, and struck a pose that he thought was very handsome. Seeing this scene, everyone's mouths twitched, but they didn't dare to say anything. Just seeing those people of the Zhu and Chu families who are still fleeing, Uez is still a little hesitant and said, Lord pretty boy, When Joker heard Jade Escape's words, Joker looked around. Bang! The Joker snapped his fingers directly. The surrounding crowds that were still fleeing, one by one were like fireworks, exploding one by one. It's really spectacular. No matter what realm they were in, none of them were spared. This scene was a sight to behold for the people of the Yuhua sect. If they weren't all on their knees right now, they'd probably be paralyzed in a big way. Poof! Put, and on top of the southern peak, Yinan was still snoring. The main reason was that the southern peak was far away, and before Yinan had been paying attention, but when he waited and waited, he fell asleep directly on the recliner. Just as Yinan was sleeping soundly, a petite voice sounded not far away. Brother Nan, that thing ran out. Chapter 84. The warehouse was stolen again. Upon hearing Bai Ling's words, Yinan, who had been sleeping soundly, tilted his head in a daze. Oops. Who is it? Can't you see I'm sleeping? Yinan poked his nose, a bit sleepless. It was only when he saw Linglong that Yinan was just stunned and a little confused. What? What came out again? Yinan looked at Linglong in a daze. Brother Nan, that always strange laughing guy ran out. Linglong was filled with horror. What? What the hell? Yinan was also stunned when he heard it. He finally understood Linglong's words now. It was the guy he had locked in the cabinet that had come out. Then Linglong told the story of what happened. Hearing Linglong's words, Yinan didn't care how the clown saved the day. Instead, he slapped his thigh and said, "Oops, it's finished. My stuff." After saying that, Yinan rushed straight to the warehouse. Straight away, he rushed forward and pulled open the door to the warehouse. Just when seeing the inside of the warehouse, not to mention Yinan, even Linglong's face was dark. "I was so angry. I lost everything. Damn. This dog dared to steal from me. Really tired of living." Yinan rolled up his sleeves and headed for the mountain gate of the Yuhua sect, and the clown who was striking various handsome poses seemed to feel something. After glancing at Nan Feng, turning his head, he said to the black flame demon monarch, who had once again coalesced into a humanoid black shadow on the side, "Go!" Before the black flame demon monarch could react, the clown directly waved his hand, and the two figures disappeared without a trace. Seeing the two clowns disappearing into thin air, when the Yuhua sect and the others were still in a daze, an angry voice came out. "Where is it? Where is the dog? Come out to me." Yinan, who had rolled up his sleeves, came into the field and started looking for the clown. But where's the clown left? The two just ran away. Only the people of the Yuhua sect were a bit puzzled when they heard Yinan's words. "Senior, what are you looking for?" The clown had already left, so there was no need for them to continue kneeling, and Yu hurriedly got up and asked, "It's that ugly?" Yinan quickly described what the clown looked like. Upon hearing Yinan's description, all the people of the Yuhua sect's eyes jumped. What shocked them even more was that the clown was also Yinan's man. Just by looking at the tone of Yinan's speech, and the sleeves rolled up, he knew that Yinan must be the head of the clown's awe. At this moment, let's not talk about the rest of the Yuhua sect. Let's say that Jade Escape and Jade Immortal. The two of them were in a state of shock at this time. Just what kind of god is this one? Strong people who can kill the Tianqian realm in seconds are all under this one. Yu was excited inside. Even Jade Fairy had mixed feelings in her heart, and some loss. The stronger and more mysterious Yinan was, the harder she felt she could get close to him. "Elder, the one who was just there has already left," Yu explained with a shocked mood. He had previously thought that Yinan was just a Tianqian realm powerhouse. He didn't expect Yinan to be even more terrifying than he had imagined. A strong person above the Tianqian realm as a henchman? This was something he never dared to dream of. "Senior, why don't you become the patriarch?" Seemingly thinking of something, Yu's eyes twinkled. Upon hearing Yu's words, none of the people of the Yuhua sect said anything. Instead, they all looked at Yinan expectantly. As long as Yinan sat in the Yuhua sect, it was equivalent to the Yuhua sect, with a strong person above the Tianqian realm sitting in the town. Thinking about this, the crowd was like chicken blood, trembling. That was exciting. As long as Yinan became the patriarch, he could expand the power and influence of the Yuhua sect by an unknown number of times. What the hell? Being the patriarch? No. Yinan directly shook his head like a rattle. "Are you kidding me? You want him to be the patriarch? Being a patriarch is not as cool as being a poser." Hearing Yinan's refusal, the Jade Escapees crowd was a bit lost. However, there wasn't much to lose. Their Yuhua sect was considered lucky to be chosen by Yinan and live in it. *******. I can't believe I let him get away. Don't let me catch you or I'll directly bury you." Yinan looked around and cursed. When they heard this, the crowd's mouths twitched. In terms of the strength shown by that big brother just now, only Yinan dared to say that. After cursing, Yinan looked at Bai Ling and Zhu Lan's people again. "Why did you guys come back so quickly?" "Master, we've already gone to the Zhu family. We just didn't expect the Zhu family's experts to come to the Yuhua sect, but we have already exterminated the Zhu family." After Bai Ling finished speaking, she looked at Zhu Lan again. Yiran didn't have the slightest emotional turmoil about the death of his father just now. The Zhu family has given up on her and is going to kill her. What else did she have to hold on to? Second apprentice brother, why don't you also go to the Chu family to deal with the cleanup? Yinan looked at Gu Chen again. Disciple understands. I will go down the mountain later. Gu Chen had long been impatient. Although the strongest members of the Chu clan this time all died at the hands of the clown. However, the Chu family still left a lot of clansmen behind. and he wanted to take revenge and kill all the Chu family members. Well, since things have been taken care of, let's disperse. Yinan turned around and left after saying that. Yinan actually felt a little guilty in his heart. He didn't realize that he had accidentally fallen asleep and had nearly caused the Yuhua sect to be destroyed. Luckily, there's still that dog. This time I'll let you dash around for 2 days. Yinan muttered in his heart. To count who was the most suffocating, it was the already dead Chu family's crowd of powerhouses. Until he died, he didn't realize that his family was long gone. After Yinan returned to South Peak, he took another look at the empty warehouse. It wasn't that he cared about the feats. Mainly, no firewood for the next few days, especially Linglong on the side. Her face was black with anger. Brother Nan, what should we do with the firewood we received? Linglong looked at Yinan somewhat helplessly. I don't know. What does this dog need this for? With his strength, it seems like he can't use it. Yinan was a bit puzzled. Although the clown was rewarded by the system, his strength was certainly not weak, and these treasures were definitely of limited use to him. Shaking his head, Yinan couldn't figure it out and didn't think about it. Luckily, there were woods right on the South Peak, so it wasn't much of a challenge to cut some firewood or anything. Saying yes, Yinan changed his clothes and went to the woods to cut firewood. Both Zhulan and Bai Ling, who were on the side, hurriedly followed to help. As for Jade Immortal and Jade Easy Sun, they went to handle the affairs of the sect. After all, this was a big loss, and they had a lot of catching up to do. Chopping wood well, but only 2 or 3 days of things. The daily system sign-in can reward a lot of things. Soon it can pile up again. Chopping firewood was just a 2-finger stroke for Yinan. It's just a bit of a pain in the ass to clean up. Fortunately, with the help of Bai Ling and Zhulan, Yinan was satisfied with the actions of the two. Only Linglong touched her pockets in some confusion. Strange, where did the little black bead go? Did it just fall off during the fight? Linglong frowned with a small frown in some confusion. She remembers that she carried it well. Chapter 85, Handsome Boy. Call me Big Handsome Boy, okay? Brother Nan, that black bead of mine is gone. Linglong still liked that black bead. It could still understand her speech. We can only see if Yinan can get it back. Ha, what the hell? Black beads? Yinan, who was chopping wood on one side, just froze when he heard this. A moment later, Yinan reacted to what Linglong had said. Did you drop it? I'll go look for it for you later. Yinan still loved Linglong quite a bit. Senior sister, I seem to have seen the black beads you mentioned. At this time, Bai Ling, who was on the side, said with some hesitation. Yes, I seem to have seen it before. Zhulan, who was at the side, also had a flash of light in her head. Really? Where did you see that? Linglong was energized at the sound of it. That bead seems to have run away. Or with that one. Bai Ling told what happened before. The one that Bai Ling was talking about was naturally the clown. What the hell? Yinan's eyelids just jumped when he heard it. After half a day, this bead still has so many secrets, and it can also visualize human figures. He hadn't looked closely enough before to see that there was a heart inside the black bead. On the contrary, Linglong, who was not scared at all, but found it a bit novel and her eyes were glowing. Brother Nan, can you help me get it back? Linglong looked at Yinan pitifully. I don't know where that dog thing has gone, and I'm troubled about where to look. Yinan was somewhat in trouble. Before that closet was able to lock up the clowns, and the further back it went, the less effective it became. Even running out, Yinan didn't even notice. Thinking about it, Yinan became more and more angry. Hearing Yinan's words, Linglong was a bit lost, but a moment later, Linglong was the one whose eyes lit up and said, Brother Nan, let's go out and find them. Hearing Linglong's words, Yinan's eyes also lit up. Right, won't we just go out and be done with it? There's no need to cook yet, just go out and eat. Alright then, I'll pack up and go out later. Yinan did as he said. Before that, there was Guchen doing the laundry and cooking. Just now Guchen left for revenge. This made Yinan a bit uncomfortable for a while. Senior, do you want us to follow you and senior sister out? Bai Ling looked toward Yinan. No need. You guys just cultivate yourselves. Don't you learn from us? Yinan shook his head and looked at Bai Ling. He and Linglong are both swinging for the fences kind of guys. Hearing Yinan's words, Bai Ling was somewhat speechless, but she still nodded. They did need to get stronger. Linglong was protected by Yinan and was in no danger. They, however, couldn't stay by Yinan's side all day like Linglong. Zhulan had wanted to stay as well, but when she heard Yinan's words, she could only give up. In fact, Zhulan was quite envious of Linglong. She didn't have to worry about anything, and she could still follow Yinan every day. After packing up, Yinan took Linglong down the mountain. Also leaving at the same time were the two girls, Zhulan. After Yinan came down from the mountain, naturally, he came to Cloud City to eat a meal first yet, and on the other side, somewhere, in a cave covered in dead bones, an old man, like skin and bones, was meditating inside. There was also a blood-red Dan furnace in front of him. It was still gurgling and bubbling inside. Damn it, who killed my disciple? The old man opened his scarlet eyes with some anger. He is the demon charm's master. Name, Old Man Withered Bones. He sensed it just now as soon as the demon phantom died. Humph, no matter who you are, you will become a medicine in my furnace. The withered bone old man let out a strange laugh. On the other side, two figures slowly appeared above a high mountain. Having just appeared, the black flame demon monarch felt that his breath was unsteady, and the black shadows he had condensed felt like they were about to fall apart at any moment. The moment the clown took him away just now, it wasn't flying, it was more like instantaneous transportation. At this moment, the black flame demon lord looked at the clown with even more awe. Seeing the mountains surrounding him on all sides, the black flame demon lord was a bit confused, because he doesn't know where this came to. Lord pretty boy, where are we coming from? The black flame demon lord looked cautiously at the clown. Hearing the black flame demon monarch's words, the clown cocked his head and glanced at the black flame demon monarch. Pop, Joker just slapped it over. The black flame demon lord then smashed straight into the mountain not far away. Call me Shui Bai. Shui Bai. Big Shui Bai. Got it? The clown's hoarse voice appeared in the black flame demon lord's ears. Understood. Lord Handsome Evie. The black flame demon lord was holding his tongue. You can only hold back your tears and yell big handsome boy. Still want to take me to make pills? GGG. The clown suddenly glanced in a certain direction, somewhat meaningfully. Seeing the clown start talking to himself again, the black flame demon monarch was trembling at the side, not even daring to say anything. Little Pearl, come here. Joker looked at the black flame demon lord again. Lord Handsome Evie. There. What are your orders? The black flame demon lord's posture was that low. Joker didn't speak, but instead, he pointed a finger towards the black flame demon lord's body. A black mist then merged into the black flame demon lord's body. Feeling as if something had come in within his body, the black flame demon monarch almost cried out in fear. Puff! The black flame demon lord directly knelt. Lord Schweibe, spare my life. The black flame demon lord started kowtowing again, and the clown did not pay attention to him, just sat aside on a stone pier. One hand, a black dagger appeared to play with it. It's over. It's over. Seeing that the clown didn't give a damn about himself, the black flame demon lord only felt finished in his heart. But the next moment, he then felt something wrong with his body. His body, which was originally composed of black flames, seemed to be materializing. This is. The black flame demon monarch looked incredulously at his body that was being remodeled and was shocked. That's right, a flesh and blood kind of rebirth. How difficult was it to remodel the flesh? There were also incomparably precious medicinal herbs to be used, and those medicinal herbs, they were all rare to the extreme. It was even more difficult to recreate a physical body that was perfectly suited to you. So, some powerful cultivators would rather take over their bodies than remake them. And now himself, he is remodeling his body as far as the eye can see. At this moment, the black flame demon lord's eyes changed as he looked at the clown. With this kind of tactic, he couldn't imagine what kind of existence the Joker actually was. With just a single finger, it allowed his body to be perfectly remodeled. A tactic that the black flame demon monarch could not believe with his insight as well as his experience. In just a moment's time, the black flame demon lord's body was perfectly remodeled. The black flame demon monarch who had remodeled his body at this time was unusually sturdy, with a body of about 2 meters and a black unicorn horn on top of his head. However, at this moment, the black flame demon monarch did not have the heart to check out his own body. Puff! The black flame demon monarch directly knelt to the clown, and he didn't know how many years he had waited for this moment. My lord, from now on, I will be your pawn. I will never frown even if I have to go up the mountain of swords or down the sea of fire. The black flame demon lord said with a grateful face, but just as he finished speaking, he felt his body fly out again. I told you to call it handsome boy, okay? Big handsome boy. Seemingly not relieved, the clown stepped forward and stomped twice. Yes, big handsome. The black flame demon lord's jarring voice rang out from the mud. Chapter 86, Lord Forgetful Handsome. At this moment, the black flame demon monarch was suffocating. Before the clown made him call him pretty boy, and now he made him call him big handsome boy. That's not enough. You'll get your ass kicked. But the Joker had given him perfect flesh, so taking a beating was no big deal. The main thing is that he can't fight it either. After a moment of kicking, the Joker withdrew his foot before bouncing off in one direction without looking back. The helpless black flame demon monarch could only follow with his butt. Although he was punched, it was only a flesh pain, and the clown didn't hit him hard. Both of them were traveling all the way to the mountains, and the black flame demon monarch on the side was like a dog's lapdog, nodding his head all the way, and it was called in attentive awe. Lord Handsome Evie, where are we going? The black flame demon lord looked cautiously at the clown. Only the black flame demon lord's movements were somewhat evasive. Seems to be afraid of the Joker punching him again. Ha, where to? Yeah, Where to? Joker looked around a bit confused. Black Inferno Demon. The Black Flame Demon Monarch man was dumbfounded. After all this time, he had been running after him for so long, he didn't even know where to go? Do you know where to go? Joker thought for a while but still couldn't figure it out, so he looked at the Black Flame Demon Lord again. Black Inferno Demon. The Black Flame Demon Lord who heard this, his person was even more foolish. How did he know where to go? But still, in order not to get punched in the face, he racked his brain to think about what the clown had said earlier. Sweating profusely from thinking, suddenly, the Black Flame Demon Lord seemed to finally think of something. Hastily, he looked at the clown. Lord Schweibe, you seem to be talking about something about alchemy before. Upon hearing the Black Flame Demon Monarch's words, the clown just had his eyes light up. Oh, this big handsome guy remembered. Let's go. Alchemy to go. After saying that, the clown continued to walk ahead. Seeing the clown's reaction, the Black Flame Demon Lord finally breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily he guessed correctly, which simply escaped a beating. Just after walking for almost an hour, the clown looked at the Black Flame Demon Lord once again. Where are we going? Black Inferno Demon. The Black Flame Demon Monarch was numb and directly froze on the spot. Lord Handsomevi, let's go refine pills. This time, the Black Flame Demon Lord didn't think about it and directly stated the answer. Ah, yes, alchemy, alchemy. The clown came to a realization. At this moment, the Black Flame Demon Lord's face was blackened completely, but he didn't dare to say anything more. What followed was the moment of torture for the Black Flame Demon Lord. The clown asked him once for each leg of the walk. However, the Black Flame Demon Lord wasn't impatient and reminded honestly every time. Hey, this big brother is so forgetful? The Black Flame Demon Lord was a bit puzzled. According to his thinking, the Joker's strength was incomparably terrifying, so he shouldn't be in such a situation of transient amnesia. The two soon came to a mountain stream. In the middle of the mountain stream, there were dead bones everywhere, both of demonic beasts and humans. The entire mountain stream was filled with poisonous gas, and it was obvious that those demonic beasts were poisoned to death by this poisonous gas. On top of those bones, there was also some blood-red venom stained on them. Looking at these poisonous gases, the Black Flame Demon Lord frowned a little, but these poisonous gases were no threat to him, not to mention the fact that he was now himself, having had his body remodeled. As for the clowns, they have even less impact. The two just walked quietly into the mountain stream. At this time in the mountain stream, in a cave, the old man Withered Bones is now refining pills. It seemed to sense it as well, looking out of the cave with eyes like those of an eagle. Gradually, the footsteps came closer. Soon, the figures of the Black Flame Demon Lord and the clown were revealed. Looking at the strangely shaped and extremely incongruous two people, Old Man Withered Bone also narrowed his eyes slightly. This time, Old Man Withered Bone did not immediately move to anger, because, so far, no one has been able to cross his poisonous shroud. The fact that these two were able to enter without injury meant that their strength was not low. Two of you. Who are you? What is the purpose of barging into my place? The Withered Bone Old Man looked towards the clown and the Black Flame Demon Monarch. Hey, didn't you say you wanted to take us to refine pills before? We'll just send us to your door. So take a look. What's the proper way to refine it? The Black Flame Demon Monarch also grinned greatly and struck a pose of casual disposition. The Black Flame Demon Monarch had still heard the clown mention it on the road, or else he wouldn't have known about the existence of the Old Man Withered Bones. Hearing the Black Flame Demon Monarch's words, the Withered Bone Old Man just shook in his body. That was indeed what he had said before. But, that was said to the person who killed his disciple. But how did the two Black Flame Demon Monarchs know about it? Thinking of this, the Withered Bone Old Man then made a good attack stance and said, "You are the people who killed my disciple?" "Yes, it was none other than me. My Lord Handsomevi did it." The Black Flame Demon Lord seemed to think of something and hurriedly came to the clown to compliment him. In order to match the Black Flame Demon Monarch, the clown even struck a very pompous, self-consciously handsome pose and said, "That's right, it's none other than this big handsome guy. What nonsense are you guys talking about? How dare you guys kill my disciples? Maybe you have a bit of strength, but don't forget that this is in my territory." The Withered Bone Old Man was a bit scornful at first, but on second thought, this was in his territory. Even if the other party was a bit strong, was he still not just taking it? Hearing the words of the Withered Bone Old Man, the Black Flame Demon Monarch smiled disdainfully and looked at the clown. "Lord Handsomevi, what to do with this guy? GGG. How to deal with it? Of course it's alchemy." The clown laughed strangely. Hearing the clown's words, the Black Flame Demon Monarch's eyes just lit up. "Hear that? My Lord Schweibe said to get you to refine pills." The Black Flame Demon Lord looked at the Withered Bone Old Man with a sinister smile on his face. "Humph, arrogant, die and come." The Withered Bone Old Man also came to anger, directly launching out both palms. In an instant, a large amount of blood-colored mist emerged from the inside of the Withered Bone Old Man's body and rushed towards the two Black Flame Demon Monarchs. "Humph, fancy, Lord Handsomevi, let me do it. It was just as well that the Black Flame Demon Lord wanted to show himself. The clown didn't say much, but directly ignored those blood mists, and just leisurely came next to the alchemy furnace, and even put his face next to the alchemy furnace, curiously looking inside. Don't touch my Dan furnace, the withered bone old man hissed angrily at the clown. This was a blood elixir that he had been refining for an unknown amount of time. He was already a strong person at the 9th level of the Tianxian realm, just one step away from entering that mortal transformation realm. However, due to the lack of talent, unable to take that step, they had to create another means to take human blood and demonic beast blood to refine blood pills. This was a means that everyone in the cultivation world spurned because it hurts heaven in harmony, and even if it is refined, there is only a 10% certainty of breaking through that realm. This was the realm of being able to walk in the air, and was the first extreme goal of all cultivators under the mortal transformation realm. As long as one reaches that realm, whether it is longevity or cultivation, one will be metamorphosed, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that one is a land god. This was the reason why the withered bone old man hurriedly stopped the clown. "Humph, fighting me and worrying about your broken pills." The Black Flame Demon Monarch directly ignored those poisonous mists and directly rushed to the withered bone old man's face, grabbing the withered bone old man's head with one hand. Chapter 87. In an instant, the withered bone old man was in pain. Rumble. The withered bone old man struck the Black Flame Demon Monarch with one heavenly Xian realm power after another. However, the Black Flame Demon Monarch's body was as if it was made of steel, and there was not the slightest damage at all. "Humph, even you, a mere Tianxian realm fellow, want to break my defenses? It's better to go to the alchemy furnace and stay there." After saying that, the Black Flame Demon Monarch was exerting force with both hands. Click 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 click, a powerful force that rubbed against the old man withered bones. Without a moment's notice, the withered bone old man was rubbed into a ball by the Black Flame Demon Monarch. "Lord Handsomevi, do you want to put it into the Dan furnace?" The Black Flame Demon Monarch walked over with the ball that the withered bone old man had pinched. At this time, the withered bone old man was not dead and was very conscious, but he just couldn't make a sound, couldn't even cry out for mercy. "Put it in." Joker nodded. Getting the clown's consent, the Black Flame Demon Monarch directly threw the old man withered bones into the Dan furnace. Dang! The withered bone old man was directly thrown into the Dan furnace that was as hot as lava. The process was long. The old man with the withered bones that was a pain, but still could not make a sound. The clown on the side even picked up a twig on the ground, still poking at the old man withered bones that had turned into a ball in the Dan furnace. Seeing this scene, the corner of the Black Flame Demon Lord's mouth twitched again. As time passed, the withered bone old man was refined into a pile of blood and water. Looking at the inside of the furnace with nothing in it, the clown was a bit puzzled. Isn't it alchemy? Where's the elixir? Only the Black Flame Demon Lord on the side was somewhat speechless. He knew that alchemy was definitely not this simple. They were simply stewing the old man with the withered bones. There was a hairy elixir. Still, he carefully said, "Lord Shui Bai, it must be that this old thing is lying to you. It can't refine the elixir at all." "Ha? What? He dares to lie to me? I clearly heard him say before that he was still going to alchemize us. How could he lie to me?" The clown directly threw the branch to the ground. Furious, "Hey, I can't believe I've been cheated. This big handsome guy is in a bad mood now. Go out and have a dash." After saying that, the clown walked out with a six-parent pace. Hearing the clown's words, the Black Flame Demon Lord naturally followed with a smile. Soon, a tall and a short pair arrived at a town. The town wasn't that big, but it was still quite lively with people coming and going. "Let's go and have a drink." Joker then brought the Black Flame Demon Lord to a restaurant, not even waiting for Junior to speak. Snap! The clown threw out a magic treasure directly onto the counter. "Give this big handsome then a seat." Seeing the magic treasure that was thrown out, the Black Flame Demon Monarch just twitched his mouth. This magic treasure is not precious. He can't afford to look at it anyway. It's only 7 or 8 products, but it's okay to have a meal. And the Black Flame Demon Monarch didn't persuade him to do anything. But in the eyes of the shopkeeper, it was a different story. This hotel was owned by a cultivator, and the store assistant was considered a minor cultivator. And at a glance, he could see the extraordinary nature of this magic treasure. "Both of you please wait. I need to go inform the shopkeeper." After saying that, the store assistant hurriedly walked towards the backstage. The two clowns didn't care and just waited there, only looking at the magic treasure. The Black Flame Demon Monarch was a bit puzzled and asked, "Lord Shui Bai, where did you get this magic treasure?" No wonder the Black Flame Demon Lord was puzzled. Because, in his opinion, a strong person like Joker shouldn't have such a low-grade magic treasure in his possession. "Ha, I took this from my master." "What? You want it? I've got plenty more. I moved the entire warehouse. The clown looked at the Black Flame Demon Lord with a puzzled expression. Upon hearing the clown's words, the Black Flame Demon Monarch's eyes all but jumped, and his legs went weak, almost falling over. The Black Flame Demon Lord naturally knew who the clown was talking about as his master. Isn't that Yinan? The last time the clown stole something, he was brutally beaten by Yinan, and he still remembered it vividly. I didn't realize that this time it was even harder. The whole warehouse was moved. If we go back, we'll get our legs broken by Yinan. That, handsome Ebi-sama, is that okay? If any of you blames it, out of apprehension, the Black Flame Demon Lord still stammered out. Afraid of what? I get beat up all the time, not once or twice anyway. Joker pressed on. However, the Black Flame Demon Lord on the side was on the verge of crying in his heart. The Joker isn't afraid of being hit and has a strong body, but he can't. Although he didn't know how strong Yinan was, he was able to violently beat the clown. For that matter, it seems like it would be easy to beat him up violently. Thinking about this, the Black Flame Demon Lord wanted to just run away. Egu, your guests are coming. I'm sorry to have missed you. Quick, prepare a good elegant room for the two of you. At this time, an old voice rang out. The shopkeeper was simply astonished when he saw on the front stage the piece of magic treasure that was placed there. The old man glanced around and directly held that magic treasure in his arms. He also used the robe on his body and wrapped it tightly, fearing that someone would see it. In response, the two clowns didn't say anything and directly followed the shopkeeper upstairs. Soon, the two arrived in an attic, which was considered to be relatively high. Looking at the surrounding scenery, the clown is the one whose eyes lit up and looked to the store assistant. Prepare the clerical treasures. Hearing the clown's words, not only the shopkeeper, but even the Black Flame Demon Lord was stunned. The store assistant was fine and went straight down to prepare it. Only the Black Flame Demon Monarch on the side had an odd expression on his face, thinking, could this one still know calligraphy? Did I look away? Noble guest, these are the literary treasures you asked for. The store assistant hurriedly brought everything the clown wanted. All right, you go down. The Black Flame Demon Lord waved his hand. Yes. The store assistant was sensible and left straight away. The clown put the paper away with style and looked at the Black Flame Demon Monarch again. What are you looking at? Sharpen the ink. Ha! Good. The Black Flame Demon Monarch was also quick to get on board and sharpen the clown's ink. After saying this, the Joker took his pen and looked out of the loft. It also has the decency to carry its hands and look like it's in the middle of a hard thought process. Seemingly thinking of something, he suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Ah, how beautiful is this scenery! How big is this bird? How blue is this sky?" When those words came out, the Black Flame Demon Monarch almost just stumbled. The Black Flame Demon Monarch looked at the clown incredulously. Even the movement of grinding ink in his hand stopped. Seeing the shocked expression on the Black Flame Demon Monarch's face, the clown looked at the Black Flame Demon Monarch in triumph. He also made a handsome pose and said, "Handsome, isn't it? Amazed by my talent, right? I know I'm handsome, but don't fall in love with me." Hearing the clown's words, the Black Flame Demon Monarch just had a twitch in his eye. Immediately, though, he reacted. Clapping his hands, he said, so wet. Worthy of my Lord Handsome Bee, you are simply a role model for my generation, and please accept my knee." Hearing the Black Flame Demon Lord's words, the clown became even more excited. Cough. Not bad. Seeing as you're such a good learner, I'll reluctantly teach you a couple of hands. The clown also stroked his beardless chin in delight. Black Inferno Demon. Hearing such words from the clown, the Black Flame Demon Lord instantly regretted it. Chapter 88. Soothing. However, the Black Flame Demon Lord also knew the Joker's temperament. This is sure to be another beating if you refuse. Hey, please also instruct Lord Shuai Bai. The Black Flame Demon Lord also looked at the clown with an excited expression. You can't get excited. If you're not excited, you're going to get beat up. Well, not bad. I'll teach you calligraphy next. Joker picked up the brush on the table with style. Take the brush and you're going to draw on the paper. But at the sight of the snowy white tip of the incomparable quill, the Joker frowned. Don't ask why. Because he forgets to dip his ink, and it always feels like it's almost something. Seeing this scene, the corners of the Black Flame Demon Monarch's mouth twitched again, but he was still very understanding. Straight away, he handed the ink pad to the Joker. Seeing the millstone that was handed over, the clown was the one whose eyes lit up, glancing at the Black Flame Demon Monarch with satisfaction. Brush. The Joker poked the quill directly into the ink tray, almost breaking it. Then again, the big strokes started waving up with great bravado. It didn't take long for the painting to be finished. Only the Black Flame Demon Lord on the side, when he saw the drawing on top of the paper, his person went numb. Well, isn't this beauty beautiful? The clown put away his pen in satisfaction. Looking at the scribble on the top cannot be scribbled again painting. This is not a person with the human pressure is not even related to the good. It's just a stick with a circle drawn on it. Beautiful, truly beautiful. I've never seen such a beautiful painting. In the end, the Black Flame Demon Lord still spoke against his will. Since it's beautiful, then you can keep it, and if you need me to paint, you can always tell me. The clown had the decency to pat the shoulder of the Black Flame Demon Monarch, who was nodding to himself. Yes, yes, yes. How could the Black Flame Demon Monarch dare to resist? He could only put away the painting with a hard head. Go drink. Joker's mood seemed to feel pretty good at this time, and he directly sat down at a table that had long been prepared for a meal. Seeing that the clown didn't continue his demonic behavior, the Black Flame Demon Lord was also relieved, and he also just sat down and drank his wine. Just as the two were having a good drink, suddenly, the whole restaurant started to shake. Boom! Before the two could react, the tavern simply collapsed, and the two just fell down holding the wine jar. Boom! The two men crashed to the ground in a cloud of smoke. Who is it? Can't you see that the Great Lord is drinking? The Black Flame Demon Lord was furious. Even the clowns on the sidelines were a bit disgruntled. Humph! I asked you guys to tell me where the treasures came from, and you didn't tell me. Since you won't tell me, I'll demolish your restaurant. At this moment, a middle-aged man's voice reached the ears of the clown and the Black Flame Demon Lord. The smoke cleared before the crowd saw the speaker. It was a middle-aged man with more than a dozen minions behind him. Moreover, they were all cultivators, and the middle-aged man in the lead was even a solid realm cultivator. Originally, the hotel suddenly collapsed, and some diners were dissatisfied, and were about to make a claim. Just after seeing the middle-aged man and his party, they could only shut up, and at this time, there were several figures lying around the middle-aged man's feet. Not others, it is the hotel boss and those shopkeepers. At this time a few people are already more in breath, less out of breath, obviously not long to live. Seeing this scene, the Black Flame Demon Monarch's eyes also erupted with fire. The clown didn't say anything, just watched in silence, and the middle-aged man and his party also saw the two clowns. What are you looking at, ugly bastard? The middle-aged man didn't give the slightest bit of face. He was the little bully of this town. No one dared to mess with him. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the Black Flame Demon Lord, who was still ready to be angry, just froze. Then there was a thump in the heart, always feeling that something was wrong. As expected, the moment the middle-aged man said this, the surrounding atmosphere felt a few points colder. It's over. The Black Flame Demon Lord stiffened and turned his head to look at the clown. At this moment, the clown didn't speak and directly extended a hand. And after the middle-aged man cursed the clown, he joyfully fumbled with the magic treasure that he had just snatched from the shopkeeper. Seeing the clown who raised his hand, the Black Flame Demon Monarch was shocked. Whoosh! It didn't matter that much. He ran right up to the clown as fast as he could. He knew how powerful the Joker was, ruthless enough to beat even his own people. Sure enough, the next moment, the clown just flicked his hand. But the Joker's swinging out of his hand didn't set off any movement. The middle-aged man and the others, naturally, didn't care about the clown and the others. Only the Black Flame Demon Lord on the side frowned a little. He was also a little puzzled. But the next moment, boom! A loud ringing sound resounded through the heavens and earth. Also in a flash, the Black Flame Demon Monarch gulped furiously as he looked at the scene in front of him. Where was the middle-aged man at this time? The entire town in front of him, as well as everything he could see with the naked eye, including those giant mountains and the people coming and going, were all gone. Everything in front of him was obliterated, leaving a bare plain, not a blade of grass, as far as the eye could see. The Black Flame Demon Lord was glad that he had the foresight to come to the clown's side. From the position he had just stood in, if he hadn't left, he would have even raised the dust by now. Undiscriminatory attack. Even those people in the town didn't react before they were gone. No pain at all. Hey, soothing. Joker took a deep breath. Then another big hand. Dots of fluorescent light fall from the sky. In an instant, those who were erased by him were all resurrected. Seeing this scene, the Black Flame Demon Monarch's legs were even more trembling. It was already terrifying to reshape his flesh before, but now someone who was killed could still be resurrected. Joker didn't bother with the Black Flame Demon Monarch, and after directly resurrecting the person, he turned around and left while holding the wine altar. Of course, the group of middle-aged men from before, that's really dead. Looking at the clown who bounced away, the Black Flame Demon Lord hurriedly followed. Bang! It could be excitement or being scared. The hallowed generation of demon monarchs. One didn't stand still and directly fell into a dog's poop. But there was so much excitement on his face that he didn't even care about the mud in his mouth as he climbed to his feet and rushed to catch up with the clown. Immortal. This must be an immortal. Apart from an immortal, how could this kind of tactic be possible? The Black Flame Demon Lord's heart was incomparably frenzied. The legend of the immortal had been passed down in the cultivation world for an unknown number of years, the ultimate pursuit of all cultivators. But no one has ever seen a fairy, and they all think it's just a false legend that doesn't exist. Even the Black Flame Demon Monarch used to scoff at it, but now he had seen a scene that he would never be able to forget in his life. To come back from the dead, who else can do it but an immortal? he felt that he had encountered, in his lifetime, no, I should say several lifetimes, an opportunity. At this moment, the heart that followed the clown was even more determined, especially when he thought of Yinan. The black flame demon monarch's heart was pounding, and those who came back from the dead were a little confused. Just now they just had a blackout, and then after it lit up in front of them, the house was gone, the mountains are gone, the towns are gone, they feel like they're dreaming. However, this town was basically full of cultivators, and it wasn't difficult to build some houses. The clown, who had left holding the wine jar, was now sitting on a stone pier and drinking. As for the black flame demon monarch, he stood on the sidelines and smiled as he watched the clown. His eyes were glowing. What are you worried about? Joker glanced at the black flame demon lord without any good humor. Lord Handsomevi, where are we going to play next? The black flame demon lord didn't ask anything, so he could only laugh and follow the clown's preferences. If you are lucky enough to meet such a big shot, you'd be stupid not to hug your thighs. Chapter 89, The Mysterious Woman. Where to play? Hearing the black flame demon lord's words, the clown's eyes were also glowing. In an instant, he put what he had just done behind him. What, don't you have places to have fun? Especially that kind of place with beautiful scenery. This big handsome guy is so poetic right now that he really wants to compose a poem. Joker stood directly on the stone pier and struck a handsome pose. Hearing the clown's words, the black flame demon lord's mouth twitched again. Lord Handsomevi, I know a place with a nice view. The black flame demon lord nodded and said. Hearing the black flame demon lord's words, the clown didn't even think about it and said, really? Hurry up and come lead the way. Okay. The black flame demon lord hurriedly led the way in front, and so, the two drifted apart. Several more days passed. At that moment, Chen had already arrived at the Chu family's sphere of influence. He didn't do it right away. Instead, he first found a place to stay and stayed. He couldn't wait to kill the Chu family though, but he knew from his frequent experiences that recklessness would only do bad things. Before killing the Chu family, it was still necessary to find out the true depths of the Chu family. See if there are any strong people left. What Chen didn't know was that at this time, underneath the Chu family's ground, a scruffy old Taoist was puffing and digging tunnels. Who else could it be but Northstar? After Bachin went to the Chu family, he directly and decisively came to the Chu family, because he knew that sooner or later the Chu family would be destroyed. One could only tearfully prepare to receive the Chu family's treasure trove. Of course, the grave can't be spared. Soon, Northstar dug into the ground of the tomb, still skillfully operated. In 3 strokes, all those graves of the Chu family were pried up. It was like collecting rags and raiding everything inside the grave. Then it went to the Chu family treasury and ransacked it again. Oops, not bad, much richer than the Zhu family. Bachin was so happy. At this time, the Chu family, however, was red with lights and colorful lanterns, and the word was plastered everywhere, and Chen watched the scene coldly from afar. Chen had long ago inquired about it, and it was said that a cultivation family had taken a fancy to the Chu family's young master, so they had joined forces with the Chu family. As for the other party's specific origins, it seemed like very few people knew about it, and Chen hadn't inquired about it, but he didn't care. Whoever dared to stop him from taking revenge was an enemy. At this time the sedan chair had already arrived at the Chu family. Strangely enough, only a few people carrying the sedan chair and an old woman accompanied by the exception. There is no kissing team, very low key. This is a phenomenon that many people are seeing for the first time. However, no one dared to say anything, and people continued to come and go for the banquet, and everyone didn't know that the Chu family executives who had traveled to the Yuhua sect were all gone. Chen also looked curiously at the woman coming down from the sedan chair. Although the woman was covered with a red head, but with that front and back body, one could also roughly figure out that this woman was an absolute beauty. The woman also seemed to sense something and slightly inclined her head, looking over in Chen's direction. Despite the cover, Chen could still feel that the woman had seen him. Even the old crone beside the woman glanced at Chen. It wasn't that Chen was any different from the others. Mainly, the bride and the crone sensed killing intent in Chen. Granny Flower, keep an eye on him a bit, lest you make a scene. The bride's voice reached the old crone's ears. Don't worry, my lord. The crone nodded respectfully. The bride was fine. Her cultivation wasn't high, just about the same as Chen, but that old crone's cultivation, Chen couldn't understand it. Chen naturally knew that this kind of older generation of cultivators, as long as they couldn't understand, then they were all far beyond themselves. At this moment, Chen was in trouble. He had previously checked out the Chu family's current underpinnings. There is nothing stronger in the battlefield that exists. But for now, it seemed that this old crone alone was beyond his ability to deal with. Just as Chen was thinking so, a hand rested on his shoulder. At that moment, Chen was just shocked. Someone was near him and he was actually unaware of it. Just as Gu Chen was about to use the secret technique, a voice reached Gu Chen's ears. Second senior brother, do you need help? When he heard this voice, Gu Chen just froze. Only then did he turn his head to see who else could it be if not Toon Baichen. Gu Chen was relieved when he saw that it was Toon Baichen. The two didn't stay any longer, but found a tavern and sat down for the time being. Senior brother, why are you here? Gu Chen said as he picked up a cup of wine and drank it in one go. Hey, this is not to listen to senior sister and senior brother you, to destroy the Chu family, so I came to take a look, and in the meantime to get some wine money. Toon Baichen hugged the wine jar and just dunked it. It was a refreshing Hearing Toon Baichen's words, how could Gu Chen not understand? When he was in the Yuhua sect, he had seen to the point that this senior brother of his was a drunkard and a money grubber. You've already been to the Chu family? Gu Chen looked curiously at Toon Baichen. Went, and it was just like that. Things are emptied, Toon Baichen said without a care in the world. By the way, what was the strength of that old woman next to the bride before? Do you know? And what are they? Gu Chen suddenly looked at Toon Baichen. Although Gu Chen was the senior brother, in terms of age and seniority as well as experience, Toon Baichen was superior. I don't know what they are, but that old woman is a Tianxian realm powerhouse, probably about the same as my current cultivation level. Toon Baichen also said seriously, he's not really from the fringe, he's mainly here because of something, because the stronger you are, the more resources you need or otherwise, the harder it is to get. Staying in such a barren place would only drain one's talent and time. Of course, Yinan was the exception, and this was something that Toon Baichen couldn't understand. He didn't know how someone as strong as Yinan could be in such a place, but today, he actually saw a strong person of the same level in such a place, which made Toon Baichen feel that something was wrong. Could it be that it's here for that piece of business as well? Toon Baichen thought so in his heart. Tianxian realm? It seems, my previous guess wasn't wrong. I just didn't expect it to be this strong. Gu Chen became a bit gloomy when he heard Toon Baichen's words. Senior brother, I have a favor to ask. Soon after, Gu Chen turned his gaze toward Toon Baichen. Wouldn't Toon Baichen know what this young senior brother of his was thinking? But still asked with a smile. What? Does senior brother want me to stop that old woman? That's right. In the future, senior brother will definitely thank you. Gu Chen didn't hide anything and nodded his head readily. What's all this talk about heavy thanks? You and I are both disciples of our master now. You and I are master brothers. It's only right for the family to help each other. Toon Baichen gave Gu Chen a look without any good humor. Good. Gu Chen's heart just warmed when he heard Toon Baichen's words, especially when he heard about the family. He suddenly felt like he had a new purpose. He used to live only for revenge, but now he lives for his current family after revenge. Chapter 90, Pretend you don't see me, okay? But just as the two were talking, two figures passed in front of both Gu Chen. At first, the two Gu Chen hadn't noticed, but when he saw the short one, Gu Chen just had a twitch in his eye. What's wrong with you, senior? What are you looking at? Due to the perspective, Toon Baichen didn't see it. He only saw that Gu Chen's gaze was a bit odd. Hearing Toon Baichen's question, Gu Chen didn't open his mouth to speak either, but kept making eyes at Toon Baichen. Toon Baichen felt a bit curious and could only turn his head to look over. Who else were these two besides the Joker and the Black Flame Demon Lord? It was just that Toon Northstar, who had seen the two afterward, didn't feel anything. At this time, the Black Flame Demon Monarch has already put away the horns on top of his head. It is properly a lanky and strong man, and can't be seen at all. Only, Toon Baichen hadn't seen the two clowns. Senior brother, what's so strange? Toon Baichen was a bit puzzled. No, nothing. Gu Chen then remembered that Toon Baichen hadn't seen the clown. The Black Flame Demon Lord on the side did make Gu Chen a bit puzzled. He didn't remember seeing this guy. Seemingly thinking of something, Gu Chen's pupils shook. He suddenly thought of the black shadow that the black bead had manifested earlier. The Black Flame Demon Monarch also glanced at the two Gu Chenlian, but did not say anything. As for the clowns, they didn't even bother. They just skimmed right over them. Seeing that neither of them looked at him straight away, Gu Chen's mouth also twitched. Still, he put down his glass and hurried to follow. Seeing this hurried scene of Gu Chen, Toon Baichen was a bit puzzled. He looked at them for half a day, but he didn't see anything different about those two. Totally just like a normal person. Could it be that I'm looking away? Toon Baichen said in his heart, but he still followed. Senior. Gu Chen hurriedly came next to the clown and respectfully saluted. Ha, who are you? The clown stopped and looked at Gu Chen, pretending not to recognize him. Hearing the clown's words, Gu Chen was also speechless. Senior, where are you going? Gu Chen didn't care about the clown's words. Let's go enjoy the view. The clown was kind. Seeing the scenery, Gu Chen was a bit odd. He'd thought about asking the Joker to do him a favor before, but on second thought, he'd rather rely on himself. It's enough to have Toon Northstar to hold that old woman back. If he wanted to find someone to help him, he would have found Yinan long ago. Why wait until now? After the clown finished speaking, he just stepped out a few steps, but seemed to remember something, and hurriedly stepped backward again, looking at Gu Chen. Just pretend you didn't see me today, okay? Hearing the clown's words, Gu Chen was just stunned. However, he quickly reacted and said with a serious face, "Please don't worry, senior. I didn't see anything today. GGG. Not bad, not bad." The clown nodded in a dignified manner. Only the Black Flame Demon Lord and Gu Chen knew it by heart. Joker was just afraid that Gu Chen would go back and complain, and then he was afraid that Yinan would come to him and beat him up again. "Still not saying you're not afraid?" the Black Flame Demon Lord belabored in his heart. The Black Flame Demon Lord had just finished speaking when he saw the clown glancing at himself. It directly scared the Black Flame Demon Lord with a war cry. Immediately, he replaced it with a fawning smile. "By the way, do you want this big handsome guy to help you destroy this whatchamacallit family? Just as a hush money, what do you say?" The clown looked toward Gu Chen. "No need, senior. It's better to let senior do it himself." Gu Chen hesitated for a moment, but still refused. "Okay, then I'll leave first, so look for me if you need anything in the future." After saying that, he took the Black Flame Demon Monarch with him and ran off at the top of his lungs. Looking at the two clowns' lewd appearance, Gu Chen shook his head and smiled. "Who are they?" At this time, two Northstar also came up. They're subordinates of Master Teacher. "You haven't seen them before, and this is my official first meeting," Gu Chen explained. Hearing that it was Yinan's subordinate, Tum Beichen also became interested. "Then how strong are they?" Tum Beichen pursued. "I don't know. Anyway, killing the heavenly Xian realm, that's a breeze." Gu Chen seemed to have thought of that scene in the Yuhua sect. "So strong?" Tum Beichen sucked in a breath of cool air. "AI, bad luck. How come I met the master's disciple here?" The clown who had already traveled a long way was a bit annoyed. "Don't worry, Lord Shui Bai. They shouldn't go back to complain," the Black Flame Demon Lord comforted from the side. "Really?" Joker was instantly energized. "Really? I'm sure." The Black Flame Demon Lord patted his chest. "GGG. That's good. That's good. Otherwise, I'll bury you." Now Joker's mood finally returned. Black Inferno Demon. Only the Black Flame Demon Lord was bitter in his heart. Yinan buried the clown. Now the clown is going to bury him. On Gu Chen's side, he already had Tum Beichen to press the issue, so he was ready to make a direct move. And now the Chu family is preparing to pay their respects inside. At this time, the young master of the Chu family, a big red robe, that was overjoyed, a face of condescension, especially when he looked at the woman in the glad raiment. He couldn't hide his greed. Just as the two were about to pay their respects, there seemed to be a breaking sound approaching quickly towards the auditorium. "How dare you!" Granny Flower beside the joyfully dressed woman let out a furious rebuke. Directly picking up the cane in his hand, he slammed it out. What flew was instantly in pieces. It was only when the crowd looked that they saw that the thing flying was actually a person, or their Chu family guards. Not only that, but more and more guards were flying backwards towards the auditorium. Granny Flower was also ruthless, and they were all beaten into a bloody mist by her. For a while, the entire auditorium was drenched in blood, adding a demonic color to the festive auditorium. "What kind of person dare to come to my Chu family to act recklessly?" The Chu family's young master spoke. "How can such a good day be without me?" Gu Chen's voice reached the lobby. Whoosh! The two figures, at an extremely fast speed, arrived at the entrance of the auditorium. It was the two Gu Chen. "Who are you?" The Chu family's young lord looked at Gu Chen, a little puzzled. He always felt that this person looked a little familiar. It was only Granny Flower, who was on the side, who placed her gaze on Tum Beichen the moment Gu Chen and Tum Beichen appeared. Tum Beichen didn't care, and continued to stand beside Gu Chen without a tone. "What? It's only been a little while and young Master Chu has forgotten about me? When your Chu family destroyed my Gu family, it wasn't like this." Gu Chen's murderous aura overflowed as he looked toward the Chu family's young lord. "It's you, Gu Chen?" This time, the Chu family's young master finally reacted. No wonder he felt that Gu Chen looked somewhat familiar, but it was just a slight surprise. "Who did I think it was? So it's a lost dog. Ha, because of you. All my Chu family members went to the Yuhua sect to look for you. What's the matter? What's the matter? The Yuhua sect is gone, and you escaped? But why did you still come to die?" The Chu family's eldest young man thought that the Jade Flower sect had been destroyed and Gu Chen had run away. "Escape? Don't you realize? All of your Chu family's strongest men are dead? Ha ha ha." It was the first time Gu Chen laughed so freely. It was hatred, pain, and relief. All sorts of emotions mixed in. Chapter 91, Devouring Physique. Hearing Gu Chen's words, the Chu family's eldest son just frowned. However, he quickly calmed down and snorted. "Ridiculous, just a Yuhua sect? If I had believed it before. Now, you don't find a good excuse either. Your Chu family should all have life cards, right? What? You haven't seen it? Or do you think you're bound to win this trip?" Gu Chen mocked. Hearing Gu Chen being so certain, for a moment, the Chu family's young lord also felt some doubts in his heart. Because, their Chu family executives have been out for days. If it was before, it was nothing. The current Chu family, the strength of the group of executives, was incomparably powerful. Exterminating a clan that only had an existence of the solid realm should be very easy. You go to the ancestral hall and take a look, the Chu family's young lord still said to one of the guards at the side. Yes, the guard turned around and left. Just before a while, a figure in a hurry quickly returned. It was the guard. Seeing this guard in such a posture, the Chu family's young lord as well as the rest of the Chu family's hearts jumped. Young lord, the shrine's life tags are all shattered. That guard's face turned pale as he stammered. What? Say that again. The Chu family's young lord directly picked up that guard's collar with a shocked expression. I've already said it. Why don't you just not believe me? The reason I came is to take revenge. Revenge for my Gu family. The more Gu Chen spoke, the more hideous he became. You seek death. The Chu family's young lord was also furious. Just as the Chu family's young lord was about to make his move, a cold voice rang out. The woman in the wedding dress took off her red cover and looked at Gu Chen expressionlessly. Your Excellency, can you give me a thin face and leave this matter at that? Hearing the woman's words, Gu Chen gasped and laughed. If someone kills your entire clan, do you want to leave it at that? Gu Chen mockingly looked at the cold woman. Hearing Gu Chen's words, the cold woman frowned and narrowed her eyes slightly, and the flower granny on the side could not bear it, and angrily rebuked out on the spot. Kid, my lord, that is to give you a chance to live. Don't know what's good for you. The young master of the Chu family on the side felt a little better in his heart when he saw that the cold woman was also helping himself, especially when he saw that face of the cold woman. The Chu family's great young man just gulped furiously. Can't wait to pounce on the spot. This was also the first time he had seen the face of a cold woman. Previously, it was also Granny Flower who came to forcefully propose marriage, and their Chu family law refused. The Chu family's great young man thought that it was some big power's ugly young lady who couldn't get married, but looking at Granny Flower's strength, she could only nod her head in agreement. But now it seems that the young master of the Chu family is completely making a big profit. Hearing Granny Flower's rebuke, Chen, who was beside Gu Chen, naturally had to step forward. Old woman, why are you so nosy? Chen smiled and looked at Granny Flower. Granny Flower was enraged when she heard Chen's words. If you dare to offend us, even if you are a heavenly Xian realm powerhouse, then you won't survive. Granny Flower directly exploded her aura. The strong aura made the entire auditorium tremble. Even those guests who had come to the wedding, or the rest of the Chu family, all fled outside the auditorium in a hurry. Threatening me? Ha, I'm so scared. Oh. Chen was also as he exploded his aura and confronted Granny Flower. The one with the ugliest face was the Chu family's young lord. He then said that the Yuhua sect in the district, how could it possibly kill the Chu clan's crowd that had the Tianxian realm leading the way? It turned out that the Yuhua sect had hidden an even stronger Tianxian realm. As far as the aura emanating from Chen was concerned, it was indeed much stronger than the previous demon charm. Mother, please also take action to kill them and avenge my Chu family. The Chu family's young lord was only about as strong as Gu Chen. Where could he deal with the Tianxian realm? He could only turn to the cold and colorful woman for help. Young Master Chu, you and I have yet to tie the knot. We must not call out indiscriminately. The cold-colored woman hurriedly stopped the Chu family's young lord. Hearing the cold and colorful woman's words, the Chu family's young lord was just stunned. Then the face became ugly again. However, he could only endure it, and said with a respectful salute, I also ask for Miss Flower's help. The cold-colored woman glanced at young Lord Chu and did not say anything more. The cold woman's gaze kept sizing up Gu Chen, as if there was something about him that attracted her. This feeling, the cold woman knew very well what it meant. The reason why she had taken the initiative to marry the Chu family's young lord was that she had previously inadvertently discovered that the Chu family's young lord possessed a special physique. It was just a general special physique, but it was a good tonic for her. The cold and colorful woman's name was Flower Ray, and she already possessed a special physique that could devour other physiques. Her main purpose this time was to devour the Chu family's young master's physique and then to enhance herself. However, the Chu family's crowd had simply never realized that the Chu family's young master possessed such a physique, and it was still the Chu family's fault for seeing too little. The level of exposure is too low to understand this particular body type. Are you harboring a special physique? Huaran looked at Gu Chen. Upon hearing these words, Granny Flower, who was confronting Chen on the side, also had her pupils shrink and immediately turned her gaze towards Gu Chen. So what if it is? So what if it's not? Gu Chen didn't give the slightest bit of face. Huaran didn't care about Gu Chen's attitude, but continued to ask, can you tell me what kind of physique it is? If you don't get involved in this today, I might tell you. Otherwise, Gu Chen's words were already obvious. Hearing Gu Chen's words, Huaren just frowned. If Gu Chen's special physique, which was very powerful, could be on the same level as hers, she would be willing to give up the Chu family. Even remarrying Gu Chen would be fine. And when the time came for dual cultivation, it would be very beneficial to her. And it wasn't. It had to be devoured. A special physique at the same level. Dual cultivation. It was beneficial in many ways, far better than devouring. There were many things she could devour, and a special physique was just one of them. If it was just a lowly special physique, then she could only find a way to take Gu Chen and devour him. Cultivation world is so, the survival of the fittest. As for the marriage, to worship well, but also just go a process, dispensable. As for double time off, it is even more commonplace. Fine, as long as you tell me your physique, and if I think it's okay, I'll back off. How's that? Huaren remained expressionless. However, when the Chu family's young master on the side heard this, he was instantly stunned. Just as he was about to open his mouth to speak, a pressure descended from above his head. You'd better keep quiet. Granny Flower glanced at the Chu family's young lord and said disdainfully. Facing Granny Flower's powerful pressure, the Chu family's young master directly knelt on the ground, struggling to resist. Gu Chen didn't care about anything. If there were two less opponents, Flower Rain and Granny Flower, it will be much simpler for him to destroy the Chu family. After thinking about it, Gu Chen still said, my special physique is Vajra Hegemony Body. Chapter 92 Tough Gu Chen. After hearing what Gu Chen said about the physique, the Chu family members were all confused and did not know what a special physique was. Only Granny Flower and Flower Mercy were frowning with some confusion. They had not heard of any Vajra Hegemony. Vajra Buster Body? Huaren mentally went through all the physiques he knew and had seen in the ancient books in his head, but none of them could find any Vajra Buster Body. After thinking about it for a while, he could only attribute what Gu Chen said about the Vajra Overlord body to a low-grade physique. Not only did Huaren think this way, it was also Granny Flower on the side who had never heard of any Vajra Buster body either. Well, willing to leave? Gu Chen looked at the two Huaren. How about Gungzi gives slave a try? Huaren didn't answer directly, but instead smiled slightly and looked at Gu Chen provocatively. The meaning was obvious. In her opinion, Gu Chen wasn't a particularly strong physique, and she was going to take Gu Chen and the Chu family's young master together. That's just it. There's not much more of you anyway. Gu Chen didn't bother to talk nonsense. Boom! With an explosive sound, the ground crumbled beneath his feet and he directly rushed towards the Chu family's young lord. He's going to start getting his revenge now. Seeing Gu Chen, who was rushing towards the Chu family's young master, Granny Flower was stopped by Toon Bachin before she could act. What's the hurry, old woman? Isn't it good to let them finish fighting? Toon Bachin smiled and looked at Granny Flower. Seeing Toon Bachin, who stopped her, Granny Flower was also furious, but she didn't make a move. Once she and Toon Bachin made a move, not to mention the fact that it would spread to Gu Chen and Huaren. Mainly, both of them were heavenly Xian realm powerhouses, so if they suffered any injuries that would be serious, so there was no point in fighting. At this moment, neither of the two strongest made a move and just looked at each other silently. On Gu Chen's side, he had also arrived in front of the Chu family's young lord. Seeing that Gu Chen's starting stance was such a powerful burst, Huaren was also startled. Gu Chen didn't hesitate and struck decisively, directly slamming his fist into the Chu family's young master's face. Hanarin didn't step forward to help, just watched quietly. Huaren thought that the Chu family's young master, who was also of a special physique, shouldn't be that easy to kill either. Of course, the young master of the Chu family thought the same thing. However, he didn't know that he had a special physique, and in his opinion, his strength was about the same as Gu Chen's, so even if he couldn't defeat it, he could still draw. Thus, the Chu clan's young lord was very confident and smashed out a fist as well. Bang! The two fists collided, and under one blow, the Chu family's young lord flew straight out. At the same time, there was also a heartbreaking scream that resounded throughout the auditorium. This scene really shocked the crowd. Boom! The vegetable Chu family's young master, who flew out backwards, directly smashed through the auditorium, his arm directly exploding on the spot. What a strong physique. Granny Flower also looked at Gu Chen in shock. Even though the Chu family's young lord hadn't stimulated his physique, his physical quality or strength was quite a bit stronger than cultivators of the same rank. But in this scene right now, the Chu family's young lord was completely crushed, the very thorough kind. Looking at the Chu family's young master who flew out backwards, Gu Chen didn't hesitate and directly stormed outside the auditorium once again. All of you, get on me and kill him. At this moment, the Chu family's young master, who was covered in blood, hissed to the Chu family's crowd as well as those guards. Hearing the Chu family's young lord's words, the crowd also swarmed to kill Gu Chen. Those guests who had come to the wedding before had all left the Chu family now. They knew that this Chu family was going to change. Kill! Gu Chen was also killing it this time. The two fists that were directly raised, utilizing the feats that he had learned, weaved back and forth through the crowd, and under each punch, a Chu family member died. It was mainly the Chu family's senior management, all of whom had died out, leaving only a few cultivators who were at best at the Yuan realm. If it was in the past, even if it was a cultivator of the Yuan gathering realm, it would still be a powerful party. But compared to the current Gu Chen, it was just a matter of a punch. Seeing the incomparably ruthless Gu Chen, the Chu family's young master was scared out of his wits. "Miss Hua, please still save me." The young master of the Chu family, while backing up, looked to Huarun for help. Huarun didn't pay attention to the Chu family's young lord, but instead narrowed her eyes at Gu Chen. She could clearly see that under each of Gu Chen's punches, threads of golden streams of light flashed around his body. Vajra Buster body? What kind of physique is this? Why haven't I heard of it before? Hua Ren was puzzled. She admitted that she had looked away. Just now she had thought that Gu Chen was just an unimpressive special physique. Now it seemed that it wasn't what she thought it was. Just as well. Let me try this so-called Vajra overlord body of yours. The corner of Hua Ren's mouth curled up. Whoosh! Hua Ren directly rushed towards Gu Chen. Seeing that Hua Ren had heard his plea for help and had really come to his rescue, the Chu family young lord's heart was once again moved. "I told you, I'm so good. Your wife won't see death and save me." The young master of the Chu family was still masturbating to himself, and Gu Chen, who was in the midst of a great killing spree, also noticed the rapidly approaching Huarun. As Huarun approached, Gu Chen directly slammed his fist out. Since they had all struck out at him, they were enemies and it was enough to kill them. Seeing the fist with golden streams of light attached to it slamming towards her, Huarun also met it. As for Huaren's jade palm, it was not as domineering and strong as Gu Chen's, but instead seemed soft and weak. The fists and palms clashed, and waves of air rippled out in all directions. A stalemate actually formed for a while. Seeing this scene, although Huaren's face was calm in her heart was in shock. Various geniuses in the past wouldn't last more than a single round in her hands, but the current Gu Chen was on par with her. Whoosh! However, in the next moment, Flower Mercy was the first to withdraw her palm and directly took several steps back. "How about we talk again?" Huarun looked at Gu Chen with a smile. "Wait until I finish killing the Chu family." When Gu Chen saw that Huarun had withdrawn her hand, Gu Chen did not continue to exchange blows, but instead rushed towards the Chu family's people once again. Good. Huarun didn't stop this time, but instead smiled and nodded. Gu Chen's physique was far beyond her imagination, and it would be better to pull Gu Chen to her side for the sake of a Chu family member with a low-grade physique. At this moment, with no one in the way, Gu Chen was like a hungry wolf entering a flock of sheep. It was a crunchy, messy kill. Regardless of how the young master of the Chu family called for help, Huarun looked at the scene with an expressionless face, not caring at all about the hissing sounds of those people. At this moment, all of the Chu family members, regardless of their size, had been killed by Gu Chen. When only the Chu family's young master was left, Huaren's voice sounded once again. "My lord, could you leave him with me?" "What? Want to save your lover boy?" Gu Chen, who was covered in blood, narrowed his eyes at Huarun. "Mother, save me, save me." Hearing Huaren's words, the Chu family's young master looked like he had grabbed the last straw. However, Huaren's next sentence made the young master of the hallowed Chu family piss himself on the spot. "I just wanted to absorb his physique. It's quite a shame to waste it." Huarun was still smiling. As for the words of the Chu family's young master, since Gu Chen appeared, Huarun has never responded. Hearing Huaren's words, Gu Chen didn't say anything. "As long as you're not saving Chu's family, who's not killing?" Chapter 93. I like it better. With Gu Chen's permission, Huarun walked straight to the Chu family's young master who was already sitting paralyzed on the ground, his eyes lifeless. Huarun directly pressed one hand on the top of the Chu family's young master's head. Next moment, the body of the Chu family's young master then began to convulse all over, foaming at the mouth and rolling his white eyes. Seeing this scene, both Gu Chen and Chen, who was not far away, were frowning as they watched. A few breaths later, Gu Chen saw a stream of light that swiftly traveled from the top of the Chu clan's young master's head toward the inside of Flower Mercy's palm. Huarun withdrew her palm and took a deep breath before taking a look of enjoyment. As for the Chu family's young master, he directly fell to the ground unconscious when Huarun retracted his palm, but still alive. Gu Chen naturally couldn't let anyone from the Chu family survive. It would only leave behind future problems. In the cultivation world, one had to be ruthless. Gu Chen picked up a knife on the ground and walked towards the Chu family's young master. Ka-ching! With a single slash, the Chu family's young master died so painlessly. At this point, the Chu family was completely extinguished. At this moment, Gu Chen looked up to the sky and slowly said, "In the future, it's time for me to live for myself, and I'll avenge you all." Gu Chen retrieved his thoughts and looked at Chen. "Senior brother, let's go." "Good." Chen glanced at Granny Flower and was ready to turn around and leave. "Wait." Huarun hurriedly called out to Gu Chen. I know what you want to say, but I'm really not interested. See you later. After saying that, Gu Chen was about to turn around and leave. I have a secret that I think you should be interested. Want to hear it? Hua Run frowned at Gu Chen. At this moment, both Flower Mercy and Granny Flower were both a little shocked in their hearts, because they had just heard Gu Chen call Tomb Baichen's senior brother a Gathering Realm, calling a Heavenly Xian Realm senior brother? This was something they had never expected. At this moment, the gazes of Granny Flower and Flower Mercy as they looked at the two of them, Gu Chen, both became profound. Regarding the two men's change in expression, Gu Chen treated it as if he didn't see it and instead looked at Hua Run. What secret? Gu Chen knew that the two of them, Hua Run, were definitely not simple, and the secrets that came out of their mouths would definitely not be simple either. Maybe bringing it back to tell his master himself would still make Yinan happy. Hearing Gu Chen's interest, Hua Ren's mouth also curled up. Before I tell you, can you tell me what kind of person your master is? Hua Ren was really curious as to how strong someone who could accept the Heavenly Xian Realm as a disciple was. Hearing Hua Ren's words, Gu Chen and Tomb Baichen's gazes instantly became dangerous. Seeing the gazes of the two, Hana Ren also frowned. Girl, change your question. This one, I advise you not to ask. Gu Chen responded coldly. Kid, we are so sincere. Don't be ungrateful. Granny Flower spoke again. What, old woman, is your skin itching? Tomb Baichen looked at Granny Flower with disdain. Humph, am I afraid of you? Granny Flower mortared her walking stick on the ground and spoke out angrily. That's just it. Let's not talk about it. After that, I hope you can join forces with me. Can you leave your transmission jade slip? It wasn't as if Hua Ren had to know Gu Chen's master. In her opinion, her power far exceeded Gu Chen's master, and she was only mildly curious. What do you mean? Gu Chen listened with some confusion. It is said that there is a large tomb in this barren land, and it is said that the graves of the lowest are the graves of powerful people of the mortal transformation realm, which may be about to come out. Hua Ren said directly. A great tomb of the lowest metamorphosis realm? Gu Chen was also startled. You guys really came here for this? Tomb Baichen, who was on the side, had figured something out and looked towards the two of them. Hua Ren. Oh, you know that too? Hua Ren looked at Tomb Baichen. You all can know, can I not? Tomb Baichen said carelessly, while mentally adding, not looking at what I do for a living. I told you, how could there be a Tianqian realm powerhouse in a place like this? So it doesn't seem unusual. On the side, Granny Flower looked at Tomb Baichen without any good reason. This might just be the beginning yet. There might be quite a few more strong people to follow. Hua Run continued to add, then why are you still looking for me to cooperate? With so many powerful people coming, there's still you and me? Gu Chen looked at Hua Run with some confusion. I've done a lot of work. It's said, inside that great tomb, only those below the solid realm are allowed to enter, but it will take the tomb to come out to clearly know. Bai Ren didn't have any reservations, and said what he knew. So weird? Gu Chen also frowned. He thought anyone could go in. Seemingly thinking of something, Gu Chen's eyes just lit up. Right, isn't Master Teacher unable to find a place to play? Why don't we tell Master Teacher this news? Maybe it can arouse Master Teacher's interest. Gu Chen was a little excited in his heart. Gu Chen, however, knew that Yinan had always been at the Qi refining realm cultivation level, and if it was really as Hua Ren had said, then Yinan completely met the criteria. Good, when the great tomb comes out, you'll contact me. After saying that, Gu Chen handed Hua Ren a jade slip. This was a specially made jade slip with a much longer transmission distance. After Hua Ren received the jade slip, Gu Chen and Tomb Baichen turned to leave. The current Gu Chen couldn't wait to tell Yinan about this news. Seeing the two in the distance, Granny Flower looked at Flower Mercy in confusion. My lord, just letting them go? What? You can keep them? Hua Ren glanced at Granny Flower without a good look. With one sentence, Hua Ren made Granny Flower eat her words. Granny Flower also knew that it was almost impossible to leave the two Gu Chens behind with herself, but Granny Flower wanted to say something else. Don't worry, he won't be able to escape from me. When the time comes, I will make him willingly double cultivate with me. Right now, he doesn't have a very good impression of us. We have to take our time. Hua Ren hurriedly interrupted Granny Flower. Hearing Hua Ren's words, Granny Flower was the one whose eyes lit up and said, it's the old slave who was in a hurry. It's still your excellency who has thought it through. Alright, put his matter aside for now. You hurry up and start working on the next matter of the great tomb coming out. Hua Ren continued to add, yes, the old slave will go prepare now. After saying that, Granny Flower turned around and left. Looking at the devastated Chu family, Hua Ren laughed. It's still really killing, but I like it even more. Giggle giggle. After saying these words, Hua Ren also turned to leave, and at that moment, Gu Chen returned to the Yuhua sect as fast as he could. Even so, it took him several days. As for Tomb Baichen, well, he was not willing to come back, saying something about going to look for that big tomb in advance. Regarding Tomb Baichen's nature, Gu Chen also understood it and could only nod his head in agreement. Yinan and Linglong, who had been living outside for the past few days. It was only yesterday that I returned to South Peak. After a few days of signing in, the warehouse was now, once again, filled with various feats and magic treasures. However, to Yinan and Linglong, it would just be a mere material to burn the fire. Chapter 94. Bored Yinan and Gu Chen, who had just returned to the southern peak, went to find Yinan at the very first opportunity. Master, I'm back, Gu Chen shouted as he ran towards the courtyard where Yinan lived. Yinan, who was weeding the vegetables in the yard, also heard Gu Chen's voice. Yinan stopped the movements in his hands and looked toward the entrance of the courtyard. Seeing the hurried and giddy Gu Chen, Yinan was also stunned. Oh disciple, what's wrong with you? Didn't you go to take revenge? Are you done so soon? Yinan looked at Gu Chen curiously. Master, I've already gotten my revenge, and I came back this time because I wanted to tell Master a good news. I just don't know if Master is interested. Gu Chen carefully looked at Yinan. Oh, what news? Gu Chen was also interested. Linglong on the side was also curious and came up. Master, when I came back, I inquired about a piece of news, saying something like there seems to be a graveyard of a powerful cultivator that will be open soon. I see that you don't have any place to go to have fun, so I'll see if you're interested. Gu Chen paid attention to Yinan's reaction. Sure enough, after hearing Gu Chen's words, Yinan's eyes lit up. Yinan had heard the system say that some powerful people would leave behind a legacy when they were dying, which would be called a dojo, or a graveyard, by the world. Linglong on the side was also somewhat interested. Staying with Yinan and the Yuhua sect every day was really a bit boring. That's a good feeling, worthy of being a good disciple of the master. Yinan also came to be interested. Even the hoe was directly thrown aside. Go, let's set off now. Yinan couldn't wait any longer and hurriedly urged. Master, I don't know where it is at the moment. Someone will inform me when the great tomb comes out. Gu Chen looked at Yinan with some embarrassment. In that case, I thought I could go right away. Yinan was a little disappointed. Alright then, just don't forget to call me when the time comes. Yinan still added. In the next few days, the days remained calm, and Gu Chen and Yinan and Linglong remained the same as always. On the other hand, Tomb Baichen relied on his many years of experience to arrive in the middle of a huge mountain. If Yinan had seen it, he would have instantly known where it was. It was not somewhere else. It was the center of the 10,000 Demon Mountain range. The huge mountain that had previously been slapped to pieces by Yinan was now somewhat different, and if one didn't look closely, one couldn't really tell. Oops, I'm not ashamed to say that I found it in the end. Tomb Baichen's face floor was ecstatic. Time is running out. Hurry up. Seemingly thinking of something, Tomb Baichen hurriedly took out what he had for dinner and started digging a hole. It was just that when Tomb Baichen dug close to the graveyard, it was as if he was blocked by something. It was only after Tomb Baichen carefully observed it for a while that he realized that it was a wall, and it was full of densely packed runes that looked like formations. I knew that the graveyard of such a powerful person would definitely not be that easy to get. Tomb Baichen was a bit unwilling, so the next thing he did was to use his various means, but all of them had limited effect. Not to mention this formation, the material of this wall was extraordinary. Can only look, cannot go in. Tomb Baichen heart that is a stifled ah. Tomb Baichen seemed to think of something, and suddenly his eyes just lit up. Yeah, doesn't the master's warehouse have that magic treasure? There might be magic treasures that break formations. Tomb Baichen slapped his thighs and rushed towards the Yuhua sect. Not long after Tomb Baichen left, two figures also arrived here. If Gu Chen was there, he would have recognized the two. It wasn't anyone else. It was none other than the two of them, Flower Mercy and Granny Flower. My lord, are you sure this is the place? Granny Flower looked at Flower Mercy with some hesitation. This should be the place. My senses can't be wrong. I just don't know when it will open. Hannah Wren nodded. It was not known why, but during this period of time in Cloud City, there were gradually more and more people. However, for Yinan and the others in the Yuhua sect, it had little effect. Hey, disciple ah, when do you think that what's-his-name Great Tomb will be opened? Yinan, who was lying on the recliner, had been preoccupied with the Great Tomb that Gu Chen had been talking about all these days. Gu Chen, who was weeding at the side, was also a bit embarrassed when he heard Yinan's words. He doesn't know when the big tomb will open ah, he can only silently weed. Whoosh! Just as Yinan's few people were chatting, a figure, like a ghost, arrived at the southern peak. When they saw the person coming, Yinan's few people were also a bit surprised. Senior brother, why have you returned? Gu Chen looked at Tung Beichen somewhat oddly. He. Greetings, master. Greetings, senior brother and sister. Tung Beichen was still considered polite and gave a bow to a few people respectively. The moment she saw Tung Beichen, Linglong had long since circled far away. Don't you like to run around outside? What's the point of coming back? Yinan also looked curiously at Tung Beichen. Hey, senior, I came back this time because I wanted to borrow something from you. Tung Beichen rubbed his hands a little embarrassed. Stuff? What kind of stuff? If you want to like something, go to the warehouse and pick it yourself. Yinan didn't care. Although Tung Beichen was a bit scruffy, he was also his own disciple and should be treated equally. Hearing Yinan's words, Tung Beichen's eyes just lit up. Many thanks, master. After giving Yinan another bow, Tung Beichen ran his ass off to the warehouse. Upon arriving at the warehouse, Tung Beichen was again dazzled. He didn't know if it was his illusion or not, but it felt as if all the treasures in here had been changed. Even after seeing it for the second time, it still made Tung Beichen greatly shocked. And again, he couldn't help but want to take it all away. Fixing his mind, Tung Beichen hurriedly and carefully rummaged around, the lightness of the movement, afraid of breaking these magic treasures. After searching for a while yet, Tung Beichen's eyes finally lit up. Hurriedly, he got on and picked up a large golden shovel. On top of the large golden shovel, there were also quite a few golden runes flowing, and these runes were like they were alive and had lives. Although Tung Beichen couldn't understand what these runes were, he knew that it had to be formation-related treasures. No longer hesitating, Tung Beichen carefully picked up the large golden shovel and came outside. When they saw the large golden shovel in Tung Beichen's hand, Gu Chen and Linglong were both a bit odd. What are you doing with this? Yinan looked at Tung Beichen in puzzlement. Hey, oh master teacher, I found a good place, but there's an array in that place that I can't get into. So, I've come to seek help from master. Tung Beichen revealed his mouth full of big yellow teeth and smiled. Oh, so, Yinan nodded. This large golden shovel, which was indeed obtained by signing in, seemed to be specialized in breaking formations. Then disciple will leave first. Tung Beichen gave Yinan another salute. Then without even waiting for Yinan to nod, he directly slipped away. Chapter 95, The Great Tomb opens. Seeing Tung Beichen, who ran faster than a rabbit, Yinan was somewhat speechless. However, Yinan didn't care and continued to lie down on the recliner. Not long after Tung Beichen left, Jade Easy's son arrived at the southern peak. Seeing that Yu Zhanzi had arrived, Yinan still had the courtesy to ask Gu Chen to move a seat for Yu Zhanzi. As for the Jade Immortal, she has closed her doors to impact the solid realm. Why are you free to come to my place today? Yinan looked at Jade Easy's son. Senior, in the recent Cloud City, it seems that quite a few cultivators have come, and there are some that even I can't tell their cultivation. I'm very worried. Yu Ez spoke out the worries in his heart. Don't worry, they'll probably be gone after a while. Yinan rapped. Hearing Yinan say this, Yu Zhanzi just had his eyes light up. Could it be that Senior knows something? Well, I also heard from my apprentice that we seem to have a graveyard of some powerful person coming out here, so there are a bit too many foreign cultivators lately. Yinan told the story. Upon hearing Yinan's words, Yu Zhanzi just narrowed his eyes. He also didn't expect that this remote and barren land would actually have such a big event appear. Elder, then should I don't want me to make some preparations in advance? Yu Ez was also very active. He knew that Yinan would definitely go as well since he knew so much about the matter. There's no need to prepare. If you want to go, just follow me then. No need to be so troublesome. Yinan waved his hand, and Gu Chen, who was weeding, suddenly felt a jolt of something in his arms. Gu Chen stopped the movement in his hands and hurriedly touched his arms. It was the summoning jade slip that Huarun had sent him that was vibrating. Seeing this scene, Gu Chen was the one whose eyes lit up and hurriedly connected afterward. Inside then came Huarun's voice. The great tomb has already been opened. I wonder when the gentleman will come. Tell me the location and I'll be on my way. It took a few moments for the two to finish their conversation. Gu Chen put away the transmission jade slip and hurriedly came to Yinan's side. Master, the great tomb has opened. What the hell? So fast? Yinan rubbed up and sat up. That was excited. Just as Yinan's words had just fallen, rumble, the ground just shook, but it only lasted an instant. Gee, what's going on here? An earthquake? Yinan was a bit puzzled. Senior, I suspect that it was caused by that great tomb coming out, and it's in the 10,000 Demons mountain range, not far away. Gu Chen named the location of the great tomb emergence again. 10,000 Demon mountain range? Yinan and Jade escapees were both stunned. Good lord, why didn't I realize this before? Yinan was somewhat speechless in his heart. Jade escape's son on the side was also a bit alarmed. He had also been to the 10,000 Demons mountain range many times and hadn't found anything unusual. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Let's go. Let's hurry up and get going. If we go late, it won't be fun. Yinan was more active than anyone else, counting Linglong, then a group of 4. they set off straight away. And in the depths of the 10,000 Demon Mountain range, Taming had just returned when he saw an additional huge mountain in front of him. This mountain was not as lush as the others, but instead was bare, with not a blade of grass on it. It's like a bowl, upside down. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I just went back for a little while, and this is out of this world? How else is this going to make me rake in the oil in advance? Taming was not in a good mood. Whoosh! Just as soon as Taming's words fell, there were many figures that kept appearing in the surroundings. Seeing this scene, Taming's face became even more ugly. There were many local cultivators that were attracted by the commotion. There were also some raw faces. These should be the foreign cultivators. This great tomb, in this fringe land, might be considered a secret. But to those cultivators outside, it's not really a secret. You can buy it by spending some money and going to some place that sells information. Among the crowd were the two of them, Flower Mercy and Granny Flower. My lord, there are a bit too many people. Granny Flower also frowned. She also didn't expect that so many people would actually appear. There's no harm in it, even if there are more people. They can only wait. They can't enter if they're too strong. Hua Ren didn't care at all and remained expressionless. The current her was only around the 5th level of Yuan gathering, but she was able to battle against the older generation of cultivators at the 1st or 2nd level of the pioneer realm. Rumble. Just as the crowd was talking, the mountain drew up a little higher again. A powerful might swept through the 4 directions. Some cultivators with slightly lower cultivation levels were directly swept away, worthy of the might of a mortal transformation powerhouse. Hua Ren also marveled. Hannah Ray's power is strong though. For some reason she was born and put out to pasture, and Granny Flower is the one who brought her up. Even so, this was the first time she had ever felt the might of a strong person in the mortal realm, even if it was just a tomb emanating out. Granny Flower on the side was quite calm. It was because a strong person of the mortal transformation realm was not rare in her power. If it wasn't for the fact that Hualien had to come, she would have taken Hualien back a long time ago. There were more and more people, and cultivators from thousands of miles around who were interested in this great tomb were basically rushing here. And the peak, too, stopped rising. Buzz. Then on one of the sides of the mountain peak, a gate appeared with some runes flowing above it. Boom! The tomb door suddenly just shook and then opened automatically. Even though the tomb door was open, those runes were still there, looking very strange. Ha ha ha. Such a chance. Why don't you go in first? What are you still fuming about? I'll go first. At this moment, a solid realm Dao casual cultivator rushed towards the tomb door with an excited face. Stupid. Granny Flower snorted. Sure enough, in the next moment, bang! That solid realm cultivator, the moment he just touched the tomb door, was like a watermelon, blowing up on the spot and saving his screams. Seeing this scene, those cultivators who were foolish enough to move were all shocked. I'm glad I didn't have a hot head, or else I'd probably have lost it by now. It seems that my guess was right. Cultivators above the solid realm can't enter. Hua Ren was also relieved. If there was no restriction, even if she could cross the level, there was nothing she could do if her opponent was too strong. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect such a barren land to actually have such a creation. It really wasn't in vain. At this moment, a rough voice quickly approached. Whoosh! It was only a matter of a few breaths before the cultivator arrived in the middle of the field. This person's upper body was naked, with an extremely burly figure, a head of red hair, and a revolting bloodthirsty aura emanating from his body. Boom! Just after arriving at the venue, the red-haired man was the one who exploded his aura out, shocking the crowd of cultivators into retreating in unison. This is Blood Frenzy, who has been famous for nearly 100 years. Didn't the rumors say that he was a strong Earth Xian realm practitioner? How did he become a heavenly Xian realm? Someone recognized Blood Frenzy, and there was still an unbelievable tremor in his tone. Chapter 96, The Gathering of the Strong. Seeing Blood Frenzy's arrival, Granny Flower's eyes also narrowed. She also didn't expect to see another Tian Xian realm powerhouse so soon, who was usually rare to see. However, judging from Blood Frenzy's unsteady aura, he had only just stepped into the Tian Xian realm, and there was still a bit of a gap compared to her. Seeing that the crowd was shocked by his own aura, Blood Frenzy was incomparably pleased. Just a short while after Blood Frenzy arrived, another young man with the same red hair came before Blood Frenzy. The red-haired youth was still panting, and looked at Blood Frenzy with some dissatisfaction. Humph, useless thing, can't even keep up with this. Blood Frenzy angrily glared at the red-haired teenager. It's my disciple who is useless and has disgraced master. In response to Blood Frenzy's angry rebuke, the red-haired teenager could only bow his head and apologize. Only the moment he lowered his head, a murderous intent flickered in his eyes. This red-haired teenager was named Blood Rage, and the name was also changed by Blood Frenzy by force, saying something about Blood Rage's previous name not being domineering enough. Don't look at the Blood Frenzy, so lectured Blood Rage, but Blood Rage has received the Blood Frenzy Frenzy's true transmission. From the blood rage body's fury can be seen. In the same realm are considered a strong person. The Acacia sect has arrived. Just as everyone's gazes were on the blood frenzy master and disciples, a mixed male and female voice rang out. The crowd raised their eyes and saw a giant bird approaching at speed. On the back of the bird, there were several other figures standing, both male and female, but they were all in pairs. If they didn't all know what the Acacia sect was for, they would have thought they were all pairs of beautiful people. All of them are good skin, especially the women, simply called a flowery face. To people's surprise, a 16 or 17-year-old girl standing at the very front, dressed in a sultry red outfit, but her hair was a bit yellow, looking a bit malnourished. But it was this aura that gave people the feeling that they wanted to take her for themselves. It was evident from the gazes of those male cultivators below. And the young girl didn't have a male beside her like the others you were in love with. Instead, he crossed his arms with one hand and held a whip in the other, looking down proudly at the crowd below. The aura on this girl child, why is it so familiar? Granny Flower next to Flower Mercy looked at the young girl on the bird's back and was a bit startled. Granny Flower, you know her? Hua Ren also noticed Granny Flower's abnormality. I don't recognize it. It's just that the aura she carries is very much like a certain power I came into contact with in the past, and the aura of those people was similar to this girl child. Granny Flower seemed to be caught up in memories. Oh, how strong is that power? Hua Ran also became interested. It won't be weaker than our forces, or even as if it was. Granny Flower did not hide anything. That strong? Interesting. Flower Ray raised her head in some surprise and looked at the demonic girl on the bird's back, and just in time, the demonic beauty on the bird's back also happened to look towards Flower Rain. The four eyes met each other, and there seemed to be the slightest hint of something special in them. Soon, Hanarin was the first to withdraw her gaze. Still want to lock eyes with this beauty. The demonic girl skimmed her mouth, somewhat disdainful. Just as her words fell, countless papers fell from the sky, accompanied by some sounds of weeping and mourning. The crowd looked carefully. This is clearly for the dead to burn paper money. Whoosh! Then everyone saw 7 or 8 people in mourning clothes, carrying a coffin, rapidly approaching over the mountains. Bad luck. Yuck! Sue Mayer on the bird's back, frowning her pretty brows, directly spat in disgust. But it quickly came back to me, and seemed to think of something else. Wrapping his arms around himself, he said, I don't know which old monk is right. Is my true destiny really here? If he dares to lie to me, I'll go back and pull out his hair and tear down his temple. TSK, even the ghost-crying sect has arrived. Looks like we're out of luck. At this moment in the field, some cultivators were sighing. Regardless of whether it was the Acacia sect or the ghost-crying sect, they were both forces thousands of miles away, while the Jade Flower sect's current sphere of influence was only about 1,000 miles away. There were also these powerful loose cultivators like Blood Frenzy, and it was really hard for them to compete for the opportunity. Ha ha ha, what a hilarious scene. Just as the crowd was lamenting that life was not easy, another voice resounded all around. These were 3 male cultivators, 2 old men and 1 teenager. It was this teenager who had just voiced out. I didn't expect that the Flame sect had also come. Those cultivators who didn't have a strong background could only look on. What? All of you are here. Why don't you go in? The young man from the Flame sect looked at the crowd, especially when he looked at Sue Mayer. His eyes went straight. Even Huaren, who had no presence in the crowd, fell into the youth's eyes. The main reason was that Huaren was too dusty, as well as that stunning face. It was hard not to want to pay attention. Granny Flower on the side snorted coldly as a strong aura swept around. Feeling this aura, the young man was instantly taken aback. Even the blood frenzy in these powerhouses were looking towards the 2 flower grannies. When they had just arrived, they actually hadn't noticed that there were such strong people in the crowd. Cough. It seems that there are really crouching tigers and hidden dragons in this place today. At this moment, an old voice rang out from the ghost-crying sect's coffin. Come on, won't you get moldy if you're in a coffin every day? It's better to think about how to get in. Blood Frenzy's rough voice rang out. If it were before, he would still be afraid of the ghost-crying sect. Now, he is already a Tianxian realm powerhouse, so he is still afraid of nothing. I've heard that this strong graveyard can only be entered by those below the solid realm, and I don't know if it's true or not. A gorgeous woman on the bird's back let go of the man beside her and came forward. However, before the beautiful woman spoke, she still carefully looked at Sue Mayer. The scene was extremely subtle and no one noticed. What a lot of nonsense. Can't we just find someone to try? Blood Frenzy had a disinterested look on his face. You go in for me. Blood Frenzy looked at a spirit-gathering realm cultivator on the side again. No, I'm not going in. Spare me. This time, that cultivator directly peed in fear. When someone had just broken in, they had seen it with their own eyes, and were directly obliterated by the formation. So wouldn't it be for nothing if they just went in? Mother asterisk 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 her, get in there for me. Where would Blood Frenzy heed this cultivator's pleas for mercy? Just like picking up a small chicken, he picked up the cultivator and directly threw him towards the cemetery gate. And the other people or forces didn't stop it, just watched it all so coldly. The cultivation world is like this: the strong live and the weak die. Whether the rumors of this great tomb were true or not, someone had to go in and try. It's just that when the man was thrown in, a strange scene happened. The cultivator pressed on without anything happening. Ha ha ha. I'm fine, I'm in. The cultivator had a face of excitement. Roar! But before he could be happy for long, a huge mouth of darkness directly engulfed him without even reacting. Chapter 97. You're late? Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. That was a demonic beast just now, right? Blood Frenzy was a bit puzzled. It should be a demonic beast. But, entering the tomb is the main concern now. It seems that the spirit-gathering realm can enter at the moment, so continue testing. The sorrowful voice from the coffin continued to sound. Brush up on. The next thing that happened was the sound of several miserable screams. Even though they were told that someone had already tried it before, Blood Frenzy and the others simply didn't listen and continued to do what they were doing, not treating those cultivators as human beings at all. After several tries, they also got a good look at what was in the bloody bowl before. It was a demonic beast python, and its cultivation level was only at the gathering Yuan realm. Alright, Ghost Ming, go in. Now it seems that the upper limit is the solid realm. The rumors are not wrong. The sorrowful voice from the coffin sounded once again. Yes, Master. At this moment, among the 7 or 8 people carrying the coffin, a young man walked out. After giving the coffin a respectful salute, he walked straight to the door of the tomb. Rubbish, you also hurry up and bring out the inheritance for me. Blood Frenzy also hurriedly looked at Blood Rage behind him. Yes, Master. Blood Rage followed suit with an expressionless face. Miss, have you really considered it? I feel like it's definitely dangerous inside. On the bird's back, the Acacia Sect's beautiful woman looked at Sue Mayer with a worried expression. What do you mean? Thinking that this great beauty can't help a mere mortal transformation realm tomb? Sue Mayer gave the beautiful woman a look without any good humor. I'm worried about Mrs. Safety. The beautiful woman was somewhat helpless. Oops, what are you worried about? Just wait for me outside and watch me bring out the inheritance for you. Sue Mayer didn't wait for the beautiful woman to reply and directly leapt down. My lord, please also be careful. Granny Flower also barked at Flower Rain. Hua Ren didn't reply, but only nodded, before he too plunged headlong into the crowd and rushed towards the door of the great tomb. Seeing that the 2 great beauties had gone in, the young man from the Flame Sect, that was all excited, also hurriedly followed. At this moment, no matter if it was all the major foreign clans, those scattered cultivators, and some of the local small clans, they all flocked into it, but they were all under the solid realm. Seeing that their people had all gone in, the several great powerhouses, too, each found a spot to meditate and waited quietly. And at the other end of the door to the great tomb, there is an unconventional guy who is digging a hole for all he's worth. Damn, there are so many experts. It's better to keep a low profile. Instead of fighting with them, it's better to quietly go in by myself. While digging the hole, Tomb Bachin thought in pieces. Soon, Tomb Bachin dug into the wall again, which still had runes flowing through it and was invulnerable to swords and spears. Just in time to try out Master's treasure, Tomb Bachin took out the large golden shovel he had found in Yinan's warehouse. Clunk! Tomb Northstar went down with a shovel. That wall poked a hole in it on the spot. Even the runes that flowed from the places that were damaged by the golden shovels instantly became dull. It's still Master Cowhide. Such a good treasure. Luckily it fell into my hands. Otherwise, it's really wasted. Tomb Bachin also used his mouth full of big yellow teeth and kissed on top of the big golden shovel. The next step was much easier, as Tomb Bachin took the large golden shovel and chiseled at the tomb wall again. Soon, a hole in the wall was chiseled out for a single person to pass through. Damn, finally got in. Hey, baby, I'm coming. Tomb Bachin hurriedly headed towards the depths of the tomb. It was just that he didn't know that those flowing runes in the Great Tomb Formation seemed to want to strangle Tomb Bachin, but as soon as they got close, those runes instantly dimmed and then disappeared. On the other side, Yinan's few people also leisurely arrived at the center of the 10,000 Demon Mountain range. Seeing that the mountain that had been smashed by himself before had now grown another one out, Yinan was a bit stunned. Even Linglong, who was on the side, touched her little head and was a bit puzzled. I guess this mountain is that tomb of some kind. Yinan, on the contrary, had a quick turn of mind. This should be the place. Jade Escape Z also nodded in affirmation. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up. Hearing that Yu Ez was thinking the same thing, Yinan rolled up his sleeves and rushed towards the foot of the mountain. That was a lot of excitement. Whoosh! Under the conditioned reflex, all used their scuds and disappeared in front of several people in a flash. That speed, it's like a turbo was suddenly put on. Seeing Yinan, who had suddenly disappeared in front of him, both Gu Chen and Yu Zhanzi were stunned. Worthy of being Senior Yi, this tactic is beyond our reach, Yu Ez didn't forget to exclaim. Gu Chen also nodded in agreement, but a few people did not move slowly, bringing Linglong to quickly follow. In just a flash, Yinan arrived in front of the door of the great tomb. Looking at the messy footprints everywhere around him, Yinan said with some anxiety, "Apprentice, are we too late?" It was just that after asking, no one actually answered, and Yinan frowned. Only when he looked back, there was only an eerie coffin around him, except for some people staring at him. Where was Gu Chen and the others? Oops, I'm going. Where is everyone? Yinan was a bit confused, and at this moment, there was no one more confused than the blood frenzy several people. They had all just been resting their eyes when they suddenly felt a gust of wind pass in front of them. When I opened my eyes, I realized there was one more person. After just a few glances at Yinan, he lost interest. A mole in the chi refining realm. They didn't pay much attention to it. Humph! With a cold snort, Blood Frenzy closed his eyes once again. It was only after another moment that Gu Chen and Yu Zhanzi and Linglong came to Yinan's side out of breath. Why are you guys so slow? Yinan looked at Gu Chen and the others. The moment Yinan's words came out, the corners of Jade Escape Z's mouth twitched. Don't you know how fast you are? Alright, we're all late. Hurry up and go in, Yinan said again in a hurry. Upon hearing Yinan's words, Gu Chen's few people then looked toward the door of the profound great tomb. Senior, I shouldn't be able to enter. Why don't I just wait for you outside? Yu Ez said with some hesitation. Why? It's all here. Yinan was somewhat puzzled. Senior doesn't know. Yu Ez spoke of some rumors he had inquired about earlier. It was only after hearing Jade Escape's words that Yinan realized. So Yinan looked around again. There were some lingering cultivators all around, and these cultivators were not weak, indicating that what Jade Escape said should be true. That's a pity. That's fine. Just wait for us outside. We master and disciple will go in and take a look first, and if there's something good, we'll bring some out for you. Yinan was generous. Many thanks, Senior. Yu Ez was flattered and hurriedly bent down to thank him. After chatting a few more times, Yinan took Gu Chen and Linglong and then walked into the door of the great tomb. Watching Yinan walk in just as brightly as he did, with the door to the great tomb not reacting in the slightest, this shocked Jade Escape Son. He thought Yinan would use strong-arm tactics and force his way in. After all, this was the Metamorphosis realm, the tomb of the land divine immortal powerhouse, and the rules of prohibition set by such powerhouses were not so easy to break. As a result, Yinan just walked in like it was nothing. Chapter 98. If you have the ability to fight one-on-one. It seems that I still muttered about Senior Yi. What level of powerhouse is Senior? Yu Ez simply did not believe that Yinan was a cultivator of the chi refining realm. Seeing Yinan's several people walking in, Yu Zhanzi also hurriedly found a place to wait for Yinan to come out. Looking at the aura emanating from the blood frenzy several people, Yu Zhanzi was also a little shaken. He hadn't noticed these people before. It was only now that I scanned the circle, and the ones left behind were basically old guys similar to myself. And the three Yinan, who had just entered the gate of the cemetery, saw that the entrance was littered with broken meat. There are human ones and demonic beasts. Master, it looks like a battle has just been experienced. Gu Chen looked around and narrowed his eyes slightly. Judging from the aura emanating from these flesh and blood, none of them were weaker than themselves, not to mention their battle power. In terms of cultivation, Yinan didn't care. He just felt a little bored. He was expecting, coming in, a big fight. And this? Brother Nan, I haven't eaten snake meat yet. Linglong looked to come in front of a huge snake head not far away and stroked her small chin. Just know how to eat. Look at you. You have gained a lot of weight. Do you know that a girl should be reserved? Yinan gave Linglong a look without any good humor. Hearing Yinan's words, Gu Chen and Linglong both rolled their eyes. When it comes to food, who can beat you? There was no stopping, and they continued on, except that they were all in all directions, which made it difficult for Yinan. It was fortunate that Gu Chen had led the way, otherwise, the mountain would have to be slapped to pieces by Yinan again. Soon, several people came to a wretched stone house. Judging by the size of it, there should have been quite a lot of stuff in there, only now it's all been emptied. There are still a few cultivators fighting over something in there right now. Damn, late again. Yinan was a bit upset. These treasures didn't do much for him, but he just liked to enjoy the process of filling the cup. To put it bluntly, it's just idle. Several brothers and sisters. I wonder how long have you been in here? Yinan walked forward and arched his hand at these several cultivators who were fighting over the treasures. Get out of here. Are you blind? Can't you see that we are busy? Hearing Yinan's voice, a cultivator looked at Yinan's few people with great dissatisfaction. They could tell at a glance the cultivation level of Yinan's several people, especially Yinan and Linglong. A chi refining realm and an ordinary person who also dared to come to such a treacherous place was simply looking for death. Only Gu Chen's cultivation level, which a few people were looking at, was similar to all of them. That's why he opened his mouth to rebuke angrily. If it was only Yinan and Linglong, he would have already made a direct move. Humph, my master's father is polite, and you guys are actually so rude. Gu Chen directly stepped forward. Yinan was not only his mentor, but also his own guide. With the same grace, how could he see someone scold Yinan like this? Even Linglong, who was on the side, rolled up her sleeves and looked at the several people with an unkind face. What? Still want to make a move? Cursing is cursing. What can you guys do? Do you think that you alone, as an individual, can be our match? These cultivators all looked at Gu Chen with mockery. Master. Gu Chen looked towards Yinan. The meaning was obvious. This was waiting for Yinan to nod. Well, seeing as they didn't do it directly, a half mutilation would be good. Yinan picked his nose, not caring. I want to beat them up too. Linglong on the side also wanted to go forward. As a result, just after stepping out a few steps, he was carried back by Yinan like a chicken. Brother Nan, what are you doing? They're scolding you. I'll take it out on you. Linglong looked at Yinan with puffy cheeks. What are you doing? A girl's family, moving to beat someone to death. How can you marry in the future? Just let your senior brother go. Yinan blankly glanced at Linglong without any good humor. Humph, I'm not marrying anyone. Linglong did not step forward again. She still listened to Yinan, only her little mouth kept muttering. Seeing Gu Chen walking towards himself and the others, those cultivators also smiled with the corners of their mouths, also shaking their fists, ready to teach Gu Chen a lesson. But the next scene was simply tragic. Ah, we're wrong. Don't fight. Oh, a miserable scream resounded through the stone house. Although these few people were in the same realm as Gu Chen, the difference in battle power was so great that they were simply finished. A few moments later, 6 or 7 people then knelt neatly in front of Yinan. His face had been beaten into a pig's head by Gu Chen. Can we talk properly now? Yinan teasingly looked at the several people. Humph, you have the ability to fight one-on-one? We were defeated by him. Why should we kneel to you? One of the cultivators was very dissatisfied and spoke directly. The others didn't say anything, but their faces were a bit ugly. Kneeling Gu Chen even if they are not unable to afford to lose, the strongest is honored. But Gu Chen told them to kneel in front of Yinan. What did that mean? Insulting them? Upon hearing that cultivator's words, both Linglong and Gu Chen's eyes jumped. It was close to giving a thumbs up to the cultivator who had just spoken. Sure enough, after Yinan heard that cultivator's words, the corner of that mouth it was harder to suppress than the machine guns of his former Earth. Come, let's compare. Yinan didn't count on it, and directly beckoned to the cultivator who had opened his mouth. Upon hearing Yinan's words, the cultivator had wanted to directly get up and teach Yinan a lesson, but in the way of Gu Chen's might, he could only kneel honestly. Gu Chen fell back with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Good guy, actually dared to hit his master's idea. It was simply the old man hanging himself, too long to live. Nevertheless, Gu Chen nodded and said, Go on. Really? What if I break him? The cultivator was unsure and also looked at Gu Chen. Take any shot you want. I promise not to ask questions. If you don't believe me, I can still swear. Gu Chen finished speaking and was about to swear. No need. I have my measure. How could that cultivator dare to make Gu Chen swear? He directly waved his hand in a hurry. He couldn't beat Gu Chen, but a chi refining realm wasn't? The cultivator hurriedly got up, and then came across to Yinan. You make your move first, lest you don't have a chance later. The cultivator even patted his chest in a very generous manner. Seeing that this cultivator had such guts, Linglong and Gu Chen took another second of silence. Oh, really? Are you sure? Yinan directly came with a triple question. I'll keep my word. Use all your strength. I can carry it. The cultivator was still being bold. Are you kidding me? He's a strong person in the gathering realm. Yinan was just a chi refining realm cultivator. He just stood and let Yinan beat him up. He couldn't hurt his skin. Alright, seeing as you're so sincere, I'll go easy on you. Yinan directly just made a grab at the cultivator. Next moment, a scene that shocked that cultivator appeared. Because he couldn't move, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. It was as if there was an invisible force that imprisoned him firmly. Chapter 99, Spiritual Medicine Field. Go you! The cultivator was still in the midst of shock when he heard Yinan's voice. Next moment, this cultivator then felt his body slowly rise into the air, and it flew right into the walls of the stone house. Bang! A crash sounded. That cultivator's miserable scream then rang out. Bang bang bang. Next, a jaw-dropping scene appeared in front of the crowd. It was as if that cultivator had been caught in a death grip by a large invisible hand, constantly slamming back and forth on the surrounding walls of the stone house. That's not a good word for it. Hey, I have to say, you're still the first person I've ever admired, and you even took on my master teacher. You're really brave. Guchen sighed as he looked at the cultivator who kept smashing around. The other few people kneeling on the ground were also looking at this scene and gulping furiously. Luckily, they hadn't just opened their mouths directly to fight Yinan one-on-one, or else, probably they would have ended up like this as well. They had heard Guchen call Yinan master before. It was only after seeing Yinan's cultivation that they selectively ignored it. Only now, when they took another look at Yinan, who was sitting on a stone pier and waving one hand casually, they just shivered. Spare my life, my lord. It's the little one I didn't know the height of heaven and offended your lord. I have a 99-year-old mother on top of me and a 3-year-old child underneath me. That cultivator was already covered in blood and was constantly begging for mercy. Yinan was also measured, and the power was used minimally, and at most, there were some skin wounds. He was afraid that if he used it too much, it would be like the previous times, and that wouldn't be fun. He was now at the 30,000 plus layer of the chi refining realm, and he didn't know where his power was at that level, so it was just right to use these few people to join forces. After punching for a while longer, Yinan stopped, and the monk, too, slowly slid down the wall. Just from his appearance, this cultivator had completely changed, and the first few people still looked like pig heads. As for the cultivator now, it is completely swollen into a pile. The crowd that watched sucked in a breath of cold air, but that cultivator didn't care about his appearance or injuries. Directly rolling and crawling, he came to kneel in front of Yinan. My lord, I was wrong, please spare my life. This cultivator begged for mercy while kowtowing. Let me ask you a question. Oh. Yinan looked at the man kowtowing like garlic in front of him with interest. Please also command me. My lord, I will know everything. Even if I'm asked to go down the mountain of swords or the sea of fire, I won't even frown. The man looked at Yinan with a resolute face. Only the look was a little funny to look at. Alright, cut the crap. Let me ask you, how old are you now? Yinan curiously looked at the man in front of him. The man's appearance does not look old. At best, looked only 40 years old, middle-aged look. However, in the world of cultivation, looks are not visible. Some of them look like they're 17 or 18 years old, but they've actually been alive for who knows how long. Hearing Yinan's words, the middle-aged man just froze, and the others were also a bit puzzled. However, forced by Yinan's lustful authority, he still answered honestly. Junior Xiaox, just turned 100 years old this year. Sha 10, disappear? That's a good name for you. Does your old man have a grudge against you? Yinan looked at the middle-aged man oddly. After saying this, Yinan suddenly seemed to think of something else, and directly gave the middle-aged man a slap on the face. Pop, I asked you how old you are. Why are you telling me your name? Yinan frowned at Xiaox. Xiaox, who had been slapped, covered his already swollen face. What did he do? He just gave his name and got beaten up? Pop. But before he could finish his aggravation, Yinan gave him another big earful. Duh, my lord, why are you hitting me again? The middle-aged man was slapped dumbfounded again. Didn't you say before that you still have a 99-year-old mother? You're damn near 100 years old, and you're still trying to fool me? Yinan looked at the middle-aged man with unkind eyes. Hearing Yinan's words, the middle-aged man also winced. Just now he was also just eager to save his life and just made up something random. What? Do any of you still have someone to fight me one-on-one? Yinan stood up and looked at the remaining few people again. No. The remaining few people shook their heads like rattlesnakes, afraid that Yinan would beat them up again. Since you don't want to fight one-on-one anymore, what are you guys still doing here? Waiting for me to treat you guys to dinner? Yinan glared at the few people who were still trembling. Yes. Hearing Yinan's words, the group of several people hurriedly rolled and crawled away. Even Xiaox was ready to leave in a hurry. Where are you going? Come back here. Yinan hurriedly called out to Xiaox. Biggie, still, is there still something wrong? Xiaox stiffly turned his head to look at Yinan. You still haven't answered me. How long have you guys been in here? Yinan looked at Xiaox. Big brother, it's only been about half an hour since the door of the great tomb was opened, and we've just come in. Xiaox was also quick to explain. Fine, get lost. Yinan waved his hand. Thanks a lot, big brother. After saying that, Xiaox hurriedly fled the scene, picking a random direction and leaving. Senior, it seems we're not too late. Guchen came up at this time. Well, let's go. speed up your pace, lest it won't be fun to go in when it's all empty, Yinan hurriedly said to Gu Chen. Next, it was still Gu Chen leading the way. This time, the pace was quite a bit faster, and even after passing through some places, there were some cultivators scavenging for something. Yinan encountered some empty stone houses and went to see them as well, but every single one of them had been gripped bald, without a single hair. TSK, are all these cultivators so poor? Yinan was somewhat speechless. Master, this is the real cultivation world. Cultivation resources are already scarce, especially in this kind of powerful dojo. Even a brick or a tile could be a hidden treasure. One would rather take the wrong one than let it go. Gu Chen explained. That outrageous? Looks like we need to walk more in the future. Yinan had experienced it this time. There was just one thing Gu Chen hadn't said, that is, Yinan so many treasures, is unable to appreciate the sourness of those bottom cultivators below. Yinan indeed couldn't experience that feeling either. He had a system that basically laid him flat. Brother Nan, there are so many people in front. Linglong's voice interrupted Yinan's thoughts. Let's just go over and take a look. Gu Chen also noticed the crowd in front of him. Only after squeezing into the crowd did Yinan's few realize why there were so many people packed here. This was because in front of them was a field of spirit medicines that was 100 meters long and wide, and it was filled with all sorts of spirit medicines. When the surrounding people saw these spirit medicines, they all showed greedy faces, but none of them seemed to be able to get in, because there seemed to be a hidden curtain of light blocking the crowd. Dang! Linglong on the side even poked the edge of the medicinal field with her little finger, and there was really an invisible curtain of light blocking in front of her. Chapter 100, I want 70%. This should be a formation, right? Gu Chen touched the light screen curiously. Only Yinan's eyes were just glowing when he saw those spirit medicines inside the medicinal field. Oops. It just so happens that South Peak lacks some flowers and plants with spiritual chi. These elixirs are quite suitable, Yinan said excitedly. Che, look at you like that. I still want to even move the whole field back. Just think about it, don't daydream. A cultivator on the side heard Yinan's words and mocked without any good humor. Right, why didn't I think of that? What if we get such an elixir directly back to the water and soil? It would still have to move the entire field. Yinan also nodded in agreement. When some of the cultivators on the side heard Yinan's words, the corners of their mouths twitched, and they all lazily ignored Yinan. Only Gu Chen and Linglong on the side knew that Yinan would definitely do it since he said so. Rumble. Just as Yinan's few people were chatting, on the other side of the pill field, there was a red-haired man who was angrily smashing the pill field's light screen. Hey, it's starting again, someone said helplessly. Damn it, why can't we smash it open? Blood Rage angrily looked at the light curtain in front of him. Those spirit medicines inside were a great opportunity for them, right in front of their eyes, but they couldn't get them. Let me take a look. Just then, an old man walked out from the crowd. It's him, the old man of the formation. Someone in the crowd recognized the old man. Why do you call him old man of formation? It sounds weird. Gu Chen looked at a nearby cultivator in puzzlement. Because no one knows his name. But this person is in the way of formations. A masterpiece. So, we'll just call him the formation elder. The cultivator on the side did patiently explain. Seeing the formation elder walk over, Blood Rage also stepped aside. Apparently he also knew the formation elder. There was also Ghost Ming in the surroundings, as well as a few people from the Flame Sect's young sect master. They had also tried quite a few means, but they still couldn't open this formation, leaving them in great distress. Master, do you have a way to open it? Blood Rage clasped his fist at the formation elder, not to mention the fact that they needed the formation elder to break the formation right now, but the fact that the formation elder was a cultivator of the pioneer realm was something that they had to take seriously. The others did have the decency to clasp their fists at the old man of the formation. However, a few people were also prestigious sect geniuses from thousands of miles around, and they were considered to have given enough face to the formation elder. Looking at these geniuses that were usually rare to see, they actually begged for help and even clasped their fists and saluted themselves. There was just a surge of excitement in the heart of the formation elder. However, on the surface, he still pretended to be serious and said, I won't know until I look at it. But, in my opinion, it's just a small formation in the district. After saying that, the old man of the formation hurriedly came to the light screen and carefully examined it. Master, can you be sure? Blood Rage was an acute person and directly went forward to ask. Well, give me 2 hours and I will be able to unlock this formation. At this moment, the formation master's heart was also a bit thankful. Fortunately, this formation was exactly what he was best at. However, he wasn't able to break all of them, only 7 or 8. For the sake of his own reputation, He naturally couldn't possibly tell anyone about this. Hearing the words of the formation elder, the crowd was thrilled. Alright then, I'll protect Master. Please also focus on breaking the formation. After saying that, Blood Rage directly took out a large red sword and stuck it directly in front of himself. Wherever their gazes swept, those cultivators averted their gazes. Only individual Pioneer Realm cultivators were not afraid. Even if it wasn't fear, it would be jealous of Blood Fury and the others. These geniuses could all be able to cross levels and have extraordinary battle prowess. Trying to kill them would be a bit tricky, and even if they were killed, they would be killed by the blood frenzy in these powerhouses when they went out. Even Ghost Ming and the others, at this moment, were all on the same front, just to protect the Dharma. Only Hannah Ren was looking for something in the crowd. Soon enough, Hannah Ren locked onto her target, and Gu Chen, who was in the crowd, seemed to feel a gaze toward him and also looked up. It was only when he saw who it was that Gu Chen was dazed. Whoosh! Hua Ren immediately came in front of Gu Chen. Seeing the woman who came to their side, Yinan and Linglong were also stunned. Mr. Gu, do you still remember the agreement between you and I? Hua Ren looked at Gu Chen with a smile on her face. As for Yinan and Linglong on the side, Hua Ren took a look at the beginning and quickly lost interest. Of course I remember. Isn't it just for me to join forces with you? No problem. But I have to take 70% of the stuff. Gu Chen was quick to speak. Hearing Gu Chen's words, Hua Ren just frowned. Mr. Gu, what do you mean by that? You don't understand? Gu Chen glanced at Hua Ren. I'm just curious, what makes you want 70%? I don't think I'm weaker than you. Maybe with the use of means, I'm even stronger than you. Hua Ren also came to a temper. Whatever, if you don't agree, forget it, you find someone else to cooperate with. Gu Chen directly said whatever he had to say, and as for the matter of cooperation, he didn't put it on his mind at all. What's more, there's Yinan now, so what can't you get? Good, I promise you. I'd like to see what means you have and if it's worth the price. Hua Ren was also in a temper and directly went out on a limb. Shinzi, why did you split up with her? I'll help you. What do you want? I'll get it all back for you. Linglong on the side had long been displeased with this flower ray who was so high and mighty as soon as she arrived. Yinan, who was on the side, also just glanced at Hua Ren and never looked again. Hearing Linglong's words, Hua Ren just glanced at Linglong and didn't care. A little girl with no cultivation. She wasn't even interested in hitching a ride. Thank you, senior sister. I still want to try by myself. Gu Chen also hurriedly bowed to Linglong. Seeing Gu Chen's gesture, and what he said, Hua Ren looked at Yinan and Linglong again with some suspicion. But she was just a chi refining realm and an ordinary person no matter how you looked at her. Thus, Hua Ren looked at Gu Chen again, somewhat oddly. Could it be that this guy has some kind of quirk? Hannah Ren muttered in her heart. But there were all kinds of people in the immortal cultivation world, so Hua Ren didn't care. As long as it didn't affect her, she didn't care that much. Next, it was time to watch the formation elder break the formation. This look was half an hour, until at some point, a sound like something breaking rang out. Hearing this voice, the crowd was instantly energized. Especially those cultivators of the Pioneer Realm were ready to rush into the medicinal field to grab the medicine. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect Master to break the formation half an hour ahead of time. It really lives up to its name. Blood Rage also gave a loud laugh. After saying that, he rushed towards the medicinal field impatiently. Dang! As a result, the next moment, Blood Rage directly put his face, hit on the formation light screen, nosebleed out. Seeing this scene, those people who were preparing to rush towards the medicinal field were stunned and immediately stopped their movements. What's going on here? Just now I clearly heard the sound of something breaking. Someone asked their doubts. At this moment, everyone was looking at the formation elder in disbelief. Chapter 101 Eating Dirt Without a Share. Why are you guys looking at me? It's not like I said I broke the formation. That sound didn't come from me here. The formation elder was a little numb from the crowd looking at him and could only tell the truth. Hearing the words of the formation elder, the crowd became even more confused. Then what did they just hear? There's no way so many people could have misheard it at the same time. Is there? That would be outrageous. Quickly look. What's that? At this moment, a cultivator suddenly pointed inside the elixir field and exclaimed. Upon hearing that cultivator's shout, the crowd all looked towards the center of the elixir field in unison. It's good not to look, but it's a shock. Bang! Another voice rang out, and this time the crowd was able to hear it clearly enough to know where it was coming from. Even Yinan's few people were curiously looking toward the center of the medicinal field. Bang bang bang! What followed was a series of knocks. Then, in the crowd's shocked gazes, a golden shovel directly stabbed through the ground of the medicinal field. Hey, why does this shovel look so familiar? The more Yinan looked at it, the more familiar it became. Even Gu Chen was a bit skeptical. He also felt that there was something familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere, but he couldn't recall it for a while. Brother Nan, isn't that senior brother's golden shovel? Only Linglong recognized the large golden shovel at a glance. HM? Hearing Linglong's words, Yinan was just stunned. Gu Chen, who was on the side, also reacted in a hurry. Right, I told you why it looks so familiar. Ha ha ha. Exhausted Taoist master me, I finally dug it out. The large golden shovel had just come out when a scruffy old Taoist priest drilled out of the pit. Who else is this person but Toom Bachin? At this moment, Toom Bachin hadn't noticed that the people around him were staring at him. His eyes were now on these elixirs. Ha ha ha. Developed. This is enough for me to drink wine for half a year. Toom Bachin said that he would do it, and directly took out a bunch of sacks from amongst the spatial ring. Then he once again took the big golden shovel and was about to start digging. Seeing this scene, several of Yinan's people had the corners of their mouths twitch. Asshole, who are you? Stop it. Blood Rage's angry voice traveled inside the elixir field. Hearing the voice, Toom Bachin's movements in his hands lurched and he looked up at the source of the voice. But as soon as he raised his head, Toom Bachin was startled. Oops, I'll go. So many people? Looking at one angry gaze, Toom Bachin froze a little. But also being someone who had seen big scenes, Toom Bachin quickly returned to his senses. With a disdainful face, he looked at Blood Fury. What? This is your home? If you have the ability to come in and beat me up, tell me to stop. I won't. After saying that, Toom Bachin directly dug up an elixir on the spot and even shook it in his hand. I dug it out. What can you do? After saying that, Toom Bachin planted the elixir back and then dug it out again. Dug it out. I planted it back again. What can you do? At this moment, Toom Bachin simply couldn't be described as cheap. Seeing such a cheap Toom Bachin, Yinan didn't even have the face to look at it. Gu Chen and Linglong on the side also both had their faces darkened, afraid that others would recognize that Toom Bachin was related to them in general. They simply couldn't afford to lose this person. Seeing Toom Bachin mocking himself in such a manner, Blood Rage instantly raged. Wait for me if you're capable. I'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs. Che, I can slap you to death even if I come out. Toom Bachin picked his nostrils in a good-natured manner and gave Blood Rage a disdainful look. I'm going to kill you. Blood Rage was furious, slashing at the light screen with slash after slash, but it was useless in the slightest. At that moment, Huarun, who was on the side, recognized Toom Bachin at a glance. How did he get in? Huarun looked at Toom Bachin with a shocked expression. I don't know. You can ask him yourself later yourself. Gu Chen replied without a care in the world. In fact, Gu Chen couldn't figure out how Toom Bachin, a heavenly Xian realm powerhouse, had gotten in. However, Gu Chen quickly turned his gaze to the large golden shovel in Toom Bachin's hand. After seeing the large golden shovel, Gu Chen was puzzled. So you guys planned this out long ago. We are now in a cooperative relationship. I have 30% of the elixir in here, right? Unable to figure it out, Huarun didn't want to. Now that there was an unaffected heavenly Xian realm powerhouse present, or on their own side, wouldn't it be easier to just take whatever was in here? Just thinking about it made Hanarun a little excited. Don't get me wrong, this is his achievement. It has nothing to do with me. I don't even know when he came in. And, you're working with me, not him. Gu Chen hurriedly interrupted Huarun. Hearing Gu Chen's words, Huarun just frowned. The things I got behind me can be exchanged with you. There are some spirit medicines in here that are useful to me. Huarun still didn't want to give up. Well, I'll discuss it with my senior brother when the time comes. Gu Chen didn't say the words to death, nor did he directly agree to it. It was mostly up to the sincerity of what Hana Ray would do next. Only Yinan didn't say anything from the side, just stroking his chin and looking at Toom Bachin who was laboring hard. After thinking about it, the corner of Yinan's mouth curled up. Then the corners of his mouth slightly closed up and down. As for Toom Bachin, who was laboring excitedly, the movements in his hands were instantly a beat. A voice rang in his ears. Oh good disciple, pack these medicines carefully, and take away all this dirt. There happens to be an open space in my yard. Hearing this, Toom Bachin just twitched the corners of his mouth. He heard clearly whose voice this was. Who else but Yinan? Oi, I'm out of wine for the second half of the year. At this moment, Toom Bachin didn't stop moving his hands though, but the smile on his face was gone, and he had a weepy expression on his face. He didn't expect Yinan to come as well. Then, in the crowd's pained gaze, one strain of spirit medicine was all dug up by Toom Bachin. But the most hateful thing is that even the land was scraped. Even eating dirt is not for the likes of them. Yinan looked at this scene and nodded with satisfaction. Only the surrounding cultivators, all exploded. They waited for so long, longing for the spiritual medicine, so in their eyes to all dig away. If I had to say who was the angriest, it would be Blood Rage. There was also the old man of the formation who was breaking the formation, and he really couldn't understand how Toom Bachin had gotten in. This kind of formation, connected to the entire elixir field, there was no other way but to break the formation, but the facts were right in front of him and he had to accept them. At this time, the elixir field was already filled with hundreds of bulging sacks. There are elixirs in it, and there is also clay. Toom Bachin also received them them all in his spatial ring. After gathering his things, he swept around again to make sure that nothing had been left behind, and only then returned to the hole he had dug earlier once more. Damn it, old thing, why are you so motherly when you break a formation? Seeing Bachin leaving with a full harvest, Blood Rage didn't pretend anymore. Directly at the formation elder, it was a spray. Chapter 102, Mysterious Master and Disciple. Facing a sudden spurt, the formation grand old man also had an ugly look on his face. If you're capable, why don't you break it yourself? You need me to do it? Let's see. You're the waste. At this time, the old man of the formation was also enraged and didn't care that there was still Blood Madness as a backer behind Blood Rage. How dare you insult me? I'll kill you. Blood Rage directly raised the machete that he had raised and directly killed the formation elder. I'm not afraid of you. The formation elder also responded in a hurry. Although he was in the pioneer realm, he had just stepped into it, and he had entered the Tao with formations, not with martial arts. In terms of battle power, it's a lot worse. Rumble. At this moment, the great battle between the two men directly opened. For a time, swords shot out in all directions, and the two actually fought a battle. And no one cared about that elixir field anymore. It was now an empty shell. The elixirs were all packed up by Bachin. No one cared about the Blood Fury and the Formation Elder who were sparring either. They all dispersed and continued to look for other opportunities. It's done here. There's no point in staying any longer. Let's go too. Yinan looked toward Chen. Yes, master. Chen hurriedly bowed respectfully when he heard Yinan's words. Hearing Chen's words, the heart of Hua Ren on the side was shaken. What did she hear? Chen called this chi refining realm guy master? Hua Ren had just heard Linglong and Chen talking and thought it was some quirk of Chen's. But the word master is not something that can be shouted at random. Looking at Yinan, who turned to leave with Chen and Linglong, Hannah Ren's eyes narrowed as she continued to survey the area, this time more carefully. She had been curious before. Someone who could take in a Tianqian realm powerhouse and a genius like Chen would definitely not be weak. But now Hannah Ren was a bit confused. Yinan, in addition to the more dusty temperament, there is absolutely no other special, is an authentic refining realm. Strange, could it be that they are acting for me? Hua Ren was a little puzzled in her heart, but she was now in a cooperative relationship with Chen and could only hurriedly follow. Seeing Hua Ren who was following along, Yinan didn't care. Only, along the way, Hua Ren's gaze was, if anything, sizing up Yinan. From her furrowed brow, she knew that she still hadn't seen through Yinan. Why do you keep staring at my brother Nan? Linglong, who was being held by Yinan, became a bit dissatisfied, directly turning her head to look at Hannah Ren with a puff of air. Senior, are you really Elder Gu's master? Hua Ren didn't pay attention to Linglong, but instead gave Yinan a slight salute. She currently didn't know Yinan's bottom line, in case it was really a certain strong person. If her attitude was bad, it might cause something bad. She'd better be careful just to be on the safe side. Hearing such flowery words, before Yinan could say anything, Chen said in dissatisfaction, "What do you mean? I'm sorry, I'm straight talking. I hope Senior will forgive me." Hua Ren was extremely smart. The reason why she asked so boldly, if Yinan was really a senior, would he be bothered with her as a junior? Although Yinan was a bit out of tune, his heart was as clear as a mirror, and he didn't know what Flower Mercy was thinking. However, Yinan didn't care about it. It was just some small cleverness. I'm their senior. What's wrong? Yinan looked at Hua Ren with a smile. After getting Yinan's answer, coupled with Chen and Linglong's reactions, she knew that it shouldn't be wrong. However, Yinan's cultivation level was beyond her comprehension. Some powerful cultivators could indeed hide their cultivation or suppress it, but the aura on Yinan's body was so real that it didn't seem like he was suppressing his cultivation at all. Her physique, in particular, was unusually sensitive to some people or things, no matter what, and even then, she still couldn't detect it. Don't think about it, it's what you think in your mind. I'm just a chi refining realm. Yinan directly stated what Hua Ren was thinking in her heart. When she heard Yinan's words, Hua Ren just had a tremor in her heart. She didn't expect Yinan to actually see through her mind. At this moment, Hua Ren didn't believe Yinan was a chi refining realm anymore. It must be that Yinan had used some unknown means or some special and rare magic treasure to hide his cultivation, so that even she could not detect it. This made Hua Ren even more interested in the master and disciples. Nan, why are you taking her? I don't like her. Linglong just said whatever she had to say. Hearing Linglong's words, Yinan and Chen were both somewhat speechless. Senior's sister, after going out, she left. Chen still explained to Linglong. The main reason was that Chen wanted to exercise himself, and even though Yinan was there, he still wanted to practice on his own, and it was fine to cooperate and collaborate with Hua Ren. Of course, Yinan thought the same thing. He was just here to play. Whether he could get what was in here or not, it was still up to Chen himself. Of course, Northstar is considered a special case. Hearing Chen say that, Linglong could only puff up her cheeks and glare at Hua Ren. Alright, I'll give my senior brother face this time. hearing the conversation between the several people. Huaran also frowned, but did not say anything, and in the outside world, an immortal old man and a teenager walked slowly, not far ahead. It was the cemetery that had just come out. Master, this cemetery is really big. The teenager looked to the old man. Ha ha ha. What's this? I've seen ones even bigger than this. The old man laughed. There's a bigger one? What level of powerful person's dojo is that? The teenager was inquisitive. Hey, those places aren't something you can go in now. It's better to go in first and try in this graveyard. After the old man finished speaking, he slowly walked towards the cemetery. In no time, an old man and a young man arrived in front of the door of the great tomb. Master, then I'll go in first. The teenager bowed to the old man. Well, go inside, and remember, no mischief. Of course, if someone makes a move against you, there's no need to hold back. The old man looked at the teenager amiably. Don't worry, master. After saying that, the teenager was ready to go in. But suddenly, several figures came to the old man and the teenager. It wasn't anyone else. It was Blood Frenzy and the others. They couldn't see through the old man's cultivation, but they could see the teenager's cultivation. Such a young man is at the 9th level of Yuan cultivation. What's the point of going in there? Their disciples, at most, were only at the 5th or 6th level of Yuan gathering. If they let this teenager go in, would there be any more opportunities inside for their disciples? Although there were quite a few pioneer realms inside, most of them were old cultivators whose time was running out just to go in and fight for a chance of survival. This was because cultivators with a little bit of talent would join some large or small forces in order to protect themselves or their resources. And these old cultivators, whether it is battle power or means, are greatly reduced. The threat posed to their disciples is also limited, and there are also they sit outside. Inside those cultivators do not dare to mess around. Of course, there may also be individual cultivators who will go out of their way, but this kind of thing can't be avoided. That's how it is in the cultivation world. But now, another genius even stronger than their disciple was coming to go in, which made the crowd sit up and take notice. At this moment, several great clans as well as Blood Frenzy, these powerful loose cultivators and others, stood on the same front. None of them wanted the teenager to go in. Chapter 103, The Mysterious Old Man's Powerfulness. Gentlemen, what are your intentions? The old man was still smiling as he looked at the crowd. Fellow Taoists, it's better if you guys don't go in. After all, it's so late. You won't get anything if you go in. Blood Frenzy was the first to speak. Only the tone, on the contrary, sounded like he was concerned about the old man and the teenager pouncing. The reason why he didn't make a direct move was because he was afraid of the old man. After all, with such an outstanding disciple, the old man himself was certainly not weak, or at least not weaker than him. But looking at the fact that so many experts were here, Blood Frenzy's bottom line was a bit stronger. No harm. This disciple of mine stays on the mountain every day and rarely comes into contact with the outside world, so it's good to let him go in to practice. The old man acted as if he didn't understand the meaning of Blood Frenzy's words, still smilingly saying, "Old man, are you not understanding my words?" Blood Frenzy looked at the old man not going up the road and directly stopped pretending. "Ugly, you dare to scold my master?" The young man was on the side when he heard Blood Frenzy scolding his master. He directly just scolded back. "You're looking for death." Blood Frenzy was directly enraged when he heard the teenager call himself ugly. A strong aura emanated from Blood Frenzy's body. Sasha, even the surrounding trees were beginning to sway. At this moment, the rest of the people who didn't go in were all moving away from Blood Frenzy and the others. I'd better stand farther away too. Among them was Jade Escape, and the aura pressure emanating from Blood Frenzy grew stronger and stronger, directly pressing towards the teenager. Noticing this scene, the old man still had a kind smile on his face. "All of you have too much fire. It's better to be calm." The old man stroked his whitened beard. Just as the old man's words fell, boom, Blood Frenzy and the others directly kneeled down with both legs, and the ground all directly exploded. This scene was so sudden that Blood Frenzy and the others didn't even react before they directly knelt down, almost like a dream, but the pain coming from their legs let them know that it was real. What a powerful pressure. The pressure on Blood Frenzy was the heaviest, and even his hands were directly propped up on the ground, and these pressures were coming from the old man. "Senior, please spare my life. Just now it was our words that offended. Please forgive me." Blood Frenzy supported his body with difficulty, but the desire to survive still compelled him to speak out for mercy. Even the coffin of the ghost-crying sect, just now, directly exploded. In the middle of the coffin scrap, there was also a short old man who looked like he was only skin and bones kneeling, regardless of whether it was him, the Flame Sect's, and the Acacia Sect's beautiful woman. All of them were all kneeling on the ground. and the people who saw this scene from afar all sucked in a breath of cool air. The Tianqian realm powerhouse didn't even have the strength to raise his head in front of this old man who had just appeared. Impossible. How could such a strong person appear in such a place? Only Granny Flower in the distance did not participate in the siege of the old man. Only the words spoken, as well as the trembling walking stick in his hand, were proving how extraordinary this old man who had just appeared was now. I hope nothing will go wrong. Granny Flower no longer had her previous composure at this time. In front of Blood Frenzy and the others, in terms of single combat, she could completely defeat any heavenly Xian realm powerhouse. But facing the old man who had just appeared, she didn't even have the desire to run away. Well, there has been quite a delay, so hurry up and go in. The old man looked at the teenager once again. The teenager nodded and without any further hesitation, quickly rushed into the door of the great tomb and disappeared. Only after the teenager had gone inside did the old man withdraw his pressure. Feeling that the heavy pressure on their bodies had suddenly disappeared, Blood Frenzy and the others let out a sigh of relief. However, none of them dared to get up, just kneeling honestly on the ground, not daring to breathe a single breath. Get up. In the future, you guys shouldn't be so grumpy. It's better to be a bit more amiable to others. Understand? The old man was like a mentor, lecturing the Blood Frenzy several people. Yes, we will definitely be honest in the future. When Blood Frenzy and the others heard the old man's words, they knew that the old man wouldn't kill them. Although the old man's words seemed like bull **** to them, they could only nod their heads in agreement. But the old man's next words made them raise their hearts back up. Hey, I see that your seal hulls are blackened, so behave yourselves. The old man also knew that these people did not have the sincerity to repent and shook his head. My lord, we really know we're wrong. Please spare our lives. Don't look at the usual arrogant Blood Frenzy, but when it came to the tougher ones, he was still rather abashed. The old man didn't bother with Blood Frenzy and the others anymore, but instead looked inside the door of the great tomb. It should take some more time for this disciple of mine to come out, so I'll just find a place to have a cup of tea first. After saying that, the old man directly stepped into the air. Seeing this scene, Blood Frenzy and the others were even more frightened. Just about buried my head in the dirt. That's how scared I was. They knew that the old man was strong, but they didn't expect to be able to walk on air, which was completely beyond their knowledge. Shoo! The old man directly turned into a stream of light towards the distance, until the old man moved away. The Blood Frenzy few were shivering. It took a few more moments before a few people dared to fully raise their heads. At this moment, Blood Frenzy, these powerhouses, all looked at each other. Shock was written all over everyone's face. This can't be the rumored transformation realm powerhouse, right? The voice of the Acacia sect's beautiful woman rang out in the field, only the voice was very small, afraid of letting the old man just now hear it in general. Hearing the beautiful woman's words, the crowd didn't say a word. Strange, this kind of place, if it weren't for the opening of this great tomb, we wouldn't even bother to come. How could this kind of strong person come? It was also the short old man from the ghost-crying sect who was the most sober. The crowd shook their heads in disbelief. What did that person mean by what he just said? Blood Frenzy remembered what the old man had just said. Hearing Blood Frenzy's words, the crowd looked at me and I looked at you. Strange, how come I can't see that you guys have blackened seals? Blood Frenzy was still the first to speak. That's all. Starting today, I'll act a little more carefully. That kind of strong person shouldn't care to talk nonsense. The short old man from the ghost-crying sect said. A few moments later, several people also got up in a hurry. This time, none of them had the demeanor of the powerful before, and they were all sitting on the ground, all frowning and thinking about something. I haven't offended any strong people lately. How could my seal be black? Blood Frenzy thought through his head and still couldn't think of anything. As for Jade Escape, who was in the distance, he was also startled by the old man who appeared. Seeing the long rainbow in the distant sky, Uez had a face of yearning. He had lived his entire life, and it was the first time he had seen such a strong person. Even if he was as strong as Yinan, he hadn't seen him walk in the air, but Yinan's battle power was still fresh in his mind. It's hard to believe. Senior Yi is also a powerhouse of this level? Just likes to keep a low profile? Uez could only think so, otherwise it didn't make sense. As if he suddenly thought of something again, Uez hurriedly looked towards the long rainbow in the sky. Looking at the direction the old man went, the more familiar he looked, the more familiar he became. No good. Isn't this the direction of my Yuhua sect? It seems. I have to go back first. Uez didn't wait for Yinan's few people anymore and directly turned around and left quickly. Chapter 104 Curious Mysterious Old Man. In a radius of thousands of miles, there was only one big sect like his Yuhua sect. He had just heard that the old man was looking for a place to drink tea. Apart from his Yuhua sect, where else could there be a place that could accommodate such a land god? Just in case, Jade Escape could only go back. If the old man really went to the Yuhua sect, it wouldn't be good if someone from the sect offended the old man. Thinking of this, Uez's speed became even faster, practically using all his strength. After all, He was running and the old man was flying, so he couldn't do it without exerting himself. Soon, the old man arrived at Cloud City. He didn't continue to fly any further as he arrived in the city and directly looked for a tea house. Xiao Air, bring me up your best tea. The old man smilingly greeted Xiao Air. Hearing the old man's words, the junior also went forward with a smile and said, "Guest, I'm sorry, it's really unfortunate that you're here. We just ran out of good tea in the store." Upon hearing Xiao Air's words, the old man just frowned and said, "Don't worry, I can afford to pay." After saying that, the old man also took out a money bag. "Guest, you've misunderstood. Our store is really out of it. There are inferior teas. Do you want to try it?" Xiao Air looked at the old man's dissatisfaction, but still patiently explained, "Forget it, I only drink the best. I'll go to its tea house to take a look." Looking at Xiao Air also didn't look like he was telling a lie. The old man didn't make things difficult for the store assistant. However, just as the old man got up, the voice of the young second rang out once again. "Guessed that. I think you better not go." What do you mean?" The old man was listening to the clouds. "Today? It's really your bad luck. The best tea leaves from the famous tea houses in the entire Cloud City were all shipped to the Yuhua sect this morning." The store assistant didn't hide it either. "Yuhua sect? What? You guys still want to make offerings?" The old man became a bit dissatisfied with the Yuhua sect in Xiao Air's mouth. This was, in his opinion, something mortal, and these cultivation sects were not sparing it, so they were not good sects at first glance. He was even thinking about whether or not to go straight to exterminate the Yuhua sect. However, the next words of the shopkeeper made the old man a bit puzzled. "Guest, you've misunderstood. We're not making offerings either. We're just giving them willingly, and they give money too." The store assistant took one look at the old man's face and knew that the old man had misunderstood. "Oh, hearing you say that, this Yuhua sect is still quite good?" The old man also became interested. "That's natural. I don't know why. From January before the Yuhua sect suddenly rose, directly destroyed the three great sects, leading the way. Before when the rest of the three great sects were around then, these people of our Cloud City the days were actually not good. All sorts of offerings, we couldn't even fill our stomachs. Originally, I thought that we would have a harder time with the Yuhua sect being dominant, but I didn't expect. Just a month ago not only did they exempt us from all tributes, they also provided protection to us, the mortals or cultivators of Cloud City." Hearing this, the old man was astonished. In the immortal cultivation world, this kind of thing was simply extremely rare to hear about. How can cultivators protect mortals when they treat them like ants? "Boss, we've come to pick up the tea leaves." At this moment, two disciples dressed in the Yuhua sect's attire walked into the tea house. Seeing the two who came in, the store assistant hurriedly went forward and arched his hand. "Two immortals, you're here." The boss had something to go out. The tea was prepared long in advance. "Oh, that's hard work. Here's the tea money this time." A disciple took out a money bag from his bosom and handed it directly to the shopkeeper. "No, just a little bit of tea." The boss said that he won't charge this time. Xiao Air hurriedly pushed the money back. "How can that be a good idea?" "That's fine. In the future, if there's anything you need help with, you can just look for our brothers. We still have things to do, so we'll leave first. After saying that, the two Yuhua sect disciples took the prepared tea and left. Watching the conversation between the few people, the old man was even more surprised. Just from the conversation alone, these two disciples of the Yuhua sect did not treat Xiao Air as a mortal at all, and were all completely on equal footing. Interesting, it seems. I have to go to the Yuhua sect to ask for a cup of tea. After saying that, the old man walked out of the tea house. Watching the old man leave, the junior didn't say anything and turned around to get busy. As for the old man who walked out of the city, he directly traveled in the air, and just quietly followed the two Yuhua sect disciples in the air above them. Just like that, almost an hour or two later, the old man landed in front of the Yuhua sect's mountain gate. The old man walked slowly toward the door. The few disciples guarding the door also saw the immortal old man. A few people looked at each other, and one of the disciples stepped forward and cupped his fists at the old man. "Old man, I wonder, do you have something to do here in the Yuhua sect?" Seeing that these disciples were so courteous, not at all like the disciples of those sects he had seen in the past, who were so dog-eyed, the old man also nodded with satisfaction. "It's fine. I just came to stroll around and accidentally came to the Yuhua sect. Can I go in and take a look?" The old man pointed inside with his finger. Hearing the old man's words, a few of the gatekeeper disciples were a bit embarrassed. "Let's do it this way. I won't make things difficult for you. I'll go in first. You can go and inform, or you can send someone to follow me. If I have any mischief, I won't be so honorable to come and communicate with you." the old man was still patiently explaining. It's alright. Eventually a few disciples discussed the matter and nodded their heads. Aside from one disciple who went forward to inform, the rest of them followed the old man cautiously. The main reason was that looking at this old man's immortal style and righteousness, he didn't look like a treacherous person. What's more, the current Yuhua sect was very powerful, and with Yinan in attendance, they didn't worry much. It was just that no one knew about Yinan going out except for Jade Prosperity. The old man who went in also casually climbed into conversation with these disciples. As for these disciples, they were also talking and laughing with the old man. Not bad, the place is average, but you guys, I like it very much, ha ha ha. The old man was in a pleasant mood at this time. Hearing the old man's words, several disciples were all in a cloud of confusion. Oh, there's such a thing? I'll go over and take a look later. Just keep an eye on him. As long as he doesn't mess around, there's no need to care about him. And in the middle of the Yuhua sect's main hall, Jade Immortal, who had just come out of the gate, said to a disciple below with an expressionless face. Upon hearing Jade Fairy's words, that disciple left. He was one of the disciples guarding the gate. Those disciples who were watching the door also patiently followed the old man. It was only when he walked up to a stone monument that was several meters high that the old man stopped in his tracks. The southern peak is forbidden to enter without permission. The old man was a bit surprised as he looked at the line of large letters on the stone tablet. Then, the old man looked at a mountain peak behind the stone monument with a curious expression. What is this southern peak of yours, where your patriarch lives? The old man asked his doubts out. Chapter 105, The Breathless Mysterious Old Man. Hearing the old man's words, a famous disciple was quick with his mouth for a moment. This is the forbidden land of our Yuhua sect, not to mention the patriarch. Even our sect's ancestors are not qualified to live up there. After saying that, the disciple looked towards the southern peak with a yearning expression. Only, all of a sudden, he felt how it was cool around him. It was just when he looked around that he was startled, because, at this moment, his fellow disciples were all looking at him with ugly faces. Now, that disciple directly shivered in fear, having just said what was on his mind in a moment of excitement. Pop! That one himself went straight to his own face and slapped it. Puff! He also knelt down with his face towards the southern peak, admitting his mistake as he said, "It's the disciple's fault. I still ask Senior to chastise him." Seeing this scene, the old man's eyes became interested when he looked at Nan Feng. He had just probed with his divine sense, and the strongest in the clan was just a female, or one who had just stepped into the solid realm. Just as the old man was wondering if he should just go up to the southern peak to take a look, a female voice rang out. "You do deserve to be punished. Go down and receive your punishment yourself." Jade Immortal gave that disciple an expressionless look. Yes, that disciple was ready to honestly go down to receive his punishment. There's no need for that. It's all because I was curious that I asked. I can't blame him. The old man hurriedly interceded for that disciple. For the sake of the old gentleman pleading for you, this time it will be waived. Remember, this is not a place for you to just talk. Understand? Jade Immortal said with grace and authority. Hearing Jade Immortal's words, the disciple said as if he was being pardoned. Many thanks to the patriarch. Many thanks to the old man. Seeing such a reasonable lord of a clan, the old man sighed. He didn't think that he would be able to see such a sect in his lifetime. It really wasn't worth the trip here. Jade Fairy greets the old gentleman. Jade Immortal directly bowed to the old man. This scene stunned the crowd. It wasn't that Yushan really had any habit of being courteous to the elderly, but the old man in front of him gave Yushan an inexplicable feeling, a feeling that couldn't be described. Anyway, the feeling given to Jade Fairy was that this old man was not simple. It was mainly because he had previously encountered a strange person like Yinan, who was only in the refined Shi realm on the surface but was ridiculously strong, which made Jade Immortal become wary later on. Why be polite? I'm just here to beg for a bowl of tea. There's no need for the patriarch to be like this. The old man hurriedly helped Jade Fairy up. The fact that Jade Immortal saw the old man in such a stance and was still open to accepting her salute was enough to show that her suspicions were right. The old gentleman is right. It's me, the Yuhua sect, who has been slacking off. Please, old gentleman. Jade Immortal extended a hand to the old man. The old man didn't make any pretense. Now that he was staying in the Yuhua sect, he didn't want to leave yet. Jade Immortal brought the old man to a pavilion in the back of the mountain, and the scenery was second only to the south peak. Jade Immortal had originally taken the old man to the main hall, but on second thought, most of these old men are fond of some nice mountain and water places. Soon, the top quality good tea of the Yuhua sect was served. Please, old sir, have some tea, Jade Fairy said with a bow to the old man. Fine. You sit down as well. The old man looked at the standing Jade Fairy and was casual. Okay. Jade Fairy nodded back and sat down. Good tea. Today's people, events, and tea are all so pleasant. The old man took a sip of tea and appreciated. It wasn't that the tea was so good, it was mainly the atmosphere of this Yuhua sect that made him enjoy it. There was harmony everywhere. It was simply one of the few pure lands in the cultivation world. I wonder, is there something that the old gentleman has come to my Yuhua sect for? Jade Immortal filled the old man's teacup again. It's nothing much. My disciples have gone to compete for the chance in the 10,000 Demons mountain range. I was bored, so I came to stroll around, and I ended up here with you. The old man smiled amiably and said, seeing that the old man didn't seem to be telling lies, Jade Fairy was relieved. He couldn't tell the old man's cultivation level, but it was definitely strong. By the way, at the risk of asking, what is that South Peak? If it's not convenient to answer, it's fine not to say. The old man had long wanted to ask about the southern peak. It's nothing that can't be said. There's a senior living up there who doesn't like to be disturbed, so I've forbidden the clan disciples to go up and disturb them. Jade Immortal didn't hide it? Oh, seniors, can you introduce me? The old man was also instantly interested. This may not be possible for the time being because Senior has also gone to the 10,000 Demon mountain range. Jade Immortal was somewhat helpless. At that time, she was impacting her realm. Otherwise she would have temporarily suppressed her realm to go with Yinan. It was still only after she had finished her seclusion that she realized it by reading the Jade slip message left by Jade Escape Son. Oh, he also took his disciples on a training trip? What does it look like? The old man frowned and asked. Because he had an impression of all the strong people who were present at that time, especially those at the Tianqian realm. If the senior the Jade Immortal was talking about was one of them, he would be a little disappointed. Let's leave the others aside. Let's just say that those few Tianqian realm guys didn't seem like good people at first glance. Senior's surname is Yi, all in white, about 20 years old. I think he said he was too bored, so he said that he would go to the 10,000 Demon mountain range to play inside that tomb of the powerful. Uez told Jade Immortal all the general information as he was leaving. Let's just say that a great tomb of a powerful person appeared in the 10,000 Demons mountain range, and then Yinan wanted to go in and have some fun. Go in and play? What realm is he in? I remember that above the solid realm, it's like you can't get in, right? The old man was even more confused at this point. In his opinion, the senior that Jade Fairy was talking about was at least a Tianqian realm powerhouse. Senior Yi is in the Qi refining realm. Jade Immortal could only tell the truth. The cultivation she saw on Yinan was the Qi refining realm. But, hearing Jade Fairy's words, the tea that the old man had just sipped into his mouth directly spewed out. What? Qi refining realm? The old man's face twitched furiously. If it wasn't for Yuxian's sincere attitude, he would have thought that Yuxian was playing a trick on him. Seeing the old man in such a state, Jade Immortal was also a bit helpless. Old sir, I don't know why. The cultivation revealed by Senior is the Qi refining realm. That's not surprising. There are cultivators that can suppress their cultivation, or some treasures that hide their cultivation. The old man slowed his mind and frowned. In the old man's opinion, Yinan belonged to this category. He didn't care about Yinan's looks in his 20s. There are old monsters who, with some special means, can briefly make their looks youthful. In this regard, however, the old man did not care for it. That's just it. I'll just wait here for him to come back then. The old man was not in a hurry. Before, he was just curious, but now he really wanted to see what kind of Senior Yi, the one that Jade Fairy so admired, was. Alright, I have already prepared a room for the old gentleman. If there is a need, feel free to summon someone to inform me. Jade Immortal waved her hand to the side before two disciples came to the pavilion to stand by. Fine, then I'll be intruding. The old man also clasped his fist at Jade Fairy. After the Jade Immortal left, the old man took out the chessboard he had brought with him and just started playing against himself. Chapter 106, All Griffins Under the Heavenly Tribulation. And it was only at this time that Uez returned to the Yuhua sect. Without much thought, he directly rushed into the Great Hall in a hurry and directly prepared to go to the Jade Immortal. As a result, just after arriving at the main entrance of the Grand Hall, he saw that Empress Jade Immortal was returning from the back of the mountain. Jade Immortal, you finished your seclusion? Jade Easy Sun sized up Jade Fairy. Yes, old ancestor. After saying that, Jade Fairy even released her breath. After feeling the Jade Immortal's realm, Jade Escape Sun also nodded in satisfaction. Old ancestor, aren't you accompanying Lord Yi? Jade Immortal looked at Jade Easy Sun. Goo, I almost forgot. Did the clan come with an old man who looks kind? Uez hurriedly asked Jade Immortal. There is was invited by me to the back of the mountain to drink tea. The Jade Fairy told the story of what happened before. What? He wants to wait for Senior Yi Xian to return? Uez was a bit surprised. At the same time, he also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Jade Immortal was still in the sect. Otherwise, if that eyeless sect disciple had angered that one, it would have been a big deal. Old ancestor, you came back in such a hurry just for this? I see that old gentleman is very amiable. Jade Fairy felt a bit puzzled. Goo, my sovereign lord do you know what that person is? Uez looked at Jade Immortal with a speechless expression. What kind of person? Jade Fairy looked at Jade escapees and became serious. People came here by stepping into the air. I was using all my means to chase them back until now. Uez hurriedly explained. The appearance of the old man who had suppressed those heavenly Xian realm powerhouses with the lift of his hand earlier was still reverberating in Uez's mind. What? Hearing this, Jade Fairy was also shocked. He knew that the old man was strong. He could tell from his aura, but he didn't expect it to be a powerhouse of this level. Don't look at the heavenly Xian realm as being strong, but compared to a powerhouse of the metamorphosis realm, it was like the difference between clouds and mud. No matter how strong the Tianqian realm was, it was still just a mortal on the ground. But the mortal transformation realm, that was a true metamorphosis, out of the realm of mortals. Whether it was the cultivation or the body or the lifespan, there would be a qualitative change. A single metamorphosis realm could beat up hundreds or thousands of Tianqian realm 9th level powerhouses, or rather, crush them, completely descending into a dimensional strike. But it's incredibly difficult to cross that chasm. Many heavenly Xian realm powerhouses had died at this step. Even if you cross over, you still have to survive the heavenly tribulation before you can be considered successful. Most of the strongest people died under the heavenly tribulation. The saying that all the people under the heavenly tribulation were ants was not something that was said casually, without reaching the limit. Almost no one dared to impact that realm, and the old man who was playing chess in the back of the mountain belonged to this category. But he was lucky he made it. Alright, take me to meet that person. Jade Prosperity couldn't care less about Jade Fairy's shock and hurriedly said to Jade Fairy, well, good. Jade Immortal also responded in a hurry, directly leading Jade escapees to the back of the mountain. Soon, the two of them, Jade Escape, arrived in the pavilion at the back of the mountain. Only, looking at the old man who was frowning and playing against himself, the two Jade escapees hurriedly stopped their steps and just stood to the side, not daring to disturb the old man's game of chess. And on the other side, over in the 10,000 Demon Mountain range, in the middle of the Great Tomb, Yinan's group of several people arrived in a cave with extremely high temperatures. It was extremely hot inside, with a number of pits filled with steaming lava. Brother Nan, it's so hot. Linglong on the side was sweating profusely. It's indeed a bit hot. Gu Chen empathized. Are we at the crater here? Yinan was a bit curious. At this time, many cultivators, who had come inside, were looking around with curious faces. Look guys, what's that? Suddenly someone saw what seemed to be coming from one of the magma pits. Hearing the man's voice, everyone looked over. Yinan's few people also heard it, and Yi was looking over. Senior, that seems to be a sword. Gu Chen looked at the sword curiously, even if soaked in the magma for an unknown period of time, but the body of the sword, only a slight abrasion. Visible. This sword grade is not bad. Of course, it was just like that for Yinan. A sword indeed. What? You want it? Yinan looked at Gu Chen and raised his eyebrows. Disciple wants to try. Gu Chen nodded. Although Yinan had a lot of treasures and was casually open to his disciples, however, Gu Chen was more interested in practicing himself. Empty treasures and no strength would be nothing more than a fat sheep in the eyes of others. But just as Gu Chen's words fell, a miserable scream rang out. Yinan's few people looked over, and there were already people starting to fight. The others were not blind and knew that the sword was not of a bad grade. Alright, go ahead and try. Yinan didn't stop Gu Chen either. Hearing Yinan agree, Gu Chen's eyes lit up. Whoosh! Gu Chen rushed straight into the crowd to grab that sword. I'll come to help you. On the side, Hua Run naturally followed. The help was real, and her wanting that sword was also real. Up came Gu Chen, who didn't bother attacking the others but rushed towards the sword. However, the others would not do as Gu Chen wished. The first few people were directly cut down by the fire set just because they were close to that sword. Seeing the crowd that was killing towards him, Gu Chen also threw out both fists. Bang bang. The next thing that happened was that several figures flew out directly backwards, not knowing whether they were alive or dead. Seeing this scene, the others who were rushing and stopped in their tracks, especially those cultivators who were in the same realm as Gu Chen, were all looking at him incredulously. Even Hannah Ren was startled. She had fought with Gu Chen before, and she hadn't felt that Gu Chen was so fierce. One punch a cultivator of the same realm. Even if it was her, she couldn't. It would take at least a few moves. This guy, who fought me before, was holding back. Hua Run narrowed her eyes at Gu Chen. However, his movements were not slow, and he quickly came directly to Gu Chen's side to face the enemy together. Kill them, let's go together. I don't believe he can kill me all. It wasn't known who shouted, and for a moment, both Gu Chen and Hua Run became targets. Seeing this scene, Gu Chen became even more excited, the battle intent on his body. Rising, nervous, Hua Run, who was at the side, was somewhat speechless when she saw Gu Chen's excitement. "Brother Nan, do you want me to go help senior brother?" Ling Long, who was sitting on two small benches in the distance while getting high on melon seeds, looked towards Yinan. "Don't ask where the benches come from. These things, Ling Long is always ready. It's fine, let him play on his own, as long as his life isn't in danger. There's no need to help him." Yinan was not worried. "Alright." Hearing Yinan's words, Ling Long could only sit honestly. "Ha ha ha, this sword is mine." Just as the two of them, Gu Chen and Huaren, were battling the crowd, a maniacal laughing voice rang out. As soon as the words left his mouth, Gu Chen saw a large knife slashing towards him. Humph! Gu Chen clenched his fist and slammed it out with a fist that was accompanied by a silky golden stream of light. Boom! Swords and fists clashed, and powerful forces overflowed in all directions. But what no one expected was that this exchange lasted only an instant. The knife-wielding figure directly flew backwards. The knife in his hand directly exploded. The blade directly turned into blades and shot away in all directions. For a time, miserable screams rose in all directions. Leaning closer to the cultivators, directly injured, dead. Chapter 107, The True Fate? The man with the knife was no other than Blood Fury. Previously, he couldn't tell the winner from the old man of formations after fighting for a long time, so he could only continue to come and look for the chance. Only now, the Blood Rage's anger, once again, surged upwards. Looking at a piece of the handle of the knife in his hand, his face became twisted too. He couldn't admit that there were still geniuses stronger than himself in existence. Gu Chen deserved to die. He had to kill Gu Chen. And this scene just now was all just seen by the rest of the clan's heavenly pride who had just come in, and at the same time, they were also shocked as they looked at Gu Chen. And at that moment, Gu Chen was looking at the Blood Rage, who had been knocked out by himself, as if he was nothing. "Die and come!" Blood Rage shouted, charging directly at Gu Chen, with red flames burning above his body. "This guy is crazy, isn't he? Actually burning his own essence blood." The Flame Sect's young patriarch was also slightly surprised, and at this time, the angry Blood Rage didn't care about that much. He hadn't been smooth since he came into this great tomb. True to his name, he can't move without fighting for his life. Huaren didn't have any intention of helping. She did want to see the action and directly let it go to the side. And as the crowd had also watched the outburst that Flower Mercy had just made, they naturally wouldn't underestimate it either. Where the hell is this guy? Looks like that monk didn't lie to me. Could it be this guy? Only Su Meier, who was not far away, curiously sized up Gu Chen. A thumb-sized piece of white bead also appeared in his hand, which was still emitting a slight glow. The bead, which had lit up once before when he was over at the spirit medicine field, but there were too many people, and it was rather confusing at the time, so Su Meier didn't know which one was. Of all the people, the chances here, Su Meier didn't care about. The main purpose of her coming was for the true destiny she spoke of. She was just looking to see who in this barren land could be qualified to be her true love. As a result, she didn't expect that the strange beads that the monk had given her had really reacted not long after she had arrived, which made her a bit surprised. The beads in Su Meier's hands before, there was an anomaly, and both times, Gu Chen was present, which made her think towards Gu Chen. Well, this guy's strength is good, and his looks are also okay, but it's only just okay in this remote place. With this strength, maybe even I can't even beat him, Su Meier muttered as she looked at Gu Chen. Seeing the blood fury charging towards him, Gu Chen also became slightly more serious. This time, the golden streams of light on Gu Chen's arms became even more numerous. "Die for me." Blood Rage directly used the flames from his body to condense a fire blade, and with a powerful might, he once again chopped angrily towards Gu Chen. Looking for death, Gu Chen also directly slammed his fist out again. Boom! The powerful force shook the surroundings with a constant buzz, but this time, just like last time, Blood Rage once again smashed straight out like a cannonball. Seeing the blood fury that flew out backwards, the crowd sucked in a breath of cool air, and even those who were watching the battle at the Pioneer Realm had their eyes popped. They didn't participate in the fight, they were all people who were at the end of their lives and wanted life-renewing treasures. Even so, they were shocked by Gu Chen's power. "Brother Nan, senior brother is still really powerful. I don't know if I can beat it." Ling Long, who was high on melon seeds in the distance, suddenly came up with this sentence. "I don't know, maybe, let's try." Yinan looked at Ling Long with a smile. Forget it, I'm not going to fight you. What if I break you?" Ling Long stiffened her mouth. Yinan, and at this moment, Blood Rage, cloaked in hair, was lying inside a huge pit, and at this moment, his was covered in injuries. "Who are you?" Blood Rage stood up trembling and looked at Gu Chen. And Gu Chen didn't kill anyone. After all, too much trouble would cause trouble for Yinan, but he had heard that Blood Rage had a heavenly Xian realm master outside. Not bad, it's 50% of my strength, not far away. Su Meier sized up Gu Chen. As for the ghost-crying sect's Ghost Ming and the flame sect's young patriarch, they both looked at Gu Chen in shock. Their strength was similar to Blood Rage's, and they also wanted to know who Gu Chen really was. They knew of all the famous geniuses within a few thousand li radius, but they had never seen or heard of Gu Chen. I'm just an ordinary cultivator. Don't mention it, Gu Chen responded to Blood Rage. Hearing Gu Chen's words, the crowd was speechless. You're so fierce for an ordinary monk? Humph, whoever you are, you're dead for offending me. Blood Rage looked angrily at Gu Chen, but did not in the move. He knew that the gap was already in front of him, and to go up again was to send death. The only way was to wait for him to get out and let Blood Frenzy avenge himself. The Ghost Ming Fu didn't make a move or say anything either. Or rather, see what happens. And the sword in the lava. The others didn't continue to fight for it. Gu Chen was so fierce and had defeated Blood Fury like it was nothing, so he obviously had reservations. Seeing that the crowd had no intention of fighting with him either, Gu Chen directly pulled up the sword in the lava. After carefully surveying the area, not even at the heavenly level, and the damage, Gu Chen immediately lost interest. If you don't want it, you can let me have it. Flower Rain, who was on the side, suddenly spoke out. Yes, take a spirit stone for it. Gu Chen was painfully honest. Really? When Hanarin heard this, her eyes just lit up. Naturally, it's true. 10,000 lower grade spirit stones are sold to you cheaply. Gu Chen nodded. Good. Huarine didn't make any pretense, fearing that Gu Chen would back out. 10,000 inferior spirit stones was a bargain. Gu Chen collected a spatial ring handed over by Huaran. As he was about to return to Gu Chen's side, a female voice rang out. Big handsome guy, are you interested in chatting? Su Meier walked over with one hand on her waist, one hand holding a whip and one hand crossing her waist, twisting and turning, and in the mind of Yinan, who was getting high on melon seeds, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Ding, and then there was no more. What the hell? System, are you short-circuiting? Yinan was dumbfounded. Unfortunately, the system didn't answer. You are? Gu Chen looked at Su Meier curiously. My name is Su Meier, just call me Meier. Su Meier scowled at Gu Chen. At the same time, Su Meier also sensed that the closer she got to Gu Chen, the more the piece of bead in her arms reacted, and it even got hot. This made Su Meier directly certain that Gu Chen was the true son that the old monk had told her about. I just didn't expect to find it just as she arrived, but as for whether or not it worked out, it was up to her. It wasn't her favorite, and even if it was the real thing, she'd have to rebel against it. Miss Su, is there something wrong? Gu Chen arched his hand at Su Meier. What's your name? I see that you are exceptionally valiant. Giggle. Su Meier was called a flirtatious ah. As for the flower Mercy on the side, she was directly ignored by Su Meier, and Huaran was a little surprised when she looked at the flirtatious and enchanting Su Meier, because felt Su Meier body has a breath attracted to himself. This is the breath of the special physique. Chapter 108 Unspeakable. With great terror. My name is Gu Chen. If there's nothing else for the girl, I'll leave first. Gu Chen clasped his fists and turned to leave. Seeing that Gu Chen had actually ignored herself, it made Su Meier's favorable impression of Gu Chen increase by a few points. The other men saw him as if he were a cocktail, and she was sick of it. Among them was the Flame Sect's young sect master who was standing in the distance and was looking this way. You could tell by his face that he was angry now. As soon as Su Meier and Huaran appeared, he had his eyes on them, so how could he let Gu Chen get his hands on them? He could only think of other ways to get Gu Chen killed, and if he dared to get his hands on the woman he had his eyes on, then he had to die. Humph. With a cold snort, he flung his sleeve and left. Only the ghost-crying sect's Ghost Ming, up until now, had been silent, as if anything other than the tomb owner's inheritance had nothing to do with himself. Looking at Gu Chen who turned to leave, Su Meier's eyes rolled, but she didn't say anything and directly followed. What are you following me for? Gu Chen frowned at Su Meier. What? This road isn't your houses, so I can't walk? Su Meier fell back with a smug smile and said. Hearing Su Meier think this way, Gu Chen frowned even deeper, but Su Meier had a good point. He really didn't have the right to stop others. Gu Chen glanced at Su Meier and didn't bother anymore, coming directly to Yinan. Master, I'm back. I sold that sword to her. This is full of spirit stones. Gu Chen directly handed the spatial ring to Yinan, and also pointed to Huaran on the side. Oops. Apprentice you really have filial piety. How can this be good? Although the words were said this way, Yinan's movements were not slow at all. Seeing this scene, several people's mouths twitched. Only Su Meier's eyes just lit up when she saw Yinan. What a handsome man. Instantly Su Meier's heart thumped. It was true that Yinan was handsome. The main thing was that Yinan had a temperament that people couldn't tell. This feeling was embodied even more clearly in Su Meier, and it seemed to be attracting her. A feeling that was completely different from Gu Chen's, just that she didn't know that the beads in her arms, the moment they approached Yinan, directly became dim, no longer moving as before. Just upon seeing Yinan's realm, Su Meier froze. Qi refining realm? being your master? After reacting, Su Meier directly shouted out, looking at Gu Chun incredulously. What? Looking down on the Qi refining realm? Yinan looked at Su Meier with great dissatisfaction. Ha, no, I'm just curious. Su Meier looked at Yinan with a smile on her face. At the first glance, she felt, upon seeing Yinan, that there was an inexplicable emotion rooted in her heart. It was bizarre that she was only curious about Gu Chen, while she wanted to be close to Yinan. Could it be that the true destiny that old monk was talking about is this Qi refining realm guy? Su Meier was a little confused. The beads reacted a lot when they just approached Gu Chana. It's obvious that that person is Gu Chana. Seemingly thinking of something, Su Meier directly took out the beads in her arms. If you don't look at it, you're confused. 4. The beads in his hand no longer moved and became dull. What's going on here? Su Meier was puzzled in her heart. In another place, in a mist-shrouded, fairy-tale-like mountain range, lofty palaces stood everywhere, and in a large hall, 3 people were sitting opposite each other, 2 men and 1 woman, talking and laughing. One of them, a majestic middle-aged man and a majestic beautiful woman, looked somewhat similar to Su Meier in terms of looks. The other man, a middle-aged monk, Master Zenhart, is there really a true match for my daughter in that barren land? The beautiful woman was a bit puzzled. Hey, this dead girl, going out without informing me, what if something good happens? The majestic middle-aged man was a bit annoyed. Don't worry, with Su Ming secretly protecting him, there shouldn't be any problem. Not to mention that in that kind of barren land, the strongest is just the Tianxian realm. The beautiful woman hurriedly comforted the middle-aged man. It's fine if I don't say it. I get angry when I say it. Mayer doesn't know any better. And he still doesn't know any better? Mayer is all spoiled by him. The middle-aged majestic man was getting angrier and angrier the more he thought about it. Hearing this, the beautiful woman also shook her head helplessly. The 2 monks are at ease. I have already projected before. Although I didn't figure out who it is, I can roughly project that your Qin Jin's true destiny is indeed on that side. Monk San Xin hurriedly calmed the 2. Master Zhengxin's words, we naturally believe in it. It's just that this daughter of mine has been spoiled by me. I'm afraid that she'll meet someone who's not good enough for her, and she doesn't have much experience in going out at such a young age. So I'd also like to ask the master to project it again, and if it can be a bit more detailed, then maybe I can help find it as well. The majestic middle-aged man hesitated. Schizo, this is your Qin Jin's karma. It's not yet a good idea to intervene casually, but I can instead project a bit more, and it's still up to you to decide how to choose. Monk San Xin clasped his hands together and recited Amitabha Buddha. Fine, then I'm grateful to Master Zen Xin. The 2 hurriedly thanked them. After a few moments, Zenshin sat down. His mouth was also reciting obscure and difficult to understand scriptures, and even around his body, there were channels of golden runes rotating, enveloping him. Miso. In the next moment, Zen Xian's eyes glowed with golden light and he looked directly in one direction. And that direction was exactly the direction of the Yuhua sect. On the other side, 2 figures, one tall and one short, were changing their pants on a large rock in the middle of a deep mountain. That's right, changing pants. Lord Handsomevi, these pants are a bit tight. What kind of pants are these? The Black Flame Demon Lord vigorously buttoned the buttons in front of his belly. This big handsome guy doesn't know. I think I heard my master say that it's called some kind of jeans, Joker said while wearing them as well. However, he was in okay shape and it went on easily. Only, it still looks hot, especially those ridiculously large leather shoes. Even the suit he had been wearing before had been swapped out for a leather jacket straight out of the box. Only the Black Flame Demon Monarch on the side was now even spicier. It took a lot of effort to finally put it on. Only, the jeans were clinging to his body, especially his ass, as if they were going to split at any moment. And Joker, who was gloating, seemed to notice something and cocked his head to the sky. What? Lord Handsomevi. The Black Flame Demon Lord also noticed the clown's abnormality, and the clown didn't answer the Black Flame Demon Lord, still looking in a certain direction, except, could clearly see the clown's eyes, starting to turn red. Put, and Zen Xin, who was projecting, directly spewed out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Instantly the breath turned shriveled. Master Zen Xin, what happened to you? Seeing this scene, both the middle-aged man and the beautiful woman were startled. No, it's fine. Zenshin stabilized his mind, his heart palpitating. Master Zenhart. The middle-aged man was about to say something when he was interrupted by Zenhart. It must not be said. It must not be said. Amitabha Buddha. Zen Xin hurriedly folded his hands, his face extremely pale. He had only just begun to project when he was blocked by an indescribably terrifying force. It was an incomparably terrifying pair of bloodshot eyes, and just by looking at him, it almost caused him to die on the spot. If those horrible eyes hadn't meant to make a move on him, he would have been out of his mind long ago. Chapter 109, Breaking Qi Refining Realm? Master Zen Xin, what's going on here? The middle-aged man hurriedly asked. He was also shocked by that scene just now. AI, your Chen gene has been implicated in a great karma. I am no longer able to project it. After saying this, Zen Xin also took out a white bead in his bosom. It was a bead exactly like Su Meier's, only that the bead that had a luster before was now dull. As long as Su Meier met her true destiny, that bead of Su Meier's would change, and the bead in Zen Xin's hand would likewise change. The fact that this bead was still moving before meant that Su Meier had found that person. As it turned out, the beads failed in just a moment. This, coupled with the fact that he had just changed in a different way, was enough to show that the matter was not trivial. Could it be caused by Su Meier's true destiny? It shouldn't be. I was able to roughly project the direction before. Zen Xin was puzzled in his heart. What? Great karma? Does the Grandmaster know if it's good or bad? The middle-aged man's face changed drastically, and the beautiful woman at the side was also anxious. They were aware of Zen Xin's strength, and even so, Zen Xin had almost died. Whether it's good or bad, I don't know. We'll know when your daughter returns. Zenshin also shook his head. On the other side of the room, the Joker withdrew his gaze and continued to straighten his clothes. Lord Handsomevi, is something going on? Should I go and take a look? The Black Flame Demon Monarch had seriously learned how to observe people for a long time during this period of time. It used to be that other people looked at his face. Now it was turning into him looking at the clown's face. But instead of being half upset, there was some pride in his heart. It was too late to be happy to follow a being who might be an immortal. It's fine. Just a little piece of trash. It's taken care of. Look at me in this handsome outfit. Joker remained calm. Handsome. Definitely handsome. No one in this world can compare with a great handsome like you. The Black Flame Demon Monarch's current ass-kissing technique was also a masterpiece. That's for sure. Let's go. This big handsome guy will take you to a good place. A few moments later, the two of them were staggering away like psychopaths. As for the 10,000 Demon Mountain Range, in the Great Tomb, Yinan was no longer interested in continuing to stay. Apprentice, why don't you take your own time to experience? Linglong and I will go out and wait for you? Yinan was already tired of staying. He thought it was going to be fun in here, and then he comes here in this? But it was still a bit of a harvest. At least there were quite a few spirit medicines obtained, although they were temporarily placed in the tomb Northstar. Okay, master. Gu Chen did know Yinan's temperament. Obviously, he had also guessed that Yinan didn't want to stay on. Alright, then we'll go out first. Hearing Gu Chen's promise, Yinan looked excited and directly left with Linglong. As she watched Yinan leave, Su Meier's eyes rolled and she also hurriedly followed. Chance and all that, she was not interested at all. Brother Nan, that woman is following. Linglong, who was walking outside, curiously looked at Su Meier who was following behind. Don't mind her, let's go out to make tea and drink it, and then go for a rub in the evening. Yinan pressed on. Yeah, cluck cluck cluck. Linglong's eyes were filled with little stars when she heard Yinan's words. Hey, little sister, do you want a treat from your sister? Su Meier caught up with Yinan and the two of them, and was very self-conscious. Are you going to rub it in with us too? Linglong looked at Su Meier curiously. Linglong's feeling towards Su Meier was okay, at least it wasn't as repulsive to her as Huarun. Yeah, what do you want to eat? I'll treat them all. Although Su Meier was talking to Linglong, she had been paying attention to Yinan's movements. Seeing that Yinan did not kick herself out, Su Meier was even more pleased. She wanted to study this chi refining realm right now, as well as the kind of affinity she felt in her heart towards Yinan, which she had to figure out. Phew, finally out. Still the air outside is good. Just after coming out, Yinan took a deep breath. Linglong, let's find a place to sit down and wait for your senior brother to come out before we go eat. Yinan said to Linglong again. Yeah, Linglong did understand. It's just that just as soon as it comes out, the people around it gather around it. Kid, hand over what you got in there. Seeing this scene, Yinan just froze. Everyone's gazes were locked on Yinan's trio. As for Su Meier, they are still jealous, because the beautiful woman not far away has already arrived in front of Su Meier. What? You guys want to make a move against my Acacia sex people? The beautiful woman's eyes were cold as she looked at the surrounding cultivators. Miss, let's go. The beautiful woman was about to pull Su Meier away after she finished speaking. They are all my friends. I'm not leaving. Su Meier hastily refused. Friends? The beautiful woman was also stunned, curiously glancing at Yinan and the two of them, frowning slightly. However, nothing was said. Su Meier had given her word, so she naturally couldn't refuse. But when the beautiful woman was preparing to take the two Yinan to leave together, Blood Frenzy's voice rang out. Leave? It's fine if you want to leave. Hand over your storage rings. Blood Frenzy looked hideously at Yinan's trio. Even the face of the beautiful woman on the side was not given. Not only that, the short old man from the Ghost Weeping sect, as well as the two strong men from the Flame sect also walked over. Looking at that expression, the idea was basically the same as Blood Frenzy. The Acacia sect was strong, but but it was the weakest of the several powers. And, now, it was even less against more. They didn't know Su Meier's identity and thought that she was a disciple of the Acacia sect. What? You guys want to make enemies with my Acacia sect? The beautiful woman also hurriedly protected Su Meier behind her. Being enemies? That's not so bad. As long as you make them hand over their spatial rings, we won't make things difficult for them. Blood Frenzy looked at the beautiful woman with a teasing face. Humph, you guys can come and try. The beautiful woman's direct breath shook, and the power of the heavenly Xian realm was unleashed without reservation. The people who had originally surrounded the area were all dispersed in a hurry, leaving only a few people in the blood frenzy. Su Meier, who saw this scene, also had her eyes narrowed slightly, and was still pinching a jade slip in her hand, as if she would directly crush it if something was slightly wrong. Okay, jibber jabber noisy dead. Not just want to rob my things well, capable of coming. Yinan had long been impatient. Hearing Yinan's words, the crowd was stunned. Even Su Meier was stunned. He didn't expect Yinan to be so bold. You're quite bold for a broken chi refining realm. Blood Frenzy looked at Yinan with disdain. Hearing Blood Frenzy's words, the others didn't have much of a reaction yet. Only Linglong on the side was just stunned. Linglong carefully looked at Yinan. Sure enough, the next moment, Yinan's face turned ugly. Breaking the refined chi realm, huh? Yinan angrily looked at Blood Frenzy. Pop. Without hesitation, Yinan directly called out with a slap. Ah. Then Blood Frenzy didn't even react and flew straight out. Rumble. Directly in the huge mountain forest, directly smashed out a path. This scene happened so suddenly that the entire room directly became silent. Chapter 110, Weird Coffin. Serves you right. Only Linglong spat unhappily. Hearing Linglong's voice, the crowd slowed down. Whoosh. At this moment, the rest of them and the others all hurriedly moved away from Yinan. Su Meier looked at Yinan with a shocked face. She also did not expect that Yinan, a chi refining realm, could be so fierce. A heavenly Xian realm. Just one slap and he flew out. No wonder. He can be Gu Chen's master. I was the one who looked away. Su Meier once again carefully sized up Yinan. The blood frenzy, at this moment, was lying in a deep pit, foaming at the mouth and convulsing, obviously unconscious. Do you guys still want my space ring? Yinan looked at the others around him again. Anyone who came into contact with Yinan's gaze all lowered their heads. Are you kidding me? A slap to the face of a Tianxian realm powerhouse. How would they dare to grab it again? Seeing that the crowd didn't dare to speak, Yinan skimmed his lips and directly found a comfortable position before waving his hand. Whoosh! A tea table and a few stools appeared in front of Yinan. Yinan and Linglong sat down directly, getting high on melon seeds and making tea to drink while waiting for Gu Chen to come out. Seeing this, Su Meier was about to go over. Miss, the beautiful woman hurriedly pulled Su Meier back. It's fine, don't worry. Su Meier directly broke away from the beautiful woman's hand and headed towards Yinan. The beautiful woman had no choice but to follow. Her Acacia sect was just one of the subordinate forces of the Su family. If not for this time Su Meier finding her door, their Acacia sect was probably forgotten by the Su family. After all, in the eyes of the Su family, their Acacia sect was too weak and dispensable. Sister Linglong, can I sit down? Su Meier did not ask Yinan, but looked at Linglong with a smile. It's okay, sit down. Sister. Linglong didn't care about anything. After a short observation, Su Meier could tell that Yinan loved Linglong, the little girl. Now, if he communicated with Yinan, he would probably be defeated, but if he communicated with Linglong, it would be different. Hearing Linglong agreed, Su Meier directly and nonchalantly took a small bench and directly sat beside Linglong. The beautiful woman from the Acacia sect on the side could only carefully stand next to Su Meier. This scene was a surprise to the surrounding crowd. The identity of Su Meier was guessed. Yinan also glanced at the two women, but did not say anything. As long as he wasn't looking for trouble, identity and all, he didn't care at all. Sister, come get high on melon seeds. Linglong grabbed a large handful of melon seeds and put them into Su Meier's hand. Many thanks to Sister Linglong. Su Meier was easygoing and talked and laughed with Linglong. And in the middle of the tomb, Gu Chen and the others had arrived at the center of the cemetery. It was a square similar to an altar, and the entire square was covered in pitch-black chains, with a large coffin placed in the very center, and the entire coffin was wrapped in chains of death. How? Hua Run looked to Gu Chen. Let's take a look first. I always feel that something is wrong. Gu Chen frowned at the coffin. Indeed, I have that feeling too. Hannah Ren also nodded in agreement. Obviously at this moment, everyone around them was more or less feeling a bit off. For a while, neither came forward immediately. This way over, everyone present, more or less, had gained something. The ones who gained the most were those in the pioneer realm, and the top geniuses like Gu Chen. But when they saw the coffin, the crowd knew that it was the metamorphosis realm powerhouse inside. The greatest opportunity, naturally, lies inside the coffin, but that coffin all gave them a bad feeling. What? All standing here, waiting for the treasure inside the coffin to come out on its own? Blood Rage looked at the crowd with disdain. At this time, his injuries, after being treated with spirit medicines and elixirs, were now almost healed. Since that's the case, how about letting Brother Blood Rage take the lead? Ghost Ming, who hadn't spoken all this time, finally spoke up. Just go. A dead person, no matter how powerful he was in life. But, dead is dead. Is it a swindle? After saying that, Blood Rage then looked around. Is there anyone following me? The chances first come first served. Hearing Blood Rage's words, those cultivators in the surrounding area were all getting stupid. They all felt that Blood Rage had a point. Alright, I'll go with you to take a look. At that very moment, a hunched old man from the Pioneer Realm stepped forward. We'll go as well. At the same time, a dozen or so more Pioneer Realm powerhouses came out. They were all dying cultivators, and the inheritance of this tomb master was their goal. By obtaining the inheritance, there might be a chance to go to the next level, and at that time, he might even be able to change his destiny against the heavens. They naturally sensed that there was something strange about the coffin, but Ben doesn't have long to live, so he might as well put up a fight. As for the chances inside, well, everyone did not mention, are unspoken. The main thing at the moment is to open this coffin first, after making sure there's no danger. It's every man for himself at that point. Seeing that these Pioneer Realm were on board, those weaker cultivators were all moving away in a quiet way. If these cultivators fought, they would only be affected if they got too close. Ha ha ha. Good. Blood Rage's bottom line was even stronger when he saw that these Pioneer Realm cultivators had all come out. Seeing this such a powerful lineup, the Flame Sect's young patriarch also hurriedly joined in. What? Wimped out? Hurry up and get out if you're wimpy. Don't embarrass yourself here. The Flame Sect's young patriarch didn't forget to taunt Gu Chen. Hearing the Flame Sect's young sect master's words, Gu Chen frowned slightly. He remembered that he hadn't messed with this guy, so why was he always hating on him? And when he saw the gaze of the Flame Sect's young patriarch, Gu Chen then glanced at Huaran thoughtfully. At this moment, the Flame Sect's young patriarch, seeing that Gu Chen didn't return the favor, looked at Huaran with a smug expression. I think it's better for you to stay away from me, so as not to invite trouble. Gu Chen glanced at Huaran, who was on the side. What? Are you jealous? The corners of Hannah Ren's mouth curled slightly as she said, You're overthinking it. I wouldn't want you even if all the women in the whole world died out. Gu Chen spoke directly from his heart. You, Hearing Gu Chen's words, Huaran also let out a cold snort. But he's right. Are you really a wimp? Not going to take a look? Hannah Ren added. Go ahead if you want to. The so-called chance in here is dispensable to me, and the reason why I joined forces with you is just a matter of interest, Gu Chen said without a care in the world. Hearing Gu Chen's words, Huaran frowned again. She didn't expect Gu Chen to be so arrogant as to not even look at the inheritance of a mortal transformation realm powerhouse. See, that guy didn't go either. Gu Chen glanced again at Ghost Ming, who was not far away. Noticing Gu Chen's gaze, Ghost Ming also returned his greeting with a slight smile. I've asked around. The ghost-crying sect all cultivates some shadowy techniques. Perhaps he knows something about this tomb. Huaran also glanced at Ghostcry. Chapter 111, The Great Melee. As for Blood Rage and the others, they also came to the coffin. Break these chains first, Blood Rage said to the crowd. The crowd was ready to do anything. They all took out their blades and slashed at those chains. Clunk, clunk. At this moment, the entire square was filled with the sound of chains shaking. However, no matter how hard the people tried, those chains did not show any signs of breaking except for some sounds, and even the traces were not left behind. Asterisk. What kind of chains are these? Why are they so hard? Blood Rage looked at the chains incredulously. Seemingly thinking of something, Blood Rage suddenly looked at Flower Rain. Noticing Blood Rage's gaze, Flower Rain's eyes narrowed as well. Bring your sword to use, Blood Rage shouted directly to Flower Rain. Hearing this, Huaran was also slightly surprised. The sword from before was the same one that Gu Chen had sold to her. Rather, it was Blood Rage's words that reminded her that the sword had been refined by the magma for an unknown number of years, and was only slightly damaged, and it was extraordinary at first glance, so it might be able to cut through these chains. Upon hearing Blood Rage's words, the crowd, who had been at a loss for words for a while, all had their eyes lit up. As of right now, if we were to say the rank of the weapon, it would definitely have to be the sword in Huaren's hand that was the highest. Good, I'll try. Huaren did not refuse. This coffin had to be opened. Even if she didn't do it, these people wouldn't give up and might even come for her sword. Huaren took out that sword and came directly in front of those chains, directly slashing down with his sword. Dang! The sound of steel hitting steel rang out. Seeing that on the chain, only a gap appeared and did not break. This shocked the crowd. Regarding the sword in Hua Ren's hand, someone with extensive knowledge would have seen the general grade long ago. It was at least an 8th or 9th ranked magic treasure, but it actually only left a slight insignificant gap. Are the materials used for these chains even more precious than 8th or 9th ranked magic treasures? Someone couldn't help but speak out. At this moment, everyone was looking towards the chains. If this goes back and melts down, and then asks the forging master to reforge it, wouldn't it be an 8 or 9 piece of magic treasure? Blood Rage's eyes glowed. Not only him, but others thought the same way. At this moment, Huaran also looked at the chains incredulously. But next, the crowd got a bigger headache. The chains were too hard, and it was harder for them to open the coffin. Seeing that the crowd was in a difficult situation, Ghost Ming's voice rang out, "Actually, it's not that troublesome. I've seen some records similar to this kind of large tomb in some ancient books, so I might be able to open the coffin easily." "What method?" Blood Rage hurriedly looked at Ghost Ming. The rest of the waiters were all looking towards Ghost Ming, who was wearing a smile, all waiting for his latter words. "These chains are refined in a special way, and it's said that as long as there's enough blood to soak these chains, it's possible to make these chains dissolve easily. But it's also the first time I've seen this, so you'll have to try it yourselves." Ghost Ming was still smiling, but to hear that in front of the crowd is to have your heart flutter. It was already obvious that there was no blood here, and the only way to get blood was to kill. At this moment, the entire square became silent, all of them looking warily at the people around them. The atmosphere became extremely weird. "Run!" I don't know who shouted. In an instant, the entire square became chaotic, especially those cultivators with weaker cultivation levels. Without looking back, they directly ran wildly towards the outside. "Humph, the opportunity is right in front of us. If you guys leave, won't we have come for nothing?" Blood Rage directly slapped one of the weaker cultivators on the side to death on the spot, and the blood splattered right onto the chains on the side. Zip zip zip. Sure enough, in the next moment, the chain directly became red, as if it had been scorched by a hot flame. Bang! Blood Rage picked up a knife on the ground and slashed straight up. Then those red translucent chains, directly like tofu, were easily sliced through. Ha ha ha. It's true, it really didn't work. After saying that, Blood Rage looked towards the fleeing cultivators with murderous anger and directly charged up. Those of the older generation of Pioneer Realm cultivators also rushed to kill them. As long as you can fulfill yourself, the lives of others are not important, and the cruelty of the cultivation world is like that. At this moment, miserable screams continued to ring out. Gu Chen, who was on the side, could only sigh. These people were not related to him. He wasn't willing to go dabbling in random trouble either, and it was the lives of those who died here. All he had to do was protect himself and those around him. The rest he didn't really care about. What surprised Gu Chen was that Huaren actually didn't make a move. "Do you think I'm the kind of person who is unforgivable?" When Huaren saw Gu Chen's expression, she knew what Gu Chen was thinking. Isn't it? Liking to forcibly absorb other people's physiques. What's the difference between that and 10 evils in my opinion? Gu Chen asked rhetorically. Humph. This world is just like that. I kill only those who have a need for me and those who are the pride of heaven. Compared to those who kill indiscriminately nowadays, I'm much more merciful, Hua Ren said with vigor. Hearing this, Gu Chen shook his head and lost his smile. In his opinion, there was no difference between killing more or less. It was all killing. But if you want to live in this world, if you're not ruthless, others will be ruthless to you, which Gu Chen agreed with. However, he was only ruthless to those who wanted to beat himself up. He wouldn't be like Flower Mercy, who would deprive others of their right to live in order to strengthen herself, which he was extremely disgusted by. The sounds of killing continued. Facing these Pioneer Realm cultivators, those cultivators with low cultivation levels were not able to resist at all. For a while, the entire square was drenched in blood. Soon, it was nearing the end. Except for the individual cultivators who escaped, the rest died horribly on the spot. Zip zip zip. Those chains infested with that blood chopped off with ease. After emptying the chains around the coffin, everyone was looking at the coffin with hot eyes. As long as they open it, what's in here might be able to make them change their lives against the odds. At this moment, the atmosphere once again became subtle. Ha ha ha. My chance. Here I come. One of them, a Pioneer Realm, directly lunged at the coffin in a frenzy. But in the very next moment, his chest was directly penetrated by a sharp sword. The chance is mine. I'll kill whoever dares to interfere. Drawing his sword, this Pioneer Realm cultivator looked at the surrounding crowd with a bloodshot gaze. Then let's try. Someone directly made a move on that cultivator. Rumble. The entire square, once again, became chaotic. This time, the commotion was even greater than just now, and the entire square began to shake. when the Pioneer realm exchanged blows, a random strike was not comparable to those cultivators before. Among them were Blood Fury and Flame Sect young Sect Master. They were both gifted geniuses in a few thousand miles around, and with some sect means, they could also battle with these Pioneer Valley realm cultivators. Chapter 112 Ghost Ming's Alteration. Seeing these scenes of chaotic fighting, Gu-chan was not surprised. There's only one chance, but there's not enough to go around. What does this guy want to do? Gu-chan had been paying attention to this ghostly chirping. At this time, Ghost Ming still didn't participate in it, and still stood on the sidelines watching the show as if nothing had happened. And the fight was getting more and more grueling, with close to half of the Pioneer realm cultivators having fallen. It was just that none of them noticed that the blood of those cultivators, both now and before, merged into the ground and then surged towards the bottom of the coffin. And at that moment, the smile on Ghost Ming's face gradually became crazy. The eyes were bloodshot and sizzling as they looked in the direction of the coffin. What's going on? Gu-chan's gaze toward Ghost Ming also turned dangerous. That guy isn't right. On the side, Hana-ren also noticed Ghost Naru's state. And at this moment, Ghost Ming, without paying attention to Gu-chan's two gazes, slowly walked towards the coffin. The body became trembling with a frenzy. You seek death, daring to approach my chance. A Pioneer realm that was sparring directly killed Ghost Ming, and Ghost Ming didn't care at all about the cultivators rushing over, still fervently walking towards the coffin. But just as that Pioneer realm cultivator arrived in front of Ghost Ming, whoosh, a black chain extended straight out directly from inside the coffin. Put, blood splattered everywhere, and the Pioneer realm cultivator, on the spot, was penetrated through his body. Not only that, the blood in his body, following the chains, kept pouring inside the coffin. Noticing this scene, the few people who were fighting were also shocked. Not good. There's something odd about this coffin. Blood Rage hastily retreated violently. The remaining few cultivators also wanted to retreat in a hurry, but those chains seemed to have been on them for a long time. Whoosh! Another channel of chains shot out from inside the coffin, directly penetrating those remaining Pioneer realm cultivators on the spot. Even the Flame Sect's young patriarch and Blood Rage were the same. No matter how strong the means were, they were useless in the face of these chains. The crowd couldn't even utter a cry for help and were sucked dry on the spot. Except for Ghost Ming, everyone was locked by those chains. Among them were Gu-chan and Hua-ren. Seeing the chains shooting toward him, Gu-chan did not run away like the others. Instead, he directly met those chains. Dang it! Gu-chan smashed away those flying chains with punch after punch. Even though Gu-chan's physique was strong, a few moves down the line, the slightest trace of blood had appeared on top of his fist, and the blood that dripped out was instantly devoured by the chains, seemingly tasting that Gu-chan's blood was different. A large number of chains directly enveloped towards Gu-chan. It's hard to believe that this fellow is still alive. Just the strength of these chains is far beyond that of Senior Tung Bachan, worthy of being a powerhouse of the mortal transformation realm. Gu-chan was somewhat shocked in his heart. However, the wariness was becoming more and more prevalent. Since following Yinan, it was the first time he felt such a great pressure. To the side, Hana-ren was also holding on with difficulty. Ha ha ha, don't struggle, you guys, honestly be sucked dry by my old ancestor. This is your destiny and your honor. Ghost Ming looked hideously at Gu-chan and Hua-ren. Elder ancestor? Could it be? This graveyard is the old ancestor of your Ghost Cry sect? I remember that your Ghost Crying sect doesn't have an old ancestor of the mortal transformation realm, Hua-ren said in shock while struggling to cope. Gu-chan didn't know the background of those forces thousands of miles away, but Hua-ren knew. Granny Flower had been telling her about these forces since she was a child, and even some of the more powerful ones, she knew about them as well. What do you guys know? If it weren't for my Ghost Crying sect's decline hundreds of years ago, you guys wouldn't even have the qualifications to talk to me right now. Ghost Ming looked hideously at the two Hua-ren. At Ghost Ming's words, Flower Ray was also puzzled. She hadn't heard Granny Flower tell her anything further back in time. Hundreds of years ago, there were no such clans as the Acacia sect at that time. You mean that your family's old ancestor really isn't dead? Gu-chan also spoke up. No, my family's old ancestor did die, but during his lifetime, he obtained a gong method in the middle of a dojo, which was able to preserve his own power even though he was dead. But at that time, the situation was urgent, so I directly used special means to create these chains to lock the coffin, waiting for my Ghost Crying sect's descendants to come and obtain them. But the prerequisite was that a large amount of blood was needed. Speaking here, Ghost Cry became even more excited. Gu-chan and Hua-ren, who heard this, both basically understood. This time, the emergence of the Great Tomb was a plot that the Ghost Crying sect had been planning for hundreds of years. Ancestor, grant me power. Ghost Ming knelt directly in front of the coffin at this moment, saying with a fervent expression. It seemed to have heard the ghostly cry. Boom! The lid of the coffin directly exploded. Then a red skeleton frame was seen, slowly ascending from within the coffin. There was also a large amount of red blood chi flowing on top of the skeleton frame, and those chains were spreading out from amongst the red skeleton frame. Whoosh! In the next moment, Ghost Ming's frenzied face turned painful, because several chains went right through him. Strangely enough, those chains didn't suck the blood from the Ghost Ming, but instead, they continuously began to wrap around the Ghost Ming's body. There were more and more chains, and even the chains that had attacked Gu Chen and the two of them had retracted and also directly wrapped around Ghost Ming's body. Ha ha ha, power, what a powerful power, ha ha ha. Although the pain on Ghost Ming's face was still there, it could be heard from the tone of his voice that he was very excited right now. What's he doing? Could it be? Gu Chen looked at Ghost Ming with a grave expression. In particular, the words that Ghost Ming had uttered earlier had given Gu Chen some bad vibes in his heart. Quickly interrupt him. Huaran also thought of the same thing as Gu Chen. Good. Gu Chen nodded, and the two of them rushed directly toward Ghost Ming. Trying to stop me now? It's too late. Ha ha ha. Ghost Ming let out a wild laugh. Claptrap. Countless chains directly surrounded Ghost Ming and passed through his flesh and bones, straight from a human being, alive and well, to a monster covered in blood, seemingly running out of power. The skeleton frame fell straight to the ground like a dead thing. Seeing the two who rushed towards him, Ghost Ming's voice rang out, "The two of you seem to have different blood. I like it very much. Consider it as the first appetizer of my emergence." Hearing the sound of the ghosts chirping, the two Gu Chen listened to the clouds. This voice was no longer the original ghostly voice, but the breath was that of a ghostly voice, which was contradictory and extremely bizarre. It's starting. I hope you guys last longer. Ha ha ha. The ground directly exploded underneath Ghost Ming's feet, rushing towards Gu Chen and Huaran at a terrifying speed. Whoosh! With unimaginably fast speeds that were not at all comparable to the heavenly Xin realm, he arrived directly in front of Gu Chen and Huaran. Bang bang! Ghost Ming directly slammed out two fists, and Gu Chen and Huaran directly flew backwards. Chapter 113, The Terrifying Power of the Transformer Realm. Is this the power of the mortal transformation realm? It's really cool. Ghost Ming squeezed his fist, excited. Put. Gu Chen and Huaran, who flew out backwards, directly sprayed out a mouthful of blood at the same time. The kind of speed of the ghost Nera just now gave them no time to react, and they were directly hit on the spot. We have to get out of here. He's no longer something we can fight against. Huaran had already beaten a retreat. If you want to go, you go. I'd like to try. Gu Chen slowly stood up and looked at Ghost Ming with a warlike expression. The gap is too big. Even if you have a strong physique, you can't possibly be his opponent. Flower Mercy dissuaded. Seeing that Gu Chen didn't answer herself, Huaran directly turned around and prepared to leave. Coming, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Ghost Ming directly waved his hand. The entrance blew right through, and now there's not even an exit. Damn it! Huaran's face turned blue. If you don't kill him, you still want to leave? Gu Chen teasingly glanced at Huaran. That's right, look how aware this companion of yours is. Ha ha ha. Ghost Ming laughed madly. Humph, do you still think I'm afraid of you? Gu Chen clenched his fists. Vajra Buster. Full on. When Gu Chen said this, his top directly exploded. The uniform body was covered with golden lines. Even though Gu Chen's Vajra hegemony body was not fully developed, it was fully open to the limit of the power it could currently possess. Gu Chen also wanted to know just how strong his current self was. Whoosh! In the next moment, a pair of crystalline gloves slowly appeared on Gu Chen's hands. This time he used the gloves for the first time. Boom! Gu Chen's breath shook, and the scene stunned Huaran, who was watching from the side. The Gu Chen at this moment gave her a very dangerous feeling. This guy actually kept so much. Hannah Ren's face didn't look very good. The current Gu Chen was completely like two people from before. Interesting, now your blood attracts me even more. Come, let me see how much you really weigh. Ghost Ming looked at Gu Chen with interest. Good, then you'll be satisfied. Gu Chen bent his legs. Bang! The ground exploded with a bang, directly and quickly rushing towards Ghost Ming. At this moment, Gu Chen's speed was far greater than any time before. Not bad, ha ha ha. The ghost chirped with a laugh and charged directly at Gu Chen. This guy is crazy? Huaran looked incredulously at Gu Chen, who was charging away. This was a difference of several realms, and even if Gu Chen could cross over, it was still too much. Bang! There was nothing fancy about the two men. They both slammed their fists out straight away. With an explosive sound, Gu Chen's figure flew directly backwards, and Ghost Ming took several steps back. The palm condensed by the chains directly broke quite a bit. Ghost Ming looked at his palm incredulously. Another look squinted at Gu Chen. This boxing gloves. One must know that they were several realms apart, and Gu Chen was actually able to repel him. And at that moment, Gu Chen had already stood up in the middle of the deep pit. Seeing that there wasn't a single injury on their bodies, Ghost Ming and Flower Mercy were both incredulous. This fleshly body of yours isn't simple either. Ghost Ming said again. Gu Chen got up and charged at Ghost Ming once again. Your tenacity really shocks me, but you're not strong enough. Although Ghost Ming said that, his movements were not slow. The figure instantly arrived in front of Gu Chen again, and a fist smashed out once more. This time, the ghost's voice, slightly more forceful, did not lay down a deadly hand. Put! Gu Chen sprayed a mouthful of blood directly in the air and flew backwards again. Even if Gu Chen was on fire, he was no match for the transformation realm. The gap was too great. This time, on Gu Chen's body, there were already visible wounds, but they weren't serious, just some churning in his body. What kind of physique do you have? So strong. Ghost Ming instantly came to Gu Chen's side and directly stepped on Gu Chen's chest. Boom! With a popping sound, the ground beneath Gu Chen sank a few points once again. On the side, Huarun was already sweating in fear and directly crushed the jade slip in his hand. Ghost Ming glanced at Flower Ray, not caring. Instead, he looked down at Gu Chen. I admire you. If you submit to me and follow me in the future, I'll make sure you can become a strong party. How about it? Oh yeah, and you, I'll give you a chance too. I'll be generous and give you guys a moment to think about it. Ghost Ming looked at Huarun again. For those people outside, will come to the rescue. Ghost Ming pressure does not care. On his current strength, in this side of the territory that is invincible is not too much. Bah! Still want me to submit to you? Are you thinking of farts to eat? Gu Chen directly spat. And outside the graveyard, Granny Flower, who was sitting with her eyes closed, suddenly just opened her eyes. Not good. Something's wrong. Granny Flower directly rushed towards the door of the great tomb, and Granny Flower's reaction was seen by everyone. What's wrong? Could it be that there are some strange changes in the tomb? The Acacia sect's beautiful woman was a bit puzzled. Only the short old man from the ghost crying sect in the distance. The corner of his mouth didn't move a bit. Brother Nan, will senior brother be alright? Linglong also looked at Yinan with some worry. It can't be. Yinan was a bit stunned. After all, Gu Chen had the heaven-defying secret he had given him, so it wasn't that easy for something to happen, right? It wasn't that Gu Chen hadn't used it before. It was mainly because the other party was so fast that he hadn't even come to react before he was sent flying. Moreover, he wanted to try how strong he was with his full power. The difference turned out to be too great to be of much use in the press. The current Ghost Ming also didn't make a move against Gu Chen for the time being, instead trying to subdue him. Forget it, I'd better go in and take a look. Yinan hesitated for a moment, but decided to go in and take a look, lest something really happened. After saying that, Yinan got up and walked into the large tomb, and Linglong hurriedly followed. The two from the Flame sect as well as the beautiful woman from the Acacia sect. Even Su Meier followed. Seeing Yinan go in, the short old man from the ghost crying sect frowned slightly, but he soon didn't care. No matter how strong Yinan was, he couldn't possibly be a match for a metamorphosis realm powerhouse. It wasn't uncommon to hit and fly a cultivator who had just entered the Tianqian realm. The only uncontrollable factor was the metamorphosis realm powerhouse that had appeared before. Yinan, as a group, quickly arrived at a passageway entrance. Only now the passageway, directly blocked by a large amount of debris and dirt, was solidly blocked. What a heavy smell of blood. Su Meier frowned. Is it hard to believe that something really happened? Yinan frowned. My lord, I've come to save you. The only one who was most anxious was Granny Flower. Boom! Granny Flower slapped out several palms one after another, and the blocked passageway became clear. Without further hesitation, he directly took the lead and rushed inside. Only when they saw that it was pouring with all dried up corpses, the crowd all sucked in a breath of cold air. The cultivators who came in were all buried here. Soon, the crowd's gazes locked onto the Ghost Ming trio. Yinan's eyes just went cold when he saw Gu Chen, who was stepped on by Ghost Ming. Brother Nan, senior brother is so miserable. I'm going to beat that bad guy to death. Linglong rolled up her sleeves and was about to rush up, but it was lifted back by Yinan. Only Gu Chen in the pit, hearing Linglong's words, just turned black. What do you mean he's so miserable? It's miserable, but can you not yell it out in front of so many people? Chapter 114, My brother Nan can't fly. However, at this moment, none of them were in the mood to laugh at Linglong, and they were all looking at Ghost Ming with vigilance. At this moment, the aura on Ghost Ming's body was too powerful, causing them all to feel appalled. None of them recognized it, though, and now Ghost Nero no longer looked the same as before. My lord, let me take you away. The flower granny who was eager to save others didn't care about that much and directly rushed towards Flower Mercy. At this moment, although Huarun wasn't stepped on like Gu Chen, she still didn't dare to move. In front of such a strong person, distance was not an issue at all. No! Seeing Granny Flower charging over, Flower Mercy was shocked and hurriedly spoke out to stop her, but it was too late. Unconscionable. Ghost Ming directly waved his big hand. The strong force directly knocked Granny Flower directly out. Granny Flower, who was at the Tianqian realm, didn't even last a single blow, and directly lay on the ground, with blood flowing from the corner of her mouth, and her breath shriveled, so that she didn't even have the strength to get up. Granny Flower, Hua Ren's eyes were wide with anger, but he still didn't dare to move. Where is my sect's young master? The two middle-aged men from the Flame sect questioned Ghost Ming. Aside from Blood Frenzy, who was still lying in the woods and hadn't come, the strongest ones had all come. They, have become a part of me. It's their honor, and next, you will be reunited with them as well. Ha ha ha. Ghost Ming laughed hideously. Hearing Ghost Ming's words, the two men from the Flame sect's faces turned blue. Although they had guessed, they were still a bit overwhelmed by the news. Well, have you two thought about it? If you agree to submit, I can refrain from killing your people, and that old woman, I can save her as well. Ghost Ming turned his head to Gu Chan and Hua Ren again. Hannah Ren hesitated. As of now, she didn't want to die. She still had a great future ahead of her. But Gu Chan's voice interrupted her. Want me to submit to you? You're afraid you don't know your current situation, right? Gu Chan looked at Ghost Ming with disdain. Gu Chan knew that with Yinan coming, this could all be over. Oh, situation? I think I'm in a pretty cool situation right now. Ghost Ming didn't care about Gu Chan's words at all. Oh disciple, are you alright? Why don't you use the secret techniques that master gave you? At this moment, Yinan's voice rang out. Disciple has disgraced master. This guy is too fast. Disciple had no chance at all. And, I wanted to try my strength. Gu Chen swallowed a bit guiltily. Master? Recognizing a chi refining realm as your master? You following me is somehow better than following this rookie who broke the chi refining realm. Ghost Ming looked at Yinan with some surprise. Upon hearing Ghost Ming's words, Gu Chen and Linglong both had their mouths agape. Linglong took another careful look at Yinan. Seeing Yinan's iron face, Linglong sighed and held a 3-second moment of silence for Ghost Ming. The remaining few people also looked at Yinan oddly. The blood frenzy from before was directly jerked away because of such a sentence. But it's different now. The opposite side is a metamorphosis-level powerhouse. This time, it might be hard for all of them to escape. But just as a few people were thinking that, a gust of wind blew in front of the crowd, and Yinan's figure directly disappeared. Whoosh! In the next moment, Yinan appeared directly in front of Ghost Ming. Seeing Yinan, who had suddenly appeared in front of him, Ghost Ming was also stunned. Even he hadn't noticed Yinan's movements. But the next moment, his face turned ugly. You're looking for, The next moment, he flew straight out. Yinan withdrew his outstretched palm. Whoosh! Directly using the scud, the speed was so fast that in the eyes of the crowd, just a blur of white figure flashed by. Breaking the refined Shi realm, huh? Yinan's face turned blue as he looked at Ghost Ming, who was embedded in the wall. How did you get this so strong? Ghost Ming looked at Yinan in shock. Strong? There are even stronger ones. Yinan directly kicked out. Boom! The entire wall directly exploded, and the ghostly chirping embedded in the wall, unresisting, flew directly towards the dome of the tomb. As they flew, the ghost screamed miserably. He tried to balance his body, but he just couldn't do it. The power of Yinan's kick was too great. Boom! The entire dome of the sky was directly smashed through by the ghost song. Seeing this scene, the people around them went numb. All of them looked at Yinan in shock. Even if they were strong in the mortal transformation realm, they still couldn't avoid Yinan's slap. Who exactly is this guy's master? Hua Ren glanced incredulously at both Gu Chen and Yinan. Although the previous Gu Chen had been crushed, in that state, only Hua Ren, who was in the same realm, knew how powerful Gu Chen was. But nay, he had encountered the mortal transformation realm. Wow, so handsome. Seeing Yinan, who was dressed in white and raised his hands and feet in such a way that even the mortal transformation realm was defenseless, Su Meier had a face of infatuation. What the hell is going on here? Why does this kind of strong person appear here again and again? The Acacia sect beauty felt something unusual, and rushed through the tomb dome of the Ghost Ming, finally stabilized his figure in the air. At this time, he was all tattered and torn, the chains wrapped around his body, also broken. This guy, how can he be so strong? Ghost Ming just stood in the air staring at Yinan dead in the face. Seeing the Ghost Ming who was stepping into the air, Yinan frowned, because, well, he can't fly. Finished, Linglong held her forehead in embarrassment. What's wrong with Sister Linglong? Su Meiers looked at Linglong curiously. My Nan can't fly. Linglong beamed. What? Can't fly? Su Meier directly exclaimed as if she had heard some big secret. With this cry, not to mention the people around them, even Ghost Ming high in the air was stunned. He was just thinking about how he was going to escape, but it turned out that Yinan couldn't fly? Storming a metamorphosis realm powerhouse who actually couldn't fly? Who'd believe it if I told you? But Ghost Ming was afraid that it was a ploy by these people, and he decided that it would be better to test the waters, but not before he tried. Yinan's voice then sounded once again. Come down. I'll give you a pain in the ass. Ha ha ha. So you really can't fly. You're really an oddball. But, I'm still really curious. I really want to study you master and disciple. Ghost Ming directly laughed maniacally. Hearing Ghost Ming's mockery, Yinan's face once again turned ugly. Rumble. Yinan's legs were slightly bent, and the power in his body continued to leak out as the ground around him continued to explode. Seeing this action of Yinan, the heart of Ghost Ming high in the air jumped. He always felt that something bad would happen. Boom! In the next moment, Yinan directly catapulted off. The speed was so fast that it was not the least bit weaker than the previous speed. Ghost Ming felt a flash of light before his eyes, and Yinan on the ground was gone. Seemingly sensing something, Ghost Ming hurriedly looked behind him high in the sky. There was just nothing when you looked high up in the sky. Could it be that I'm mentally deranged? Ghost Ming questioned himself a bit. At the same time, his heart was furious. He had actually been beaten out of his shadow by Yinan. Chapter 115, Absolute Crushing. While at this moment, someone was in a daze, looking at his ever-drawing body. I just got too angry, used too much force and jumped over the top. Yinan was somewhat speechless. Luckily, though, it wasn't too far off the mark, and it was just a jump of 2,000 or 3,000 meters over the head. Seeing that Yinan had disappeared, the rest of them were puzzled. Sister Linglong, where did Brother Nan go? Sumayer also directly followed Linglong and called out to Brother Nan. Oi! Nan jumped over the top. Linglong held her forehead again. Crowd. Whoosh! The next moment, Yinan descended vertically. Soon, a figure appeared ahead. When he saw that figure, Yinan just grinned, and Ghost Ming seemed to sense something as well, instantly turning back to look high into the sky. It was a shock not to see it. At this moment, Yinan happened to be rushing towards himself at an extremely fast speed. Whoosh! In just a flash, Yinan's soul plate arrived in front of his face. Boom! Yinan directly stomped on Ghost Ming's face, and the two of them quickly fell like a meteor. There was also a sonic boom in the process, and Yinan was furious as the power on his feet continued to increase. However, no matter how hard Ghost Ming tried, Yinan's foot felt like it was glued to his face, and he was never able to remove it. I'll fight you. Ghost Ming was also covered in bloodlight. Seeing the two strong forces entangled together and continuously falling, the crowd always felt that their hearts were not in the right place. Miss, we have to leave here immediately. It's too dangerous. The Acacia sect's beautiful woman hurriedly looked at Sumayer. Okay, Sister Linglong, let's go. Sumayer hurriedly pulled Linglong away with her. Huarun also hurriedly carried Granny Hua and left in a hurry, and Gu-chan also hurriedly followed. Just as they had just exited the tomb, Yinan stepped on the ghostly chorus and crashed directly to the ground. Boom! A powerful force that instantly exploded. With Yinan as the center, the entire tomb directly exploded instantly. The crowd that had just come out, before they could react, were directly affected by the aftermath, and all of them were lifted out. Even the heavenly Xian realm was no exception. In an instant, the tomb, which was like a giant mountain, was directly leveled. Spare me. I can follow you and work for you as an ox. The Ghost Ming in the deep pit looked at Yinan in horror. He didn't expect that he had used all his means, even burning his longevity and essence blood, and he hadn't even injured Yinan's clothes. At this moment, he panicked. Yinan's strength was too much stronger than his, even beyond the realm of mortal transformation he believed. Thinking about it, Ghost Ming was just chilled to the bone. Make a move against my disciple. You have no chance of surviving. Yinan responded expressionlessly. If Gu Chen and him were both ordinary masters and disciples, they would have died today at the hands of Ghost Ming. Therefore, there was no chance that Ghost Ming could possibly survive. Seeing Yinan's determination to kill himself, Ghost Ming's face also became frantic as he said, "Since you want me to die, I'll drag you along for the ride." As soon as Ghost Ming's words fell, buzz, Ghost Ming's body, once again, flourished with red light, but unlike before, his body became swollen. Boom! In the next moment, Ghost Ming's body directly exploded on the spot. The strong force, in turn, destroyed everything that could be destroyed around it. Even some of the nearby mountains were bombed with holes, and Gu-chan and the others, with palpitating hearts, had just slowed down. As a result, they saw another even stronger shockwave that came crashing towards them. Rumble! At this moment, countless trees collapsed and rubble tumbled. Fortunately, they were all cultivators with strong physical qualities and far apart. If they were ordinary people or weaker cultivators, there would have been no dregs left. Is this the power of a metamorphosis powerhouse engaging in battle? Huarun looked in shock towards the great tomb that was already full of holes and had disappeared in front of him. The others were also shocked beyond measure. As far as this kind of destructive power was concerned, this was the first time they had seen it. It was truly appalling. Sister Linglong, will Brother Nan be alright? Sumayer was a little worried. Don't worry, my brother Nan is awesome. At this moment, Linglong's gray head was even more adorable. The rest of them were no better, covered in dirty dirt. Hearing Linglong's words, Su Meier let out a slight sigh of relief. The crowd saw the movement stop and knew that it was the end of the battle. Although Linglong said that nothing would happen to Yinan, but the crowd still had a heart lifted, and they were all looking intently at the smoky earth ahead. A few moments later, they heard a footstep coming. The crowd hurriedly prepared themselves, looking warily into the smoke ahead of them where their feet were getting closer and closer. Gradually, a white coat could be vaguely seen. Brother Nan, giggle giggle. Before the others could fully see it, Linglong ran straight up with a smile on her face. Linglong's sister. Su Meier was about to pull Linglong in a hurry, but ended up failing to do so. How did you get so dirty? Yinan's voice rang through the smoke. Only after hearing Yinan's voice did the crowd completely let go of their hearts. Soon, Yinan pulled Linglong to the front of the crowd. Seeing Yinan, who was dressed in white and remained unharmed after a great battle, even his aura had little effect. This shocked the crowd even more. We have met Senior. After seeing Yinan come out, everyone was bending and bowing to him. Don't be like that. Just feel free. I just can't stand that guy. He's just too arrogant. Yinan looked at the crowd as if he was joking. Senior, did that person die? The Acacia sect's beautiful woman still wanted to make sure. Dead. Already dead. Yinan said indifferently, then looked at Guchen and Linglong again. Let's go back. I've been hungry for a long time. Okay, master. Guchen also nodded his head in a hurry. Hearing that Yinan could still be hungry made the crowd a little surprised. Yinan's entire body revealed strangeness, the breath of the refined Shi realm, moving his hands as well, but the power, it was terrifying. Apprentice, what's going on here? Yinan, who was about to leave, seemed to think of something else and asked Guchen again, and the rest of the people also looked over curiously. Hearing Yinan's words, Guchen told him everything. After hearing Guchen's words, the rest of them all had shocked faces. Not good. Seemingly thinking of something, the Acacia sect's beautiful woman hurriedly scanned her surroundings. The crowd also knew what the beautiful woman was looking at. That is, they were looking for the short old man of the ghost-crying sect, running really fast. Yinan also narrowed his eyes and looked around. Just after hearing Guchen's words, Yinan wanted to get the ghost-crying sect's people killed, actually daring to make a move against his own disciple. Forget it, next time I'll find some time. I'll make a trip directly to the ghost-crying sect to avenge you. For now, let's just go back. Yinan comforted Guchen. Many thanks, master. Guchen didn't refute anything, and was touched in his heart. Looking at the figure of the three leaving, Su Meier hurriedly followed. Chapter 116. Are you in such a bad situation? What are you following us for? Guchen gave Su Meier a look without any good humor. What do you care about me? I'm following Linglong's sister, not you. Su Meier glared at Guchen. Hearing this, Guchen's mouth also twitched, and he actually had no reason to retort. Linglong was not dissatisfied and directly pulled Su Meier along. Only the beautiful woman in the distance was a bit helpless, wanting to follow but not daring to do so. She also knew that Su Meier should have a Dao protector protecting her in the dark. It was impossible for the Su family to release Su Meier alone. Thinking of this, the Acacia sect's beautiful woman could only turn around and leave. Not to mention that there was still Yinan, a great god, who was safer than being by her side. However, before that, she still gave Su Meier a special summoning jade slip, so that she could contact her at any time if something happened. She thought Su Meier wouldn't take it, but it turned out that Su Meier did. This made her heart breathe a sigh of relief. She just wanted her Acacia sect to be able to, once again, pull the strings of the Su family. On the other side of the battlefield, a teenager, gray in color, crawled out of the dirt. His body, all dirty, all the clothes, are broken into cloth. Living is a beggar. It's too scary. Fortunately, I have the protective magic treasure given to me by my master. Otherwise, I'll really be accounted for here today. The teenager gritted his teeth and looked at a magic treasure in his hand that was already broken. He was no other than the teenager who was with the mysterious old man earlier. He had encountered this kind of thing not long after he had gone into the Great Tomb, and fortunately, he was still on the periphery and had not had time to go deeper. But even so, there were some injuries, so strong, in terms of this aura, it's no weaker than my master. The teenager was still a bit distraught. Meanwhile, at a few hundred meters away from the teenager, Chen also crawled out of the dirt. Good lord, master is truly terrifying. Even I almost didn't escape. Chen was somewhat speechless. Just now, he had seen clearly that one of the two people fighting was none other than Yinan, and in the Yuhua sect, the old man who was playing chess, suddenly is a frown. He always feels some uneasiness, but not strong, shook his head, then suppressed the thoughts in his heart. When did you guys come? I was playing chess too. Seriously sorry. The old man seemed to notice something and hurriedly looked at Jade Immortal and Jade Prosperity's son, who stood on the side without saying anything. No, it's fine. Senior, you continue, Yui hurriedly said with a smile. Do you know how to play chess? If you do, why don't you and I play a game against each other? The old man looked kindly at Yui Z. This, Uez was a bit hesitant. He was afraid that if he didn't agree, he would anger the old man, and if he agreed, he was afraid that his chess skills wouldn't work again. It's fine, we'll just play casually, there's no need to think too much. The old man seemed to be able to see what Yu Zhanzi was thinking, and hurriedly explained. Then the late generation will make an offering. Hearing that the old man had said so, Uez could only go on with his head. This game was played for several more hours. Just as the old man and the two of them were playing energetically, some disciples from the Jade Flower Sect's mountain gate guard came outside the pavilion. Patriarch, there is a beggar outside who said something about looking for someone and insisted on coming in. We couldn't decide, so we came to report to the Patriarch. That disciple told the matter. Beggars? Jade Fairy frowned slightly when she heard just that. Although Uez and the old man were playing chess, their ears were always listening. Although the Yuhua sect is not a great sect, it is not something that beggars can come to. It made a few people curious. Jade Immortal, bring that beggar in to take a look, just in case he really came to look for someone. Uez spoke up. Okay, old ancestor. Jade Immortal nodded and looked at the gatekeeper disciple again. Go bring it over. Soon the beggar was brought over. Upon seeing the teenager who was covered in dirt, even his clothes were rags, several people were curious to look around. Only the old man looked more and more familiar as he looked at the beggar boy, and the teenager also saw the old man and instantly became agitated. Master, I can finally see you. I almost couldn't come back. Whoa whoa, the teenager directly slid down to kneel in front of the old man. Seeing the teenager in this stance, the entire group of people froze, especially when he heard the familiar voice of the teenager. The old man then took a closer look. It was a shock not to see it. Apprentice, you, how did you get like this? The old man hurriedly helped the teenager up. Looking at the teenager's appearance, the old man just had the corners of his mouth twitching. He just let the teenager to experience a little. Go in when good. Come back to become a beggar? Mixed so miserable? Hearing the conversation between the two, Jade Immortal and Jade Escape Z roughly heard it clearly. So it turned out that this teenager was looking for this old man. Tell me, how did you get like this? The old man asked the teenager again in a hurry. Senior, it's like this. The teenager told the matter in general. Hearing the teenager's words, all three of them had their hearts jumped. It shouldn't be. There shouldn't be a strong person of that level in this place. The old man frowned and spoke. Could it be Senior Yi? Jade Prosperity and Jade Immortal looked at each other and both thought of the same thing. Senior Yi? Is that the one you guys are talking about? The old man also heard the words of the two. Senior, I'm not sure, but Senior Yi did go. To say who could make such a big commotion, the only one I can think of is Senior Yi. Uez said honestly. From the youth's description, a battle of that scale, in his eyes, was something that only Yinan could pull off. It seems that the one you guys are talking about is stronger than I thought. The old man's interest intensified. In his opinion, Yinan and himself should be on the same level of power. Thinking about this, Lao Zi's heart was very happy. It had been a long time since he had talked and laughed with a strong person of the same level. Just as he was thinking this, the summoning jade slip at Jade Immortal's waist suddenly reacted. Jade Immortal took out the jade slip and after reading the message, a smile immediately appeared on her face. Yu Xian, what's wrong? Laughing so happily, Jade Prosperity looked at Jade very curiously. Old sir, old ancestor, Lord Yi has returned. Jade responded in a hurry. Senior Yi has returned? Uez was also a bit surprised. He didn't expect Yinan to come back so soon, and the old man's eyes lit up. According to his disciple, that kind of battle indeed didn't end that quickly to be right. By the way, Elder Yi also said that he wants us to go over and eat hot pot together later. Jade Fairy added. Good, then let's pack up and hurry to help out. It's always not good to let Senior Yi cook food for us. Jade Yuzi hurriedly urged Jade Fairy. You guys take your time. I'll just go over and take a look first. At this time the old man's voice rang out. Shoo! Before the two Jade escapees could respond, the old man directly took the teenager and turned into a stream of light, flying towards the southern peak. Seeing this scene, Jade Immortal and Jade Easy Sun were envious. Chapter 117, Gunpowder. And Yinan had just returned to South Peak and started working on preparing the hot pot. I was prepared to eat in Cloud City before coming back, but suddenly I wanted to eat hot pot, so I'd better come back and make a hot pot meal by myself. Just as Yinan was busy, a stream of light landed on the southern peak. This scene was just seen by Yinan, who came out with a basin to fetch water, and the old man was looking at Yinan with a smile on his face. Who are you, old man? Yinan came directly in front of the old man and looked at him with a surprised face. He had just seen that the old man was flying over. I am San Yuan, and this is my disciple, San Nian. San Yuan arched his hand at Yinan. According to Jade Immortal's description, San Yuan could easily tell that this person in front of him was the one he was looking for. Oh, my name is Yinan. Just how is this disciple of yours like this? Yinan saw how kind the old man was and also introduced himself. Hearing Yinan's words, the teenager on the side was somewhat speechless, but thinking of what Jade Escape Z had said earlier, that the Yinan in front of him, who was looking at only the Qi refinement realm, might be one of the people in that battle, Song Yan still gave a respectful salute and said, Song Yan has met Senior Yi. Not bad, polite. You guys haven't eaten yet, right? You guys sit in the courtyard first and try my handiwork later. Yinan hurriedly greeted the two. Fine, then I'll be intruding. Song Yuan also responded kindly, especially when he saw such a kind and strong person like Yinan taking the lead. It was not surprising that Song Yuan could be like that up and down the Yuhua sect. The two masters and disciples, Song Yuan, followed Yinan to the table in the middle of the small courtyard and sat down, looking around at the birds and flowers and very peaceful. It's almost like a hideaway. Not to mention Yinan, even Song Yuan himself was a little bit tempted to stay. Go change your clothes, don't be embarrassed. Kuramoto looked at Song Yan. Song Yan had wanted to change his clothes for a long time, and when he heard Song Yuan's words, he dared to go to the waterfall next to the south peak to get cleaned up. Just as he arrived at the waterfall, Song Yan saw a naked teenager sitting on a stone pier just below the waterfall. This person was Gu Chen. This experience let Gu Chen know that even though he was strong in the same realm and could still fight over the level, when he encountered a situation like this one, it wouldn't work well. This time, he wouldn't even have the chance to shout out the secret of the reverse sky. The opponent's speed was ridiculously fast, unless it's a straight-up slogan before the fight even starts. So, he would have to speed up his cultivation. At this time, Gu Chen also saw Song Yan, who was walking over, but did not care, can come to the south peak. Still safe and sound, must be all Yinan allowed, otherwise come as dead. Neither of them said anything, they both looked at each other curiously for a few moments even. And in the kitchen, Yinan, tethered to his apron, is hard at work cooking, and Yuez and Yuxian also came over, especially Yuxian, that was a diligent and hurriedly came to the kitchen to help out. Jade Fairy had also been following Yinan for a while, and more or less knew a little bit about it. Dinner is served. After another moment, Yinan directly brought the pot to the table outside. Seeing the various kinds of food inside, Song Yuan was a bit surprised. Come, don't be polite, eat while it's hot. Yinan hurriedly started handing out bowls and chopsticks, and also prepared a few jars of wine. Then I'll be polite. Song Yuan had long wanted to taste it. Song Yuan picked up a piece of demonic beast meat and put it in his mouth, but there was no formality and he was very self-conscious. The next moment, Song Yuan's eyes lit up. Fellow Daoist Yi, your craftsmanship can be, it's really good. Song Yuan directly gave Yinan a thumbs up. Only Su Meier, who had been accompanying Linglong to chatter, did not know what she was talking about. The Jade Immortal on the side had long since noticed Su Meier, and the two women glanced at each other from time to time, their eyes filled with hostility. It's just that you know how to cook a little bit, isn't it? What are you so proud of? Su Meier was dissatisfied in her heart. Rumble. Just as a few people were having a good time eating, an explosive sound came from the direction of the waterfall. Hearing this commotion, the movements of the few people who were eating were a beat. What's wrong? Yinan frowned a little. Putting down the dishes, the group made their way to the waterfall. When he saw the scene, Yinan just blanched. What are you guys doing? Yinan looked at the two bare-chested Gu Chen and Song Yan under the waterfall, who were in the middle of a dry fight, without any good humor. Nen, what are you doing? Hurry up and come over to me. Uncontested thing, just arrived and causing trouble. Song Yuan was also looking at Song Yan with a face of hatred. At the same time, a strong force was emitted directly from Song Yuan's voice, forcibly separating the two. Yes, master. Hearing Song Yuan's reprimand, Song Yan could only honestly come to Song Yuan's side, quickly apologized to fellow Daoist Yi. Song Yuan's face flushed. Elder Yi, I'm sorry that I've caused you trouble. Song Yan hurriedly bowed to Yinan. What's wrong with you guys? Yinan asked again. Master, he actually dared to bathe under this waterfall. Hearing Yinan's question, Gu Chen spoke directly. Hearing Gu Chen's words, the crowd was speechless. Even Song Yan blushed. Harm, I thought it was something? Isn't it just a bath? It's not a big deal. Hurry up and come eat. Yinan shouted to Gu Chen in a speechless Dao. Yes, Gu Chen could only get dressed and go eat. In Gu Chen's eyes, everything in this South Peak is Yinan's. He will not allow anyone to defile it. Not to mention that Yinan often catches fish and eats them here. That is, usually when he comes to cultivate under the waterfall, he has to ask Yinan, get Yinan's permission before he comes. However, since Yinan had spoken, Gu Chen could only stop, but on his way out, he also glared at Song Yan. However, At this time, Yinan was also slightly surprised in his heart. As far as the situation just now was concerned, this one called Song Nian was actually on par with Gu Chen, and Song Yuan thought the same thing in his heart. He was the bottom of his own Song Nian. Not any genius could move against this disciple of his. This brought a flicker of interest from both sides. Coming to the table, the crowd ate again, a meal that everyone else was feasting on, except for a few Yinan who ate often. Even Song Yuan's movements were getting faster and faster, although he had been abstaining from food for many years, but now eating the food made by Yinan made him feel that he had missed out on one of the great pleasures of life. If only he had known Yinan earlier. The meal went by faster than ever, and those dishes were pinned down not long after they came off the stove. After the meal was over, Gu Chen remained diligent and cleaned up the dishes. What are you waiting for? Go and help. Song Yuan gave Song Nian, who was on the side, a wink. Hearing Song Yuan's words, Song Nian then hurriedly packed up with Gu Chen. Yinan didn't stop it. It wasn't like it was a big deal. The two of them, Gu Chen and Song Nian, knew the occasion and didn't ostracize each other. After the wine and dinner, Yinan and Song Yuan each had a recliner to sunbathe in the courtyard. Fellow Daoist Yi. What happened in the 10,000 Demons mountain range? You did it, right? Only then did Song Yuan have the time to chat with Yinan. It was my doing. There was a guy who wasn't long for the world, so I simply got him killed. Yinan didn't care and said it directly. That person is also at the mortal transformation realm? Song Yuan looked at Yinan with a grave expression. I don't know. That guy can fly anyway, Yinan said thoughtfully. Hearing this, Song Yuan just had his eyes popping. Yinan was able to kill even the mortal transformation realm, which was something he had never expected. Then, what realm is fellow Taoist Yi in now? Song Yuan continued to ask, only with a hint of shock in his tone. No longer the easygoing person he was before. Qi refining realm. What's wrong? Yinan said without caring while picking his teeth with a toothpick. Chapter 118 by Ling in Zhulan's Crisis. Even though he had already heard it from Jade Immortal before, Song Yuan was still a bit unconvinced when he heard Yinan say it with his own eyes. The main thing was that the aura on Yinan's body was indeed the Qi refining realm, and it didn't look like he was pretending, and Yinan didn't look like he was joking. Strange, I've never seen such a weird situation before. Song Yuan was puzzled in his heart. By the way, old man, what realm are you in? I see that you can still fly? Yinan looked at Song Yuan with some envy. Hearing Yinan address himself, Song Yuan just twitched the corners of his mouth. However, he didn't care about it and still responded. The mortal transformation realm, I think back then. Hey, don't mention it. As if remembering his former hardships, Song Yuan sighed. As for how many levels of his metamorphosis realm, Song Yuan did not say. Although his impression of Yinan was still good, it was still good to keep some. Metamorphosis realm. I'm so envious of you guys. I can't even fly if I want to. Yinan was also bitter. Hearing Yinan's words, Song Yuan was somewhat half-hearted. As far as Yinan had shown, Yinan didn't look like he was joking, but to be able to kill a powerhouse of the metamorphosis realm, was it not possible for the refined Qi realm to do so? What person? Suddenly, Song Yuan just frowned and looked towards a sneaky figure in the woods not far away. Then, Song Yuan grabbed with his big hand, forming a big hand of aura, and that figure was directly grabbed in front of him. One of our own. Tomb Bachin was alarmed. He had only just returned, and when he saw that there was suddenly an extra old man he didn't recognize, chatting with Yinan, he wanted to take a look from the sidelines. As a result, he was directly discovered and caught on the spot, and he didn't expect this unseen old man to be so powerful. Even his strength at the Tianqian realm was not able to resist. Sure enough, the people that Master Teacher knows are all ridiculously strong. Tomb Bachin felt some fear in his heart. This sudden scene from Song Yuan also startled Yinan. He was just a Qi refining realm, without much divine sense, so naturally he couldn't notice Tomb Bachin. Yinan's mouth also twitched when he saw Tomb Bachin. Why are you back so late? Where's my elixir? Yinan didn't have the good sense to look at Bachin, who was covered in dirty tomb. I'm too sensitive as a person. Sorry. Song Yuan on the side was also a bit embarrassed. Song Yuan didn't expect that it was really one of his own. He thought that some unsuspecting person had come here to snoop around. It's fine. Senior is also unintentional. Hey, Tomb Bachin was smooth. Master this is the spirit medicine you wanted. I brought them all back. I didn't take a single one. Then Tomb Bachin came back to Yinan's front and directly took out hundreds of sacks from amongst the spatial rings. Right, Master. There's also this. I've run out. Tomb Bachin again fondly handed the golden shovel he had used before to Yinan. Noticing the change in Tomb Bachin's face, Yinan also curled the corners of his mouth slightly. What are you giving me for? Take it for yourself. These things are useless to me. I see. Quite suitable for you. Yinan just pretended not to see it in general. Hearing this, Toom Bachin was overjoyed. The creases on his face were almost squeezing together. It was a happy one. In the future, what you want, you go to the warehouse to get it yourself. No need to ask me again. You are all my disciples. If I don't give it to you, who will I give it to? Yinan added. Although Toom Bachin heard it in his heart, he didn't dare to take anything. Even if Yinan meant it, he knew the difference. But the golden shovel in front of him, he was using it in a really smooth way, completely as if it was customized for him. Many thanks, Master. Toom Bachin thanked Yinan as he fumbled with the golden shovel in his hand. If you're idle, plant these spirit medicines around here, Yinan said as he surveyed the relatively empty surroundings. Alright, disciple will go to the center. Toom Bachin was also diligent. Of course, he was only being diligent with Yinan. Senior brother, let me help you. Gu Chen, who had just finished washing the dishes, saw the scene and also rushed over to help. Seeing Gu Chen carrying a hoe and going to be busy, Song Nian on the side was a bit at a loss for words. He hadn't done any of these things. However, when he came into contact with his master Song Yuan's eyes, he could only hang his head and follow. Jade very well, still making tea for Yinan. Every now and then, he even glanced disdainfully at Su Meier. It seems to say, see, I know everything and I can please Mr. Yi, what about you? You can't do anything. Su Meier was gritting her teeth, but she could only endure it. Right now, she didn't dare to touch Yinan, who seemed to be indifferent to her at first, and was really afraid of being whisked away. Might as well give Linglong the benefit of the doubt first. It was only when they saw those spirit medicines that everyone was surprised. Even Song Yuan was startled. Many of the herbs in here were useful to him. Fellow Daoist Yi, where did you get these spirit medicines? Song Yuan looked at Yinan. Just got it inside that big tomb or whatever, Yinan said without caring. Great tomb? Thinking of this, Song Yuan had some regrets. If he had known, he would have gone straight in to take a look as well. For a while, he had forgotten about it for the sake of the Song Nian calendar. However, he didn't expect there to be so many spirit medicines inside this cemetery. Where would a normal cemetery have these things? As for the inheritance of the transformation realm, he was not interested in the slightest. He had his own Dao, and someone else's was ultimately someone else's. Fellow Daoist Yi. That, can I have a bit of spirit medicine? I can give you something in exchange. Song Yuan looked at Yinan with some embarrassment. Hearing this, Yinan was also stunned, but immediately reacted. Harm, it's just a few spirit medicines. If you like it, you can choose it yourself. I'm just using it for ornamental purposes anyway. Then thank you, fellow Daoist Yi. Song Yuan was a bit ashamed, thanks to the fact that he still had reservations about Yinan. The moment they met, Yinan was treating him to food and drinks, and now he was giving away spiritual pills for nothing. A small matter. Make your own choice. Yinan was generous, just when the Southern Peak crowd was at peace. On the other side, in a mountain range, two young girls were being surrounded by a group of cultivators dressed in mourning clothes. There were also quite a few demonic beast corpses collapsed next to them. I didn't expect in this less mountain range, I can still meet two peerless beauties. An extremely lewd young middle-aged cultivator who led the way licked his lips as he looked at the two women. These two young girls were no one else but Bai Ling and Zhu Lan, who had come out to practice. They had heard that there were quite a few demonic beasts in the mountain range here, so they came to practice, and those fallen demonic beasts on the side were the two of them who killed them. It was estimated that the commotion was too great and had startled the nearby cultivators who were practicing. But how could he not expect that it was actually such a group of lewd guys? But their strength was not weak, especially the middle-aged man who was leading the group. What do you want to do? Yuan looked coldly at the men. Chapter 119, Combination of Ice and Fire. Little beauty, we are all from the Ghost Crying sect, and I am even an elder of the Ghost Crying sect. Follow me and I will guarantee that you will eat fragrant food and drink spicy food. The middle-aged man looked at the two women smugly. The two women who heard the Ghost Crying sect's two women. All of a sudden their faces sank. They were in this area and had been there for some time. There is also some general understanding of the forces on this side of the world. One of them is the Ghost Cry sect. The Ghost Crying sect, on the other hand, was called an evil sect by the local cultivators, and did all sorts of dirty things. No need. Let's go. Hearing the words of the Ghost Crying sect's crowd, Zhu Lan pulled Bai Ling and prepared to leave. Big beauty, come all here, don't leave so quickly, why don't you accompany the brothers to have a good time first? How about it? Ha. Middle-aged lewd man, even more unscrupulous. He had just said that, but with some testing mixed in. In terms of temperament and cultivation, both Bai Ling and Zhu Lan were considered outstanding. If it was really some powerful background, they might have to put up with it. Although he was an elder of the Ghost Crying sect, the world was so big that it would be troublesome if he met someone he couldn't afford to offend. As a result, what he didn't expect was that the two white spirit girls were actually about to turn around and leave directly. This made him basically certain that the two Bai Ling girls were just gifted and didn't have any powerful backgrounds. If they really had any powerful backgrounds and encountered this kind of crisis, they would definitely report it and make them back off. Seeing the group of people from the ghost-crying sect, they once again stopped the two of them. Both Bai Ling and Zhulan hurriedly took out their own swords. What a good sword! Seeing the swords in the hands of the two women, the group of people from the Ghost Cry sect were even more shocked. Especially the sword in Bai Ling's hand gave them a chill if anything. Little ones, these two beauties aren't very obedient. Let's take them first and then enjoy them slowly. The middle-aged man from the ghost-crying sect licked the corner of his mouth. As for the magic treasure in Bai Ling's hands, well, he didn't mention it. Of all these people present, no one could steal from him. The others were also unspoken, all knowing the outcome, but they had earned a lot by being able to taste the two great beauties. Kill! Seeing the ghost-crying sect's crowd that was pouncing, Bai Ling let out a furious cry and directly killed them. Zhulan, who was on the side, also responded in a hurry. After a period of practice, Bai Ling had also arrived at the peak of the Yuan gathering realm, and was only one step away from the pioneer realm. These disciples of the ghost-crying sect were also similar to them, but when they exchanged blows, it was a crush. The middle-aged man on the side didn't go straight on, he just watched from the side. He didn't care if these disciples died or lived. On the contrary, he preferred that these disciples die out, and the treasures in the hands of the two white spirit girls, he would be able to take them with peace of mind, although he thought so in his heart. The battle power of the two women was something that shocked him as well. White spirit held the cold light, and almost within a few moves and a few strokes, a ghost-crying sect disciple was dead. Even the middle-aged man narrowed his eyes at the sight of Bai Ling's bone-cold eyes. It seems, we must kill them today, or else there will be endless troubles. The middle-aged man thought this in his heart. As for Zhulan on the side, his strength had also soared during this period of time, but compared to Bai Ling, it was far worse. Before, the reason why Zhulan was able to skyrocket a few realms, that was because the special medicinal liquid Yinan had given him and the birth of his special physique had fed back to Zhulan, which caused her cultivation to skyrocket at once. As for the latter, it's up to her to take her time, but Bai Ling was different. A disciple chosen by the system, 400 times the cultivation speed, that applied to any realm, plus with Yinan's help, there were no shackles, and at this moment, Zhulan's body was burning with ethereal-colored flames. As long as a cultivator of the ghost-crying sect was contaminated, he would immediately be incinerated. No matter what method was used, it could not be extinguished. Those ghost-crying sect disciples were afraid, so they wanted to turn around and leave. I can't do it, they're too strong. Bang! Just as the ghost-crying sect's disciples were preparing to retreat, the middle-aged man directly smashed a ghost-crying sect disciple on the spot. In a loud, angry voice, he said, "Whoever dares to run, this is what happens." Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the disciples of the ghost-crying sect all turned pale, but there was no way around it. This was the law of survival of the Ghost Cry sect. What's the point of killing someone? If you're pissed off, I'll exterminate all your clans. Forced by the middle-aged man's lewdness, the disciples of the ghost-crying sect could only fight their way up again. If you retreat, you will die for sure. But if you fight, there is still a chance of survival. Seeing the crowd that once again swarmed, Zhulan said to Bai Ling, "Sister Bai Ling, we can't keep it any longer. We must get out of here." Hearing Zhulan's words, Bai Ling also frowned and nodded, because, if the commotion was too great, it might even attract more cultivators, or stronger demonic beasts. Good, then we'll do it all at once, and settle them. White wasn't going to hold back either. Zip zip zip. At this moment, around Bai Ling's body, it began to be covered in cold air, and it spread in all directions at an extremely fast speed. And so at the same time, all around Zhulan, there was also a constant spread of spectral-colored flames. In an instant, the fusion of ice and fire caused the crowd of the ghost-crying sect to scream miserably. Even everything in the neighborhood turned into purgatory at this moment. Strangely enough, the flames emanating from Zhulan did not have a feeling of scorching heat, but rather a chill that was no weaker than the one emanating from Bai Ling. As the two fused, that coldness, once again, rose a notch. Run, run! Those cultivators of the Ghost Cry sect didn't care about the middle-aged man. It was preferable to be slapped to death than to be burned alive by this piercing cold flame. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man's face turned blue, but he could no longer care about those disciples of the ghost-crying sect, because those ice flames are spreading towards themselves. I don't believe that I, an Earthshian realm powerhouse, still can't take down your district's young juniors. The middle-aged man did not leave. Straight away, his hands spread out and a large red flag dish appeared in his hands. "Go ahead and tear them apart," the middle-aged man yelled. Then, the two white spirit girls could see a large amount of black mist spreading out from that large red flag. Not only that, there were countless skeletons inside that lashed out hideously towards Bai Ling and Zhulan. This is the ghost crying sect's soul refining streamer. How many people does this have to kill? Zhulan was shocked. She was shocked not by the red banner, but by the ghost crying sect's ruthless tactics. Soul refining streamers were not rare. They could be refined with some special means, and most of them were used by evil cultivators. But the power of the soul refining streamer will depend on how many people you've killed and how many souls you've absorbed. In terms of the soul refining streamer in the middle-aged man's hand, it had not yet become a climate, but the hundreds of skeletons in it were all a living, breathing life. Killing people? What are these people? It's their honor to become my killing tools. The middle-aged man looked hideously at the two Bai Ling girls. Hearing such shameless words, the two women didn't say anything more and directly rushed up. Only killing the middle-aged man and freeing those souls inside the soul-refining streamer was the immediate thing to do. On the other side, a majestic beautiful woman who was continuing her journey stopped her figure in the air in an instant. This is the 9 Underworlds Wind Road aura. It doesn't seem to be far away. It's just that. This aura seems to go high and low. The beautiful woman's eyes went cold. As a beauty of the same clan, she knew very well what this situation represented. Something that could only occur when fighting. Before, she could only rely on her bloodline to sense it, but now she could sense the scent directly. Unbridled. How dare you make a move against my clan's lord? Looking for death. The beautiful woman's breath shook, and the surrounding miles instantly turned into pieces. Whoosh! No longer hesitating, the beautiful woman directly transformed into a long rainbow and shot explosively towards the source of the scent. Chapter 120, Terrifying Underworld Red. Jia. The black mist was mixed with a large number of skeletons that rushed toward the two white spirit women. Those skeletons also emitted an eerie sound that was creepy to listen to. At this moment, Bai Ling and Zhu Lan's cooperation reached an unprecedented fit. Those flying skeletons looked powerful, but to the two women, the threat was just that. Any of those skeletons that came into contact with Zhu Lan and Bai Ling were either instantly incinerated or instantly frozen into ice slag. Seeing that his army of skeletons, which had always been invincible, actually couldn't even get close to the two white spirit girls. Damn it, what kind of monsters are you guys? The middle-aged man looked hideously at the two white spirit girls. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation, especially with the coldness emanating from Bai Ling and the ethereal-colored flames on Zhu Lan, which he had never heard of. And high in the sky, a beautiful woman was watching it all. She didn't do anything right away, but instead sized up Bai Ling and Zhu Lan. This person was no other than He Hong of the Nine Spectres clan. When she saw Zhu Lan, the blood in her body boiled, and she even had a desire to immediately kneel down to the Zhu Lan impulse. That's right, it's her. This white-clothed female child doesn't seem to be simple either. He Hong narrowed his eyes and sized up Bai Ling, especially seeing how well the two of them worked together made even He Hong's eyes light up. Humph, the magic treasure can't take you guys, but I still can't take you guys? After saying that, the middle-aged man directly retracted the soul refining streamer and quickly rushed towards the two women directly. Seeing the rushing middle-aged man, the two women didn't dare to slow down. One of the two women held the cold light in one hand, pointing straight up to the sky. Miso, the power of Xian ice and the fire of the underworld covered the entire sword. In an instant, a huge sword of aura around 100 meters coalesced with the cold light sword as its center. Chop! The two women spoke in unison and directly chopped down with the sword. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man was directly shocked as well, but he didn't dare to think too much and responded in a hurry. The might of this sword that chopped at him made him feel chilled. Boom! With a sword chop, the mountain range in front of the two women was directly split into two, and the rubble tumbled. Even the ground was shaken. Could this girl child have a special physique? Or is it an ice system? He Hong, who was high in the sky, was also stunned by this sword of the two girls, especially the gaze when he saw Bai Ling became excited. She had thought that coming here and finding Yinan would be enough, but she hadn't realized that there were unexpected rewards. In terms of the fight just now, Bai Ling was not weaker than Zhu Lan, but Zhu Lan was already in the Reshant Valley realm, while Bai Ling was at the peak of gathering Yuan, which shocked her even more. And with the two of them working together, they actually erupted with a battle power that was several times more powerful than their own. At this moment, He Hong decided, not only was she going to take Yinan back, she was going to take Bai Ling back as well. This kind of heavenly pride, once it grows up, is extremely terrifying. If she could get into her Nine Spectres clan, not only would she be able to return to her former glory, but she would also be able to go to the next level. As the smoke cleared, Bai Ling and Zhu Lan were both staring dead at the middle-aged man's place. Ahem, amazing. I didn't expect that a mere mole cricket would be able to burst out with this kind of battle power, but unfortunately, the gap between us is too great. The middle-aged man coughed while walking out amidst the smoke. Only, at this time, he was already in a sorry state, and there were already a lot of injuries on his body. but they didn't hurt his fundamentals. Seeing that the middle-aged man was not dead, but only injured, the two white spirit girls were also shaken. If one sword doesn't kill you, then let's have another sword. With a cold look in his eyes, Bai Ling was ready to have another sword fight with Zhulan. Too bad. I won't give you guys a chance. Suffer death. The middle-aged man no longer hesitated like before, and directly used his full strength to charge at the two Bai Ling girls. Seeing the speed of the middle-aged man, Bai Ling was also startled and directly pulled Zhulan behind her. Just as Bai Ling was about to shout out the secret of the reverse sky, shoo, high in the sky, something seemed to be shooting this way, and the middle-aged man also felt it. It was a threat of death. He could only stop himself and rush to defense in the direction of the threat perception. Boom! But his defense pressed to no avail. A ghostly colored arrow shot directly into his body. Not only that arrow directly carried the middle-aged man, weaving all the way through. Boom! After continuously weaving for hundreds of meters, the middle-aged man was directly nailed on top of a huge boulder. The middle-aged man kept screaming miserably. This was because ethereal-colored flames filled the top of the arrow, constantly searing him. It took a full 10 or so breaths before the middle-aged man was incinerated. This time, the flames were obviously not as terrifying as Yuran's flames. Yuran's flames, as long as they were touched, would instantly be reduced to pieces. Seeing this scene, Bai Ling and Zhulan were both stunned. Then both looked up in the direction from which the arrow had flown. Whoosh! In an instant, a majestic beautiful woman came before the two women. Seeing the beautiful woman who stepped into the air, Bai Ling and Zhulan both retreated back and forth. The middle-aged man from before, they could still fight, but this beautiful woman in front of them gave them the feeling that they could not be matched. Seeing the two women frightened, Styx Red smiled slightly, trying to show as much kindness as possible. My lord, my subordinate is late to save us. I hope you'll forgive me. Before the two women could ask, Hei Hong took the lead and gave a big salute to Zhulan. Seeing this gesture of Hei Hong, both women gave a whole won't. Senior, thank you for saving us just now. The two girls, Zhulan, also hastened to return the salute. No need to thank you. This is what my subordinate should do. Hei Hong still responded kindly. Elder, senior, have you misunderstood something? Hearing Hei Hong's words, Zhulan said in shock. The object of Hei Hong's salute was naturally her. And on the side, Bai Ling also looked at Zhulan oddly. My lord, there is no misunderstanding. I am here to receive you. Please also follow me back to the clan. Hei Hong made another respectful bow. Hearing Hei Hong's words, the two women immediately became wary. Bai Ling, in particular, once again pulled Yuran behind her. As for Zhulan, he was also aware of Bai Ling's heaven-defying secret and could only honestly hide behind Bai Ling. Seeing the two women so alert, and such affection, Hei Hong liked it even more. Don't worry my lord, I just came to pick you up. I don't mean anything else. Of course, this girl in white can also come along. Hei Hong glanced at Bai Ling again, his eyes satisfied. Who are you? Why have you come to me? And I had a clan before. I've never heard of any other clan. Yuran asked with renewed vigilance. Although the Zhu family had been extinguished, the Zhu family was indeed Zhulan's family. My lord, after you awakened the bloodline of the 9 underworld winds, you belong to our 9 underworlds clan, not a birth clan. Underworld Red explained. Hearing Hei Hong's words, the two women could roughly guess. The 9 underworld winds bloodline that Hei Hong was talking about was presumably about the visions that Zhulan had some time ago, which had been detected by some powerful people. Chapter 121, Killing with an Arrow. Destroying the clan with 2 arrows. Can I not go? Yuran didn't want to go to those forces. No, my lord, you have awakened this kind of physique. Many people will have their hearts set on you, and at that time, not to mention yourself, even the people around you will not be able to escape from the disaster. Moreover, when you return to the clan, your cultivation resources will be infinitely drawn out, and you won't have to go around practicing and taking risks anymore. Hei Hong explained the pros and cons of the matter in a simple and clear manner. Hearing Hei Hong's words, Zhulan also felt that it made sense. As for Bai Ling, she doesn't care at all. She has a heaven-defying secret, and she's not afraid of someone making a move on him, and there's still Yinan as a backer. If you make a move on her, you'll have to suffer the consequences. Only, Bai Ling was rather worried about Zhulan. If Yuran goes, he'll be all alone, with no one to turn to if anything happens. Yuran hesitated when he heard Hei Hong's words. There was no denying that what Styx Red said was true. She didn't want to cause trouble for those around her. As far as Undert's attitude was concerned, there were no bad intentions. With Hei Hong's strength, there was no need to stoop so low if they wanted to disadvantage them. Good, I'll go with you. In the end, Yuran agreed. Hearing that Yuran had agreed, Hei Hong was overjoyed. Then his gaze went back to Bai Ling and his heart lifted once again. Fearing that Bai Ling would refuse. The white spirit was a special physique. Not just anyone could be born. It was to pay some big price. She had to take the white spirit away. Noticing Hei Hong's scorching gaze, Bai Ling skimmed her mouth without any goodwill. Although she really didn't want to go, Zhulan wanted to go. Bai Ling could only say, "Sister Zhulan, I'll accompany you. I'm bored alone anyway." Hearing Bai Ling's words, Zhulan excitedly held Bai Ling's hand. "Many thanks, Sister Bai Ling." On the side, He Hong also breathed a sigh of relief. "I can't tell you how excited I was. By the way, Sister Bai Ling, do you want to go back and meet Mr. Yi before leaving?" Zhulan looked at Bai Ling. "No, we'll just go directly. Don't cause trouble for Master Teacher. And when we've accomplished our cultivation, we'll go back to give Master Teacher a surprise." Bai Ling was quite thoughtful. Hearing Bai Ling's words, Zhulan nodded her head even though she was very reluctant in her heart. There was no point in her going back now except to cause trouble for Yinan. On the other hand, He Hong, who was on the side, was frowning as he listened. The master called Yinan in Bai Ling's mouth was, in her opinion, nothing more than a weakling cultivator, perhaps even a strong one in this region, but it didn't matter. When the two white spirit girls returned to the Nine Spectres clan and their eyes were opened, the two girls would forget about that what's her name master. "My lord, then let's leave now." He Hong looked to Zhulan. "Okay, let's go." Zhulan nodded. "Yes." With a wave of Underworld's jade hand, a flying boat appeared in midair. Looking at the tens of meters long and wide, extremely luxurious flying boat, the two women were both slightly shocked. This kind of boat that can fly, they grew up so big? It's the first time they've seen it. Even the top powers over here don't have one. At this moment, Zhulan faintly could feel the depths of the Nine Sephiroth clan that He Hong was talking about. Only Bai Ling, who was on the side, muttered in her heart, "Master doesn't know how to fly, so she should really like this flying boat for transportation." Seeing the expressions of the two women, He Hong smiled faintly and did not say anything. Whoosh! He Hong brought the two women directly to the top of the flying boat. "Senior, can we go to the ghost-crying sect first? I feel that it's always a scourge to keep that sect around." Zhulan still voiced his inner thoughts. Bai Ling, who was on the side, also nodded seriously. "Yes, my lord, I understand." He Hong also understood in a second and turned directly, heading in the direction that Zhulan pointed. "Is everything you said true?" And in a ghostly aura of a clan, a strangely ugly middle-aged man glared at the short old man kneeling below. "Patriarch, everything I said is true. If it wasn't for my quick reflexes, I wouldn't have been able to return," the short old man said with some fear. He was none other than the short old man who had quietly escaped in the Great Tomb. If that's really the case, then it's not a good idea. You immediately issue an order to go down and immediately evacuate the sect. It's time for us to change places, the ghost-weeping sect patriarch hurriedly said to the short old man. Hearing the words of the ghost-crying sect patriarch, the short old man also had a jolt. Yeah, what if those Yinan guys come after us? Not only did the plan fail this time, but it also offended a lot of forces. If we don't move the place in a hurry, we'll be eaten out of house and home. Thinking of this, the short old man hurriedly got up and was about to go prepare. But just as he got up, he heard a disciple rush into the great hall in a hurry. "Patriarch, it's not good. It's not good." That disciple's urgent voice rang out. "What's wrong? Could it be that those forces are calling?" The ghost-weeping sect patriarch and the short old man were also startled. Whoosh! In the next moment, dozens of figures all came to the grand hall. These people were all elders of the Ghost Cry sect. "Patriarch, there is a flying boat that is rapidly approaching." One of the elders was the first to speak. A flying boat? How could there be that kind of magic treasure in this place?" The Ghost Cry patriarch also immediately stood up with a grave expression. It's not often that a flying boat-level magic treasure is seen, let alone the fact that building materials were extremely rare. Even if there were, it was not something that an ordinary power could leave behind. The flying magic treasures were even more difficult to build, and according to rumors, many of the flying magic treasures were obtained from some ancient relics. Can't it be that it's an alien powerhouse or force? Quickly follow me out to greet them. The ghost-weeping sect patriarch led the crowd out in a hurry. With his mouth like that, his heart was actually panicking. One must know that he, the ghost-crying sect, not only practiced forbidden techniques like soul-refining streamers, but was also inhumane. This was still clear in his own mind, and those elders were also apprehensive. If it was just a normal force, they would just destroy it and then just run away. Who could catch them? But a power that could possess a flying boat was clearly not an ordinary power. When the ghost-weeping sect's group came outside, and the Underworld Red's flying boat was directly parked high above the ghost-weeping sect, seeing such an impolite behavior of such a flying boat, the crowd of the ghost-crying sect, however, did not dare to say more than half a word. "I wonder, which force is it? And what is the purpose of coming to my ghost-crying sect?" The Ghost Cry sect patriarch arched his hand at the flying boat above him. Shoo! But as soon as his words fell, an arrow with terrifying power shot towards him. Seeing this scene, the crowd of the ghost-crying sect was shocked. They didn't expect that the person who came didn't even talk nonsense to them and directly made a move. Boom! In a flash, the arrow arrived. The powerful force directly centered on the arrow and instantly exploded. Everywhere, Spectral-colored flames burned, incinerating everything that could be incinerated. The ghost-crying sect's line of executives that were at the center of the explosion, including the ghost-crying sect's patriarch, died on the spot, not even having the chance to resist. And Hei Hong, who was on top of the flying boat, once again struck his bow and drew an arrow. Shoo! Another arrow was shot. Boom! This time, it was even more powerful, and the entire ghost-crying sect was directly leveled to the ground on the spot. My lord! Mission accomplished. Hei Hong, who had finished shooting 2 arrows, bowed to Julan. At this moment, both Julan girls were shocked as they looked towards Hei Hong. The power of the 2 arrows was as terrifying as this. The ghost-weeping sect's patriarch, even in the Tianxian realm, belonged to the upper tier of combatants, not to mention that so many elders couldn't even carry an arrow. 1 arrow kills, 2 arrows destroy the clan. Is this the power of the 9 Spectres clan? This was what both women were thinking in their hearts. Chapter 122, Song Yuan's Chance. A few moments later, the 3 women drove their boats far away, leaving only the Ghost Cry sect in ruins. Achoo! What's the matter? Why do I keep sneezing today? Yinan touched his nose with his hand, somewhat speechless. Fellow Daoist Yi, what's wrong? Song Yuan, who had also followed Yinan's example of lying down on the side, also looked at Yinan curiously. It's fine. Do you know how to play chess? Let's have a few games. Yinan suddenly looked at Song Yuan. Hearing Yinan's words, Song Yuan was also stunned for a moment. Then his eyes shone with golden light. Good, just what I want. Previously, playing chess with Jade Escape Sun was really boring. Not in the same mood. Playing chess was just passing time. Song Yuan had wanted to play a game with Yinan for a long time, but he just hadn't had the heart to open his mouth. Whoosh! With a wave of Yinan's hand, a black chessboard appeared between the two of them. The board is plain, and not much more unusual to look at. Old man, you go first, Yinan said to Song Yuan. When he first came to this world, he was salty for 3 years and played a little bit of everything, chess being one of them. Not to mention Yinan, even Linglong could have a game. Since that's the case, then I'll be polite. Song Yuan was not modest and directly picked up a black seed and placed it on the board, but just put the pieces on the board. Song Yuan then turned pale, because, at this moment, all around him, it directly turned pitch black. Only the chessboard in the center, and Yinan on the opposite side of the board did not change at all. Each line above the board seemed to connect to the surrounding pitch blackness. Not only that, but it cuts the surrounding pitch blackness, piece by piece. Song Yuan was sweating profusely as he looked at Yinan. No harm done, just finish this game. Yinan instead looked at Song Yuan with a faint smile, already accustomed to this scene. It was the same when Linglong played chess with him before. Good. Song Yuan didn't dare to ask anything more. The pitch blackness around him gave him infinite pressure, and it was like there was an incomparably terrifying power inside. It seemed to be able to devour him at any time, unable to rise even a little bit of resistance. This person in front of me, just what kind of great power is he? It is actually as terrifying as this. Song Yuan roared lowly in his heart. It was only at this moment that he truly understood that Yinan was not an ordinary strong person, and that he might be a certain terrifying power hidden in this world. Even with such a powerful chessboard in front of him, he didn't see a single thing. At the same time, he was glad that he had always treated people amiably, or else he would probably be cold by now. He was actually able to talk and laugh with Yinan, eating and drinking together. Song Yuan's heart was complicated with worry and excitement. Hey, what's wrong with your master? Gu Chen, who was normally busy, noticed Song Yuan's abnormality and looked at Song Nian in confusion. Hearing Gu Chen's words, Song Nian also looked up, and other than being able to see Song Yuan sweating profusely, he didn't find anything unusual. I don't know, my master likes to play chess. I guess I was a little excited for a moment when I met a chess-playing master like your master. Song Nian did not care. Hearing Song Nian's words, Gu Chen and the others were also speechless. Excitement can still be sweaty? Okay, my turn. Yinan saw that Song Yuan had made a move and hurriedly followed suit. Dang, a sun falls, like raindrops, into a quiet lake. The pitch blackness all around, a piece of which was divided, a piece of which immediately lit up. Seeing the lit up area, it was practically identical to the scenery of the outside world, as if one could still see Gu Chen and Song Yen, who were busy with their work. Do you see it now? Yinan looked at Song Yuan. Later generation understands. At this moment, Song Yuan didn't even dare to talk about friends as peers anymore. At the same time, he could probably see out the rules of the game. With each move, you unlock the squares around the pitch black. Whoever unlocks more wins. Not only that, but he felt as if his enlightenment was improving at this moment. One even wants to just meditate immediately for enlightenment. That's an opportunity you can't get. However, Song Yuan did not do so. He had to finish the game. He further did not expect that he was only bringing his own disciples to practice, but as a result, he actually had a great chance as well. As time passed, this game of chess went on for several hours and didn't end until dark. It was Yinan who ultimately won, and all the pitch-black cubes in pitch-black space were basically unlocked by Yinan, and Song Yuan just took less than 10 steps. Many thanks to Senior for granting the opportunity. After saying these words, Song Yuan directly closed his eyes and directly entered the state of epiphany. Seeing Song Yuan's impatient appearance, Yinan also shook his head and smiled. "Your Excellency, drink tea." Seeing that Yinan had finished playing chess, Yu Xian was also in a hurry to bring the tea, which had been boiled in advance. To Yinan, "You've been in this southern peak for quite some time, haven't you? Haven't you ever thought of going out for a walk?" Yinan took the teacup and looked at Jade Fairy. It's fine. I'll just accompany Gonzi." Jade Fairy thought Yinan was trying to drive himself away and quickly shook her head. "How about this? I see that you have nothing to do anyway, and you're experienced. Why don't you take Linglong out for some experience as well?" Yinan looked at Jade Fairy. The main thing is that Linglong stayed by his side every day, and now she has become a lazy pig, with clothes and food. Yinan also wants Linglong to go out to train her heart. When you officially take on an apprentice later, you can have some experience when you put it out there. As for safety, Yinan is not worried at all. Not to mention other treasures, let's just say those wood carvings. In addition to the ones Yinan signed up for these days, all the previous treasures, as long as they were good looking or cute, were all taken by Linglong. Instead of letting Linglong go out to experience, it would be better to let Linglong go out to hokey pokey. This, Gonzi I don't have a problem, it's just that Linglong's sister, Jade Immortal, was also relieved when she heard Yinan's words. After all that, it's not hard to get her to take the baby. Linglong, who was not far away, had long heard the conversation between the two. One skittishly looked over to Yinan's side. Linglong Just when Yinan was about to give Linglong a good talking to, Linglong's voice directly took the lead. "I know, it's not just an experience. Anyway, staying in this mountain every day is not much fun." Linglong said so, but there was still some reluctance in her eyes. Hearing Linglong's promise, Yinan and Jade Immortal both breathed a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that this girl wouldn't listen and wouldn't want to go out. After dinner, the people remained in the compound, each chatting and enjoying the moon. Rustle. Just as a few people were chatting, the wind began to pick up around them, blowing the plants and trees around them. The crowd also noticed the abnormality and hurriedly looked at Song Yuan, who was meditating not far away. The wind around them was caused by the energy fluctuations in Song Yuan's body. "What's wrong with Master?" Song Yan was a bit puzzled. He had just thought that his master had had an epiphany and was practicing, so he didn't ask much, but so far, he didn't feel quite right about it either. "Don't disturb him, he's on the verge of an epiphany." Yinan's voice rang in the ears of the crowd. Chapter 123, Song Yuan's Mind. Epiphany? Hearing this, Gu-chan and the other juniors weren't sure, but Tumbai-chan and Jade Fairy as well as Jade Easy-sun, they were very clear. Epiphanies are hard, and some people may only have one in their lifetime, and get lucky a few times. There are cultivators who have never known what an epiphany is like in their entire lives. It was said that once you have an epiphany, both your cultivation, enlightenment, and talent are pulled up quite a bit. This kind of chance, that is truly unattainable. At this moment, several people from Jade Escape looked at Song Yuan with envy, and the aura on Song Yuan's body was getting thicker and thicker. Boom! An aura shook out, and Song Yuan's aura directly skyrocketed, but not before a few people were shocked. Boom boom boom! Several more strong auras erupted from Song Yuan's body. Except for Yinan and Linglong, all the others were forced back tens of meters away. If it wasn't for the fact that the aura didn't have a killing intent, otherwise, they would definitely all have to be injured. As for Linglong, she pouted and held open a white umbrella in front of herself in dissatisfaction. The top of the umbrella was covered with small white bells the size of a thumb, looking extremely gorgeous. Even the energy leaking out of Song Yuan's body was absorbed by the white umbrella. What kind of umbrella is this? Song Yan was also shocked as he looked at the white umbrella in Linglong's hand. The others were used to it. They all knew that Linglong was a walking treasure trove, and not just any treasure trove. Don't you guys think this umbrella is awesome? Song Yan looked at the expressionless Gooch and several people in a confused manner. So what if it's awesome? It's not like it's yours. Tumbai-chan glanced at Song Yan without any good humor. Kanan, good lord. It suddenly made so much sense to him that he couldn't actually argue with it, thinking so in his heart. But Song Yan's eyes kept gazing at the white umbrella in Linglong's hand. Even the cultivation of a metamorphosis realm powerhouse could be absorbed, so it was clear that this was not an ordinary magic treasure. Whoosh! Song Yan hadn't seen enough. Linglong directly took back the white umbrella into the space ring. Linglong simply ignored the double-eyed Song Yan and directly lay down on the recliner, getting high on melon seeds while reading a novel. It was only after a few moments that Song Yuan's breath calmed down. After opening his eyes, Song Yuan was filled with joy. At this moment, Song Yuan seemed to be a little different again than what he seemed to be before, but it was impossible to tell. Master, Song Yan saw that Song Yuan had woken up and was about to go forward to strike up a conversation. However, Song Yuan didn't give a damn about him and came directly to Yinan. Puff! Song Yuan directly knelt for Yinan. Senior, a great favor is not to be thanked. Please accept my obeisance. After saying that, Song Yuan directly kowtowed several times to Yinan. Yinan, who was getting high on melon seeds at the side, was a little confused by this scene of Song Yuan, and didn't even react, and didn't have a chance to help even if he wanted to. Hey, what are you doing? This chainsaw is what you deserve. No need to thank me. I'm just doing it by hand. Yinan didn't really care. It's a passing act for senior, but for me, it's a rejuvenating favor. Song Yuan was even more grateful when he heard Yinan's words. Only after kowtowing did Song Yuan stand up. Senior, in the future, may I follow you around? No matter what I do, I am willing, Song Yuan said with a straight face. He now realized that with such a strong powerhouse as Yinan, what the hell was he trying for? Directly following Yinan and nudging him all right was more valuable than any chance. I've really come to the right place by coming to this region this time. Song Yuan's heart burst with excitement. Only Song Nian, who was on the side, was looking directly dumbfounded, constantly wiping his eyes. He felt that his master teacher, had he taken the wrong medicine today? Either that or he's still awake himself, which is just fantastic. The invincible master teacher in his eyes actually looked like an unseen country bumpkin at this moment. What are you looking at? Hurry up and get your ass over here. Song Yuan also noticed Song Nian and shouted out without any good humor. Oh, yes. Hearing Song Yuan's words, Song Nian came back to his senses and hurriedly came before Yinan. Kneel down for Senior Yi. Song Yuan looked at Song Nian. Okay, just like that. Song Nian sparingly knelt down for Yinan. Seeing this scene, Yinan also frowned. There was no rush to say anything though. He wanted to see what Song Yuan wanted. Senior, my rebellious disciple's talent isn't bad. If Senior doesn't mind, let him be a doorboy, weeding, planting flowers and whatnot. If not, it's good to be a dog's leg. Song Yuan looked at Yinan with an apprehensive face. Canaan, good lord. Song Nianren was stupid again. He was now sure that this master teacher of his was definitely high on drugs. Master, Song Nian couldn't hold back any longer and was about to open his mouth. As a result, just as he shouted out a word, Song Yuan angrily rebuked. Shut the hell up. Hearing such serious words and stern eyes from Song Yuan, one could only honestly shut up. Even Yinan, who was on the side, had the corners of his mouth twitch. He also didn't expect that in order to keep Song Nian by his side, Song Yuan could actually be so bottomless that the words dog's leg came out. Ahem, there's no need for you to say this. You guys can come to me anytime. If you have any questions, you can come and ask me. If you're fine, you can also let your disciple come and find my second disciple to spar, Yinan said, and pointed to Gu Chun who was on the side. Song Yuan, who heard this, was a bit disappointed, but he was still relatively happy to receive such an answer from Yinan. At least, he would be able to get in touch with Yinan for a long time in the future. Song Yuan believed that as long as it grew with time, it would get closer to Yinan. At that time, Yinan might give them some opportunities again. Senior, this is my summoning jade slip. Let me know if you need anything. I'll be there immediately. Song Yuan respectfully handed Yinan a jade slip. Good. Yinan didn't refuse and nodded. We, then, won't disturb Senior's rest. We'll leave first. Song Yuan was also quite understanding. It was getting late. He should indeed leave. Mainly because he had disturbed Yinan for too long. Even if Yinan didn't hate him, he still had to be self-conscious. Fine. Yinan did want to rest as well, so he didn't keep anyone. Looking toward the two's distant backs, Yinan also yawned and looked at the several people aside. I'm going to take a rest. You guys feel free, huh? After that, he went straight back to his room to sleep. He was still a chi refining realm and still needed to sleep. Hey, I don't know where that dog thing has run off to. After saying these words, Yinan fell asleep. As for the two masters and disciples of Song Yuan, they didn't fly down the mountain, but still walked down with their feet on the ground. Song Nian on the side, his eyes flickered wanting to ask something, but did not dare to ask. Ask whatever you want. Song Yuan gave Song Nian a look without any good humor. Hey, oh senior, what were you doing just now? Song Nian looked at Song Yuan oddly. Chapter 124, Warehouse empty again? What do you know? Master is seeking opportunities for us. Song Yuan gave Song Nian a look without any good humor. Fate? Master, what chance? How come I don't see it? Song Nian touched his head in some confusion. Forget it, if I tell you now, you won't be able to understand. Anyway, you have to know one thing, that is, when you see the one on the mountain in the future, you have to treat him with more respect than you would treat your master. Come here more often in the future to walk around more with that one's disciples. It will only benefit you. Song Yuan looked at Song Nian seriously. Oh, disciple knows, so are we not going back now? Song Nian looked at Song Yuan again. Bang! Hearing Song Nian's words, Song Yuan, with a face of hatred, directly snapped a chestnut on Song Nian's head. Why don't you have any brains? We've been told to visit more often in the future, so why go back? To be able to recognize this person is a blessing that you and I have cultivated over several lifetimes, and this time, where that person goes, we'll follow, but also go back to a hammer. Song Nian had a longing face. It seemed as if a road to prosperity was unfolding before him. Got it, master. Song Nian was a little aggravated. The two Song Yuan masters and disciples didn't go far. They directly came to Cloud City and found a restaurant to stay. The night was silent, and the southern peak remained quiet. It wasn't until early the next morning that Yinan woke up from his sleep. After a washing process, Yinan always felt that something was wrong. After thinking for a while, Yinan realized what was almost there, for there was no sound of Linglong's frolics to be heard. Usually, Linglong woke up to wash up, and these were learned from Yinan. Strange, this girl, so lazy now, even more sleepy than me? Yinan shook his head. After washing up, Yinan went to Linglong's room. After entering the room, Yinan was just stunned, because, not to mention the people in the room, the bed was gone, and everything in the room was gone. Xiao Chen where did Linglong go? Yinan rushed to the kitchen and found Gu Chen, who was busy. Senior, you're up? Senior sister Linglong, who left early in the morning with Elder Jade Fairy, didn't disturb you when she saw that you were sleeping soundly. Gu Chen hurriedly told the matter. Hearing this, it dawned on Yinan that he had said yesterday that he would let Jade Fairy take Linglong to experience. Unexpectedly, Linglong was so active and left so early without giving him a greeting. Right now, this southern peak only had Gu Chen and Yinan, as well as Su Meier, who was still in the room. Su Meier did not follow Linglong, and his goal was to figure out Yinan. Just as she was thinking this, a jade slip in Su Meier's arm suddenly stirred. Su Meier took the jade brief and left the room. A few vertical crossings and she was out beyond the southern peak. Meier, we have to return to the clan. Just as Su Meier had just come out, a middle-aged man appeared in front of Su Meier. Uncle Ming, I don't want to go back yet. I suspect this Yinan is the one that old monk said is the true destiny. Su Meier said thoughtfully, I don't know either, but his strength is terrifying. Not only that, his realm is also really weird. Even I don't dare to get close to it easily, so I can only summon you out. Su Ming also said in a grave manner. However, Mayor you must go back this time. I heard that something big is happening in the clan, so you must go back. Su Ming added, big deal? What big deal? Su Meier also came to be interested. The specifics have to go back to be clear. I heard that it has something to do with the Nine Spectres clan. Su Ming explained. The Nine Spectres clan? Haven't they stopped asking questions a long time ago? Hearing Su Ming's words, Su Meier's eyes also became grave. That's why I'm saying, we have to go back. This is not a small matter. Su Ming urged. Alright, let's go back then. After saying that, Su Meier also looked at Nan Feng, who was not far away, and the corner of her mouth curled up. My true son, the next time we meet, I won't let you off the hook. Whoosh! After saying these words, Su Ming took Su Meier and left in imperial air. Regarding this little episode, Yinan didn't know about it at all, and even if he did, he wouldn't care about it at all. Right now, in the entire southern peak, there was only Gu Chen and Yinan, and even Yu Zhanzi had gone to take care of the sect. It didn't take long for Gu Chen to make breakfast. Seeing Gu Chen, who was eating while his eyes were averted, Yinan asked, Oh disciple, what's wrong with you? Is there something you want to say? Senior, I also want to go out and experience. My current strength is too weak. Gu Chen didn't hesitate and spoke directly. It's fine. If you want to go out, go out. Right, go to the warehouse and bring some treasures that you can get your hands on. Yinan didn't stand in the way. It was only after hearing Yinan's words that Gu Chen, who was on the side, had a somewhat darkened face. Master teacher, there are no more treasures inside the warehouses. Gu Chen responded with a darkened face. What the hell? There are no more treasures? Yinan was a bit confused. Master, it's really gone. Watching Yinan frown, Gu Chen once again nodded seriously. Seeing that Gu Chen didn't look like he was joking, Yinan's heart thumped. Take the bowl directly to the warehouse. Just when he opened the door and saw the inside of the warehouse, Yinan was dumbfounded, because the warehouse is empty again. There's nothing left. Oh apprentice, what's going on here? I remember that dog thing didn't come back. Yinan looked at Gu Chen in confusion. Senior, it was senior sister Linglong who took away the contents here. saying something like, "In 2 or 3 days you'll be able to fill up the warehouse again." Gu Chen could only tell the situation. Hearing this, Yinan's face darkened even more. Linglong, this dead girl, how did she become like this? Who did you learn this from? If I get caught, I'll have to let him know why the flowers are so red. Yinan gritted his teeth. He had the Joker shuffling him around before, and now Linglong followed. He's going to have to sign in for quite a while to get these again. Although these things are of no use to him, they can be used as money, especially those feats, but they can also be used to boil water for cooking, but ready-made firewood. Oi, it looks like I have to go out and sneak around again, and I'm too lazy to chop firewood, Yinan muttered. Oh yeah, you want to experience yourself, go ahead. If you can't beat me, hurry up and use the secret I taught you, okay? Yinan reminded Gu Chen. Master, disciple knows. Gu Chen also nodded his head in a hurry. After packing up the dishes, Gu Chen also left. It's time to go out for a good walk, to really see this immortal cultivation world. Yinan looked up to the sky. After packing up, Yinan also left directly. As for how long it would take to go out, Yinan didn't know. This time, he was prepared to go to the wider heaven and earth to have a look. As for the Yuhua sect, it was now a dominant force, and there were basically no forces that dared to go against the Yuhua sect in a 1,000-mile radius. Chapter 125, just went out and lost your home? And it was not long after Yinan left. 2 sneaky silhouettes appeared in the southern peak. Lord Handsomevi, weren't you going to take me to a nice place? Why are you back again? The Black Flame Demon Lord looked at the clown speechlessly. The clown, who hadn't been seen for a while, seemed to have grown a lot taller. No longer the short person he was before, but now he was taller, rather like a normal person. Only a pompous costume and clown face remain unchanged, but compared to the stout Black Flame Demon Lord on the side, there was still no comparison. And the clown didn't pay attention to the Black Flame Demon Lord's words and went straight to his house. Upon entering, the Joker froze, because the closet that Yinan used to keep him in was gone. Seeing only a few wood shavings left on the floor, the Joker stood still in deep thought. Don't ask where the closet went. The question is to be chopped up by someone and burned as firewood. The Joker closed the door and walked out, just cocking his head and looking around. The Black Flame Demo and Lord on the side didn't dare to ask anything more, so he could only stand honestly on the side. However, in the next moment, the Black Flame Demon Lord then saw an incredible scene, only to see the clown extend a hand, then grab it towards Nan Fong behind him. Miso. There was no movement, just a flash of light. The entire southern peak, directly transformed into a palm-sized miniature small mountain peak, just lying quietly in the clown's hand. The Black Flame Demon Monarch on the side was shocked beyond words. Some magic treasures could become bigger and smaller. He could understand that, but it's a solid mountain. If it destroys, he can do it easily, but it can also get bigger and smaller at will? Is this the means of an immortal? The Black Flame Demon Lord was so excited in his heart. The Joker's every strike shattered his 3 senses. With that, the clown toyed with the hill in his hand, and he slowly left. The Black Flame Demon Lord also hurriedly followed. No one in the Yuhua sect had noticed anything unusual about Nanfang's disappearance, not even Yu-Ez. Before Yinan left, naturally, he would not let go of coming to Cloud City to rub a meal, and he left only after eating. As for the Tsan Yuan master and disciples, they were still living in Cloud City, not knowing that Yinan and the others had already left. Even Nanfeng was gone. If Yinan knew that his home had been stolen, and this time it was a very thorough kind, he wondered if he would go completely crazy. And in the middle of Cloud City, in the luxurious room of another restaurant, 2 figures were talking about something inside. It was an old crone and a young girl. The crone was pale and breathless, the maiden slightly better. Granny Flower, how are you doing? Huaran looked at Granny Hua with concern. These 2 were none other than Flower Ray and Granny Flower. After the battle was over, the 2 of them also left in a hurry, mainly because Granny Flower was too badly injured and needed to be quiet to heal. As for Gu Chen and Yinan, she wouldn't have time to worry about them for the time being. My lord, I'm much better. We can't stay here any longer. We have to hurry back to the clan, Granny Flower said with a palpitating heart. If it wasn't for Yinan this time, her own old bones would have died. If anything happened to Hanarin, she wouldn't be able to die in peace. It was not only that Huaran was brought up by her since she was a child, but mainly that Huaran was in possession of an important mission, which was something that would affect the power behind her and her fate in the future. I see. Just what about that Gu Chen and his master teacher? I always feel that they have big secrets on them, especially Gu Chen's master. Huaran was still a little undeterred. My lord, you've seen that person's strength. It won't help if we stay here. We can only return to our clan, and at that time, it won't be a breeze to check on a transformation realm one, Granny Flower hurriedly persuaded. Hearing Granny Flower's words, Flower Mercy also nodded her head, feeling that it made sense. In this side of the world, the Tianqian realm was the ceiling, and the mortal transformation realm was a legend. But from what Granny Flower said before, among the forces behind her, the mortal transformation realm was not rare. Good, then we'll leave now. In the end, Hannah Rin agreed. Seeing that Flower Mercy had agreed, Granny Flower was also relieved. She was really afraid that Hannah Rin wouldn't die. Oops, which road should I take? On the other side, Yinan, who had left Cloud City, was driving a donkey cart and looking at the two forks in the road in front of him somewhat tangled. Suddenly Yinan had a flash of light and touched the donkey's back. Little donkey, you choose. Pop. Yinan cracked a whip onto the donkey's ass. The donkey took the pain and just picked a random path and left at a fast pace. Ha ha ha. It's still me who's smart. Yinan was a bit smug. Not long after Yinan left, a group of ferocious people jumped down from a tree not far away, and everyone had knives in their hands. Boss, it's just a chi refining realm guy. What's there to rob? One of the junior brothers looked at a burly man in the lead and asked, "What do you know?" Lousy observed him for a long time. I met him a few times before. Every time he made a move, he was very generous. Or that kind of luxury restaurant. Do you think a chi refining realm, without some family background, can be so luxurious? The leading strong man glanced at the little brother at the side. Really? When the crowd of juniors heard the strong man's words, their eyes also lit up. Learn a little. Some seemingly weak cultivation guys, but the property on the body will not necessarily be poor. In case of trouble with a little wisdom, understand? Eyes a little brighter. The strong man with a smug face lectured these juniors beside him. Boss, look at the way he's dressed. What if that guy has some kind of background? A junior was still uneasy. Pop. When the burly man heard this, he slapped him straight across the face. On the spot, he slapped the little brother, spinning in place a few times. Silly boy, how many times have we done this? Kill him, we'll take our belongings and run away. Who can find us? The strong man was a bit tired of looking at these juniors of his. Ha. It's still boss who's great. Shall we do it now? Hearing the burly man's words, the others were also rubbing their fists. They hadn't opened up in a while. There's no rush. It's only just out of the city now. There's a lot of people. We'll do it when he's far away. We'll just follow behind. The burly man continued to explain, and in the donkey car Yinan is huffing and puffing. Sleep it. Pressure does not know that the back with a group want to kill him to cross the goods of the bandits. As time passed, after about several hours, the sky had reached dusk. Yinan's donkey cart also arrived at a trail in the middle of a mountain range. Both sides were full of dense trees, and there was only a narrow road in the center, just enough to accommodate the passage of a carriage. Boss, do it? The following crowd behind them all looked at the burly man. The burly man did not reply, but frowned as he looked ahead at the donkey cart that continued on its way. What's wrong with the boss? These juniors also saw the abnormality of the strong man. It's nothing. I heard earlier that this section of the road seems to have a powerful demonic beast in the area, so very few people take this road. What? How strong is that demonic beast, boss? And why didn't you say so earlier? Might as well just do it before? One of the junior brothers muttered. Pop. The burly man passed with another slap. Damn. I'm not a god. Can't I misjudge once? The burly man had an angry face. In fact, he is also a bit regretful. In fact, should have done it long ago, before a moment of excitement. Forgot about this, but it's not too late to do it. It's just a slight risk. Chapter 126. Boss, are we still robbing? Just as the crowd of burly men were about to make their move, rustle, the woods around them then began to sway directly, and there was a wind noise. Seeing this scene, the burly man's face turned ugly. He knew that this situation should be the appearance of that demonic beast. Let's hide. The burly man issued an order to the crowd of minions. Just when the strong man looked back, which still had his own little brother, all ran ahead. The corner of the burly man's mouth twitched as he cursed with a breathless face. A bunch of useless trash. Despite his words, he was not slow in his movements and hurriedly followed. As for Yinan on the donkey cart, he was still huffing and puffing, and when the wind blew, he slept even more soundly instead. The donkey pulling the cart in front of him was also a tenacious kind of donkey, not even realizing that the danger had already come, and still walking forward on its own. Whoosh! Sure enough, the next moment, a giant tiger directly rushed out from the woods on the side. The prime target was the donkey, and before the donkey could react, it was clicked on the spot by the giant tiger. The giant tiger's body was huge, and on its body, it also emitted a burst of ferocious aura that was incomparably terrifying. After biting the donkey to death, the manticore once again looked at Yinan, who was huffing and puffing on the donkey cart. Boss, this doesn't seem to be an ordinary demonic beast. We're afraid that we'll fail again this time. I haven't had a full meal in a long time. One of the junior brothers said with his head hanging down. AI, that kid is dead. It's a pity. It's really a pity. The strong man rarely blamed his little brother this time. It's true that they haven't had a good meal in a long time. It's all food and no food. The the carriage stopped, and it seemed as if that comfortable lurch had suddenly disappeared. Yinan slowly opened his eyes in a daze and blinked at the giant tiger in front of him. "Ha, little donkey, I just took a nap. How come you've changed?" Yinan wiped his eyes. Roar! The giant tiger also seemed to feel insulted and directly roared at Yinan. "Oops, I'm going." This roar directly startled Yinan. This time Yinan finally came to his senses, seeing the donkey lying on the ground that was already dead. Yinan looked at the giant tiger with an iron face. He didn't realize that he'd just take a nap and his pulling tool would be gone. How dare my donkey make a move? Yinan looked angrily at the giant tiger. The roar! Where would the giant tiger listen to Yinan's nonsense? It directly pounced on him. "It's over. It's over. Let's take our chances later. I hope this giant tiger eats slowly, not a mouthful, otherwise those belongings are gone." The strong man in the distance prayed so in his heart. Seeing the giant tiger pouncing at him, Yinan slowly raised one hand. Pop! A palm slapped down, and an invisible wave of air descended from above. Boom! The earth underneath the giant tiger directly appeared as a tens of meters deep pit of palm prints, and the giant tiger in the center of the huge pit twitched a few times and then stopped moving. "Damn! I'll eat you tonight. How dare you block my way?" Yinan rolled up his sleeves, pulled out a kitchen knife and started working on the spot. The crowd of burly men in the distance were all dumbfounded at this moment. The field was surprisingly quiet, and beads of sweat rolled down one by one on their cheeks. "Gollum! Old boss, are we still robbing?" One of the junior brothers gulped and swallowed, looking towards the strong man. "Pop, you stupid bye. If you want to go, go yourself. I still want to live for 2 more years. The strong man glared at the little brother who spoke, inexplicably being slapped again. That little brother was a bit aggrieved, but didn't dare to say anything more. Compared to getting slapped, it would be lucky to save their own dog's life. If it wasn't for that giant tiger emerging first, they would be the ones lying on the ground right now. Thinking about this, all of them had palpitations in their hearts, and a wave of sympathy ran down their backs. At this time, the crowd of strong men did not dare to move, fearing that if they made the slightest movement, they would be discovered by Yinan, and then come over with their kitchen knives. The thought of that scene gave the crowd a shiver. In fact, they didn't know that Yinan didn't even know they were following. Yinan didn't have divine sense and could only rely on his perception and eyes to see. But for Yinan, who liked to swing for the fences, perception was optional. "Boss, it smells so good. I'm so hungry." Those junior brothers covered their stomachs and looked at the fragrant tiger meat that Yinan was roasting in the distance. Demonic beasts' meat were all very expensive, and this giant tiger was not an ordinary demonic beast at first glance, so the meat must be of better quality, and it would be helpful for cultivation. "Hey, what can I do? Old me is hungry too." The strong man also let out an angry cry as he held his tongue. He didn't know what Yinan had roasted it with. It was more flavorful than any meat he had ever eaten before, and Yinan was, at the moment, jerking a skewer beautifully. "Hey, it's a bit boring just for me to be alone. Ling Long and the others would definitely be lively if they were there." Yinan shook his head and smiled. The next thing Yinan did was roast and eat at the same time. In the woods in the distance, the strong man and the others were just watching and gagging at the same time. After eating the roasted meat, Yinan also took out a wine jar and drank a few more sips freely. Looking around, Yinan said somewhat despondently, "Where is this?" and looked at the donkey lying dead on the ground. "Forget it, it's just the right time to try my flying legs. Say it and do it." Yinan exerted his legs. Whoosh! Just like a turbocharger. Instantly dust rose up in all directions, and Yinan's figure directly disappeared. Seeing this scene, the strong man and the others, too, were stunned. "Boss, that guy seems to have left." The little brothers were all staring at Yinan's unfinished roasted meat and the half jar of wine with wide eyes. "Pop!" The strong man directly slapped again. "I know, do I need you to remind me? Wait a little longer, just in case that guy comes back again." After the crowd had waited for a few more hours, the little brother who had been beaten earlier asked again, "Boss, can we go now?" But after a few words there was no answer. The crowd of juniors were all looking at the position of the strong man in disbelief. Only when they looked over, where was anyone else? "Ha ha 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 ha, good wine and meat, here I come." Hearing the strong man's voice, the crowd all looked up and were speechless when they didn't. At this time, the strong man had already run to the place where Yinan had roasted the meat, and directly picked up the wine jar to drink a mouthful. "Ha ha ha, good wine, good wine. I've never had such good wine before." The strong man was surprised. Kidding aside, all of these wines were prepared by the Yuhua sect in honor of Yinan. Whoosh! Those little brothers also all followed up, all like hungry wolves, directly began to eat while roasting. In fact, Yinan hadn't eaten much, but it was cheaper for the strong man and the others. Even some of the seasonings, Yinan didn't take away. Come on, a small sip for one person. Don't drink too much. The strong man naturally didn't forget about these little brothers of his. Still, one person gave a small sip. There was still some wine left, so the strong man took out a wine gourd and carefully filled it. When you want a drink in the future, it's okay to have a sip. After all, it's not always possible to have this kind of good wine. Chapter 127 Offbeat Scud. Shoo shoo shoo. At this moment, Yinan was like he couldn't control himself. All the way across the road, all the trees along the way. I don't know how many of them were broken. However, to Yinan, it didn't hurt, and he realized that every time he upgraded, his physical body became stronger. Oops. Fast is quite fast, but how do I feel as if my legs are not listening to me? Yinan muttered as he swished around. At this moment, Yinan's legs, without him even having to deliberately control them himself, felt like they had a self-consciousness in general, and had already run out of stumps, but they would still control the direction along with Yinan's consciousness. Ah, system, this heaven-defying skill of yours, there won't be any after effects, right? Yinan asked to the system, but Yinan waited for a while, and the system didn't make a single sound. Hey, dog system, it's stuck again. Yinan spat out helplessly. Whoosh! Yinan's speed was a fast one, and in almost a few breaths, he crossed a mountain. All along the way, there were chickens flying, and even Yinan himself couldn't see his surroundings, and could only see the constantly receding figures of trees. Meanwhile, on the other side, ha ha ha, not bad, not bad, the two disciples have worked hard. It's just that this point of cultivators is not enough. A blood-haired and hideous old man looked at the young boy and girl in front of him with some exuberance. There were still quite a few corpses of human cultivators lying on the ground in the surroundings, and above the neck of each corpse, there was a bloodstain, and at this moment, the blood-haired old man even licked the bloodstains remaining at the corner of his mouth with a face of enjoyment. Master, there are only so many cultivators around. We can't do anything about the ones that are too strong. Lan Xiang respectfully looked towards the blood-haired elder. These two young boys and girls were no one else but the two who had run away earlier, Erisher Feng and Erisher Xiang. They ran all the way until they came across this old man. The blood-haired old man saw that they had some qualifications, so he directly accepted them as disciples. That's just it. It's not your fault. Compared to all of this, I'm now more interested in knowing who destroyed my ghost-crying sect, no matter if it's a certain force or a certain person. When my divine skill is accomplished, I'll execute all 9 of his clans. The blood-haired old man had a hideous face. He was none other than the old ancestor of the ghost-crying sect, who was originally just going out to look for a chance to take himself to the next level. Unexpectedly, not long after coming out, he heard the news that the ghost-crying sect had been destroyed. Master, when you have avenged yourself, I still hope that you will avenge my Erisher family, Lan Xiang said with a face of hatred. Zhu Lan's figure kept flashing frequently in Lan Xiang and Lan Feng's minds. If they don't kill Yinan, they won't be able to stabilize their morals. Don't worry, it's just a mere mole cricket. When I'm done with the ghost-crying sect's business, there's no harm in taking a walk for you. The blood-haired old man had a disdainful look on his face, but just as the blood-haired old man's few people were talking, it seemed to feel like there was something that was coming their way. Just as the blood-haired old man had just turned around, bang! The blood-haired old man exploded on the spot, and his blood and flesh directly splattered the Erisher wind and Erisher fragrance on the side. Seeing a white shadow flash by, his master exploded. Arashika and Arashikes. The people were dumbfounded. They've only been worshipping the master for a few days, and the master is gone just like that. And the flash of white shadow didn't stop. It was gone in the blink of an eye, and they didn't even see what it was. I think I just saw someone. Yinan picked his nostrils and frowned a little. Hey, it's probably because I've been running around all the way and overconsumed. It looks like I need to find a place to have a good rubdown. Yinan shook his head, somewhat excited. Thinking of good food and drink, Yinan was doubly energized, and his legs seemed to feel Yinan's excitement. That speed was faster. Whoosh, sparks and lightning all the way, and I don't know how long I've been running. Boom! Yinan slammed directly on top of a building, went through that building on the spot. Ouch! It hurts me. Yinan rubbed his forehead, a little dizzy. When Yinan came back to his senses, he only then noticed what he had crashed through. It was a huge sword made from a huge mountain, and it was extremely shocking to look at. Not only that, Yinan looked around. This kind of giant sword, not only was there only one, at a glance, all of them, on these mountains of swords, there seemed to be a burst of wang sound emanating from them. Even the entire sky was becoming dim and deep, giving people an extremely depressing feeling. Where is this drying me out? Yinan looked around carefully. Forget it, we're all here. Let's go in and take a look. Yinan adhered to the principle of not missing out after coming, and directly walked in towards the depths. However, just as he stepped one step forward, the giant sword that leaned closest to him let out a burst of sword sounds, a powerful pressure that directly suppressed towards Yinan. This kind of pressure was different from the others, carrying a stern sword chi that seemed to be able to cut everything to pieces. Competing with me in terms of prestige? Yinan grinned. Boom! Yinan directly released his own pressure, as well. Click 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 click. The moment Yinan released his pressure, the sword, which was made from this gigantic mountain, directly began to crumble. Boom! In the next moment, it was finally unable to carry Yinan's pressure, and the entire sword mountain directly collapsed. I thought how powerful. Turns out it's also a weakling. Yinan disdainfully skimmed his lips. After the giant sword built from the mountain collapsed, Yinan was ready to leave, but a bright light attracted Yinan. That bright light came from within that collapsed sword mountain. Is that thing? Just as Yinan was about to take a look, the bright light flew directly toward Yinan. It quickly arrived in front of Yinan and just stood there silently in the void. When he saw what it was, Yinan just skimmed his lips. It was a powerful sword, but to Yinan, giving him such a treasure was not as good as giving him a chicken leg. But when it came to come, it couldn't be wasted, so Yinan could only skim and put it away. It still shouldn't be too hard to take it out for a meal. Just like that, Yinan kept going deeper and deeper. The deeper he went, Yinan realized that it wasn't just the sword mountain. There were also some other shapes of huge mountains. Any giant mountain that dared to exert pressure on Yinan would be directly crushed by Yinan in reverse. As expected and not as expected by Yinan, inside each giant mountain, there was a magic treasure. However, most of them were mainly swords, and the rest of the magic treasures were less. However, they also came and went, all scrambling to fly to Yinan. Yinan also put these things away with tears in his eyes. He can't use it, but he can take it and give it to his friends, to his disciples. Previously looking at a magnificent huge mountain, under Yinan's deep penetration, it became a ruin, no longer having the previous majestic state. Even those overpowering breaths had disappeared. At the back of the room, perhaps there were too many things, so Yinan began to pick and choose, only taking some magic treasures that looked good to him. Some mana that you don't feel is not so great is just thrown away. Chapter 128. At this moment, Yinan, like a diligent little bee, was just picking around, but just as Yinan was busy, whoosh, 5 flying boats converged from towards this side. On each flying boat, there was a different flag, and it was filled with people standing on it. It was just that when those flying boats came to a stop, everyone on board was staring daggers at the bottom, a huge mountain that had collapsed into ruins. What's going on here? On top of a flying boat, a young woman in green was somewhat shocked. The young woman's flying boat was full of clear-colored green-clothed women, all of them beautiful and extraordinary, and above the flag was written a big wonderful word. The people on the other flying boats were all staring. They all knew that every giant mountain here had a magic treasure inside to guard it, and it wasn't that easy to collapse. And these forces of theirs had the opportunity to come here once every 10 years to seek the inheritance. That's right, every giant mountain here has the inheritance of a powerful person. And the only way to get it is to carry the pressure of these giant mountains and be recognized by the inheritance inside the giant mountains. And it was said that most of the inheritances in here were from the Tianqian realm, and there were even inheritances from the strongest of the mortal transformation realm. That is to say, as long as one obtains the inheritance inside, the minimum achievement would be the Tianqian realm. After saying these words, the flying boat of the woman in green and the others were ready to continue deeper. Sister Miaoyin, it's better for me to take the lead. This matter is not trivial. In case something big happens, it wouldn't be good if I hurt you. A young man on top of a flying boat on the side looked towards the woman in green clothes leading the way with a scorching face, and above the young man's flying boat was the word Dong. If Bai Ling and Tung Beichen were here, they would have recognized the young man's identity as none other than Dong Ming, and to the side stood the fleeing Bing Xian and Bing Tai. After they escaped, the father and daughter found their way straight to the Dong family, and Dong Ming also accepted the father and daughter, mainly because there was Bing Xian, a bargain, not for nothing. Seeing Dong Ming looking at the green-clothed woman so nakedly, Bing Xian didn't feel anything, but Bing Tai on the side was a bit dissatisfied, but he didn't dare to say anything more. No need for young Dong to bother. We have our own measures. And, call me Miaoyin, don't add the word sister. We are not familiar. Miaoyin's face just flushed when she heard Dong Ming's address, and on a flying boat to the left of Myriad Sound, a burly young man, with his hands clasped in fists said nothing, just frowning at the scene below. Above the stout man's flying boat, on the other hand, the word Shui was written, and the fourth boat above, is also a young man holding a long gun. The flag on the word well, is a Hong character. But before these 4 flying boats, there was another flying boat that was several times larger. The ship's body became a golden yellow color, extremely gorgeous, and there were all kinds of dancing girls on it, who were singing and dancing, and on the high platform, there was a youth covered in yellow robes, still embracing left and right with an intoxicated look on his face. Seeing this scene, Myriad Voice and the other women just frowned, but they didn't say anything and directly crossed over the boat, heading deeper. Seeing Myriad Sound's flying boat, directly ignoring his flying boat, the yellow-robed man sitting tall also narrowed his eyes, but did not say anything. Niaoyin could ignore him, but the other three forces wouldn't dare. If I wasn't afraid of the forces behind you, I would have taken you down long ago. The yellow-robed man looked at Niaoyin in the distance with a lustful expression. Dong Ming, this prince wants to take this woman. Do you mind? The yellow-robed man smiled as he looked at Dong Ming. Ha. For His Highness the Crown Prince to take a liking to Miss Niaoyin, that would be an honor for her. Hearing the yellow-robed man's words, Dong Ming's face changed, but he still hurriedly patted his ass. Ha. Good, this prince admires you. If I have the chance, I'll let you have a taste as well. The yellow-robed man laughed out loud. The yellow-robed man was none other than the Crown Prince of the Celestial Enlightenment, Tian Lin. Come on, let's go in and take a look as well. Tian Lin looked at the two flying boats on the other side again and did not say anything more. Counting the Myriad family, there were a total of 4 great clans, all of which were the strongest few forces in addition to the imperial dynasty, but all of them had evil intentions, which was something that Tian Lin was very clear about. The other several powers were also unspoken, and on the surface, the minister was still a minister and the king was a king. Then the 4 flying boats went deeper as well. Miss, I think there's something wrong with the way that Crown Prince is looking at you. And on the flying boat at the very front, a woman in green clothes came to Miaoyin and frowned. No matter, he wouldn't dare to do anything to me, not to mention he's a prince. Even the Emperor of the Apocalypse wouldn't dare. Miaoyin said disdainfully. Well, that's true. Hearing this, the women also nodded their heads, rather thinking that they had been overly concerned. As for that Dong Ming, well, the girls simply did not put in the eyes. In their opinion, Dong Ming is a lustful and useless puss, relying on his family's power. It was just that as they continued to go deeper and deeper, Myriad Voice and the other women frowned even deeper. They just couldn't understand what was going on here. Miss, look, there seems to be someone somewhere. Suddenly a woman in green exclaimed. Hearing this, everyone was looking in that direction. Let's go down and take a look. Miaoyin also saw it and directly descended the flying boat in a hurry. Yinan, on the other hand, didn't pay any attention to the situation high in the sky and continued to pick out a large pile of magic treasures on the ground by himself. Boom! The flying boat landed, stirring up a large amount of smoke and dust that instantly covered Yinan. Cough. Who is it? Who's so unethical? Yinan cursed amidst the smoke. With a wave of Miaoyin's big hand, a soft spiritual power struck out, and the smoke and dust around them quickly dispersed, revealing a gray-faced Yinan. What's the big deal about flying a spaceship? Do you have any morals? Look at how young you are. You don't have any quality at all. Yinan turned to Myriad Sound's group of women and was giving them a reprimand. Listening to the Myriad Sound ladies, they were all stunned. It was the first time they had been reprimanded like this. You, one of the green-clothed women, was about to get angry, but after glancing at the pile of magic treasures behind Yinan, the whole person froze. Niaoyin and the other women also noticed, and they didn't care about Yinan's reprimand, and they all looked at the pile of magic treasures behind Yinan with shock. However, Niaoyin and the others were still cautious, and they were all motionless as they sized up Yinan, but at first glance they were even more dumbfounded. How do you look at it? Yinan is only in the chi refining realm. Seemingly thinking of something, Myriad Voice and the other women were relieved. In their opinion, Yinan had just come here to pick up a bargain after these huge mountains had collapsed for some reason. What are you looking at? These are all mine. I suggest you guys don't move your minds. Yinan looked at the women with a wary face. Chapter 129, knocking off a big one. These things, you can't grasp them. How about this? I see that it's not easy for you either. I'll give you a little bit of spirit stones, and you give me these treasures. How about it? Miaoyin tried her best to look at Yinan with a gentle smile. Hearing this, Yinan's eyes just lit up. It was true that these things were useless to him, and he would just take them and spend them as money anyway, but it would be more convenient to exchange them for spirit stones. Ha. That's good. I see that you guys are also honest people. How about I give you 20% off? I'll sell them all to you. Yinan rubbed his hands together and looked at Miaoyin and the others, even squeezing his eyebrows. Seeing Yinan in this state, the women were again confused. Feeling this guy in front of me, shelving the stall? Alright, how do you sell this? Miaoyin frowned at Yinan. Although she wasn't poor in spirit stones, the value of these treasures wasn't low. At least they were used by the Tianxian realm. He was really afraid that he couldn't afford to give them. After all, who had nothing to do but bring so many spirit stones out with them? If she hadn't seen much bigger scenes, anyone else would probably have had red eyes and gone straight for it. Yinan rubbed the back of his head in thought and said, anyway, it's such a big pile, let's make it 100 lower grade spirit stones per piece. What? Hearing this, the women around Miaoying covered their small mouths and looked at Yinan incredulously. What? You think it's too expensive? Fine. 80 spirit stones apiece, no less. Yinan was really afraid of not being able to sell it. Okay, I'll buy it. Miaoying said in a hurry. Are you kidding me? It's so cheap. What's the difference between that and getting it for nothing? It's still a lot. If they were to bring it back to the Myriad family, they would definitely be able to grow the family, and even directly surpass the Apocalypse Imperial dynasty. Although Yinan was only a chi refining realm, she didn't want to take it by force, and this amount of spirit stones was not worth mentioning to her. Fine. Pay with one hand and deliver with the other. Yinan joyfully looked at Miaoying. Just as Myriad Voice was about to pull out her spirit stones, a voice pierced through from high in the air behind her. Wait, the one who said this was no one else but the Crown Prince Tianlin. Whoosh! In the next moment, the 4 flying boats also landed. As for Tianlin and the others, they were all looking at the numerous treasures behind Yinan with sizzling eyes. For Yinan, a mole in the chi refining realm, they didn't care at all. Kid, seeing as you're so diligent, I won't make things difficult for you. Hurry up and get lost. Tianlin glanced at Yinan. Myriad Sound, who heard these words, instantly changed her face. What do you guys want to do? There's always a first and last in everything, right? Miaoying frowned at the rest of the others. First come, first served? Ha. Miaoying, I know you have a powerful force behind you, but can you swallow the treasures here alone? Imperial Prince Tianlin looked at Myriad Sound with great dissatisfaction. Although he was afraid of the forces behind Myriad Voice, but he still wanted it. After all, so many people were watching. Even so, he's already agreed to sell the item to me. Do you guys still want to rob it by force? Although this reason was a bit far-fetched, Myriad Voice still said it. As expected, when they heard Miaoying's words, everyone else looked at Yinan with disdain. If it weren't for the concern for Miriam's status, there would have been a collective outburst of laughter. Just in time, we have 4 and 5 forces. The royal family, will take half, and you can split the rest amongst yourselves. Tianlin didn't say that he wanted it himself, nor did he take on Myriad Voice's words, but instead moved out to the royal family. Even with the Celestial Revelation dynasty as their backer, the people from the remaining 4 major forces were somewhat dissatisfied. They are all here to get their chance. Normally, it was extremely difficult to obtain a magic treasure. I didn't expect that after the change of events in this place, all the treasures were actually picked up by a mole cricket in the chi refining realm. In terms of the aura above these magic treasures, they were all not weak. They were all 7th or 8th ranked magic treasures. The only thing that puzzled them was that with so many, there wasn't a single magic treasure that looked like it was at the transformation realm. Although they hadn't used it, they had seen the magic treasures used by the mortal realm, and that kind of aura couldn't fool anyone. At first, they thought that Yinan had put it away, but a magic treasure at the level of the metamorphosis realm was infinitely close to a heavenly magic treasure, and that kind of magic treasure would recognize its owner. In their view, a mole in the chi refining realm would naturally not be recognized, and the power of the magic treasure alone could easily shock a bunch of chi refining realms to death. However, what they didn't know was that the best of those magic treasures had all been put away by Yinan. However, even a 7th or 8th ranked magic treasure was an unobtainable treasure for them. The faces of the people from the several major powers who heard Tianlin's words were not very good, but they didn't dare to say anything. Tianlin laughed out loud. Ha. Good, it's decided. Only Yinan, who was on the side, had a face as black as the bottom of a pot. You didn't even ask him if he agrees, and you're just dividing it up? You think he doesn't exist? Hey, did you guys forget that there's still me? Yinan's face sank as he looked at the 4 major powers. Hearing Yinan's words, the crowd was stunned. Kid, what are you barking at? Why don't you get lost? In order to show his presence, Dongming directly rebuked Yinan angrily. Hearing this, Yinan's face became even more ugly. To have someone call him a dog, how can this be tolerated? Right now I'm in a bad mood. Leave your belongings and flying boats behind and you can get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing indiscriminately. Yinan looked at Dongming and Tianlin with an iron face. He had heard Tianlin scolding him before. Hearing these words, even the myriad voice at the side had her mouth twitch. You should hurry up and leave with these spirit stones. Miaoying still took out a bag of spirit stones and handed it to Yinan. Yinan didn't even look at them, still looking straight at Tianlin and the others. However, his hands were honest, and he directly received Myriad Voice's spirit stone and directly put it away. Seeing this scene, the crowd was again speechless. What, kid, you're not convinced? Collect the spirit stones and get lost. I don't care to kill an ant like you. Dongming still had a big grin on his face. Tianlin on the side also looked at Yinan with contempt. The people of the Hong family and the Shui family, on the contrary, did not say anything, but only looked at Yinan seemingly feeling some meaning as well. It was also the first time they had seen a chi refining realm that dared to bear bare its teeth against several of the most powerful forces in the heavenly Qi dynasty. Miao Yin and the other women on the side were also speechless as they looked at Yinan. They also felt that Yinan was a bit arrogant. Just as Yinan was preparing to directly exterminate Dongming and Tianlin, Miao Yin's voice sounded again. You go first. These treasures, I'll give you 100 spirit stones for each one. I'll buy them. Only after hearing this did Yinan's face look better. Forget it, for the sake of your face today, I won't move my killing thoughts. Yinan glanced at Tianlin and the others for a few moments, just muttered in his heart. Not moving to kill thoughts now does not mean not moving to kill thoughts later. Anyway, I already know what you guys are, and still dare to scold me? Go directly to your family and knock a big sum of money. He. Hearing Yinan's words, the myriad sound on the side was even more speechless this time, but did not say anything more, and the others were even more disdainful. Miss Miao Yin, right? I see that you're not a bad person, so I'll give you a trinket. Yinan directly pulled out a wooden sculpture with a strange image, and the wooden sculpture was holding something similar to a spoon in its hand. Okay, thanks a lot. Miao Yin helplessly accepted the wooden sculpture. She's not actually this kind to all men. Other men saw her and that look she hated, but when Yinan looked at her, his eyes were full of clarity and there was not a trace of evil thoughts, and this kind of look made her very comfortable. As for this wooden carving, Miao Yin did not care, but still in front of Yinan, put away. The rest of the waiters did not stop this scene, only the disdain in their eyes increased. They also knew that Miao Yin's words about buying these treasures and giving Yinan spirit stones were meant to sidetrack him. With so many treasures, it was naturally impossible for Miao Yin to keep them all to herself. Chapter 130, The Power of a Single Blade. Just as Yinan was about to leave, Dongming's voice sounded again. Kid, aren't you forgetting something? Dongming looked at Yinan with a teasing face. Yinan didn't answer and turned to look at Dongming with a very bad face. Dongming, what do you mean? Miao Yin, who was on the side, also looked at Dongming in puzzlement. Miss Miao Yin, this kid's spatial ring, I have my eye on it. I'm going to give it away. Dongming said with a flattering face. Only Bing Xian beside Dongming had a smug look on her face. She had long had her eye on Yinan's space ring, purple and gold in color. Such a nice-looking space ring, she hadn't seen it before. Just now, she whispered to Dongming that she wanted Yinan's space ring. It was just a Qi refining realm space ring, so Dongming didn't care and agreed. Hearing Dongming's words, everyone was looking at Yinan's spatial ring. Previously, they had all failed to notice Yinan's spatial ring. Now the crowd raised their eyes. Sure enough, Yinan's spatial ring, it did look good. There seemed to be golden streams of light flowing on the spatial ring. What a beautiful spatial ring. Even Miao Yin's eyes lit up. But just curious, no contest. How about, you give it to them, and I'll give you another one later, so as not to draw fire. Miao Yin said to Yinan, who had an ugly face. I'll give his grandmother a leg up. Yinan directly spoke out in anger. Yinan's sudden angry rebuke caused Myriad voice to just freeze. The result was before she could react. Miso, a piece of golden light suddenly appeared in Yinan's hand. Knives come, Yinan yelled. Miso, the golden mass of light in his hand directly turned into a gigantic sword of 1,000 meters, plunging straight into the sky. Above the blade, there was also a terrifying power emanating from it. Everyone was confused, and they all looked at the giant sword in shock. Whoosh! Just as the crowd watched in shock, suddenly from the cabin, two strong men quickly appeared and directly grabbed Tianlin and Dongming by the shoulders. Young lord, run! Prince, get out of here! The two powerhouses were none other than the protectors of the two Tianlin. The moment Yinan flashed his sword, they were shocked. There was no time to think more, and he was directly about to leave with the two Tianlin. Leave? Cursing me and still want to leave? Yinan raised his 1,000-meter sword and directly slashed it down. Miso, strong blade Qi overflowed in all directions, directly chopping at the two flying boats of Tianlin and Dongming. However, the speed of the people in the two boats was fast, and they all used great means to escape. Miss, a middle-aged beautiful woman who was not far away from Miao Yin also rushed towards Miao Yin. Next to them were two other middle-aged men. They reacted a step slower, just as they approached a short distance from Myriad Sound and the others. Boom! The powerful force directly shook the three out, and strangely enough, nothing happened to Myriad Sound's group of people, or the other two families. A knife fell. Rumble. On the spot, Tianlin's flying boat and the Dong family's flying boat directly split in two. Not only that, a gully of thousands of meters appeared directly in front of Yinan, a way to destroy a direct abyss. The people from the two major forces, except for the strongest ones, were all buried here on the spot. Whoosh! Under this strike, although it was shocking, the two Dao protectors still hurriedly led Tianlin and Dongming to quickly leave. Run? Yinan smiled disdainfully. Miso, the giant sword instantly turned into a bow. Then under the shocked gazes of Miao Yin and the others on the side, Yinan directly pulled back the bowstring. The moment Yinan pulled back the bowstring, he instantly condensed a golden arrow. Shoo! After Yinan shot this arrow, he shot another arrow again. 2 arrows, with great speed, rushed towards the fleeing 4. You guys go ahead, we'll hold it off. Seeing the arrows that were rapidly coming, the 2 Dao protectors directly threw Tianlin and Dongming directly out, preparing to carry these 2 arrows hard. Shoo! However, the next moment, 2 arrows directly and unstoppably penetrated the bodies of the 2 men. How could? The 2 collapsed unwillingly. They didn't expect that with their strength at the Tianxian realm, they would be defenseless. Seeing his own Taoist protector dying so easily, the fleeing Tianlin and Dongming people were dumbfounded. Only now did they realize that Yinan had just said that letting them live turned out to be true. What was even more unexpected was that a chi refining realm. How could it be so terrifying? Completely refreshing their 3 views. No, the 2 were directly pierced by 2 arrows and died on the spot. And the 2 arrows, with unabated speed, directly crashed into the 2 huge mountains. Boom! It directly blew 2 holes in the 2 mountains before the energy ran out. Whoosh! Yinan put away the golden-like mass and said, "Finish fighting and call it a day." Then he seemed to think of something else and looked at the Shui and Hong families on the side. Although you guys didn't make a move against me, but how I look at it, you guys don't seem like good people. The moment Yinan's words came out, the people from the 2 forces were stunned on the spot. Puff! Instantly a large number of people were on their knees. Senior, it's because we were not disciplined properly. Please spare your life. Senior, the Dao protectors of the Shui family and the Hong family, with their injuries, hurriedly came to kneel in front of Yinan. Even Myriad Voice's Dao protector was directly kneeling down. He also carefully pulled on the corner of the coat of Miaoyin, who was still staring blankly at Yinan. It was at this moment that Miaoyin reacted and was about to directly kneel down. But the next moment, a soft force lifted her up. You haven't offended me. Why are you kneeling? Yinan gave Myriad Voice a look without any good humor. Elder, the previously high-cooled Myriad Voice directly became gulping. We'll talk later. After I take care of things. Yinan casually waved his hand. Forget it, I'm not a murderer either. Follow what I said before. Leave everything, for me, and hurry up and get lost. Yinan said to the people of the Hong and Shui families. Well, thank you, Elder. After saying that, the 2 Dao protectors hurriedly said to the people behind them, what are you still standing there for? All take out your spatial rings for me. For a while, the sound of clanking and clanging constantly resounded on the ground. A large pile of space rings. It was a joy to watch Yinan. Alright, hurry up and get lost. Yinan said impatiently to the 2 Shuihong families. Yes. Hearing Yinan's words, the 2 forces hurriedly left. It was fine on the way here, but going back will be a hike only. Seeing the people from the 2 Shuihong families fleeing, Yinan didn't care. With a direct wave of his hand, the 2 flying boats were directly collected by Yinan. Seeing this scene, Myriad Sound and the other women on the side did not dare to breathe a single breath. A space ring that could casually take in 2 flying boats was definitely not an ordinary space ring. Only after putting away the spatial ring on the ground did Yinan look at Miaoyin. My own, right? Is our deal still valid? Yinan started to become immodest again. Make it count. Make it count. Of course, make it count. Miaoyin returned to her senses and nodded her head in a hurry. What a joke. If she didn't agree, she was really afraid that Yinan would chop her up as well. Chapter 131, The Anger of the Dong Family. Alright then, you order it and give as much as you should. Yinan was also relieved. Elder Chang'e, please you. Miaoyin looked towards the middle-aged beautiful woman kneeling at the side. Okay, good miss. Miao Qingyi carefully stood up, and from time to time, she even glanced at Yinan with tense nerves, truly afraid that Yinan would be dissatisfied with her. Right. Why are you guys still kneeling? Hurry up. I'm a good person, don't be afraid. Yinan hurriedly said to the kneeling women. Hearing Yinan's words, all the women were speechless. You're a good guy? It doesn't look like a good guy in any way. However, since Yinan had given the word, they didn't dare to be slow, and could only carefully get up. Only, after getting up, the women blushed a little when they looked at the handsome face of the extremely dusty Yinan. That woman doesn't like a man with strong strength? But when they thought of Yinan after opening his mouth, they became odd again. As for Miao Qingyi, she was also pretending to count the magic treasures there. She didn't really dare to be more serious, just to do it for Yinan. After counting, Yinan finally got a large amount of spirit stones, and his face blossomed with joy. Seeing this scene, the ladies were again puzzled. Yinan was such a strong person. Why was he so attached to these spirit stones? Alright, at this point it's over. I'm leaving, Yinan said to Miaoyin and the other women. Seeing that Yinan was about to leave, Miaoyin was ready to speak. However, before Miaoyin could say anything, Yinan hurriedly stopped his steps to look at Miaoyin and asked, Miss Miaoyin, do you know where there are towns in this neighborhood? Especially the kind with extra delicious food. Hearing Yinan's words, the myriad voices girls froze. However, Miaoyin's eyes immediately lit up, and she hurriedly spoke. Senior, there aren't any towns in the vicinity, but I know where there are, and there are exceptionally good food. My family is over there. Really? Yinan's eyes instantly glowed. I naturally don't dare to deceive Senior. Miaoyin also nodded her head in a hurry. She had just been wondering how to get involved with Yinan, and just the power of those moves Yinan had just made had only been seen on those top elders of her clan. It was impossible for her to stay in the clan all the time, and if she invited Yinan to the clan as a guest secretary, it would be a huge profit. Alright then, I'll come with you guys then. Yinan directly headed above Myriad Sound's flying boat. Seeing Yinan's back, Miaoyin smiled faintly and also hurriedly followed. The rest of the women were also confused, but they all followed. Whoosh! After boarding the flying boat, it took off straight away. Hey, how nice it would be if I could fly. Yinan lay on his back by the edge of the boat, looking down at the great mountains and rivers below, somewhat despondent. The two women at the side, Myriad Voice and Myriad Green Clothes, both looked at each other. In terms of the power Yinan had just displayed, it was definitely above the Tianqian realm. They had thought for a while that Yinan was a strong person of the transformation realm, but they didn't think that Yinan actually wasn't. However, Miaoyin wasn't disappointed. Such a strong Tianqian realm, if she were to sit in her clan in the future, she would have a certain deterrent power. They didn't believe that Yinan was a qi refining realm. Elder, please also enter the cabin for tea. Miaoyin had already arranged for someone to make tea. Okay. Yinan also nodded and directly went into the cabin to drink tea. Senior, you killed the crown prince of their heavily enlightenment imperial dynasty and the young master of the Dong family. I reckon they won't let it go. And, according to rumors, their families have old ancestors of the mortal transformation realm, especially in the heavenly enlightenment imperial dynasty. Explicitly, there are two of them. Miaoyin wanted to see what Yinan's reaction was. It's fine. Metamorphosis realm, just metamorphosis realm, as long as it doesn't come to mess with me. Yinan took a big sip of tea and said without any concern. Seeing Yinan so disregard the two forces, Miaoyin was a bit startled. As far as Yinan's age was concerned, he was only a few years older than her, so maybe he had a big power behind him as well. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that Yinan was an old monster who might have used some means to keep his appearance youthful. Soon, good food and drink were served. For those twists and turns in Miaoyin's heart, Yinan didn't care at all. He wanted to have a good meal right now. After all that running and I'd been starving for a long time. Seeing Yinan wolfing down his food, Miaoyin and the others, again, were oddly surprised, without the slightest bit of image. However, in this world, it was strength that was paramount, and the rest was negligible. It was while Yinan was eating nonsense, in a grand and luxurious golden palace, a yellow-robed middle-aged man sitting high above the dragon chair instantly opened his eyes. Who is it? Who killed Tian Lin? Could it be? Was it the other four great clans? The yellow-robed middle-aged man looked at a jade tablet that had shattered in his hand. This was Tian Lin's fate card, and this yellow-robed middle-aged man was Tian Lin's father, named Tian Qi. The dynasty of the Apocalypse was also named after him. What was only surprising was that Apocalypse looked at the shattered fate plate in his hand and was so calm that he didn't even see a hint of sadness. There was even a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth, as if it wasn't his son who had died, but rather like a plain stranger. Snap! In the meantime, in the Dong family's hall of discussion, the head of the family, King Dong, angrily slammed the teacup on the side table to the ground. There were also quite a few Dong family executives below, sitting neatly in two rows. There were two more kneeling in the center. These two were no one else but Bing Tai and Bing Xian. They were lucky to have dodged a bullet, and fortunately were quick to react, but they were also quite injured. Bing Tai even lost an arm directly, and at this time was covering in his shoulder with a pale face. Asshole, dare to kill my son. I'll execute his 9 clans and leave no chickens or dogs behind. King Dong's killing intent rose in all directions. You're saying that that person has a supreme treasure in his hands that can change forms, and it's only a qi refining realm? An aged elder in the front row looked towards the two Bing Tai. Hearing that this elder had spoken, even King Dong, who was seething with anger, quickly suppressed it and listened to this elder. Obviously, this elder had an extraordinary status in the Dong family. His name was Dong Huai, and his status was second only to King Dong, but his strength was no weaker than King Dong. Grand Elder, what does this mean? King Dong hurriedly interrupted as he heard the clouds. If Bing Tai is right, then that chi refining realm fellow must have a powerful and extraordinary supreme treasure in his hands. And a magic treasure that can morph. Have any of you ever seen it? Or who has heard of it? Other than relying on that supreme treasure, do you guys think that a chi refining realm can kill two Tianxian realm powerhouses? The Grand Elder of the Dong clan analyzed. Hearing Dong Huai's words, everyone's eyes lit up. According to the Grand Elder's meaning, even King Dong's eyes flickered. Even the murder of his own son seemed to have been forgotten, and just now he was furious, but now he had become unusually calm. And instead of replying to King Dong's words, Dong Huai looked at Bing Tai once again. Are you sure that guy got on the Myriad family's flying boat? Yes, we were hiding in the distance and saw it with our own eyes. Then we immediately came back to report it. Bing Tai nodded his head in a hurry. Good. Since that's the case, we'll immediately go to the Myriad family to ask for someone. And quickly. Dong Huai gave a slap to the table and directly stood up with an eager face. Chapter 132 Crisis in the Myriad Family. Seeing Dong Huai with such an attitude, everyone in the Dong family knew what their own Grand Elder wanted. It was said that they were going to ask for someone, but in reality, they were grabbing treasures, and even had to grab them ahead of the other clans as well as the royal family. Family head, time is running out. We should set off immediately. Looking at how hesitant the crowd was, Dong Huai hurriedly persuaded them. I reckon that those other clans won't let go of this opportunity either. King Dong was a little worried. I'm also clear about what you said. That's why I said to be quick. If the other forces are really like what we think, it's really not possible. We'll see what we can do at that time. Dong Huai's tone still carried urgency. Alright, since that's the case, let's set off for the Myriad family. King Dong didn't dawdle anymore and directly led the way. With this line of people, the Dong family's vast array of executives boarded the flying boat and departed, and the Myriad family was quite a bit farther away than the others. Yinan's crowd, which slowly arrived over the Myriad family. Oops, so many people? Yinan looked at the square below, above which quite a few people had already gathered, and sighed a little. Whoosh! Slowly, the flying boat stopped above the square. We respectfully welcome Senior. Yinan had just gotten off the flying boat when he saw the crowd of the Myriad family respectfully saluting Yinan. Leading the way was a middle-aged man, dressed in fancy clothes, as well as a group of executives around him. Surrounding them were the curious onlookers of the Myriad family. Seeing this formation, Yinan was also stunned, only to quickly become thinking clearly that it must be that before coming to the Myriad family, Myriad Voice and the others had passed Yinan's matter back to the Myriad family, hence the scene in front of them. There's no harm in it, all of you be easygoing. I'm a person who doesn't really like these unnecessary etiquettes. Yinan was rare to be proper for once. Miaoing, who was on the side, had been apprehensive in her heart. She was still afraid that she would reveal the information and make Yinan blame her. I didn't expect Yinan to be so generous, especially now that Yinan was serious. Just like an exiled immortal in the sky, not like a thing of mortal dust. However, Yinan's next sentence snapped them back to reality. Can we start the meal? Yinan looked at the middle-aged man leading the way. The middle-aged man in the lead was none other than Miaoing's father and the head of the Miaoing family. Name, Miaoxiong. Hearing Yinan's words, Miaoxiong hurriedly responded respectfully. Senior, the banquet has long been prepared, just waiting for you to come. How embarrassing then. Saying this on his lips, Yinan was self-conscious and directly hooked his shoulders and clipped Miaoxiong towards the interior of the Miaya family. The Miu family. Your family name is rare. How come it looks like it's used by girls? Muttered while walking. He, Elder Ah. First name, surname and whatnot is just a code name. In the cultivation world, all kinds of strange and weird surnames are there. Our Miao family is still considered normal, mainly because the ancestors are surnamed Miao. We can't do anything about it. Miao Xiong explained. Well, that's true. Yinan nodded. Soon, a group of executives brought Yinan and arrived at this banquet hall. Please also take a seat. Senior. Miao Xiong reached out to Yinan and bowed. Fine. Sit together. Yinan sat down with his, but when he finished speaking, only after seeing Yinan sit down did the top brass dare to sit down. And Miaoing was sitting right next to Yinan. Delicious. I'm really hungry. Yinan rolled up his sleeves and complimented as he ate. Seeing this scene, Myriad Xiong and the other higher-ups all had their mouths twitch. All of them looked at Myriad Sound in disbelief. Noticing the skeptical eyes of the crowd, Myriad nodded her head in an unmoving and serious manner. Only after receiving confirmation once again did Mio and the others let their hearts drop. Not that they were to blame for being skeptical. At first Yinan was like that, although his cultivation was a bit odd. But as soon as you get to the table, it's a complete turnaround, as if you're starving. But just as Myriad Voice wanted to say what was in her heart, a thick voice reached the ears of Yinan's crowd. The Dong clan has come to visit, and I'd like to ask Brother Miao to meet us. A flying boat stood silently in the sky outside the Myriad family. The one who spoke was none other than King Dong. The Dong family? Why are they here? Could it be? Miao Xiong and the others were motionless as they looked towards Yinan, who was munching away. for the shouting outside. Yinan pressed on. In his opinion, as long as he wasn't shouting at him, it had nothing to do with him. Senior, take your time to enjoy it. I'll go out to take a look and come back soon. Miao Xiong said to Yinan. It's fine. Go get busy yourself. Yinan waved his hand without lifting his head. Just like that, except for Myriad sound accompanying Yinan, the Myriad family's group of executives all walked out. After coming outside and seeing that formation of the Dong family, Miao Xiong just narrowed his eyes. Brother Dong, what is your reason for coming to my Myriad family with all this fanfare? Miao Xiong responded with a smile as well. Ha ha ha. It's not much really. I'm here for someone who killed my son and stole my family's treasures, and was said to have been mistakenly brought to the second family's house by the second family's Qianjin. So we've come to take a look, and I hope that brother Miao Xiong will give us some face. Dong Wang arched his hand at Miao Xiong with a smiling face. The main reason is that there is a powerful force behind the Miao family. Even if it is as strong as the Dong family, it does not dare to mess with it, and it does not dare to ask for people directly, so it can only find excuses. Hearing King Dong's words, Myriad Xiong just snorted. Wouldn't he understand what King Dong was playing at? He must have coveted the treasures on Yinan's body to say such words. As for his own son, he had probably forgotten about it a long time ago. Cultivators in the realm of cultivation have a long lifespan, and it would only take the blink of an eye to spend some time regenerating one. Please also go back. Brother Dong, we don't have the person you want here. Miao Xiong directly rebuffed. Are you kidding me? Handing over Yinan? Leaving aside the fact that Yinan was so strong, even if there was no Yinan, Miao Xiong would not put the Dong family in his eyes. Brother Miao Xiong, this is not a good idea. We just want to get back our Dong family's lost treasures. What's wrong with that? Hearing Miao Xiong's words, King Dong just sank in color. Nay, he didn't dare to make a direct move. Their Dong family's strength was indeed quite a bit stronger than the Miao family, but there was someone behind them. I've already said that there's no one you want here, so please also go back. Looking at the deadbeat Dong family members, Miao Xiong did not have a good face anymore. Hearing Myriad Xiong speak in such a manner, King Dong clenched his hands with a clicking sound. Ha ha ha, why is Brother Miao so angry? Right at this moment, another flying boat came swiftly. Whoosh, the words just fell, while on the other side another flying boat came. Seeing this scene, both Myriad Xiong and King Dong's faces sank. Sure enough, it's still here, but it's good. Even if there's someone behind the Myriad family, as long as we don't make the first move and put pressure on the Myriad family, we might still have a chance. Dong Huai, who was next to King Dong, frowned. If we really can't, we'll rob it the hard way, and when we get that supreme treasure, we'll just migrate the whole clan and change our faces. And with the size of the heavens and the earth, I still don't believe that the forces behind the Myriad family will be able to find us. King Dong also had a hard heart. The crowd of powerhouses around King Dong didn't refute it. A magic treasure that could change its form was simply unheard of, and once they got it, they were afraid that the Dong family wouldn't be able to rise to prominence. If the situation is really too bad, it is a big deal to offer the treasures to those forces that are bigger and stronger than the forces behind the Myriad family, and then they can also be blessed, and maybe even reused. Chapter 133, Why is it so hard for me to have a good meal? This is the world of immortal cultivation. Either you can be a good mole, or you can be rich and famous, and once you succeed, you will be sublimated. Obviously the Dong family falls into the latter category. Your two families are also here to ask for that whatever treasure? Myriad Xiong's face was grim as he looked towards the two forces that had just arrived. These two families are the Hong family and the Shui family. Ha ha ha. What are you talking about? Brother Miao, we just lost the treasures in our clan, and according to our tracing, that person infiltrated Brother Miao's clan. So, that's why we came to disturb Brother Miao. The Shui clan's patriarch smiled. Hearing this, both Myriad Xiong and King Dong's mouths twitched. What a coincidence. Brother Dong also lost his treasures, and so did your Shui family. What's wrong? All of your family's treasures have come running to my Myriad family? Miao Xiong's face was unpleasant. Hearing this, the Shui clan and the others were also stunned. What? Your Hong family's treasures have also run to my Myriad family? Miao Xiong looked at the Hong family's crowd again. Being asked by Miao Xiong, the Hong family had also looked embarrassed, but he didn't say anything and considered it a default. In fact, that's what he thought at first. Don't think that I don't know what you guys are playing at, especially you two Shui Hong's families. Senior let you off the hook, but you still dare to come to the door to cause trouble. You're really living out of patience. Miao Xiong directly spoke out in anger. You don't say it so nicely. Isn't that guy just relying on a powerful supreme treasure? He also robbed our clan. This is a naked insult to us. How can this revenge not be avenged? The Shui clan's leader also stopped pretending. Now that the cards are on the table, let's be a little more forthcoming and pick our battles. That's right. Is it hard to believe that you, the Myriad family, want to take it all for yourself? Even if your Miaoi family has power behind it, distant water cannot put out a nearby fire. The Hong family had also sneered. Hearing the words of the several powers, Myriad Xiong also frowned, because the Hong family was right. If he were to be besieged now, his Myriad family would be defenseless. Even if the forces behind him would avenge him in the future, there would be no point. The people were dead. Moreover, there was also the royal family that hadn't appeared all this time. He didn't believe that the royal family didn't know about this time. After coming for such a long time, the several powers were just playing with their words. That is, they wanted to use words to provoke and pressure the Myriad family, and then make the Myriad family hand over the person. The first reason for the delay was that they didn't want to completely tear their faces apart, and they were still very afraid of the forces behind the Myriad family. Even if you relocate to another land, there will be a lot of trouble. The main reason was that they were all afraid of the Imperial clan. Once they fought, it would be troublesome if the Imperial clan picked up the slack, something they didn't want to see. But it's gotten to the point where the swords are drawn, and it seems like it's impossible not to do something about it. Click, 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 click. At this moment, the three great patriarchs all crushed their summoning jade slips, and in the depths of the clan lands of the three great clans, there was a meditating old man. They opened their eyes at almost the same time and got up to directly transform into a long rainbow towards the Myriad family. Seeing the movements of the three great patriarchs, Myriad Xiong's face became grave. He knew that these three major forces have done well. He even more did not expect these three families for Yinan, actually so determined. But he, the Myriad family, didn't have any old ancestors. He was the strongest, at the 9th level of the Tianqian realm. At this moment, Mayo faltered. Once the war started, his Myriad family would not be able to survive an inch. Yinan was strong, but listening to Miaoyin, Yinan couldn't navigate the air, which meant that it hadn't reached the transformation realm. However, the power of the strike was no weaker than the transformation realm, which made his heart tangle. This could be a risk of extinction if you pick the wrong one. Father, don't promise them. Just then, Miaoyin walked out. She was worried when she saw that her father was late, so she came out to see what was going on. As a result, he had just come out and saw the three major powers pressing his father. Daughter, why have you come out? Hearing Miao Yin's voice, Miao Xiang's body shook. Miao Yin didn't answer Miao Xiong, but instead looked up at the three flying boats in the sky above with firm eyes. Don't you guys dream, we won't hand them over. And, I've already notified the strength behind me. I guess it won't take long for them to receive the news. Hearing this, the three major powers all had ugly faces. They didn't expect Myriad Voice to do this directly. This is completely breaking their back. Even if they don't do it now, when the forces behind the Myriad family come, they will not be able to eat. And the reason why Myriad Voice said that, she did want to break the back of the three major powers. In terms of the strength Yinan had displayed, even dealing with the mortal transformation ancestors of the three major powers was no big deal. Miaoyin was actually still a little apprehensive in her heart. She was sort of utilizing Yinan in disguise in this way. She was also betting that Yinan would make a move. But in order to plan for the long term, she could only exterminate the other three forces. Only then would she be at ease when she went to a wider world in the future. She also wanted to bring the clanspeople before, but the patriarch didn't allow it. Because of certain things, the patriarch was very resistant to the Myriad family and didn't want to get involved in any relationship, so Myriad Voice could only give up. Unexpectedly, she went out for a trip and actually met Yinan, which made her elated. Since that's the case, let's not discuss it, let's just do it, and we'll split the stuff equally when the time comes. Just as the swords were drawn, a voice came from the sky. Whoosh! At the same time, three long rainbows rapidly approached from the sky, and the sound just now came from one of the long rainbows. Miso! In an instant, a blade chi, directly from one of the long rainbows in the sky, came towards Miao Xiong. Not good, get out of the way. At the first opportunity, Miao Xiong pushed Miaoyin out of the way. Ka-ching! In the next moment, the blade chi directly slashed through Myriad Xiong's shoulder. A miserable scream rang out as one of Myriad Xiong's arms was directly shredded by the blade chi. Father, Miao Yin, who had been pushed to the distance in time, was shocked to see the scene. Whoosh! Miao Yin quickly came to Miao Xiong's side and hurriedly supported the seriously injured Miao Xiong. You all deserve to die. Myriad Voice looked at the three major powers with a wide-eyed expression, and the three old men who had slowly arrived not far up in the air, and Yinan, who was inside the hall, was eating happily. The people are all gone and the whole table is his. Just as Yinan had just picked up a chicken leg and was about to bring it to his mouth. Ka-ching! That chicken leg directly split in two. Even the ground in front of himself directly split in two. The food table is no exception. A table of good food just fell to the ground. Yinan was fixed for 2 or 3 breaths, then his face turned ugly. looking at the good wine and food all over the place. I just want to have a good meal. Why is it so hard? Yinan slammed the only remaining half of the chicken leg in his hand on the ground, rolled up his sleeves and headed outside. Ouch! It actually cut crookedly. One of the knife-wielding old men stepped into the air and teasingly looked at Miao Xiong and the others. With just that one strike, a number of myriad family elders died under the knife. Chapter 134. Ah, I'll fight you. Hearing the knife-wielding old man speak in such a manner, both Myriad Voice and Myriad Xiong were furious, but the difference in strength was so great that they could only stare. Just as Miaoyin was about to enter the house to look for Yinan, everyone then saw Yinan huffing and puffing, walking out of the house that was split in two. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who is it? Who chopped while I was eating, and almost split me? Yinan cursed as he walked. Seeing Yinan walk out, Miaoyin and Miao Xiong and the others were relieved. Father is him. And on top of the Shui family's flying boat, a burly young man hurriedly said to the Shui family's leader on the side, pointing at Yinan. The moment these words came out, the people from the three major powers all narrowed their eyes and sized up Yinan. However, no matter how one looked at it, Yinan was a qi refining realm, and it wasn't at all different from what the clansman he had returned to report had said. At this moment, the eyes of everyone looking at Yinan became hot. A qi refining realm could kill a Tianxian realm by possessing that treasure. What would happen if they held it? In an instant, the atmosphere all around became tense, and the three major forces were all on guard against each other. Patriarch, old ancestor, you guys hold off the Hong and Shui clans. I'll go get that kid. Dong Huai whispered next to King Dong and the Dong clan's old ancestor. Good. The Dong clan's oldest ancestor nodded. He was still relatively at ease with Dong Huai. In terms of strength, Dong Huai was definitely the strongest among the elders of the several great clans. Seeing that the crowd was ignoring him, Yinan's face became even more ugly. Senior, Miaoyin was ready to say something to Yinan. As a result, Yinan directly interrupted. Wait until I'm done. Hey, who just chopped it? Stand out for me. Yinan gritted his teeth at the three major powers. Kid, are you the one who robbed my clan's flying boat and space ring? The Shui clan's sword-wielding ancestor looked at Yinan with a disdainful expression. Rob? Yinan was just stunned when he heard this, and then he saw the burly teenager beside the old man, and then Yinan was relieved. What? You're here to avenge them? You were the one who slashed just now, weren't you? Yinan narrowed his eyes at the Shui family ancestor. If you hand over that treasure, I can spare your life, the Shui clan's old ancestor threatened. Kid, if you hand it over to my Hong clan, not only will I spare you, but I'll also let you join my Hong clan and be blessed by my Hong clan. The Hong family's old ancestor glared at the Shui family's old ancestor and also spoke in a hurry. Don't argue, all of you. He killed my grandson. He will definitely die. Don't think that you've gotten carried away after killing two Tianxian realms by relying on treasures. A mere Tianxian realm. I can slap a large area to death with one palm. The Dong family's old ancestor looked at Yinan in a hideous manner. Alright, you guys stop arguing. Was it you, old man, who just chopped me? Yinan was still staring at the Shui family's old man. Seeing that Yinan had been dwelling on this issue, the crowd also frowned. Only Miaoyin brought Maya Oxiang and slowly backed away without moving. So what if I did it? The Shui family ancestor looked at Yinan with disdain. He wanted to see what Yinan, a qi refining realm, could do to him. Good, it's good that you did it. Yinan grinned. Boom! In the next moment, the ground under Yinan's feet directly exploded. In a flash, he arrived below the Shui clan's oldest ancestor. Before he could react, he felt as if his feet were grabbed by something. Not only that, even his own body lost its balance and instantly became heavenly. After landing on the ground, Yinan directly swung the Shui clan ancestor and smashed him directly on the ground. Boom boom boom. This scene happened so fast that everyone didn't react. After reacting, the crowd saw the Shui family ancestor being swung around and smashed by Yinan. Rumble. The ground around Yinan crumbled massively, but the Shui family ancestor stiffly didn't say a word, but the anger in his eyes was growing stronger. Ouch! Worthy of being at the mortal transformation realm's physical body. Such a thick skin. Yinan was also a little surprised when he looked at the Shui family ancestor who didn't say a word. Next, Yinan added some power. Boom boom boom. Everyone watching this scene had their eyes popping. Dong Huai was directly frightened, and hastily retracted his stepped foot. Whoosh! Not only him, but the family heads of the three major powers, including the two remaining old ancestors, all retreated back and forth. All of them looked at Yinan with shocked faces. That's the metamorphosis realm, just swinging and smashing, just like playing. Finally, the Shui clan's old ancestor couldn't hold back and let out a miserable scream. And the Shui clan's old ancestor had just thought that he had been careless and had been sneak attacked. Until now, he didn't realize that Yinan was just better than him, and it wasn't a sneak attack at all. Because, no matter how much he just struggled, he couldn't get rid of Yinan's hand. "Ah, I'll fight you." The Shueclan's old ancestor was smashed and covered in blood, and his clothes became tattered and torn. When these words came out of the Shueclan's old ancestor, strong power erupted from the Shueclan's old ancestor's body, continuously impacting Yinan. Even the ground hundreds of meters away was crumbling, and even the large number of houses and halls of the Myriad family were constantly collapsing. But it was such a powerful force that was like scratching an itch to Yinan. Seeing that the Shueclan's old ancestor looked like he had gone mad, everyone quickly withdrew, with only the Hong clan and Dong clan's old ancestor still standing in the void. But Yinan, who was looking towards the center of the energy, was also becoming grave. The two old ancestors looked at each other. They realized now that they were the ones who misjudged before. They had thought that it was Yinan who had utilized powerful magic treasures in order to kill the heavenly Xian realm. Now, it seemed that Yinan had a supreme treasure. Yes, but he himself was also incredibly powerful, and all of them were deceived by Yinan's revealed chi-refining realm aura. Rumble. Amidst the smoke, explosions mixed with screams rose and fell. What to do? The Hong clan ancestor looked to the Dong clan ancestor. "There's no other way. Things have come to this, we can only let go of the fight. The three of us fighting one of him may not be unable to win." The Dong clan's old ancestor was also giving it his all. Brush. After saying that, a long spear appeared in the Hong clan's old man's hand. The Dong clan's oldest ancestor, on the other hand, had a huge round hammer. Kill. The two didn't hesitate and directly rushed towards Yinan in the center of the smoke. Yinan, on the other hand, was smashing with excitement, and didn't even notice that there were two people behind him who were charging towards him. Whoosh! The two figures instantly arrived behind Yinan. Seeing that Yinan didn't seem to notice them, he wasn't even on guard. Good chance. The Dong clan's oldest ancestor laughed hideously. Dang! The Dong clan's old ancestor directly smashed a huge hammer on top of Yinan's head. At the same time, a long spear of the Hong clan's oldest ancestor also poked Yinan's back. But the next moment, the two of them were confused, because Yinan was pressurized to be fine. In their minds, Yinan should have been beaten into mincemeat. On the contrary, his own weapons were all a bit deformed, especially the Dong clan ancestor's giant hammer, which had dented a large chunk of it. Yinan was also stunned by the sudden attack. Even the movements in his hands stopped. Chapter 135. Ha, so you don't know how to fly? Ah, it was the moment Yinan was so frozen. The Shueclan's old ancestor found the right opportunity and used all his strength to break free from Yinan's hands and directly retreated violently in a hurry. Seeing that nothing happened to Yinan under the strike, the Hong and Dong family ancestors also retreated violently in a hurry. With the brief cessation of the battle, the smoke and dust gradually dispersed, and it was only then that the surrounding crowds from the several major powers could see the battlefield clearly. After seeing the battlefield, especially after the deformed weapons of several people and the miserable appearance of the Shueclan's old ancestor, everyone sucked in a breath of cool air. In looking at Yinan, he looked as if he was fine, and even used his hand to touch the back of his head that had been smashed. Oops, it's not going to give me a bleeding head smash, is it? Yinan kept touching the back of his head, as well as checking the back that had been stabbed by the lance. Hearing Yinan's words, the crowd was speechless again, especially the three old ancestors. Their hearts were filled with shock at this moment. The ones they used were all top-tier magical treasures below the heavenly level, but they were still not as hard as one person's head? What the hell is this head made of? Is this a human head? Only after checking it did Yinan let out a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that he had been broken. You guys still dare to sneak attack? Yinan looked at the three old ancestors across from him with an ironized face. Humph. Together. They didn't answer Yinan's words, but swarmed together once again. This time several people didn't hold back. They all used their strongest power to directly kill Yinan. Humph. Yinan smiled disdainfully. With a direct one-handed yank towards the back, he directly pulled out a giant pillar from the collapsed hall next to him. Simply and roughly, he swung directly towards the three. Bang! The four powerful forces collided, and the pillar Murakumo in Yinan's hand broke. Humph, how can withered wood be compared to the magic treasure in our hands? The Dong clan's old ancestor said disdainfully. Boom! The giant pillar in Yinan's hand directly exploded into powder. Seeing the three people whose aura did not diminish and who rushed towards them, Yinan didn't make any extra movements, but only rolled up the sleeve of his left hand higher. Seeing Yinan in this state, the three of them were also stunned. However, it didn't care much about it. Three metamorphosis realm powerhouses striking out at the same time, so it was predictable. Even if Yinan's head was hard, he didn't believe that he wouldn't be injured. Golden right hand. Go you! Yinan shouted, and his entire right hand turned golden. Then Yinan directly called out with a slap. Dang! Yinan's right hand directly called out on the three people's weapons, all without any pause. The three's weapons, one after another, exploded, but not before they were shocked. They saw Yinan's golden right hand coming towards their faces. Snap, pop, pop. 3 slaps sounded in succession, and the 3 of them flew straight backwards. It also seemed that some of the teeth that were floating in the air could be seen. Seeing this scene, those crowds of onlookers all had shocked faces, looking especially at Yinan's right hand. Each one of them didn't know what to say. Yinan, this person was too strange, with a cultivation of the chi refining realm, a physical body that was comparable to a magic treasure, and an arm that was now emitting a golden light. Yinan's entire person revealed weirdness everywhere. Damn! What kind of monster is this guy? The 3 old ancestors who flew out backwards slowly stood up. The cheeks were slapped out of shape. Alright, I won't play with you guys anymore. How about if you guys take this move from me? I'll let you guys go? Yinan said to the 3 major forces. Hearing Yinan's words, everyone had a bad feeling. That, Miss Miaoyin, why don't you all go far away? This is the first time I've tried this move. If I can't control it, it's not good if I hurt you. Yinan looked towards Miaoyin and the others who were not far away. Alright senior, we'll leave right away. Miaoyin and Miaoi Qingyi had both seen Yinan's previous outbursts. No longer hesitating, Myriad Voice shouted sharply to the Myriad family's crowd. Everyone stay away from this place. In fact, there was no need for Myriad Voice to shout. As soon as the battle had just begun, the crowd had all moved away. Patriarch, should we stay away as well? Dong Hui looked to King Dong. Good, let's quickly back up. King Dong also nodded. The rest of the forces also flew away in their flying boats in a hurry. Yinan didn't care about the flying boats of the several powers that were far away, but instead looked around to see if the myriads had run far. Let's go as well. I always feel that there's something wrong with this fellow. The Dong clan ancestor said to the other 2 ancestors. Good. The remaining 2 old ancestors agreed. Whoosh! The 3 of them then went straight into the air. Seeing that the 3 of them directly flew high into the air, they were about to leave. Yinan people are stupid. He is not serious yet. This is going to run away? You guys get down here, Yinan said angrily, pointing at the 3 people high in the sky with one hand crossed over the other. The 3 people who were about to escape directly were also stunned when they heard Yinan's words, unable to stop their bodies. Not only them, the rest of the people on top of the flying boats also stopped their flying boats to look at Yinan in puzzlement. What does he mean? Does he not know how to fly? The Dong clan ancestor looked at the other 2 ancestors. We don't know. It shouldn't be. Try it. The Hong clan's old ancestor said to the Dong clan's old ancestor. How do I try? The Dong clan's oldest ancestor was a bit puzzled. Grind it out and watch me. The Shui clan's old ancestor, who had long been seething with anger, could not hold it in any longer. Kid, you stinking. I'll take you. The Shui family ancestor was a mouthful of output at Yinan. After cursing, the Shui family ancestor felt that all the grievances from the brutal beating he had just received from Yinan had dissipated quite a bit. Everyone froze when they heard the Shui clan's old ancestor's tirade. They didn't expect that a powerful person of the metamorphosis realm, an ancestor of a generation, would actually have his defense broken by Yinan. Only Yinan looked at the Shui clan's old ancestor high in the sky with a grimace, his teeth gritting. I'll ask again. Are you guys coming down? Yinan glared angrily at the 3 Shui family ancestors. Ha ha ha. So you really can't fly? No wonder you just fought us and never left the ground. Ha ha ha. The Shui clan's old ancestor laughed maniacally as if he had discovered some great secret. Even the flying boats that were previously prepared to flee from the 3 major powers were no longer prepared to flee. They were at a high altitude. Yinan was strong and couldn't fly. What could he do with them? However, they were also curious. Yinan, who could violently beat the metamorphosis realm, actually didn't know how to fly. Who would believe it when they said it? But that's just the way it is. But it didn't matter. As long as Yinan couldn't fly, they could slowly attack remotely and consume Yinan from above. By then, the treasure will still be at hand. Daughter, Senior really doesn't know how to fly? Even Miaoxian looked at Miaoyin with worry. Well, it seems like, I heard Senior say that on the ship before. Myriad Voice was also a bit startled. No matter how strong Yinan was, on the ground, it was a definite loss. Ha ha ha, laugh me to death. And the Shui family's old ancestor was getting more and more excited, constantly taunting Yinan and stimulating his nerves. Like to laugh. Ha, then let you laugh enough. Yinan suddenly became calm. Then, in front of the crowd's puzzled gazes, Yinan slowly opened his hands. At this moment, the flow of air around them suddenly accelerated and grew in scope. As for Yinan, who was standing in place, his white clothes were hunting, and a large amount of aura was constantly leaking out of his body. The aura emitted wasn't strong. It was only in the refined Shi realm, but the amount was large, and it was getting more and more furious. Not good. Quickly go! The Dong clan's oldest ancestor seemed to have sensed the danger and was immediately about to turn around and fly away. Yinan was too weird. He didn't dare to bet. Chapter 136 One punch knocks out the mortal metamorphosis realm. Not only was it the Dong clan's ancestor, but all the cultivators who were present felt threatened. In a flash, everyone was ready to flee again. But Yinan wouldn't give them a chance to run. The power in Yinan's body once again elevated, and the already invisible airflow became more and more terrifying. Moreover, with Yinan as the center, a tornado storm formed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Some of them still wanted to escape, but the invisible air currents seemed to be pulling them towards the center of the storm. Hissing. At this moment, there were constant sounds of clothes tearing, and even those flying boats, they were constantly crumbling. Some cultivators finally couldn't hold on and were directly pulled into the storm. Many people, even, had large amounts of blood marks appearing on their bodies, all scratched by the invisible air currents. The storm grew bigger and bigger, and had completely formed a wind tornado, sweeping everything around for hundreds of meters. Damn it! The three Dong family ancestors, their flying speed was getting slower and slower, and the clothes on their bodies were constantly being torn apart, but they were still gritting their teeth. They really couldn't understand how a chi refining realm could be so strong, completely shattering their perceptions. In the end, the three still didn't hold on and were directly swept in. The three major forces, those with slightly weaker cultivation, were directly swept up by the wind dragon and torn apart on the spot. For a time, within the hundreds of meters of wind tornado, miserable screams rose and fell. So strong, even the towering transformation realm can't resist. In the distance, Myriad Xiong, who had already moved away, opened his mouth in shock. Even his own injuries didn't seem to be felt anymore. Staring wide-eyed at Yinan, who was stuck in the center of the battlefield, Niaoyin was also greatly shocked. It's a good thing they stayed away. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Looks like it's not powerful enough. We still need to practice more. Yinan frowned a little as he looked at the several great ancestors and patriarchs who were still struggling hard in the Wind Dragon Scroll. The others, basically, were torn apart without even a trace of blood. Old ancestor, what should we do? I can't hold on much longer. Dong Wang, who was covered in wounds and being strung up in the sky, shouted to the Dong family's old ancestor. Shut the up. You think I'm good for it? It seems. I can only do this. Dong Jia's eyes had a hard look in them, as if he had made some sort of decision. Seeing the Dong clan ancestor in this state, the few other surviving people all had their eyes light up. Can't it be that this guy still has an undercurrent that we don't know about? The Shui clan ancestor and the Hong clan ancestor looked hopeful, but the next moment, they froze on the spot. Senior, spare my life. I would like to submit to you. This is a misunderstanding. The Dong clan's old ancestor directly opened his mouth to beg for mercy in the middle of the storm. Hearing these words, not to mention the remaining three major powers, even Yinan and the crowd of the Myriad clan in the distance were all stunned by what they heard. You're such a wimp. I'm truly ashamed to be in your company. The Shui clan's old ancestor cursed the Dong clan's old ancestor angrily as he struggled to support himself. You kill out with me. The Shui clan's old ancestor shouted to the Hong clan's old ancestors again. Elder, spare my life. I'm willing to submit as well. As a result, just as the Shui clan's old ancestor's words fell, the Hong clan's old ancestor also begged for mercy. You guys. The Shui clan's old ancestor was furious. You? Old me is dying. What's wrong with surrendering? I call this recognizing the time and losing to a strong person like Senior. I'm willing to do it. The Hong clan's old ancestor sarcastically said, not forgetting to pat Yinan on the back. Seeing that his two old rivals of many years had surrendered, the Shui clan's old ancestor gritted his teeth and was also prepared to go out and beg for mercy. As a result, before he could open his mouth, Yinan's voice interrupted. They can beg for forgiveness. You can't. You killed the Myriad family members or lifted my dining table. It's not good to surrender just like that. Hearing this, the Shui clan's old ancestor's face turned blue. It's fine if you want to live. Take my punch head on. If you do, I'll let you go. Yinan looked up at the Shui clan ancestor who was strangled by the Wind Dragon Scroll. Good, I promise. The Shui clan's old ancestor had no choice but to do so. Otherwise, he would surely die, and he was still confident in taking Yinan's punch with all his might. Only that he might be seriously injured, but it was better than losing his life. Boom! In the next moment, Yinan directly collected the Wind Dragon Scroll, and several people from the three major forces all crashed to the ground through and through, directly smashing out a human-shaped crater. It seems like this trick, it's better to use it sparingly in the future. Yinan frowned a little as he looked at the hundreds of meters in a circle, all of which had been destroyed. The point was that this power didn't seem to work very well against stronger cultivators, but rather other beings might be affected. Alright, come on. Yinan waved his hand at the Shui clan's old ancestor who had already stabilized his figure. The Shui clan's old ancestor roared. directly using all of his strength, and not only that, he also began to burn his essence blood. Even the sword in his hand seemed to be unable to hold up to such terrifying power, and it was constantly trembling. Whoosh! The Shui clan's old ancestor, who instantly arrived in front of Yinan, roared, "Chop!" The Shui family ancestor raised the knife in his hand and slashed towards Yinan's shoulder with a terrifying force. He didn't directly chop Yinan's head. He knew that Yinan's head was very hard, and he suspected that Yinan had used special means to cultivate his head. So, he chose Yinan's shoulder. Seeing the Shui clan ancestor who came before him with a terrifying might, Yinan also clenched his right hand, which at this time was still in a reverse state. Yinan slammed his fist out. The fist had just reached the Shui family ancestor in front of Yinan, and his face became horrified. Boom! With one punch, the sword in the Shui clan's ancestor's hand directly exploded on the spot, and Yinan's fists didn't stop in the slightest. No! The Shui clan's oldest ancestor roared out in despair. Boom! In the next moment, the Shui clan's old ancestor's entire body exploded on the spot. The power of this punch had more than just residual power, directly plowing hundreds of meters of furrows in front of Yinan, and in the middle of the gully, there were still golden streams of light slowly flowing, but they quickly disappeared. So weak? Yinan slowly retracted his fist with a disdainful expression. Took out his dinner table? You want to live? You want to eat? Then, Yinan looked at a few people from the Hong and Dong families. Puff! Without even a moment's hesitation, the people of the two great clans directly knelt. Senior, we were wrong. We are willing to submit to you. Several people spoke in a hurry, which has the same spirit as before, now constantly kowtowing. It's even if you submit to me, you guys will submit to the myriad family in the future. Yinan didn't have any interest in accepting minions, which was dashing alone. Ha! Hearing Yinan's words, several people did not look very good. Submitting to Yinan, it was because Yinan was strong enough for them to do so willingly. But what is the Miao family? If it wasn't for the great power behind the myriad family, there wouldn't even be a foothold here. You guys don't agree? Yinan glanced at a few people with a displeased expression. We are willing. The Shui clan and Hong clan ancestors nodded their heads in a hurry. If this was not agreed to, the Shui clan's old man would be the downfall. However, the myriad family had a great power behind them, and their submission to the myriad family was equivalent to having a backer. Thinking about it this way, a few people from the Shui and Hong families felt better in their hearts. Chapter 137, The Heart of the Celestial Enlightenment Imperial Dynasty. However, I'm afraid that you guys won't be honest, so I'd better add a little bit of means for you. Yinan slowly arrived in front of the several people, then extended a finger. Whoosh! In the next moment, several speeds of light entered directly into the heads of several people. Seeing this scene, several people were shocked. After feeling the body carefully, did you find anything strange, Elder? This is, the Dong clan's oldest ancestor asked cautiously. It's nothing, it's just a little tactic. If you guys don't listen in the future, no matter where I am, I can feel it, and with a single movement of my mind, I'll take your lives, Yinan explained. Hearing this, several people from the Hong and Dong families were incomparably bitter. They knew that with Yinan's power, he wouldn't lie, and they had heard of similar tactics, they just hadn't seen them. I didn't realize that it would be fulfilled on their own. Senior, many thanks for saving the clan. And Miao Xiong and Miao Yin also walked over, and when they finished, they were about to immediately kneel down. What are you guys doing? If it weren't for me, I wouldn't have brought trouble to you guys. It's only right to step in. There's no need to be like this. Yinan hurriedly helped Myriad Xiong's father and daughter. I just didn't eat enough. I don't know, Yinan added with some embarrassment. Miao Xiong, who heard this, was also stunned, but immediately reacted and hastily picked up the words. Yes, we can only commission Senior to travel to the city to eat. It's fine. Yinan looked at the Myriad family, which had been turned into ruins, and was also a little embarrassed. Those houses just now were destroyed by him indiscriminately, but rebuilding isn't a problem for the Maya family. It just takes a little time. Daughter, you take Senior to the city to get some good food. Father still has things to take care of. Miao Xiong looked towards Miao Yin. Okay, father. Miao Yin also knew that there was still a lot to deal with in the Miao Yin family right now, and the injury of a broken arm did not have much effect on the heavenly Xin realm powerhouse Miao Xiong. It was just a little inconvenient with a missing arm. Had it been immortal, it might have been truly life-threatening. Senior, let's go. Miao Yin bowed respectfully to Yinan. Yinan nodded and also headed toward the city with Myriad Sound. Only, along the way, Miao Yin was a bit vain, stealing a glance at Yinan from time to time. Come on, I'm still not clear about your flowery mind? Seeing as you invited me to eat, I won't blame you. Yinan glanced at Miao Yin on the side. He was out of tune a lot of the time, but there were some things that he could see. Many thanks for Senior's forgiveness. When Miao heard these words, her body just trembled, and she hurriedly bowed respectfully again. By the way, do you have braised lion's head here in town? Yinan didn't pay attention to Miaolin's words, but asked in return. Ha, there is in the center of town. Miaolin nodded her head in a hurry. Really? That dares to be good. Hurry up and lead the way. Yinan hurriedly grabbed Miaolin's hand and directly pushed her to the front. Previously, Miao was following behind Yinan. She didn't dare to walk in front of him. However, after being made to do so by Yinan, Miaolin's cheeks instantly blushed and her little heart fluttered. However, he did not say anything more, and hurriedly accelerated his pace to lead the way. Yinan didn't care at all about Myriad Voice's strange behavior. Isn't it normal for an Earth traveler to pull hands or something? Just after getting out of the Myriad family range, Yinan and Miaoling then saw that there were quite a few people surrounding them. All of them were looking curiously in the direction of the Myriad family. However, with so many people, no one paid attention to Miaoling and Yinan, especially Yinan, a chi refining realm, who was a cultivator who was too lazy to take care of him. These people, all of them, were attracted by the commotion just now. It's just that they don't know that the four major forces in this place have already failed to live up to their names, and apart from the royal family, it's the Myriad family that is the only one. Old ancestor, what do you think? And on top of a tall building, a yellow-robed majestic middle-aged man looked at the two old men who were drinking tea on the side with a look of astonishment. The two were none other than the Emperor of the Apocalypse and the two major metamorphosis realm powerhouses of the Imperial clan. The two old ancestors sat on the left and right, one in a blue robe and the other in a black robe. The blue-robed old man was called Tian Yuan, and the black-robed old man was called Tian Ming. It's very odd. That guy looks like he's only in the refined Shi realm, and the power he exudes is also in the refined Shi realm, but his strength, as well as his means, are exceptionally powerful. Tian Yuan's eyes were a bit gloomy. They had all watched Yinan's battle earlier. They had actually come to get a piece of the pie, but after seeing Yinan's bizarre battle prowess, they immediately stopped moving. Well, I doubt it. Is it the effect of that treasure? Tian Ming was also in disbelief. If it's really the rumored efficacy of that treasure, then it's a big deal. A treasure of this level. Once the word gets out, wherever that guy goes, that's a battlefield. Emperor Tanchi analyzed. If they get it, so be it. A magic treasure that could change forms. This kind of treasure was unheard of in the cultivation world, and it was impossible to say that this kind of magic treasure had other unknown effects, such as enhancing battle power. And judging from the Shui and Hong families, as well as the Dong family's posse, the news was bound to be true. If the news of such a treasure was spread, it would definitely be a bloody storm. It wasn't too much of a stretch to say that Yinan was a time bomb that would explode wherever he went. How long before you break through the realm of transformation? Tian Yuan looked at Emperor Tanchi. Old ancestor, I'm just a few days away. Emperor Tanchi responded in a hurry. Good, you don't care about anything right now. Grab a breakthrough, and after you do, we'll go and try it too. Tian Yuan continued. Old ancestor, you guys also want to seize that treasure? Emperor Tanchi was startled. Yinan's battle power. He had seen it in his eyes. He went there on his own. That would be certain death. What's the point of panicking? We'll just try. We'll withdraw if it doesn't work. And, the two of us aren't ordinary mortal transformation realms. We're not comparable to those few losers from the Shui clan. Tian Ming smiled disdainfully. Well, that's true. That person's battle power is extraordinary. Although his moves are strong, he didn't directly kill the metamorphosis realm, not even the Tianxian realm, and the old ancestors of those three families have only just stepped into the metamorphosis realm. Emperor Tianchi also felt that there was a chance. They had all seen the wind tornado before, and although it had caused damage to those three family ancestors, it hadn't injured their lives. As for Tian Yuan and Tian Ming, they were already at the veteran mortal transformation realm, having stepped into the third level of mortal transformation. A strong person above metamorphosis would double their battle power with every promotion, not something that could be compared to the metamorphosis realm that they had just stepped into. However, we still have to be a bit careful. That guy's right hand. There is something odd. If we really want to move, it's best not to come into contact with his right hand. Our purpose is the treasure, not to fight against him. Tian Yuan still admonished. Chapter 138. Oh, so you're here to rob. Senior, this is the restaurant. When I was small, I often came to eat, but I haven't been here since. On a street, Niaoyin awkwardly introduced Yinan to a luxurious restaurant building in front of him. It's fine, just go in and take a look. Yinan had long since been unable to resist, because the tavern was already filled with the aroma of wine in those dishes. With that, the two slowly stepped inside. The scent became clearer and clearer as they entered the tavern. Yo, Guest, please come up. Seeing Yinan's two men's extraordinary demeanor, a waiter directly came to entertain them. The four great powers. The people in this restaurant did recognize them. The main reason was that Miaoyin often grew up in the sect and rarely came back, so it was normal for no one to recognize her. And this restaurant is divided into 3 floors, with the first floor being the most crowded. The higher up you go, the more luxurious it gets. The 3rd floor, in particular, was full of individual luxury boxes, not like the first 2 floors, which were all tables next to each other. Senior, why don't we go to the 3rd floor? Miaoyin looked toward Yinan. The side of the small two also heard some surprise. The 3rd floor is not rich or noble can go. He did not expect. In front of the eyes of these two people seemed to be extraordinary However, he had also been in this restaurant for some years, so how come he had never seen the two Yinan? No need, let's do it here. It's crowded and lively. It's just a meal, there's no need to hide it. Yinan was indifferent. Okay senior. Miaoyin could only nod her head as well. Previously, Miao Qingyi still followed Miaoyin just to protect her, but now that Yinan was there, Miao Qingyi didn't follow him out. No one dared to offend Yinan here. Soon, Yinan ordered a whole bunch of good wine and food. Xiao Er's movements were fast, and the table was soon served. Yinan wasn't polite and rolled up his sleeves and ate. Miaoyin, who was on the side, also picked up her chopsticks and ate in tandem with Yinan, but it's not even much to eat, just a little bit of random nibbles. She had come to the rescue realm at a young age and didn't need to eat at all. Seeing Yinan wolf down his food, Miaoyin's eyes became even more odd. This senior, so strong, still can't let go of mortal things. By the looks of it, he's also a lover of old things. Miaoyin carefully looked at Yinan and muttered in her heart. After a full meal, Yinan even burped comfortably. Alright, I'm full. I'm leaving. Yinan got up and was ready to leave. Hearing Yinan's words, Miaoyin froze. Then he hurriedly stood up and looked at Yinan in a somewhat squirming manner. Senior, are you about to leave? Should I stay for a while longer? Forget it. I just came out to walk around and passed by here. It's just a matter of fate in the future. We'll meet again. Yinan thought of the myriad family, which had turned into ruins, and decided that it was better to leave. After saying that, Yinan left without looking back. Seeing Yinan's back as he left, Miaoyin's fingers twisted together as she hurriedly chased after him to the front door of the restaurant. One hand gripped the doorframe tightly, just quietly watching Yinan disappear. I still have a lot to say. It wasn't until Yinan's figure disappeared that Miaoyin slowly spat out such a sentence. The matter is over. I should also return to the sect. I believe that we will see each other again someday. Miaoyin added once more, and a moment later, she also turned to leave. Yinan was in this city again, and bought a donkey cart, and this time, he also bought a lot of food. The main thing is that donkey carts are slow, and they're also capricious and physical, and crucially, they're cheap. Yinan was not in a hurry, so he happened to leisurely walk all the way slowly and slowly look. Soon, Yinan was out of the city again, just aimlessly letting the donkey lead the way, and in the Apocalypse Palace. At this moment, the entire sky above the palace was covered in dark clouds, and there were thunderstorms swimming around. You cross the tribulation at ease. We'll protect you, Tian Yuan said to Emperor Tianqi. Good, then I'll be grateful to the 2 elder ancestors. Emperor Tianqi also nodded and prepared to deal with the lightning tribulation. Oops, it's going to rain, isn't it? What can we do about this? Yinan looked at the sky, which had just been clear and sunny, and suddenly became gloomy, somewhat puzzled. But it didn't last long, just half a cup of tea, and the sky became clear once again. What's going on here? It's really strange. Yinan skimmed his lips, and at this moment, the center of the thunderbolt of the Apocalypse dynasty, Emperor Tianqi, all in a sorry state, walked out from the smoke and dust. Although he looked wretched, the elation on Emperor Tianqi's face was hard to hide. Ha ha ha, I've succeeded in crossing the tribulation. Emperor Tianqi let out a wild laugh. An aura of the metamorphosis realm stirred the surroundings, and all the surrounding buildings were almost destroyed by the thunderbolt. Not bad, not bad. Tian Yuan and Tian Ming also nodded in satisfaction. Old ancestor, we can go find that person now, right? Tianqi clenched his fists. He felt that at this moment, he could blow up everything. Good, that kid. I've been sending people to keep an eye on him. He just left the city not long ago and said that the city wasn't too convenient. He's given us a chance. Tian Yuan smiled faintly, feeling that the heavens were helping them. Well, then hurry up and chase after them. If you're late, things will change. Tian Ming was also impatient. No more hesitation. Whoosh! The 3 figures, which directly transformed into long rainbows, headed in Yinan's direction. I'm a tiny donkey. tiny donkeys are kind. And at this moment, Yinan, half lying on the donkey cart, crossed his legs and leisurely hummed a little song. Yet in the next moment, whoosh, 3 figures appeared high in the air not far in front of Yinan. Yinan also saw the 3 people in midair at once this time. Hey, it's great to be able to fly. Yinan sighed again, but did not care, still driving the donkey slowly forward. This person is so arrogant. Tian Yuan looked at Yinan actually ignoring them and was a little angry. It wasn't that Yinan was ignoring them, he just simply thought that the Tian Yuan few were just passing by, and he didn't recognize these people either. It wasn't until Tian Yuan spoke that Yinan stopped the donkey cart. Friend, isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to be so rude? Tian Yuan looked at Yinan, his face somewhat less than favorable. Ha, you're calling me? Yinan was also stupefied by Tian Yuan's words. What's the point of talking nonsense with him? This person is so rude, just do it directly. Tian Ming couldn't watch from the side. Tian Yuan hurriedly stopped Tian Ming, still looking at Yinan. My friend, I heard that you have a magic treasure in your hands that can shapeshift. Can you let us see it? In Tian Yuan's opinion, let's figure things out first. Being reckless would only do bad things. Oh, so you guys are here to rob? Yinan seemed to have discovered some great secret as his eyes glowed. Nonetheless, if our friend really has that kind of treasure, we can pay a high price for it, or we can barter for it. Tian Yuan looked straight at Yinan. Bartering for things? Then you have to find treasures of the same level. If it's worse, I won't agree. Yinan shook his head seriously. Hearing this, Tian Yuan's few people just frowned. They had treasures of that level and still came to Yinan to claim them? But it was just a pretext. If Yinan was sensible, it wouldn't be wrong for them to give Yinan something. Chapter 139, The Forgotten Battle Armor. If my friend really has it, we can consider it. Tian Yuan just wanted to make sure that Yinan had the kind of treasure that was rumored to be there. After all, that kind of treasure was unheard of, and their hearts were also a bit drummed. It's fine. It's okay if I just show you guys. Yinan grinned. If these guys got greedy and happened to be bored, he'd move his muscles. Me so. Dang dang dang. Yinan instantly took out his own weapon. Phaseless, seeing the golden light ball in Yinan's hand, several people from Tian Yuan were a bit puzzled. Whoosh! Next moment, Yinan's mind moved, and the light mass instantly turned into a sword. Whoosh! Then it turned into a knife again. Seeing this scene, Tian Yuan's face turned hot. The rumors are true. I didn't expect that there really is such a treasure in this world. Tian Yuan became agitated all over. It wasn't just him. Tian Ming and Emperor Tianqi's eyes were scorching hot. Friend, are you willing to sell this treasure to us? Tian Yuan didn't want to fight with Yinan. It would be better if he could exchange it for something. You guys also know the value of this treasure, right? I just said the same thing. Take out a treasure of the same level and I'll exchange it. Yinan smiled as he looked at the Tian Yuan several people. Kid, don't give an inch. Tian Ming had long since been unable to hold back and directly spoke out angrily. When he saw this treasure, he lost his mind. Friend, you won't be able to grasp this kind of chance. How about exchanging it for something practical? Tian Yuan looked at Yinan. Forget it, I won't change it. Yinan directly put away the phaseless phase and once again drove the donkey slowly forward. Toast the wine and refused to eat the penalty wine. Tian Ming directly slapped towards Yinan. Boom! An invisible air force directly slapped Yinan's location. A deep pit directly appeared as a palm fell. Cough cough. Damn, my old donkey cart gone again? Yinan looked at the donkey that had been slapped into pieces and the donkey cart that had turned into wood shavings, his face turning blue. Seeing Yinan walk out of the smoke and dust, Tian Yuan's few people were not surprised. If they could kill Yinan with a random slap, they would feel strange instead. You guys are really robbing, aren't you? Then I'll play with you guys. Yinan rolled up his sleeves and stomped his legs. Boom! The ground under his feet exploded on the spot, and he directly catapulted off the ground. What a strong explosive power. Remember, don't touch his right hand. Tian Yuan was also shocked at Yinan's scene. Eat my fist. Yinan directly slammed his fist into Tian Yuan. Spread out. Don't clash with him head on, Tian Yuan said to Tian Ming and Tianqi. Boom! Yinan slammed his fist out and it fell straight through. But the power of this punch directly produced a detonation. A strong wave of air that blew several people's cheeks raw. What a strong power. A few people were shocked again in their hearts. Luckily, they had the foresight to see Yinan strike before, or else this would have been a big loss. Attack from a distance. Never get close to him, Tian Yuan said to the two. Yes, Tianqi and Tian Ming also responded in a hurry. A punch fell short, and Yinan had no support and fell straight down. Boom! Smashed a crater on the spot. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This dog system, it favors not letting me fly. Yinan cursed while looking at the few people in the imperial air, somewhat suffocating. But just as his words fell, a strong aura shot toward Yinan. Rumble. In an instant, explosions continued to sound all around Yinan, all around the debris and soil flying. Trees collapsed, 1,000 meters in a circle, reduced to a purgatory. But these attacks hit Yinan's body and were similar to scratching an itch. But his clothes, which had become tattered and torn, were already bare legs and bare arms, and he looked wretched. It seems that he really can't fly. Step it up. Seeing that Yinan could only take a beating, the Tianyuan few were very excited. As time passed, after a furious bombardment, Tianyuan's few people then felt that something was wrong, as Yinan's body was pressed without a single injury except for his tattered clothes, and not a single bit of skin was broken. Is this guy's physical body so strong? Looks like I underestimated him. Tianyuan knew that Yinan's physical body was strong, but after the furious bombardment of the 3 transformation realm powerhouses, even they felt a bit spirit power overdrawn. But Yinan was not the least bit fine. Have you fought enough? Come again. Yinan's face was ugly as he looked toward the several people high in the sky. Humph. I don't believe it. Eat my knife. Tianming, where could this violent temper endure? Directly took out a knife and slashed towards Yinan. Miso. The 2-blade chi opened the way and headed directly towards Yinan, while Tianming also followed closely behind with his blade. No! Seeing how impulsive Tianming was, Tianyuan hurriedly spoke out to stop him. But where would Tianming, who was eager to seize the treasure, listen? Directly ignoring Tianyuan's dissuasion. Seeing the 2-blade chi approaching, Yinan directly stretched out his 2 hands and directly grabbed the 2-blade chi. Ka-ching! In the next moment, Yinan's palms of both hands exerted force, and the 2-blade chi were crushed on the spot. Quickly stop! Don't get close to him. Seeing this shocking scene, Tianyuan and Tianqi hurriedly and quickly approached towards Tianming. There was an urgency in his voice, a hint of fear. The other attacks were fine, but the sword chi and blade chi, which were the most powerful, were actually crushed with his bare hands. At this moment, Tianyuan realized that they had far underestimated Yinan's strength. If it wasn't for Yinan's inability to fly, would they have been able to carry it? Of course, it was because they knew that Yinan couldn't fly that they hurriedly came to Yinan. And even if they couldn't beat him, they could still escape, and Yinan couldn't do anything about it. But Tianming was up to his head, which made him anxious. Take my sword. Tianming raised his blade and slashed at Yinan's head. Humph, unconscionable. Yinan smiled disdainfully. A direct punch was also slammed out. Boom! In the next moment, in Tianming's shocked eyes, the sword in his hand directly exploded, and the punch, unabated, slammed directly into Tianming's chest. Put! Tianming spurted out a mouthful of blood on the spot, his body instantly flying out like a cannonball. The power of this punch directly flattened the hundreds of meters of forest in front of Yinan. Ah! Tianyuan and Tianqi, who had just gotten close to Tianming, were both lifted out by this wave of qi. It flew backwards for hundreds of meters before stabilizing itself in the air. But they didn't have time to be shocked and rushed to Tianming, who was lying in a deep pit. Tianming, how are you doing? Tianyuan looked at Tianming, who was spitting out blood in a big mouth, and his eyes were wide open. I'm fine. Let's go. We can't deal with this guy. This punch directly woke Tianming up. When he finished, he also peeled off his chest. Inside, he wore a piece of soft armor that looked extremely old and had some rust on it. How powerful was Yinan's strength? This punch went down, and by all accounts, it could blow up Tianming with one punch. However, it merely only injured him severely. Moreover, the soft armor was unharmed in the slightest. What kind of soft armor is that? It can actually resist my punch? Yinan also became interested. Just as Yinan was thinking so, the system, which hadn't made a sound for a long time, rang out at this moment. Ding! Issuing a mission to collect the forgotten battle armor. Complete the mission for a special reward once. Chapter 140, The Powerful and Strange of the Unfazed. Hearing the system's voice, Yinan was just stunned. The forgotten battle armor? Can it be that it's what that guy is wearing? Yinan slowly walked towards Tianming and the others. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Seeing Yinan approaching, Tianming was no longer as grumpy as he was before, and hurriedly shouted sharply to Tianyuan and Tianqi who were at the side. And Tianyuan and the two of them also reacted quickly, directly bringing Tianming up in the air. It wasn't until they flew high into the air that the Tianming few breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Yinan with some contempt. Ha ha ha! Even though you are strong, as long as you don't know how to navigate the air, you are still not enough to fear. Tianming, who had just flown high into the sky, taunted Yinan. Hearing Tianming's words, both Tianqi and Tianyuan's eyes jumped. Yinan didn't get much angry this time, but instead smiled at the corner of his mouth. Is that so? Wait, I hope you're still this arrogant. Go! Tianyuan no longer wanted to fight anymore. Yinan was too weird, and took Taming and flew off into the distance. Bow come, Yinan uttered with a cry. No face turned directly into a bow. Yinan opened his bow and drew an arrow. Shoo! A golden arrow that shot straight out. The speed was so fast that it far surpassed the fleeing Tian Yuan trio. Boom! Tian Yuan directly slapped out a spiritual power palm seal towards the arrow. Just as the palm imprint was about to get close to the arrow, Tian Yuan's few people saw a shocking scene, because the golden arrow turned a corner and directly dodged the aura palm print, shooting towards Tian Yuan once again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How could this happen? A few people from Tian Yuan hissed inwardly. Only now did they realize how shocking the treasures in Yinan's hands were. Even Yinan's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. Oops, so you still have this kind of operation? Why didn't I realize it before? Yinan fumbled with the bow in his hand and smiled. Buzz. As if in response to Yinan, the golden bow in his hand vibrated. This made Yinan even more surprised. You can understand me, huh? Yinan was a little excited. Buzz. The big golden bow shook again. Not bad, not bad. We'll have a company to talk to in the future. Yinan was like discovering a new continent. On the other hand, the Tian Yuan few on the other side were not so relaxed. Every one of their attacks, the golden arrows were able to dodge at will, and at most, it just slowed down the arrows a bit. Shoo! Without paying attention, the arrow broke through the block and came directly in front of Tian Yuan. Seeing this scene, Tian Yuan was shocked. There's no way out. Bro, you just bear with it. Then in Tian Ming's puzzled eyes, Tian Yuan directly blocked Tian Ming in front of himself. Boom! The arrow struck a blow. The powerful force directly caused the two to fly backwards. It smashed directly on top of a huge mountain. Smoke and dust rose in all directions, and the giant mountain smashed out a huge crater. You bastard! Tian Ming's face turned blue as he cursed Tian Yuan, who was pinned underneath him. What are you afraid of? You have that soft armor. If you don't block it, I'll die for sure and no one will be able to leave then. Tian Yuan was also quick to retort, and at the same time, there was some fear in his heart. Hearing Tian Yuan's words, Tian Ming was also bitter as he admitted that what Tian Yuan said was true, but being used as a shield was still a bit unpleasant. But since the two had been friends for many years and were from the same clan, they could only let it go. Touching his chest, still unharmed by the soft armor, Tian Ming was somewhat grateful. This soft armor was something he had unintentionally captured at an auction. Many people at the time, looking at the soft armor rusting like it was made of ordinary steel, didn't argue with him. Upon returning, Tian Ming really found it to be uncomplicated, as he was unable to damage it with his power. He felt like he had lucked out and picked up the slack, so he simply wore it on his body. I didn't expect it to actually come in handy. Not this soft armor. The first round, he was killed by Yinan's punch. Oh system, do you know what this soft armor is? Forgotten battle armor. Such a strange name? Yinan rubbed his chin and asked the system, but after waiting for a few breaths, the system didn't answer anything. Yinan was also used to it and didn't ask about it. Instead, he once again picked up the large golden bow and once again opened it to draw an arrow. Shoo! Another arrow was shot. Hurry up! Tian Ming's eyes just jumped when he saw Yinan's movements. Tian Yuan also didn't think much about it and once again took Tian Ming and ran. Tian Qi, quickly stop this arrow! Tian Yuan shouted to Tian Qi as he fled with Tian Ming. Just a couple of shouts with no response. Tian Ming and Tian Yuan looked in the direction of Tian Qi before in disbelief and did not see Tian Qi, so the two men scanned around some more. A moment later, the two men's faces turned livid. Wastes, death-hungry wastes, daring to leave us behind. That face of Tian Yuan's, it was as ugly as it could be. Although Tian Ming didn't say anything, his face didn't look good either. No wonder the two hadn't heard any movement from the apocalypse for quite a while, so it turned out that they had run away long ago, and Yinan also noticed that there seemed to be one person missing. The main reason was that after the system released the quest, his eyes had been locked on Tian Ming's body, or should I say the soft armor that Tian Ming was wearing. Forget it, after cleaning up these two guys, I'll go back to the Apocalypse Dynasty to take a look. Yinan did not care much about it. Seeing the golden arrows approaching again, Tian Yuan still did not hesitate to block Tian Ming in front of him. Boom! Another arrow hit. Ah! Two miserable screams rang out as the two figures smashed out again. The breath of the two men was clearly even weaker than before, especially Tian Ming. Although he was protected by his soft armor, the power of the arrow impact caused the blood and qi in his body to churn, and his organs were severely injured. Hurry up and go. Leave me alone. Bringing me along will only be a drag. Quickly put on this soft armor. Tian Ming took off his soft armor and handed it to Tian Yuan. Tian Yuan's eyes were wide with rage, and his hand, which had received the soft armor, was trembling. Cut the crap. After you go out, live well and avenge me. and clean up the door in the meantime. I'll block for you for a while. Tian Ming's eyes looked fiercely at Tian Yuan. The cleanup he's talking about is, naturally, the escaped apocalypse. Okay, take care. Tian Yuan also knew that the situation was urgent and hurriedly put on his soft armor. He also knew that if they dragged on like this, they would all die for sure. Whoosh! Tian Yuan flew directly towards the sky in his soft armor. Humph, want to run? Yinan once again drew his bow. Shoo! Another golden arrow raced away. Seeing this golden arrow, Tian Ming gritted his teeth and directly soared up. Ah! Tian Ming roared. This time, he had no reservations and used all the amount he could to move towards the golden arrow. Put! The arrow directly pierced through Tian Ming's body, just as the golden arrow, about to penetrate his body, continued to fly towards the back. As a result, Tian Ming had a death grip on the end of the golden arrow, preventing the arrow from advancing further. Not only that, Tian Ming brought a terrifying power with him as he hurried towards Yinan's direction. Chapter 141, The Weirdo Who Runs Around in Red Pants. Seeing this scene, Yinan was also stunned. Ha ha ha, suffer death. I can't live, so I'll drag you along with me. Tian Ming came towards Yinan in a hideous manner. Hearing Tian Ming's words, Yinan said somewhat oddly, "You wouldn't want to blow yourself up as well, would you?" Hearing Yinan's words, Tian Ming's face just stagnated. Why did he think that sounded weird? However, he didn't think much about it and directly pounced towards Yinan. Yinan didn't care, and just quietly looked at Tian Ming, who was lunging towards him. Sure enough, in the next moment, Tian Ming's body began to become swollen. Boom! Tian Ming's body directly exploded. How powerful was the self-detonation of the metamorphosis realm? The powerful force swept through everything around them, and even raised a mushroom cloud. The earth trembled as it was raised to the ground for miles around, and Yinan flew straight backward, set directly into a mountain. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Careless, this guy blew himself up. How come he's so much stronger than that monster from before? It's comparable to a nuclear bomb. Yinan gouged himself out of the mountain. The clothes on his body, basically destroyed. Only a pair of red pants remained. But Yinan's body, there wasn't the slightest bit of damage. If anyone could see this scene, their jaws would definitely drop in shock. The self-detonation of the metamorphosis realm actually couldn't hurt a bit of skin of a chi refining realm. Looking at himself, who was smoked in pitch black, and a pair of red pants, Yinan was somewhat speechless. It's a pity. Ran away too, guys. What can we do about this? Blame the system. Don't let me fly. Pissed me off. Yinan cursed while looking around. Better find a place to take a shower. AI. Yinan sighed again. Even if the system mission wasn't completed, his own means of transportation was gone. Even if he went after them now, he wouldn't know which direction to go in, and the system mission could only be postponed. What a powerful force. It's already far beyond the heavenly Shin realm. On the other side, on a riverside avenue, in a carriage, two women talked. It wasn't anyone else. It was none other than Niaoi Qingyi and Niaoyin, who were preparing to return to the sect. They didn't use demonic beasts as mounts. They just wanted to keep a low profile and take a break along the way. As for the senior sisters who followed them here, they all went back first. Elder Qingyi, what kind of strong person do you think could be fighting? Niaoyin looked towards Miao Qingyi. Although they were far apart, that power made their hearts palpitate. Even myriad Qingyi, who was at the Tianxian realm, was like this, so it was obvious that it was general. I'm not sure. I suspect that something has happened on the side of the Imperial clan, and several of the Shui clan's powerful ancestors should be in my myriad clan at this time, Niaoi Qingyi guessed. Hey, the world is getting more and more chaotic nowadays, and I don't know what's going on. Miao Qingyi also sighed. Phew. Just as the two women were discussing, one of the horsemen driving the carriage in front of them hurriedly stopped the carriage. What stopped? Miao Qingyi shouted towards the outside in disbelief. Two fairies, there's a strange man ahead. The horseman responded in a hurry. Weirdo? The two women were a bit puzzled and hurriedly walked to pull back the curtains of the car and look towards the front. It was good not to see it, but to see it too. At this point in the road, a man in red pants, dark and alone, was walking along the river. Seems to be looking for something and picking at his ass for nothing. Who else is this person besides Yinan? It wasn't that Yinan was looking for anything. He was looking for a suitable place to go down and swim around. The main reason was that Yinan was now smothered by the explosion that had just occurred. The two myriad voices didn't recognize them either. Oops, this is it. This is a good location. Just soak for a while. After saying that, Yinan was ready to take off his pants, never seeing a carriage part not far away. Seeing that the ones who were in front of them were about to strip naked, both Myriad Voice and Myriad Green Clothes had their faces sunken. Stop it for me. Niaoyin hurriedly interrupted Yinan's movements. Ah, Hearing a shout, Yinan was also startled and immediately stopped his hand movements. It was only when Yinan turned around to look at the source of the sound that Yinan was just stunned. Oops, it's you guys? Yinan hurriedly came towards the two myriad sound girls. Stop it for me, or I'll be impolite. Miaoyin hurriedly took out a sword and pointed it at Yinan. Although the words were spoken so forcefully, the faces of Miaoyin and Miao Qingyi had, long ago, turned red. Such a shameless person, still dare to flaunt on the main road. Immediately get out of my way, or else. Miaoyin had already moved to anger. Hearing myriad voices' words, Yinan immediately reacted. It's normal for people to not recognize themselves now. It's me, Yinan. Yinan hurriedly opened his mouth to explain, and while doing so, he also used his hand and wiped his face. Upon hearing Yinan's words, and the familiar voice, the two myriad sound girls were stunned. It's really you guys wait a bit. After saying that, Yinan ran to the river and hurriedly washed his face first. After washing their faces, the two women were able to see Yinan's face. Elder, is it really you? You, how did you get like this? Miaoyin was somewhat speechless as she looked at Yinan. After seeing that it was Yinan, the two women's faces turned even redder, and neither of them dared to look at Yinan. Their gazes were evasive. They also did not expect that Yinan would actually wear a pair of pants to run around before it was still the temperament of the dust. Yinan didn't care about the two women's eyes and reddened cheeks. It's perfectly normal to wear a pair of pants when you're on Earth. Actually, it's not much. I just fought with someone else and ruined my clothes, so I wanted to find a river to take a dip and change my clothes, Yinan explained. Hearing Yinan's words, the two women's hearts shook as they both glanced at each other. Senior, was the big commotion just now caused by you engaging in battle? Miaoyin still asked. I think so. I should be able to hear it here. That guy was a bit unkind. He directly blew himself up. See, blew me up like this. Yinan was a bit upset. Yinan's words caused the hearts of the two women to tremble again. Good fellow, with the movement just now, that is at least a strong person above the Tianqian realm blowing himself up. It's also a metamorphosis realm powerhouse. That kind of powerhouse blew himself up and didn't even hurt Yinan, just damaged his clothes? Self-detonation was not something that could be compared to battle power, and the power of self-detonation would be several times more powerful than one's own battle power, if not more powerful. At this moment, the two women rose countless more steps towards Yinan's power. You guys wait for me for a while I'll go wash first. After Yinan finished speaking, he returned to the river. Seeing that Yinan was about to take off his pants again, Miaoyin hurriedly turned around, especially Miriam, who seemed to feel that turning around wasn't enough insurance, hastily covered her face with her jade hands. On the side, Miao Qingyi, although not as exaggerated, was also blushing. Puff! Yinan directly jumped into the water with a jerk. Yinan did not have to wash for long, and hurriedly went ashore, and after taking out a set of clothes from the spatial ring and changing into them, he once again came to the side of the two women. I'm done washing. You guys turn around. Yinan opened his mouth. Chapter 142. Yinan with an unattractive mood. Only when they heard Yinan's words did Miaoyin and Miao Qingyi slowly turn around. Seeing Yinan, who was dressed in white and had become dusty once again, the two women finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's mainly because Yinan is so out of tune. Elder, what kind of person was it that fought with you? Miaoyin asked, the words in her heart. I'm not very clear. 3 people, a middle-aged man, and 2 old men, but 2 ran away. One seems to be called something like Apocalypse. Is it that something like Apocalypse Dynasty? Yinan slowly spoke. He had guessed before. Sure enough, Miao Qingyi's heart just shook. I didn't realize that my own guess just now hadn't been wrong. It's still true. Yinan was also slightly surprised when he heard myriad Qingyi's mutterings. However, in the hearts of the two women, Miao Yin and Miao Qingyi, it was even more shocking. One person against 3 metamorphosis realms and still managed to leave one behind and remain unharmed. Elder, senior, just how strong are you? Miaoyin boldly asked. How strong? I don't know. I'm just a chi refining realm. Yinan shook his head. Seeing that Yinan didn't want to say anything, Miaoyin was a little disappointed and didn't ask much. Where are you guys going? Yinan curiously looked at the carriage on the side. The clan has taken care of it, and we're ready to return to the clan. Miaoyin explained. Oh, can you give me a ride then? I just had my mobility tool destroyed. Yinan was a little embarrassed. Upon hearing Yinan's words, Miaoyin and Miao Qingyi's eyes just lit up. Of course, the two women spoke in unison. The two women did not ask why Yinan did not travel in the air, so they took it as Yinan's quirk. However, I want to go back to what's her name Heavenly Enlightenment Dynasty again to take a look. I have a bit of unfinished business. Yinan hesitated for a moment, but still decided to go back and take a look. Okay, senior. Miaoyin didn't even hesitate for a moment and directly agreed. If he brought Yinan back to the sect, then he would definitely have another major battle force. One person against 3 mortal transformation realms, and actually managed to repel all of them. Even in the sect, she had never seen this kind of strong person before. When I said I was leaving, I immediately turned around and went back. It didn't take long for the few people to arrive at the bustling city once again. The goal was clear, heading directly towards the heavenly apocalypse imperial dynasty. It was just that the closer they got to the celestial enlightenment dynasty, the more a few people seemed to feel that something was wrong. The whole town was bustling. I should say it was chaotic. There was burning and looting everywhere, and there were soldiers or some nobles among them. Yinan's few people were also frowning straight away as they watched. Ouch! There are 2 more chicks over here? At this moment, a group of soldiers approached Yinan's side. The eyes were all sizzling as they looked towards the 2 myriad sound girls. How dare you! Miao Qingyi slapped her palm out. A slap from the heavenly Xian realm lifted the crowd of soldiers that surrounded them off the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone around them hurriedly fled in all directions. The closer we got to the imperial dynasty, the more chaotic it became, until Yinan's few people came to the front gate of the imperial city. Yinan's heart just sank. From the outside, the entire imperial dynasty seemed to be empty. Not even a single guard left. Let's go in and find out if the imperial dynasty treasure trove is still there. Yinan took the lead and walked in. Then, Yinan was in the vicinity, and casually grabbed a eunuch who hadn't had time to run away yet, and let him lead the way. Soon, the group of several people came before a large hall. At this time the great hall was already surrounded by many people. Father, why are you here? When she saw one of them, Miaoyin was just stunned. After seeing Miaoyin, Miaoxiang was also stunned. Just as he was about to ask Miaoyin why she had come back again, Miaoxiang saw Yinan on the side, and then without asking any more questions, he hurriedly jogged up to greet him. Not only myriad Xiong, but even several other major powers were present. When they saw Yinan, they were all shaken, but they didn't dare to hesitate and also rushed to respectfully welcome them. Senior, what brings you here? Miaoxiang looked toward Yinan. The rest of the several powers, who did not speak, were all smilingly giving Yinan's a salute. It's fine, I just came to take a look. What's going on with this treasure vault? Yinan felt a little bad as he looked at the treasure vault with the door wide open. We're not sure. The imperial dynasty suddenly had a big change. The entire imperial dynasty is all gone. The emperor of the apocalypse has disappeared, and even the treasure vault is empty. Miao Xiong told Yinan everything he knew. Hey, it's late. Yinan sighed. No need to guess who took these treasures. Who else but the 2 that ran away earlier? It was just that Yinan also did not expect that actually dared to come back to get something. He thought that the 2 of them had directly fled the apocalypse dynasty at that time. However, Yinan couldn't do anything about it. People could fly. Even if he came in a hurry, he definitely couldn't fly as fast as them. Forget it, you guys watch yourselves. I'll leave first. Yinan was not in a good mood. The mission wasn't completed, and there was no treasure to be had if you wanted to take some. Senior, just as myriad Xiong was about to retain Yinan, Father, Miaoyin interrupted Miaoxiang with a glare. Seeing Mayan, who was making eyes at him, Mio could only shut up. As Yinan left, Myriad Voice and Myriad Qingyi followed right behind him. Yinan once again boarded the carriage. He didn't know where to go now, so he simply followed the 2 myriad sound girls. Senior, where are you? Preparing to go? Miaoyin looked towards Yinan. Miaoyin was a little hesitant, not daring to directly say that she would let Yinan go to her clan. So what? Can I come hang out at your clan? I don't know where I'm going. Yinan looked towards Myriad Voice. Hearing Yinan's words, Miaoyin was overjoyed. However, his face was still a little embarrassed. Senior, my clan doesn't accept men. It's all female disciples. If you go, I guess it'll be a little troublesome. But don't worry, I'll help you to give the patriarch a good talk. The main reason was that Yinan's eyes were clear, and over this period of time, Yinan was not only powerful, but also a decent person, which was the reason why Miaoyin wanted to pull Yinan into the sect. Moreover, she also felt that it was a bit boring for the sect to be full of female disciples, and it might be a lot better if there was more of an eye-catching handsome guy like Yinan. It looks like there's a chance to do some thinking for the patriarch, Miaoyin muttered in her heart. Ah, this way, it's fine. I'm bored anyway, I'll go and take a look. If I'm not welcome, I'll just leave. Yinan was also stunned when he heard Myriad Voice's words. He didn't realize that there were clans that were all women. It made him come that much more interested. Although Mao Qingyi on the side didn't say anything, her eyes were worried. Just like that, the group of 3 slowly left the city. As for the horseman, he gave him some money and left. Along the way, a few people talked and laughed, and it got dark after they arrived at a mountain range. A few people also did not rush, and took materials from the ground, and soon a pile of bright gunfire was lit up. How far is that clan of yours? I haven't even arrived after walking for a day. Yinan looked at the 2 myriad sound girls. Senior, it's about 1,000 miles from here, so it might take quite some time. Miaoyin was a little embarrassed. Oh, so, Yinan nodded his head, and was not in much of a hurry. He was playing all the way anyway. Chapter 143, Great Opportunity. Are you guys going to eat anything? I'll bake something to eat. Yinan looked at the two women with a smile. Good. Many thanks to Senior for coming. The two myriad voice girls didn't dare to refuse. If Yinan ate it, how could they not? Soon, in the eyes of the two women in disbelief, Yinan took out 10 or so bottles and jars, as well as some steel frames that they hadn't seen before, even the kitchen knives. Seeing this scene, both women looked at each other. They thought that Yinan was just bringing some dry food or something. Not to mention Yinan, even they had already abstained from eating, and would not eat at all. But Yinan, even the pots and pans were fully prepared. This was too dedicated. Yinan put on his apron and hurriedly became a cook and got busy. Seems to think a campfire isn't bright enough. Whoosh! In the next moment, a baby's fist-sized, crystal-clear blue bead appeared in Yinan's hand. As soon as the blue beads were taken out, the surrounding tens of meters lit up like day. As far as Myriad Voice and Myriad Chingy were concerned for a moment, it was difficult for them to open their eyes. Not bad. After all this time, there's finally something that can come in handy. Yinan looked at the blue bead in his hand with satisfaction. Miso. The next moment, a strange scene appeared. The blue beads slowly rose into the air and didn't stop until they were about 10 meters off the ground. It's like a tiny moon, hanging high in the sky. The blue beads, on the other hand, not only had a strong glow, but they also gave off a bit of fluorescence falling down. Miss, my cultivation level. It seems to be slowly rising. Miao Qingyi incredulously surveyed her body. I felt it too. Miao Yin's face was also shocked. Both women were looking at the blue beads in midair in unison. As soon as this blue bead appeared, they felt that their own selves became incredibly comfortable, and even their minds became incredibly permeable. Bang! In the next moment, it was like something shattered inside Myriad Qingyi. I've broken through. I've broken through to the 9th level of Tianxian. Miao Qingyi's face was ecstatic. Moreover, it seemed that her realm was still rising. Without much thought, Miao Qingyi prepared to continue to ascend. This kind of chance is extremely rare. Elder Qingyi must not. Myriad Voice's voice hurriedly stopped Myriad Qingyi. What's wrong? Miao Qingyi looked at Miao Yin in confusion. Have you forgotten? If you continue to advance, you'll be at the mortal transformation realm, Miao Yin said with intent. Hearing Myriad Voice's words, Myriad Qingyi frowned. In the next moment, Miao Qingyi seemed to think of something and her face immediately became serious. Miss, it's fortunate that you reminded me. I got carried away for a moment and almost forgot that breaking through the mortal transformation realm would result in experiencing a lightning tribulation. Thinking of this, Miao Qingyi just had a face of fear. No longer hesitating, he hastily suppressed his elevated cultivation level. It was just that her face was very meaty. This kind of chance, she actually missed it just like that. Why this time? Why did it have to be a tribulation? Miao Qingyi roared angrily in her heart. It seemed to have guessed the unwillingness in Myriad Qingyi's heart. Miao Yin pulled on the corner of Miao Qingyi's coat and gave her a wink. Seeing Miao Yin's wink, Miao Qingyi also hurriedly returned to her senses and stole a glance at Yinan. Right, this thing belongs to Senior Yi. As long as Senior Yi is still around, as long as I get through this calamity, the chance will still be there. At this moment, Myriad Qingyi's eyes turned hot as she looked at Yinan. The myriad voices who were watching were speechless. The look in second Qingyi's eyes right now was just short of eating Yinan. Miao Yin was able to understand Miao Qingyi's reaction. Even her own realm had risen with the naked eye, and in just a moment, she had already arrived at the 5th level of the valley from the 3rd level of the valley. It seems that I made the right decision. This one in front of me might be a certain hidden great power. I must seize this opportunity, Miao Yin thought in her heart. Even if she fell out with the patriarch this time, she still had to draw closer to Yinan. Yinan, who was busy on one side, also noticed the abnormality of the two women. However, did not care. This thing was useless to him, but to other cultivators, it was not an ordinary treasure. The two women suppressed their elevation and hurriedly went up to give Yinan a hand as well. Now although this chance is precious, but you must not be greedy. First in Yinan to make a good relationship with Yinan, to leave a good impression on Yinan. When the time comes this kind of chance will still be less. Seeing the two girls helping themselves to cleaning dishes and chopsticks, gathering firewood and whatnot, Yinan also smiled slightly. Life should be like Yinan sighed in his heart. Whoosh! Just as a few people were busy, a rustling sound rang out from the bushes not far away. What is it? Hearing this commotion, Miao Yin and Miao Qingyi both looked over vigilantly. Whoosh! The next moment, they saw a pig-like demonic beast walk out. Seeing that it was a demonic beast, the two women breathed a sigh of relief. This demonic beast was not strong. Boom! Miao Qingyi gently exuded her own aura, as if she wanted to force the demonic beast away. She was afraid that she would affect Yinan because of this demonic beast. Feeling the powerful pressure coming towards him, the demonic beast had no intention of leaving. Straight away he lay down on his back on the edge near the range of the light, even on all fours, kneeling respectfully. Seeing this scene, The two women, now Qingyi, were puzzled, so they turned their gazes toward Yinan, somewhat oddly. Don't worry about it, it was attracted by this bead, it has nothing to do with me. Yinan noticed the gazes of the two women and was a bit speechless as he hurriedly clarified. It's not like he's a pig-sucking physique. That looked at him weird. Hearing Yinan's words, the two women took another glance at the beads high in the sky, wanting to ask something, but not daring to do so for fear that Yinan would be displeased. Prying into other people's treasures. This was a major taboo in the cultivation world. Since Yinan had given the word, the two women didn't care about the demonic beast and continued to busy themselves. But as time went on, there was a constant rustling around. More and more demonic beasts, not daring to approach, were lying outside the light, not daring to step inside the light. 10, 20, more and more. Looking at Miaoyin and Miaoyi Qingyi's faces were shocked. Not only are they growing in number, they are also growing in strength. Boom! In the next moment, a number 5 or 6 meters tall giant ape jumped over from the distance. The aura on his body was very powerful. This is a Tianqian realm high-level demonic beast. Miao Qingyi looked at the giant ape with a grave expression. Even as strong as a giant ape, it does not dare to step into the light, but can only honestly kneel outside the light. The huge body and the slightest tremor. Seeing this scene, Myriad Voice and Myriad Qingyi then felt the extraordinary nature of this blue bead more intimately. However, Yinan took it out so casually, and in the eyes of the two women, this was Yinan's strong confidence in himself, seemingly unafraid of these demonic beasts or cultivators coming to snatch it. Not a moment later, several more heavenly Xin realm demonic beasts came. It was a frightening sight for the two women. They knew that this mountain range didn't have so strong demonic beasts, otherwise they wouldn't have gone here. Then there was only one possibility. These demonic beasts were all rushing in from afar. If only the two of them encountered these demonic beasts. Both women shivered at the thought. Chapter 144, Unwelcome Visitors. Demonic beasts as strong as the Tianqian realm and as weak as ordinary ones had surrounded the surroundings. This scene was extremely shocking to watch. These demonic beasts did not attack Yinan and the others, nor did they attack their own kind. It was incomparably harmonious. Where had Miaoyin and Miaoyi Qingyi seen this kind of scene before? Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Alright, ready to start jerking off. Yinan smiled faintly and got busy. The demonic beasts in the surroundings. Yinan had seen them long ago, but did not care. Upon hearing Yinan's words, the two women also came back to their senses and rushed over to help. Only a bit of hand-wringing. You all sit down. I'll do it myself. Yinan also looked speechless. Elder, we. For a moment, Myriad Voice was somewhat incoherent. It's fine. You guys just sit properly and watch me show you my hand. Yinan didn't care about what the two girls had in mind. Hearing Yinan's words, the two women were a bit at a loss for words and could only stand aside and watch properly. Zip zip zip. As soon as the meat hits the grill, the aroma is overflowing. It smells so good. Miaoyin couldn't even help but exclaim in admiration. On the side, Miao Qingyi also gulped. They hadn't eaten in a long time, and usually just didn't have any interest in seeing good food. But the meat that Yinan had roasted suddenly gave them an appetite, and they all couldn't help but want to go straight up and take a bite. Even those demonic beasts in the surroundings, who had also smelled the aroma, were looking at the roasted meat on Yinan's grill, but none of those demonic beasts dared to enter the range of the light. Alright, this batch is ready to eat. You guys eat first, I'll continue roasting. Yinan directly took a pot and put a pot full of roasted meat. Many thanks, senior. Miaoyin and Miaoyi Qingyi gave a thank you in unison. Then one person picked up a skewer and ate it. Just after eating it in their mouths, the two women were the ones whose eyes lit up. Although he didn't say anything, the speed of eating was sped up quite a bit. If it wasn't for the fact that Yinan was still next to them and they had some restraint, otherwise they would have definitely wolfed it down. Just as a few people were eating, a small black figure stepped into the light. It was a little black puppy, but on the head, there were two bulging little meat bags, but they weren't obvious and couldn't really be seen without looking closely. The little black dog, who had just come in, glanced at the blue beads high in the air. There was also a flash of humanized disdain in his eyes, without thinking much about it. Then the little milk dog just looked at the roasted meat in the basin of the two myriad sound women, licked its mouth with its tongue, wagged its cute tail and walked over. Yinan was busy, and the two women were silent in the silky smoothness of the roasted meat, not even noticing that a small demonic beast had come to their side. The little black dog quickly came to the ground next to the two myriad voices, beside a basin holding roasted meat, surveying the two women for a moment, as if he thought a few people hadn't called out for him to eat with them. The puppy frowned humanely. Didn't care though, just buried his doggy head in the roasting pan. Straight away, we had a small feast. Senior Ye's craftsmanship, it's really good. Miaoyin, who had finished eating a skewer of barbecued meat, didn't forget to pat Yinan on the back. It's alright, I used to learn every day when I had nothing to do. It's pretty sloppy. Yinan was also a bit proud when he heard Miao Yin's praise. Mao Qingyi on the side didn't say anything, but the movements of her mouth didn't stop. Just as Myriad subconsciously reached for the kebabs in the basin next to her, Myriad just froze, because she touched something soft and still seemed to be furry. Myrtle frowned and looked down. Upon seeing the contents of the basin, it was a shock. Feeling something touching him, the puppy also raised his head to look at Miao Yin, and there was still a look of displeasure on his face. Where'd that puppy come from? It's kinda cute. Without thinking that much, Miao Yin was about to pick up the little black dog, when they heard Myriad voice. Myriad Qingyi and Yinan also looked over, and both of them were stunned. Yinan was indifferent, but Miao Qingyi's face changed slightly. Seeing that Miao Yin was about to go and hug the little black dog, Miao Qingyi hurriedly stopped her. Miss, no. Miao Yin also gave a whole froze at these words, but the movements in her hands stopped. Whoosh! In the next moment, Miao Qingyi didn't wait for Miao Yin to ask a question, and directly pulled Miao Yin to swiftly arrive next to Yinan. What happened to Elder Qingyi? Miao Yin was a bit puzzled. Miss, even heavenly Xian realm demonic beasts don't dare to come in here. Why would a puppy suddenly appear? Do you think it's in line with common sense? Miao Qingyi explained. At the same time, her words were also meant for Yinan to hear. She didn't know if Yinan was aware of the situation, so she still decided it was good to remind him. Sure enough, hearing Miao Yin's words, Miao Yin also came back to her senses and a chill ran down her back. She was almost fooled by the appearance of this little black dog. Yinan didn't care what kind of thing the little black dog was. He had a bad look on his face, seeing his freshly baked roast, which he hadn't even eaten himself yet, being spoiled by a dog. Dead dog, get up for me. Yinan took a big step forward, and with one hand, he snatched the roasted meat pot. Seeing the roast in front of you suddenly snatched away, the little black dog also showed its teeth and looked at Yinan. Woof woof woof. The little black dog was barking at Yinan. It's just that the angry one is getting cuter by the minute. What are you screaming for? How dare you scream after eating my food? Believe it or not, I'll roast you too? Yinan was scaring the little black dog. Hearing Yinan's threat-filled words, the little black dog had a disdainful face. Ouch! Still quite capable of fooling around. Yinan did as he said, and directly grabbed the puppy with one hand. But the surprise is that the puppy does not care at all. Let Yinan rope-tied his 4 legs. Seeing such a humanized little black dog, both Myriad voice girls were shocked. In their perception, the little black dog was an ordinary dog. But, as things stand, that's clearly not possible. Yinan was also slightly stunned at the little black dog's reaction. I hope you can still fool around later. Yinan was furious. After tying up the little black dog's limbs, he was set up again with a stick and headed for the fire. Senior. Seeing that Yinan seemed to be moving for real, Miao Yin was about to stop it in a hurry, but as soon as he opened his mouth, Miao Qingyi hurriedly covered Miao Yin's mouth. We'll just watch properly. Senior has a sense of propriety. Miao Qingyi hurriedly persuaded Yinan. It was only when she heard Myriad Qingyi's words that Myriad voice held back from speaking. There was still just a little concern in his eyes. After all, what girl wouldn't love a dog that small and that cute? The main thing is that Yinan is too unpredictable, acting erratically, not even knowing whether Yinan is playing for real or bluffing. In fact, Yinan's is not to really, is to scare the dog stealing food, otherwise the heart of the gas. How to eliminate Chapter 145. Yinan broke defense? Yinan came to the fire, and without hesitation, he directly set the little black dog on the fire. Even so, the little black dog still looked at Yinan with a disdainful face, pressing no resistance. Egu, still quite capable of pretending? Yinan looked viciously at the little black dog. Soon, Yinan and Myriad Sound, both girls, were feeling a bit surprised. Even if Yinan just wanted to scare the little black dog, it should be fine to burn off some of its fur. However, not only was the little black dog not frightened, even a single dog hair was fine. Seemingly feeling a bit bored, the little black dog even yawned, with the slightest hint of provocation in his eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yinan dabbed his head and stood up. What a peculiar little black dog. The 2 Myriad voice girls were both looking a little surprised. Yinan once again took the little black dog into his hands and carefully observed it. He also sensed that there was something extraordinary about this little black dog. After just a moment, he lost interest because, well, he couldn't tell. Forget it, which one of you likes it? Take it out yourselves. Yinan directly handed the little black dog to Miao Yin and Miao Qingyi. This, thank you senior. Miao Yin was a bit embarrassed, but this little black dog was indeed cute and she liked it a lot. But the next moment, Ka-ching, the little black dog directly bit on Yinan's hand. Feeling the pain coming from his hands, Yinan just froze. Give me a loose mouth. Loose mouth. The next moment, Yinan's face turned green with pain. Whoosh! After biting Yinan, the little black dog scurried out and squatted not far from Yinan. Several people, with a teasing face, he looked at Yinan. Yinan looked at the teeth marks in his hand, and there seemed to be a slight drop of blood flowing out. Yinan just narrowed his eyes. It was actually able to break through his defense, which made Yinan's heart not be shocked. System, what the hell is this? Yinan asked the system. But, as usual, the system was silent and made no sound. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Playing dead again. Yinan cursed in his heart. Yinan slowly came in front of the little black dog and just looked at it out of the corner of his eye. The little black dog wasn't afraid and was also staring at Yinan. For eyes met, and there was a lot of gunpowder. Asterisk 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 Q. Yinan kicked out. Bang! The little black dog flew high into the sky on the spot and disappeared as a shooting star. After eating his meat and biting him, even if it was not simple, Yinan would not be polite. Is there anything in this world that compares to your own system? What a joke! Seeing that Yinan had directly kicked away the little black dog, the two myriad sound girls didn't dare to say anything more. After all, the little black dog had bitten Yinan. This would have made them angry if they were in their place. Senior, are you alright? Niaoyin hurriedly came to Yinan and looked at Yinan's bitten hand. In fact, the two myriad voices were also a bit shocked in their hearts. It was a bit unbelievable that Yinan, who had fought 3 metamorphosis realms without being injured, had been bitten by a little black dog that had suddenly appeared. It's fine. It's all trivial. Yinan didn't care at all. Only Myriad Chingy on the side looked in the direction where the little black dog flew out, pondering. This dog is definitely not simple. Should we notify the clan to capture it? Miao Chingy thought so in her heart. But after looking at Yinan, the thought in his heart was let go again. With Yinan as a walking chance, it was better for her not to mess around. It wouldn't be good if it made Yinan unhappy. Moreover, with the power of Yinan's kick just now, he didn't even know where the little black dog had flown to. Perhaps, it would have been kicked to death by Yinan long ago. After eating and drinking, Yinan fell into a deep sleep. The two women, Myriad Sound, who were on the side, did not sleep. They did not need to sleep anymore. Just a glance from time to time at Yinan, who was sleeping. Elder Chingy, what do you think? What kind of person is Senior Yi? Niaoyin propped her chin on her hands and just looked at the sleeping Yinan with a smile. Hearing Mayan's words, especially the way Mayan looked, Miao Chingy hurriedly interrupted. Do not discuss the senior. After stopping Miaoyin, Miao Chingy carefully looked at Yinan, who was still sleeping, and let out a sigh of relief in her heart. Although Miaoyin had just spoken in a low voice, in Miao Chingy's opinion, Yinan was such a person that he would not be able to hear it. It was just that Yinan didn't count on it. This one is really kind. Miao Chingy also couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Among those strong people she had seen, which one of them was not high and mighty? And it was the first time she had seen one like Yinan. In fact, what they didn't know was that Yinan was just really sleepy, and he could hear a hairline. There were no words for the night, and those demonic beasts beside them were also kneeling and crouching for the night, and there was no movement. It wasn't until dawn that Yinan slowly woke up. As soon as he woke up, Yinan saw the two women who were preparing breakfast. Although it is also grilled meat, the movement is still a bit stiff, but also after all, watch Yinan grilled meat for a night, more or less will be a little, at least can eat. Seeing that the sky had already brightened, Yinan waved his hand, and the blue bead, which was hanging in midair, was also put away. As soon as they were put away, the demonic beasts in the surroundings all stood up, and one by one, they all became restless. All of them looked at Yinan in a hideous manner. Gotta, I knew it would be like this. Yinan was somewhat helpless. As for the two myriad voices, they were also looking at the demonic beasts coming from all around them with gloomy faces. If you guys understand human language, leave quickly. I don't want to make a move on you. Yinan shouted to the surrounding demonic beasts. But where would those demonic beasts listen to them? They had limited spiritual intelligence and only had one thought in their minds. That was to get Yinan and the others killed. The human race was always their enemy. Seeing the indifference to his warning, Yinan sighed. That's just it. Let's just let you guys know what's going on. As the words fell, Yinan's body shook. Boom! A large amount of spiritual energy erupted from above Yinan's body as if it didn't need money. Quantity changed quality, and in an instant, a pressure as thick as a mountain pressed down on all the demonic beasts. Boom! At this moment, no matter how strong the demonic beasts were, they all prostrated themselves on the ground once again. The ground was pressed out in a deep crater, so that even trying to raise his head was impossible. Even the ground, it cracked. Regardless of whether it was a demonic beast or a human being, all had the right to live. He was not an evil person. Naturally, he would not move to kill. Even the pressure was only partially released. If it was at full strength, these demonic beasts would instantly explode. There were already quite a number of demonic beasts whose surfaces were already bloody, but had not broken. It seems that my control of power during this period of time is not bad. Yinan looked around triumphantly, somewhat pleased with the crowd of demonic beasts that had injured their skins but not their tendons. Whoosh! Yinan put away the pressure. As soon as the pressure disappeared, all the demonic beasts, All of them scurried away. Although they were not spiritually intelligent, they were also afraid of death, and they knew that Yinan was not something they could deal with, so they could only instinctively flee. Alright, we can continue our journey now. Yinan looked at the demonic beasts fleeing all around him and said to the two women behind him, "Now Chingy," without looking back. Just after waiting for a few breaths, the two women didn't answer. Yinan was a bit puzzled, only to turn back when he saw the two women. Chapter 146, The Arrival of the Myriad Sound Sex Powerhouse. At this moment, Miaoyin and Miaoi Chingy, with pale faces and blood spilling from the corners of their mouths, were kneeling in the middle of a deep pit on the ground. Seeing this scene, Yinan was also a bit embarrassed, thanks to the fact that he had just said that he was becoming more skillful in controlling his power. Are you guys okay? Get up quickly. Yinan hurriedly went up and carefully helped the two women up. The two women were injured, but it was not a big deal. It was only the eyes that looked at Yinan that were somewhat fearful. As soon as Yinan's pressure was released just now, they didn't even have a chance to resist, and were instantly suppressed to the ground, unable to even open their mouths if they wanted to. No, it's fine. The two women could only speak against their will. Only in his heart, he kept admonishing himself that in the future, if Yinan wanted to make a move, he must stay away from Yinan in advance. It was really Yinan's attacks that were completely indiscriminate. After the two women ate some of the elixirs they had brought along, their complexion improved considerably. "Do you guys want to take another break? Leave later?" Yinan said with embarrassment. The two women also nodded and hurriedly sat down to rest and began to meditate. It didn't take long, and the two women quickly tuned up. "Senior, let's go." Miaoyin looked toward Yinan. Good. Yinan also nodded. In this way, several people drove the carriage and traveled along. Several people were talking and laughing in the wagon. Just after Yinan had walked for about several hours, an old and a young silhouette arrived here. These were two men, an immortal old man and a teenager. "Hey, we're late again." The old man frowned a little. If Yinan were here, he would definitely be able to recognize the two. These two were no one else but the master and disciple Song Yuan and Song Yan. "Master, what should we do? We're out of clues again." Song Yan looked at his senior with some bitterness. "No, we must find Senior Yi. He is not only our future chance, but also." Song Yuan seemed to have remembered something and shut up again in a hurry. When they had gone to the Yuhua sect earlier to look for Yinan, it turned out that Yinan was no longer there. Even the entire southern peak was gone. This made the two of them bitter and shocked at Yinan's methods. Bitterly, Yinan actually didn't even inform them before he left, but they wouldn't give up and traced it all the way to the Apocalypse dynasty. He also asked the four major forces one by one, and I don't know if he was lucky, but he actually inquired about Yinan's whereabouts. So he quickly rushed in the direction Yinan had left. Passing through this mountain range, I saw a mess somewhere in the mountains below and stopped to look. Seeing the fire that had been extinguished, and the uneaten roast, Song Yin knew that he had found the right direction, because only Yinan can make food like kebabs. "Master, then where are we going to look now?" Song Yin continued to ask again. "Senior Yi usually goes to lively, or more dangerous places to play. Let me think about it." Song Yuan walked back and forth. Suddenly, the eyes just lit up. "Right, why did I forget? Didn't I just hear the Myriad family head say that her daughter wasn't from the Myriad Sound sect? And also with Senior Yi?" Song Yuan instantly came to smile. Let's go to the Myriad Sound sect." Song Yuan directly grabbed Song Nian and flew up into the sky. "Myriad Sound sect?" Hearing Song Yuan's words, Song Nian just gulped. "Master, are you sure we're still going?" Song Nian seemed to have remembered something bad. "Hey, it can't be helped. This time the situation is special. We can only go and try. The big deal is to get beaten up again." Song Yuan was also somewhat helpless, and so it was, an old man and a young man, swiftly moving away. On the other side, a piece of a mountain range that covered an extremely wide area, with all sorts of attics and palaces standing everywhere around it. The birds and flowers were beautiful, and some women could be seen among some of the flower gardens, dancing. There are also women in some of the rivers, frolicking in the water, adding a different color to the already colorful world. This is the all-women's clan called the Myriad Voices sect, and in the main hall of the Myriad Sound sect, there were quite a few people sitting in it, but they were all women, either some beautiful woman or some old crone. In particular, a beautiful woman sat majestically above the high seat. This is how things are. What do you guys think? Miao Chang'an looked at the elders sitting in 2 rows below, somewhat helpless. "Patriarch, I see. Miao Yin, this girl is playing crazy outside. She dares to bring anyone to the sect, and it's still a male. I think it's better to just kill that male to stop future troubles." An old crone at the forefront on the right side was a bit angry. "I don't think so. This girl, Miao Yin, although she is a bit capricious, she still has a sense of propriety in what she does. A beautiful woman at the very front on the left side spoke up. These two were the second elder and the grand elder of the Myriad Sound sect. The two appeared to be very different in age, but this was the cultivation world, speaking according to strength and talent, and the name of the Myriad sect was used for the Myriad sect. Hey, it's just a matter of coming back and taking another look, to give this girl some face, and, according to the news coming from Qingyi, that kid called Yinan, at least he saved the Myriad family. Although, I've already disassociated myself from the Myriad family, but it's impossible to ignore it. Now Chanan was a little bitter. Upon hearing Myriad Chanan's words, the various elders below, who did not speak, all looked at Myriad Chanan with some heartache. Alright, great elder, you go and pick up that girl for a while, and try that kid called Yinan on the way. Not just anyone can enter my Myriad Sound sect. Myriad Elder An's tone was somewhat dangerous. Yes, sovereign. With a slight bow, the Grand Elder left towards the outside. The Grand Elder who exited the main hall was the one who waved his jade hand. Whoosh! Then a very beautiful, giant bird with gray feathers was seen coming to the Grand Elder. The giant bird slowly lowered its head, and the Grand Elder slowly stepped on it. Whoosh! In the next moment, the giant bird directly flew out of the Myriad Sound sect directly at a very terrifying speed. And after the Grand Elder left, there were two sneaky figures hiding in the shrubs below. Senior, are we still going in? Just this bird alone. I feel like it's almost as strong as you. Song Nian gulped, somewhat backing off. What are you afraid of? We'll be fine if we're careful. As long as the Myriad Sound sect's higher-ups can't discover us, we'll be fine. And after we find Senior Yi, we'll be safe. Although the words were said this way, Song Yuan's heart was also in turmoil. Senior, why don't you go find Senior Yi and I'll wait for you outside? My cultivation is too weak. I'm afraid of dragging you down. Song Nian's eyes twinkled as he hurriedly opened his mouth. Pop. Hearing this, Song Yuan just slapped Song Nian on the back of his head. Tapeless thing, come all the way here. What are you afraid of? With Master protecting you, who dares to touch you? Song Yuan glared at his talentless disciple. What about last time? To this day I still have some pain in my body, hey? Song Nian muttered in a small voice. Don't bull asterisk 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 asterisk, come on, just follow me carefully. Song Yuan glanced at Song Nian and directly forced himself to bring this disciple of his forward slowly. Chapter 147, Traveling to the Myriad Sound Sect. Seeing his master teacher, holding onto himself tightly, Song Nian was somewhat speechless. Isn't it just that you want to drag me along to get beat up? Song Nian muttered in his heart. But there's no way around it. You're here, so you'll just have to forge ahead. A distance of 1,000 miles was only a matter of a few hours to the realm of mortal transformation. On the other side, Yinan's few people were still riding in a carriage that rattled all the way. Hey, at this speed, how long will it take to travel? Yinan looked out the window at nothing but trees, and got a little tired of it. Hearing Yinan's words, Niao Qingyi's eyes were a bit evasive, but she didn't say anything. She didn't dare to tell Yinan that several hours ago, she had informed her clan that someone had already come to pick them up. Even Mayan she didn't tell. Are you guys hungry yet? Do you want me to catch a few fish to grill for dinner? Yinan looked at the river by the roadside with some interest. Yeah, it just so happens that I'm hungry too. Niao Yin's eyes also lit up when she heard Yinan's words. After this period of contact, they had more or less understood Yinan's temperament and became easygoing. Hearing Myriad Voice's words, Myriad Qingyi was somewhat speechless. They've all been eating out, so how can they be hungry? However, the food Yinan made was indeed nothing to write home about, and it wasn't bad to satisfy one's appetite. That's fine. I'll go ahead and just grab two. As soon as the carriage stopped, Yinan hurriedly got off the carriage. When I got to the river, I just rolled up my sleeves and pants legs and went into the water to catch a fish. Luckily, the water was not deep. Yinan looked at the fish swimming in the water and sighed a little. Worthy of being in the cultivation world, so many fish, but no one actually catches them to eat. Seeing Yinan pressing around in the water like a mortal, the two Myriad Voices were a bit puzzled. Elder, why don't I help you? After saying that, Myriad Voice hooked her finger and prepared to use her spell to salvage the fish in the water. Don't. Yinan hurriedly stopped. Fish, it's only delicious if you catch it with your own hands. You're losing a lot of the fun this way. Upon hearing Yinan's words, the two women were then enlightened. Worthy of being a senior, no matter what you do, you are so back to basics. Is this the intention of a strong person? Niaoyin had some sighs and yearnings in her heart. Niao Qingyi was at the side, her beautiful eyes flickering as well. as if she was also thinking about what Yinan had said. After saying this, Miaoyin also followed suit and rolled up her sleeves, also even going down to the water to salvage. Seeing that Miaoyin and Yinan had both gone to work, Miaoyi Qingyi gritted her teeth and could only follow into the water. "This fish is so slippery, it's so hard to catch," Miriam said to the two, but with a happy smile on her face. She had never experienced this kind of life since she was born, and had always been clothed and fed. Miao Qingyi on the side also found it somewhat interesting, not to mention Miaoyin, even she had never experienced it. In the past, they were all immersed in cultivation, not daring to slow down for even a moment. This sudden scene today made her feel something else inside. Just as a few people were happily catching fish, a chirping sound that resonated through the heavens and earth came overhead. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, a giant bird stopped over the river. The powerful airwave of the giant bird flapping its wings swept around. Snap! Some of the trees, unable to support this level of strong winds, broke off in an instant. The few people who felt this, Yinan, also slowly raised their heads. When she saw the silhouette on the bird's back, Myriad voice just changed her face. "Elder Qingyi, were you the one who informed the sect?" In just a flash, Miaoyin instantly reacted and turned her head to look at Miao Qingyi, her face somewhat unsightly. "Miss, Miao Qingyi lowered her head and stammered a bit. Seeing Miao Qingyi like this, Miaoyin was somewhat helpless. She was still wondering how to go back and explain to the clan along the way. As a result, Myriad Qingyi had concealed it from her and informed the sect long ago. The Myriad Sound sect's Grand Elder, on the other hand, looked at Myriad Sound several people, dripping wet, grasping for something in the river, and was also stunned. "Miaoyin, what are you doing?" The Grand Elder looked at Myriad voice. "Grand Elder Miaochan, what brings you here?" Miaoyin asked knowingly. If I didn't come, I don't know what kind of crazy you would be, even slacking off on your cultivation." Miaochan looked at Miaoyin with some favor. "Not at all. I just came back to the clan to have some fun," Miaoyin forcefully explained. Miaochan didn't answer Miaoyin, but instead looked at Yinan, who was also looking at her. "Are you the Yinan that Qingyi spoke of?" Miaochan asked Yinan with a frown on her face, but the more she looked, the deeper Mayakin's frown deepened, because she felt that Qingyi had lied to her. Yinan was obviously a qi refining realm. How could he kill the mortal transformation realm? But according to Miao Qingyi's nature, he wouldn't dare to lie to her. "It's me, what is it?" Yinan responded in disbelief. Hearing Miaochan's furrowed brow, Miao Yin's heart thumped, always feeling that something bad was happening. "I heard that you've killed the mortal transformation realm. Can that be true?" The corner of Miaochan's mouth curled slightly. "Yeah, what?" Yinan remained simple and straightforward. "Good, how about you have a fight with me? I don't require you to beat me either. Just carry my pressure. How about that?" Miaochan still maintained her smile. "What? Why do I have to fight you, and to carry your pressure?" Inexplicable. Yinan had a disdainful look on his face. Then he continued to lower his head to catch fish. Eating was the big thing. Seeing Yinan in such a posture, Miaoyin and Miaoyi Qingyi became even more nervous in their hearts, and Mayakin's face, too, went cold. "Miaoyin, why do you know this kind of person? Luckily it was me who came. If it was anyone else, he would have been dead long ago." Miaochan somewhat blamed Miaoyin. In Miaochan's opinion, Yinan not only had a low cultivation level, he was also a person without quality. The most detestable thing was that it had actually snubbed the young patriarch of his Myriad Sound sect for so long. Hearing Miaochan's words, Miaoyin also changed her face slightly, because Miaoyin knew that Mayakin was right. If any other elder came, especially the second elder, he might have gone out to kill Yinan upon seeing him. In the entire sect, only this Grand Elder Miaochan was slightly better. "Great Elder, Senior Yi didn't mean it that way. Please don't take it personally." Miaoyin hurriedly put in a good word for Yinan. "Hey, it's just that, for your sake, I won't bother with him. You two follow me back to the clan." Miaochan sighed and said to Miaoyin and Miao Qingyi, "Can we take Senior Yi back with us?" Miaoyin was still undeterred. "Nonsense. What kind of place is the Myriad Sound sect? Don't you know? Even if I don't make a move on him, what about when I go back? What consequences will there be? Don't you know?" Hearing Myriad Voice's words, Face Chan just blanched. "It's fine. I'll go back and explain to the patriarch, and when the time comes, I'll make the arrangements." Miaoyin's face was firm. She had promised Yinan, so naturally she couldn't go back on her word. Although Yinan was catching fish, his ears had been listening. "This girl's character is not bad," Yinan muttered in his heart. "Hey, it's just that I can't talk you out of it. When we go back, it's up to you. I won't help you anyway," Miaochan said helplessly. "Okay, thank you, Great Elder." Miaoyin was a little excited. "Senior, let's go. After we go back, I'll take you to the city to eat delicious food with all kinds of fish." Miaoyin hurriedly came to Yinan's side. "Fine, I've caught a few anyway." Yinan didn't care. After saying that, he also found a piece of grass aside, so he strung up a few fish in his hand and hung them directly on his waist. Chapter 148, I'm Your Daddy. Seeing Yinan in this state, Miaoyin and Miaoi Qingyi were a bit embarrassed. Although Miao-chan didn't say anything, there was dissatisfaction in her eyes. Yinan didn't care at all about the appearance of the several women. The giant bird slowly fell down, and Yinan's few people slowly got on the bird's back. Strange, it's surprising that this fellow wasn't thrown down by little Ash. Seeing the unusually calm giant bird, Miao-chan was a bit startled. Ash is the name of this giant bird. Other than the top management of their own clan, it was difficult for anyone else to get close to Little Gray, let alone harness it. Perhaps it was under the influence of the clan. Little Ash never came into contact with outside cultivators. Once an outside cultivator approached it, it would become furious, let alone a Yinan of the Qi refining realm. But perversely, this time, the Little Gray did not react in the slightest and let Yinan step on his head. What a big bird! I wish I had one. Yinan was a little envious. Senior, my sect has a lot of demonic beast mounts. If you need one, you can go and choose one. Only, there are only a few as powerful as Little Gray, and they are all privately raised by the senior members of the sect. When Miaoyin heard Yinan's words, she hurriedly took over the conversation. That's a good feeling. It doesn't have to be much stronger, as long as it's obedient and can fly. Yinan's eyes also lit up when he heard this. In his spatial ring, he still had a few looted flying boats, but getting another flying demonic beast would be nice. After a few hours of speeding along, the few people arrived at the outskirts of the Myriad Sound sect. Alright, let's just wait here for a while. I've already summoned the patriarch, and it's up to the patriarch to ask if he can go in. After slowly landing on the ground, Miao-chan glanced at Yinan, who was on the side, and said, "Okay." Myrtle didn't say anything and nodded. As for Ash, he just flew away. It didn't take long to wait, and the group came outside in great numbers. Leading the way was none other than Mia Chahan, who was dressed in a white dress, as well as the second elder, Mia Changtian, who was at the side. Behind them were some other elders, more than 10 in total, all of whom were the top echelons of the Myriad Sound sect. Myriad Excel's name and Myriad Chahan's name were both on the male side, but no one in the cultivation world cared. They only looked at strength. Greetings, Sovereign. After seeing Myriad Chang'an, the three Myriad Chan girls hurriedly bowed respectfully. Hey, hello. Yinan also smiled and arched his hand. Seeing this scene of Yinan, Miao Chan just twitched the corners of her mouth. Aha. Miao Chang'an nodded before turning her head to look at Yinan. Are you the one called Yinan? Miao Chang'an frowned a little as he looked at the several fish hanging from his waist that were still alive and kicking. Yinan's first impression of her was not good. Hearing Yinan's off-key appearance, Miao Chang'an hadn't said anything yet. The crone on the side, Miao Changtian, however, glared. Humph, where did the stinking man come from? Immediately get out of here, or else, kill without pardon. Hearing Myriad Excel Sky's words, Myriad Chan was fine, but Myriad Een and Myriad Chingy just thumped in their hearts. Seeing Myriad Excel Sky, who directly grabbed the conversation, Myriad Chang'an also frowned, and although he was a bit displeased, he didn't stop it. He also wanted to see what Yinan's intentions and strength were. She believed that Miao Qingyi would not dare to lie to her after she had already told her the situation. If the situation was true, then Yinan must have hidden his realm, and would definitely not be a Qi refining realm. Perhaps approaching Myriad Sound was another intention, and this was something that, as the patriarch, Myriad Chang'an must be cautious and careful about. Just met and heard someone spraying themselves. Yinan was also stunned for a moment, then he frowned and looked at Myriad Excel Sky, saying unhappily, "Old woman, is this the way of hospitality in your sect? You told me to roll, but I refused. I had to go in and sneak around." Hearing the conversation between the two, both Myriad Voice and Myriad Chingy's faces felt more and more like things were out of control. Master, Miaoyin hurriedly stepped forward ready to explain something, but the next moment, before she could finish her words, a palm rested on her shoulder. In an instant, Myriad Voice's body shook, and her entire body was imprisoned by a powerful force. Even trying to speak, I couldn't. The eyes were filled with aggression, and they were almost crying. Hey, girl, just watch well. This kid I don't think it's a good thing. Sovereign and the others have a measure. At most, they'll teach him a lesson and then let him go. Miao-chan hurriedly persuaded. It was Mayakin who had imprisoned Myojin. In fact, she was only afraid that Miaoyin would encounter people with bad intentions. Unbridled. If I don't give you a little lesson, you won't know what kind of place this is. Upon hearing such insolent words from Yinan, Myriad Excel Sky's powerful aura of the 5th level of the mortal transformation realm erupted. A powerful pressure pressed down towards Yinan. Boom! The next moment, the ground under Yinan's feet exploded on the spot. Yinan's leg directly sank down a point. However, Yinan stood straight. It was just that the ground couldn't bear it. Seeing that Yinan hadn't been damaged in the slightest, and hadn't even been pressurized at all, the Myriad Sound Sect senior members, too, narrowed their eyes slightly. facing the mighty pressure of a 5th-level metamorphosis realm powerhouse without feeling it. At least Yinan was also a 5th-level metamorphosis powerhouse. Who are you? What are your intentions in approaching Myriad Voice? And what is the reason for coming to my sect? Myriad Chanan directly stepped forward and took a step. Patriarch, what's the point of wasting words with him? This person is not a good thing at first glance. Just kill him directly. Miao Chang Tian directly took over the conversation. HM? Hearing Miao Chang Tian interject again, Miao Chang'an didn't have a good face and glanced dangerously at Miao Chang Tian. Seeing the look in Myriad Chanan's eyes, Myriad Excel Sky reacted in a hurry. Patriarch, it was my subordinate who crossed the line. Please forgive me. Myriad Excel Sky hurriedly bowed his head and saluted. I don't want there to be a next time. Miao Chanan gave a warning. Yes, Sovereign. Myriad Excel Sky hurriedly nodded his head. Answer my question. Who are you? Miao Chang'an looked at Yinan once again. Old me is your daddy. Yinan was enraged by the whole scene he had just witnessed. He was just on good terms with Myriad. He just came to hang out, and he was spraying him and taking shots at him. Who the hell could stand it? Looks like you're not going to say anything? Then don't blame me for being impolite to you. After saying that, Mia Chanan looked at Mia Chengtian at the side again. Second elder, take him down and go back to interrogate him properly. Although she couldn't understand what Dottie meant, from Yinan's tone and expression, Miao Chang'an could roughly guess that Yinan was definitely scolding her. Alright, please wait a moment. Patriarch, I'll take down this brat. Hearing Myriad Chanan give the order, Myriad Chengtian's face instantly became elated. Boom! In an instant, the pressure that pressed down on Yinan's body also instantly increased. At the same time, Myriad Excel Sky's figure transformed into a residual shadow, arriving in front of Yinan, stretching out his withered old palm and grabbing Yinan's neck. Chapter 149, Siege of Yinan. Seeing the hideous Myriad Excel Sky, Yinan's mouth was disdainful. Pop! Yinan directly whistled over with a big ear. Ah! Then a miserable scream rang out, and a figure flew directly backwards. Seeing the silhouette that flew out backwards, the crowd present all sucked in a breath of cool air. The one who flew out was naturally Myriad Excel Sky, and Myriad Excel Sky flew directly out tens of meters away, smashing straight into the ground not far away. The ground was smashed out of a crater. You seek death. Where did Myriad Excel Sky, who was seething with anger and blood, care about that much? Even though her old face was distorted by the whip, she didn't care in the slightest. Whoosh! With an even faster speed than before, he rushed towards Yinan. He also took out a cane in his hand, and it looked like he was moving for real. She felt that she had just been careless and was sneak attacked by Yinan. Seeing the Myriad Excel Sky that was right in front of him in the twinkling of an eye, Yinan also frowned. He thought that after giving a slap, the old woman would calm down a bit, but he didn't expect to get crazier and crazier. Sure enough, clans that are full of women must be more or less full of big diseases, Yinan thought in his heart. But the movement in his hands was not slow. He decided to give the old woman a piece of his mind. Click 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 click. Yinan's right fist was clenched tightly, the power on his right hand increasing, and the air around him was slightly distorted. Woohoo! The imprisoned Myriad Voice, seeing Yinan's stance, thought of the punch Yinan had used earlier to blow away the mortal realm powerhouse, so she couldn't speak, and could only let out a whimpering sound, constantly reminding the crowd. Girl, what do you want to say? Miao-chan lifted part of the restraint so that Miao-yin could speak. Senior, have mercy. Miao-yin didn't care about the others and directly shouted towards Yinan. Everyone was stunned when they heard Miao-yin's words, and Yinan was no exception. Although Yinan didn't reply, his clenched fists were lowered. Hearing the words of growing others' ambition and destroying their own, Miao-chan again directly banned Miao-yin's mouth as well. Are you kidding me? How strong could Yinan be even if he was hiding his cultivation? Not to mention, this was in their territory. Hearing Myriad Voice's words, Myriad Excel Sky also grew angrier and angrier, and with all his strength, he raised the walking stick in his hand and smashed it against Yinan's head. She wanted to kill Yinan in one blow to wash away her shame. Asterisk 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 asterisk. All like to bash my head in, huh? Yinan frowned. He had just gotten a little angry and was ready to punch this old woman into oblivion, but for the sake of Miao-yin, it would have to be a different way. The scepter fell with a strong force. Boom! With Yinan as the center, a shockwave headed in all directions. Even the ground was lifted off the ground. Those whose strength was weaker than Myriad Excel Sky were all retreating in a hurry, and Miao-chan also hurriedly protected Miao-yin and Miao-yi-chingy behind her, an invisible barrier that blocked the shockwave. But when they saw the center of the battlefield, not to mention the others, even Miao Chang'an's eyes became grave. The one who was most shocked belonged to the Myriad Excel Sky. Her pupils were trembling at this point, because Yinan used one hand to hold her walking stick so easily. Aside from Yinan's body sinking a few points again, There were no injuries, not even a single skin wound. How is that possible? Myriad Excel Sky's face was ugly. If this is the only strength you have, then I'll have to fight back. Yinan grinned. Not good. Myriad Chanan's heart sank as he hurriedly shouted to Myriad Chengtian. Second elder, quickly retreat. Hearing Myriad Chanan's reminder, Myriad Excel Sky also came back to his senses. After using her strength, she was never able to draw back her walking stick. Yinan's palm was like an iron vice. Holding it in a death grip, she was unexpectedly unable to shake it for a single point. Damn it! Unable to do anything else, Myriad Excel Sky was ready to just put down his walking stick and prepare to flee. Whoosh! However, just as Myriad Excel had taken a step, she felt a palm tightly grasp the back of her neck. Patriarch, save me! Myriad Excel Sky finally panicked. It was only now that she realized the gap between herself and Yinan. At the same time, between them, the power in Myriad Excel Sky's body continued to be released, wanting to repel Yinan. However, the power of the fifth level of the Metamorphosis realm struck Yinan's body like steel striking against steel, emitting a roar. Sparks could even be seen appearing on Yinan's body. However, it was such a powerful force that Yinan directly ignored it, not taking it seriously at all, and just stood still, grasping the back of Myriad Excel Sky's neck. Do it! Hearing Myriad Excel Sky's cries for help, Myriad Chanan's face also sank as he directly issued an order to a group of executives. Counting Mayakan, there were only 6 or 7 Metamorphosis powerhouses. Of course, there was also a top Tianqian realm elder powerhouse like Miaochan, but even the top Tianqian realm was just a mole in front of the mortal transformation realm. Take Miaoyin and get out of here, Miaochan said to Miaochengyi, and also immediately rushed towards Yinan. Only now did they realize that Yinan's strength far exceeded their predictions, especially Miaochan, who now regretted agreeing to Miaoyin to bring Yinan back. Miss, let's quickly leave. Miaochengyi forcibly withdrew far away with Miaoyin, and at the same time lifted the confinement. Senior Yi, have mercy. While being pulled away, Miaoyin still didn't forget to shout at Yinan. Miaoyin had previously thought that Yinan was only slightly stronger than her clan's elders. In terms of the engagement just now, Yinan has the momentum of crushing she far ticked off Yinan. Hee, what a nuisance. Forget it, for the sake of Miaoyin's treating me to dinner, I'll just let you guys sober up a bit. Yinan looked at the 6 or 7 powerhouses that were speedily approaching towards him, and was a bit headstrong, not hesitating either. Yinan directly swung the Myriad Excel Sky in his hand and directly smashed it out towards one of the closest elders in front of him. The female elder who had been preparing to launch an attack instantly changed her face when she saw that Yinan was actually utilizing Myriad Excel Sky as a shield, and she also immediately withdrew her attack. However, Yinan would not retract it and directly smashed it head-on that female elder's body. At the same time, 2 miserable screams rang out. One voice was Myriad Excel Sky's, and on the other side was the female elder who flew out backwards. Damn it, if you have the ability to fight us head-on, don't you feel shameless for doing so? The female elder who flew out backwards hurriedly stood up. If I were to fight you head-on, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to carry it off. I'm only doing this to calm you down. I'm doing it for your own good. Yinan smiled disdainfully. Good chance. Seeing that Yinan seemed to be distracted because of the conversation, Miaochan directly slapped her palm towards Yinan's back. Ha, you fell for it. And the female elder from just now also laughed out loud. Just now she was trying to distract Yinan. Boom! A palm slapped out. A powerful force condensed into a point, and the palm struck Yinan's undershirt. Sizzle! The clothes on Yinan's back instantly exploded, revealing his solid back. However, Yinan just stumbled slightly aside from that, and was not harmed in the slightest. How is that possible? Miaochan's eyes widened. Just as Yinan was about to turn his head, a cold aura came towards Yinan's side. Yinan glanced sideways and saw a white 10-meter wind tornado shooting towards him. I showed you guys mercy, but you guys are trying to kill me. Yinan's eyes narrowed. The wind tornado arrived in an instant, and Yinan also stretched out a hand, directly colliding with the white tornado. Boom! Under the impact of the powerful force, Yinan's palm sparked continuously. At the same time, all the other elders were hitting their own mastery on Yinan's body. Rumble! The ground was massively shattered, and nearly 10 miles in circumference were all affected by the battle, a shockwave circulating infinitely, one round more powerful than the other. The myriad sound and the others in the distance were shocked beyond words when they saw this scene. Chapter 150, The Shocked Myriad Sound Sect Crowd. At this moment, the center of the battle had formed a deep pit of about several hundred meters, but the power has not diminished in the slightest. How could it be so strong? An unbelievable female voice came out from within that white dragon scroll. Gradually, the white dragon scroll disappeared, revealing a figure. This figure was none other than the Myriad Sound Sect Patriarch, Myriad Chanan. In her hand at the moment, she was holding a green blade, and the tip of the sword was being held in Yinan's hand. Her expression changed when she looked at Yinan at the moment. Strong? Yinan was too strong. frighteningly strong. She was already in the 8th realm of mortal transformation, but in Yinan's hands, there was no difference in the slightest with the other elders. When treating a guest, one should be polite, especially a woman. How bad it is to shout and fight without moving. Yinan just stared at Miao Chahan with that smile. Click 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 click. At the same time, a black and white circle gradually formed above Yinan's palm as he held myriad Chanan. Just like that, surrounding Yinan's palm, it began to rotate, and moreover, the speed was getting faster and faster. Ka-ching! The sword in Miao Chahan's hand instantly exploded. The scene that happened in an instant caused myriad Chanan's heart to be shaken. The sword in her hand, which was a heaven-level magic treasure, was also instantly shattered by Yinan. Just as she was about to retreat, she realized that she couldn't move her body. Patriarch, your body. The other elders also looked at Miao Chang'an. Hearing the reminder from the crowd, Miao Chang'an subconsciously looked at his own body. At first glance, she was just shocked, because, above her body, there were 2 fish constantly swimming, one black and one white. Upon closer inspection, it was not a fish, but more like 2 sentient breaths. That's why she couldn't move. You, what did you do to me? Miao Chang'an was terrified. Just as the others wanted to step in to help Miao Chahan, it was only then that they realized that they also had white and black chi swimming around their bodies, and were just as unable to move. But the power within his body, like a flood, kept leaking out, shocking the surrounding area to keep exploding. Sovereign, we can't move either. The myriad Chan crowd struggled with pale faces. May I speak properly now? Yinan looked at Miao Chanan with an expressionless face. Thief, do you think that, by using this method, you can make us submit? Are the people of my myriad sound sect not people who are greedy and afraid of death? Myriad Chanan looked viciously at Yinan. Oh, looks like you're pretty tough. Yinan grinned. Click, click, click. At this moment, Yinan's palm was directly aimed at Miao Chanan's cheek. Above Yinan's palm, a black and white circle once again appeared. However, on top of the black and white circle that appeared this time, there was even more purple thunder flashing. Yinan injected his own power into the black and white circle continuously. The aura above the black and white circle became more and more violent and horrifying, as if it was about to explode at any moment, and even the space around it began to distort. Gulp! Seeing the black and white circle in front of him, myriad Chanan gulped and his body trembled involuntarily. She was sure that if this blow came out, she would die 10 deaths. The others were no better, trembling all over. Patriarch. Some elders were already getting scared, fearing that myriad Chanan would die under this strike. At this time, the elders had very little power left in their bodies, and all of them were pale, no longer able to resist. Boom! Yinan's body shook, and the several elders that surrounded him all flew out backwards. With their strength depleted, they could only lift their heads with difficulty, and even their bodies could not stand up. Their entire bodies were weak. Bang! Yinan threw the myriad Excel sky in his hand again. It wasn't that Yinan was soft-hearted. He had to shock these people away, because he felt as if his palms were out of control. The power within his body continued to coalesce towards his palm, and it seemed like he couldn't control it himself. Damn, it's out of control again. What kind of crap does this system teach? The corners of Yinan's mouth straightened. Yinan directly used his other hand and pressed his hand, but the pressure was useless. The black and white circle, which was originally the size of a palm, had come to the size of a pot lid and was still growing. The fluctuations around Yinan were getting bigger and bigger, and within a few meters, there was already purple thunder constantly exploding. You get down! Yinan's face was unsightly as he looked at myriad Chanan, who was still frozen in front of him. Everyone else's power was exhausted, except for Miao Chang'an, who was only confined by Yinan and didn't touch him. Myriad Chanan, who was already terrified, was somewhat at a loss for words when she heard Yinan's words. If you don't want to die, get down! Yinan roared again, no longer hesitating. Miao Chang'an could only lie on the ground, because she also sensed that the power in Yinan's hands was terrifying, a feeling that seemed to be able to destroy the cut. Damn, it can only be released. Yinan also knew that if this didn't release the power, it would definitely become harder and harder to control, and his palms, including the inside of his arms, had begun to ache a little. Yinan aimed in one direction, then raised his somewhat stiff palm. Then the mind moved. Boom! Yinan directly flew backwards. Not only that, within his palm, a beam of light consisting of black and white intertwined with each other shot out, which was also mixed with a trace of purple thunder. Probably because the recoil was too great, Yinan directly smashed right into the middle of a large hall, set directly into a small mountain. Shoo! the ground was instantly plowed into a furrow, and several large mountains in the distance instantly exploded. Even the sky, which was directly combed with a center parting, the clouds in the sky were clearly visible. If Yinan hadn't suddenly fallen to the ground and all his power had hit the sky, there was no telling what would have happened. Seeing several huge mountains explode in the distance, and the ground plowed out gullies that were hard to see with the naked eye, the crowd of Miao Chang'an were all scared straight. What a terrifying power! Why would such a strong person come to my myriad sound sect? Although Myriad Chanan's mind was shaken, her sanity remained as she considered the reason for it. If Yinan had killed them, there was no way they could have survived. When they thought about what Myriad Sound had told Yinan earlier, telling him to be merciful, they had previously disdained it. My that goes, is this the legendary turtle pie Qigong? Yinan was somewhat speechless as he looked at his palm. It was actually the first time he had used this tactic, all because the system had taught him before. It seems that the moves that the system taught me, I'll have to practicing them first in the future as well before it happens again, Yinan said as he gouged himself out of the mountain. Master. Seeing that the fighting had stopped, Miao Yin and the others hurriedly ran towards Miao Chang'an. After arriving at the center of the battlefield and seeing the Myriad Sound Sect's executives who had fallen all over the place, both Myriad Sound and Myriad Chingy sucked in a breath of cool air. Senior, are you alright? Miaoing quickly sought out Myriad Chang'an, who had collapsed on the ground. Cough, I'm fine. Miao Chang'an had just gotten up when she felt her body's qi and blood churning and directly sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 151, A Clan of Female Hooligans. Seeing Mia Chang'an in this state, Miaoing also hurriedly took out some healing pills she had with her and fed them to Mia Chang'an. The other elders, who were also picked up one by the disciples of the sect, were all hastily swallowing pills and meditating to regulate their breathing. Only Mao Chang'an didn't meditate, and after swallowing the elixir, he said to Miaoing, Quickly help me over. While saying that, Miao Chang'an also pointed in Yinan's direction. Senior, you still want to fight? Senior Yi has stayed his hand. You can't beat them. Hearing Myriad Chanan's words, Myriadine hurriedly stopped it, thinking that Myriad Chanan was still going to find Yinan to fight. Damn girl, you know it all. Doesn't Master understand? Quickly help me over. Hearing Miao Yin's words, Miao Chang'an glared at her without any good reason. Alright, Miaoing who had no choice but to help Myriad Chang'an towards Yinan. At this moment, Yinan was frowning, surveying his clothes that had once again become tattered. It seems like we need to have more clothes in the future. How troublesome it must be if we destroy them once we fight. Yinan rubbed his chin in some annoyance. Just as Yinan was rambling, several figures arrived in front of him. Seeing Myriad Chang'an with blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, Yinan just raised the corner of his mouth and teased, What? Still want to fight me? Hearing Yinan's words, Miao Chang'an just had a shudder in his heart. Saying that he wasn't afraid of death was impossible. Senior, you are joking. It was we who were reckless and offended Senior. I hope Senior will be generous and give us a chance to reform. Miao Chang'an just bowed deeply to Yinan. Forget it, I'm not a small-minded person. For the sake of Miaoyin, I don't want to bother with you guys. If you really want to apologize, treat me to a good meal. Yinan casually waved his hand and said, Alright, Senior, this personally goes to prepare. Please also request a seat within the clan. Myriad Chanan's heart was also relieved when he heard Yinan's words. After saying that, Miao Chang'an instructed Myriad Voice for a few moments before turning into a stream of light and leaving to personally prepare the banquet. Senior Yi, let me take you to look around? The scenery of our sect is still very good. Miaoyin looked at Yinan with a smile on her face. Although the battle just now had a relatively large ripple effect, it was only on the periphery and not within the clan. Otherwise, the Myriad Sound sect would have been razed to the ground long ago. Wait, I'll find a place to change my clothes first. Yinan looked at the clothes that had turned into cloth all over again and was somewhat helpless. Hearing Yinan's words, Miaoyin then noticed the bare-chested Yinan. Instantly, the redness of Miaoyin's face. Yinan hurriedly went behind a boulder not far away and changed his clothes in a hurry. A moment later, Yinan walked out, once again wearing spotless white clothes. Hey, it's a pity about those two fish just now. How delicious they would be if they were roasted. Yinan licked the corner of his mouth. It couldn't be helped. The battle had just been so volatile that the fish was definitely not going to be saved. Just like that, Miaoyin led Yinan along the way, slowly heading towards the interior of the Miaoyin sect. The sect disciples along the way, or some of the elders, all hastened to hide far away when they saw Yinan. Of course, there were also some bold ones who sized up Yinan with a hint of shock in their eyes. They had all seen the previous battle within the sect. I didn't expect Yinan, who looked like he was only in the chi refining realm, to be so strong, so handsome, and of course there were some nymphomaniacs. After all, this entire clan was female, and it was normal to have a few oddballs. Yinan, who had only piled into the pile of women, was a bit uncomfortable. This is the first time I've seen so many women, and all of them are also cultivators, and each one of them is extremely well maintained, especially some female disciples, not far away from all kinds of talk about Yinan, simply unapologetic, what there is to talk about, just short of decomposing Yinan. Hearing these words, Yinan's face darkened, and Miaoyin on the side also blushed scarlet. Senior, I'm sorry they are like this. Our clan's disciples seldom have contact with men. The clan rules are especially strict. So, speaking here, Miaoyin became even more embarrassed, her face reddening even more. It's fine, would I bother with them in general? Yinan waved his hand carelessly, saying so on his lips. Yinan's heart was a chill of evil. Boys must protect themselves outside. This sect is full of female hooligans. Soon, under Myriad Voice's guidance, he arrived at a grand hall within the Myriad Voice sect. This was the place where the Myriad Sound sect's top brass deliberated. It wasn't until Yinan entered the hall that those female disciples outside slowly dispersed. If it wasn't for the fact that this was where the higher echelons of the sect were, they would have really had to follow them in. After coming in, Yinan saw that there were lights and decorations everywhere inside, and he even got some female disciples who were good at singing and dancing to dance inside. However, it was all set up a bit hastily. Seeing this scene, Miaoyin was all flabbergasted. If not for the fact that she had been in the Miaoyin sect since she was a child, she would have suspected that she had come to the wrong place. Greetings, elders. Yinan, who had just entered, saw a group of elders in front of him bowing their heads and saluting. Senior, please also take a seat. Myriad Chang'an hurriedly arrived in front of Yinan and extended his hand in a salute. Good. Yinan nodded, and without being polite, he directly sat in the first place. It was only after they had just sat up that Miao Chang'an and the others dared to take their seats. Don't be polite, eat. Yinan had long been unable to resist. His stomach had long been rumbling with hunger. Yes, the crowd gave another polite salute. Yinan didn't bother, and directly picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Not bad. It has to be you big clans that make things delicious. Yinan couldn't help but sigh in praise. Many thanks to Senior for your love. Due to the rush of time, I can only prepare some crude tea and rice. It's good if Senior doesn't mind. Miao Chanan was very good at talking, but then again, these ingredients are, indeed, not exactly top-notch. It's just that time is rushed and there's no time to waste because Yinan he says he wants to eat. They were all abstaining from food, and barely touched it, leaving it to the disciples under them to make their own arrangements. I didn't realize that the food they usually didn't look at was actually coming in handy today. It seems that this one likes food a lot. I'll have to put in some effort to get some top-quality ingredients. Miao Chang'an thought this in her heart. The rest of the elders were all sitting honestly, none of them daring to say a word. Among them, Miao Chan and Miao Changtian were the worst. They didn't even dare to raise their heads to look at Yinan, fearing that Yinan would hold a grudge. Burp. Soon, Yinan, who had wolfed down a meal, burped with satisfaction. Senior, you don't know if there can be anything you want to do by coming to the late generations clan? Seeing that Yinan had eaten and drank his fill, it was only then that Miao Chang'an asked the question in his heart. Miao Chang'an had always felt that a strong person like Yinan could not come to her sect for no reason. In terms of Yinan's combat strength, he was at least a strong person of the 9th level of mortal transformation, but Yinan's final blow was definitely not a power that could be struck by the mortal transformation realm. Could it be that this one has already surpassed the mortal transformation realm? Thinking of this, Miao Chang'an just trembled furiously in his heart. Chapter 152, Proposing Marriage? There's actually nothing going on. I'm really just here to have some fun. Yinan also knew what Myriad Chang'an had in mind. If he didn't make it clear, the entire Myriad Sound sect would be disturbed in their hearts. Upon hearing Yinan's words, Myriad Chang'an and the group of elders all gave Yinan a suspicious look. Looking at Yinan did not seem to be lying, which made the big stone in their hearts finally fall down. Senior, just as Myriad Chang'an was about to continue saying something, a female disciple hurriedly walked into the main hall. Didn't you say that you are not allowed to disturb us without urgent matters? Seeing the female disciple who entered, Miao-chan frowned. Patriarch, disciple has something urgent to report. The young girl was also too late to answer Miao-chan's words and hurriedly bowed to Miao Chang'an. Oh, what is it? Miao Chang'an frowned at the female disciple. She also knew that if it wasn't an important matter, the sect disciples wouldn't dare to casually barge into the main hall. Patriarch, someone from the Windyu clan has come to propose marriage. The female disciple spoke the matter over. Proposing marriage? Sure enough, Windyu Zone really isn't dead in the water yet. Now Chanan's heart just sank when she heard this. The other elders, too, had their faces sunken. The one who was most troubled was Myriad Voice, and at this moment, her face turned pale. Senior, please sit down for a while. I'll go take care of things and come back soon, Myriad Chang'an respectfully said to Yinan. Alright, you go ahead. Don't worry about me. Although Yinan had also heard the word marriage proposal and the atmosphere in the hall had become silent, it didn't matter to him in the slightest. Only Miaoyin, who was sitting next to Miaoyin, was only distracted and kept casting her gaze toward Yinan. But Yinan acted as if he didn't see it, getting high on the melon seeds he had brought with him. But just as Miao Chang'an was about to go out to deal with this matter, a few footsteps came right through the main entrance of the Great Hall. At the same time, there was also a young man's voice that came into the Great Hall. I hope that all seniors will bear with me if I come here uninvited. At the sound, the crowd turned around to look at the gate. A line of two, a young man, and a tall, lanky old man. Despite the youth's words, there was no trace of respect in his tone or demeanor, just based on the fact that he directly barged into the Great Hall without notification. Just this point showed that the two youths were not coming from a good place. Feng Han, what brings you here? Miao Chang'an asked knowingly. Ha ha ha. Could it be that Patriarch Miao has forgotten that there's still a marriage between Sister Miao Yin and I that hasn't been completed yet, and I came today to fulfill the agreement? Feng Xian said to Miao Chang'an with a smile on his face. As soon as the words fell, Feng Xian's gaze began to scan the entire hall, seemingly searching for something. Suddenly, Feng Xian was the one whose eyes lit up, because he had found his target. At this moment, Feng Xian looked at Miaoyin with a scorching face. It was only the next moment that he noticed Yinan, who was right next to Miaoyin. Upon seeing Yinan, Feng Han just narrowed his eyes before his eyes filled with killing intent, but it was only a flash. Feng Xian, you and Miaoyin were only betrothed at that time. Originally you came to propose marriage. I should have fulfilled you, but before, weren't you unwilling? What? Now you want to go back on your word? Miao Chang'an looked at Feng Xian with unkind eyes. Patriarch Miao, this is not true. Before it was all decided by my father alone, not my intention, so I have personally come today to apologize, and by the way, to honor this marriage anew. Feng Xian still had a smile on his face. Originally, the marriage between Feng Han and Miaoyin was all about the doll's marriage between Miaoyin Chang'an and the head of the Feng family, and the relationship between the two families was still good at that time. But Feng Huan and Miaoyin hardly ever met, mainly because Miao Chang'an did not allow Miaoyin to go out and show her face, and it was rumored that Feng Xian had also gone out to practice since he was a child. Specifically, the Feng family did not reveal it to Miao Chang'an. Just a few years ago, the Feng family changed their face and unilaterally forced the marriage to be broken off in a very arrogant manner. In a fit of anger, Miao Chang'an has since broken off relations with the Feng family, but it was within the last year that Wind letter came back. Originally, Miao Chang'an also thought that this was only the Wind family's meaning, not the meaning of the outer Wind letter, but after coming back for half a year, Feng Xian had no intention of coming to the Myriad Sound sect. Now, Miao Chang'an realized that the matter of withdrawing from the marriage was not only the Feng family's intention, but more than likely, it was Feng Xian's intention. But just 2 months ago, Miaoyin had some errands to run in the city and happened to run into Windletter. After seeing Miaoyin's body and appearance, Feng Huan had gotten a rise out of him, and some friction had arisen. All of these things were said by Miao Qingyi, who accompanied Miaoyin. Since that time, Wind letter has been coming almost once a month, and this is the third time. Regarding Wind letter's mind, the people up and down the Myriad Sound sect knew it all too well. They just didn't poke through the window paper. Miao Chang'an even regretted her decision of this marriage in the first place, blaming her for being too gullible to the Feng family, and at the same time hating herself for not being strong enough. Humph, what do you, the Wind family, think my Myriad Sound sect is? And what do you think the people of my Myriad Sound sect are? Marrying them whenever you want? Throw them away whenever you want? At Wind letter's words, Myriad Chang'an sneered disdainfully. In response to Myriad Chang'an's words, Feng Xian still wore a smile on his face, because this was the third time he had come here, and every time, Myriad Chang'an almost always had this kind of attitude. But still, it made Feng Xian's heart very upset. However, Feng Xian did turn the tables and looked at Yinan, who was sitting at the table stoned on melon seeds, with a frosty face and asked, Patriarch Miao, isn't your clan not close to men? Why is there a male? Humph, my clan still needs you to teach us how to do things? Moreover, I can tell you very clearly that this marriage is over. You'd better go back. Miao Chang'an had long been unable to hold back, and if it weren't for his years of education, he would have directly struck out. Hearing Miao Chang'an ignoring himself so much, Feng Xian also lost his temper. Patriarch Miao, I advise you to be more sensible. It's your clan's good fortune that I can marry Miaoyin. Don't be ignorant. Feng Xian's eyes were cold as he looked at Miao Chang'an. Unbridled, Miao Chang'an let out a furious cry. Boom! At the same time, a strong pressure pressed down on Feng Xian. Feng Xin was instantly bent over, and just as he was about to be suppressed to his knees, there was suddenly just a lightness on him, and all the pressure instantly disappeared. Miao Chang'an gruffly looked at the burly old man behind Feng Xin. The mighty pressure just now was blocked by this burly old man. Ha ha ha. Good, good. You myriad sound sect dares to strike at me. Just you wait, none of the females from your sect will be able to escape. As the pressure dissipated, Feng Xin stood up and laughed maniacally as he stopped pretending. Feng Xin's gaze at this time no longer had the previous obscurity, and now it was even more nakedly sizing up the flavorful Miao Chang'an in front of him. You seek death. Seeing Feng Xin's naked gaze, Miao Chang'an was burning with rage. His fists clenched with a clicking sound, and a powerful aura continuously leaked out from his body. The entire hall was trembling slightly. Chapter 153, Trouble at the Door. Seeing Miao Chang'an, who was about to lash out again, Feng Xin was also shaken and slowly came behind the burly old man. And the lanky old man didn't say anything, still wrapping his arms around himself and just staring at Miao Chang'an. And Miao Chang'an's teeth clenched, but he still held back and didn't make a move. The lanky old man in front of her gave her a very dangerous feeling. The exchange of words just now was enough to show how tough this lanky old man was. In the face of Wind Letter's humiliation, Miao Chang'an could only hold her tongue. She didn't care. She could have killed the Wind family to wipe out the shame. However, there were still so many people in the Myriad Sound sect, she couldn't destroy the entire Myriad Sound sect just because of her impulsiveness. But what Miao Chang'an was a bit puzzled about was that the burly old man in front of her could make her feel danger. But Yinan was so strong, how could she not feel the danger? If he could feel it, he wouldn't have rashly made a move against Yinan. Seeing Miao Chang'an who didn't dare to make a move, Feng Xin once again stood out from behind the burly old man. Ha ha ha. Your Myriad Sound sect only has this much to offer. If it weren't for the fact that your sect is all female and all have a few good looks, I wouldn't have bothered to come. After saying that, Feng Xin didn't seem to be relieved. Then pointing at Yinan again, he cursed, "Kid, you dare to touch the woman I'm looking at. I'll remember you. Next time, I'll skin you and draw you out." After saying that, then said to the stout old man, "Let's go." Seeing the two Feng Xin who turned around and swaggered away, Miao Chang'an and the other people within the clan had ice-cold eyes. But they also didn't dare to kill Feng Huan. The Feng family was originally a bit stronger than their Myriad Sound sect. It seemed that over the years, the Wind family seemed to be getting more and more uncomplicated. Only Yinan sat at the table with a dumbfounded look on his face. What the hell? Yinan had just been eating melons, but he didn't expect someone to suddenly scold him. And when they heard Feng Xin scold Yinan, the people of Myriad Chang'an were stunned. Then they all looked at Yinan in unison. Sure enough, when they saw Yinan's ugly face, Miao Chang'an was all shaken, especially Myriad Excel Sky. She seemed to have remembered something bad, and her entire body shivered. It was because she had scolded Yinan before and then got beaten up. Damn it, stop right there. Yinan slapped the table with a furious shout. Upon hearing Yinan's words, Feng Xin, who had walked a few meters away, immediately stopped his figure. Turning his head toward Yinan, he said with a disdainful expression, "What, want to die early?" It wasn't that Wind Letter didn't want to kill Yinan, but, after all, this was the Myriad Sound sect, and if it was truly immortal, even if the lanky old man beside him was strong, he would definitely suffer a loss unless he was crushed. But the strength of the lanky old man, Wind Letter knew very well that at best, he was only a little stronger than Miao Chang'an, and couldn't do anything to crush him at all. But it's still okay to put a fork in it. Hearing Wind Letter's threatening words, Yinan grinned. Hurrah! I'm really tired of living and want to find death. Yinan rolled up his sleeves and slowly approached towards the two Feng Han. Ha ha ha. I hadn't noticed it just now. So it's a broken chi refining? After Feng Huan laughed, he gave Miao Chang'an another disdainful glance. Are you guys asking for so little now? A broken refined chi is accepted? Hearing Wind Letter's mockery, what surprised him was that Miao Chang'an and the others didn't get angry, but instead looked at Wind Letter with expressionless faces. Seeing the expressions on the faces of the Myriad Chang'an crowd, not to mention Feng Xin, the stout old man beside Feng Xin also frowned. He always felt like something was wrong inside, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Feng Huan quickly didn't care about the crowd's reaction, but instead mockingly looked at Yinan. Kid, what do you want? Want to fight me one-on-one? Fine, it's fine if you want to fight one-on-one, Yinan said with a corner of his mouth. Hearing Yinan's words, Feng Xin's eyes also lit up. Looking at his age, Yinan was only a few years older. He was happy to beat up his peers because it gave him a sense of satisfaction. I'm afraid that you won't be able to resist the beating and then look for help. As Feng Xin spoke, he didn't forget to glance at Miao Chang'an. Hearing this heaven-defying speech from Feng Xin, the Myriad Sound Sect's crowd all had their eyes jumping up and down, but none of them made a sound. Don't worry, I will never interfere. Noticing the meaning in Feng Xin's words, Miao Chang'an hurriedly spoke. Good, Elder Kook, keep an eye on them and don't let them make a move. I'm going to teach this brat a good lesson. Feng Xian also barked at the lanky elder at the side. The burly old man nodded, although he didn't say anything. Could it be my illusion? Does the myriad sound sect still have hidden powerhouses? It shouldn't be, Elder Kook muttered in his heart. Before they came, they had checked the myriad sound sect clearly and explicitly. The strongest person in the myriad sound sect was the previous sect master, who was rumored to have passed away a few years ago, and the current strongest person was only myriad Chanan. Miso. The next moment, an axe appeared in Feng Xian's hand. Feng Xian held a sharp axe and looked viciously at Yinan. He had just said that he wanted to beat Yinan up, but he was actually just saying it casually. His real aim was to beat Yinan to death straight away. In his opinion, Yinan was looking for death if he dared to steal a woman from him. He had long wanted to collect the myriad sound sect and use it as a backyard for himself. Kid, don't you use weapons? Looking at Yinan, whose hands were empty, Feng Xian frowned. Packing you up. One of my hands is enough, Yinan retorted disdainfully. Arrogant. Since you seek death, don't blame me. Go to hell. Wind Letter directly exploded its own power and quickly rushed towards Yinan. Seeing the Feng Xian who had already reached the peak of the Pioneer realm, the crowd of myriad Chang'an were all shocked. Niaoyin was also only at the 5th level of the Pioneer Valley after receiving the chance of Yinan's blue beads. I didn't realize that the seemingly wild Wind Letter was actually so talented. What exactly is the Wind family's untold secret? Miao Chang'an thought in his heart. Buzz. In an instant, Feng Xian arrived in front of Yinan and slashed his axe towards his neck. Feng Xian looked at Yinan, who was immediately about to fall to the ground head first, with a grimace on his face. The corners of his mouth couldn't contain his smile. But the next moment, Yinan directly called out with a slap. Ka-ching! The axe in Wind Letter's hand instantly turned into pieces. But before he could react, his person flew out backwards. Young Lord! Elder Cook's face changed drastically when he saw this scene. Whoosh! In the next moment, the lanky old man hurriedly came to Feng Xian's back, just as he had just hugged Feng Xian. The powerful force knocked even him back more than 10 meters before he slowly came to a stop. This caused the burly old man's heart to shake, and his gaze toward Yinan changed. And at this time, the Wind Letter is dyed in blood. All the bones seem to be broken. Soft, eyes closed tightly, and do not know whether it is alive or dead. But before the burly old man could make a move, Yinan called out another backhanded slap. An invisible palm print arrived in front of the stout old man in an instant. Boom! Along the way, a huge hole in the shape of a giant hand directly appeared in the entire hall. Chapter 154, The Miserable Song Yuan Master and Disciples. And the Elder Kook, who was hit, directly flew out of the great hall like a cannonball. Boom! In an instant, Elder Kook was smashed out of a large hall hundreds of meters away on the spot. That hall collapsed on the spot. After a few moments, all was quiet. Everyone in Myriad Chang'an looked at the breezy Yinan in shock. They were all sweating at this point. Girl, this time it's really thanks to your blessing. Otherwise, Miao-chan all but turned her head to look at Miao-yin in celebration. Yinan's previous dealings with them were completely incomparable compared to this time. Compared to now, Yinan was more like playing with them before. However, when facing Elder Kook, Yinan had directly dealt a death blow. In terms of the exchange just now, Elder Kook was very strong, stronger than all of them, and the higher-ups of the Myriad Sound Sect could feel it. However, what was even more frightening was that just such a powerful person was slapped out by Yinan like a leather ball, without even the slightest resistance. Whoosh! Scud unleashed, Yinan instantly arrived in front of that ruin. Yinan reached out and grabbed towards the ruins, and a powerful suction force came out from within Yinan's palm. Rumble! Amidst the ruins, countless building debris was constantly being dispersed. Whoosh! In the next moment, a bloodstained figure flew from the ruins to Yinan's hands. Yinan looked at the half-dead Elder Kook and grinned. Elder Kook, right? How do you feel? Still arrogant? You dared to kill the young master. You're dead. The Myriad Sound Sect will have to end as well, and the Wind family won't let you go. Although Elder Kook was heavily injured, his eyes were staring viciously at Yinan, with a teasing expression on his face. Oh, then I'll wait for them here. As for you, go down and wait for them first. Yinan gave his hands a push. Bang! Yinan exerted force in his hands, and Elder Kook's head exploded on the spot. As for that Wind Letter, it directly turned into pieces under Yinan's second palm. Cut! Clapping his hands, Yinan snorted in disdain at Elder Kook's reference to the Wind family. After things calmed down, the Myriad Chang'an crowd inside the hall also rushed out. They looked at Yinan's figure with even more awe. Senior, are you alright? Myriad Chang'an didn't know what to say on the topic, and could only reluctantly ask these words, his face somewhat embarrassed. Nothing, what can I do? Yinan said carelessly. Find me a place to stay. I won't leave for a while. I reckon that what's-his-name Wind family will find you guys in trouble. So I'd better take care of it for you guys first before I leave. Yinan stroked his chin and thought, many thanks, Senior. The place to stay, I have already prepared it. Please follow me. Senior, Hearing Yinan's words, Myriad Shannon was overjoyed in his heart. She had just been wondering how to open her mouth, but she didn't expect Yinan to take the initiative to help them, which made Miao Chang'an feel relieved in her heart. Soon, Myriad Shannon led Yinan to a separate compound. Just before going far, Yinan saw that not far away, on top of the two stone pillars, there seemed to be something tied up that seemed to be struggling. What is that thing? Yinan looked toward Myriad Shannon, who was leading the way ahead. Hearing Yinan's words, Myriad Shannon also looked over. If you don't look at it, it's a blush. Elder, it was two guys who didn't know the heights of heaven who broke into my sect several times and had the elders of my sect tied up. Now Shannon hurriedly explained. Oh, Yinan was also interested when he heard this. Go take a look. After saying that, Yinan took the lead and walked over. Now Chang'an was naturally uneasy to stop him and slowly followed behind. Woo! Seeing Yinan approaching, the two men who had been beaten to a pig's head had a face of elation, and their movements grew larger and larger. But with his hands and feet tied up in death, and his mouth stuffed with cloth, he could only make whimpering noises. Why do I feel that these two look so familiar? Yinan frowned as he surveyed the two people who had been beaten to a pig's head. In terms of age, these two are one old and one young. It's just that the likeness is no longer distinguishable. They seem to have something to say. Or, listen, Yinan said to Miao Chahan. The main reason was that the two were struggling more and more. Their eyes were almost blaring out, and both of them were staring at Yinan in death. Seeing that the two reacted so strongly, Miao Chang'an was also a bit puzzled, but Yinan opened his mouth, and she could only let the two speak. With a stroke of Miao Chang'an's jade finger, the cloth in the mouths of the two men came right off. Senior, I've finally met you. Woo! Just as soon as he was able to open his mouth, Song Yuan shouted at Yinan. You are? Yinan asked tentatively as he heard this voice and felt even more familiar. The main reason was that there was no one else in this place, and Song Yuan was looking at Yinan and shouting. When Myriad Shannon, who was on the side, heard Song Yuan's words, his heart just stuttered. Could it be these two guys know Senior Yi? Or are they friends of Senior Yi? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy Miao Chanan became in his heart. If this was really Yinan's friend, wouldn't she have stirred up a big mess? Yi, Senior Yi, it's me, Song Yuan. Song Yuan hurriedly explained himself. Me, Song Yuan? Yinan was also stunned when he heard this. After Yinan took a closer look, Yinan finally recognized it. Good lord, what happened to you? How did you get beat up like this? TSK. Yinan looked at the two Song Yuan with a speechless face. Song Yuan. Hearing Yinan's words, Song Yuan also wanted to cry. So what? They're my friends, can you put them down? Yinan looked at Myriad Shannon oddly. Fine, I'll put it here. Now Chang'an went numb, not expecting to be guessed right by her. Yinan really did recognize these two. After being put down, after the Song Yen master and disciple gave a vicious look at Myriad Shannon, they arrived in front of Yinan with two pig heads on their heads. Many thanks to Senior for the favor of saving me. Song Yuan and Song Yen were snotty. Why are you guys here? Yinan looked at the two Song Yuan breathlessly. Senior, you left without even telling me. I came after your footsteps. If it wasn't for the fact that there was someone next to him right now, Song Yuan would have wanted to directly hug Yinan's thighs and have a good cry. It was just too miserable. What are you guys following me for? Yinan became even more eccentric. Elder, I've decided, even if you want to kick me out, I won't leave. I'm going to follow you to the death this time, even if it means washing and cooking. Song Yuan's gums clenched and he also gave up. What the hell? Yinan heard this anticlimactic speech and was stupefied by the whole thing. Myriad Shannon, who was on the side, saw that Yinan did not blame her and also put her heart down, only looking at the Song Yuan master and disciple with some oddities. Chapter 155, Disrupted Plans. Alright, let's not talk about these things for now. You guys better follow me to find a place to stay and then talk slowly. By the way, you guys heal your injuries. Yinan wasn't interested in listening to all this and hurriedly interrupted. Fine. Senior is right. Song Yuan also felt that it made sense and nodded his head in a hurry. What are you looking at? Why don't you hurry up and lead the way? Yinan's appearance caused Song Yuan to suddenly harden up and look at Miao Chanan with a smug expression, like a dogfight. Hearing Song Yuan's angry rebuke, Miao Chang'an's eyes also narrowed, but he didn't say anything more. After giving Yinan another salute, he hurriedly led the way. Soon, led by Myriad Shannon, the group of several people arrived atop a peak, and on top of the peak, there was a luxurious wooden attic, and standing in this attic, the entire Myriad Sound sect was visible. Senior, this place is relatively quiet, and the scenery is the best in the sect. I don't know if you like it? Now Chanan looked at Yinan apprehensively. Not bad, that'll do, thanks. Yinan also nodded with satisfaction. This is what Junior should do, as long as Senior doesn't mind. Now Chanan was flattered and said, Alright, Senior is tired and needs to rest. you go down first. Hearing Myriad Chanan's words, Song Yuan on the side hurriedly took over the words as if dismissing an underling. When he heard Song Yuan's words, Yinan was just stunned. Am I tired? I'm not tired at all, Yinan muttered in his heart. On the side, Song Yen, who hadn't said anything all this time, was also looking at this master teacher of his speech speechlessly. Song Yuan used to be in front of him, but he was still immortal, and now he was a living dog's leg. And it's still the kind of thing you stick up on your own accord. The most furious, when belonged to the Myriad Chanan. If not Yinan here, she again wanted Song Yuan master and disciple hanging beat. Seeing Mia Chang'an, who was angry but didn't dare to make a move against himself, Song Yuan was just so pleased with himself. It seemed as if all the anger he had felt from being brutally beaten earlier had dissipated. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Myriad Chanan left, leaving only Yinan and Song Yuan as master and disciple. You guys go find yourselves a room to rest as well, Yinan said to the two Song Yuan. Senior, there's no need. Since I said I would follow you, I will definitely do it. I'll just guard the door for Senior at the mountain peak. Song Yuan simply did not give Yinan the chance to retort, and directly walked towards the path that the mountain peak must take. Song Yan looked at his master. All went to guard the door. How could he not go? Gritting his teeth, he could only follow. Although both of them had a lot of injuries on their bodies, Mao Chang'an and the others had their hands on them, just a few superficial wounds, so they just wanted to give some lessons. Watching the operation of the Song Yuan master and disciple, Yinan was a bit odd. However, he didn't care and went straight to his room to rest, and after Myriad Chanan arranged Yinan, he once again came to the main hall. Order down, be ready at all times. The Wind family is expected to come shortly. At that time, it's bound to be a bloody battle, Myriad Chanan said gruffly to the group of senior officers. Hearing Mia Chahan's words, the rest of them, their faces were also heavy. They actually knew in their hearts that Yinan had killed Feng Han. This was no small amount of hatred, and it was almost impossible to reconcile. From this moment onwards, the entire Myriad Sound sect was in an atmosphere of gravity, like the tranquility before a storm. And in the Myriad Sound sect, hundreds of miles away, in the middle of a modest city of the same grandeur, and inside a large hall in the city, a group of strong men were sitting opposite each other. The great hall, however, was unusually quiet at this time, and not a single person made a sound. Only a middle-aged man sitting in the first seat had a resentful face, his hands clenched into fists, and even the fluctuation of his breath seemed to be a bit unsteady. There was also a shattered jade slip on the table to the side, which was Feng Xian's fate card. Gather the strongest members of the clan and head to the Myriad Sound sect. The middle-aged man squeezed these words out from between his teeth. He didn't let out his anger and grief, only those eyes became red with bloodlust. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the crowd of powerful members of the Feng clan below didn't refute anything. They also wanted to go and exterminate the Myriad Sound sect at this moment. Just like that, under the decision of the Wind family's senior management, a group of powerful people set off in great numbers. It was just that the Wind family's crowd had just reached the halfway point when the footsteps of the leading middle-aged man suddenly stopped. The middle-aged man was the patriarch of the Feng family, and also Feng Huan's father, named Feng Sun. Patriarch, what's wrong? Seeing that Feng Sun had stopped, one of the elders at the side opened his mouth in confusion. Feng Sun didn't pay attention to this elder, but took out a jade slip that was shining brightly. When Feng Sun finished reading the information amongst the jade slips, Feng Sun instantly just frowned and seemed to be making some kind of difficult decision. A full half hour later, Feng Sun's voice slowly sounded. Go back. The voice was laced with a hint of helplessness. After saying that, Feng Sun directly turned around and left. Seeing that Wind Sundowner was gone, the rest of the crowd was puzzled. They wanted to ask, but they didn't dare to, so they could only silently turn away. Just as the group of powerful men from the Feng clan had returned to the clan, they saw a figure stepping into the air. This was also a middle-aged man with an extraordinary demeanor, not an ordinary person at first glance. My lord, Feng Sun hurriedly came to the middle-aged man with a salute. His tone was very sad. Alright, Feng Xian is also my disciple, but what's the use of being sad when things have already come to this? The most important thing right now is not to get revenge. We have more important things to do. Understand? The middle-aged man's face wasn't very pretty either. It wasn't so much that he was heartbroken because Windletter was dead, it was because it had disrupted his plans. Yes, my lord. Feng Sun could only nod slowly with no choice but to do so. Don't worry about it. After I'm done with my business, I'll personally go and exterminate that what's-her-name Myriad Sound sect. The middle-aged man said expressionlessly. Many thanks, my lord. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Feng Sun also felt better in his heart. My lord, is that dojo open? And what is the thing you want? Feng Sun continued to add, a key? You don't need to ask much about the excess, but I can disclose one thing to you. This matter involves a great deal. Even the forces behind me are just acting as a pawn. Do you understand? The middle-aged man said with a gloomy face. Hearing these words, Fongsun just changed his face and shook his body. He was aware of how big the power behind the middle-aged man was. But it's such a powerful force, and it's just a pawn? Previously, Fongsun thought that it was just the middle-aged man who had his eye on some kind of treasure among the dojo and wanted his Feng family to help him get it. I didn't realize it was so involved. Seeing Fongsun's reaction, the middle-aged man nodded in satisfaction. This was the effect he wanted. Only then would Wine Sundowner not dare to be duplicitous in what he did. By the way, Feng Xin died. You have to find a genius within 3 days that must enter the secret realm in Feng Xin's place. Otherwise we can't participate in this event. And that's why I came to find you in advance. The middle-aged man looked at Fongsun seriously. The middle-aged man noticed the moment Feng Xin died, so he immediately rushed over. Senior, aren't there many geniuses among your forces? Why did you come to us to look for them? Fongsun was a bit puzzled. There are some things that I can't explain to you. Just do what I say now. Once you succeed, the benefits will not be lacking. The middle-aged man's tone carried a hint of warning. Chapter 156, Mysterious Beast Skin. Yes. Hearing that the middle-aged man was getting a little displeased, Fongsun didn't dare to say anything more and could only nod his head repeatedly. Alright, I'll stay here with you for the time being. Explain what you've done and do it immediately. Time is running out and there should be no delay, the middle-aged man added. A few moments later, after arranging the middle-aged man, Fongsun then gathered a group of senior members of the Feng family to begin deliberations. What I've said, you've all heard it roughly clearly, right? There's no time to lose. We'll start recruiting talented people today. Fongsun told the group of executives all that he could know. After the council ended, the entire Wind family became busy. They weren't a clan, and generally speaking, family forces wouldn't recruit disciples from outside. But this time the situation was unique and it had to be. On the other side of the myriad sound sect, Yinan had come to the attic to enjoy the moon after he had rested. 2 other figures were busy off to the side. Song Yan's face was dark and black as he boiled water to make tea for Yinan. As for Song Yuan, he was wearing the apron that Yinan had given him and was barbecuing on the side. They had seen Yinan cook food in the Yuhua sect before, and more or less knew that Yinan liked to eat. Moreover, during this period of time when he was looking for Yinan, Song Yuan was not unprepared, learning to make food from time to time along the way, and he had specially found a chef to teach him, just to please Yinan. Seeing the two Song Yuan's hands in a frenzy, Yinan was somewhat speechless. He had just advised him to do so, but the two had to insist, so he could only compromise. Senior Yi, please drink tea. Song Yan carefully brewed a cup of tea for Yinan. Good. Yinan didn't refuse and took the tea and sipped it. It's not bad. However, there is still a lot of room for improvement. Compared to the Jade Immortal, it's still quite a bit worse, Yinan said to Song Yan. Seeing that Yinan drank it and didn't dislike it, Song Yan was also overjoyed in his heart. Yes, seniors are right. I'll definitely study seriously. Song Yan was like a chicken blood, taking care of Yinan's tea while still looking at the book. That book wasn't so much a secret book of kung fu as it was a tea recipe. Seeing this scene, Yinan shook his head and smiled. I don't know. How is that girl Linglong doing? Yinan looked at the sky full of stars and muttered. As for those disciples of his, he is actually not worried. All have heart. Only Linglong he was a little uneasy. Not that he was afraid of anything else, but he was afraid that Linglong would be too naive and be cheated. Let's hope that Yuxian can take care of her. Yinan shook his head, thinking that he was overthinking things. Senior, don't worry. Miss is so smart and clever. She will definitely be fine. Hearing Yinan's whisper, Song Yuan, who was roasting meat on the side, also hurriedly took over the conversation. Well, that's true. Yinan nodded in agreement. Linglong may be small, but she has a lot of heart. Just as Yinan's few people were talking, a figure arrived at this mountain peak. After seeing the visitor clearly, Yinan asked curiously, Patriarch Miao, is something wrong at this late hour? Senior, I hope you'll forgive me for the late night disturbance. Now Chanan was a little embarrassed. It's fine. I can't sleep anyway. Go ahead. What is it? Yinan casually waved his hand. I just got a message that there seems to be some kind of movement on the Wind family's side. Then Myriad Chang'an spoke about the news he had gotten. Oh, according to you, something is really going on? You don't even care if your own son is killed? What could be the big deal? Do you know? Yinan looked at Miao Chanan with some curiosity. He was puzzled today why the Wind family had delayed in taking revenge. I don't know either. It's really strange for the Wind family to recruit disciples with such fanfare. This kind of thing has never happened before. Miao Chang'an thought Yinan knew about it, which was why he hurriedly came. Senior, I might know something. Just as Yinan and Miao Chang'an were puzzled, Song Yuan, who was busy on the side, came over. Oh, you know? Yinan's eyes also lit up when he heard this. I once traveled around, and I know a little bit about some of the hidden secrets of this continent, but I just failed to seek proof. Song Yan seemed to be caught up in memories. Alright, don't sell the story, just say it. Yinan interrupted Song Yuan without any good humor. Hearing Yinan's words, Song Yuan did not reply, but carefully took out a piece of paper from his arms. Frankly speaking, it was a white paper like demonic beast skin. Senior, please also take a look at this. Song Yuan respectfully handed it to Yinan. Seeing that Song Yuan was mysterious and still had a grave expression on his face, Yinan became even more interested. Yinan received the animal skin, then slowly opened it. I don't know what kind of animal skin this is. There is still a bit of fluorescence emanating from it, and it feels excellent. However, Yinan didn't care about the beast skin right now, but instead hurriedly opened it. Upon opening the beast skin, Yinan froze. There was nothing special on it, just one big line. Time is running out. Cultivators of the Xianling realm, you must hurry. Hurry! It seemed like the person who carved this word was in a hurry at the time. Even the words were crooked and did not seem to be finished, and the words, more than anything else, seemed to be only the beginning. Moreover, all of these fonts seemed to be not simple, giving Yinan a very powerful feeling, as if any of the words in here the power of which could overturn the mountains and the seas. It seems like the owner of this word must be very powerful. Yinan's sense of himself would never be wrong. What does this mean? Yinan looked at Song Yuan again in puzzlement. Senior, all of these fonts have powerful meanings in them, and it is because of these fonts that I am where I am today. But Senior is so foolish that up until now, I have only comprehended the skin of one of the fonts. Song Yuan was somewhat bitter. Hearing Song Yuan's words, Myriad Chang'an, who was on the side, was also shocked. Well, I can feel it too. It's just that you haven't told me what this line means? Yinan looked at Song Yuan without any good humor. Elder, this volume of beast skin is when I was young and experienced, accidentally obtained on another corpse. For many years, in order to figure out the meaning of this line of words, and comprehend the meaning of these words, so far, I vaguely came to a conclusion. Song Yuan hesitated gruffly. Alright, a big man's, grating, speak quickly. Song Yuan's words tickled Yinan's heart. A great calamity is coming, and it's a calamity that might affect the entire continent. But, this is just my guess. Song Yuan was a bit stunned. Great tribulation? Upon hearing Song Yuan's words, Yinan was just stunned, and Myriad Chang'an on the side also frowned. Elder, originally I didn't want to think in this direction, but someone who can leave such a horrible font is still so anxious, even fearful. The most terrible thing is that it's not even too late to write the whole thing. What on earth can make this such a terrifyingly strong person become so fearful? And the person who left the message, I feel that it is not a great evil. So, speaking here, Song Yuan's meaning was already obvious. Chapter 157, Ghost Mist Forest. Indeed, especially that line, cultivators of the Xianling realm. It's obvious that this person who left the font behind seems to be sending us some sort of message. Of course, it's also possible that it's ill-intentioned. Myriad Chang'an, who was at the side, also analyzed. I've thought about what you said, but with such a powerful existence, do you think it's necessary to be so boring? Cultivation together. The road ahead is inherently unknown. Just because we don't know about it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Perhaps it's just that we're not qualified to touch it yet. Song Yuan hastily retorted. The main thing was that the owner of this beast skin, if he really had any harmful thoughts, he would have died a long time ago, not to mention still benefiting greatly from the font of the beast skin. In a sense, the owner of the beast skin was also Song Yuan's master. Hearing Song Yuan's words, Myriad Chang'an frowned tightly and rarely refuted. She also sensed that the fonts were quite something, and the closer she got, the more her mind seemed to become permeable, and her body was soothed in a way it had never been before. Not only that, among the font, there was also a burst of vastness emanating from it. At a realm like hers, it wasn't just some random treasure that could benefit her. Moreover, it was all the more clear that the owner of this beast's skin was not a great trader. So this continent is called the Xianling realm. Yinan stroked his chin and murmured, Senior, what do you think about this? Now Chang'an asked Yinan. Song Yuan also hurriedly looked at Yinan. In their opinion, Yinan was so strong that he must have been exposed to more things than them. Opinion? I don't have any opinion. Whether it's a great calamity or not, let's talk about it when the time comes. What we have to do now is to eat, drink and play well. Thinking so much won't change anything. Let nature take its course. Yinan lay on the recliner, not caring. Upon hearing Yinan's words, both Song Yuan and Myriad Chang'an were stunned. That's also true. What Senior said also makes sense. That kind of powerhouse can't even stop it. Even if there really is some great calamity, with this amount of strength we have, it would be futile. So it would be better to think about what's right in front of us. Song Yuan also smiled bitterly. Far from it. Didn't you just say that you know something about the anomalies of Win's family? Yinan continued to say to Song Yuan, Elder, when I used to travel, I passed through a very peculiar place. That place is very dangerous and covered in mist all year round, and this roll of beast skin was obtained from a corpse outside of that place. I doubt that the Win family's abnormality could have anything to do with this, because, some time ago, I went to see it again, and there were more people nearby. People from many forces, and among them, I saw the Wind family's flying boat. Song Yuan also knew something about these forces. Oh, do you know what's so special about that place? Do you know the exact location? The more Yinan listened, the more excited he became. He had found another place to explore. He thought, Elder, the place I remember. As for how exactly that place was formed, I don't know. Anyway, I feel that it's very dangerous, even for me now. It gives me the feeling that it's 10 deaths. Song Yuan said gruffly. How is that possible? Are you talking about the Ghost Mist Forest? Isn't it thousands of miles away from here? There are also several lakes near the mists. Hearing Song Yuan's words, Myriad Chang'an seemed to recall something. Even his body trembled. Yes, it seems to be called so. There are indeed a few lakes nearby. You know? Song Yuan was a bit surprised when he heard Miao Chang'an's words. How could I not know about it? It's not too much to say that place is a forbidden land. The former patriarch of my myriad sound sect, when he wanted to go deeper into it in order to find a breakthrough opportunity and prolong his lifespan, he ended up going less than 100 meters deeper than that before he fled in a haste, and when he came back, he fell ill and was unable to recover until he died. Myriad Chang'an explained. What? Hearing Myriad Chang'an's words, Song Yuan's heart trembled. He didn't expect that this ghost mist forest would be even more terrifying than he understood. The former patriarch of the Myriad Sound sect was also said to be a strong person of the 9th level of mortal transformation, but it was such a strong person who couldn't even go 100 meters deeper and lost his life. Only Yinan, who was on the side, had his eyes glowing, and the name Ghost Mist Forest excited Yinan as soon as he heard it. Good, I've decided. In a few days, we'll go to that Ghost Mist Forest to have a look. Yinan slapped his hand on the tea table to the side. Hearing the staggering Yinan, both Song Yuan were startled. What? Senior, you're going in? Hearing Yinan's words, Myriad Chang'an sucked in a breath of cool air. On the side, Song Yuan's eyes also jumped. He knew that Yinan would do this. Yeah, it's been a while since I've encountered something so interesting. It would be a shame not to go and see it. Of course, you guys cannot go. I'll just go by myself, Yinan said with a serious face. No, I must go and take a look. If the Feng clan really wants to hit this place, I have to go and take a look, in case they really have a way to get in and get something inside. Our Myriad Sound sect will be in danger. Miao Chang'an was thinking longer term. She had to take a risk. The beast skin in Song Yuan's hand was probably from inside the Ghost Mist Forest. The appearance of this beast skin let Myriad Chang'an know that the chance inside was definitely not simple. Moreover, the current Wind family and the Myriad Sound sect had become mortal enemies, and she had to keep an eye on the Wind family to do so. Well, what you said also makes sense. When the time comes, you'll join me. Yinan also nodded his head. He felt that Miao Chang'an had considered the right thing. Although he could help solve the Wind family, but he still needed to be hard on himself. He couldn't be in the Myriad Sound sect all the time. Senior, I also want to follow you. Song Yuan, who was at the side, gritted his teeth and also spoke in a hurry. What? Aren't you afraid I'll go in and not come out? It might even get you killed. Yinan grinned. Woe is me. If I really die in there, it's my fate. I don't blame Senior. If I come out, then it is worth it. Song Yuan had a firm face. Alright, when the time comes, you guys stay close to me. I can at least guarantee that you won't die. Yinan also gave Song Yuan an appreciative look. Return it. Yinan handed the beast skin back to Song Yuan again. No. This beast skin will be given to Senior. It will be more useful in your hands. In mine it is a waste. Moreover, with my qualifications, I will not be able to penetrate the mysteries of it. I think it is more suitable for Senior. Song Yuan said with a serious face. That's fine. You said so. I'll take it. If you have any wants you can talk to me. I won't take it for nothing. Yinan was also not polite. He always felt that the beast skin did not seem to be as simple as what he saw in front of him. I don't dare. It's an honor for the late generation to do something for Senior. How would Song Yuan dare to ask for something? It was too late to flatter Yinan. Whoosh! Just as Song Yuan's words fell, a jade bottle was thrown over from Yinan's hands. Song Yuan, who was too late to react, could only catch it in a hurry. Senior, this. Song Yuan was still embarrassed to accept Yinan's things. Alright, take it. This thing can enhance one's qualifications. Even for you, it can break the current inherent qualifications. Yinan didn't care and said. Hearing Yinan's words, Song Yuan's body just trembled. Puff! Song Yuan directly knelt down and said excitedly, Many thanks, Senior. Obviously, what was in this jade bottle was a medicinal liquid, but a medicinal liquid that could change his qualifications was unheard of, because the qualifications are fixed by nature, unless you get a chance to change your life against the heavens. But it was such a supreme opportunity that Yinan gave it to him at random. This made him feel grateful and shocked in his heart, and he felt that Yinan was even more terrifying than he had imagined. for this trip to the Ghost Mist Forest. With Yinan around, the worries he had to worry about before instantly disappeared. Chapter 158, Myriad Chang'an and Song Yuan's Chance. Hearing Yinan's words and then seeing the jade bottle in Song Yuan's hand, Miao Chang'an just had his heart pounding. She didn't expect that in Yinan's hands, he actually had this kind of heaven-defying object and was so generous. At this moment, Miao Chang'an even almost exclaimed in shock, just short of asking Yinan to give her a bottle as well. Seeing the change in expression on Myriad Chang'an's face, Yinan smiled faintly. This is for you. Living in your place, naturally it won't be for nothing. As Yinan spoke, he directly took out a jade bottle once again. For me. When Miao Chang'an heard Yinan's words, her heart jumped wildly and she squirmed with some uncertainty. Naturally, Yinan nodded. Many thanks, Senior. Hearing Yinan's words of certainty, Myriad Chang'an also hurriedly knelt down to thank him. Alright, each of you refine and go. Maybe you can even raise your cultivation level a bit, and when you go to that what's-his-name Ghost Mist Forest, you'll also have an extra bit of protection. Yinan waved his hand and said, yes. The two men spoke in unison. Without further hesitation, both were excited to leave. The medicinal liquid Yinan gave them naturally couldn't be compared to Zhu Lan's medicinal liquid. Only Song Nian on the side is honestly burning tea. He also wants but does not dare to interrupt. There were no words in the night, and Yinan sat directly until the next morning. At this time, in the grand hall of the Wind family, the top management of the Wind family were all seated on two sides, and the high seat was the majestic middle-aged man who had just come to the Wind family. There was also a 17 or 18-year-old blue-skirted girl standing below, and although she was young, her realm, however, had come to the realm of earthly Xian. Not bad. I didn't expect you to be so efficient. The middle-aged man in the high seat looked appreciatively at Fengsun below. I naturally don't dare to neglect the things that your excellency has explained. Fengsun was also relieved when he heard the middle-aged man's words. He was really afraid that the other party would not be satisfied. What is your name? To be able to come out on top from amongst so many geniuses, and to have such a cultivation level at such a young age, is truly outstanding. The middle-aged man evaluated the blue-skirted girl below. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the blue-skirted girl didn't have too much of an expression, and her eyes seemed to have a hint of disdain. Still, he replied, late generation blue spirit. I wonder, when will we depart? That's right, the blue-skirted girl was none other than the long-vanished blue spirit. She had also just come out of the gate, and the resources in her hands were exhausted, and with her strong talent and comprehension, she quickly arrived at the earthly Xian realm. Other people's cultivation requires some comprehension and a gradual progression, but she was different. She was thorough with all the realms. It was just a matter of retracing her steps once again. She didn't have the shackles of the realms. As long as she had enough resources, she could always improve. She didn't expect that after she had just come out of the gate and arrived here, she happened to meet the Fengshur's family recruiting young talents with a considerable amount of resources. It just so happened that she needed a lot of resources for her next realm and had to come and try. With the advantage of his rebirth, he got the top spot all the way, which qualified him to stand in the Wind family's grand hall. Blue spirit? Very well. Things have just been told to you by Fengsun, right? I hope you won't let me down. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes at Blue Spirit. Naturally, Blue Spirit nodded expressionlessly. Good, take this piece of jade, it will guide you when you encounter that thing. After saying that, the middle-aged man handed out another thumb-sized piece of transparent black stone. Blue Spirit didn't know what that thing was either though, and if it really was some sort of supreme treasure, she wouldn't hand it over. Alright, go down and get ready. We'll leave tomorrow. The middle-aged man waved his hand at Blue Spirit. Blue Spirit nodded and turned around, then left. It wasn't until the Blue Spirit walked away that Fengsun looked at the middle-aged man in the high seat. My lord, I always feel that this girl child is a bit uncomplicated. It's really too calm, and those of the same age, completely inconsistent. Will there be a change? Fengsun spoke the words in his heart. Indeed, even the geniuses of my clan have to be respectful when they see me, but this girl child is exceptionally calm. There is not the slightest bit of fear for the strong. If it weren't for her bone age that can't be fooled, I would have thought that she was an old monster pretending to be one. The middle-aged man also said with approval. What then? Should we go find someone again? Fengsun also frowned. No need, time is running out. It's just her. Even if she's no longer simple, she's still just a small Earth Xian realm. Can she still turn over the sky in the palm of my hand? Moreover, I'm also prepared. I'm not afraid of her playing with her mind. The middle-aged man had a disdainful face, and at this time, the Blue Spirit who walked out of the great hall, his face was a bit gloomy looking at his palm holding the black stone. At this moment, it could be clearly seen that in the center of Blue Spirit's palm, a black mark appeared, shaped exactly like that black stone. It was just that no matter how much the Blue Spirit used its power to dispel it, it was useless in the slightest. Damn, carelessness. Blue Spirit was holding back some anger in his heart. Unexpectedly, who had always been careful, was actually put on the spot today. However, he quickly regained his composure and said, District Seal, what's the harm in letting you stay for a few more days? The blue spirit was actually also interested in that ghostly mist forest as well. Generally this kind of place, there were great opportunities. Of course, the danger would not be small. However, Blue Spirit was still very confident. Besides not having a peak cultivation, he was a walking great emperor. No matter whether it was insight or experience in all aspects, it was not comparable to ordinary people. Going in this time, she had a definite advantage. Senior really didn't lie to me. I can feel my shackles being broken. This feeling, even if I ascend a few more great realms, it won't be a problem. In the Myriad Sound Sect, in a large hall, Myriad Chang'an shockingly surveyed his body. Yinan's medicinal liquid, she had just refined it, and her realm had come from the 8th level of the mortal transformation realm to the peak of the 9th level. But she was more pleased with her changed qualifications than her realm's advancement. At this time on top of the mountain peak, Song Yuan in a pavilion was in the same mood. His realm had come directly to the 6th level from the previous 3rd level of mortal transformation, a full span of 3 minor realms. Sure enough, I made the right choice. Following Senior Yi, what the hell am I going to do with bitter cultivation? Song Yuan sighed with a face. If he were to cultivate at his previous speed, he might not be able to break through 3 minor realms in a row for another few decades, and he would be thankful if he could break through one. The more powerful the realm, the more difficult it was to improve. So sometimes, choice was more important than effort. After organizing his excitement, Song Yuan once again found Yinan, who had come out early in the morning to bask in the sun. Senior, when do we leave? Song Yuan looked at Yinan respectfully. He couldn't wait to give Yinan credit now. As long as you get Yinan's approval, how can the chances be less? I was thinking about that too. What do you say? Should we set off now? Yinan had also been impatient for a long time. Yes, as long as you ask. Senior, I will immediately go and inform Patriarch Myriad. Song Yuan seemed to be even more excited than Yinan. Chapter 159, Seasickness? No need. I'm already here. Just as Song Yuan was about to go and inform Myriad Chang'an, Myriad Chang'an's voice had already come from not far away. Senior, many thanks for your gift. Senior will remember it forever. Now Chang'an first gave Yinan a bow. It's not a big deal. Yinan waved his hand, then continued, have you finished your work yet, or should we leave now? Elder, I've already prepared it. Please get on board. As soon as Myriad Chang'an's words fell, a flying boat appeared in midair not far away. There weren't many people on the flying boat, only Miaochan and Miaoyin. Seeing this scene, Yinan's eyes just lit up. Okay, depart. Yinan excitedly stamped his feet. Boom! The ground under his feet exploded into a crater on the spot, and Yinan also catapulted up, landing directly and steadily on top of the flying boat. Greetings, Senior Yi. Seeing Yinan's Miaochan and Miaoyin also bowed. In particular, Miaochan no longer had the superiority she had before and was respectful to Yinan. There's no need for that. Just call me by my name from now on. Yinan hurriedly helped the two women up. Although Yinan said so, they really didn't dare to call out. You stay well in the Myriad Sound Sect. This time you won't go. Song Yuan was about to board the boat when he seemed to remember something and turned back to Song Nian, who was frothing at the side. Yes, master. Song Nian also didn't dare to go against Song Yuan's wishes. He himself knew that this time was unusually perilous, and his cultivation was not enough, so he might drag his feet if he went along. Seeing that Song Nian was so understanding, Song Yuan also nodded with satisfaction. A few moments later, the group of 5 set off. It's several thousand miles. How long does this take to fly? Yinan surveyed the great mountains and rivers that were constantly receding. Elder, it won't take long. It could be a day. Myriad Chang'an, who was at the side, explained. That's good. Yinan frowned and nodded, as he felt a little unsettled in his heart and his stomach flipped a little. Damn, it can't be. Am I still seasick? Yinan thought in his heart. As time passed, Yinan's group had already left the Myriad Sound Sect's sphere of influence. Moreover, the mountains around them were getting bigger and bigger, and the plants and trees were getting thicker and thicker. If we were to follow Yinan Earth's words, these flowers, plants and trees would be like mutations, as they were no longer at all compatible with normal flowers. Plants and trees, it was supposed to be off the beaten path, but every now and then you could see figures traversing the forest. There were also some cheap flying boats that should belong to some small forces. There were also some casual cultivators, or perhaps strong people from other places, who leapt from one side to the other. It seems that there has indeed been a mutation here. So many people have actually appeared. Even the mortal transformation realm has quite a few. Myriad Chang'an said gruffly. A powerhouse of the transformation realm was also a powerhouse at the elder level of some clans in this square mile, and some of them were even the head of a clan or certain big power clans, and every now and then there are some fights. It wasn't unusual in the cultivation world for resources or roadblocks and robberies. These things were commonplace. For all of this, Yinan did not have the slightest interest, because he's lying on his back right now along the edge of the boat, wailing and puking. That's right, Yinan was seasick, and Miaoyin kept patting Yinan's back with an odd expression. Myriad Chang'an and the others were also stunned when they saw this scene. What's wrong with Senior? Miao Chang'an looked at Miaoyin uncertainly. Senior is seasick, Miaoyin explained. Seasickness? Miao Chang'an and the others all looked at each other. They were all cultivators. How could they still get seasick from this? Not to mention Yinan is so strong. Yinan suddenly made this whole thing up, and it all made Mia Chang'an and the others lose their minds. Wow. Yinan threw up for a while longer before feeling better, and Miao Chang'an also hurriedly slowed down the speed of the flying boat. Senior, have a cup of tea to rinse your mouth. Song Yuan was attentive and hurriedly brought over a cup of tea. Asterisk. Why am I still seasick? I didn't even get seasick before. Yinan took a sip of tea and sat softly on the recliner, somewhat speechless. By once upon a time, he meant, of course, back on Earth. Drive a little slower. I really can't stand it. Seemingly feeling that the flying boat was still too fast, Yinan hurriedly said to Miao Chang'an, "All right, Senior." Miao Chang'an also hurriedly slowed down the speed of the flying boat once again. Much more comfortable. Seeing that the speed of the flying boat was appropriate, Yinan finally took a deep breath. On the side, Miaoyin was also pounding Yinan's shoulders and carefully serving him, just as Yinan was slowly getting comfortable. Boom! With an explosive sound, Yinan flew straight out, directly hanging upside down on top of the flag at the bow of the ship. This scene came so suddenly that everyone didn't react. Just Myriad Sound saw what was happening and also flew out of the way in a hurry. But before it was too late to inform Yinan flew out. It was a relatively small flying boat, and it didn't know what caused it to crash directly on top of the flying boat of Miao Chang'an and the others. Yinan just happened to be in that position where he was hit, so he could only blame his bad luck. Just now Yinan vomited. How could he have any extra mood to care about anything else? Senior, Miaoyin didn't care about anything else and rushed to the bow of the ship. Asterisk. Who is it? Rushing across the street. Don't you know there's someone in front of you? Yinan's face turned blue as he looked towards one of the flying boats that had smashed and flown him. Senior, let me put you down first. Niasher's face changed when he saw Yinan getting angry. Fine. Then be careful. Don't mess me off, Yinan said in a hurry. A moment later, Miaoyin carefully brought Yinan down. Yinan, who had just come down, rolled up his sleeves and came to the flying boat that had crashed into him. Cough. At this moment, inside the broken flying boat, there was still a teenager lying covered in injuries. Get up for me. You tell me, why did you hit me? Yinan directly picked up the severely injured youth. Right, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Seeing Yinan get angry, the youth didn't care about his injuries and hurriedly explained. Misunderstanding? Can't you see there's a boat in front of you? Still dare to run the red light? Yinan glared viciously at the youth. Ha. Run? Where to run? Just as Yinan was about to directly beat up the youth, a voice of rough laughter rang out. Hearing this voice, the young man was shocked. Quickly let me leave, or else I'll invite trouble for you, the youth hurriedly said to Yinan. Humph, what scourge, are you trying to run? Yinan didn't care about the loud laughter he had just heard, still holding the youth tightly in his grip. Whoosh, just as Yinan questioned, 3 air-braking sounds instantly arrived above Yinan's flying boat. It's over. You guys shouldn't have left me behind. This will harm you guys. The youth felt that he had dragged Yinan and the others down and blamed himself somewhat. Who are you people? How dare you provoke my Myriad Sound sect? Myriad Chang'an was somewhat enraged when he saw the 3 people who landed directly on top of his flying boat. These were 3 rugged men, each holding a long knife in their hands. Myriad Sound sect? Hearing Myriad Chang'an's words, the 3 men's eyes instantly condensed when they heard these words. Chapter 160, leaving $10 million. Boss, what should we do? The Myriad Sound sect's a junior brother on the left side looked at the burly man at the head. The burly man at the head of the group also frowned. He didn't expect that the people on top of this flying boat were actually from the Myriad Sound sect. Fellow Daoist, we only need this fellow. We have no intention of making enemies with your Myriad Sound sect. Please give us face. The stout man in the center arched his hand at Myriad Chang'an. There was just no fear on his face, and Miao Chang'an also saw the cultivation level of the 3 at a glance. All of them were at the 7th level of mortal transformation. Although the 3 of them weren't as strong as Miao Chang'an, the 3 of them joined forces. Even if they couldn't beat them, they could still manage to escape. The 3 of them also believed that Myriad Chang'an wouldn't offend a powerhouse of their level and would give a face. Hearing the words of the 3 burly men, Miao Chang'an's eyes also stared slightly. If she could kill them directly, she would have done it a long time ago. She was afraid that these 3 people would run away. Then it would leave hidden dangers for the Myriad Sound sect. I will go with you, Don, T, and the severely injured young man was ready to say something. Bang, you give me a good stay. I'll settle the score with you later. Yinan directly interrupted the youth's words and threw it aside with his hand. Are you the ones who just messed up? Yinan rolled up his sleeves and came before the three burly men. Hearing Yinan's words, Myriad Chahan's heart just snapped, on the point that he had just knocked Yinan out. Yinan would definitely not spare these three people. Upon hearing Yinan's words, the three burly men were stunned, only to lose interest after seeing Yinan's cultivation level. How's that for consideration, Patriarch Meow? The burly man leading the group directly ignored Yinan and instead turned his head to look at Miao Chanan. Seeing that he had been ignored, Yinan's face was a bit unsightly. I can't make the decision. After saying these words, Miao Chang'an carefully turned his head to look at Yinan. Upon hearing Myriad Chanan's words, the three of them followed Myriad Chanan's gaze and once again landed on Yinan's body. Could it be that I've looked away? The burly man in the lead continued to measure Yinan, but how could he look at it? It was still a chi refining realm. Forget it, whoever it is, as long as they can be the master. The burly man who couldn't see through Yinan thought this in his heart. They also didn't want to start a conflict with the Myriad Sound sect. Kid, you get to make the decisions, don't you? We're taking this brat with us now. Any comments? The lanky man in the lead looked at Yinan with disdain. In their opinion, Yinan was the little white boy raised by Miao Chang'an. Fine, 10 million upper-grade spirit stones and you can take it away. Yinan grinned and spoke directly. Kid, you dare to trick us? When the burly man heard this, his eyes staring at Yinan instantly became dangerous. Patriarch Meow, I admit that you are stronger than us, but we are not something that can be insulted casually. The lanky man then questioned Myriad Chanan. I said, I can't make the decision. Senior told you to compensate 10 million upper-grade spirit stones, so 10 million. Now Chanan also followed Yinan on one side. Big brother, what's the point of talking nonsense with them? They're clearly fooling us. Let's just do it directly. The two junior brothers on the side were also enraged. The three of them were also extraordinary in battle, so perhaps the three of them together could still fight with Miao Chang'an. Then you guys can try. Myriad Chang'an, who heard these words, instantly had his breath shaken as he stared straight at the burly man trio. Feeling the power of Myriad Chang'an's peak 9th level of mortal transformation, the three burly men were all staring in disbelief. They didn't expect Miao Chang'an to actually reach this point. At the same time, Miao-san on the side also gathered around, fearing that these three people would run away in general. Although Miao-chan's power was not as strong as the three, it could not be ignored. Humph, today, count us in. We don't have any top-grade spirit stones, we only have 10 million lower-grade spirit stones. After saying that, the burly man in the lead took out a spatial ring. He knew that they would be the only ones to lose out if they dwelt on it so much. The difference between the 7th level of mortal transformation and the peak of the 9th level of mortal transformation wasn't just half a star. Senior, what do you think? Now Chanan looked at Yinan, and Yinan's eyes lit up when he heard the words of the three, so he just casually mentioned it. Are you kidding me? 10 million top-grade spirit stones. Selling the entire Myriad Sound sect probably wouldn't even be able to come up with half of them. I didn't expect that these three people really have 10 million. Although it's only lower-grade spirit stones, that's still a huge sum of money. Don't want it for nothing. Alright, this is considered to be your compensation for bumping into me. Get lost. Yinan put away the spatial ring and casually waved his hand, as if he was repelling flies. It was disgusting. Humph, we will meet again. After saying that, the three burly men left. Big brother, we're just leaving? That's all our savings from fighting for so many years. After walking away, one of the junior brothers looked indignantly at the burly man in the lead. What? You want to fight them? The lanky man in the lead glanced at the little brother who spoke. Just fight. If you're afraid of them, you're not a good man. This little brother swung the long knife in his hand with a fierce face. Pop. When he heard this, the burly man who was leading the group just straight away gave a big ear scratch. Big brother, why are you hitting me? The little brother who covered his face was a bit puzzled. If it wasn't for Lousy, you would have gotten cold just now. Grass. The burly man in the lead looked at this junior brother of his with a face of hatred. Let's go. Let's follow them from afar. I don't believe they won't scatter. Once they scatter, we'll make our move. Slaughter that broken chi refining one, and capture that brat along the way. The leading burly man viciously said. Right, it's still big brother who's smart. The little brother who had just been slapped. When he heard the words of the leading lanky man, he also hastily clapped his hands. Now it's your turn. How are you going to compensate? Above the flying boat, Yinan sized up the young man leaning against the wall. Seniors, I only have these. Trembling, the young man plucked the spatial ring off his finger and handed it to Yinan. Seeing the ring in front of him, Yinan's eyes lit up again. Only when he saw that there were only a few randomly placed spirit stones inside, Yinan just skimmed his lips. Forget it, seeing as you're not an evil person. I'll be merciful and not charge you anything. Yinan handed the spatial ring back again. Sorry, the young man awkwardly apologized to Yinan. Say, you're so poor, why is someone else, a multimillionaire, chasing after you to cut you? Yinan sat his butt directly on the deck and looked curiously at the severely injured youth in front of him. Being asked this by Yinan, the young man's eyes were a bit evasive, as if he was hesitating about something. Eat it, seeing how miserable you are. If you don't treat it, I guess it won't take long for you to get cold. Yinan handed a healing pill to the young man. Thanks. The young man hesitated for a moment, but still took it and swallowed it in one gulp. Chapter 161, Heavenly Grade Technique. The myriad sect youth was also aware of this, and in his opinion, a healing elixir was not precious to the myriad sect's crowd, and coupled with Yinan's casualness, he didn't think much of it. Only the faces of myriad Chang'an and the others on the side were filled with envy. The thing in Yinan's hand, could it be anything mortal? Sure enough, the next moment, after the youth swallowed the elixir, he didn't feel wrong. Zip zip zip, above the youth's body, a large amount of white gas emerged from above his body. Not only that, the injuries on his body were all healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, all the injuries on the youth's body were restored as before. What kind of elixir is this? Nyaolin on the side was shocked, and without being able to hold back for a moment, she directly exclaimed in shock. Myriad Chang'an and Myriad Chan also had shocked faces. They knew that Yinan had a lot of treasures on him, but they hadn't thought that even the pills possessed such terrifying effects. If they had one, it would be an extra life if something happened to them. The youth was shocked as he felt around his own previously injured area. Seeing that he was really fine, he seemed to be in better shape than before. Many thanks, senior. No longer hesitating, the youth directly kowtowed to Yinan. You still haven't told me why they're chasing after you and cutting you down? Yinan continued the previous topic. Yinan also readily accepted the youth's kneeling. Elder, they are for this. This time, the youth didn't hesitate any longer and directly pulled out a scroll from his arms. The youth had defenses against Yinan before, but seeing that Yinan had given all such pills to himself showed that Yinan and the others were not bad people. In his opinion, the elixir that Yinan had given him was a heaven-defying elixir, instantly curing a dying person easily, or the 100% kind. He knew that this kind of elixir was probably the most precious thing to Yinan, and he didn't expect that it would actually be given to him. At this moment, Yinan was no different in the youth's eyes than Buddha cutting his flesh and feeding it to the eagle. Yinan treated him like a stranger, so he naturally couldn't hide it. Moreover, with his cultivation level, Yinan, Miao Chang'an and the others really wanted to make a move on him. He could not do anything about it, but Yinan and the others did not make things difficult for him. What is this thing? Yinan curiously took the scroll in the youth's hands. It seems to be a scroll of Gongfu. Nyaolin and the others also came over, curiously surveying it. That's right, this is a scroll of Gongfu, a heaven-level Gongfu. Those three people just now are the three famous robber brothers in a 10,000-mile radius. They actually killed everyone in my clan for this scroll of Gongfu. Speaking here, the youth's face was filled with grief. Heavenly grade technique? Hearing the youth's words, Myriad Chang'an and the others all had their eyes glazed over, seemingly afraid of someone eavesdropping. With a wave of Mia Chang'an's jade hand, a soundproof light screen enveloped the entire flying boat. Celestial level techniques. That was a treasure that could truly make people fight for their lives. Even their myriad sound sect didn't have any heaven rank techniques. Even Miao Chang'an herself cultivated a 9th rank technique below heaven rank. Don't look at it as a difference of 1 rank, but the 9th rank and the heavenly rank. That was a true watershed, completely incomparable. The only thing the entire myriad sound sect could take out was a heaven-grade sword, but it was shattered by Yinan during the battle with him. Although her heart ached, now Chang'an didn't dare to say anything. Compared to the shocked expressions of the others, Yinan appeared somewhat disinterested. What did I expect? Just this? Yinan directly threw the scroll back into the youth's arms, then got up and returned to his recliner. Merit laws? The last thing Yinan lacked was merit laws. Seeing Yinan's disdainful look, the youth was also stunned. However, the myriad Chang'an few people could figure it out. Would someone who could break a heavenly grade magic treasure lack heavenly grade techniques? Senior, this is a heaven grade technique. The youth suspiciously came to Yinan's side and reminded him once more. I know. What's wrong? Yinan frowned at the youth. It's a heavenly level. A heavenly level. The youth was still undeterred. Fearing that Yinan hadn't heard him, his voice became louder. Come on, it's just a heaven grade technique. Why are you so loud? What's wrong with it? Yinan pulled out his ears with his fingers and was speechless. Hearing Yinan's practical reply, the youth froze on the spot. The Gongfu that he had raised his clan to protect was actually no different from trash in Yinan's eyes. That's right, seniors are able to give away such precious pills. Heaven-level techniques may be precious in the eyes of other cultivators, but in the eyes of seniors, they may not really be important. The youth organized his emotions and thought so. In his opinion, Yinan belonged to the category of people who regarded cultivation and treasures as dirt. It could be seen from Yinan's cultivation level in the qi refining realm. With such conditions of Yinan, plus the support of the myriad sound sect. If Yinan wanted to cultivate, how could he only have the chi refining realm? And taking pills to pile up wouldn't be enough to only have the chi refining realm. That could only mean one thing. Yinan belonged to the type of person who would rather be a down-to-earth mortal than get involved in the strife in the world of cultivators. For the moment, the youth seemed to be a little envious. How nice it would be if I were also a mortal and my family was an ordinary family. The youth let out a long sigh in his heart. Elder Meow, let's give this gongfa to you. Placing it on me will only be a hot potato. Giving it to you is the only way to utilize its value. After thinking for a moment, the youth handed the gongfu in his hand to Miao Chang'an. Seeing the gongfu in front of them, the myriad Chang'an, several people had their hearts thumping in their chests, but they didn't reach out to pick it up. Instead, they cautiously looked at Yinan. Just because Yinan didn't want it didn't mean they didn't want it. What's the point of looking at me? Keep it for yourself if you want it. It's indeed a hot potato to stay in his possession. Yinan also saw what was in myriad Chang'an's heart. Many thanks, Senior. Hearing Yinan's words, myriad Chang'an was delighted in his heart. Then he turned his head to look at the youth again. Do you have anything you want? I can exchange with you, but what I give is definitely not as precious as this scroll of merit. Puff. Hearing myriad Chang'an's words, the youth directly knelt down. Seeing this scene, myriad Chang'an and the others were a bit puzzled. Only Yinan, who was on the recliner, smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth, but didn't say anything. What are you doing? Miao Chang'an looked at the youth. Elder, I have 2 requests that I hope you can grant, the youth said to Miao Chang'an. Hearing the youth's words, Miao Chang'an also smiled faintly. Alright, as long as I can do it, I will help you. I want to ask you to help me take revenge by killing those 3 people just now. And secondly, I want to join your myriad sound sect. After saying that, the youth directly kowtowed a few times. The youth also knew that the first condition might be good, but the second might be a bit difficult, because it was all rumored that the myriad sound sect did not accept male disciples. The first one I promised you, just this second. Sure enough, Miao Chang'an's answer was just as the youth thought. Rules are dead. People are alive. Rules are set by people and can be changed by people. Seeing the hesitant Miao Chang'an, Yinan directly interjected. Chapter 162, Eating Fatty Combination. Hearing Yinan's words, myriad Chang'an's heart trembled, as if some sort of shackle in his heart had been broken. Senior is right. It's because I'm short-sighted. Myriad Chang'an also hurriedly gave Yinan a bow. This is not your fault. Is that you are always in a high position? By trivialities, by the clan rules tripped around, gradually has lost the most true heart. To be a person, as long as there is no shame in the heart is good, to learn to be adaptable. Yinan looked at Miao Chang'an and said his own experience on earth. I say it's experience, but it's really just practicing as a cowhorse. Hearing Yinan's words, not only Mia Chahan, but even the 2 girls, Miao-san and Miao-in, who were on the side, were also pondering. Good. From today onwards, you are the first male disciple of my myriad sound sect, and since you are now a member of my sect, the sect will naturally avenge you for your revenge. After hearing Yinan's words, myriad Chang'an also quickly made a decision. Disciple thanks sovereign. The youth hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed with a face of delight. What is your name? Miao Chang'an looked at the youth. My name is Yu Qing. The youth also answered in a hurry. Good, we're going to the Ghost Mist Forest now, and from the looks of it, you'll have to follow us in. If we leave you outside or let you return to the clan alone, we're afraid of something bad happening on the way. Miao Chang'an said to Yu Qing, Ghost Mist Forest? Upon hearing myriad Chang'an's words, Yu Qing's face also changed, but Miao Chang'an was right. The 3 stout men were staring at him before, so he could only follow Miao Chang'an and the others. Although the Ghost Mist Forest was dangerous, it was better than dying on the way back to the clan. Big brother, what should we do? And in the distance, 3 big burly men, their eyes staring angrily at the distant flying boat. Damn I didn't expect that guy to actually give the gong method to that of the myriad sound sect. The burly man leading the group had an angry face, no longer having the composure he had before. Although they were far apart, they could roughly see clearly what Yu Qing had taken out of his arms. It seems that the plan will have to change. Our target has now become this woman. Miao Chang'an, the burly man in the lead, said gruffly. Boss, we can't beat her. The little brother on the side interjected again. Pop, the lead lanky man slapped over again. Grass, if you don't speak, no one will take you as mute. If you can't beat them, won't you look for help? The leading burly man angrily rebuked his own little brother. After things calmed down for the time being, Yinan and his group continued on their way. After the previous situation, Yu Qing also knew that the entire flying boat was above Yinan's say. Although he didn't know why a chi refining realm had so much prestige, Yu Qing didn't dare to ask more questions. Yinan had saved him, and based on that, he should serve Yinan well. Soon, the sky was darkening, and Yinan's group had arrived at the periphery of the Ghost Mist Forest, but it was still hundreds of miles away from the real Ghost Mist Forest. Looking at a huge lake in front of him, the flying boat gradually came to a stop. At this point in time, there were quite a few people, or some flying boats, parked around, but a flying boat as large as the myriad sound sects was nearly only a few, but so many people, all of them didn't move on, seemingly afraid to step into the lake in front of them. Sure enough, the Wind family's people are just hitting the ghost mist forest. Now Chang'an looked toward a flying boat in the distance with a large character for Wind written on the flag above it, seemingly noticing that there were gazes towards him. Wind Sundowner also looked back. In an instant, with four eyes facing each other, Feng Sun instantly had murderous intent, itching to fly over on the spot and cut Miao Chagan and the others to death by 1,000 cuts. Be at ease. Don't forget what we're here for. We mustn't miss the big event. Just as Feng Sun's anger was rising, a calm voice reached his ears. Yes. Feng Sun took a deep breath and could only endure it. Seeing the unmoving Wind family and the others, Myriad Chanan's frown deepened. If it were her, if someone killed her son, she would definitely go and fight for her life. But the calmness of the Feng family made Miao Chang'an feel a little uneasy in her heart. What exactly is the Wind family planning? Miao Chang'an guessed at the possibilities in her heart. Is this the lake you guys were talking about? At this time, Yinan's voice sounded from the side. This lake wasn't small. It was at least 10 miles long and wide. Yes, senior. I heard that this lake is very dangerous, but I don't know if it's true. But now that so many people have gathered here, and none of them dares to cross it, it looks like it's not far from 8 or 9. San Yuan, who hadn't said anything, explained. So, then what should we do? Yinan asked, stroking his chin. Senior, it's already dark. Why don't we think of another way tomorrow? Miao Yin, who was on the side, also spoke up. I don't really care. It's fine to go in now. Yinan was indifferent. If it wasn't for the consideration of Miao Yin and the others, he would have gone in directly. After some more discussion, the crowd decided to take another look in the morning. In no time, the fragrant smell of roasted meat spread above the flying boat. Smelling the aroma of roasted meat, the surrounding cultivators, even the strongest of the mortal transformation realm, were somewhat unable to hold on to it. It smells so good. On a flying boat on the other side of Yinan and the others, a 17 or 18-year-old fat man, lying on the edge of the boat, watched Yinan and the others grilling barbecue, and his harumphs were almost flowing down. Tapeless thing, my old face has been disgraced by you. Just then, another middle-aged fat man walked out from the cabin. Dad, you're still talking about me. Look at your own eyes. I don't even want to poke you. Little Fatty did not have the good sense to look at this fat old dad of his. Hearing that he was poked by his own son, the middle-aged fat man's face was a bit embarrassed. Oh Pops, what kind of meat is this roasted? I've never smelled it before, and looking at the way they did it, it seems like I've never seen it before either. Little Fatty said with a curious face, the meat is just demonic beast meat. It's not rare. What's magical is the spices they're using. The middle-aged fat man saw those bottles and jars next to Yinan at a glance. Pops, I want to eat a skewer. Seeing Yinan and the others jerking off skewers and drinking heavily, Little Fatty couldn't help himself. That's just it. Looking at your greedy face, I really can't do anything about you. The middle-aged fat man lifted the little fat man with a face of hatred, and flew towards Yinan and the others' flying boat. Cut. Obviously you want to eat it yourself. Little Fatty muttered disdainfully. Whoosh! In the next moment, a large and a small fat man stopped outside Yinan and the others' flying boat. They didn't enter hastily for fear of causing dissatisfaction among Yinan and the others. Seeing the two middle-aged fat men standing in midair, Yinan and the others also looked up. Ha ha ha! Fellow Daoist Miao, much obliged for the intrusion. The middle-aged fat man laughed and arched his hand at Miao Chang'an. So it's family master Jean. I wonder what's the matter. Myriad Chanan also returned the salute in a hurry. Hey, it's fine. It's not that I have nothing to do right now. I'm a bit bored, so I came to find you guys to chat, the middle-aged fat man said with some embarrassment. Hearing the middle-aged fat man's words, where did Miao Chang'an not know that? This Jean family's father and son are notorious eaters. It's just that no one dares to say it everywhere. The Jean family's power is not weaker than the Myriad Sound Sect. Chapter 163, Hate to meet each other. Since family master Jean is here, how can I refuse to come? Please. Miao Chang'an didn't break it down. Fine. Then thank you. Fellow Daoist Miao. The middle-aged fat man brought the little fat man to land in a hurry. Who are they? I see that the relationship with your patriarch is not bad. Yinan, who rarely cooked, grilled skewers while asking Mayakan and Miaoyin, who were also busy at the side. Elder, that middle-aged fat man is named Jean Dafu, and the little fat man next to him is his son, named Jean de Bao. They are a famous merchant family for tens of thousands of miles around, and even 10,000 miles away. Although Jin Dafu's strength is far inferior to our patriarchs, the financial power in his hands is exceptionally terrifying, and he even employs quite a few powerful people for his own use. This is also the reason why the Jin family can occupy a place on this side. In a certain aspect, the Jin family is far more terrifying than our myriad sound sect, but is kind and has a pretty good relationship with our myriad sound sect. Miao-chan explained in detail to Yinan from the side. So rich? Hearing Miao-chan's words, Yinan looked at the two Jin Dafu fathers and sons with stars in his eyes. Come on, sit. The two fathers and sons, Jin Dafu, who had just walked over, saw Yinan attentively bringing benches to the two of them. Seeing this scene, the corner of the mouth of Miao-chan and the others on the side were twitching. Seeing such an attentive Yinan, Jin Dafu and Jin Dabeo were also stunned. Fellow Daoist Miao, who is this? Jin Dafu looked to the side at Myriad Chanan, somewhat puzzled. Just call me Yinan. Come, let me give you guys a taste of the kebabs I personally made. Before Myriad Chanan could be introduced, Yinan took the lead. After saying that, Yinan carried a large pot of roasted meat to the two Jin Dafu. Seeing the fragrant kebabs in the basin, Jin Dafu all but gulped furiously. But in the way of etiquette, Jin Dafu forced himself to resist the urge and also hurriedly returned the salute. Well. Fellow Daoist Yinan, my name is Jin Dafu. Just call me Dafu. This is my son, called. Just as Jin Dafu introduced his son, he subconsciously went to pull Jin Dabeo, but directly lunged. The pouncing Jin Dafu froze, and when he turned his head to look, Jin Dafu just turned blue. Father, you guys chat first, I'll taste the flavor for you first. Jin Dabeo had long ago carried the basin, ran to the side and started to take a big bite. Although Yinan was in the chi refining realm, Jin Dafu did not dare to underestimate Yinan. That chi refining realm could mix with a mortal transformation realm powerhouse and have a laugh off. It seems that he still has a lot of respect for Yinan. However, he couldn't care less right now. Instead, he looked at Yinan and said, Fellow Daoist Yi, we'll talk later. I'll go and teach my rebellious son a lesson. It's really embarrassing. After saying that, without even giving Yinan a reply, he hurriedly walked next to Jin Dabeo. Pop! Jin Dafu slapped Jin Dabeo directly on the back of his head. Unproductive thing. While cursing, he also directly took the basin in Jin Dabeo's hand and snatched it over. Seeing less than half of the kebabs left inside, Jin Dafu was heartbroken. Seeing the two living treasures, the Jin family father and son, Yinan and the others shook their heads and smiled. These two fathers and sons, they are easygoing people, to my liking. Yinan sized up the two men who were grabbing food. In no time, Yinan roasted another pot for the two heads. It was served to both the Jin family's father and son. Seeing the two people who were eating with their mouths full of oil, the corner of Yinan's mouth straightened. On this speed then he can eat Seeing Yinan bring another pot over, the two fathers, Jin Dafu and Jin Dafu, also had their eyes light up. What's the point of eating meat? Come on, drink some wine. Yinan took out several jars of wine and handed them to the two. Thanks a lot. Jin Dafu also took it in a hurry. Just now, I heard Patriarch Miao and the others say that you're very rich. Just how rich? Yinan looked at Jin Dafu with glowing eyes. That's because fellow Daoist Miao thinks highly of me. There's actually not much. In this world if you want to mix well and live well, there's also a lot of expenses. Jin Dafu didn't answer positively. Instead, he gave himself a complaint as if he was suffering. Egu, not only is he rich, he's also an iron rooster. Yinan muttered in his heart, just as Yinan was thinking about how to pluck the iron rooster's feathers. On the side, Jin Dabeo glanced at his old man, then said to Yinan, Brother Yi, money is dirt to me. In order as long as you grill meat skewers for me every day in the future. How much do you want? How about a price? Hearing Jin Dabeo's words, Jin Dafu, who was on the side, thought, not good. How did I forget there was this brat around? When Yinan, who was on the side, heard Jin Dabeo's words, his eyes also lit up, and he had just forgotten about Jin Dabeo, who had buried his head in dry rice. By the looks of it, this fellow, he's much better to talk to than his old man. Yinan stroked his chin and looked at Jin Dabeo with a smile in his heart. Seeing that Yinan seemed to be genuinely considering it, Jin Dabeo casually wiped the grease stains at the corners of his mouth. Pop! Then he directly hooked up with Yinan. Brother Yi, how is it? Have you thought about it yet? Jin Dabeo looked at Yinan expectantly. Seeing these actions of Jin Dabeo, Jin Dafu hadn't felt anything yet. Not far away, Myriad Chanan and the others, but their eyes jumped. However, it seemed that Yinan didn't care about Jin Dabeo's actions, so they naturally wouldn't say anything more. Forget the kebabs, how about, you follow me from now on? I'll cook some food from time to time, so it'll be easy to settle the bill then? How about it? Yinan looked at Jean de Bao. Jean de Bao wanted to keep Yinan around to cook something for himself, and Yinan also wanted to carry a wallet around with him at all times. Anyway, he often made food. The big deal was to make a little more, and still have money to take. Why not? Every time he goes out to eat, he uses the Kung Fu magic treasure to settle the bill. It is really a bit eye-catching. He does not matter. If he attracts trouble to others, it is not good. Although he had just gotten 10 million lower-grade spirit stones, who would mind having too much money? What a good idea. It's decided. From now on, I'll follow you. Jean de Bao felt that Yinan was right. On the side, Jean Dafu's eyes jumped as he listened. Good. Ha 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 ha. Yinan also let out a laugh when he saw that Jean de Bao had agreed. Jean de Bao also laughed. The two of them hooked shoulders, like blood brothers who hadn't seen each other in years. It was almost like they hated each other. Jean de Bao treats Yinan as a chef, and Yinan treats Jean de Bao as a wallet, and it's a one-shot deal. Brother Yi, letting you make food for the first time we meet is a bit embarrassing. There's really nothing to give you, so I'll give you a gold card. After saying that, Jean de Bao took out a golden card and handed it to Yinan. Seeing this card, Yinan curiously picked it up. What is this? Yinan curiously surveyed the golden card. Brother Yi, this is my Jean family's gold card. My Jean family has given out a total of 5 so far. You're the 6th. This square mile, no matter what you buy, you can buy it at 30% of the original price, Jean de Bao said with a smug face. Hearing this, Yinan's eyes just lit up. Good, then I won't be polite. Come, I'll give you a trinket too. Yinan directly took out a small wooden sculpture and handed it to Jean de Bao. This is a hand holding a long beard, dressed in plain robes, holding a long, narrow sword shaped like a supine moon, and seems to carry a vast and righteous spirit all over his body. Jean de Bao took the wooden carving in Yinan's hand. Then it was the corner of his mouth that twitched. He thought it was something good, but it turned out to be a wooden carving, but didn't care. Treasures and whatnot. He had seen a lot. Although it was just a wooden carving, it was the first time he received such a gift, which made Jean de Bao feel something different in his heart. Chapter 164 Cooperation. Seeing the wooden carved figurine that was put away by Jean de Bao, now Chang'an and the others were curious. They all knew that Yinan didn't have a mortal object in his hands, but they had just sensed it as well. It was just an ordinary wooden sculpture. Since they couldn't figure it out, they didn't think about it, in case there were exceptions. Maybe it was just an ordinary wooden sculpture. And Jean Dafu saw his son of this loser send out the gold card. He was a little neat, but did not say anything. After all, so many people cannot refute his son's face. However, the main thing is that he really loves this son of his too much. Brother Yi, how about we go in and cooperate this time? How about we divide the things we get according to the merits? Jean de Bao hooked his shoulders and said to Yinan, cooperation? That's fine. I don't really have a problem with it. Yinan was indifferent when he heard this. Instead, now Chang'an and Jean Dafu's faces changed. They all knew in their hearts that the two families usually had a pretty good relationship even though they didn't have any friction. But this kind of extremely dangerous place, the things obtained were certainly not expensive. And in front of the great opportunity, even relatives might backstab, not to mention just two forces that were well acquainted with each other. But Yinan had opened his mouth, so Myriad Chanan's side couldn't say anything more. Only Jean Dafu's eyes kept flickering, somewhat hesitant at this sudden proposal from his son. Okay, it's decided. See you tomorrow. My old man and I will go back first. Jean de Bao patted Yinan's shoulder. Okay, see you tomorrow. Yinan also nodded with a smile. Of course, when they went back, Jean de Bao didn't forget to bring a large pot of roasted meat and returned with Jean Dafu to his flying boat. Son, isn't it too reckless for you to make such a decision? As soon as he returned to the top of the flying boat, Jean Dafu looked at Jean de Bao with some reproach. Pops, don't you still believe me? I think Brother Yi is worth befriending. Although his realm is a bit lower, his sincerity in treating people is not false, which I can feel. He is just slightly greedy for money. Jean de Bao explained. Although my father believes in you, but this time the matter is significant. There must not be any accidents. Jean Dafu also knew that this son, although gluttonous, was smart, which was one of the reasons why he didn't stop it on the spot. Don't worry, the strong people we brought with us this time are not weak, and there are quite a few of them. As long as they don't mess around, our cooperation will only have benefits, no harm, and it will also deter some curmudgeons. Even if they want to mess around, we just need to be a little bit wary, and we will be able to deal with them at any time. Jean de Bao explained the Tao of it. Hearing Jean de Bao's words, Jean Dafu's eyes just lit up. Son, I didn't realize you were getting smarter, worthy of being my seed. Jean Dafu looked at Jean de Bao with some pride. Hearing Jean Dafu's words, Jean de Bao was just speechless for a while and directly carried the basin into the cabin to eat. Senior, do you really want to cooperate with the Jean family? On the other side, Myriad Chanan thought about it or asked what was on his mind. What's wrong? Yinan looked at Myriad Chanan in puzzlement. The Jin family isn't simple. The number of strong people we've come is limited, and if we encounter any chance when the time comes, when she said this, Miao Chang'an shut up. The meaning of her words was already obvious. There's no harm. I don't see that father and son as bad guys. If there's really anything, it's just a slap in the face, Yinan said without a care in the world. Hearing such arrogant words from Yinan, Myriad Chanan and the others' hearts trembled. They didn't know how strong Yinan was, but it was definitely more than the metamorphosis realm. Maybe he had already stepped above metamorphosis. Otherwise he wouldn't be so confident, but it's only their guess. Even though Yinan was a powerhouse above metamorphosis, the Ghost Mist Forest was full of crises. The previous Myriad Sound Sect patriarch, a powerhouse of the 9th level of metamorphosis, couldn't even go 100 meters deeper, so one could imagine the terror within. Just as the Myriad Chanan few were thinking about things in their minds, in the next moment, several weapons and magic treasures appeared in front of Yinan. You guys pick one for defense. This time when you go in, battles will definitely be unavoidable, Yinan said to the Myriad Chanan crowd. These are heaven-level magic treasures. Seeing the several weapons and magic treasures that appeared, Miao Chang'an's heart was also shaken. She had used heaven-grade magic treasures before, and her senses were very clear. A few other people also became short of breath. Clearly a heavenly-level magic treasure. They didn't expect Yinan to be able to take out so many magic treasures with his hands, and all of them were also heaven-level. What are you waiting for? Pick one that suits you guys, Yinan said to the several people. It wasn't that Yinan wasn't willing to take out the better ones, but mainly because if they took out the ones that were too advanced, they wouldn't be able to utilize their power. Just like Gu Chen, and holding a magic treasure that didn't match one's strength would only attract covetousness. Gu Chen and the others were different. They all had their own counterintuitive skills and the ability to defend themselves, and it would be a waste if Miao Chang'an and the others died inside the Ghost Mist Forest. Although Yinan couldn't look at these magic treasures, they weren't a great injustice. The Myriad Sound Sect was also just a passerby to him, and giving these was already good enough, with no actual relationship ties. It was only when they heard Yinan's words that the Myriad Chanan few came back to their senses. Many thanks, Senior. All of them spoke in unison and bowed deeply to Yinan. Soon, several people had each chosen a magic treasure. Miao Chang'an's 3 girls all chose a long sword, Yu Qing chose a dagger, and Song Yuan chose a wide and heavy machete. At this moment, everyone was lovingly touching the magic treasures in their hands with a look of delight. Sure enough, hugging Senior Ye's thigh. The benefits must be few and far between. Song Yuan smiled and muttered in his heart. This one really isn't simple. The shock in Yu Qing's heart was long-lasting, especially Miao-san. Her expression changed when she looked at Yinan. She didn't expect that she could also pick up such a great bargain. Right, you're the strongest. You're already at the 9th level of the mortal transformation realm, so I'll replace it with another one for you. Yinan suddenly remembered something and said to Miao Chang'an. Hearing Yinan's words, Myriad Chanan was also stunned, but immediately responded, Okay, Senior. Then Myriad Chanan respectfully handed the sword in his hand again, back to Yinan. In the next moment, a white longsword once again appeared in front of Yinan. The moment this sword appeared, the entire flying boat was shaken. Be honest, Yinan angrily scolded the sword in front of him that was emitting a terrifying aura. Even Miao Chang'an and the others were momentarily not paying attention and were all instantly shaken back a few steps. The crowd was somewhat appalled as they looked at the white long sword in front of Yinan. It was unimaginable that the emanation of a single sword could shake them back. This aura, it's far from being comparable to a heaven-level magic treasure. Could it be? As if thinking of a certain possibility, Myriad Chanan just had his pupils shrink. It seemed that the white longsword was shocked by Yinan's furious rebuke, and immediately put away its own aura and floated in front of Yinan like an ordinary sword. Chapter 165, Strange Change. Strange white mist. That's right. Satisfied, Yinan took the white longsword in his hand. Here you go. The current you can't utilize its full power, but with your current cultivation, it's still fine if you can utilize 50% of its power. Yinan directly handed the sword to Miao Chang'an. Thank you, Senior. Myriad Chanan's body shivered a little as he reached out to receive the white long sword with a trembling hand. In the next moment, the long white sword seemed to resent a mortal transformation realm cultivator using it. A sharp aura once again erupted from above the sword. Rip! In the next moment, both of Miao Chanan's palms instantly appeared with several blood marks, and the clothes of both arms directly exploded, revealing their white jade arms. This scene was so sudden that Miao Chang'an and the few people on the side were also startled. Clunk! Possibly due to the pain, Miao Chang'an's hands loosened, and the white longsword fell straight to the ground. Patriarch! Miao Chan and Miaoing were also startled and hurriedly supported the falling backward Miao Chanan. Miao Chang'an didn't care about his injuries, but instead looked at Yinan with some bitterness. Senior, I'm afraid I can't manage the sword, the level is too high. It was indeed no fault of myriad Shannons. Heaven-level magic treasures only had weak spirituality and could not choose their own masters, but above the heaven level, it was a different story. Yinan did not reply to myriad Shannon's words, but instead picked up the white longsword on the ground. With a displeased face, he said, "A district king-level magic treasure, how dare you disobey? It looks like I'll have to throw you into the cesspit." Hearing Yinan's words, myriad Shannon and the others' hearts trembled. I didn't expect that it's really a king-level magic treasure. What level of power is Senior Yi? Among them, the shock in Miao Chanan's heart was even greater. Although there had long been speculation, hearing Yinan say it himself, his heart still felt incredible. Perhaps having understood Yinan's words, the white long sword began to tremble continuously, emitting a buzzing sound, seemingly protesting and seemingly still fearful. Seeing this reaction from the white long sword, Yinan also raised the corners of his mouth and made another wink at Miao Chang'an. Seeing Yinan's wink, Miao Chang'an also understood in seconds. "Elder, it's better to let it go. I've only suffered a little skin wound, it won't get in the way. It doesn't want to follow me even if it does." Miao Chang'an was very cooperative with Yinan. Hearing Miao Chang'an's words, the white long sword trembled even more violently, as if it wanted to break free from Yinan's palm. Yinan didn't move and let go of his palm. "Miso!" The white long sword instantly flew to hide behind myriad Chang'an. Shivering, other people, even if they were, could not even wait to curry favor when they saw a king-level magic treasure. But Yinan is an exception. When he says he'll throw it into the cesspool, he's really going to do that. This time, seeing as someone pleaded for you, I'll let you off. Next time if I hear the slightest bit of wrongdoing from you, I'll just fold you. Yinan reprimanded the white long sword. Hearing Yinan's words, the white longsword didn't tremble anymore and directly flew to Miao Chang'an of its own accord. Seeing the white longsword that had been scared by Yinan to the point of actively throwing itself at him, Miao Chang'an's heart was both shocked and delighted. Miao Chang'an carefully gripped the hilt of the sword. Sure enough, this time, the white longsword didn't resist anymore. Instead, it actively absorbed the blood from her hand. A moment later, Miao Chang'an felt that he had some sort of connection with this white long sword. What a strange feeling. Is this the specialness of a king-level magic treasure? Miao Chang'an was shocked in his heart. Seeing that Miao Chang'an had successfully taken in a king-level magic treasure, Miao Chan and the others were envious and happy for Miao Chang'an. Just these magic treasures today were enough to elevate their myriad sound sect by several notches. There were no words in the night, and after activating the soundproofing array on top of the flying boat, it was time to cultivate and sleep. It wasn't until early the next morning that the crowd woke up. Just after closing the soundproofing array, he heard incomparably noisy voices outside. "What's wrong?" Yinan, who had just finished washing up, just frowned. "Senior, something has happened. The outside has been covered in fog. We can't see where we're going. All the magic treasures that can discern the direction have failed." At this time, myriad Chang'an hurriedly walked in from outside. "What the hell?" Yinan was also stunned when he heard this. Sure enough, Yinan, who had just stepped out, saw that the surrounding area was already shrouded in white mist. Reaching for the stars is an understatement. Not a single figure could be seen, only a cacophonous clamor. There seemed to be some shouting and killing. For some people, taking advantage of the fog, had begun to rob. "All gather around me." Yinan hurriedly shouted to the people on top of the flying boat. The people were not stupid, and in this situation, the first reaction was to cling to the strongest. Soon after, myriad Chan Dunning also hurriedly came to Yinan's side. "All hold hands, don't get separated." When Yinan finished speaking, he grabbed the hand of Miao Chang'an on the side. Being grabbed by Yinan in such a way, Miao Chang'an's face also changed, and her cheeks instantly flushed a little. But now there was not so much mind to think about that much, and hastily took each other's hands one after the other. Yu Qing also hurriedly grabbed Song Yuan's hand. Just as Song Yuan was about to go pull Miao Tsan's hand, Miao Tsan glared at him and said, "Grab my scabbard." The helpless Song Yuan could only honestly grab the scabbard. It seems that the situation has changed. Myriad Chang'an looked at the fog that was getting thicker around him and his face was grave. "Patriarch, have you noticed that even the noise is getting smaller?" Miao Chan suddenly said. It was only when they heard Miao Chan's words that the crowd felt that the voices around them were really getting smaller and smaller. It's not that the sound has gotten smaller. It's that this mist is blocking the spread of sound. Miao Chang'an suddenly cried out in alarm, because, with a few of them so close together, their voices were still clear to each other, but compared to before, they were significantly smaller. Although the change was subtle, it was still detected by Miao Chang'an. "What?" Hearing this, the hearts of the crowd lifted. They didn't expect such a horrifying mutation to appear before this was even close to the real ghost mist forest. "Interesting, it seems that we should be able to have some fun this time." Yinan was somewhat excited in his heart. Bang! Just as several people were surveying their surroundings, a corner of their flying boat suddenly trembled as if it had hit something. What's going on? Song Yuan was also taken aback. Don't you guys have divine sense? See what's going on? Yinan looked toward the myriad Shan'an few. Elder, we've all just tried. Our divine sense seems to be blocked by something. We can only see a 10-meter radius. I suspect that it's also due to this white mist. Now Chanan responded. So strange? Yinan's interest grew even greater. Let's go. Let's take a look. Yinan led the way, slowly coming to the place where the collision had just occurred and going. After coming to the place of the rattling sound, Yinan curiously looked beyond the edge of the ship and even touched it with his hand. Senior, in this is a flying boat crashing into it. Now Chang'an hurriedly used his divine sense and instantly saw something in the range of 10 meters. Crashed the ship? Hearing this, Yinan was also stunned. Right, how did I forget that I still have my paranoia breaking pupil? Oops, I'll go. Look at this brain of mine. Yinan suddenly remembered the divine sense of myriad Shan'an and the others just now as an afterthought. Let me see what's going on. Yinan's eyes narrowed. Me so. Two golden lights instantly filled Yinan's eyes. Just after seeing the scene in front of him, Yinan was shocked. Chapter 166, Crisis in the Lake. Everything in front of him at the moment was in Yinan's eyes. Everyone at this moment, including all the flying boats, were moving in the direction of the ghost mist forest. It should be said that it was this white fog that was moving with them silently, and the whole fog was like it had a spirit. The most frightening thing was that all of them, without realizing it, still thought they were still on the periphery. Yinan carefully observed the white fog in front of him with his delusion-breaking pupil, and he could be certain that it was an ordinary white fog in the ground, and not far ahead is the same lake that we saw yesterday. Senior, what's wrong? Seeing Yinan, whose face was constantly changing, myriad Shan'an asked with some trepidation. Nothing, it's just that we're moving towards the ghost mist forest, and it's estimated that there are still 5 or 6 miles to go before we reach the lake we saw yesterday, Yinan said with interest. What? Hearing this, everyone cried out in shock. It can't be. I didn't feel the flying boat moving at all. Niaoyin's voice carried shock and doubt in it. Not to mention you guys, without using your means, even I didn't notice it. It seems like there's something about this ghost mist forest, Yinan said. Hearing Yinan's words with such certainty, the myriad Shan'an few knew that it should be true. I didn't expect such a big change to happen even before I actually entered. Now Chanan's heart grew more and more uneasy. It wasn't just him, the rest of the few had more or less regretted coming here in their hearts. But what's done is done, and there's only one way to go. They all turned their gazes toward Yinan, the powerhouse who had hung on to the mortal transformation realm. They put all their hopes on Yinan. Don't look at me like that. As long as you guys stay close to me, I'll make sure you're all fine. Seeing the eyes of several people, Yinan said breathlessly. Hearing Yinan's words, the crowd was considered to have eaten a pill of peace of mind, and their hands gripped each other even tighter. Bang bang bang. The sounds of crashing around them increased, and some of the flying boats were directly smashed. Even though the fog muffled a lot of the sounds, some screams could still be heard. Soon, a lake was reflected in Yinan's perspective. Take care of yourselves, you're already over the lake, Yinan said to the few people beside him. Hearing Yinan's words, the myriad Chang'an few people also lifted their hearts up, but they had heard that the lake was also dangerous. Only it was not confirmed because those who knew about it died. There doesn't seem to be any danger. Yinan curiously surveyed the calm lake, but just as Yinan's words fell, a flying boat in front of them instantly looked as if it had been shattered by something. Not only that, all the other flying boats around them were constantly blowing up. The cultivators on top of the flying boat, except for the strongest of the mortal transformation realm, the others on top of the flying boat, were like dumplings falling down into the lake. Now Chang'an and the others could only hear the constant sound of explosions going off, but they were unable to see what was happening. At this moment, several people were furious in their hearts. Senior, what happened? Song Yuan asked with shortness of breath. It's a demonic beast python, and it doesn't seem to be weak. Yinan took in what was happening around him. Sure enough, this lake is not that simple. Myriad Chanan's heart was also shaken. She couldn't see what was ahead of her, but she could feel that it gave her a very dangerous feeling. She was at the 9th level of the mortal transformation realm, so how strong was that giant python Yinan was talking about? But just as they were fearful, a strong and cold aura soared sharply from below Yinan and the others' flying boat. Not good. Something is approaching from below. Now Chanan was alarmed. Even Yinan, such a chi-refining realm, vaguely felt it. Boom! Next moment, before Yinan and the others could respond, the entire flying boat was directly pierced by a large snake head. It was also such an instant that the entire flying boat was shattered on the spot. The several people were also shaken out, and Yinan was also falling downward sharply. Senior, hold on to me. Now Chang'an shouted to Yinan, who was still holding on tightly to himself. Good, Yinan was responding, because the impact was so great. Both Yinan and Miao Chagan were falling. Boom! In the next moment, a powerful force erupted from Myriad Chanan's body, constantly counteracting the downward force. It lasted for several breaths before Myriad Chanan stabilized himself in midair. Miso. Then a soft glow traveled from above Myriad Chanan's palm to Yinan's body. In a flash, Yinan also stabilized his stance and stood in midair as well. It's a good thing you're here, otherwise, I'd have to go down and take a bath. Yinan's face was a little unsightly. Senior, Niaoyin and the girls have disappeared. What should we do? Myriad Chanan anxiously kept searching the surroundings with her divine sense, but the range of divine sense was pitifully short. Hearing this, Yinan also reacted. Miso. Yinan once again used his delusion-breaking pupil and searched the surroundings, but in his eyes, there were too many people around, densely packed, like dumplings, and fighting was still breaking out everywhere. It's not a man-to-man fight, but a fight with a python. In such a large range and within so many people, to find the myriad voices several people, Yinan was not able to distinguish them for a while. At this time, the giant python was no longer a single one. More and more giant pythons kept leaping high into the sky from the lake, as strong as the metamorphosis and as weak as the refining Qi realm. It can't be helped, there are too many people. We can only go in first, Yinan said with a frown. Good. Now Chang'an also knew that things had already happened, and no amount of worrying in her heart would help, so she could only hope that they were lucky. Whoosh! Just as Miao Chang'an and Yinan were distinguishing the direction of the ghost mist forest, a gloomy and cold aura kept approaching sharply from below them. Yinan squinted his eyes downward. Below was none other than a thick python, coming at the two of them. This aura, the aura of the metamorphosis realm. Myriad Chanan was also shocked in his heart. Miso. In the next moment, Miao Chang'an directly took out his white long sword and prepared to respond. This kind of battle where the enemy was in the dark and she was in the light put a lot of pressure on Miao Chang'an. Looking for death, Yinan stretched out a palm, and thick power coalesced in his palm, then pressed downward. Boom! The surface of the lake directly exploded into a vacuum of tens of meters, and even the surrounding mist stagnated for a moment, and that snake was directly when T by this palm of Yinan, slapped into broken flesh. So strong! Seeing this palm from Yinan, Myriad Chanan's heart jumped wildly. It seemed that the commotion from Yinan's side was too great, and several more giant pythons came towards Yinan. Seeing this scene, Yinan's eyes lit up. Right, if I lure them all over, Myriad Sound and the others will be a little more safe, Yinan muttered. Hearing Yinan's muttering, Miao Chang'an's eyes jumped, only to say nothing after seeing Yinan's relaxed demeanor. Boom! Yinan slapped over again, and the few pythons that rushed over once again exploded. The next moment, a small pot appeared in Yinan's hand, filled with soil and planted with a white flower. The flowers look very ordinary, but they give a feeling of holiness, especially the scent, which is refreshing. Chapter 167, One Sword to the Great Tao. Senior, what is this? Now Chanan looked curiously at the white flower in Yinan's hand. It's nothing, the flowers that are usually used for ornamental purposes have been placed amongst my spatial ring, Yinan replied. Hearing Yinan's words, Myriad Chanan looked into the white flower eyes with some gravity, because space rings can't hold living things, which naturally includes plants. If Yinan hadn't lied, then a flower that could survive in the middle of a spatial ring was bound to be a heavy treasure. Just as the flowers were first taken out by Yinan, the coldness around them continued to intensify, and a sound of snakes spitting out letters resounded, causing Myriad Chang'an's heart to grow fuzzy and a cold sweat to break out. What's going on? These snakes seem to be evacuating. On the other side, Jin Dafu slashed a giant python in front of him with his sword and said hideously. With his right hand, he had a death grip on Jin Dabeo. Who cares about them? While we're at it, let's get out of here. Jin Dabeo also reacted in a hurry. Good. No longer hesitating, Jin Dafu hurriedly took out a gray compass. Strangely enough, the compass didn't seem to be affected, and the needle stopped moving after turning in one direction. Go! Jin Dafu hurriedly led Jin Dabeo in that direction. He was followed by a dozen other figures, all of which were strong at the mortal transformation level. Relying on this compass, together with the fact that none of the strengths were weak, they did not spread out much. At the same time, on the other side of the white mist, there were also a dozen figures constantly traveling through the white mist. My lord, what is going on here? Fengsen asked the middle-aged man leading the way while continuing to fly, still holding the blue spirit with one hand with his power. I don't know, let's get out of here first. The middle-aged man was also puzzled. In his hand he held a small, thumb-sized, black stone that was glowing, the very same stone he had given to Blue Spirit earlier. On Yinan's side, he was already surrounded by countless pythons, but the gazes of those giant pythons were all dead set on the white flowers in Yinan's hands. All of the giant pythons, all of them became restless, all of them wanting to rush straight towards the white flower and devour it. But these pythons didn't act, they just fidgeted in place, because an even more terrifyingly gloomy aura was constantly approaching the two Yinan. This is. Now Chang'an felt cold and his body shivered involuntarily. This was the absolute gap brought about by strength. It should be the Snake King coming. I didn't expect that there are such strong demonic beasts in here. Yinan was also surprised. Senior, can you handle it? I feel that this upcoming Snake King has already surpassed the mortal transformation realm. Now Chang'an's grip on Yinan's hand tightened. I don't know. It's not like I've ever fought this kind of demonic beast. It's currently considered the strongest I've encountered, Yinan said honestly. Hearing Yinan's words, now Chang'an became even more worried in his heart. Even Yinan was a powerhouse above metamorphosis, even if he could deal with the upcoming Snake King. But she couldn't. Once Yinan and the Snake King fought, it was just some of the aftermath of the battle that she might not be able to carry. It was at this moment that Miao Chang'an felt weak and helpless. Roar! However, in the very next moment, a loud roar resounded all around. The voice was also laced with a powerful force. Put! And the closest leaning myriad Chang'an directly sprayed out a mouthful of blood. The surrounding cultivators who were fleeing for their lives also heard the Snake King's voice, which caused their hearts to shake and they fled even faster. I didn't expect that inside this lake, there are still such strong demonic beasts. Hurry up! On the Wind family's side, the middle-aged man urged, and his face rarely became grave. I told you to eat less usually. You didn't listen. Now you regret it, right? Jean Dafu didn't have the good sense to look at the son he was holding. You're still talking about me. You're even fatter than me. Now that you can't fly, you're blaming me? Jean Dabeo also immediately disliked back. Seeing the two arguing, the strong men following beside them couldn't stand to watch, directly helping the Jean family's father and son to quickly leave. Rumble, and in front of Yinan and Miao Chang'an, a water tornado of hundreds of meters gradually formed. Bang! In the next moment, the water tornado exploded, revealing a giant python that was several times, if not dozens of times, larger than the other pythons. Hissing, the Snake King that had just come out was just staring at the white flower in Yinan's hand. The Snake King then turned his gaze back to Yinan, the ferocity in his eyes not hidden at all. You are their boss, right? I see that it's not easy for you to cultivate, so if you leave here, I'll be able to let you off the hook. Yinan sized up the giant python in front of him. However, when Yinan said this, the Snake King's hostility became even heavier. Boom! Then the Snake King directly released a powerful pressure that directly pressed towards Yinan and Miao Chang'an. Yinan didn't feel anything, but it was Miao Chang'an who instantly stifled a grunt. His body was slightly bent, but he was still able to hold on. Seeing this scene, Yinan's eyes narrowed. I'll give you a way to live. Since you don't want it, then don't blame me. Roar! Seemingly understanding Yinan's words, the Snake King became even more furious, directly opening its huge mouth and charging towards Yinan angrily. Seeing the rushing Snake King, now Chang'an's mind went blank, and he could even think of the scene where he was eaten. The next moment, however, a voice rang in her ears. Sword come! Yinan looked at the Snake King who was so insensitive. Yinan also directly roared. Miso! In an instant, a golden light ball appeared above Yinan's sudden right hand, and the golden mass of light instantly turned into a golden longsword. An aura of majesty and sanctity emanated above the golden longsword. Seeing the golden longsword that appeared in Yinan's hand, Mia Chanan's heart also trembled. This was the first time she had seen Yinan use a weapon, and as soon as the golden longsword appeared, the white longsword in Myriad Chanan's hand instantly became restless and trembled continuously. No matter how Myriad Chanan tried to pacify it, it was useless. Buzz! Yinan was holding the unmistakable phase, and the golden sword chi constantly hovered around him. Yinan took a slow step forward. Chop! Yinan lightly swung his sword from below. Buzz! A golden sword chi, destroying everything along the way. The Snake King that rushed over was instantly fixed not far from Yinan and the two of them, and the golden sword chi that passed through the Snake King didn't stop there, directly splitting this lake in two. Even the ground at the bottom of the lake was plowed with a furrow that was even clearly visible, and the white mist where this golden sword chi passed through was slow to gather, directly lighting up an avenue. Bang! The Snake King instantly split in two and fell into the lake. The snakes in the surroundings seemed to be frightened when they saw the scene, and all of them fled in all directions. Yinan also didn't care about these snakes, but reached out and grabbed them, and a demonic Dan inside the Snake King's head that had been chopped in half flew into Yinan's hand. Here, Yinan directly handed the demon pill to Myriad Chanan, who was looking at the gully he had cleaved with his sword in a daze, to the side. Hearing Yinan call out to himself, now Chanan looked at Yinan in a daze and could only utter two words numbly. Thank you. Thank you. This was the inner Dan of a demonic beast above the mortal transformation realm, so it was considered a great chance. But at this moment, now Chang'an didn't have a bit of elation. She just looked at Yinan with such a dull expression. What's all the fretting about? Let's get out while there's a road. Yinan pushed Myriad Chang'an, who was still fuming. Good. Good. Myriad Chang'an returned to his senses and hurriedly brought Yinan along with him as the sword Chi Gully went far away. Chapter 168 Golden Dragon. As he continued to move farther and farther towards the front, looking at the gully below that was still emitting hints of golden light, now Chang'an's heart was beating wildly. Strong, too strong. I still underestimated Senior's power too much. Above metamorphosis, all of them can be chopped by a single sword. It's really appalling. The shock in Myriad Chang'an's heart was beyond words. Whoosh! After about a while, now Chang'an led Yinan to the opposite side of the lake. Senior, what do we do next? Now Chang'an looked at Yinan. The front is the ghost mist forest, right? Yinan curiously surveyed the even denser forest not far ahead, especially those flowers. Plants and trees were even bigger and thicker, and compared to the outside it was like two worlds altogether. Yes, Senior, this is the entrance to the ghost mist forest. Mao Chang'an nodded. Alright, let's go in first then. Just now I distracted those giant pythons. Niaoyin and the others are probably all safe. Maybe they all went in first. Yinan guessed. Good. Now Chang'an could only follow Yinan in. Yinan, however, did not know that after he went in the middle of the lake behind it, a tiny figure was struggling to throw itself in the water and swim forward. Every now and then the mouth woofs. This was exactly the little black dog that Yinan had kicked away earlier. Only at this time, the little black dog, showing his teeth and grunting, was very upset. If someone could understand, they would know how dirty the little black dog was cursing. What was even more shocking was that all those giant pythons around them didn't dare to get close to the little black dog and could only raise their heads from afar to watch. Woof woof! The little black dog disdainfully glanced at those giant pythons for a few moments, pressed on without taking it seriously, grunting and continuing to swim forward doggy style, but those pythons reacted much more. The little black dog merely glanced at them and instantly fled around in fear. And on the other side of the ghost mist forest, also by a lake, a pig reluctantly dragged two women. Moreover, on this pig's body, it was still emitting the aura of the transformation realm. Jade Immortal had already arrived at the solid realm after this period of time, but thanks to Linglong, she had allowed Jade Immortal to have a lot of chances along the way. As for Linglong, she still looks like an ordinary person, but it was indeed shocking that it was such two people who could actually make a transformation realm demonic beast amount. Linglong, I think it's so dangerous here. Why don't we'd better not go? Jade Fairy said as she looked at Linglong who was sitting in front of her. Sister Yu Xian, what are you afraid of? Brother Nan often teaches me to have an adventurous spirit, you know? Linglong started preaching instead. Hearing Linglong's words, Jade Fairy was somewhat speechless. What has Senior Yi taught? Linglong is still so young, can she be compared to you? Jade Immortal spat at Yinan in her heart. These two women were none other than Linglong and Jade Fairy who had come out to practice. Only, both women were now at the lake surveying the surroundings. 2, they were confused by the fog around them, and a lake in front of them. They had also inquired about some kind of ghostly misty forest here, and had come out of curiosity. The two of them were not the only ones around at this time. There were many other forces as well. There were also quite a few flying boats in midair. Only, all of them did not realize that they too were being carried forward by the white mist and had come to the lake. Even the two women, Jade Fairy and Linglong, didn't notice, except that the pig under their asses seemed to have become a bit uneasy. Linglong, why do I feel that it's getting chilly? Jade Fairy always felt that there were countless gloomy gazes staring at her. Why don't I feel it? Hearing Jade Fairy's words, Linglong was a bit curious. Rumble. Just as Linglong's words fell, the sound of explosions continuously resounded around them. Hearing these voices, Jade Immortal was startled and hastily drew her own longsword and began to alert her surroundings. Linglong also frowned and surveyed the surroundings, hissing. In the next moment, a giant python rushed in front of the two Linglong girls. The time to see what was in front of him, Linglong cried out with a wow. What a big snake! Even Jade Fairy was startled. Just as she was about to take Linglong far away, Linglong's voice sounded again. Piggy, arch it, it's so scary. Linglong shouted while also patting the pig's back with her small hand at the same time. Hearing Linglong's words, Jade Fairy just turned dark, and the pig underneath him, looking at the python in front of him, was also overflowing with power. Seems to have, and this giant python, have the meaning of fighting to the death? Hisses. But in the next moment, the snakes around them grew more and more, and Linglong and Jade Immortal were dumbfounded by the sight of them. Holy, so many snakes! Linglong was terrified, and the pig, who was still ready to fight to the death, saw this scene. Whoosh! Then the pig's shadow instantly disappeared and ran away. Feeling the emptiness beneath them, both women froze. Linglong, hold on to me. Still, Jade Fairy immediately reacted and hurriedly hugged Linglong, because the ride ran away and they were falling down. The next moment, Linglong began fumbling directly in her pink satchel. There you go. After a few messy flips, a wooden sculpture appeared in her hand. When she saw the wooden carving, Jade Fairy was just shocked. The wooden sculpture's body also looked like a snake, but with horns and a long beard. But the feeling given was no longer gloomy, but majestic and domineering. Although Yinan's wood carvings were strange in 1,000 ways, at least Jade Fairy was able to distinguish that they were basically people and animals. What kind of living being is this? Jade Fairy was a bit puzzled in her heart. She had never heard of it before. Whoosh! Linglong didn't hesitate and threw it out directly. Miso. The next moment, there was a flash of golden light and a huge object presented itself before them. The body is nearly 1,000 meters long. The body width is dozens of meters. 2 women in front of it, just like ants. Seeing this golden behemoth in front of her, Jade Fairy's mind went blank. Before Jade Fairy could regain her senses, the golden behemoth instantly caught her in spirit on its own head. Jade Immortal was numb at this point, sitting paralyzed directly on top of the behemoth's head, unable to stand up. Sister Yuxian, what's wrong with you? Linglong hurriedly came to Yuxian's face. Linglong, what the hell is this? Jade Fairy was a bit incoherent. I don't know. I heard Nan say that it seems to be called a dragon, and said that snakes are most afraid of it. Linglong stroked her small chin and recalled, dragon? Hearing that word, Jade Fairy still tried her hardest to recall it, but it still didn't ring any bells. Senior Yi is terrifying. Yinan's power had risen countless more notches in Jade Immortal's heart at this point. Roar! A dragon's roar came out, and channels of dragon might crushed in all directions, and those giant pythons, all of them were crushed into pieces. This scene saw Jade Immortal's heart tremble furiously. I'll let you guys scare me and scare away my piggies. Only Linglong crossed her arms and looked at the pythons that fled or were subdued, gritting her teeth. Chapter 169. If you dare to be mean to me, I will beat them to death. The surrounding pythons were all dead and running. Dragon, take us across the lake. Linglong stomped her little foot again to the golden dragon underneath her. Roar! Hearing Linglong's words, the golden dragon rode its huge body and tumbled through the white mist. What was that sound just now? And those cultivators in the surrounding area heard this dragon's roar. The pythons that attacked them also seemed to be frightened and all fled in a hurry. I am not sure. It must be scary to scare off these people. We can't stay for long. And on top of a wrecked flying boat, a group of people talked. The one who had just spoken was none other than an old man, who was accompanied by several other mortal transformation realm powerhouses, as well as a 17 or 18-year-old youth. Just as they were about to go far away, the white fog in front of them seemed to fluctuate greatly. Not good. Seeing this scene, the crowd of old men hurriedly prepared to respond. Roar! But the next moment, a huge golden dragon head slowly appeared from in front of them. Seeing the dragon's head that kept pulling up, the crowd sweated coldly, and even their hands holding weapons were shivering. The old man's face was shocked as he looked up at the huge dragon head. There was no aura of realm emanating from the golden dragon, but the energy fluctuations on his body were indeed terrifying. The old man knew very well in his heart that if the behemoth in front of him made a move against them, it would be no different than crushing an ant. Elder, senior, we didn't know that this is your territory. Please let us live. The old man hurriedly knelt down and saluted. He thought that the golden dragon in front of him was an overwhelmingly great evil hiding in this place. Seeing that the old man had knelt down, the others also hurriedly knelt down and apologized. Old grandpa, what are you guys doing? Linglong curiously looked at the group of people kneeling below. Hearing that the golden dragon had spoken, the old man and the others were even more trembling in their bodies. They didn't think that they and the others would be able to encounter a great evil that could talk. Why does this voice sound strange? It doesn't sound like the voice of a demonic beast, but it did not dare to look up, and only the youth, who did not know where the courage came from, cautiously looked up. Without looking, he froze, because, on the golden dragon head, a little girl was looking at them curiously. Grandpa. The youth carefully pulled the corner of the old man's coat next to his own. Do not disrespect senior. Kneel properly. Looking at the youth who still dared to be like this in front of such a great evil, he directly rebuked angrily. Looking at his grandfather who was unmoved, the youth was helpless. Little sister, were you the one talking just now? The youth didn't know where he got the guts to ask Linglong directly. Hearing the youth's words, the old man and the others were all shaken and were about to apologize for the youth in a hurry. But the next moment, Linglong's voice changed to take the lead. It's me. What's wrong? Are you guys unable to find the way out? Hearing that the golden dragon actually answered, the old man and the others were also shocked in their hearts. At this moment, all of them were cautiously looking up at the golden dragon head high above. It was better not to look, but to shiver again. They could clearly see 2 figures, one large and one small, standing on top of the golden dragon head. What kind of existence is this that can actually harness such a terrifying great evil? The old man's heart shook wildly. He didn't bother to probe Linglong and Jade Fairy's cultivation for fear of causing the 2 women to resent them. Our flying boats are all about to shatter, and many things can't be used, so it might be a bit difficult to get out. The young man also answered honestly. In that case, come up then. I'll take you out with me. Linglong was generous after thinking about it. Linglong, we'd better go by ourselves. What if they are bad guys? Jade Fairy hurriedly tried to stop Linglong. Not afraid. If you dare to be mean to me, I'll beat them to death. Nan taught me that. Linglong swung her small fist. Hearing that Linglong had said so, Jade Fairy could only compromise. She just had to pay more attention to these people. Hearing Linglong's words, the old man's crowd's hearts trembled again, but hearing Linglong didn't seem like she was telling a lie, and besides, they did need to go out as soon as possible, lest there be any more changes. Although they thought so, the crowd of old men were all looking at me and me looking at you, and none of them dared to step on their feet. The main thing is that the golden dragon in front of them, the breath on their bodies is too powerful and incomparably majestic, and if they take one more look at it, they all tremble tremendously, not to mention sitting on it. Dragon, pick them up. Linglong stomped her little foot again. Whoosh! In the next moment, a huge dragon's tail was rolled towards the old man's crowd. Before the old man's crowd could react, they had already appeared on the dragon's back. Many thanks to the two adults. Hastily suppressing the shock in his heart, the old man led a group of strong men to give another salute to Linglong and Jade Fairy. Unla! Unla! Linglong waved her hand casually, somewhat self-satisfied. As the dragon went away, the lake started to become lively again, and those cultivators who didn't have time to run away, once again had with those giant pythons, and on the way to shore, Jade Fairy asked the old man and the others where they came from just to be on the safe side. The location of the old man and the others was called the Blade Sect, and they were also on the same level as the Myriad Sound Sect and these sects. The old man was the sect master of the Blade Sect, while the youth was his grandson, and the rest of the others were the sect's strong elders. And on the shore on the other side of the lake, two groups of people were facing each other. You Bloodfiend sect really want to make a move against us? An old crone looked fiercely at the man in front of her dressed in red. Dozens of shady men, and by her side was a black-skirted young girl around 17 or 18 years old. Old woman, if you hadn't taken the opportunity to kill so many of us in the lake, would I have made a move against you? The red-robed man in the lead looked at the old crone angrily. When the old crone and the young girl heard this, they both looked disdainful. What? Your Bloodfiend sect is full of evil, so if you kill, I'm not afraid of you? The old woman was not afraid in the slightest. Humph, it seems that you self-proclaimed decent forces are really disgusting, the red-robed man in the lead said in exasperation. That's right, killing is killing. When I go back I will also send people to come and kill all of you from the Bloodfiend sect, so as not to plague others again. The young girl beside the old crone seemed to be furious and directly disliked her angrily, and there were other forces around. None of them cared about the conflict between the two families. They just watched for a while and soon entered the Ghost Mist Forest. Only the crone and the two of them and the Bloodshed sect were left with their swords drawn. Especially the young girl's words made them furious, and all the cultivators of the Bloodshed sect, their breath rose, ready to directly kill the two old crone. The old crone was also not the least bit afraid, and the aura on her body also rose, ready to make a move as well. Roar! However, in the next moment, a huge dragon roar interrupted their confrontation, and even the power condensed in their bodies was dispersed by this roar. What is it? The old woman looked in disbelief at the violently rolling white mist not far away, and the Bloodfiend sect and the others also looked over intently. All of them were shocked when they saw the huge golden head revealed amongst the white mist. Chapter 170, Entering the Ghost Mist Forest. My God! What is this? The black-skirted girl beside the old woman looked at the huge golden head with shocked eyes. As for the old crone and the Bloodfiend sect and the others, they were also staring wide-eyed at the golden head that kept pulling up. Roar! The golden dragon roared again, and while this roar did not seem to have a mighty pressure added to it, the voice carried an inexplicable majesty in it, making the old crone and the crowd of the Bloodfiend sect, who were ready to pull their legs out and run, unable to move their feet by the slightest bit. Look! There's someone up there! The black-skirted girl suddenly exclaimed at this time, without the need for the black-skirted girl to remind them. Everyone else saw the silhouette on top of the golden dragon's head. Rumble! Perhaps it was because the golden dragon's body was too big, and as it moved, rumbling noises were emitted from the white mist. During this time, the Blade sect and the others on the golden dragon's back, however, did not dare to move, as if they were being punished, standing honestly on the dragon's back, and from time to time, they even wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. Wow, we're finally out. Linglong's voice sounded above the dragon's head. Seeing that they had really gone ashore, the Blade sect and the others were relieved. As a result, before they could react, the golden dragon threw its tail. Whoosh! The Blade sect and the others were all thrown out. The Blade sect and the others were also stunned by this scene, but they didn't dare to say anything. Moreover, after the golden dragon threw down the Blade sect and the others, it slowly lowered its own majestic head again. Then under everyone's shocked gazes, Linglong and Jade Fairy slowly walked down slowly from the top of the dragon head. Well, Thank you, dragon. Linglong stroked the huge golden head. Next moment, miso. The golden dragon flashed with golden light and soon turned into a small wooden statue once again. The little wooden sculpture was casually received by Linglong in her little pink satchel with a grin on her face. It was just that on top of that golden wooden sculpture, there were obviously some more broken cracks. Seeing Linglong's operation, the rest of the crowd, who didn't dare to gasp for air, were once again shaken to their core. What did they see? An incomparably large and majestic being was actually a wooden sculpture that had become? What kind of wooden sculpture is that? Could it be a supreme treasure that they had never seen before? At the thought of this, all eyes were dead set on Linglong's little pink satchel. There was greed. There was shock. There were all kinds of expressions. The aura of the giant dragon just now. They had experienced it. A random roar was easily shattering their power. They all thought it was some sort of unseen being, not realizing that it would be a wooden sculpture becoming. Especially the black-skirted girl. Her eyes were glowing as she stared at the small satchel Linglong was carrying. Grandmother. The black-skirted girl pulled at the old crone's clothes and was about to say something when the crone glared her words back with a look. Even the Blood Fiend sect and the others were sizing up Linglong and Jade Fairy. There was just something meaningful in his eyes, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Seeing Linglong retrieve the wooden sculpture so hastily, Jade Fairy was also a bit speechless. This girl didn't look at what form it is now, collected so quickly. Now it's good. Being watched, Jade Fairy was somewhat helpless in her heart. If the giant dragon was real, it would be fine. No one would dare to mess around with it. If it was a supreme treasure, that would not be the case. Linglong, let's go. Looking at the various gazes around, Jade Fairy was very uncomfortable and directly pulled Linglong to leave. Oh, Linglong responded indifferently. However, just as he stepped out, the leading man of the Blood Fiend sect hurriedly opened his mouth and said, "Two fairies, can you stay? Something's wrong?" Jade Immortal looked unkindly at the Bloodshed sect and the others. From the aura emanating from the bodies of these people, it was clear that they were not good people. In response to Jade Fairy's unkind gaze, the man leading the Bloodshed sect acted as if he didn't see it. Continuing to smile, he introduced himself. "Hello, my name is Blood Compass. I see that the two of you are in a lower realm. Even with the protection of treasures, this ghost mist forest is also exceptionally dangerous. Why don't you? Alright, cut the crap. What exactly do you want to say?" Before Ghost Cup's words could be said, Jade Immortal directly interrupted with impatience. "I was trying to say, how about we work together? If there are any dangers, we can also take care of each other. According to the rumors, there are many dangers in here that can't be solved with treasures." The Blood Goblet still smiled and said. Hearing this, Jade Fairy also frowned. Just from the scene she experienced in the lake, she knew that this ghost mist forest was definitely not simple. The rare metamorphosis realm outside, and those giant pythons in the lake, were actually in groups. You can imagine that it's so scary even before you actually enter. So what's it going to be like after you go in? And the proposal made by the Blood Compass, according to the past, she would definitely agree to it. But now with Linglong, and Linglong still had quite a few treasures around her, she should be able to handle it even if it was treacherous. However, the Blood Goblet said that there were some dangers inside that could not be solved with treasures, making Jade Fairy a bit confused. What do you mean by that? In order to figure it out, Jade Fairy still patiently asked the Blood Goblet. If you ask him, he can't tell you. It's all just rumors. If you really want to know, you can only go in and experience it for yourself. At this time, the old crone who had been silent on the side opened her mouth. Only the black-skirted girl at her side had one eye fixed on the pink backpack Linglong was carrying. "Old woman, what do you mean?" Seeing the old crone interjecting, the Blood Cup was displeased. "It doesn't mean anything. I just want to remind these two girls so that they won't be deceived by certain unscrupulous people." The old woman glanced disdainfully at Ghost Cup and the others. "You." Hearing the old crone's words, the Ghost Goblet was overflowing with killing intent, glaring viciously at the old crone. "Alright, thanks to the kindness of a few of you, we don't really want anyone traveling with us." Jade Fairy arched her hand. She didn't trust any of these people. "Linglong, let's go." After saying that, he pulled Linglong's small hand towards the ghost mist forest. Seeing the Ghost Goblet that had been stirred up by the crone, the Blood Goblet gave the crone an angry look, but didn't say anything more and hurriedly followed the two Linglong girls. Seeing the Blood Cup follow, the black-skirted maiden on the side became anxious. "Grandma, hurry up and follow. That little sister has run away and disappeared." The black-skirted girl hurriedly urged this old crone. "Girl, I advise you not to hit on people's ideas. To be able to use that kind of treasure that even I've never heard of, there must be an incomparably powerful force or strong person existing behind them." The old crone helplessly reminded the black-skirted girl. "Grandma, where did you think of? I just want to buy the treasure given in the hands of that little sister. Wouldn't I be cooler than if I were to ride that overbearing being in the future? The more the black-skirted girl said, the more excited she became. Hey, why do you grow your face in size but not your brain? If you buy that kind of treasure, can they sell it? And, to buy that kind of treasure, you wouldn't necessarily be able to afford it even if you sold your family. The old crone poked the black-skirted girl's forehead without any good reason. Ha, what then? Hearing the old crone's words, the black-skirted girl hung her head a little.